3 years ago atop Mount Taming, I summoned a thunder tribulation, feigned a failed ascension, and vanished. Now, I live in seclusion in a small town. The eldest daughter of the Lu family has invited me to create a calligraphic masterpiece for the birthday of the second daughter. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, I found many guests, including the young master of the Shangwan family from Yuzhou, who had come bearing gifts. Just as I was about to present my work, the eldest Lu daughter intercepted it. At that moment, a one-eyed martial artist whispered to his companion, codenamed Oriole, inquiring about my origins. I was determined to uncover their scheme. In the 35th year of the Yuan calendar, atop the world's highest peak, Mount Taming, fierce winds howled, and the tribulation clouds loomed like ink, with thunderbolts flickering within, the might of heaven overwhelming. Above the tribulation clouds, it seemed as though divine beings were beating drums, the thunder roaring incessantly, shaking heaven and earth. At that time, I sat alone atop Mount Taming, clad in a blue robe, my hair entirely white. Here it comes. In the raging wind, my robes flapped wildly, and my white hair danced unrestrained. Slowly opening his narrow, elongated eyes, his pitch-black pupils appeared as calm as still water, yet his heart was like dead ashes, utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. As the undisputed number one in the world, the pinnacle of martial arts, my heart was as lifeless as withered wood. Within the calamitous clouds, a bolt of heavenly lightning swayed like a celestial dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, as if intent on devouring everything in the world. The heavenly tribulation arrived, its divine might shaking the heavens, causing tremors across 100 miles. Those renowned martial arts masters who had come from afar were all top-tier practitioners of their generation, yet even they trembled uncontrollably under the oppressive weight of the tribulation clouds. Suddenly, a terrifying thunderclap shook the heavens and earth. The lightning dragon descended from the sky in an instant. At the same time, my figure abruptly surged upward, charging straight toward the heavenly lightning. In an instant, a blinding white light illuminated the sky, as if heaven and earth had merged into one. The group of experts swiftly turned their heads away, avoiding the piercing radiance. After the white light faded, an eerie silence fell over everything. The sky cleared, the tribulation clouds vanished without a trace, and I was nowhere to be seen. The masters of the world wore varied expressions, all believing that I, the foremost of the 5 great grandmasters and the pinnacle of martial arts, had failed my tribulation and dissipated into the void between heaven and earth. Time flowed on, and the 38th year of the Yuan calendar arrived. In Yuzhou of the Kaiyuan dynasty, there stood an exceptionally bustling tavern, the Phoenix Pavilion. The Phoenix Pavilion had 9 floors, towering like a mountain peak, with a massive plaque hanging directly above it, inscribed with the 3 bold characters, Phoenix Pavilion. This is the liveliest spot in the remote county town. If someone chose this place to ask for favors, they would surely be praised for being authentic. At this moment, the ground floor hall of the Phoenix Pavilion restaurant was bustling with people. An elderly storyteller was enthusiastically recounting tales of the martial world. Hey, let me tell you, in the 10th year of the Yuanli era, a newcomer suddenly emerged in the martial world. That person's speed in breaking through realms, the sheer lethality of their attacks, and the depth of their Dao power were all said to be unmatched before or since. That man who emerged out of nowhere rose to become the foremost of the 5 grandmasters in just a decade, universally acknowledged as the world's number one. The once world's number one, Lin Daoxian. Why haven't we heard any news about him lately? A curious onlooker loudly exclaimed. At these words, the crowd chimed in, yes, where is Lin Daoxian now? The storyteller picked up his tea, took a sip, and said, that world's number one sought to transcend the heavenly human realm and ascend to immortality. Thus, atop Mount Ming, he underwent his tribulation and ascended to the heavens. Alas, he still failed. Beneath the calamitous clouds, his bones turned to dust, his soul scattered to the winds, vanishing from the world without a trace. With that, the old gentleman snapped his folding fan shut with a sharp clap. Meanwhile, in the quiet little shop Mistake Studio diagonally across the street, I once the world's foremost Lin Daoxian, now the master of Mistake Studio, was slowly writing the phrase "Spring winds fill my eyes, yet all things are not as they were" on rice paper with a wolf hairbrush. Though the inexpensive 4 treasures of the study surrounding me were hardly precious, the unique fragrance of ink lingered like faint green plums. I set down the brush, lost in thought, reminiscing about the past. I was practicing calligraphy in Mistake Studio, the rice paper trembling slightly in my hand as the ink steadily soaked in, drying within a few breaths. At that moment, someone lifted the curtain and entered. Master, today is my younger sister's birthday. Might I trouble you to visit the Lu residence and create a piece of calligraphy? The voice was as soft as the drizzle of Jiangnan. I turned to look. It was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Li. I chuckled lightly and nodded, of course. The Lu family was the foremost aristocratic clan in this county town. Their ancestors had produced officials ranked as high as the 3rd grade, and although they currently had no descendants serving in the imperial court, their influence in the county remained immense. The younger sister Lu Shushu, whom Lu Li mentioned, was the 2nd daughter of the Lu family, having just turned 14. The current generation of the Lu family had only these 2 daughters, which led many aristocratic families to seek marriage alliances in hopes of gaining a share of their wealth. However, Lu Li had tactfully declined all such proposals. This eldest daughter of the Lu family, raised in seclusion, had long been renowned throughout Yuzhou for her exceptional beauty and scholarly talents. Little did people know, she was actually a martial artist at the Qi Harmony realm. It's worth noting that even martial artists at the lowest 3 realms seeking intent have the confidence to travel the world, while those at the Qi Harmony realm can establish martial arts schools, recruit disciples, and gain fame across an entire county. Luli reached this realm at the mere age of 28, a testament to her astonishing talent. All these years, she had kept it hidden, mastering a technique to conceal her qi. But in my eyes, it was nothing more than a futile attempt to deceive. A single glance from me was all it took to see through her cultivation level. Luli smiled faintly and said softly, "Then we shall await your presence, sir." With that, she gracefully bowed, then turned to lift the door curtain and departed with measured steps. I took out a fine 4-foot sheet of Xian paper, pondered for a moment, dipped my brush in ink, and wrote, "Like the moon's constancy, like the sun's ascent." With a single stroke completed, the ink's charm was clear, with distinct layers. I then picked up the seal, gently breathed on it, and firmly pressed down Lin Kuo's calligraphy. After a brief contemplation, I wrote in tiny regular script beside it, "Lin Kuo's congratulations on Lu Shushu's birthday." The second young lady of the Lu family's birthday celebration drew a great number of visitors, including many from the prominent noble families of Yuzhou. The birthday was merely a pretext. Behind it lay the interactions between noble families, the exchange of favors, and perhaps even secret plots. Who could say for certain? My calligraphy piece was nothing more than an optional token for the Lu family, but since it meant I could enjoy a feast, I was more than happy to attend. The sky darkened as the setting sun sank low. Some minor celebrities, both scholars and martial artists, had already made their way to the Lu residence in the county town. I estimated the time was about right, so I closed Kuo Zhai, took the ink treasure in hand, and leisurely walked toward the Lu residence. As I left Kuo Zhai, the Phoenix Pavilion across the street was still brightly lit and bustling with activity. The storyteller, seated in his grand armchair, was enthusiastically spinning his tale. The world's #1, back then, encountered a stunningly beautiful yet ice-cold woman amidst a 100-acre peach grove. At first sight, I couldn't help but smile wryly, shook my head slightly, and then turned to leave. The Lu family courtyard was brilliantly lit tonight, coinciding with the birthday of the second young lady, Lu Shushu. Numerous officials from the Yuzhou region and over 100 martial artists had come to offer their congratulations, creating a scene of extraordinary liveliness. On the vermilion gates, the 2 rows of gleaming bronze door knockers carved with qilin patterns exuded an air of nobility, while the stone lions on either side stood majestically, lifelike in their grandeur. I retrieved the calligraphy from my sleeve, and after exchanging glances, the 2 servants at the Lu family gate went to inform the head steward of the Lu household. With the steward's approval, I was ushered inside. The Lu family courtyard was adorned with lanterns and colorful decorations, with 66 banquet tables fully set up. The yard was filled with wandering martial artists, each dressed differently yet all exuding an air of chivalry. It seems the rumors were true. The second daughter of the Lu family indeed yearned for the martial world, having practiced martial arts since childhood. I made my way through the crowd and entered the Lu family's main hall. The chief steward sat at a rosewood table, holding an ink brush to record the congratulatory gifts. The pile of congratulatory gifts was truly dazzling, with not only gold, silver, and treasures but also numerous legendary weapons and rare curios from the martial world. At this moment, the chief steward loudly announced, "The Shangwan family of Yuzhou presents a jadeite watermelon." All eyes turned to the crystal-clear jadeite watermelon, but what drew even more attention were the 2 gift-bearers. One was the dashing young master of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Zhao, who had reached the Qi Harmony realm by the age of 20, showcasing extraordinary martial talent. The other was a petite, taciturn woman. The Shangwan family of Yuzhou was a renowned martial arts clan, boasting numerous masters, with their patriarch ranking second among the top 10 experts of Yuzhou. Luli, dressed in a flowing cyan gown with an ethereal grace, bowed slightly to Shangwan Zhao and said softly, "Young Master Shangwan, you must be weary from your long journey. We are grateful for your presence." Shangwan Zhao chuckled lightly, "How could I miss my junior sister Shushu's birthday celebration?" Luli smiled faintly and gestured, "My father requests your presence in the study for a conversation." Shangwan Zhao nodded and followed the servant to the study, accompanied by the silent woman. I looked towards Shangwan Zhao, but my gaze lingered a bit longer on the petite young woman. To think she had already reached the half-step golden body realm at such a tender age. Her talent was truly astonishing. At that moment, Luli noticed me. Our eyes met, and we exchanged a faint smile. Just as I was about to step forward to present my calligraphy, Luli approached and raised her hand to stop me, smiling gently. "Mr. Lin's congratulatory gift can be handed to me directly, no need to record it in the registry." The head steward immediately understood and set down his ink brush. I was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Lu." Luli accepted the calligraphy and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for coming to celebrate my younger sister's birthday." She then took the gift and headed towards the side courtyard. I walked toward the banquet, casually scanning the courtyard, and the cultivation levels of these martial artists were immediately apparent. Most were at the seeking intent realm, with a few concealing their Qi Harmony cultivation. Their expressions were sharp, and their eyes kept darting around. A one-eyed warrior glanced at me. Our gazes met briefly before he looked away, but soon after, his sidelong glance returned to me. With my hands tucked into my sleeves, I smiled and met his gaze. Then, the one-eyed warrior actually used focused sound transmission to ask Oriole in the guest room, "What's the background of that man in the blue robe at the northwest corner of the courtyard?" I chuckled inwardly. This focused sound transmission held no secrets from me. Soon, the woman codenamed Oriole responded, "Unknown origin, no need to pay attention." Hearing this, the one-eyed warrior suppressed his doubts and stopped looking at me. With my hands tucked in my sleeves, I appeared detached, yet I caught every word of this exchange. Oriole? It seemed this must be someone from a secret organization. This banquet at the Liu family was likely not as simple as it appeared. Chapter 3: Gathering Threads to Transmit Sound. The Lu family compound, brightly lit. For the birthday of the Lu family's second young lady, Lu Shushu, not only did some of the officials from the Yuzhou territory come to congratulate her, but there were also hundreds of Jianghu chivalrous people who came, mixing fish and dragons, and it was quite lively. On the vermilion red door, 2 rows of bright copper door ring, carved with unicorn pattern, noble and compelling. On both sides stood 2 imposing stone lions, lifelike and highly spiritual. Lin Rong will that ink treasure from the sleeve out. Lu family door of the 2 subordinates looked at each other, and then went forward to inform the Lu family's steward a word, until the big steward nodded. The subordinate will Lin Rong introduced into the door. Lu family up and down the lights and colors, wide courtyard, there are 66 tables of banquets, magnificent. In the courtyard, there were mostly Jianghu guests who had wandered the world, dressed differently, but most of them were quite chivalrous. Rumor has it that the second lady of the Lu family, for the things of the Jianghu, is extremely yearning, since young, practicing martial arts and boxing, has always wanted to walk the Jianghu. This time the Lu family banquet, there is no lack of some Jianghu guests. It seems that the rumors are not false. Lin Rong, through those Jianghu guests, walked straight into the Lu family living room. At this time in the Lu family living room, the big housekeeper is sitting on the mahogany table, holding an ink pen. Will be those who sent congratulatory gifts, one by one record in the book. Lin Er just casually swept through the various treasures piled up in the pile, which could be described as a wide array of treasures. In addition to some secular gold and silver treasures, there were even some divine weapons from the Jianghu Lake, as well as some rare things, 1,000 strange things. Yuzhou Shangguan family, sended Jasper watermelon. With the Grand Steward calling out in a loud voice, the crowd's eyes converged on the Jasper watermelon, crystal clear and lifelike. However, compared to this valuable Jasper watermelon, what attracted more attention were the 2 young men who gave the gift, a suave and elegant gentleman and a silent woman with a short stature. Yuzhou Shangguan family is the entire Yuzhou realm well-known martial arts family, masters like clouds, just captive Jianghu hawks and dogs are countless, not to mention those in the Shangguan family of martial arts attainments of the old man. It is said that the Shangguan family's old ancestor has already reached the late Xianxian stage, ranking among the top 10 masters in Yuzhou, ranking second. That suave young man is the young son of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Zhao. At the age of a crown, his martial arts realm was already the Qian realm of the lower 3 realms. His martial arts talent was extremely high, and he had deeply obtained the Shangguan family's martial arts inheritance. The guests in the Lu family were all astonished. No one had thought that the Lu family could actually have an aromatic relationship with the Shangguan family. Luli was wearing a long green dress, tall in stature, her long hair was coiled up in a bun, and she was slightly powdered, making her look more and more dusty, and more beautiful. Luli bowed slightly towards Shangguan Zhao, and softly said, "Shangguan Gongzi has traveled all the way, hard work Gongzi." Shangguan Zhao let out a light smile and said, "Shushu senior sister's birthday, how can I, as a senior brother, be absent?" Luli also smiled faintly, slightly sidestepped, and said with a light smile, "My father has invited you to the study." Shangguan Zhao nodded his head and replied, and then went to the study with the Lu family's subordinates, while the woman with a short stature, who had been silent, just silently followed behind Shangguan Zhao. Lin Er looked at that suave Shangguan Zhao. His expression was as usual, but his eyes were on that short woman for a few moments. Half-step golden body realm? It's interesting, at this age to be in the half-step golden body realm, just 1 step away from the upper 3 realms. This kind of martial arts talent is also among the top in the world. It was also at this moment that Luli noticed Lin Qi standing in the crowd. Dressed in a green shirt, his black hair was like a waterfall. Lin Er was also aware of Luli's gaze. Their eyes met, and they smiled slightly. Lin Er just wanted to walk forward and present this ink treasure, but Luli's feet moved lightly, and this beautiful woman stood beside Lin Er. Luli raised her hand to stop Lin Rong's ink treasure and smiled softly. "Mr. Lin's congratulatory gift can be handed over to me, there's no need to register it." The big housekeeper immediately understood and silently put down the ink brush in his hand. Missy was going to put the ink treasure into the congratulatory gift herself, so she didn't need to explicitly record it in the registry, much less report the gift aloud. An ordinary ink treasure, placed in those valuable treasures, how eclipsed, if the gift is reported aloud, the young man's face will inevitably be a bit untenable. Lin Er was first stunned, then smiled, and said, "Thank you, Miss Lu." Luli also smiled faintly, then took the piece of ink treasure and said, "Many thanks to Mr. Lin for coming to celebrate my little sister's birthday." Afterwards, Luli took the ink treasure and went to the other courtyard, and Lin Er also went to the banquet according to the seats arranged by the Lu family. Lin slowly walked in the middle of the compound, casually scanning a few eyes. The realms of this group of Jianghu guests came into view. The vast majority of them were good Jianghu practitioners of the intent-seeking realm, except for those few who hid their heads and tails in the Qian realm. Lin Rong had his hands folded into his sleeves and just stood at the side of the compound, calmly looking at the group of Jianghu guests in front of him. Those few Qian realm martial artists who were hiding their heads and hiding their tails, concealing their realm cultivation, had a stern look on their faces and were also scanning the surrounding area without stopping. One of the one-eyed martial artists happened to look at Lin Er, and the two of them met their eyes for a split second, and that person naturally staggered away. The one-eyed martial artist frowned slightly, and his afterglow once again swept towards the green-shirted man standing in the corner. At this time, that green-shirted man was looking at himself with his hands folded over his sleeves and a smile on his face. The one-eyed martial artist's face did not change, silently sidestepping his gaze, and then gathering his lines to transmit his voice. Oriole, that green-shirted man in the northwest corner of the compound, what's the origin? The one-eyed martial artist had some hidden scruples in his heart. This action was extremely covert and did not allow any slip-ups. Along with the one-eyed martial artist's gathering line of sound transmission, in the middle of the Liu family guest room, there is a female voice came, also gathering line of sound transmission martial artist means. I don't know the followers, no need to pay attention. Hearing the voice of the woman codenamed Oriole, the one-eyed martial artist silently suppressed the doubts in his heart and no longer paid attention to the green-shirted man standing in the corner. Not far away was Lin Er, who had his hands folded over his sleeves from the beginning, scanning the crowd as if he were an outsider. The means that martial artists only have when they reach the Qian realm, gathering thread to transmit sound, using a mouthful of martial artists' true Qi as a thread, transmitting sound into the ear. This trick is extremely good in the Jianghu, just. Unfortunately, Lin Rong has the intention to listen. This kind of gathering line sound transmission means, in Lin Rong ears will sound like a flood bell, no cover up. Oriole? Lin Rong pondered briefly. There weren't many martial artists in the Jianghu with this kind of code name. Most of them were some secretive family eagles and dogs, or those Jianghu assassin organizations. All of them were some martial artists who couldn't walk in the open. Chapter 4 Assassination. The guests had basically all arrived, and the Liu family was finally ready to open the banquet. The head of the Liu family, Liu Zhongshu, showed up and said a few words, which were just to thank everyone for coming and so on. On the 66 tables of the banquet, the front table was the seat of the most prominent people. At this time, there were Liu Zhongshu, the old master of Liu, Miss Liu Li, Shangguan Zhao, the son of Shangguan, as well as several unknown identities, but all of them were officials in the official position. It was also at this moment that a spirited young girl wearing a pale yellow long dress popped out from the Liu family residence. The young girl was spirited and cute with bright eyes, bouncing all the way to the compound and cheerfully said, "Brother Zhao." Shangguan Zhao turned his head at the sound, and seeing the young girl also showed a joyful face and smiled, "Senior sister, long time no see." Liu family's second young lady is also the nominal protagonist of this banquet, Liu Shushu. Liu Shushu jumped in front of Shangguan Zhao, smilingly asked, "Brother Zhao, when will you take me to break into the world ah?" On the side, Zhongshu Lu coughed lightly and said, "Shushu Lu, do not be rude to Shangguan Gongzi." Liu Shushu ignored it and spat her tongue at Zhongshu Lu. Shangguan Zhao laughed out loud, lightly patted Liu Shushu's head and laughed, "When you are amongst the realm of seeking intent, I will definitely take my senior sister to go on a journey around the world." Liu Shushu happily said, "A promise is a promise." Shangguan Zhao also gently nodded his head and said, "A promise is a promise." On the side, Liu Li, who was wearing a green-colored long dress, also looked helplessly at Liu Shushu. On the main table, the seats were already complete. Unexpectedly, the short woman who followed behind Shangguan Zhao did not sit on the main table, but instead retreated to the back. The short woman, who was silent, but had an extremely high realm, was sitting on another table with a mute expression. As the banquet began, the 66 tables were lively. The Liu family's arrangement was extremely telling. Most of the Jianghu guests were gathered in one area, while some literati were gathered in another area, which was about the meaning of well water not offending river water. Lin Er was just holding a wine cup, drinking to himself. While drinking, Lin Xiao noticed a gaze sweeping towards him. Lin Xiao didn't pay attention to it and just kept drinking. That gaze swept at him several times. Lin Er could only gently put down the wine cup, slightly side-eye, to meet that gaze. Not too far away, a woman with an ordinary appearance but a curvaceous figure was slightly surprised to see Lin Er's gaze coming. The woman's appearance was ordinary, but even though she was wearing a wide garment, the abrupt figure underneath the woman's clothes could still be seen. Lin frowned slightly. Another Qian realm? This was the woman codenamed Oriole, actually at the peak cultivation level of the Qi realm. The sky was so big that naturally experts came out in abundance. Especially in the Taihe dynasty, which revered martial arts, the martial arts movement was extremely prosperous. The Central Plains is divided into two. The Taita dynasty occupies the north of the Central Plains, and the Kayuan dynasty occupies the south of the Central Plains. North of the Central Plains, the martial arts movement is more prosperous, and there are more experts in the rivers and lakes. He is in Yuzhou, although there is also the top 10 masters of Yuzhou, all of them are the upper three realms of the stream. But this county is extremely remote, and can even be said to be poor countryside in general. Not only those who are officials think that this is a poor place, in the Kayuan dynasty is also regarded as a place of exile and banishment, and even along with the martial arts practitioners on the rivers and lakes are not too happy to gather here. This also led to this remote county, a chi and realm of martial artists, was worshipped as the cause of the martial arts master. However, nowadays, there were at least 5 chi realm martial artists gathered in the Lu family compound, which could not be said to be rare. The graceful woman codenamed Oriole, Shangguan Zhao of the Shangguan family, Luli, the eldest miss of the Lu family, the one-eyed martial artist, and the silent short woman. Oriole suppressed her misgivings at this time, that man in the green shirt should just be an ordinary person. Cultivators who practiced martial arts, a mouthful of martial arts true chi flow constantly, majestic, at first glance can be detected in the martial arts body of the flow of true chi. But that man in the green shirt had no true chi to speak of, his chi and blood were weak, and he was by no means a martial arts cultivator. Oraheim silently drank the clear wine in his cup, his sight staying on the main table not far away. Near the main table, the one-eyed martial artist was also silently paying attention to the movements of the main table. Drinking and drinking, pushing cups and exchanging cups. The banquet already had a tendency to disperse, and there were already one after another guests who were either not able to overcome the alcohol and fell to the ground, or resigned in a drunken haze. Lu Zhongshu personally stood at the entrance of the Lu family residence, and the departing guests said goodbye. Shangguan Zhao at the main table was also a little drunk, and even the beautiful Luli on the side also had slightly red cheeks. The one-eyed martial artist got up with a weak step and went to the main table in a wobbly manner. I've long heard that the young son of the Shangguan family is suave and elegant, and when I see him today, he really lives up to his name. The one-eyed martial artist held a wine glass in his hand and drunkenly tried to toast Shangguan Zhao. Shangguan Zhao was slightly stunned, then he raised his wine cup and smiled. Just at the moment Shangguan Zhao tilted his head and drank, the one-eyed martial artist's gaze flashed and he violently picked up the wine table with his toes. A sudden change occurred, Shangguan Zhao was startled and violently broke the incoming wine table with a palm strike. The table was broken into pieces by the palm strike. Behind the debris, it was the one-eyed martial artist's 5 claws-like hooks, heading straight for Shangguan Zhao's neck. In just a few breaths, the one-eyed martial artist violently pinched Shangguan Zhao's neck and directly pressed Shangguan Zhao to the ground. Shangguan Zhao's face was flushed red, one hand gripped the one-eyed martial artist's wrist, the other hand violently stabbed into the one-eyed martial artist's abdomen. Tearing pain came from the one-eyed martial artist's abdomen, and he gritted his teeth and drank Oriole. The moment the one-eyed martial artist uttered his voice, Oriole drew the soft sword at her waist and ran straight at Shangguan Zhao. However, in a split second, someone came first. That short woman instantly appeared in front of the one-eyed martial artist, and with just one move, she violently pulled up the one-eyed martial artist's head. The short woman violently twisted her body, holding the martial artist's head in one hand, while the other hand directly gripped the soft sword that Oriole had stabbed at. When the soft sword came into contact with the palm of her hand, there was a surprising sound of gold and stone colliding. The short woman's wrist twisted and turned, and the soft sword in her hand unexpectedly crumbled by inches. Luli on the side could not care about anything else, no longer hiding his martial arts cultivation, and he struck out blatantly. Oriole was shocked, not waiting for Oriole to react. Luli instantly struck out, hitting her belly with a palm. In the next moment, Oriole's entire body flew backwards, tumbling to the ground several times before stopping. The entire process was only a few breaths, and 5 Chi realm martial arts experts had struck at the same time. That one-eyed martial artist even had his head removed in one move. Oriole stared at Shangguan Zhao, who was not far away, her chi and blood churning unceasingly as she swallowed the blood in her mouth stiffly. Oriole no longer hesitates, immediately rolled over the wall, the figure of a few ups and downs disappeared into the night. Chapter 5 Conditions. The several Jianghu guests present, as well as the several martial artists hidden in the Lu family residence, immediately leapt up in stature and went straight after Oriole. Shangguan Zhao's face was blue at this time, rising violently from the ground and slowly twisting his neck. The short young girl indifferently asked, "Is everything all right?" Shangguan Zhao suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a cold voice, "Nothing serious, minor injury." The short girl then dropped the head in her hand. Shangguan Zhao took a step forward and directly stomped the head of that one-eyed martial artist. At this time, Lu Zhongshu also immediately rushed here upon hearing the sound, and asked in panic, Shangwan Gongzi, how is it? Shangwan Zhao saw Lu Zhongshu rushing, calmed down, immediately said with a smile on his face again, uncle need not worry, but it's just a small injury. Lu Zhongshu's face was gloomy at this time, turning his head towards the big butler and said in a cold voice, go and chase me, I want that person's head tonight. The big butler knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, yes. After saying that, the Lu family's big butler led dozens of subordinates to chase after Oriole in the direction she left. Zhongshu Lu tried his best to stabilize his emotions, and arched his hand towards Shangwan Zhao and said, the responsibility for tonight's matter lies with me, please move to the guest room and take a short rest, I will definitely give you a statement. One must know that Shangwan Zhao is the young son of the Shangwan family in Yuzhou. The Yuzhou Shangwan family was a veritable martial arts family, one of the best in the entire Yuzhou. But this is also such a son who was actually assassinated in his own Lu family. If Shangwan Zhao really has any shortcomings tonight, the entire Lu family, I'm afraid that they will have to give Shangwan Zhao a burial. Even if the Lu family's ancestor was a third-ranking official, he was still no match for the Shangwan family, which was in the middle of the sky in Yuzhou. Shangwan Zhao did not say anything more on the matter of the assassination, but instead looked to the side of Luli with surprised eyes. Shangwan Zhao couldn't hide his surprise as he said, I didn't expect Miss Luli to actually be a deeply hidden Qi and realm expert. Hearing this, Luli's expression changed slightly, bowed slightly, and said, not worth mentioning. Not only Shangwan Zhao, but even the short woman on the side, surprise flickered from her eyes. This tall woman who was so generous that she was a beauty, was actually a Qi and realm martial artist who was secretly not known to the public? Luli also paid attention to this short woman. This short woman, who appeared to be unassuming, as if she was a servant girl, had removed the head of that Qi and harmony realm one-eyed martial artist with just one move. Half-step golden body realm. Only one step away from the upper three realms. Luli and Shangwan Zhao, less than 30 years old at the Qian realm, was already gifted far beyond the norm, and that short girl was only 13 or 14 years old, and had actually reached the half-step golden body realm. The world actually had this kind of martial arts genius. Shangwan Zhao didn't say anything more, just looked deeply at Luli, then turned around and entered the Lu family residence. Luli let out a sigh, he had hidden his cultivation for so many years, but he didn't expect to be exposed tonight. Fortunately those two assassins did not succeed, Shangwan Zhao only suffered some superficial injuries, otherwise the anger of the Shangwan family, I'm afraid that the entire county can't bear it. Zhongshu Lu looked towards Luli and opened his mouth to ask, what were the origins of those two assassins? Luli gently shook his head and said, I don't know for now. After saying that, Luli continued, the woman codenamed Oriole was hit by one of my slaps and was seriously injured, she couldn't escape far. Zhongshu Lu nodded, still looking pale. Tonight's matter was a scandal for the entire Lu family. It had to be dealt with properly to give the Shangwan family a satisfactory reply. At this moment, dozens of Jianghu people rose and fell above the eaves of the house, searching for Oriole's trail. Unlike the Lu family's turmoil, Lin Er left the banquet early and leisurely returned to his own Rong Lodge. After all, having traveled the Jianghu for more than 20 years in the first place, Lin Rong was naturally able to tell at a glance that something was wrong with this banquet. As expected, not long after Lin Er left, there was that assassination that could be called honorable. Lin Er pushed open the door of the Rong Jai store, thinking for a moment, still did not unlock the door of the Rong Jai store. Lin Ertsai sat on the seat, lost in thought. It was also while Lin Rong was sitting alone that Lin Rong clearly detected a gasp from beyond the street. Feeling that person's disorganized true qi, it wasn't hard to see that he was seriously injured. At this moment, Orheim, who was seriously injured and had fled all the way here, was walking quietly with one hand covering her abdomen and one hand supporting the wall. Sensing Oriole's position, he was slowly approaching. It can't be. Lin Rong mumbled as he mooched the handrail. Several streets away were dozens of Jianghu people, shadows rising and falling ceaselessly, coming after Oriole's trail. Although Oriole was in the Qian realm, but after all, she had been hit by Luli's slap and was heavily injured. Even if she eliminated her own trail along the way, she was dragged down by her wounds and couldn't escape too far. Oriole wrinkled her brow, her body's true qi was in disarray, her injuries were extremely heavy, and she was in extreme trouble. Behind her were dozens of Jianghu people, as well as the Liujia family servants in hot pursuit. Orheim clenched her silver teeth, then violently pushed open the door of the store at hand and barged in. With a bang, the door of the Rong Lodge store was violently pushed open, and then swiftly closed again. In the darkness, Oriole saw the green-shirted man sitting on a seat not far away. Not caring about anything else, Oriole pointed her toes and instantly arrived in front of Lin Rong. Oriole covered her abdomen with one hand, and with one hand, she pressed her dagger against Lin Rong's throat. Speak out and die immediately. Lin nodded helplessly. Lin Xiao sat on the seat, Oriole pressed the dagger against Lin Xiao's throat, and the two of them just stood still. Waiting for the movement outside the door to diminish, Oriole slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Appearance flat, but the body of a very good woman, holding a dagger, willow eyebrows slightly wrinkled, seems to be thinking. Kill or not kill? Lin Rong slowly pushed away the tip of the blade with his second finger and calmly said, I advise you not to do it. Oriole narrowed her eyes, holding the dagger in her hand half a point further forward, dead against Lin Rong's throat, and said in a cold voice, Why? Lin Rong looked calm and said, Your injuries need at least 3 days to recover. If you kill me, tomorrow Rongjai won't open its store, and it will definitely attract the probing of the Lu family. Oriole remained motionless, the dagger in her hand slowly advancing. This reason is not quite enough. Lin Rong continued, If you leave me alive, I will conceal your news, and when you are healed, you will each leave. In the middle of the Rong Lodge, it was unusually quiet. After a long time, only a good could be heard, and then there was no more sound. Oraheim sat on the side, staring at the green-shirted man in front of her while slowly regulating the direction of her true chi. That Lu family's Miss Lu Li's slap was extremely skillful, a martial arts technique that was not common in the Jianghu. At this moment, in Oriole's dantian, the two types of true chi were entangled together in a mess. Lin Rong was just sitting blandly in front of the desk, his complexion also somewhat tangled. Chapter 6, Loopholes. Oriole was organizing her own messy true chi while combing through this assassination that was full of loopholes. The target of this assassination was that Shangguan Zhao, the young son of the Shangguan family, and the intelligence did not point out the identity and realm of the short woman beside Shangguan Zhao, as well as the hidden martial realm of the eldest miss of the Lu family. Two chi and realm assassins, one had his head removed on the spot, and one had fled with serious injuries. Oraheim lightly bit her lips, thinking about what she should do next to escape the pursuit of the Lu family. Not far away, Lin propped up his chin with one hand and sized up Oriole, who was cross-legged and healing her wounds. Lin couldn't help but tsk, awesome, two assassins of the Qi and Harmony realm, they dared to assassinate the young prince of the Yuzhou Shangguan family. The Yuzhou Shangguan family was a veritable martial arts family, with many experts and countless minions. Shangguan Zhao was also the unicorn son of the Yuzhou Shangguan family, and had come a long way to congratulate the Lu family, so how could he be unprepared? Lin wrongly raised his head slightly, his sight passed through countless rubbles, and 100 meters away, there was an old man with hidden breath and burning eyes, staring at the movements of this wrongly fastened room. The old man was stout, dressed in coarse linen clothes, his beard and hair were white, his arms were extremely long, and his large fists hung between his knees. On his resolute cheeks, there were two tiny true chi swimming dragons hanging vaguely between his nostrils, and his meridians were as if they were cast in steel, with an amazing aura. An old martial artist of the Golden Body realm. The old man who was hiding in the shadows and wouldn't make a move until it was absolutely necessary was a genuine upper third realm martial artist, and should be a secret old man of the Shangguan family, and his seniority was not low. This assassination had been a joke since the beginning. Even without that short woman at the half-step Golden Body realm or the Qi and Harmony realms Lu Li making a move, just relying on these two Qi and Harmony realm assassins, they would never be able to injure Shangguan Zhao's martial arts foundation in the slightest. The night was silent until dawn. Lin Rong as usual opened the store door, will be Rongjai door curtains to pick up high, reveal Rongjai and the hundreds of ink treasure. Diagonally across the Phoenix Pavilion is not yet open, dozens of boys are pulling carts, piled with fresh fruits and vegetables and fish, from the alley to the back door of the Phoenix Pavilion. Last night's assassination has now spread throughout the entire county. On the birthday of the second young lady of the Lu family, the young son of the Shangguan family of Yuzhou came to congratulate her, but he was assassinated by two assassins of unknown origin on top of the Lu family's residence. The Shangguan family in the entire Yuzhou is the #1 martial arts family, deep heritage, and the Shangguan family's young son was assassinated in a remote county. Now this matter is making a lot of noise, the whole county are talking about. Lin Rong for these matters of the Jianghu is all not to hear, even if heard also immediately forget, do not care about. That is not far away from the Golden Body realm of martial arts master, Lin Rong only is never noticed, for this loophole in the assassination also do not go to the details of the correction, just like usual, practicing the word as usual. Wrong fast, codename Oriole, real name is not known woman, at this time is hidden in the wrong fast behind a screen, breathlessness, tempering meridians. That Lu family miss, actually is a deep hidden chi and realm martial arts, that palm force is very great, but the most troublesome were Luli palm into their own body of those messy true chi. Those messy true chi seems like turtled of magpie's nest, rooted in Oriole dantian, blocking Oriole meridian small half, chi and blood stagnation, injuries also for a long time do not see improvement. At this moment, this small county is far from the surface of that calm. Dozens of Jianghu Zhongren in the city on a massive manhunt, Lu family up and down, almost all the servants out, along with the Lu family raised in the deep yard and some of the unseen eagle dog, also all out. Lu family residence, a well-deserved mansion guest room, good sandalwood carved from the exquisite eunuch chair. Shang Guanzhao sat on his knees, closed his eyes and rested his mind. Shang Guanzhao closed his eyes tightly, breathing long. There are wisps of white gas hanging upside down on the cheeks. The flow of real qi around his body is unceasing, endless. Shangguan family is a well-deserved martial arts family. Only the hidden scripture cabinet, there are tens of thousands of volumes of secret books, is 1,000 years, successive generations of Shangguan family predecessors in the rivers and lakes scavenging, accumulation and become. Shangguan Zhao martial arts talent is very high, and the crown of the year will step into the realm of qi and can enter the highest level of the cabinet, to take a volume of martial arts techniques known as the foundation of the Shangguan family. That seemingly thrilling assassination actually had no chance at all. Not to mention the elder of the upper third realm who was hidden in the shadows, and also leaving aside the short woman of the half-step golden body realm. Even if there was only Shangguan Zhao alone, that one-eyed martial artist would surely die within 10 breaths. At this moment in the room, that short little woman who had been silent since the beginning, raised her eyelids to look at that handsome gentleman sitting on the eunuch chair. After half a second of silence, the short young woman slowly opened her mouth and said, "You arranged them, didn't you?" When these words came out, Shangguan Zhao let out a light laugh, then slowly opened his eyes and asked with a smile, "What makes you say that?" Appearing not to have gotten a definitive answer, the short young girl just silently turned her head away, no longer saying anything, and continued to be silent. Shangguan Zhao saw the short girl directly no longer pursue the question, but straightened up, stretched out his neck and asked, "Really is not fraud me?" The short girl still turned a deaf ear and remained silent. Shangguan Zhao frowned, his face changing several times before leveling off again. The short young girl only spoke faintly, dropping a sentence. "Plum-picking pavilion's assassin, not cheap." The pampered Shangguan young prince, who had traveled a long way to come here, even going so far as to spend a lot of money, asking the plum-picking pavilion of the Jianghu to come and assassinate himself, and make a big fuss about it. Shangguan Zhao lightly laughed, lying back on the eunuch chair, the corner of his mouth hooked up, gently patting the armrests. Lu family study, more than half 100 years of Lu Zhongshu looked gloomy, constantly twisting the hand in the Buddha beads, creaking. Wrong lodge. A tall, gentle, and generous-looking woman gently picked open the curtain, her voice soft, "Mr. Lin, this is the payment for the ink treasure." Saying that, Lu Li, who had suddenly visited the wrong lodge, placed a small bag of copper coins on the desk to one side with a soft smile. Seeing this big miss of the Lu family again, although her appearance and demeanor hadn't changed, her temperament had changed a little, her waist and back were straight, and she was soft on the outside but strong on the inside. Hidden 20 years of martial arts realm, once revealed Lu Li, do not have to suffer to hide gas means to hide their own true qi, now the temperament is better and better. Lin Er was first slightly stunned, and then nodded and smiled, responding, "Many thanks to the Lu family for their love." Now that Oriol's whereabouts are still unknown, the Lu family is on a massive manhunt, as the Lu family's eldest young lady Lu Li, actually able to stay calm, but also came to his own side of this small wrong fast. This seemingly delicate vase of the Lu family's eldest miss, not only has 20 years of hidden martial arts cultivation, the toughness of the heart, is also superior. Chapter 7 Talented Avatar. After putting down a small bag of coins, Lu Li was in no hurry to leave, but instead moved her feet lightly and raised her head to appreciate the ink treasures on the surrounding walls. Lin Er just stood in place, letting this Lu family's eldest lady visit as she pleased. Unlike Lu Li's leisurely stroll, Oriol, who was hidden in the dark place of the wrong lodge, was sweating like a pig. Lu Li's sudden appearance made Oriol have to hold her breath and hide her true qi. Lu Li started practicing martial arts at the age of 8, and at the age of 28, he stepped into the realm of qi, hiding his cultivation for a full 20 years, and was burdened with a mysterious and unknown martial arts in his body. When Lu Li was casually admiring the ink treasures, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Does Mr. Lin have any plans to leave this small county?" The sudden words made the atmosphere of the wrong lodge quiet. The brush in Lin Rong's hand gave a slight start, raised his eyes and calmly said, "Mr. Lin is just a loose person, nowadays it's already a gift to beg for food here, so I don't think much about it." Lin Er heard Lu Li's strings. The Lu family will be relocating soon, and Lu Li, for some reason, threw out an olive branch to Lin Xiao, who has accomplished nothing and only has a good handwriting, and wanted to take Lin Xiao away with him. The tall woman, who was politely rejected by Lin Rong, casually took off a piece of ink on the wall. Above is to float in running script, written with martial arts prosperity for words, a stroke of ink, one breath, no staccato. Lu Li just lowered his eyebrows, and said softly, "I like this pair of words very much, can Mr. Lin set a price and give up his love?" Lin Air put down his brush at this time, hands behind his back, casually said, "Miss Lu likes it, then Mr. Lin will give it to the Lu family." Surprisingly, Luli was not polite, and rolled up the ink treasure on the spot. When she was about to leave, the woman, who was flawless in both appearance and talent, bowed slightly towards Lin Air and gave a courteous salute. "Mr. Lin, see you later." Lin Air bowed and calmly said, "Miss Lu, see you in the future." Luli's slender palm picked up the door curtain, her body slightly paused, once again looking back at Lin Air, a pair of eyes in the flow of autumn waves, moving, seemingly bidding farewell. Without saying anything more, Luli turned around and left after just a glance. Noticing Luli's departure, Oriole in the dark place let out a sigh of relief, her hands unconsciously trembling, really nervous. Oriole, who thought that she had escaped from life and hadn't been uncovered by Luli, didn't know that the first glance Luli took when she stepped into the wrong lodge was at Lin Rong, and the second glance she took was at Oriole, who was hidden in the darkness. From the first step into the wrong lodge, the Lu family's eldest daughter had discovered Oriole's trail. At this moment, Lin Rong was standing in place, frowning slightly, his face dark and uncertain. Lin Air was naturally aware of Luli's abnormality, having detected Oriole when she stepped into the wrong lodge. I'm afraid that Luli had also detected the Golden Body Realm martial artist who was staring at this place from the shadows. Lin Air rubbed his brow. Luli was so different to himself, he must have noticed something strange. In the 20 years he had been traveling across the Jianghu, he had seen and killed countless gifted martial artists who were born with supernatural abilities. It was just that Lin Air did not expect that this remote county could actually have a woman who was gifted with divine abilities. Luli should be carrying a gifted aptitude, about being able to see the martial luck in others. Lin smiled helplessly and muttered, "It's hard to go from luxury to frugality." Since Lin Daoxian died in Tapmeishan, Lin Qiu has intentionally forgotten about his own martial arts cultivation, like a self-sealed city, guarded by layers of passes, blocking his own meridians in Dantian. Nowadays, Lin Qiu is considered to be a person with no realm, and all the means that he used to have cannot be used. Luli's natural aptitude, Lin Rong now cannot really see, can only barely guess a rough. Lin Error simply do not think too much, just so straight lying on the cooler, with a hand-closed eyes, even drowsy. Lu family residence. Lu Zhongshu in the study, face gloomy, forehead veins wildly jump. Senior butler Chen Yu was kneeling on one knee, bowed his head and said in a deep voice, "The assassin figure has not been found for the time being." Dozens of Jianghu guests searched profusely, and the Lu family's household servants also came out in full force, but they still could not find any trace of that assassin. Lu Zhongshu directly dropped the string of valuable Buddha beads in his hand on the ground. The string broke on the spot, the beads rolled down one by one, the whole study could be heard by a needle. Lu Zhongshu held back his anger and roared in a low voice, "Continue to find it for me, dig 3 feet into the ground and also find it for me." Senior steward Shen Yu didn't dare to say more, his head buried even lower, almost to the ground. "Yes." Big housekeeper Chen Yu was also nearly collapsed. These 2 days under the big search and arrest, not only there is no trace, after the next day there will be several Jianghu guests' body was found. Those Jianghu guests' neck is broken, a hit killed, clean, simply cannot find any trace. Someone was keeping that bold assassin in the shadows, and the martial arts realm was not low. After waiting for big steward Chen Yu to retire, Shang Guanzhao, who was wearing a brocade robe, happened to push the door in. Seeing Shang Guanzhao arrive, Lu Zhongshu's face suddenly changed. After asking this young son of Shangwan family to take a seat, Lu Zhongshu lowered his eyebrows and asked, "Shangwan's son, is the injury ever better?" Shang Guanzhao did not have a family's son, waved his hand and said, "Uncle Lu does not need to worry, the injuries of the late generation are not a big problem." Lu Zhongshu did not slacken off, stood beside Shang Guanzhao, and laughed at himself. "This old bone of mine is really too weak, and actually delayed in catching an assassin." Shang Guanzhao's face was calm and sighed, "It's all because of the late generation, letting Uncle Lu add to his troubles." Words without blame, but this Shangwan family's young son, from the beginning to the end did not get up from the seat. Lu Zhongshu just so apprehensively stood beside Shang Guanzhao. Age difference, identity is also a world of difference between the two people, a sit and a stop. In this remote county, the Lu family is still considered a famous family, but compared to the Shangwan family, this behemoth in the Jianghu also famous, the Lu family cannot be compared to it. If the Lu family official to the 3rd grade of the old man is still there, this matter may be trivialized, but now the Lu family decline, although there are some accumulated affection, but still not enough. It is not easy to send away Shang Guanzhao. Lu Zhongshu stood in the study, into a long silence. Shang Guanzhao had just turned out of the small courtyard, when he encountered a spirited young girl wearing a goose yellow dress. When Lu Shushu saw Shang Guanzhao, she immediately jumped into Shang Guanzhao's embrace. The young girl's tearful eyes were hazy, and she complained, "Brother Zhao, are you all right?" After the assassination that night, Lu Shushu never saw her brother Zhao again. Hearing about that treacherous assassination, Lu Shushu had trouble sleeping and eating in the past 2 days, fearing that her brother Zhao would have any injuries. Just Shangwan Zhao, these 2 days are closed in the courtyard. Lu Shushu, afraid of rashly disturbed, mistaken Shangwan Zhao's healing, will be forced to hold back the heart, waiting for 2 days. Now finally see Shangwan Zhao, Lu Shushu, tears came out of their eyes, a brain on the Shangwan Zhao arms. Shangwan Zhao, with a smile on his face, gently patted the girl's head, dotingly said, "Nothing is fine, let Shushu worry." Chapter 8, Leaving the City. The Lu family residence covered an extremely large area of several miles. Behind a rockery, there was a hidden cave. In a hidden chamber built under the foundation, Luli held a lamppost and slowly stepped down. In the center of the secret room there was a white jade box, made of Huten jade, which was cool to the touch. Luli probed the white jade box, picked up, slowly pushed open the box. In the section of the brocade book, brocade silk, black charcoal as a pen, twisted and painted hundreds of black characters. This is 100 years ago, the official from the 3rd grade of the Lu family ancestor, under the coincidence, from the hands of the Jianghu Knight Errantry, searched to a sword manual. There were 3 swordsmanship moves engraved in it, all of which were obscure and difficult to understand. Even if Luli had studied it for 10 years, he was still able to comprehend one move. It was said that these 3 sword techniques were created by a great sword immortal 300 years ago, and after a few years of circulation, they were stolen and printed on this square of brocade and silk. Luli put the white jade square box into his sleeve and let out a cold snort, his phoenix eyes narrowing. The young prince of the Shangwan family in Yuzhou, for this sword book, over the years, several attempts have failed. This time, even made a big fuss to get a young conspiracy, but also really willing to pull down the face. Luli sneered and said disdainfully, nor did he know to hire an assassin of the earth grade, when really he is greedy and afraid of death. Those 2 Xianpin assassins from the plum-picking pavilion were secretly hired by Shangwan Zhao at great expense to direct a good show. And that assassin, codenamed Oriole, must have been able to escape unharmed from the Lu family's pursuit. These days, any Jianghu guest who had detected Oriole's traces had their necks secretly broken and casually thrown on the street. After all, there is an upper 3 realms of martial arts experts secretly escort, even if the Lu family to chase, so what, Oriole want to die is difficult. Ask the young son of the Shangwan family. After the assassination of the Lu family not only did not offer the assassin's head, but also let the assassin escape. This kind of big scandal is not to let the Shangwan family shame? Don't look at the moment Shangwan Zhao looks like easygoing, do not care about the appearance, just wait for the Oriole to leave Yuzhou. The Shangwan family will be thunderous means, the Lu family uprooted, razed to the ground. The anger of the Shangwan family in Yuzhou, just based on the Lu family's power, a few hundred heads would not be enough to chop off. Shangwan Zhao can then be known as the master of the Lu family leveled, and then take that he longed for many years of the sword manual. Just Shangwan Zhao is ultimately greedy and afraid of death, do not dare to invite a ground-level assassin to come to assassinate himself, causing this young conspiracy is full of loopholes, disgusting to the extreme. After all, a plum-picking pavilion earth-grade golden body realm assassin could really cut off Shangwan Zhao's head. Luli sneered, thanks to this Shangwan Gongzi's greed for life and fear of death, otherwise this plot was not easy to detect. During this period of time, on the surface, the Lu family is pouring out manpower and resources to search and arrest, and even some of the accumulated years of incense and love have been squandered. But secretly, Luli has already begun to arrange the Lu family's departure route, and to make arrangements for the passes along the way. After stepping out from this secret room, Luli will bring the Lu family to relocate, not just leave Yuzhou. Luli wants to go directly to the Kaiyuan dynasty south of the Central Plains. Late at night, Ron Lodge. Oriole slowly reveals herself from the shadows, this mediocre-looking but extremely plump assassin, silently probing her palm, rubbing a slender dagger as shiny as snow, hesitating. Listening to the long breathing of the man lying on the mat, finally this Xianpin assassin of the plum-picking pavilion made up his mind and slowly walked towards Lin Air. Looking at the handsome black-haired man who was close at hand, the plump woman slowly bent down, her heavy breasts pressed against Lin Rong's chest. The woman exhaled like an orchid, and then the shapely woman's luxuriant jade hand gripped the snow-white dagger, murmuring a sentence in her heart, and then fiercely stabbed down. That light dagger, without any stagnation, directly pierced the man's throat, instantly blood flow, not waiting for Lin Rong to make any noise. Oriole will be the man's neck piercing, clean. Oraheim's complexion was bleak, silently pulling the dagger out. It was really a weak scholar, no cultivation at all to speak of, a knife pierced through the throat. It was good to die in your sleep, it was also no pain to speak of. A few moments later, while the night is deep, Oriole will wrap up the night clothes, in the wrong fast back door quietly left. Oriole to the secret method to seal their own chi points. Old injuries have not yet healed, but still able to support a period of time. Nowadays, more and more Jianghu clients are joining in the whole city. Oriole knows that if she stays here for one more moment, there will be one more risk of being exposed. So Oriole can only take the risk, even if the old injury has not healed, but also had to force out of the city. Oriole hidden breath, all the way to light footsteps, straight to the city gates. In the middle of the city, a young ranger, who came here in admiration of the name, is traveling here with his sword. When he heard about the Lu family, the young and spirited ranger was eager to help the Lu family search for the bold assassin. How dare an assassin from the plum-picking pavilion assassinate the young son of the Shangwan family? The young swordsman, who had entered the Qi and Harmony realm at such a young age, was so passionate that he spontaneously joined the group of swordsmen who were searching for the assassin. This young swordsman was sitting at the top of the city, holding a long sword in his arms, looking up at the moon. Right at this moment, a black figure flickered out of the night. The young swordsman immediately narrowed his eyes and stared intently at the black figure that flitted through the night. "You really let me catch you." The young swordsman let out a cold snort, then slowly pressed down on the hilt of his sword, the long sword in his hand vaguely flickering with bright light. Since he had been holding the sword, the teenage swordsman, who was determined to be chivalrous, determined to make the world's injustices one less thing, stared at the black shadow. "Plum-picking pavilion's assassin, don't even think about escaping the city." The young swordsman pressed the hilt of his sword and violently drew out the longsword in his arms. But just before the longsword was sheathed, a lanky figure instantly appeared. The burly old man raised his hand and grabbed it, and the longsword that was about to come out of the sheath was pressed back into the scabbard, and without waiting for the young swordsman to react, the burly old man raised his hand and broke the young swordsman's neck. Less than the crown, determined to be chivalrous, sweeping away the world's injustice of the young man, head tilted, so planted in the city. Even though his neck was broken, the young swordsman still refused to take off his long sword. His eyes were round. Countless emotions are intertwined in the young swordsman pupils. The young swordsman how cannot understand why he is bent on chivalry and righteousness, but in this night was abruptly broken neck. Jianghu is not a book, often life and death in a flash, far from the story that wonderful twists and turns. The Jianghu is merciless, by no one. The old man with a stout body and white hair just lightly swept a glance at the teenager and gave a cold smile, and then his figure instantly disappeared at the top of the city. The Oriole swept over the city, going straight north. On the top of the city, empty, left only a breath of residual juvenile swordsmen, planted on the ground. The wind blew away, and a bright moon resumed hanging in the green sky, shining brightly over the city. A man wearing a green shirt with black hair like a waterfall suddenly appeared above the city. The man in the green shirt had his hands folded up his sleeves, and the color of the moon was extremely cool, just like the man's indifferent eyes. Chapter 9: A green silk turns white hair. At the top of the city, the green-shirted man with his hands folded into his sleeves just looked indifferently with his eyes towards the teenage ranger on the ground. Lin Error looked sideways at the outside of the city, and vaguely could still see Oriole, who was desperately running away. This assassin of the plum-picking pavilion, his knife was extremely fast, but unfortunately, although he himself had no realm at all, and had forgotten all of his martial arts skills, this celestial body, even if he had blocked his meridians for 3 years, the decay was extremely small. Even if he was stabbed through the throat, his flesh and blood regenerated in an instant. Lin Error turned around once again, narrowing his narrow eyes and looking into the extreme distance. That stout old man with white hair and fists above his knees was hidden in the shadows, silently guarding the young son of the Shangwan family. This old man from the Shangwan family, his cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the golden body realm, and he was only one step away from being one of the top 10 masters in Yuzhou. Lin Error finally lowered his head downwards and looked at that young ranger whose breath was about to be severed with an indifferent expression. A martial arts master of the upper 3 realms had made a move, and this youngster, who was among the half-steps of the Qi realm at such a young age, had his neck snapped in a single glance. The method was extremely dry and ruthless. The young ranger's vision was blurred, but thanks to his half-step Qi realm cultivation, he did not die on the spot. At this moment, the young ranger's mind was blank, only confusion remained. In the clear wind, Lin Qiu folded his sleeves with both hands and made no movement. At this very moment, the young man who only had a mouthful of true Qi left to live on, tremblingly stretched out his left hand, slowly approaching Lin Rong, and finally gently grasping Lin Rong's ankle. After the young ranger grasped Lin Rong's ankle, he used up all his true Qi, and his left hand fell helplessly. Lin Rong backed to the moonlight, face hidden in the night color, blurred. Just at this moment, the original black as ink long hair, surprisingly, there is a green silk instantly turned into snow white. 30 years in the past, I did everything wrong, and it was too late to repent. A green silk turned white hair of Lin Rong, no longer hands together sleeves, just a long sigh. I hope there will be no mistakes in the future. Lu family residence. The stout old man who personally broke the necks of several Jianghu warriors, at this time floated to the ground and appeared in the Lu family's side room. When Shangguan Zhao saw the lanky old man, he immediately arched his hand and respectfully said, "Grandpa Yabe." The old man with white hair and beard was one of the several old men of the Shangguan family with the highest seniority nowadays, having stepped into the Golden Body realm 5 years ago, and was only a hair's breadth away from being one of the top 10 masters in Yuzhou. Shangguan Yabe just him a sound, voice majestic opening. "I have already secret letter a Shangguan family, only waiting for Oriole to leave the boundaries of Yuzhou, can take away the Lu family of that sword manual." Hearing the news that Oriole had now left the city, Shangguan Zhao's face showed joy as he arched his hand and said, "Thank you Grandpa Yabe." Shangguan Yaobe's face was also somewhat expectant. After all, it was said to be that great sword immortal's sword manual. Shangguan Zhao had personally plotted this young conspiracy for the sake of the Lu family's illusory sword immortal sword script. 300 years ago, there was a veritable heavenly human realm grandmaster in the Jianghu, and also a deserved great sword immortal, a man with a sword, who had been running across the Jianghu for 50 years. During the 50 years, this great sword fairy just with flying sword beheading the number of upper 3 realms of martial arts, 2 hands cannot count over, the sword Dao champion of the world, as the sun. The most famous thing is that this great sword immortal, who thinks that he is one of the most famous swordsmen in the world, once held the famous sword Big Cloud, stepped on the flying sword, traveled 800 miles in one breath with the sword, and the sword energy stirred up countless clouds in the sky, and then in the southwestern peaks and forests, he cleaved the sword to open the Woyue mountain, one of the 12 high mountains known as the world. The sword traveled 800 miles, and the great cloud sword opened Woyue mountain. But the celestial realm of the great master of the sword above life has never accepted disciples, the sword even more never inherited. At the end of his life, the great sword immortal will evolve his sword into 9 strokes of the sword, scattered in the rivers and lakes, the future generations of people who have the destiny to get the sword. It is said that the 9 strokes of the swordsmanship of the person, you can understand the sword immortal sword heritage, among the Tianran realm of the great master's realm. And those 9 strokes of the sword method in the 300 years, several circulation, the whereabouts of unknown. The Shangguan family went through a lot of trouble, searching all over the Yuzhou, and only barely managed to get the last 3 strokes, and those 3 strokes are now hidden in the Shangguan family's hidden scriptures. Lu family ancestor in 100 years ago, under the coincidence of chance, got its first 3 strokes, hidden so far. Shangguan Zhao gripped the jade pendant at his waist, unable to hide his joy, and said, "After the Lu family's sword scripts arrive, counting the sword scripts in the hidden scripture cabinet, in addition to the middle 3 strokes whose whereabouts are unknown, the 9 strokes of the sword scripts can be put together to make up for 6 strokes. A heavenly human realm great sword immortal's sword Dao, even if he couldn't get all of it, just 6 moves would be enough to traverse the world." It was also at this moment that an ill-timed snort came out. Shangguan Zhao twisted his head around and saw the short woman standing in the corner, her face full of contempt. "Don't say you can afford 6 moves, even if you put together 9 moves, so what? In today's Jianghu, there is a genuine grand master of the sword Dao." The short woman's face showed contempt as she sneered. When these words came out, Shangguan Zhao's face stiffened, only to force down the anger in his heart, his face as normal. Today in the Jianghu, among the 4 prestigious 4 great masters, there is a real cold pool sword immortal. Not far away, the stout old man with white hair and fists above his knees instantly narrowed his eyes and threatened in a cold voice, "Yenyu, you can continue to open your mouth and try." The short young girl named Yenyu ignored the threat of this upper 3rd realm martial Dao master. The young girl merely skimmed her mouth and sneered, "A golden body realm with half of its body in the ground, and an underhanded, rogue, self-centered male, just the right amount of wolfishness." Without waiting for the young girl to continue speaking, in just a split second, Yenyu's body plummeted backwards, the young girl's head being smashed into the marble slab with a thud. Powerful and unrelenting, the lapis lazuli floor was directly opened up into a huge hole. The burly old man pressed the young girl's head with one hand, dead into the ground. The whole piece of lapis lazuli floor began to crack inch by inch. Shangguan Yaobe condescending, coldly laughed, "So what if you are a 14-year-old martial arts genius?" "A martial arts genius, one must also have the life to live, don't you think?" Yenyu's head was smashed dead into the ground, blood flowing down her cheeks. Yenyu's hands grasped Shangguan Yaobe's right hand in death. It was just that no matter how much the young girl struggled, that large hand remained blatantly unmoving. Shangguan Yaobe had no intention of stopping, his 5 fingers still exerted force, and he was dead set on Yenyu's 2 solar plexus points. It was only when this young girl who was a martial arts prodigy let out a piercing scream that Shangguan Yaobe violently let go. Yenyu curled up into a circle, lying on the cold ground and convulsing. Shangguan Yaobe merely swept Yenyu with a slanted eye and let out a cold smile before his figure disappeared into thin air. Chapter 10, Yunchuan Blessed Land. Faint green plum flavor, mixed with the aroma of herbs, lingered in this small wrong fasting. The teenager slowly opened his blank eyes and tried to get up. A pain immediately came from his neck, as if his neck was torn apart. The teenager fell back onto the bed, grimacing in pain, but did not dare to bawl out, even if his lips trembled, all tugging at the neck of the drilling pain. "Can't get up for a while, lie down at ease." A clear and cold voice rang out, and the teenager used his remaining light to try his best to look to the side. He only saw a man in a green shirt, who was currently crouching in front of the case, putting pen to paper. The teenager who had just had his neck broken by Shangwan Yibi's neck, his eyes were flickering, and there was a stabbing pain coming from his neck. Waiting until he finished writing the last word, Lin put the brush in his hand aside and washed his hands with clean water. Lin's hands gathered sleeves, walked to the teenager's side, bent down to check the neck wound. Lin Rong raised his hand and gently lifted the gauze, a piece of flesh and blood, but the tendons were smoothed out. Lin Rong said to himself, "It is still considered a great life, this is all saved." Rao Lin Rong himself or some tsk to split the tendons. Rong bone wrapped dragon hand, with yin and yang Jotian method, will be this neck was broken from the ghost of the teenager dragged back. Thanks to his own learning refutation, before the age of 20, the world's martial arts has almost come and go, encompassing 100 martial arts. Looking at that teenage ranger's puzzled eyes, Lin smiled and said, "Don't worry, your neck meridians and tendons have already been smoothed out by me, and you'll be able to get out of bed in about half a year." The junior ranger's eyes were bright, but the tears in them were accumulating more and more. Looking at the aggrieved teenage ranger, Lin Error unprecedentedly did not make a few jokes, but instead used his finger to lightly knock on the teenager's forehead. Once upon a time, he himself was as young and impetuous as this. "When I was young, I thought that my martial arts training was the best of my peers, and that I had mastered countless martial arts, and that I wanted to sweep away all the injustice in the world with one person and one sword. It is also young cultivation is heavenly, overbearing, also brewed numerous faults." Lin Rong will side of the ointment then smeared on the neck of the teenager. Lin Rong rough technique, just gulp smear. The pain of the teenager immediately bared his teeth, sucking cold air ceaselessly. Waiting to paste the ointment on the teenager, Lin well, for the time being, this is it. Lin eyes slightly to the side, originally black as ink 3000 green silk, there is a micro-imperceptible green silk, at this time has been transformed into snow white. Fixed steps for many years, in the heart set up heavy passes, as if heavily guarded, originally their own martial arts is surrounded by the city, may not be out of it. The original head of white hair, also turned black, also represents their own martial arts cultivation is forgotten. Split tendon wrong bone entangled dragon hand, yin and yang circumference method. Two martial arts techniques, like two lone soldiers, breaking through the layers of passes, single rider breakout. Lin Rong will be in the hands of porcelain bowl casually put aside, continue to practice non-stop. Now the Lu family has been reduced to an empty shell, although the surface as usual, but Lu Li has carried Lu Zhongshu, Lu Shushu and other people, cicada shell. Yunchuan blessed land. Set aside in the north of the world, year-round clouds and mist, mountains and rivers hidden, ranked one of the world's 72 blessed, but also the prestigious Jianghu Forbidden Land. 200 years ago, Yunchuan Blessed Land is still no master of the things, because of the perennial clouds and mist constantly, in the mountains and rivers overlooking the sky, the cloud scenery of the world. Yunchuan Blessed Land is also the world of writers and writers as well as Jianghu chivalry, sought as the first choice for exploration of the sacred place. Just about 150 years ago, the Jianghu appeared a group of specialized assassination of the aristocracy of the Jianghu killer, means ruthless, and this wave of killers' martial arts cultivation are ranked in the forefront of the Jianghu. In just 20 years, this group of blood-licking assassins had made a great reputation, just assassinating 13 Golden Body Realm martial artists and one Xianshan Realm Grandmaster. This group of assassins, who called themselves the Plum Pavilion, became so famous that they made some of the children of the families in the Jianghu Lake panic. At that time, there was a feudal lord who was famous for his domineering behavior, and he once threatened that even if the assassins of the plum-plucking pavilion came out at full strength, they would not be able to take the head of any family member from the name of the state of Fengfeng that he was in charge of. But it is a status of the state of the feudal king of the noble, and then was picked Plum Pavilion assassins, in their own residence, cut off the head, the body is divided into 4 sections, respectively, hanging in the city of the 4 sides, the world shocked. Plum Picking Pavilion after this battle, completely famous all over the world. Also because of picking Plum Pavilion act without fear, assassinate the dynasty king and Jianghu masters, attracted the anger of the first emperor of the Taihe dynasty. The emperor of Taihe dynasty, united with the famous martial arts families in the Jianghu, together to surround the notorious Picking Plum Pavilion. Plum Picking Pavilion was besieged by the martial arts families and the Iron Horsemen of the army for several years, and finally had to go all the way to the north, and succumb to the Yunchuan Blessed Land. Originally was worshipped as a sacred place to explore the Yunchuan Blessed Land, was also occupied by Peking Plum Pavilion, thus falling into the Jianghu Forbidden Land. Yunchuan Blessed Land, just the size of the mountains, there are hundreds of rolling clouds are hidden in the mist. A mountain wind suddenly rose, the wind blew away, a white tower in the clouds and mist violently drilled out. This cloud pagoda white, a total of 9 layers stacked, straight out of the clouds. Pagoda highest level, a wide platform, placed a jade long case, warm and smooth, and the whole white pagoda into one. On the jade case, there were 2 jugs of fine wine, all of which were the best of the best in wine. A man wearing a snow-white robe, blind to a pair of eyes, is leisurely pinching the wine cup in his hand. Opposite the white-robed man was an old man who was as skinny as a wood, with bones protruding all over his body. The white-robed man, who was blind with a pair of eyes, sent the wine into his mouth and asked with a light smile, "That princess from the previous dynasty, has she returned to the Yunchuan Fortunate Land now?" The bone-thin old man grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth, and then set aside a box beside him on the beautiful jade-long case. The white-robed man with a pair of blind eyes silently pushed the box a little farther away, as if he was worried that the wine in the cup would be stained. Bone-thin old man twisted his fingers and opened the wooden box on his own. The square wooden box was slowly opened, revealing the blood-soaked head in it. Cuttlefish personally moved to remove this old thing's head at the border of Yuzhou, and it took quite a bit of effort. The bone-thin old man laughed, then continued, "I wonder if that old undead of the Shangguan family will be so enraged that he will have his legs stomped on, and die alive from his own precious grandson." The white-robed man's face was expressionless, he just silently drank his wine and said, "The plum-picking pavilion is really a good spirit, it even cut off the Shangguan Yaobei's head." The bone-thin old man rubbed his hands together, his old face furrowed, picking up the wine cup on the table and sucking on it in small sips. "A brat from the Shangguan family, even counted on my plum-picking pavilion, the head of a golden body realm martial artist is not considered expensive." Chapter 11: The Front Beam. The martial arts cultivation was already in the upper 3rd realm, and was one of the highest seniority old men in the Shangguan family nowadays. This lanky old man with white hair and beard, at this moment, his head was resting in this small wooden box. Bone-thin old man laughed softly and said, "How come there is always a little cute? Think they are the smartest person, Mr. White Dragon, why is this?" A son of a young man, who was born from a martial arts family in Yuzhou, who had read a few old books and met a few so-called masters, was so high-minded that he actually thought that the world was nothing more than that. A vase-like young master, in order to a sword manual, actually bold enough to calculate the plum-picking pavilion, make a flawed broken young conspiracy, really is laughable extreme. Thinking that a seamless conspiracy, the actual Shangguan Zhao secretly looking for the plum-picking pavilion killers, Shangguan Zhao's identity was picked plum-picking pavilion to find out everything. The most ridiculous, or this self-professed scheming young gentleman, even dare not go to invite a ground-level assassin, ridiculous to the extreme, timid to the extreme. Arranged Shangguanya secretly escorted Oriole out of the city, and then intended to be at the border of Yuzhou. Oriole silenced, so as to die without proof. Unbeknownst to him, Plum Pavilion's top-quality assassin, Cuttlefish, had been waiting in Yuzhou for a long time. This old martial artist of the Golden Body realm was finally taken away by Inkfish at the border of Yuzhou, removing a good head. The white-robed man known as the White Dragon, upon hearing this, just gently put down his wine cup and blandly said, "People are short of ambition, and the river is narrow and the water is fast. There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Listen to 1,000 times a million times, but also just painless, wait until someone really outsiders count themselves once, pay a not small price, always can really understand." Not to mention the immediate this, the self-proclaimed White Dragon schemer, is also the world known for the viciousness of the state. The white-robed man seems to feel obtrusive, casually closed the side of the wooden box, and fill up the wine cup, asked, "That person did not go out of the city?" The bone-thin old man shook his head and helplessly said, "No." After saying that, this bone-thin old man hesitated for a moment and then added, "Could he really died from the lightning tribulation 3 years ago?" The white-robed man sniffed, remained silent for a moment, and sighed, "Perhaps." The bone-thin old man slowly got up, seemed to think of something, narrowed his eyes and said, "Mr. has exhausted himself for a long time in the Yunchuan Blessed Land all these years. If Mr. wants to leave the plum-picking pavilion, he only needs to say one word. Does Mr. want to go to the Western Desert?" A seemingly bland, homely sentence, but a murderous aura. The entire cloud pagoda was murderous. This skinny old man who was as thin as a bone, his aura changed violently, his body was covered with a dense fury, towering over him, as if he was a god of killing. The withered old man's body swirled around the deadly aura, and the clouds surrounding the pagoda violently dispersed, forcing it to reveal the pagoda's true body. This martial arts cultivation was at the peak of the Xianxian realm, and he had been at the helm of the Plum Pavilion for 100 years, and was the only heavenly killer of the Plum Pavilion who was looking at the white dragon. As if he was oblivious to the murderous aura in front of him, Bai Long silently drank his wine and said, "There is no need for the pavilion master to be concerned about this matter. No mercy, there is no realm blind man, just so off the top of his head." Without the expected picture, the withered old man who was the owner of the plum-picking pavilion, suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, just kidding, sir, no blame, no blame." The original almost condensed-like substance of the fury, suddenly swept away, the lord of the plum-picking pavilion again turned into that bone-thin old man. The withered old man put his hands behind his back and said, "Let's go, I won't disturb Mister's peace and quiet." After the withered old man left, only the white dragon wearing a white robe and blinded with one pair of eyes stayed on top of the pagoda in the clouds, drinking to himself. White dragon set the wine cup aside in front of the case, his brows furrowed. This was already the 31st person who had scouted. White dragon violently coughed, vomiting a large mouthful of blood from his mouth, the stained white robe all turned crimson, as if it was a red plum in the snow. To spy on the flow of martial arts fortune by the method of heavenly chances, to spy on the sky by the mortal, will be condemned by the heavens. This body is finally coming to its limit, and there is not much left of his own life to be countered by the heavenly mechanics. There are not many chances left. This strategist, who was known as the #1 sinister and vicious strategist of the world, had his chi and blood decaying, as if he was a candle in the wind. Formerly the #1 strategist of the Liang dynasty, the man who had now succumbed to the Yunchuan blessing and had been the guest secretary of the plum-picking pavilion for 5 years, was at this time looking sad. The world said that the person died on the top of the mountain, the soul is scattered under the thunderbolt. But personally saw that person shot the white dragon but do not believe. Unlike today's world is divided into two, Taiha dynasty occupies the north of the Central Plains, Kaiyuan dynasty occupies the south of the Central Plains. Originally, the world was divided into three, Liang, Taiha, Kaiyuan, each occupying the rivers and mountains. The name of the country is Liang. As the days of Liang, sitting on the entire Jiangnan area, rich and powerful, just to control the mountains and rivers have 2,000 miles, sitting on 6 states, elite soldiers and generals 200,000, the dynasty of masters like clouds, 12 masters renowned in the world. Liang, Taiha, and Kaiyuan, the world is divided into 3 parts. In the 30th year of the Yuan calendar, for some reason, the man who was one of the 5 great masters in the world, with a head full of white hair flying in all directions, alone, killed the old capital of the Liang dynasty. In this great battle that shocked the world, the 12 masters of Liang gathered in the royal capital, and the 3,000 elite soldiers were all armored and armed with spears. 3,000 iron armor, 12 masters, even could not stop. The world's #1 was still killed from the main gate of the capital all the way to the main hall. One person chiseling a ray, hard from 3,000 iron armor chiseled out an avenue, 12 masters fell 8 on the spot, kill 3,000 iron armor blood flow into the river. In the midst of the radiant hall, the Liang king, whose status is noble as the head of a country, had his head removed by that person's hand. A man killed the king of Liang's capital and beheaded the king of Liang on the spot in the middle of the great hall. The world was shocked. It was also after this battle that Lin Daoxian, who had just become a grandmaster of the celestial realm, was recognized as the best in the world. His black robe and white hair made him look down upon the world, and who dared to compete in the Zhenghuan temple. Overbearing, cultivation is heavenly, defeat all the world's experts, pick the head of the Liang king, the achievement of the world's first. After he took the head of the king of Liang, the kings of the 6 states dispersed, each claiming his own throne. Once the king of Liang died, the dragons were leaderless, and the Taiha dynasty and the Kaiyuan dynasty took this heavenly opportunity to raise their armies to encircle the 6 states and break the feudal kings one by one. 2,000 miles of people were in ruins, with more than 1 million corpses and more than 1,000 miles of bloodshed. The allied forces of the 2 dynasties were like a crackerjack, and the Liang kingdom, which was originally in the ascendant, was completely destroyed in just 2 years. Those old ministers who were reduced to a rabble were even driven out of the central plains and exiled to the western desert. Originally was regarded as the first Liang strategic minister of the White Dragon, also therefore landed in the Yunchuan blessed land, became the chief guest secretary of the plucked plum pavilion. Liang perished, the world situation changed dramatically. The original 3-legged tripod of the world pattern, transformed into a 2-part world, Taiha, Kaiyuan, each occupying half of the world. Chapter 12, The Great Arrival. In just half a month, in the middle of the Wrong Lodge, the teenager whose neck was broken was already able to open his mouth and speak. The young man who has not yet reached the age of the crown, is now chattering and making a lot of noise. The young man is named Wang Jin, his hometown is named Win State, also belongs to the Taihe dynasty. The people of Fengfeng Prefecture are tough and martial, and most of the women are proficient in horseback riding and archery. Wang Jin became famous at a young age, and before he was crowned, he was at the half-step of the Qian realm, and he put on an iron sword and wanted to break into the world. Wang Jin, since the time of practicing martial arts, will want to do that rivers and lakes chivalrous, the road to see the injustice of the sword to help. At this moment, this teenage ranger was lying on a wooden bed and asked curiously, "What is your name?" For this man who pulled himself back from the ghost gate, Wang Jin had always been curious to the extreme, but because of the serious neck injury, his mouth was unable to speak for half a month, and after holding his tongue for half a month, he was finally able to open his mouth and ask, "Lin Rong." Lin Rong didn't raise his head, responding blandly at his desk. "My neck was broken, how did you manage to save me? You just have a bigger life. Has that assassin ever been recovered?" "No. Your martial arts cultivation is so high, why didn't you chase the assassin back?" Wang Jin rushed his words, as if he wanted to make up for all the things he hadn't said in the past half a month in a single burst, asking a long list of questions in a row. For example, he asked Lin Rong about his martial arts realm, whether he was a worldly master who was incognito, whether he had any famous stunts, whether there were any stories about himself circulating in the rivers and lakes, and so on. Lin Rong is really tired of listening, simply hand to a piece of steamed bread, so stuffed into the mouth of Wang Jin, blocking the mouth of the teenager. Wang Jin is still seriously injured, can only whimper non-stop. Lin Era rubbed his brow. After he saved this teenager back, he also acted as a caretaker for half a month, attentively cared for, afraid of an inattention. Wang Jin will be a crooked head, fainted again. After half a month, Wang Jin is finally able to speak, a brain to speak. Lin Er looked at the energetic teenager in front of him, and couldn't help but wonder, "Why don't you ask, who broke your neck?" Surprisingly, Wang Jin was quiet. After a moment of silence, the teenager muttered, "Didn't dare to ask." Wang Jin will always remember that stout, white-haired old man. He was powerless to fight back. The other party looked at his eyes, almost no emotion to speak of, insignificant, only a silent mockery. Aspire to want to be chivalrous young ranger, in another country, was somehow broken neck. If there is no Lin Rong to split the tendons and bones to wrap the dragon hand to bring back to life, not yet the crown of the age of Wang Jin, will really die in the unknown land of Yuzhou. The Jianghu is merciless. Wang Jin, silent for half a second, stupefied opening, just asked, "Why?" The teenager couldn't figure out how he could not understand why he wanted to help the local Lu family catch an assassin, but he was just casually snapped his neck by the lanky old man whose realm was so high that it was scary. That lanky old man with white hair and whiskers, his silent mockery was deafening to Wang Jin. Lin Rong also slightly lowered his eyebrows when he heard this, and just softly said, "There is often no absolute in the world." Only the sentence, but I do not know whether it was said to the teenager Wang Jin, or to himself, the Lord of the Wrong's Eye. Once upon a time, how could you not be a teenage ranger full of passion? Just different from the teenager Wang Jin's heart, when the Lin Daoxian, break the realm of the fast, kill the power of the high, are the world's first. 20 years in the Jianghu is the world's first reputation. But it is also conceited of the world injustice, I shoulder pick, so that when the Lin Daoxian wrong things to do, too late to regret. Lin Rong for no reason feel a little funny. If he was not the martial arts is not the peak of the world's first, is not like today's Wang Jin general, inexplicably died in the nameless place? Wang Jin suddenly opened his mouth at this moment. "Lin Er, I want a drink." Lin Er pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "What, can't wait to die again? Let's get this out of the way, I can't bring the dead back to life again." Instead, Wang Jin was a bit curious and asked, "You can't raise the dead again?" A young man whose neck had been broken, using the split tendon and bone-wrapping dragon hand to smooth out the meridians, and with the yin-yang circumstantial dharma, he was able to bring himself back to life. This kind of unheard of means is simply divine, in the eyes of the teenager Wang Jin, before the eyes of the Lin Rong, and rumors of the immortal is no difference. Lin Rong, a burst of speechless, helplessly said, "Life and death yin and yang change, not manpower can be reversed." Wang Jin, however, suddenly popped out without a clue, "Lin Qiu, aren't you an immortal?" Lin Rong hand movements for a beat, and then quickly walked towards Wang Jin, flexing fingers gently knocked Wang Jin's forehead. Knocking Wang Jin's head thumping, Wang Jin, confused, asked, "What for?" Lin Rong pretended to be puzzled and said, "Is it hard to hurt your brain?" Wang Jin was speechless for a while, his face reddening. Lin had a look of looking at a little cutie. Eyes just looked at Wang Jin and asked, "How old is this year?" Wang Jin honestly answered, 17. Lin Er suddenly realized and said, "No wonder, it's the age when the brain is confused." Wang Jun was still a bit incredulous and asked once again, "Are you really not a hidden immortal?" Lin Rong simply stopped answering and continued to go and practice his writing without stopping. "Lin, thanks." Aha! The Ron Lodge relapsed into calmness, and the two and two were speechless. Outside the city, there was a handsome youth, clad in a bright white fox fur, wearing a red-colored gilt crown, riding a tall steed, galloping furiously ahead. This astonishingly imposing youth rode in the lead, and behind him were two middle-aged men following closely behind. One was a white-faced, beardless eunuch wearing a large red robe, and the other was a stalwart man with two long swords at his waist. The handsome gentleman rode first, followed by two middle-aged men with vastly different auras, with 100 iron horsemen hanging far behind the three. The horse galloped all the way to the city. The tall steed did not avoid people, rushing through the streets, all the way to the Liu family. At the main gate of the Liu family, the handsome gentleman suddenly strangled his horse, and the tall steed hissed incessantly. Head wearing a red gilt crown of the handsome son rolled over and dismounted. Behind the eunuch dressed in red robes is also followed closely. The waist with two long swords of the stalwart man is the cross sword, guarding the door. Liu family main doorboy which see this scene, seated handsome gentleman broke into the Liu family residence. The boy has long been scared out of his guts, and the eunuch wearing a big red robe glanced at. The boy is even more unable to move. The handsome gentleman just went straight into the Liu residence. 100 iron horsemen did not enter the city, but rested in place outside the city. Chapter 13, Taihayan Clan. At the same time, directly north of the city, a wave of Jianghu guests all riding big horses, swept into the city. This wave of aggressive Jianghu guests, the leader of the person, it is the suave Shangguan Zhao, behind 30 people are Shangguan children. At this time Shangguan Zhao frowned tightly. Their return to the Shangguan family, responsible for secretly escorting their own great-grandfather Shangguan Yaibei but do not know where. Generation in today's Shangguan family top day, cultivation is also the golden body realm of the Shangguan Yaobei, and then no news, as if the world evaporated. After half a month also no news, is really strange. Under the horse gallop, Shangguan Zhao no longer think more. Now with this wave of Shangguan children, in order to level the Liu family hidden for 100 years of the sword to retrieve the hidden scripture cabinet. This wave of martial arts cultivators, the lowest cultivation level is also the search for intention. Most of them are Qi in realm of good hands, all are Shangguan family martial arts cultivators. Shangguan Zhao rode his horse into the city and went straight to the Liu family residence. Outside the main gate of the Liu family, a middle-aged man with two swords on his waist was standing outside the gate with a disdainful look on his face. Shangguan Zhao raised his hand and waved his hand. This wave of aggressive martial artists all halted their horses and stopped in the narrow street. The middle-aged man with two swords hanging from his waist and long hair, gently rubbing his fingers against the hilt of the sword at his waist, seemed to be hesitating. Shangguan Zhao also frowned, looking away from this middle-aged man with a big waist. This man with dual swords hanging from his waist lifted his chin and said in a deep voice, "Within 10 breaths, exit the street." Shangguan Zhao fiercely narrowed his eyes, staring dead on at this double-sword man who didn't know his roots, and said in a cold voice, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man grinned, sneered, and said, "You don't have the right to know yet." With these words, this wave of martial artists from the Shangguan family all raised their swords and pressed their horses, killing. Yuzhou Shangguan family is a martial arts family. In the entire Yuzhou is one of the largest and huge family, experts like clouds. Their own ancestor is even one of the top 10 experts in Yuzhou. In the boundaries of Yuzhou, no one has dared to speak to them like this yet. Shangguan Zhao silently tightened the reins, pointed to the cloak he was wearing and said, "We are the Shangguan family of Yuzhou. The Liu family has harbored the assassins of the plum-picking pavilion with the intent to assassinate Shangguan Zhao. The crime is unpardonable. We have been ordered to come and eliminate the Liu family." Without waiting for that big-bladed middle-aged man to open his mouth, a man clad in snow-white fox fur took a step out of the Liu family's main gate with a gloomy expression. "You're the one who wants to step on the Willow family?" The man whose status was too noble for words squinted at Shangguan Zhao in the distance, his face showing disdain. Shangguan Zhao also came on fire at this time, and with a command, the 30 martial artists behind him slowly stepped forward, their true qi condensed into a ball, and they aggressively pressed towards the flashy man in front of them. Right at this moment, the white beardless eunuch wearing a big red robe took a step forward, and the martial true qi that originally came to his face suddenly bounced away. The eunuch narrowed a pair of slender eyes, looking at Shangguan Zhao with a smile or not, asking, "Yuzhou Shangguan Zhao, are you sure you want to step on the Liu family?" The Liu family, which had long since been emptied of its people and golden shells, had caused the flamboyant youth to become distraught. This gorgeous youth with an incomparable noble status faced the eunuch in a big red robe and indifferently said, "If you go any further, you will kill." The eunuch dressed in a large red robe had a sharp voice and said shrilly, "We will follow orders." Shang Guanzhao was furious and laughed in return. In the boundaries of Yuzhou, someone actually told him that if he didn't retreat, he would die? Shang Guanzhao just gave a look. Behind him came out a Qi and realm martial artist holding a longsword. Without hesitation, the longsword was instantly sheathed. One person and one sword dashed forward. The red-robed eunuch narrowed his eyes and shouted in a shrill voice, daring. After saying that, the eunuch waved his sleeve robe fiercely. The big red sleeve robe wrapped the incoming longsword in it, and with a shake of the eunuch's sleeve robe, the longsword made of steel was crushed into pieces. The red-robed eunuch reached out, his 5 fingers like hooks, stabbing into the chest of that Qi realm martial artist. In just a single glance, the Qi and Harmony realm martial artist was disemboweled, blood staining the streets. Shang Guanzhao was shocked. It was actually a golden body realm martial artist? Such a projectile place actually attracted a golden body realm martial artist. Who exactly is this person? Shang Guanzhao's mind was racing, but without waiting to speak, the red-robed eunuch instantly killed the crowd. The red-robed eunuch's sleeve robe waved, a mention of the horse Qi and realm of the martial arts experts, but even on the spot, horses and men are broken, exploded into countless pieces of meat. With a wave of his probing hand, the head of a martial artist was violently uprooted and flew high into the air. The young man wearing a red-colored gilt crown hooked his lips and laughed. Chief son, just make your move and leave no one behind. The eunuch with a white beardless face laughed, we have our orders. This eunuch wearing a big red robe was like a blooming blood flower. In just a few breaths, those martial artists behind Shang Guanzhao were slaughtered to death. Shang Guanzhao's face was pale at this time, and his BMW was also staggering back in fear. The red-robed eunuch appeared in front of Shang Guanzhao in a flash, and his 2 fingers violently stabbed Shang Guanzhao's brow. Shang Guanzhao's face changed greatly. Actually really dare to kill himself? Dare to kill the young son of Shangguan family in the boundary of Yuzhou? Also in an instant, a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble appeared out of thin air in the middle of the 2 men, raised his hand and violently gripped the red-robed eunuch's 2nd finger, and his body swept back 10 steps before the 2 men's bodies violently stalled. To 2 people as the center, the foot of the stone began to layer broken, as if the spider web spread around, the 2 distinctive true Qi collision in a group, the boom exploded. The man with stubble on his face calmly said, much ado about nothing, point blank. The red-robed eunuch seemed a little surprised, trying to draw his hand out but unable to, and asked in a sharp voice, who are you? Shang Guanzhao was pleasantly surprised when he saw the stubble-covered man in front of him, Uncle Chen Hang. The red-robed eunuch frowned slightly at his words and asked tentatively, the 7th-ranked patriarch of Yuzhou, Chen Hang? One of the top 10 masters in Yuzhou, a late-stage golden body realm martial artist, Chen Hang. The stubble-faced man nodded calmly. It was also at the moment when Chen Hang appeared, that middle-aged man with a large waist who had dual swords hanging from his waist raised his hand and pressed on the hilt of the swords, his eyes glaring round, his eyes blazing hotly as he stared at Chen Hang. The man with the dual swords twisted his head to look at the flamboyant youth at the side. As long as the youth opened his mouth, the man with the big bladder and waist would blatantly strike out his swords, and together with the red-robed eunuchs, they would surround and kill this 7th patriarch of Yuzhou. Shang Guanzhao was staring at the gorgeous youth in front of him, his eyes poisonous and vicious. That gorgeous youth, however, was oblivious to the fact that he had rolled over onto his horse and was riding that tall steed, towering over him with cold eyes. Shang Guanzhao, you should be glad that the Lu family left early. If you really annihilate the Lu family, this king will want your Shangguan family to be buried with you. You remember, this king's surname is Yang. After saying that, this gorgeous young man turned his body around and took the red-robed eunuch and the man with the double swords and left. Shang Guanzhao too stayed where he was, his complexion obscure. Taita Dynasty, Royal Yang Clan. This man who called himself this king, his identity was obvious, one of the 3 emperors of the dynasty. Chapter 14 Young Prince. Shang Guanzhao stayed where he was, his face livid and his fists clenched. Shang Guanzhao was upset, having been set up by the Lu family, and then having his 30 Shangguan sons and daughters slaughtered by this man who called himself this king. Uncle Chen Hang, is he really one of the 3 emperors of the dynasty? That Chen Hang, the 7th expert of the Yu state, spoke, I advise you to put away your other thoughts, that prince's identity is the real deal. That red-robed eunuch is already in the middle stage of the golden body realm, and the man with the twin swords is also in the middle stage of the golden body realm. Both of them are renowned experts of the grand inner circle, and there are also 100 iron horsemen on standby outside of the city at all times. Shang Guanzhao raised his head, and after taking several breaths, he forced down the anger in his heart and calmly said, let's go, back to the Shangguan family. The Lu family has already been emptied, that sword manual is naturally nowhere to be found, and now there is this veritable dragon that has crossed the river. Shang Guanzhao can only return without any success. Shang Guanzhao rode his horse slowly and asked, has grandfather Shangguan Yabei returned to Tooth Green Mountain? Chen Xiang was silent for a moment and spoke news that made Shang Guanzhao's liver crack.
Shang Guanyaobei is dead.
Shang Guanzhao only felt the sky spinning, the whole person almost fell off the horse, violently strangling the reins, his figure swaying and shaking, saying in a trembling voice, "How is this possible?" The Shang Guanyaobei, whose seniority was extremely high and whose cultivation was also at the Golden Body realm, had been by his side not long ago, but just a few days later, he had actually been decapitated in the boundaries of Yuzhou. Chen Hang's eyes were bland, looking straight at Shang Guanzhao, who subconsciously dodged his eyes. Chen Hang calmly opened his mouth. Shang Guanyaobei was intercepted and killed by Plum-Picking Pavilion's ground-level assassin, Cuttlefish, at the border of Yuzhou, and his head was brought back to Yunchuan Blessed Land, and his corpse was only found in a deep pool a short while ago. As for why Inkfish would suddenly attack and kill Shang Guanyaobei, I believe that Prince Zhao should have an answer in his heart. Shang Guanzhao seemed to be drawn out of his spine, the whole person was in a daze. The short 100 steps of the street unexpectedly made Shang Guanzhao's clothes soak through.
Chen Hang eyed Shang Guanzhao's appearance and didn't say anything more, only adding a sentence. Shang Guanyuma, you are ordered to return to Tooth Green Mountain quickly. Shang Guanzhao's eyes were in a trance, an old man Yuma. The true power holder of the Shangguan family, the Lord of Tooth Green Mountain, the Xian realm martial Dao master, Shangguan Yuma.
At the same time, that veritable dragon of the crossing river was riding a tall steed, leisurely going to a book lodge. In the middle of the Rong Lodge, Lin Rong rested his brush on the pen holder and let out a sigh. At the very next moment, the curtain of the Rong Lounge was picked open with one hand. The eunuch wearing a big red robe picked open the curtain with one hand, lowered his head and sidestepped. The young man wearing a red-colored gilt crown entered with his head held high, and behind him, the majestic man hanging double swords was still standing at the doorway, not having entered. This astonishingly imposing imperial prince stepped into the Rong Lodge and scanned the surroundings. Barely a good hand of calligraphy, it's barely good enough for the eyes. This since childhood grew up in the imperial city, bells and whistles of the prince, vision naturally high frightening, excluding the world several calligraphy everyone, the rest of the calligraphy and painting in its eyes are dirty unattractive stream. The prince twisted a piece of rice paper, gently rubbing. According to the scouts, the Lu family's eldest Miss Luli seems to be particularly fond of this Rong fast, leisure and free time, will come to buy ink treasures. When Luli was about to leave, she finally came to the Rong Lounge once and took an ink treasure with unknown content. Lin Rong hands folded sleeves, so calmly looked at the two people in front of him. The young prince looked at Lin Rong, a green shirt standing tall like a bamboo. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised and opened his mouth to ask, "Are you the owner of this Rong Lodge?" Lin Rong spoke blandly, "It is precisely me." The young prince looked slightly sideways at the red-robed eunuch who had been bending over since the beginning, and the eunuch raised his eyes to the prince before shaking his head slightly. It was not a martial arts cultivator with no true qi to speak of in himself. The young prince was silent as he continued to speak. "Luli of the Lu family, the lasting treasure bought in the Rong Jai, was there ever a second one?" Lin Rong just slightly shook his head and responded, "The ink treasures in the Rong Lodge are all unique, and when one is sold, there will be one less." After saying that, the young prince just nodded his head gently, and then casually flipped through the ink treasures piled up on the desk. The young prince asked, seemingly casually, "What kind of relationship do you have with Lu Li?" Lin Er spoke calmly, "Barely a friend." "Oh? Then why did Lu Li want to take you away when he was leaving?" As soon as these words came out, the air in the entire Rong Lodge froze, almost as if a pin could be heard. Lin Rong in a green shirt just slowly spat out two words, "I don't know." The eunuch in the big red robe narrowed his slender eyes once again, staring sinisterly at the green-shirted man in front of him who didn't know the heights of heaven. Lin Rong seemed to have gotten interested and was also sizing up the red-robed eunuch in front of him with interest. The young prince laughed softly and said, "Self-esteeming readers are all noble and lonely, claiming that they don't bend their backs for the sake of 5 buckets of rice, so it seems that Mr. is also quite poised. Just this king has seen too many so-called readers, obviously claiming to be lonely and proud, but in the Golden Palace one by one, long kneeling, in order to a top hat, the spine cannot be bent again, fawning to the extreme. I do not know how Mr. How do you think?" For the self-proclaimed words of this king, Lin Rong seems to be deaf, just calmly opened his mouth. "Self-esteem, the generation of fame, the world is large, abound, the time of suffering is naturally quite a style." The young prince laughed softly, "Sked, interesting, the time of suffering is quite a bone, the Golden Palace will be no noble to speak, so that this group of readers, the king is most tired of, hypocrisy to the extreme." Pause for a moment, the young prince smilingly looked at Lin Rong, opened his mouth and asked, "I wonder if Mr. is it also the same?" Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and remained silent. The young prince pointed to the red-colored gilt crown on top of his head and smiled, "This king's surname is Yang, his name is Yi."
Taiha Dynasty, Royal Yang Clan. The second prince, Yang Yi.
Lin Er just bowed slightly and said, "Heretic Lin Er, I pay my respects to His Highness, the second prince."
The eunuch in the big red robe had a gloomy face and asked in a sharp voice, "Since you are meeting the prince, you only pay your respects without kneeling?"
Yang Yi, however, raised his hand to interrupt and laughed. "It seems that Sir is different from those who sell their names and fame. Respect, respect, respect." Yang Yi opened the door and said, "This king in 5 years ago in the Hanging River Lake met a moving woman, cannot forget, after a few inquiries only to learn that person is Yuzhou Willow family Mississippi. Now this king rushed from the capital, but I do not want a Willow family empty, sir, since I do not know the trace of the Willow family, then stop." After saying that, Yang Yi was about to turn around and leave, casually resting a grain of gold beans on the desk, twisting his head and smiling, "Farewell." Lin Er just had calm eyes and silently watched Yang Yi leave. Chapter 15 Middle Three Swords. Waiting for this wave of imposing over the river dragon to leave, Lin Rong just feel a little boring. It seems that this wave of power and wealth of the frame, hundreds of years have not changed, a big difference, it is. Boring to the extreme. 30 years of Jianghu things, a Taoist heart has long been polished to level off. Lin Rong did not pay attention to the golden beans, turned to go to the Rong Jai side room, will still lie in bed to recuperate Wang Jin to move out. In this wave of river dragon into the city, Lin Rong already have a feeling, in order to unnecessary trouble, simply threw Wang Jin to the side room, and then have their own to cover the breath. Even the golden body realm of the red-robed eunuchs are also unnoticeable. Lin Rong will this still seriously injured young man placed in the wrong fasting in the bamboo bed, casually open the window, warm sunlight just sprinkled in Wang Jin body. The sun is the essence of the sun, and its light strengthens one's yang energy. In the side room, Wang Jin will be a few people's conversation heard clearly, for the eunuch's thread of nature is also clear. Wang Jin struggled to twist his body and looked at the bland Lin Rong, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who are they?" The young man at the head, just by listening to the tone of his voice, he knew that this person was bound to have an honorable status to the extreme. Lin said carelessly, "Yang Yi, the second prince of the Taiha dynasty." As soon as these words came out, Wang Jin, who was lying on the bamboo bed, opened his mouth wide and said in shock, "Prince of the Taiha dynasty?" This kind of character whose status was so noble that he had only heard about it in folk rumors had actually come here in a big way? Taiha dynasty, Yang clan imperial family. The old emperor was old and had 3 imperial sons and 2 princesses in his lap, and it was rumored that in less than 5 years, a new emperor would emerge from the 3 imperial sons. The remaining 2 emperors would then rush to other states to be crowned as princes respectively, becoming the princes that cut off a place. Wang Jin muttered, "Remarkable, remarkable, this kind of character is also seen today." Having said that, Wang Jin's admiration for this Lin Rong, who was undoubtedly the same as the rumored hidden immortal, increased even more. His Royal Highness, the second prince of the Taiha dynasty arrived, but Lin Rong only worshipped and didn't kneel, worthy of being a hidden immortal. If he were to do it himself, when he heard Yang Yi's identity, he would have already softened his legs and kneeled down to worship. Lin Er seems to see through Wang Jin's thoughts, asked with a light smile, "If I learn Yang Yi's identity, immediately kneel down and kowtow, is it not the so-called master style?" Hearing this, Wang Jin thought seriously for a moment and shook his head slightly. "No, that would be being able to bend and stretch." Lin Rong couldn't help but laugh out softly and cheerfully said, "How high of an expert do you think I am? As high as a 3 or 4-story building?" Wang Jin seemed to be in a tangle, hesitantly saying, "It should be as tall as a 5 or 6-story building." Wang Jin's eyes flickered as he tentatively asked, "Lin Rong, you're not the legendary Xianshan realm grandmaster, are you?" It was important to know that a Xianshan realm martial grandmaster was basically already the crown of a state, and in the entire Yuzhou realm, there were only 3 Xianshan realm martial grandmasters. Apart from those 4 legendary 4 great masters of Jianghu, who were that metaphysical heavenly human realm and ranked as super first-class experts, the Xianshan realm was a first-class expert in martial arts. Lin Rong rubbed his chin and sked, a difference of 1 realm. Hearing this, Wang Jin let out an ah with some disappointment and said, "It's just a golden body realm martial artist." Lin Er just narrowed his eyes, smiled and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Almost, almost." Wang Jin again pursued, "Then Lin Rong, you are one of the top 10 masters of Yuzhou?" Lin Rong let out a sigh and said, "Compared to those martial arts appraisals on the list of grandmasters, I'm just a non-entrant nowadays." Today this Lin Rong who preferred to wear a green shirt seemed to be in a good mood, responding to most of Wang Jin's questions. Wang Jin, who had been lying on the bed all day, almost idling out his farts, couldn't help but follow up with, "Lin Rong, you're a golden body realm patriarch, how did you become an anchor?" When these words came out, only to see that man with black hair like a waterfall, sighed with feigned sadness and muttered, "Actually, I was seriously injured, and all of my cultivation is 10 to 1.
Wang Zhen's eyes immediately went round with a shocked expression. Ah? With a gloomy look, Lin Er said in a feigned manner, nowadays, I am already a person without a realm. Wang Zhen's entire body froze in place, twisting his body continuously on the bamboo bed, and said at a loss for words, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. The next moment, the original gloomy Lin Rong immediately changed to face. A sly face said, Junior, I see you rootbone strange, I have martial arts secrets here, do you want to learn? Ah? Wang Zhen looked at Lin Rong, who had an unkind face. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Not waiting for Wang Zhen to open his mouth, Lin Rong went to the Rong Jai side of the wooden table, from a pile of ink treasures in the rummage, with great difficulty from a pile of rice paper, turned out a ribbed rice paper. On the ribbed rice paper, there were 3 lines of writing in ink. The sharp mountains by the sea look like sword points. Autumn frost cuts the jade sword. The stars of the sword shine brightly. Almost irrelevant, the 3 lines of the sword poem were written in running script on this piece of lined rice paper. Wang Zhen was skeptical. Didn't he say that there was a martial arts secret book? How come it was 3 lines of sword poetry? But in Wang Zhen raised his eyes to look at the moment of this rice paper, the whole person is in a trance for a moment, ribbed rice paper on the ink and ink, surprisingly all the sword aura, a moment the whole wrong fast seems to be a sword light, 3 snow white sword light piercing eye catching. 3 sword poem into 3 snow white sword light, wandering in the small wrong fast, dazzling. Wang Zhen subconsciously shook his head, the original vision suddenly disappeared, the wrong fast is still the same as usual, the 3 lines of writing is also honestly printed on the ribbed shin, motionless. Wang Zhen's eyes blurred, only felt a splitting headache, murmured, illusion? In the next moment, Wang Zhen only felt drowsy and lightheaded, and even fell asleep. Directly across from him, holding the ribbed rice paper, Lin Rong hooked up the corner of his mouth, revealing an imperceptible smile. A great talent in the way of the sword. Lin Qiu silently rolled up this Luo Ruolian Xian, and then rested it on Wang Zhen's shoulder. These 3 seemingly unconnected sword poems were 3 exquisite sword techniques that were born from the handwriting of a great sword immortal 300 years ago, and these 3 sword techniques were the middle 3 swords that had never been released. The upper 3 swords 200 years ago by a Jianghu swordsman obtained, the crime, that person was surrounded by dozens of martial arts masters, the upper 3 swords of the sword spectrum will flow into the Jianghu, in a number of martial arts families have remained in the topography, is almost all over the world. The next 3 swords disappeared for 100 years, was Lu family ancestor accidentally obtained, hidden in the Lu family residence, now has been Luli brought to the south of the central plains of the Kaiyuan dynasty. And this 300 years never appeared in the middle 3 swords, was obtained by the year Lin Error, young with supreme means, hard to these 3 sword techniques with ink and pen means, imprisoned in the rice paper above. Chapter 16, Yuzhou Martial Arts Review. 3 years ago, Lin Er had deceived himself and others by means of a siege, forgetting all of his martial arts skills and enclosing them in the depths of his mind. The 3 swords in the center of the 3 swords are the means of pen and ink, these 3 exquisite sword skills with 3 sword poem engraved on the rice paper, waiting for the person who has the destiny. Just a pity, I do not know whether it is their own pen and ink power is too shallow, or these 3 sword poem is not connected to the reason, a full 3 years have not been taken away. Put in the Jianghu enough to cause a bloody storm in the 3 swords, so was backlogged in a small desk, reduced to a pile of ink treasure one of them. Lin Rong quietly sitting on the side of Wang Zhen, silent for a long time, thoughts are 1,000, difficult to restrain. With the fake death thunder solution, let Lin Daoxian completely soul scattered, and then with the stunt to deceive themselves, their own all martial arts siege, which in exchange for the new life of Lin Rong. The celestial body is like water without a source, slowly decaying and fading. 3 years, Lin Rong has never made an exception, right as a person without a realm in the wrong fast practicing non-stop. Lin. That night, after Wang Zhen's neck was broken by Shangguan Yaibei, after a lapse of 3 years, for the first time, he actively remembered 2 moves of martial arts. A full of passion, the road to see injustice will draw the sword to help the young man, so a way to die in another country, was unknown to wring the neck, not too saddening. Lin Er raised his head, staring blankly at the ceiling, letting his long hair fall behind him. It seems that after the departure of this former world's number 1, there seems to be no change in the Jianghu nowadays. It was also at this moment that Lin frowned slightly and turned sideways to look out the window. Why was she back again? At the city gates at this moment, a woman with a mediocre appearance but a curvaceous figure was mingling in the crowd and returning to the city. It was none other than Plum-Picking Pavilion's Shin-Pin assassin, Oriole. Oriole wore a hat and veil to cover her face, and went to Phoenix Ferry Pavilion without any hurry or panic. This Oriole, who has clearly escaped from the boundaries of Yuzhou and is about to return to Yunchuan Fudian, for some reason, has returned to Yuzhou again. In the Phoenix Immortal Pavilion. The storyteller sitting on the eunuch chair was gently shaking his folding fan while recounting a Jianghu story.
Our Yuzhou. Some years ago, several martial arts families came together and rated the top 10 masters of Yuzhou. Those who are at the back of the list must not be of much interest to all of you, so let me talk about the first 3 martial arts experts. Scattered person Jiang Zhang, Xianshan realm sword cultivator, said to be from South Vietnam Sword Forest, somehow expelled from South Vietnam Sword Forest, holding a famous sword Chaos River, just entered Yuzhou, then one person, one sword picks 13 sects in Yuzhou, fame, ranked as the 3rd expert in Yuzhou. Shangguan family's old ancestor, Shangguan Yuma, 100 years old, Xianshan realm martial artist, sitting on the Tooth Green Mountain, commanding the Shangguan family. His own boxing can be described as the peak of excellence. This old senior has been in seclusion for many years, ranked as the 2nd expert in Yuzhou. And this Yuzhou first expert is a nameless and faceless wine madman. Xianshan realm, 20 years ago appeared in the Yuzhou realm, don't know the predecessor, just once. But it is that time but one the Jiang Zhang who was holding the chaotic river, so that the world in the Yuzhou fame, one person sword picks 13 sects of the Jiang Zhang completely stop, and also therefore ranked as the 1st expert of the Yuzhou. Mr. Storyteller shook his fan and closed it. After a slight pause, he turned his words around and said, unfortunately, this nameless and faceless drunken lunatic, always without a trace, the number of times he has struck out over the years is gone, and now whether he is in the Yuzhou or not is still unknown. In the Phoenix Ferry Pavilion, wearing a civilian clothes but still hard to hide the noble Yang Yi, sip a mouthful of tea, faintly opened his mouth to ask, Zhang Zhen? Is that the sword Dao genius who was expelled from the South Vietnam Sword Forest? The red-robed eunuch at the side respectfully said, returning to your highness, Zhang Zhang, formerly known as Zhang Zhengjian, the sword Dao wizard of the South Vietnam Sword Forest, could have been on track to take over the position of the South Vietnam Sword Forest sect master, but 10 years ago there was a sword questioning session with that cold pool sword immortal. The Xianshan realm Jiang Zhengjian lost extremely miserably, even dragging the South Vietnam Sword Forest into disgrace, so Jiang Zhengjian removed his sword character, changed his name to Jiang Zhang, withdrew from the South Vietnam Sword Forest, and went into exile in Yuzhou. This kind of secret history of the Jianghu was as familiar to several people who came from the capital. After all, the scouts of the Taihe dynasty were spread all over the world, especially in these few years. The current emperor constantly suppressed the martial arts, wanting to restrain this group of Jianghu martial artists who used martial arts to disrupt the ban. It was difficult to estimate the number of scouts that were secretly deployed alone. Yang Yi just gently nodded his head and curiously said, the cold pool sword immortal achieved the celestial realm 20 years ago and ranked as one of the 4 great masters. Zhang Zhengjian is only in the Xianshan realm. To use Xianshan against celestial, wouldn't it have been a sure loss? The red-robed eunuch hesitated several times, not knowing how to open his mouth to explain. On the contrary, that big man hanging double swords greatly grinned and opened his mouth. Your highness does not know. People practicing martial arts pay attention to a mouthful of martial arts. True chi does not fall. When encountering the enemy, once the heart is afraid, a mouthful of true chi will fall, and also will certainly die. Practicing martial arts generation, one of the most high-minded and proud of the sword cultivator, a sword heart cannot be retreated, said that would rather bend than bend, and the South Vietnam Sword Forest is the group of the most lonely sword cultivator, so Jiang Zhang also drilled the tip of the bull's eye, to put it bluntly is not able to give up a face. Second Prince Yang Yi nodded his head indistinctly and said, I see. After saying that, Yang Yi fatally opened his mouth and said, it is said that the wine madman who was ranked as the number 1 expert in Yuzhou nowadays, the secret agents in the dynasty also know very little about this person. Being a dual sword man from the dynasty's secret agents, at this time, his face was gloomy, slowly said, this Yuzhou's number 1 expert is probably already at the peak of the Xianshan realm. He is bent on hiding. The dynasty's secret agents are simply clueless. Yang Yi didn't ask any more questions about the Jianghu matter. He just slowly put down that tea in his hand and casually asked, Rong Xilin Ron, did you find out his details? The red-robed eunuch frowned and said, this person came here about 3 years ago and opened this Rong Lodge, and before that Lin Rong had no connection with the Lu family, and Miss Luli went to the Rong Lodge a total of 45 times in 3 years. As for this person's martial arts cultivation, our family still feels that it is devoid of cultivation. Yang Yi raised his eyebrows at this point, squinted at this red-robed eunuch, and said in a cold voice, think? Luli hiding his martial arts cultivation and not being discovered by spies was already a huge loophole, but now a nameless person who only practiced writing actually used the word feel. This martial arts cultivation has been the golden body realm of the red-robed eunuchs. For a moment, as if in the back, trembling, said, we are incompetent, just look at the body of the true chi, do not dare to be sure, the only thing we can confirm after the hand-to-hand. The big man hanging double swords interjected, there is no lack of martial arts practitioners in the Jianghu who practiced closed-air means, just by virtue of the true chi toward, it is indeed difficult to determine. Yang Yi just coldly swept a glance over the red-robed eunuch without saying anything more. Unlike the red-robed eunuch's trembling, this double sword man had no fear for Yang Yi. The red-robed eunuch silently glanced at the double sword man, thanking this person for relieving him.
Chapter 17, Liang Bird. Unlike the red-robed eunuch's origins in the Deep Palace, this big man with a big waist and hanging double swords, when he was young, he was a secret agent of the Taiha dynasty, and then he turned to the border army and fought for many years, and made great achievements, and was ranked as a deputy military protector seneschal of the 4th grade, and then he was transferred to the 2nd grade of the guards. When the Taiha dynasty and the Kaiyuan dynasty raised their troops together to clamp down on Liang, the double-sword Dahan was among them. So compared to the red-robed eunuchs who relied on climbing on the dragon's chi in order to survive, this double-sword Dahan who came out of the side armies had a much stiffer back. This time, the second Prince Yang carried 100 iron horsemen from the capital, along with the red-robed eunuch and the double-sword man, 2 golden body realm experts, as his entourage, and traveled to Yuzhou across 3 states in a row, ostensibly for the sake of Luli of the Lu family, who was furious with the red color, and secretly to test the attitudes of dozens of clans and martial arts families in Yuzhou. If there is no accident, 5 years later, this second prince of His Highness will go to other states to achieve vassal king, and where he is feudal, it should be at this time in Yuzhou. Over the years, the emperor wants to suppress the martial arts. The court sent an unknown number of dish spies all over the world. Yang Yi will also follow the trend of some of their own minions mixed in. Where the dish spies pass to the court of the Jianghu secret history, are divided into 1, 2, 3, etc. 3 secret history is the capital of the powerful and noble families, and the current ministers can understand the contact. Some of the powerful can also be to the heavy money to get second secret history will be included in the court secrets, in addition to some of the current ministers, then the 3 imperial palace and the emperor, the rest are not known. First secret history, is responsible for the management of the dish eunuchshin. The first class secret history, is by the eunuchshin in charge of the plate, personally placed in the hands of the emperor. Even the current prince also has no right to ask. Like the third master of Yuzhou, Jiang Zheng's predecessor, is the third-class secret history of the court. Some martial arts family unseen means, as well as some of the realm of the ancestors' cultivation, is the second-class secret history. As for the legendary first-class secret history, Yang Yi is also unheard of. I am afraid that only the eunuch Shen, the eunuch who was in charge of the plate, as well as His Majesty can learn. Yang Yi twisted the jasper trigger finger. These years, thanks to their own mixed in the world of scouts, for some did not place on the stage of the Jianghu secret history, is also heard. Regarding the martial arts families in Yuzhou, as well as the large and small sects in the martial arts world, Yang Yi almost knew it like the back of his hand. Yang Yi tapped his fingers on the desktop and calmly said, "A small itinerant city, usually one martial artist of the intent-seeking realm is enough to run amok. I didn't expect that in just half a month, it actually attracted so many experts." The Shangguan family, Shangguan Yaibei, the 7th expert of Yuzhou, Chen Hang, a eunuch in a large red robe, and a double-sword big man of the 2nd rank of guards. There were a full 4 martial arts masters from the upper 3 realms alone, before and after. Regarding the rumor that the Lu family was hiding a sword manual, Yang Yi, who was far away from the capital, had naturally heard about it. After all, it was the first 3 swords of that great sword immortal from 300 years ago. Shangguan Zhao, with a young conspiracy, want to use the hands of the plum-picking pavilion, to use this division to eradicate the Lu family. Yang Yi, after learning the news, carrying 100 iron horsemen and 2 golden body realm masters, rushed to Yuzhou, originally intended to beauty and sword manual together in the bag, and then use this to knock the Shangguan family. But it is a pity that Yang Yi had never expected that Luli is actually a Qian realm of martial arts, but also a very deep woman, not only to see through the conspiracy, and even a cicada to escape from the shell, carrying the sword manual far away. This also let Yang Yi basket of water is empty. Who would have thought that this seemingly gentle beauty, not only is not a canary, but also a rather sophisticated martial arts genius? Yang Yi narrowed his eyes and laughed. "Luli, you have really become even more moving." It was also at this moment that the eunuch wearing a large red robe swept behind him with gloomy eyes. Yang Yi frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" The red-robed eunuch said softly, with the means of gathering threads to transmit sound, "That woman who hides her face with a veil is a Qian realm martial artist." Yang Yi put down his tea upon hearing this and looked sideways at the woman in the corner to one side. Wearing a black veil on her head to hide her face, she could vaguely be seen as a woman with an unassuming figure, concealing her breath as she was sitting in the corner. The 2nd rank guard, who was hanging his twin swords, suddenly spoke up and said, "This person is not simple, there is the smell of blood on his body." The 2nd rank guards, who came out of the side army, who had fought on the battlefield and killed countless people, were naturally able to detect the faint smell of blood on Oriol's body. The double-sword man and the red-robed eunuch glanced at each other, and both of them spoke almost simultaneously. Plum-picking pavilion. That one of the 2 assassins who had assassinated Shangguan Zhao, a one-eyed assassin, was killed on the spot, while the other assassin, codenamed Oriol, had escaped from the tour of the city under the covert surveillance of Shangguan Yaibei. Yang Yi was frowning at this time, doubtful. Shangguan Yaobei could not possibly let Oriol return to Yunchuan Blessed Land alive. Moreover, the one who confronted Shangguan Zhao yesterday and secretly protected the young son of Shangguan family was not Shangguan Yaobei, but the seventh expert of Yuzhou, Chen Hang.
Yang Yi suppressed the conjecture in his heart, handed a glance to the second-rank guard at the side and said, "You immediately rush to the border of Yuzhou and check on Shangguan Yaobei's traces." The double-sword man nodded his head and then immediately moved off. Yang Yi twisted the trigger finger in his hand. Could it be that the plum-picking pavilion had struck? Yang Yi transmitted his voice with a gathering thread and said to the red-robed eunuch, "Keep an eye on this Oriol for me, see what she wants to do." At the same time, Oriol, who was sitting in the corner and hiding her face, was also full of confusion. When he received the assassination from the plum-picking pavilion, Schemer Bai Long handed him a pouch and instructed him to open it after the assassination was over and he left Yuzhou. Oriol, who thought she was extremely lucky and was able to escape from Yuzhou, didn't know that after she escaped from the circuit city, there had been a lanky old man of the Golden Body realm staring at her, not to mention that at the border of Yuzhou, plum-picking pavilion's earth-grade assassin, Cuttlefish, had beheaded Shangguan Yaibei on the spot. Oriol, who had fled Yuzhou all the way and was preparing to return to the Yunchuan Blessed Land, opened the brocade pouch handed to her by the White Dragon. There were only 5 words in the brocade pouch. Return to Roving City. Although this deceased princess was confused and didn't know why Mr. White Dragon handed her this brocade pouch, Oriol still returned to Circuit City. The current Xianpin assassin of the plum-plucking pavilion, the woman codenamed Oriol, whose real name was Liang Bird, was still the Tianqing princess of the Liang kingdom 8 years ago. This princess Tianqing, who occupied almost all of King Liang's favor, was once only because of Liang Bird's ignorant sentence. How many peach blossoms are there in total in the palace? That king of Liang went so far as to order the palace maids and eunuchs to pick all the peach blossoms in the entire palace and count them one by one. Liang Bird silently sat in the corner of the Phoenix Fairy Pavilion, the Tianqing princess of the first time, now the assassin Oriol. At that time, it was just ordinary. Chapter 18, Human or Ghost? 30 years in the Yuan calendar. Lin Daoxian, who has been unrivaled in the Jianghu and defeated all the martial arts heroes in the world, entered the capital of the Liang kingdom alone. The 12 masters of Liang gathered in the capital, and the 3,000 imperial guards were deployed, but they were still undefeated. The white hare flying the world's first, on the spot to kill 8 martial arts masters, kill the king of the blood flow into the river, in the palace of the king of Liang will be removed from the head. Liang king died, Liang country then fell apart, Taita dynasty and Kaiyuan dynasty will be annexed to the Liang country, the old ministers of the Liang country completely driven out of the central plains, go to the western desert to live on. The year of Liang's demise, Liang Bird just turned 16 years old. This dead princess did not follow the old ministers of Liang to the western desert, but instead with the first Liang strategist White Dragon, all the way north, displaced for 2,000 miles, before settling down in the Yunchuan Blessed Land. Since then, the real identity is the deceased princess of Liang Bird, incognito, become an assassin of the plum-picking pavilion, codename Oriol. The once noble Tianqing princess, so the tip of the knife to lick blood for 8 years, in the world to live. For Liang Bird, the only family member left in the whole world is the white-robed strategist who has lost a pair of blind eyes. Throughout these years, even the master of the plum-picking pavilion, that heavenly grade Xinshan realm peak master, was not clear about Liang Bird's true identity. Therefore, after seeing the brocade pouch that White Dragon had left for him, even though Liang Bird had no idea why, Liang Bird still followed White Dragon's words and returned to Circuit City. Liang Bird, who was only able to escape from Circuit City a short while ago, now returned to the city. After a short rest at the Phoenix Immortal Pavilion, Liang Sparrow blankly walked out of the restaurant and wandered aimlessly through the streets. On the side of Phoenix Pavilion, there is a 100-year-old sycamore tree, its branches and leaves are intertwined, and the wind blows the leaves down. Liang Bird just stepped out of the Phoenix Immortal Pavilion, there was a breeze, the sycamore tree rustled, a piece of yellow sycamore from the top of the tree slipped down. The sycamore leaf swirled several times in the air, Liang Bird was mesmerized and subconsciously wanted to reach out and grab the piece of sycamore, but just as soon as she reached out, the piece of sycamore leaf swirled again and floated by the back of Liang Bird's hand. Hidden under the veil of the Liang Bird, a moment of sadness from the heart, pouting lips, gambling general reach out again, want to grab that piece of sycamore leaves. Only the creation of mankind, that piece of yellow sycamore seems to have a spirit, but also hovering non-stop, floating down to the ground. Liang Bird froze in place, this withered and drifting sycamore leaves, and their own dead princess without a foothold, there are a few similarities. Liang Bird frowned, bent down his waist and picked up that piece of withered yellow sycamore leaf from the ground. That is, the moment she got up and raised her eyes, Liang Xiao froze for a moment. On the diagonal opposite side of the street, the store called Rongjai, the store door was wide open.
How is this possible? The man in the green shirt, wasn't he killed by his own hands? Why is this Rong Lodge still the same as usual?
Liang Bird seems to be fixed generally, in place to pause for a long time, the last ghost of God to move step, toward the wrong fast. Probing hand will be wrong fast door curtains lifted, Liang Bird hesitantly stepped into it, just as soon as the door, saw the face of helpless, wearing a green shirt handsome man. Lin Rong tugged at the corner of his mouth, looking at this Oriole who had somehow gone and returned, and opened his mouth, long time no see. Oriole was struck by lightning, a pair of almond eyes staring round, so motionless looking at this back from the dead green shirt man in front of her. The two of them were so wide-eyed, staring at each other, stalemated for a tea time. In the end Lin Rong cannot hold back, lightly cough, said, "Since you have come, may as well enter the store to see." Liang Xiao, whose body was as stiff as iron, just walked into the Rongjai in a mute manner. Liang Bird was still at a loss, looking at the green-shirted man in front of him, silent for a long time before slowly spitting out his first words.
"You are actually a human or a ghost?" Lin Er pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "What do you think?"
Liang Xiao twisted his head to look out of the window. The sun was shining. Generally ghosts and souls, are not they not able to show themselves under a clear sky? Liang Bird tentatively asked, "Are you
half ghost?" This time it was Lin Rong's turn to freeze in place. "What is a half ghost?" "It's you?"
It was also at this moment that Wang Jin, who was now barely able to sit on the bed, suddenly opened his mouth to interrupt the stalemate between the two. Liang Xiao followed the voice and saw a teenager wrapped in thick bandages and accompanied by a strong herbal odor. Thinking for a moment, it seemed like he hadn't seen the person in front of him before, so Liang Xiao slightly frowned and asked, "You are?" Wang Jin, on the other hand, was furious and said angrily, "The assassin of the plum-picking pavilion, Oriole." Wang Jin, who had attempted to pull out his sword to stop the assassin when Liang Bird had left the city late at night, only to attract a Golden Body Realm martial artist to wring his own neck, looked angrily at the woman in front of him, and reached out to touch the iron sword by the bedside. Liang Xiao was also surprised, and having been pointed out the identity of the assassin, Liang Xiao slipped out a dagger violently from his sleeve, and his figure violently rushed towards Wang Jin. Just as the two were about to collide, Lin Xiao in a green shirt instantly appeared in the middle of the two, pressing down on Wang Jin's shoulder with one hand and holding Liang Xiao's dagger with two fingers with the other hand. Liang Xiao and Wang Jin were both unable to move. Lin blackened his face and said in a cold voice, "That's enough." Liang Xiao wanted to pull out the dagger, but realized that no matter how hard he tried, the dagger would not move. This back from the dead green-shirted Lin Rong, what kind of person was he? His own chi and realm of cultivation, but simply unable to shake Lin Rong the slightest bit. Lin Xiao flexed his fingers, the snow-white dagger was broken into two, a strange strength along the dagger penetrated into the wrist of Liang Bird, and then just a few breaths, that strange strength will spread to Liang Bird's whole body. Liang Xiao only felt weak and feeble, and fell to his knees as soon as his feet went limp. Wang Jin, who was leaning against the bamboo bed on the side, was still stretching his neck out vigorously, looking at Liang Xiao with murderous eyes. Lin could only take the long sword beside Wang Jin far away and casually throw it to the side. Lin helplessly said, "Wang Jin, you're injured like this, don't try to show off." At this time, Wang Jin was also calming down, and could not help but be afraid. He was still heavily injured, just a slight movement, it tore the wound tearing pain, although just now subconsciously holding the hilt of the sword, can Oriole ground speed, if it is not Lin Rong timely shot, just now he is going to be a knife through the chest. Kneeling down on the ground, Oriole also coldly grunted. Lin, on the other hand, silently scanned the longsword on the side and lightly raised his eyebrows. The longsword that could not be sheathed, the sword body was trembling, and there was a snow-white sword sheath stirring in the scabbard. One of the three swords in the center, it's done. Lin slightly hooked up the corner of his mouth, worthy of being a great talent in the sword path. Just now, Lin Er made a move to stop the two men, seemingly saving Wang Jin's life. In actuality, if Lin Er did not make a move, Oriole would inevitably stab Wang Jin in the chest, and it was true that Wang Jin would die, but Wang Jin's longsword would also be steeply sheathed, and that snow-white sword sheath would be a sword to the head. Chapter 19, fainted in this? Casually suppressing that leaping long sword, Lin frowned again, looking at the Oriole in front of him in disbelief. Oriole, whose body had been eroded by the tendon-splitting strength and was almost paralyzed on the ground, just lowered her head and didn't even look at Lin. Probably knowing that it was difficult for him to escape death today, Oriole sat quietly on the ground, quietly waiting for the green-shirted man in front of him to kill him. Lin Er vaguely sensed that something was wrong, this matter was so suspicious that it was unbelievable. This plum-picking pavilion shinpin assassin, presumably from the beginning to the end, is not clear that he was involved in an interlocking game of chess, unclear situation, not even clear who the game is actually, who is reduced to a pawn. Let's not talk about why Oriol returned to the tour city, but only Oriol is still alive and well, it is enough to make Lin Rong feel unimaginable.
Shang Guanzhao set up a conspiracy. In order to rightfully eliminate the Lu family and take that sword manual, Oriol must escape from the itinerant city unharmed, and even escape from Yuzhou. During this period, anyone who wants to stop Oriol was solved by Shang Guanyaobei himself. Wang Jin is one of the unlucky eggs. However, Shang Guanzhao wanted Oriol to leave Yuzhou peacefully, but it was absolutely impossible for Oriol to return to Yunchuan Blessed Land. In other words, Oriol couldn't die in Yuzhou, but Oriol could moreover never return to the plum-picking pavilion alive. According to Lin Er's projections, the Shangguan Yaibei who had been secretly monitoring Oriol all the way should have beheaded Oriol at the border of Yuzhou. But now Oriol is safe and sound, and not long ago Shangguan Zhao with 30 Shangguan children returned to the tour city. The original secretly escorting Shangguan Zhao Shangguan Yaobei disappeared, replaced by the 7th master of Yuzhou Chen Hang. Lin Xiu, who has long been familiar with the killings in the Jianghu, doesn't even need to think about it. Shangguan Yaobei is bound to die at the border of Yuzhou at this time. Lin Rong slightly frowned. Pick Plum Pavilion, there must be a skilled strategist. Just Shangguan Yaobei is dead. Even if Oriol, who has been reduced to a pawn, does not die, there is absolutely no reason for him to return to Yuzhou, or even to come to Circuit City again at great risk. Lin Rong slightly bent down, looked at the paralyzed Oriol, face puzzled, asked, "You obviously have escaped from the itinerant city, why? To come back again?"
Oriol, who wore a veil on her head to hide her face, still didn't say a word and just hung her head. Lin let out a light laugh, casually knocking Oriol's veil away, and then simply grabbed Oriol's hair and violently yanked it upwards.
Ah!
Oriol shrieked in pain and was forced to tilt her head back to look at Lin above her. Lin wore a smile on his face as he towered over him and said softly, "I don't seem to have made myself clear. Tell me the purpose of your return to Tour City, or I'll kill you." Oriol struggled feebly with her hands, only for Lin to still tug on the woman's long hair with one hand, without any let up. Oriol stared at Lin Rong with a death glare and asked with a cold smile, "Could it be that if I say it, you won't kill me?" Lin Rong nodded with a dazed look on his face, tugging on the woman's long hair with one hand and slapping her across the face. The slap caused Oriol to fall to the side, her entire body flopping to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Not waiting for Oriol to get up, Lin Error kicked Oriol's abdomen again. With a thud, Oriol, who had been hit hard in the abdomen, bowed her entire body into a shrimp.
Oriol curled up on the ground, moaning in pain.
Lin Rong let out a sigh before squatting down and pressing down on Oriol's head with one hand again. "You're smart, tell me what you're up to and I'll give you a pain in the ass." Tears welled up in Oraheim's eyes, and she bit her lips to death, her entire body curled up together, but she still didn't say a word. Even though the woman in front of her was wearing a loose robe, it was still hard to hide the shapely figure underneath it. Lin Rong sized up the Oriol in front of him, hooked up the corner of his mouth, and said in a low voice, "If you don't say anything, I will waste your meridians, break your arms and legs, and then throw you into a greenhouse to be reduced to the lowest of the lowly windswept women." Oriol's pupils shrunk, and she shrilled, "How dare you?" Lin Rong narrowed his eyes and laughed, "You don't seem to have a clear understanding of today's situation." Looking at the smiling green-shirted man in front of him, Oraheim only felt creeped out.
In the next moment, this woman, whose real name was Liang Bird, unexpectedly fainted on the spot.
It was Lin Er's turn to freeze in place as Lin Er gently probed the woman's nose with his second finger.
Fainted from fear?
Lin Er was in disbelief, just hearing that he was going to waste her meridians and break her arms and legs to become that windswept woman. Oriol even fainted.
What is this?
This is at most some trivial small means only, even far from being called torture to force a confession, and nowadays the interrogation in the Department of Prisons are far from it, not to mention some of the creepy means used specifically for interrogation. Nowadays, in the Jianghuan Prison Department, some of the interrogation used to force confessions of the soul-searching means, even if Lin Rong to hear about it to be tightly locked eyebrows, the vast majority of people just heard about it to call people shudder, is simply horrifying to the extreme. Lin Rong these few words, compared with it is simply a world of difference, said it as painless whisper is not too much.
But that was it, Oriol even fainted on the spot.
Lin Er rubbed his brow, picked up Oriol on the ground, and then went to the side room, throwing Oriol onto the wooden bed. Looking at Oriol who fainted on the wooden bed, under the loose clothing, it was really majestic.
Lin Sked, the scenery is marvelous.
Lin Rong then resumed sitting in front of his desk, rubbing his brow, only feeling troubled to the core. On the far side of the Rong Lodge, there was then a eunuch in a large red robe, staring at the movements of the Rong Lodge.
Lin Rong laughed bitterly. It's really attracting attention.
A small wrong fast, actually in just half a month, has been 2 upper 3 realms of martial arts masters to monitor, first Shangwan Yaibei, and then now the red-robed eunuch.
Lin. As for how to dispose of Oriole, Lin Rong is also a headache.
At the beginning of the Jianghu, also not never seen some would rather die than submit to the Jianghu guest, as well as would rather die will never reveal a word of the dead. Lin Rong just in Oriole contact a moment, almost can be sure.
It wasn't that Oriole didn't say anything, but she herself wasn't sure why. This made Lin also have 2 big heads, even he didn't know why, but he actually returned to Yuzhou in such a big way and rejoined the touring city?
And there was also a red-robed eunuch of the golden body realm not far away staring at Rong Jai's movements. Once he had casually decapitated this Qian realm Oriole, he would definitely attract the attention of that red-robed eunuch, and messing with an upper 3rd realm martial arts master, or a eunuch who came from the imperial palace, that would be a bitter pill to swallow.
Chapter 20 The Tooth Green Mountain. Now Yang Yi, who was still stopping at the traveling city, was staying at the topmost floor of the Phoenix Immortal Pavilion. At this time, the big man with double swords had already returned from the border of Yuzhou, bowed and stood in front of Yang Yi, and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, it's been found out, it's the handiwork of the plum-picking pavilion." Yang Yi, who was originally resting his mind with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes from, and indifferently asked, "Seriously injured or?" The double-sword man silently added, "Dead." Shangwan Yaibei's head was taken by the plum-picking pavilion, and now the body has been secretly transported back to Tooth Green Mountain. Yang Yi did not seem to be surprised, gently slapping the seat with his palm and closing his eyes again. The double-sword man, who is now a 2nd grade guard, hesitates for a moment and still speaks in a deep voice, "I dare to ask, when does your Highness intend to return to the capital?" Yang Yi, who wore a red-colored gilt crown on his head, asked, "Why do you say that?" The double-sword man with a rough character said bluntly, "Your Highness' identity has been exposed, and there are many people here, so I'm worried that there will be people with malicious intentions." Yang Yi hooked up the corner of his mouth and spoke with a light smile, waiting. As soon as these words came out, the double-sword man immediately understood what this 2nd prince was thinking. The 2nd prince of Taihe dynasty actually appeared in Yuzhou. Such a tempting bait has been thrown down, only waiting for the willing to hook. To be unable to withstand the temptation of the big fish bites, Yang Yi will be able to lift the rod. Now the relationship between the Jianghu and the court is delicate. The court has always wanted to suppress the martial arts, openly and secretly weaken the Jianghu clan family. But some of the Jianghu sects, or inheritance of hundreds of years of martial arts family, for the court of this suppression constraints, has long been a grudge, but only because of the pressure of the moment. The two sides have not yet made too embarrassing. Not only is the north of the central plains of the Taihe dynasty, and even the south of the central plains of the Kaiyuan dynasty, is also on the Jianghu martial arts gradually deepen the constraints, want to constrain this group of martial arts practitioners who like to mess with the prohibition of martial arts. This difficult to reverse the situation, the culprit is still the original world's first. People have poor time, even if the upper 3 realms of martial arts, even if the martial arts cultivation has been enough to stand alone in the martial arts, but the face of 100,000 troops is also the heart. After all, a mouth of martial arts chi is always have exhausted time, even if the martial arts cultivation is high, but also ultimately there is a gap in the exchange of gas, and the iron horseman but a steady stream, the front and back of the treadmill in front of all the things. But until that celestial realm of Lin Daoxian, surprisingly, alone to kill the king of Liang capital, the 12 masters of Liang killed only 4 people left to survive, hard to kill 3,000 imperial guards of the blood, but also in the palace of the king of Liang to remove the head. Although the Taihe dynasty and the Kaiyuan dynasty also used this to completely destroy Liang, from now on, the world is divided into 2. But the world's first, but let the whole world's royal family, are night and day trembling with fear. Since the world's number 1 can take the head of the king of Liang alone, wouldn't he also be able to take his own head? Of course, after the destruction of the Liang kingdom, in the 35th year of the Yuan calendar, the world's number 1 let slip that he wanted to cross the threshold to become an immortal, causing all the martial arts masters in the world to catch wind of the situation and gather at Mount Treading Underworld. Even if we don't know whether he can become an immortal or not, but after all, that person is the world's first, no one dares to say that he definitely can't do it. Those royals are also scared and worried. If we really let the world's first to become an immortal, the world will have an immortal today. In the end, the whole world breathed a sigh of relief. The world's first ultimately lost, the soul flew away under the thunderbolt. But even though Lin Daoxian had fallen through the tribulation, there were still 4 other great masters of the celestial realm in the Jianghu, excluding that world number 1. From then on, both the Taihe dynasty and the Kaiyuan dynasty began to suppress the Jianghu, while restraining those martial arts families, while recruiting martial arts practitioners as their own minions.
Now follow the side of Yang Yi, the eunuch wearing a red robe, is from the palace of the martial arts master.
In Yang Yi's long, narrow eyes, a ray of light appeared. Just waiting for the pole to be lifted. Tooth Green Mountain.
On the vast plains, a peak rises up, named Tooth Green Mountain. Less clouds and mist, more pines, lofty green mountain above, there is a large open ping top, the field of vision is wide open. The Shangguan family, one of the leading martial arts families in Yuzhou, was located on this vast plain. The Tooth Green Mountain, which was called the Shangguan family's Forbidden Land, was where the Shangguan family's old ancestor lived. Shangguan Zhao had traveled all the way here from Circuit City, his lips were dry and cracked, and he was exhausted, but he couldn't even take off his cloak before heading straight to Tooth Green Mountain. This Shangguan family's young son didn't dare to have the slightest delay, a mouthful of martial arts true chi flowed non-stop, and quickly climbed along the mountain road. Until he could vaguely see the top of the large apron of the Tooth Green Mountain, Shangguan Zhao slowed down his steps, continuously adjusted his breathing, and straightened his clothes before he humbly climbed to the top of the large apron. Just stepped on the top of the big ping, the field of vision will be wide open, endless. Shangguan Zhao was not interested in enjoying the stunning scenery of this forbidden land, instead, he trembled with fear and trembled as if he was walking on thin ice as he walked towards the greenstone platform on the top of the large apron. On the greenstone platform sat an imposing, stout and tall old man, beside the old man, also placed a huge sandalwood coffin. Shangguan Zhao's heart beat like a beating drum non-stop, line to the distance from the old man when 100 paces, will be the cloak backward shaking, once again will be the clothes straighten, respectfully kneeling on both knees, kneeling 3 times, said aloud, late generation Shangguan Zhao, pay homage to the Yuma old ancestor. The astonishingly imposing old man in front of him was none other than the contemporary head of the Shangguan family, the lord of the Tooth Green Mountain, the old ancestor of the Shangguan family, the second expert of the Yu state, a late-stage Xianshan realm patriarch, Shangguan Yuma. Shangguan Yuma just sat on the greenstone platform, ignoring Shangguan Zhao's kneeling behind him. If Shangguan Yuma didn't open his mouth, Shangguan Zhao behind him knelt down, not daring to get up without authorization, so he respectfully knelt down on the ground. Waiting for a full incense burner later, that whether it is martial arts realm or status are so high that Shangguan Zhao dare not look directly at the old man, horse opening. Zhaoer, go and see what is in the sandalwood. Shangguan Zhao's eyelids jumped wildly, his line of sight looked towards the huge sandalwood coffin on the side, forcibly suppressing his heart-palpitating speculations, he trembled and said, yes. And then Shangguan Zhao slowly propped up his body, step by step towards the greenstone platform, into the huge sandalwood coffin. Shangguan Zhao swallowed his saliva, tremblingly pushed open the sandalwood coffin. The moment he saw the person in the sandalwood coffin, Shangguan Zhao's palm retracted like lightning, and the whole person subconsciously fell backwards. But fell to sit on the greenstone platform, almost screamed out Shangguan Zhao, as if he lost his soul in general, pupil trembling. At this time Shangguan Yuma slowly got up, walked to the side of the sandalwood coffin, coldly laughed, Zhaoer, look at the good things that you have contributed to. In the sandalwood coffin, lying a stout, double fist over the knee. Headless corpse. Chapter 21, Hidden Front. Shangguan Zhao's entire body fell to the ground, unable to return to his senses for a long time. In this huge sandalwood coffin, resting in the coffin was none other than the Shangguan Yaobei whose head had been cut off, leaving only a body. Shangguan Yuma said in a hoarse voice, at the border of Yuzhou, Shangguan Yaobei's head was cut off, and this body was placed in a hidden deep pool. Shangguan Zhao asked incredulously, who could have killed elder ancestor Yaobei who was already at the golden body realm? Just as soon as the words were spoken, Shangguan Zhao was struck by lightning. The young son of the Shangguan family, who had been well-dressed and well-fed since his childhood, was not a stupid person. Shangguan Zhao had already reacted that it must be the people from the Plum Pavilion who had taken Shangguan Yaobei's head. Shangguan Zhao only felt the sky spinning, his own this young conspiracy, how to fall to such a state. Not only did he not take away the sword manual that he had been longing for, but he instead attracted the assassins of the Plum Pavilion to hunt him down, causing Shangguan Yaobei to have his head cut off. This Shangguan family's power holder, Shangguan Yuma asked in a cold voice, you fought with Yang Yi's sword in Circuit City, and Yang Yi killed all 30 martial artists, do you know what to do? At this time Shangguan Zhao was confused and stuttered, back to the old ancestor, Zhao. Zhaoer doesn't know, please enlighten old ancestor. Shangguan Yuma sighed and said, now that Chen Hang has returned to Tour City first, there are 2 others, Shangguan Zhang and Shangguan Yuan, who are carrying 50 martial artists and are following close behind. Shangguan Zhao frowned and asked incredulously, is the old ancestor trying to kill Yang Yi? Shangguan Yuma was silent for a moment and slowly said, it is to protect Yang Yi. This second expert of Yuzhou looked at Shangguan Zhao in front of him with a complicated expression, this young son who had once been given high hopes by himself. Shangguan Yuma pointed to the vast plains under the Tooth Green Mountain and said, "The Imperial Yang clan has not suppressed the martial arts for a day or two, not only in Yuzhou, but the entire martial arts have been harboring grudges for a long time, they just haven't torn their faces off yet. Now you openly and Yang Yi sword to sword, those Jianghu reckless will not let go of this heavenly good opportunity, not only can kill a royal son to solve the hatred, but also can pour dirty water on my Shangguan family." At this time Shangguan Zhao is already dumbfounded, once read a lot of strategy ancient books, since the world think the strategist is just so young son, already brain is a slurry.
Shangguan Yuma's eyes were gloomy, and he spoke indifferently, doing anything, there will be a price.
Shangguan Yuma pointed to the headless corpse on the side and said, "You wanted to borrow the hand of the plum-picking pavilion to eliminate the Lu family." The Yang plot was recognized by the plum-picking pavilion, and Shangguan Yaibei lost a head for it. "You and Yang Yi fought with swords, might as well tell you that today there are already 16 martial artists who have lost their lives in order to intercept the Jianghu haymakers." Shangguan Zhao, a heart of Tao, was nearly broken, and even his body involuntarily trembled more than that. This once greatly commented on the advantages and disadvantages of successive generations of famous strategists, conscious that the world is just like this young son, at this time has long been completely heartless, wishing to hide forever in the Shangguan family no longer appear. Shangguan Yuma pressed Shangguan Zhao's head with one hand, and blandly said, "Zhaoer, now the price of your mistake is the head of a Golden Body Realm martial artist, as well as dozens of martial artists' lives, but if you really become the master of the Tooth Green Mountain, the price of your mistake is the entire Shangguan family." After saying that, Shangguan Yuma then told Shangguan Zhao to go down the mountain to reflect, and turned to sit alone on the verdant platform of Tooth Green Mountain. This old patriarch, whose martial cultivation level was Jinyok Xianshan realm, was just overlooking the entire Shangguan family. Roving City, Rong Lodge. At this time, Oriole had already awakened, only that her meridians had yet to run smoothly and her martial arts cultivation had yet to recover. Lin Rong just sat across from Oriole, and the two of them just stared at each other. Until Oriole was stared at a bit furiously and was just about to open her mouth, but the man in the green shirt in front of her was the first to interrupt. "I'll leave you alive, you leave the wrong lodge here, how about it?" Hearing this, Oriole's entire body froze on the spot, somewhat incredulous. "You're letting me go?" On the opposite side, Lin Rong rested his chin on one hand, nodded helplessly, and said, "Yes, the price is that you immediately leave Circuit City." Lin Rong was really too lazy to get involved in these so-called grudges, simply throwing this Oriole out and calling it a day. The woman in front of her seemed to be tangled up in a million ways, and after a few moments, Oriole murmured in a thin mosquito voice, "I can't go." Also at this time, the wrong fast door curtain was lifted. There was a man wearing snow-white fox fur, late at night, once again stepped into the wrong fast. Lin Rong appeared from the side room, looking at that reappearing Prince Yang Yi, smiled and said, "What is your highness's business?" Yang Yi also returned the smile and opened his mouth. "Sir, Yang Yi has a matter he does not understand, and specially begs for your advice." Lin Er has a warm smile on his face, and reaches out his hand and says, "I don't dare to do so. The second prince can open his mouth freely. I will certainly know everything. If I can by chance clear up your highness' worries, that would be the honor of the grass people." Yang Yi came alone. The eunuch in red robe and the double sword man were not with him. Yang Yi looked at the wall full of ink treasures and curiously said, "In calligraphy, there is the saying of hiding the front. After hiding the front, it will appear to be majestic and powerful. Can you explain this for Yang Yi?" Yang Yi twisted his head to look at Lin Er, trying to see some waves in this green-shirted man's eyes. Unfortunately, the man's eyes were still as water, without any ups and downs. Lin casually picked up a brush on the brush stand and said with a smile, hiding the brushes about, wanting the right to be left first, wanting the bottom to be up first, not revealing the tip of the brush, the forces within, not leaking out. Said, Lin Rong in the burlap then wrote down a Lin word, implicit calm, implicit meaning. In an instant, the sound of breaking air suddenly sounded. A swift arrow instantly pierced through the door curtain, rubbing Yang Yi's sideburns and violently nailed in Lin Rong's desk. The arrow was nailed directly into the wooden desk, and the tail of the arrow was still quivering. Lin Rong's face does not change color, as if he did not see the arrow at all. Still lifting up the brush, voice mellow, said, "The hidden word of the hidden blade is out of the blade and back to the blade. A back and forth is hidden." Before the words fell, another swift arrow came through the air, heading straight for Yang Yi's back. A red-robed eunuch instantly appeared beside Yang Yi and held the swift arrow with one hand, then bowed and said, "Your Highness, this place is not suitable for a long time." Yang Yi, however, was wearing a smile on his face and said, "Don't be rude, Mr. has not finished speaking." The words did not fall. Bang, Rong Jai wooden door will be split in pieces. Someone holding a steel knife broke the door, to force split Huashan style, a knife to Yang Yi. The red-robed eunuch's eyes were gloomy, and he shouted, looking for death. Only to see the red-robed eunuch grab the steel knife. The steel knife was clutched in his hand. Suddenly sounded the sound of gold and stone collision, and then a palm will hold the steel knife of the Qian realm swordsman, heart vein broken. Suddenly, blood and flesh flew everywhere.
Chapter 22, Asking the Heart.
Dozens of arrows shot from all directions, and the sound of breaking air rose in all directions. First, a palm knocked the swordsman apart, and then the eunuch wearing a red robe was like a swimming dragon, transforming into countless bright red shadows in mid-air, stopping all those arrows. The red shadows flew around, dazzling the eyes. The man in the green shirt lifted his pen to read the words, smiling indifferently. Being in the midst of the broken arrows and sword shadows, Lin Er and Yang Yi, both of them, were oblivious to the fact that they were still patiently explaining with a smile, while one of them frowned in thought from time to time. Waiting for Lin Er to resuspend the brush to the pen holder, the green-shirted man asked with a smile, "Has your highness ever known?" That sitting on the seat of the second prince, his highness, Yang Yi nodded his head and said, "Mr. has spoken extremely well, and has cleared up the confusion for this king." Also when the two ended, that eunuch wearing a big red robe had stopped dozens of arrows as much as he could, and the 5 Jianghu grassroots outside of the Rongjai were all headless. About the reason that it was stained with blood, the red robe looked more and more bright red. Yang Yi slowly got up from his seat. The red-robed eunuch immediately put the snow-white fox fur to Yang Yi draped over his shoulders. Looking around, the wooden doors and windows were pierced by arrows, and the main door of the Wrong Lodge was also cut in pieces by the swordsman, so it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was leaking on all sides. Yang Yi apologized. "Someone will come tomorrow to fix it for you, sir." Lin Rong just shook his head slightly and said, "There is no need to bother your highness, I will just repair it myself." Yang Yi didn't say anything more, turned around and walked towards the outside of the Wrong Lodge, all in snow-white fox fur, extremely noticeable in the night color. The red-robed eunuch just bowed his head and silently followed behind Yang Yi. This tour of the city's main road, even if it is late at night, there are still people coming and going, bustling extremely. In the diagonal opposite of the Wrong Lodge, in that Phoenix Immortal Pavilion, at this time, it was still brightly lit and crowded.
This shot very fast. The end is also rapid assassination, almost silent, in this street, unobtrusive.
Lin Er casually pulled out the arrow nailed into the desk, gently rotating the arrow, weighing it carefully, the weight is still good. Holding the arrow with his 2 fingers, Lin did not even turn his head, and flicked his finger. Only hearing a faint sound, the arrow instantly pierced through one side of the wall, and then successively pierced through the Rongjai wall, swift and fierce, an arrow nailed into the head of a swordsman. The arrow directly pierced through the head and nailed the swordsman who was unintentionally dropped by the red-robed eunuch to the ground. Interesting. Lin Er narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Yi's departing back, only to let out a light laugh. In the middle of the side room, Wang Jin, who was now barely able to walk on the ground, was in a hurry, stumbling and falling out, not caring about the pain of his torn wounds. He immediately shouted anxiously, "Lin Rong, are you all right?" Looking at the Lin Er, who was wearing a green shirt, still standing in place with his hands folded over his sleeves, his body unharmed, Wang Jin let out a sigh of relief. Wang Jin naturally noticed this thrilling assassination in the side room, and the teenager said incredulously, "Someone would actually assassinate the prince." Lin Er just shrugged his shoulders and helped Wang Jin, who had fallen to the ground, up with one hand, and laughed softly. "It's not strange to see." Wang Jin, on the other hand, looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Lin Rong raised his finger to point at Yang Yi's departing back and said, "From here to Phoenix Immortal Pavilion, there are a total of 430 steps, about. There are at least 3 more waves of assassins." Wang Jin was already dumbfounded at this point. Just 400 steps, there would actually be 3 waves of assassins? Also at this time, Oriel walked out from behind, looking at the deep night outside the Rongjai, eyes obscure, tone calm. 3 waves of assassins, no more no less. Those Jianghu reckless and martial arts family cannot care about the other. Now the great opportunity in front of the eyes, even if you know that it is a fishhook, there will be disbelievers who will scramble to bite on it first. The imperial court's suppression of the Jianghu martial arts has been going on for several years now, and with all the means in the open and in the dark, the entire Jianghu has been harboring grudges for a long time. The head of a second prince, used to return the court's favor, was just the right portion. Wang Jin frowned, puzzled, knowing that it's a fishhook. "Why did you bite on it?" Lin Rong, on the other hand, first glanced at the woman behind him in slight surprise, and then added with a smile, "After all, there are always a few big fish, and even if they bite the hook, they are conceited that they won't be caught, and can even drag the person holding the rod into the water with them. There is more than one big fish in the circuit today. Not only are they salivating over this tempting bait, but they are even trying to drag the person holding the pole into the water with them and eat them up." Just as Lin Er's words fell, 3 more peak Qian realm martial artists appeared in the night, all holding swords and knives, gathering towards Yang Yi in a triangular circle. In the night, the red robe once again danced, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Lin Rong turned to look at Wang Jin and spoke in a shocking manner, directly picking out, "Nowadays, in this traveling city, there are 5 golden body realm masters. One is that eunuch who was dyeing the red robe with blood, one is the double sword man hidden in the shadows, and one is the 7th master of Yuzhou, Chen Hang." Lin Air pointed to the southwest and northwest directions again and calmly said, "There is also a golden body realm blade master in the southwest alley, who seems to be a bit pressed right now, while the one hidden in the northwest and mixed into the crowd of the Phoenix Immortal Pavilion is quite patient, and should wait until Yang Yi steps into the Phoenix Immortal Pavilion before striking again." Wang Jin foolishly looked at the green-shirted man in front of him, as if he was counting his family's treasures, naming the 5 golden body realm masters hidden in the traveling city one by one. There was no way to hide them. Listening to Lin Air blandly point out the 5 golden body realm patriarchs one by one, the tone of his voice was so bland that it was as if he was talking about a trivial and insignificant matter. Oriol's pupils shook as she looked incredulously at the green-shirted man in front of her, realizing that apart from the red-robed eunuch, the remaining 4 golden body realm patriarchs were all hidden in the shadows with their respective superior means of closing their chi, but the person in front of her was as if he was pointing them out one by one. The upper 3 realms of the golden body realm martial arts masters, their own so-called hiding techniques and superior means of closing the chi, in his eyes even became a display? Could the person in front of him not be a legendary Xianqian realm? 5 golden body realm masters will strike, and many people will die. Lin Rong's black eyes that resembled a deep pool looked down on Wang Jin from a height, his voice indifferent. "Who do you think will die and who deserves to die?" These words were like the bone-chilling wind of a cold winter month, instantly making Wang Jin's blood seem to stagnate, all his limbs and bones stiffened, and his heart was like falling into an ice cave. Under that pair of dark eyes, Wang Jin only felt that the whole person was stuck in a quagmire, and could not even get up a thought. Lin Rong narrowed his black eyes and just waited for the young man in front of him to answer. For a moment, Wang Jin seemed to see a scene of blood flowing into the river. The entire traveling city was bloodied once, all around Phoenix Immortal Pavilion was razed to the ground, wailing all over the place, countless limbs and arms were broken, and mournful ghosts roamed the earth. Is that Yang Yi who set up this game will die, or this group of Jiang who reckless deserves to die, or these a few golden body realm? Once willing to fight the sword to sweep away the world's injustices of the young ranger, in a trance, as if he was again broken neck, the guest died in a nameless place. That stout, white-haired Shangguan Yaibei once again appeared above his head. Silent ridicule, deafening. Wang Jin had long ago thought of nothing, and snapped out of his heart, "I don't. No. I don't know who will die, I don't know who deserves to die, I really don't know." Also at this time, has long been stiff Wang Jin, as if for a moment due to the spirit of the rhinoceros, violently raised his head. But there are people who do not deserve to die. Innocent people do not deserve to die. Chapter 23, inviting all of you, out of the city. The moment Wang Jin blurted out his words, all the original visions were swept away, a mouthful of martial arts chi was pulled towards his heart, and warmth surged through all his limbs and bones. Wang Jin's eyes were bewildered, and he raised his head in a daze, looking towards the green-shirted man who appeared to be a god. Lin Air's eyebrows were soft, and he pressed one hand on the head of the young man in front of him, a smile rising on his face. In Wang Jin's eyes, this eccentric green-shirted man seemed to have never been so happy. In today's Jianghu, chivalry has not died. Looking at the young ranger in front of him who has not yet reached the crown, Lin Air seems to see where the chivalry of today's Jianghu lies. Nowadays in the Jianghu, there is still a little cute like Wang Jin. Nowadays, in the Jianghu, there is still a little sweetie like Wang Jin, who has the ambition of sweeping the world of injustice. Lin wrongly thought of the words left by a Jianghu senior for no reason. Anyone who is truly strong should use the freedom of the weak as a boundary. A power plot by the higher-ups often involves countless innocent people at the bottom, inexplicably taking their lives without realizing it. Outside the Wrong Lodge, heads rolled and blood stained the avenue. With 5 golden body realms all fighting at once, this little itinerant city was expected to be mostly smashed. 20 years ago, Lin Rong felt that this was wrong, especially wrong. To this day, Lin still felt the same way. Wang Jin had a chivalrous chest, but he had his neck broken by Shangguan Yaibei, and nearly died away from home. And after coming back from the dead, after coming back from the ghost gate, he still did not change. Although my body is dead, I can't change my will. Nowadays, Wang Jin is the same as Lin Air. The only difference, perhaps, is their own martial arts cultivation, enough to pass the sky. I have the heart but not the power, the great pity. Empty of a sincere heart, chivalrous young ranger. Empty of a martial arts cultivation, the heart like grey wood of the world's first. Lin Rong looked to the side of Wang Jin, asked with a light smile, "Wang Jin, today and see me, can be good?" Said, Lin Rong a green shirt drumming, 3000 green silk windlass automatic, a mouth of silent for a long time martial arts true chi, in the heart of the resuscitation of the orifices, and then instantly will flow all over the body, like a swimming dragon. At this moment, the red-robed eunuch has already slaughtered another wave of Jianghu assassins, with Yang Yi as the center, within 20 paces, all dead. The red-robed eunuch's robe flung out, like a blooming flower on the other side of the river, a large swath of blood red spread out, horrifying to the extreme.
Is this the court's captive eunuchs?
A thick-browed man sneered, slowly stepping out from a dark alley, a narrow copper blade hanging from his waist.
The red-robed eunuch narrowed his eyes and shouted shrilly, "Golden Body Realm?"
The thick-browed man did not say anything, but merely pressed his thumb against the hilt of the blade before instantly sheathing it. A sharp blade suddenly lit up in the dark, piercing through the chests of several mortals one after another, heading straight for Yang Yi. The blade was incomparably swift and drew a curved arc in the night sky, brilliant and eye-catching. The red-robed eunuch violently flipped his body, and an arm covered with precious armor poked out from the cuff of his red robe. With sharp nails against the blade, the red-robed eunuch flicked his wrist, and the blade was violently flicked away, flying straight towards the crowd on one side. As for that side of the crowd, there will be a few people in the knife one cut off. That is not the red-robed eunuchs consider the matter, insignificant life, dead is dead. Still carrying a handful of sugar gourds, stood frozen in place of the child, so straight looked at the brilliant blade, in the field of vision is getting bigger and bigger. In an instant, a man in a green shirt instantly appeared in front of the child. That brilliant blade was in front of the man with one hand against, no longer able to inch forward. As Lin Air raised his hand and held it, the brilliant blade aura crumbled into 10 million stars and dissipated. In just an instant, between the golden body realm swordsman who had unsheathed his sword, and the red-robed eunuch, a man in a green shirt with black hair like a waterfall suddenly flashed out. Lin Air held the narrow copper blade with 2 fingers, and then pressed that arm of the red-robed eunuch with one hand.
"I'm sorry, I can't allow you all to fool around here."
The swift blade momentum suddenly stopped, and the precious armor covering that arm was covered in cracks. Regarding the green-shirted man who suddenly appeared in front of him, the golden body realm bladesman holding the bronze blade, as well as the eunuch in red robes were both startled. The golden body realm swordsman's eyes were glazed over as he fiercely drew his sword and swept backward, his eyes glaring at this green-shirted man who had suddenly appeared. The red-robed eunuch, on the other hand, silently retreated back to Yang Yi's side, his red robe blocking in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi, however, his eyes lit up as he looked at the man in the green shirt and laughed out loud. "This king did not guess wrong, you are indeed a hidden martial arts master." The golden body realm swordsman with the bronze sword, on the other hand, pointed his long sword at Lin Air and threatened, "If you don't want to die, get out of the way and don't delay me from taking Yang Yi's life." The red-robed eunuch also had a sinister look in his eyes, and his arm's precious armor was flowing with light, seemingly ready to strike at any time. Lin Rong didn't care about the killing aura of the 2 golden body realm patriarchs. He just laughed softly and said, "Everyone, there's no need to cover your tracks, show yourselves all together." After saying that, this green-shirted man raised a foot and violently stepped on the ground. With Lin Air as the center, a circle of martial true chi rippled, cascading outwards, setting off 3 giant waves of martial true chi. Underneath the giant waves, 3 golden body realms were forced to reveal their forms. Above the eaves of the room, a man with stubble on his face revealed his form, the 7th expert of Yuzhou, Chen Hang. In the Phoenix Immortal Pavilion, an evil man holding a long sword was also forced to reveal himself. After the crowd, a double-sword man slowly stepped out, a second grade guard. At this point, all 5 golden body realm martial grandmasters had revealed themselves. Chen Hung frowned as he looked at the green-shirted man in the center of the street, thinking carefully, but he simply could not imagine that there was a green-shirted martial Dao master in Yuzhou. Chen Hung muttered, "Could it be a martial Dao master from another state?" That golden body realm evil swordsman holding a long sword, on the other hand, was slightly sidelong, pressing his thumb against the hilt of his sword and leaping into action. The evil swordsman grinned and asked, "Do you want to behead Yang Yi's head with us?" The big man who had come out of the side army and killed for many years, with dual swords hanging from his waist, was blazing with itching hands. With his martial true chi, he had actually forced all 3 of them out of their forms, so I'm afraid that he was at least a half-step Xinshan realm grandmaster. This green-shirted man who came out of nowhere and stirred up the siege became a target for a while. The face of 5 golden body realm masters eyeing Lin Rong, but the expression of leisurely, for several people's pursuit is also ignored. In the middle of the Rong Lodge, Wang Jin, who was barely able to support himself, looked towards the man in green shirt who was like a god, and looked radiant. Under the encirclement of the 5 golden body realms, Lin Rong turned to Wang Jin and asked with a smile, "Can you lend me your long sword?" Wang Jin raised his iron sword high, and as if it had a spirit, the ordinary quality iron sword clanged out of its sheath on its own, hovering in mid-air. At the same time, a strand of Lin Xiu's green silk turned snow white. The unusual iron sword even split into 5, and the sword intent flourished as the 5 flying swords turned their tips, pointing at the 5 golden body realm martial arts masters who were like manacles on their backs. Then please, all of you, leave the city. Chapter 24, One Sword Out of the City. The 5 flying swords were suspended in the sky, all with the tips of their swords, pointing at each of the 5 golden body realm patriarchs. The flying swords were sharp and their sword energy was thick like water. The 5 flying swords were as bright as snow, slowly approaching the center of the 5 golden body realm's brows. The red-robed eunuch, seeing that the flying swords were slowly approaching him, used his red robe to roll up the flying swords in an attempt to crush the swords. Just the moment that red robe touched the flying sword, the overriding sword chi stirred the entire sleeve robe to pieces. The red-robed eunuch was shocked and immediately drew his hand back, but the flying sword was not slow to follow. Yang Yi slowly moved away from the red-robed eunuch and confirmed that the flying sword was not facing towards himself, so Yang Yi spoke, "You just deal with the flying sword." Not only the red-robed eunuch, but the double-sword man, the bronze sword swordsman, Zhen Hang, and the evil sword cultivator were all pushed straight to their eyebrows by a flying sword. The 5 golden body realm patriarchs all didn't dare to act rashly and slowly moved their feet. The flying sword was close at hand, the overpowering sword aura was just an inch from the center of the eyebrow. These golden body realm martial arts sect masters all had a premonition in their hearts. It was not humanly possible to stop it, and touching it would surely kill them. Chen Xiang, who was ranked as the 7th expert of the Yuzhou martial arts assessment, looked at the flying sword hovering at the center of his own brow, and the entire person's hair stood on end, with every part of his body reminding him of the danger. On the other hand, that evil sword cultivator's mind was shaken in disbelief. Taishu sword skill? In the Jianghu, the Taishu sword sect's town sword skill, this Taishu sword skill was also the foundation of the Taishu sword sect. Could it be that the person in front of him is a Taishu sword sect sword immortal? The 5 flying swords had immobilized the 5 golden body realm masters, as if they were trapped in a quagmire. The wind blew and the moon rose in the sky. Lin Rong, who was wearing a green shirt, said with a smile on his face, "All of you don't want to leave the city, so I can only have Lin invite all of you sect masters to leave the city." Lin Rong raised his sword finger and said softly, "Go." The 5 flying swords were like edicts, their swords roared loudly, and then instantly stabbed at the patriarchs' heads. The 5 golden body realm patriarchs were all startled and quickly swept behind them. It was just that no matter how they fled, the swift flying swords always stayed an inch from their eyebrows. If you don't retreat, you will die. No matter how much they tried, they could not shake off the flying sword in front of them, like a shadow following them. In the traveling city, the 5 golden body realm masters were walking backwards, 5 snow-white sword lights followed closely behind, drawing 5 long snow-white lines in the night. The 5 masters were all having a hard time. As long as they stopped for a split second, the flying swords would instantly penetrate their skulls. The 5 flying swords were chasing after the center of their eyebrows, swept along the way, forcing the 5 masters to keep retreating. Chen Xiang stared at the flying swords, not daring to have the slightest bit of slackness, straight backward non-stop, not caring about anything else, and even directly crashed through the city wall, all the way forced out of the city. The 5 golden body realm masters were all forced out of Circuit City with a single sword. Until they completely left the city, the flying sword that seemed to be urging for their lives suddenly stopped and slowly dissipated. Under the bright moon, a man in a green shirt, independent of the city. Lin Rong stood tall, looking down from afar on the 5 martial arts masters who had been forced to leave the city. All 5 of them were in a sorry state, staring at that green-shirted man at the head of the independent city. Lin let out a light laugh and waved his hand. "All right, gentlemen, you can fight to the death next." The golden body realm swordsman who had a copper sword in his hand had an iron expression on his face. He was actually forced out of patrol return city by a flying sword. This siege of Yang Yi had been hardened and messed up by Lin Er. Not only did he force all 5 golden body realm masters to show up, but even Chen Xiang, who was watching from the wall, was pulled out by Lin Er, and then one person was rewarded with a flying sword, forcing them all out of patrol return city. For a moment, all 5 people stood in place, none of them taking the lead to move. The red-robed eunuch had one of his sleeves churned to pieces by the sword chi, his arm covered in precious armor was exposed, his eyes staring sinisterly at the 2 Jianghu assassins, whispering, "Lin Rong, these 2 are both zone masters who have assassinated His Highness, quickly decapitate them with your flying swords." On the side, the big man who had dual swords hanging, and who was a second-ranked guard, silently took his dual swords back into their sheaths and stood by in silence. Lin Er seemed to have heard an amusing joke and couldn't help but let out a light laugh as he asked, "What does it have to do with me?" The red-robed eunuch pointedly questioned, "You.
And that Chen Hang, who had not made a move since the beginning, silently glanced at the red-robed eunuch and let out a cold laugh. Worthy of being a eunuch raised in the deep palace by the Taiha dynasty, he was truly loyal to the Taihayang clan and regarded the Yang imperial clan as his masters. A sword immortal who could force back a golden body realm grandmaster with a single sword actually dared to instruct this green-shirted sword immortal to work for the imperial court. Ridiculous. The moment Lin Rong said this, that evil swordsman and copper swordsman both glanced at each other. Now the situation was already a mess. Yang Yi was surrounded by 3 golden body realm martial artists. Wanting to take Yang Yi's head was already impossible. This green-shirted sword immortal, who did not know his identity, was only forcing the 5 to leave the city, but he did not intend to intervene in what happened afterward. Without hesitation, the 2 of them were about to fly away immediately. Just at this moment, the green-shirted sword immortal rubbed his chin, pointed at the sect master holding the copper blade, and blandly said, "You can't leave, the 6 people who died in the traveling city won't agree." The bronze sword-wielding patriarch's face changed drastically, and he immediately gripped the sword in his hand, his sword chi penetrating his entire body in an instant. Only before he could strike the blade, Lin Er raised his hand and pointed, and a flying sword instantly arrived. In an instant, the sect master who was holding the bronze sword didn't have time to react, and his right arm was chopped off by a sword. The swordsman who had his arm chopped off seemed to want to open his mouth, only for another flying sword to pierce through his chest in the next moment. Lin Rong stood tall, narrowed his eyes and smiled, "I don't really want to hear it, so there's no need to open your mouth." In just a moment, an upper third realm golden body realm martial grandmaster couldn't even manage to spit out a single word before he was beheaded on the spot. The evil sword cultivator on the side, at this moment, did not move a muscle, fearing that he too would be killed by a sword. For that green-shirted sword immortal, he himself was already incomparably chilled. Looking at that green-shirted sword immortal who didn't seem to intend to make a move, the evil sword cultivator didn't hesitate and immediately fled frantically. That red-robed eunuch immediately tried to stop him, but was stopped by Yang Yi who had rushed here. "Sun Huan, that's enough." The eunuch who was called by his name immediately stopped and stood respectfully beside Yang Yi. Clad in snow-white fox fur, Yang Yi, who had rushed all the way out to patrol back to the city, stood not far away at this time, and arched his hand towards Lin Rong and said, "Many thanks to Mr. Lin for rescuing me." The double-sword man and the red-robed eunuch stood on either side of Yang Yi, while Chen Hang silently left the place. Lin Er looked at the imperial prince in front of him with interest, and asked with a smile or not, "I don't know why your highness said that. Mr. Lin has no intention of rescuing him." The prince of the city, but regardless of his status, once again bowed and cupped his fists, and said aloud, "Mr. Lin protected the people of the city, that is to save the people of the Taiha dynasty. Yang Yi as a prince, should be grateful to Mr. Lin for rescuing him." Lin Rong just looked at this second prince with a smile on his face and did not say anything. Chapter 25, The City's Mansion. Yang Yi turned his head, his face cold, and said sternly, "Sun Hui, Chen Kong, why don't you thank Mr. Lin?" The red-robed eunuch whose real name was Sun Hui, slightly bent over and bowed, "Our family thanks sword immortal Lin." And that double-sword man whose real name was Chen Kong and who came from the border army, he clasped his hands and spoke with Jianghu etiquette, "Chen Kong, thank you." Lin Er just narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly, making no sound at the 2 men's thanks. Tonight, the means that Lin Er shook is deservedly the sword fairy means, interestingly enough, and Yang Yi did not call himself sword fairy, but instead emphasized the word sir. Yang Yi looked at Lin Xiu, then added, "Mr. Lin strike today, this king can guarantee that not a single word will leak out, even Tai He's saucer won't know about it." Lin wrongly looked at this second prince in front of him and casually asked, "The saucers of the Taiha dynasty, don't they all belong directly to the court, this night's movement, can your highness really hide it?" Clad in snow-white fox fur, Yang Yi looked frank, said aloud, "Mr. Don't worry, Yang Yi did what he said, no one will come to disturb Mr. S peace and quiet in the future." These words were said in a way that was almost watertight. This not-so-young prince was a completely intelligent person. Lin Rong was carrying such a cultivation, yet he was hidden in this small traveling city, although he didn't know why, but he must be unwilling to expose his cultivation. Therefore, Yang Yi never called Lin Rong sword immortal, instead, he emphasized Mr. Lin Xiu nodded his head and said playfully, "Then, your highness, do you need Mr. Lin to do something?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Yi said with a straight face, "Yang Yi has no such thoughts, this night, thanks to Mr. Lin's rescue, Yang Yi owes you a favor, how can I bother you?" Behind Yang Yi, the eunuch in red robes frowned imperceptibly, his face gloomy. Lin pretended to nod indistinctly and said word for word, "Since your highness doesn't ask for anything from Lin, then Lin will have to clear things up with that chief administrator Sun Huan." Before Lin Mao's words fell, Yang Yi's face flickered once, but he quickly stoically held back and instantly returned to his normal self. Yang Yi pretended to be calm and asked, "Dare I ask you, sir, What is it that you want to settle with Sun Huan?
Lin paused slightly and pointed to the Golden Body Realm swordsman who was pierced through the chest by a sword on the side and asked with a smile, "In the traveling city, 6 innocent mortals died because of him, so I'll make him pay for his life." And then Lin Er's eyes swept towards Sun Huan and asked with a smile, "But this Chief Sun Huan, it seems that he also injured a few people?" As soon as these words came out, Sun Huan instantly became furious and drank, "Vertical sun and dare?" Lin Er narrowed his eyes and softly said, "Oh?" This red-robed eunuch's eyes were venomous, and he said in a shrill voice, "Some untouchable people with no cultivation, dead is dead, so what if we kill them all?" Lin Er's smile intensified as he asked, "In the eyes of Mr. Sun, mortals are not human beings?" The red-robed eunuch raised his chin and said in a cold voice, "A bunch of pariahs, how can they be compared to us? I am a second-grade eunuch in the palace, a golden body realm master, directly under the current sun of heaven." Lin Er narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile on his face, "Does Mr. Sun mean that it's right and proper for those with a higher realm to kill those with a lower realm, and for those with a higher status to kill those with a lower status?" The red-robed eunuch's pair of narrow eyes also narrowed, saying, "Yes, so what?" In an instant, Lin Xiao's eyes instantly turned cold as ice and frost, and he said indifferently, "Then if I kill you today, do you have any complaints?" Lin Er did not move, slanted not far away, the unusual long sword borrowed from Wang Jin's hands, slowly drew out. It was late autumn, a cool wind, and the sword chi rose alongside the autumn wind. The red-robed eunuch Sun Huan, with a sinister face, looked at Lin Xiao and said in a shrill voice, "I am the second-grade governor of the Taihe dynasty. Even if you're a Xinshan realm master, you won't be able to get away with it even if you kill my family." Lin Rong's eyes were uncertain, he just looked at this red-robed eunuch with a smile or not. Not far away, the long sword slowly hovered beside Lin Xiao, the cold sword chi that escaped from it made the surroundings seem like they were in a cold winter month. The long sword slowly turned its tip and pointed it at the center of Sun's brow. At this moment, Yang Yi, who had been silent all this time, violently drew out the sword at the waist of Chen Kong. Without hesitation, he slashed at the red-robed eunuch, and as he did so, the arm covered with precious armor was directly cut off on the spot. Blood spurted out. The sudden scene caused Lin Er to be slightly stunned. Yang Yi, whose face was blue, looked at the red-robed eunuch icily and said in a cold voice, "Asshole, this king has come to help you calm down." The red-robed eunuch who had one of his arms cut off was immediately silenced when he met Yang Yi's pair of cold eyes. Stopping his acupoints with one hand, he knelt down on one knee, his face pale, and respectfully said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Er was calm and looked deeply at this young prince who was holding a long knife. Yang Yi tossed the long knife in his hand to Chen Kong, while Lin kicked the red-robed eunuch to the ground and said hideously, "When you return to the capital, go to the prison department yourself to receive your punishment." The red-robed eunuch knelt down on one knee, bowing his head and saying, "I will follow your orders." Lin Er slightly raised his eyebrows, the hovering flying sword beside him slowly fell down, and the surrounding sword chi dispersed in a flurry. Lin Er just picked up the long sword and patted Yang Yi's shoulder without saying a word. The man in the green shirt just carried the long sword and leisurely returned to the city. It wasn't until Lin Rong's figure disappeared into thin air that Yang Yi's face became completely somber, and he indifferently said to the red-robed eunuch, "Pick up the arm, and dispose of the body of that golden body realm swordsman cleanly." The trembling red-robed eunuch who had his arm chopped off bent his head and said, "As you command." And then Yang Yi turned to look at the double-sword big man on the side. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi slowly exhaled a breath. "Chen Kong, pull out all the Taihe saucers who know about this night's events, no one will be left behind." That double-sword big man said in a deep voice, "Yes." Yang Yi looked at the direction Lin Rong had left, his eyes obscure. In the night, on the threshold of the Rong Lodge, there was a teenager squatting, just looking out the door with baffled eyes. Until that familiar green-shirt figure once again appeared, Wang Jin stood up violently, staggering, holding the wall with one hand. The teenager's eyes gleamed as he just stared intently at the green-shirted man in front of him. Lin Rong was a little furious at the look and said helplessly, "Don't stare at me like that." Wang Jin, on the other hand, had his face scrunched up hard as tears came to his eyes. There was once a young ranger who was willing to fight with a sword and sweep away the world's injustices, but he had his neck snapped by someone inexplicably and was casually discarded in a nameless place. That realm of high frightening stout old man, Wang Jin even dare not know the identity of that person. That silent sneer was even more deafening to Wang Jin. During this period of time, although the teenager had never opened his mouth, he felt that he was suffocating to the extreme. Until this moment, seeing this green-shirted man make a move, Wang Jin realized that he was not at fault. Chapter 26, Shallow Over the River and Lake. Lin Rong looked at the teenager in front of him, and in a trance, it was as if he saw himself 20 years ago.
Lin Rong yawned, sleepily saying, "Let's go, sleep." This man who had stirred up this siege with his own strength and personally killed a Golden Body Realm swordsman, just stretched out and went straight to sleep. The next morning, Yang Yi, who was dressed in snow-white fox fur, was alone and took the initiative to board the door. This young prince turned towards Lin Rong, and with the etiquette of a Jianghu person, he clasped his fist to his chest and said, "I bothered you in the past few days. Yang Yi will be returning to the capital today, and have come to pay my respects to you." Lin Rong was still sitting in front of his desk as usual, lifting his pen to practice writing. Seeing this young Imperial Highness come to pay his respects, Lin casually put the brush aside, raised his eyes to Yang Yi, and lightly smiled, "Your Highness, the second Imperial Highness, have a safe journey." Yang Yi froze, then once again clasped his fists and said, "Mr. Lin, see you later." Lin Er, on the other hand, clasped his fists with both hands, casually shook them, and laughed, hopefully. Imperial Prince Yang Yi, just like that, turned around and left, carrying those two Golden Body Realm martial artists, far away from the traveling city. Lin Rong still likes to fold his hands into his sleeves, looking at some four-sided leaky Rong Lodge, his heart calculating whether or not to invite someone to repair it. Wang Jin recovered some from his injuries and was still able to walk on the ground today. Then when Lin Rong predicted the time to recover much faster. Wang Jin in the past few days to recuperate from his injuries, leisure time will be that written with 3 lines of sword poem ink treasure, back and forth to look. The 3 short lines of the sword poem, however, he never got tired of looking at it. Every time Wang Jin gazed at the sword poem, the faint ink was like a swimming fish, wandering around on this square of rice paper. When Wang Jin was slightly distracted, the vision disappeared, and the 3 lines of sword poetry stayed in place. Unlike Wang Jin's ease, Oriole, who had inexplicably returned to the tour city and had been detained in the Rong Lodge by Lin Rong, was trembling with fear every day. Oriole was careful every day, fearing that the green-shirted sword immortal, and unhappy, will give himself a casual sword chop. The good thing is that Lin Rong for this picking plum pavilion assassin, but no action intention, just let Oriole stay in the wrong fast. Lin Rong also just practicing words as usual, and mortals are no different. Time is like a white horse, suddenly. Another month of peace and quiet. Wang Jin at this time has recovered to 7 or 8, now this teenager has been able to take care of themselves, occasionally will also take that iron sword, fiddling with some strange sword moves. Oriole only feel awkward. The original trembling Oriole also seems to be resigned, simply acted as a Rong Jai's maid, cooking tea all proficient. The original fluctuating state of mind also tends to be stable and open-minded. Anyway, life and death cannot be their own, the boat to the end of the bridge naturally straight, these years are used to the days of fear, forced to pick the plum pavilion. The fence for many years, and now settled down here. Oriole only feel frankly incomparable. Winter is approaching, the clothes of the road pedestrians are also thicker. Today's rare sun is good, Lin Rong will simply no longer practice, but instead is to move a bench, so lying under the eaves of the Rong Jai, quietly sunbathing. Originally still pondering the sword poetry of Wang Jin, see this scene in front of him, simply also moved a seat, sit next to Lin Rong, will be that the mysterious ink on the side, is also sunbathing. The winter sun had a different flavor, warm but not hot. Seeing Lin Rong and Wang Jin, 2 people, both ran to the door sunbathing, has long been accustomed to living in the Rong fast. Oriole simply also went to move a small bench. Oriole moved a small bench, looking at the 2 people who are sunbathing, thinking for a moment, tiptoeing to put the small bench on the side of Wang Jin, sitting on his knees, is also full of comfort. Lin Error lying on the recliner, looking to the side, is curled up in the small bench. Oriole cannot help but laugh, yo-ho, the courage is getting bigger and bigger. Oriole, who had her eyes closed, didn't turn her head when she heard Lin open his mouth and muttered softly, "Whatever, life and death are all in your thoughts anyway." Lin Sked gave a thumbs up and said, "I'm ashamed of myself." Wang Jin, on the other hand, sat on his seat, patting the armrests and humming a hometown song. The young ranger, the green-shirted ink slinger, and the down-and-out assassin. The 3 of them were sitting in a row so peacefully and quietly, and at first glance, they looked very amicable. The warm winter sun sprinkled on their faces, warming the whole person's chi and blood. Oriole seemed to have grown bold as well, and curiously asked, "Sword immortal Lin Rong, why don't you kill me?" Lin Rong's entire body was also lazy, casually saying, "Firstly, I'm not a sword immortal, and secondly, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate?" Oriole raised her head and laughed to herself, before sparingly saying, "It doesn't matter, I died 8 years ago." Oriole, whose posture was only that of a middle-aged person, but whose body was first-rate, just squinted her eyes, enjoying the warm winter sun. Lin yawned and casually said, "Don't be anxious, it's almost time." For Lin Air's words, Oriole seemed to be ignoring them, still sitting with her knees hugged. Wang Jin, who was on the side, however, opened his eyes and looked at Lin beside himself, asking curiously, "Are you really going to behead her?" Lin Rong then slightly inclined his head and casually said, "What, can't give up?" Wang Jin, who was less than the age of the crown, shook his head and said, "No, I just think that Oriole isn't bad." During this period of time, the three of them had gotten along, and for this assassin of the plum-picking pavilion, Wang Jin had no aversion. Hearing that Lin was preparing to sword chop Oriole, he couldn't help but open his mouth in curiosity. Lin pulled the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, "Then forget it, just don't kill." The two of them chatted casually and unapologetically, not caring about Oriole herself, who was still squatting on the side. Oriole hugged her knees and sat squatting on a small bench, silent. Lin Rong, on the other hand, asked Wang Jin an uninvolved word and said, "Wang Jin, have you ever done any trading?" Wang Jin thought for a moment and said honestly, "No." Lin Rong pointed to those ink treasures in the middle of the Rong's eye and said, "If someone pays money, you sell them, just don't starve." Wang Jin nodded gently and said curiously, "What, are you leaving?" Lin Rong rubbed his brow and said, "After all, someone has gone to great lengths to set up a trap. It would be a bit rude of me not to pay a visit. I'll be going on a long trip. When I'll return is uncertain. After I'm gone, the Rong Jai will be left to you to take care of for the time being." Wang Jin heard this, but was unsurprised, just nodded his head lightly and said, "Success." This time it was Lin Rong's turn to be a little surprised. How could this kid be so bland when he heard that he had to go on a long trip? Lin curiously said, "I have hidden my cultivation for so long, this time I intend to go back to the world, are you not surprised?" After a long silence, the teenager Wang Jin just said softly, "I don't know why. I always feel it. You are destined to return to the rivers and lakes." Chapter 27 Tai Sword Sect. In the Jianghu, there was a godly rumor that spread throughout Yuzhou in just a month's time. The rumor was that there was a Xianshan realm sword immortal hidden in the rivers and lakes of Yu Prefecture. The entire Yuzhou shook as soon as the news of the catch was spread. Not only were those martial arts families in Jianghu sects curious about the authenticity of this Xianshan realm sword immortal, the rumor even alarmed the governor of Yuzhou. To know the entire Yuzhou, only Jiang Zhang, Shangguan Yuma, Wine Madman, this martial arts evaluation of the first three, is that the Xianshan realm of martial arts masters. Now the Yuzhou realm actually suddenly appeared a suspected Xianshan realm sword immortal. The whole Yuzhou realm are boiling for this. The third master of Yuzhou, Jiang Zhang, was a Xianshan realm sword immortal, and it should be known that when Jiang Zhang first entered the Yuzhou Jianghu, he picked 13 clans with one person and one sword, beating half of the big clans in Yuzhou once. Nowadays, this hidden sword immortal in the boundary of Yuzhou, every move touches the martial arts forest of Yuzhou. Some Jianghu practitioners spoke of how that sword immortal was so superior in swordplay, how he killed hundreds of martial artists with his hands, as if it were true. The rumor mill is getting stronger and stronger, and it's about to become unstoppable. Tooth Green Mountain. Shangguan Yuma sat on his knees on a green stone platform, imposing, overlooking the earth. Behind Shangguan Yuma is that bearded middle-aged man, also the seventh expert of Yuzhou, Chen Hang. Shangguan Yuma was silent for a moment and spoke again, "Is it really a Xianshan realm sword immortal?" Behind him, Chen Xian, who had returned to Tooth Green Mountain from Tour City, nodded silently and said in a deep voice, 5 or 6 out of 10. Chen Hung then paused for a moment, recalling the scene in the Circuit City back then, where a flying sword turned into 5, and 5 Golden Body Realm patriarchs were forced out of the Circuit City with a single sword, and if they did not retreat, they would die. Chen Xiang frowned slightly and said, "That person is extremely strange, although his martial true qi is abundant, it is as if he is rootless." Shangguan Yuma opened his mouth and asked, "How does it compare to Zhang Zhang?" Chen Hang said without hesitation, "Whether it is sword qi or sword intent, it is far inferior to Zhang Zhang." Shangguan Yuma slowly opened his eyes and said suspiciously, "Could it be a half-step Xianshan realm?" According to Chen Xiang, that sword cultivator was much inferior to Jiang Zhang, and was far from being a sword immortal. But that person seemed to know the Taishu sword technique. Was he a genius from the Taishu sword sect who had just appeared in the world? The Taishu sword technique is the foundation of the Taishu sword sect's martial arts, and it is also a famous skill. Taishu sword sect is now the world, the number of sword sects, and South Vietnam sword forest. In the north of the world, the Jianghu sword sect is headed by the Taishu sword sect. To the south of the world, the Jianghu sword sect is headed by the South Vietnam sword forest. South Vietnam forest, Taishu sect, the world's sword road is divided in half. Shangguan Yuma rested his fists on his knees, let out a long breath, and laughed. Jiang Zhang, that swordsman, after hearing about this, I'm afraid that he will immediately set off to have a sword fight with that green-shirted man.
Shen Xiang was non-committal. This third sword immortal of Yuzhou was a veritable sword obsessive, who had nothing more to ask for in his life except for a sword.
Others might not know Jiang Zhang's roots, but Shangguan Yuma, who was originally from a martial arts family and was the second best expert in Yuzhou, knew all about it.
This Xianshan realm Jiang Zhang sword immortal came from the southern world, a sword immortal who was removed from the South Vietnam sword forest.
Chen Xiang curiously asked, "Then this green-shirted sword immortal?"
Shangguan Yuma waved his hand slightly, his eyes exploding with a brilliant light as he said in a deep voice, "Now that the imperial court is suppressing the Jianghu, the entire Yuzhou is dead, so it's just right to make use of this green-shirted sword immortal who has come out of nowhere, to stir up this tan deadwater in Yuzhou."
Liangzhou.
The 72 peaks towered majestically, rising straight up into the sky, and each peak was straight up into the sky, as if it were a green peak. In the center of the peaks, there was a huge mountain peak with amazing momentum, suppressing the surrounding 72 peaks, named Heavenly Sword Peak. Heavenly Sword Peak seems to be through the sky, 72 peaks in a star cupping style, surrounded by the Heavenly Sword Peak.
Just by hearing the name, one could feel the sword aura compelling.
The Taishu Sword Sect, which was regarded as the head of the Northern Sword Dao sect, started its sect on the Heavenly Sword Peak. The Heavenly Sword Peak starts from the foot of the mountain, and there are a total of 36,800 stone steps leading up to the top of the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there is a dangerous place that is one of the best in the world. Both sides of the broken cliffs, straight into the sky, the peaks leaning on the sky like a sword cliffs break away from the two walls opposite, it's shaped like a door, so it is called Sword Gate. The Sword Gate is not only the heavenly danger of Heavenly Sword Peak, but also the gate of Taishu Sword Sect. After crossing this Sword Gate, it is where the Taishu Sword Sect is located. Heavenly Sword Peak, the Golden Dome Hall sits in the north facing the south, the body for the copper casting partition, the partition casting on the big, small square, the upper eaves for the heavy warping and heavy angular 9-tread arch, the lower eaves of the single warping and heavy angular 7-tread gilded arch, the momentum of the amazing. In the Golden Roof Hall, there are hundreds of sword cultivators, all wearing black and white robe, everyone has a long sword on his back, gathered here. This wave of sword cultivators with astonishing aura gathered here, and the person at the head was a crane-haired, boyish-faced male sword cultivator. This crane-haired boyish-looking man sword cultivator, dressed in yin and yang simple spectrum Taoist robe, there is a bright red at the center of the eyebrow, like the eye of the sky, carrying a famous sword Dragon Abyss, sword chi circling around the body, bearing the chi of the sword way. The contemporary master of the Taishu sword sect, Peak Xianshan Realm Sword Cultivator, by Xian. Within the hall, excluding the closed-door Sword Dao ancestors, the rest of the sword cultivators at and above the Chi-He realm were basically present. Bai Xian looked around and spoke faintly.
There is a Taishu sword intent present in Yuzhou.
The Taishu sword sect sword cultivators present all had their complexions change as they looked at each other. Taishu sword intent, the only special sword intent that could only be warmed up by cultivating the Taishu sword skill to its great completion. Nowadays, in the Taishu sword sect, the only sword cultivators who could cultivate Taishu sword intent were those who were in the upper third realm. However, far away in Yuzhou, there was a Taishu sword intent present. A sword cultivator of the upper third realm, but not a sword cultivator of my Taishu sword sect. The Taishu sword skill is the most precious treasure of the sect, how can it be spread out? An old sword cultivator slowly spoke. Another sword carrying old crone frowned slightly and said, "The Taishu sword skill is a sword skill that is not to be spread out, yet it has appeared far away from the Yu state, which is strange to the extreme. If the Taishu sword skill were to flow into the Jianghu, the consequences would be unimaginable." The sword cultivators present were all puzzled. In the middle of the Golden Peak Hall, the contemporary sect master of the Taishu sword sect, Bai Xian, interrupted the crowd with a voice. Bai Xian blandly said, "Qin Gui Cattail, go to Yuzhou to ascertain the sword intent." In the middle of the golden-topped hall, a pavilion woman bowed slightly and softly said, as per sect master's orders. The woman's willow eyebrows were slender, her phoenix eyes were narrow, and the sharpness was evident between her brows. Qin Gui Qin was Bai Xian's personal disciple, and was also the first person of his generation in terms of sword cultivation, having stepped into the upper third realm at the age of 25. This woman is rumored to have been born with a sword body, and the first time she held a sword, she stepped into the mysterious human sword unity for a moment. The famous sword behind Qin Gui Qin is the famous sword that Bai Xian personally went to the sword pool and retrieved for Qin Gui Qin when he entered the realm of searching for meaning. There are women sword cultivators who come down the mountain with their swords at Heavenly Sword Peak.
Chapter 28, Taihe Capital.
The person who caused the turmoil in the rivers and lakes of Yuzhou, the one who was the culprit, was now walking out of the touring city with a relaxed demeanor and slow steps. A man wearing a green shirt, as well as a woman who did not wear black clothes and changed into goose yellow robes instead, the two of them left the city together. In the wrong lodge, today there was also a new shopkeeper who did not know how to write, but preferred to practice swords. I do not know why, was not killed by a sword, also not released Oriole, so was the green shirt man to pack away, carry in the side and out of the city. According to Lin Rong said, is afraid of this Jianghu trip, the road is too boring, looking for someone to chat, make a companion. But the heart is lively, in the Pick Plum Pavilion under the fence for 8 years of Oriole, know clearly that Lin Rong is just joking, the real reason is not known. As to say is Lin Rong want to do that flower picking thing, act as a time to walk the river together fairy couple, also is really.
It doesn't make much sense.
Oriole silently wrapped the goose yellow robe, although he is indeed called pregnant with a gully, the wind and God, but now this face is too flat. Oriole quietly with green fingers stroked their temples, now this face is too flat, at best, but the middleman's posture only. Now if you really look at the face alone, if the two people to do that fish and water love, who take advantage of who is not yet easy to say. This since the age of 16 will be covered in the face, the whole 8 years have not removed the skin, is a Jianghu treasure. When the king of Liang personally solicited that the so-called change of face, the world's best Xinshan realm master Ghost Hanli, did not accept the king of Liang's solicitation, and instead gifted the king of Liang a very high quality of the face skin. Changing the face of the subtle, even if the Xinshan realm master personally probe, cannot find the slightest crack. The woman whose real name is Liang Bird, at the age of 16, covered this face skin, 8 years of parasites, always like ons on the back, do not dare to take off. By now, it seems that I have forgotten the real appearance of Liang Bird. Moreover, this cultivation is afraid that already is the Xinshan realm of Lin Rong, also does not seem like the kind of people who are as hungry as thirsty. Oriole's mind was wandering, while Lin on the side had no idea. Lin raised his eyes to look into the distance, only his complexion was gloomy, and surprisingly, he was a bit terrified. It had been a full 3 years since he had used the thunderbolt to unravel his body and stayed away from the Jianghu. During the 3 years, he just practiced writing, sealing the meridians and locking the veins, forgetting the world's martial arts. Now although still black hair like waterfall, but black hair, but hidden a strand of white hair. Lin Rong footsteps slightly, softly whispered to himself, hopefully no longer choose the wrong. Lin Rong gently kneaded his brow, and his mind broke in an instant. Instead of avoiding the world and hiding, it was better to go with the flow. Oriole looked at the worried Lin Rong and carefully asked, Lin Rong, where are we going? Lin sniffed, his expression turned relaxed and said indifferently, follow your heart. Although Oriole was extremely puzzled, she still nodded her head in agreement. Lin, on the other hand, was unconcerned. After all, this big fish of his had already left the city, and in this Jianghu of Yuzhou, it would naturally attract countless people. The reason why he had delayed entering the Jianghu until now was that Lin wanted to wait for Wang Zhen's sword art to become successful and recover from his injuries, and secondly, Lin wanted to let this mysterious rumor fly for a little while longer. A suspected Xinshan realm sword immortal suddenly appeared in Yuzhou. The rumors were now intensifying, and even some of the ordinary people were aware of the news. Since someone had set a trap for himself, then Lin Xiu would just waltz into the trap, and his appearance as a big fish would naturally attract countless fishhooks. Lin stretched his back and let out a light laugh. No hurry, these fish hooks, they will bite one by one. It's up to you, the rod bearers, whether you can fish yourselves up or not. Taiha capital. Occupying half of the world, dominating the north of the Taiha dynasty, where the capital is located, is the capital of Taiha. Countless northern scholars think about, study hard, squeeze through the head want to be on the list, through the imperial examination into the capital as an official of the brilliant capital, crimson tall walls, I do not know how many want a fish leap dragon gate doorkeeper of the humble scholars blocked. The family nobles are intertwined and entrenched in this splendid capital, and the head of the family is the Taihayang family, which founded the dynasty with its own hands. Inside the capital city, the princes and lords reside. That piece of red vermilion sand color, heavy vermilion door majestic towering, corridor waist on back, eaves high pecking, stretching huge palace complex, is the Yang's palace. A central axis across the palace, the 3 halls, after the 3 palaces, the royal are located in this axis, the outer court, the inner court in order, and to the sides of the unfolding of the north and south straight, symmetrical left and right, called the dragon vein. In this strict rules in the palace, a wearing snow-white fox fur handsome young man, returned to this place. First was a big eunuch led into the palace, all the way to their own live-long chi hall, and then there are 12 palace maids hand for Yang Yi bathing and dressing. Incense washed dust, put on a purple straitjacket court dress, waist tie a same color gold silk spider belt, black hair tied up to inlaid blue gilt crown fixed. Also at this time, learned that Yang Yi returned to the capital, a tall, wearing a red-colored straight robe, thick eyebrows and big eyes of the man, visited the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Yang Yi got up to welcome him, and when he saw this man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, he bowed slightly and said, "Crown Prince."
The current crown prince, Yang He.
That Yang He, who wore a crimson straight robe, then waved his hand and laughed. "Yang Yi, just call me Brother Wang. Between you and me brothers, why do we need to be so pretentious in private?"
Yang Yi lightly laughed, and then said, "Why did Brother Wang come?"
Yang He directly wrapped his arm around Yang Yi's shoulder, squeezed his eyebrows and said, "I heard that your kid was furious for the red face, and went all the way to Yuzhou. How is it? Where is that woman placed by you in the capital now?" Yang Yi smiled helplessly and said, "Brother Wang is joking, Luli left long ago in advance and pounced." Yang Yi then said, "This time I left the capital with 2 golden body realm masters and 100 iron horsemen without reporting to the court. I think the impeachment papers against me should be flying all over the place now, and I've been criticized by those families."
Yang He, on the other hand, didn't care and coldly grunted, "Who dares?
All those gossips have already been suppressed by my hand, father. Then I also helped you to ask for permission in advance, don't worry." Yang He was slightly stunned, and then helplessly smiled. "Many thanks, Brother Wang." Yang He looked around, close to Yang Yi's ear, quietly said, "Now in the capital, there is a blowjob excellent flower girl, now still virgin. I have secretly bought her. Tonight want to follow me out of the palace?" Yang Yi, on the other hand, pushed Yang Hyuk away with his palm, glared at Yang Hyuk and said, "You are the current crown prince. Once the news leaks out, the consequences are unimaginable." Yang He then skimmed his mouth and rubbed his hands together. "I won't dare next time, I won't dare next time." Yang He then gently patted Yang Yi's shoulder and turned to leave with a smile on his face. The two princes parted ways. In the middle of the crown prince's east palace, Chen Kong, who had dual swords hanging, knelt on one knee in front of Yang He. Chen Kong was meticulous and finished all the details of this trip to Yuzhou without missing a single word.
Upon hearing about the siege in the traveling city, Yang He's expression was hidden in the darkness, obscure and unknown.
After a moment of silence, Yang He coldly said, "Got it, stand down."
Chen Kong said in a deep voice, "Yes."
After Chen Kong left, Yang He, wearing a crimson straight robe, turned towards the darkness and indifferently said, "Go and retrieve the group of outlaws raised in Yuzhou, as well as those saucers raised in the darkness. In 10 days, I want to see that person's head." In the dark, only a hoarse voice could be heard, "Yes." Yang He let out a cold snort, his eyes sharp.
A half-step Xinshan realm Jianghu swordsman was really bold. Chapter 29, Jianghu chivalrous couple.
Traveling to a place with beautiful scenery, high mountains and blue water, calling people new eyes.
In the past few days, Lin
Oriole is also honestly followed in the forest Rong behind, play in the mountains, the mood is also more and more free. Lin Rong squatting in front of a small lake, raised his hand to scoop up a handful of lake water, weighing. Now there has been a winter frame, the lake water gradually cold, into the hand cold, but not yet piercing the bone. The lake is not big, should be a wild lake, which can vaguely see a few carp, shaking his head and tail, from time to time splashing waves. Lin Rong inevitably some hand itchy, but now outside, and there is no hand fishing rod, otherwise they must fish on a fishing. Oriole stretched his neck on the side, looking at Lin Rong eyes hot staring at the carp in the lake, tentatively asked, "Why not catch a few with true chi?" Not to mention a half-step Xinshan realm master like Lin Kuo, even if it was Chi-He realm Oriole, fetching a few carp in a small lake would be easy and effortless. Lin Rong heard, just glanced at Oriole, sighed, "Fishing 2 words, the essence is not the fish word, the world feels that fishing is necessarily to lift the rod to start the fish, in fact, the opposite is true, some veteran instead is to focus on fishing word. The opposite is true, some veterans focus on the word fishing instead. Some veterans, and even fishing and then release fish, repeated non-stop, night fishing, but a tale of swimming fish have not been brought back. The reason for this, but is like fishing only, waiting for the fish process is full of fun, wait until the fish bite the hook will be the most excited, but really want to put up the rod to collect the fish, but fell into the downside." Oriole shook her head, for Lin Rong this speech is really difficult to understand.
However, she had also heard of some fishing experts, those godly rumors.
It was said that a Xinshan realm martial artist in the world was simply addicted to fishing, regardless of the day and night, with a mouthful of martial arts true chi as a line, sitting alone between the cliffs, a mouthful of true chi long line stretching for miles, regardless of the winds and rains, humongous immobility, fishing for 3 years. That martial arts cultivation Xinshan realm martial arts, once put out a bold statement. A good fishing spot, not to mention 1,000 gold, even if the world's secret martial arts books are put aside in front of the eyes, will never change.
There were people who laughed that this martial arts cultivation in the whole world ranked not into the top 20 martial arts master. If the world of martial arts evaluation to fishing, on the realm of high and low, this person is enough to occupy one of the 4 great masters' seat. Lin Rong just slapped the water with his hand, eloquent sound. Lin casually asked, Oriole, the assassin of the plum-picking pavilion, what kind of life is it? Oriole was silent for a moment and slowly said, bold and fearful, not allowed to see the sun. Since the age of 16, he stepped into the Yunchuan Blessed Land and became one of the assassins of the plum-picking pavilion for 8 years, and almost every day was filled with fear. And plum-picking pavilion is one of the most unseen clans in the Jianghu. Plum-picking pavilion's assassins, they are also hidden in the dark all year round. For occupying a Yunchuan Blessed Land, once famous picking plum pavilion, Lin Error does not know too much. After all, the most prestigious time, Lin Xiu has not yet been born. Until Lin Xiu martial arts after the world, picking plum pavilion has long been driven to the Yunchuan Blessed Land. For this kind of assassin clan, almost the entire Jianghu are not to be seen. Lin stood up, gently patted the dirt on his clothes and said, let's go, the nearest inn is still 20 miles away, if we don't hurry, I'm afraid we'll have to sleep in the open. For these, in fact, Oriole didn't care. In 8 years, how many times had she slept in the open? Lin Air just rubbed his hands together, gently exhaled, and said, nowadays, in this weather, spending the night outside is going to be freezing to death. Oriole slightly slowed down her steps and gently followed behind Lin Air. This green-shirted man who was obviously in a very high realm, but in his normal life, he behaved like an ordinary mortal. If he hadn't seen Lin Xiu with his own eyes, using his flying sword to force the 5 golden body realms to leave the city in a sorry state, I'm afraid Oriole wouldn't have believed that this green-shirted man in front of him was actually a half-step Shinshan realm sword immortal. The sky was vaguely dark and dusky. Walking out of that secret landscape where people were rare, now the road is getting flatter and flatter, more and more people, and you can vaguely see a bit of light not far away. Lin Rong just focus on hands gathered sleeves, footsteps are not tight or slow. On one side of the avenue, there was a man and a woman, each carrying a sword, striding. The man is not tall, but strong, wearing a hat, wrapped in grey cloth cloak, carrying a tiger's head sword, just like a Jianghu warrior. The woman and the man is high, the posture is flat, long hair in a bun high coiled, valiant, behind a green iron sword. A man and a woman, with an extremely heavy Jianghu flavor, came striding. Just in time to walk together with Lin Rong slightly twisted his head, and that man looked at each other, smiling and nodding. The man with a tiger's head sword on his back, clasped his hands and said cheerfully, where did the young warrior come from? Lin smiled and spoke, South, Circuit City. The long-sword woman and Oriole glanced at each other, both nodding slightly in greeting. About the time they saw the duo of Lin Error and Oriole, they were extremely similar to their own pair of Jianghu chivalrous couple. The stout man grinned, and then casually chatted with Lin Xiu. Between words, there was no taboo. The man with the tiger-headed sword was named Liang Shuyi, a native of the original Deyuan city in Yuzhou. The woman with the green-colored iron sword is named Chengzhen, a native of the state of Name Wind. The two of them met in the Jianghu, and now they are a real couple in the Jianghu. Liang Shuyi was extremely brash and asked with a big grin, is the young warrior also going to the Qingqing sect, to beat the 100 Beasts drum? With a puzzled look on his face, Lin Rong asked, Qingqing sect, 100 Beasts drum? Seeing Lin Rong's blank face, Liang Shuyi said cheerfully, once every 5 years, Qingqing sect sets up the 100 Beasts drum on Qingqing Mountain, and all the martial artists in the world can beat the drum, and whoever can beat the drum for 100 times will be able to take away one of the top-grade gold pills of Qingqing sect. Lin big brother Liang is going to beat the drum? Chengzhen silently pulled Liang Shuyi's cloak and lowered his eyebrows. Liang Shuyi hesitated a little and said in a low voice, yes, because of my beloved wife, I have come to the Qingqing sect to ask for a top-grade golden elixir. Lin naturally noticed Chengzhen's difference, but did not ask more questions, just casually asked, what is the origin of this 100 Beasts drum? Liang Shuyi's face returned to its normal color and continued cheerfully, Qingqing sect is a great Taoist alchemy school, the 100 Beasts drum is the ancestor of the Qingqing sect, refined in a secret landscape, it is said to contain the power of the 100 beasts, and the more times the drum is beaten, the greater the power of the beasts, and the layers are stacked on top of each other. The ancestor of Qingqing sect set up a rule that every 5 years, the 100 beasts drums will be set up on Qingqing Mountain, and martial artists from all over the world can come here to beat the drums, and the person who beats the drums for 100 times can take away one of Qingqing sect's top-grade gold pills. Lin nodded his head repeatedly and said, so that's how it is, the Qingqing sect really has an extraordinary temperament. Qingqing sect's refined top-grade golden elixir, martial artists in the realm of intent seeking took it, within 3 days they could punch open their own meridians, sweep away unusual hidden diseases, dredge the meridians and open up the veins, and strengthen the qi in blood. Chapter 30, Self-Questioning. Lin Rong, although the surface as usual, but just with the afterglow sweep behind the Changjin a glance, will know the reason. Coil up long hair, valiant Changjin, the body meridians at this time is already depressed, 12 meridians blocked most of the mouth, a mouth of martial arts true chi is trapped in the mouth of the heart, may not travel throughout the body. Meridian blockage, a mouthful of martial arts true chi cannot run through the whole body. Changjin practiced martial arts is to go strong and swift technique, now seeking the realm of consciousness cultivation, a mouthful of martial arts true chi is like a fire dragon. True chi is trapped in the heart, brutal true chi cannot come out, can only be around the wall, in the long run will be burned heart acupuncture points. If you do not dredge the meridians, I am afraid that this woman warrior will be their own martial arts true chi backlash, heart veins cut off. Liang Shuyi and Changjin had traveled all the way here, presumably for the Qingqing sect's top-grade golden elixir, which was used to unblock Changjin's meridians. Liang Shuyi and Lin Er were walking and chatting, talking non-stop. At the ancient Park Inn, Liang Shuyi and Lin Rong booked 2 rooms each before separating. Lin and Oriol walked up to the second floor of the inn. The guest room was simple, wooden bed, wooden table, although a little shabby, but very neat. Lin Rong turned to close the door, then met Oriol's pair of resistance eyes, a look of death. Oriol tightly clutched his cuffs, a pair of almond eyes staring at the green shirt man in front of him, tightly leaning against the side of the wall. Dressed in goose yellow robes, his chest rose and fell. Lin Er pulled the corner of his mouth and pointed at Oriol, while then pointing the ground with his toes, saying, "Don't think much, a guest room, you sleep on the ground." This time it was Oriol's turn to stare blankly, then just opened her mouth, but still didn't dare to say anything more. Originally, Oriol wanted to say that she would open a guest room alone. After all, a Qian realm of plum-picking pavilion assassin, there was still a lot of real money in the world. But when the words came to his mouth, Oriol swallowed it back. Now that he is able to keep his life as fortunate, how dare he disobey Lin Rong? Since the age of 16, has been under the fence of the Oriol, simply sit directly on the ground, just sit on the ground. Lin Rong also lazy to say something, make himself a pot of tea. The tea in the inn is the most ordinary tea, not much flavor, but Lin does not care, enjoying himself. Oriol looked at Lin Rong and asked with some concern, "That pair of Jianghu warrior couple, will they be running towards you?" Oriol was not stupid. During the 8 years of upheaval, Oriol had long since seen more than her share of the Jianghu's deception. Nowadays, in the entire Yuzhou, the rumors about the green shirt sword immortal were so overwhelming that they swept through the entire Jianghu, and the ordinary people had heard about it. Lin Xiu walking in the Jianghu, the name of the green shirt sword immortal is very big, the tree attracts the wind, will inevitably attract a lot of Jianghu customers. Lin Er gently sipped his tea, and then looked at Oriol with some surprise. Oriol looked at Lin Er's expression of "You're actually not stupid," her breasts trembled with anger, and a pair of willow eyebrows were tightly wrinkled. "Lin, don't worry, it is just a passerby who meets by chance, that pair of Jianghu chivalrous couple is really for the Qingqing sect's gold dan to come." Oriol frowned slightly at what she said. For the Qingqing sect's golden dan that had long been famous in Yuzhou, she had long heard of it, and after a little thought, she murmured, "Could it be that Liang Shuyi has a hidden disease in his meridians?" On the other hand, Lin Rong raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth slightly, looking at Oriol with some disbelief. Oriol froze in place, looking at Lin's surprised expression. Oriol gasped and laughed, "What, in your eyes? I'm just a little cutie." Lin Rong was silent in response, silently sipping a mouthful of tea as if he had no voice to answer. Oriol only felt her veins jumping wildly, but she was unable to do anything about this Lin Rong and could only hold her tongue. Lin Rong casually said, "Guess half right, it's Liang Shuyi's Dao partner, Changjin, qi and blood depressions, meridians blocked, now it has injured the heart orifices." Oraheim nodded indistinctly. No wonder the two of them had traveled all the way here, wanting to ask for that Qingqing sect golden pill. Oriol asked with some doubts, "With your martial realm, if you want to unclog Changjin's meridians, wouldn't it be at your fingertips?" Lin gently nodded his head and said, "Changjin is only at the intent-seeking realm, even if she's a grandmaster at the golden body realm, unclogging her meridians would be a piece of cake." Now Oriol became more and more strange and asked curiously, "Then why didn't you step in to help Changjin unclog her meridians?" Lin Er, on the other hand, looked indifferent and asked back, "Why should I help them?" Oriol, who had long been accustomed to seeing life and death in the Jianghu, as well as seeing more than enough to see, was naturally clear about the reasoning behind it. One must know that an upper third realm martial grandmaster, no matter where in the world he was, his status was extremely honorable and imposing. The person who meets in passing, if it is a upper 3 realms of martial arts master, give up his identity to actively help us seek the realm of martial arts, that would be a strange thing. But the person in front of him, after all, is he. Oriol rested her cheeks on one hand and murmured, "A person like you actually didn't put up a fight." Lin came to his senses, pushed the teacup away, turned to look at Oriole, and asked after him, "What kind of person am I?" Oriole raised her head and said casually, "I just think you don't look like an upper third realm sword immortal." Over the years, most of the upper third realm martial artists that Oriole had seen were overbearing and high-minded, treating some of the lower third realm martial artists as ants, such as Shangguan Yaibei. Of course, there are also a small number of the upper three realms of the martial arts master, calm and easy tolerance, but even these martial arts master, the bone still and is to remain a proud, for mortals just pity. But the man in front of the green shirt, it is really too different. A half-step Shinshin realm sword fairy, but usually no arrogance to speak of, and ordinary mortals, and even Oriole looked at Lin wrong from time to time. Think the man in front of the green shirt, in fact, simply do not have a martial arts cultivation. But this man in a green shirt can casually force 5 golden body realm masters out of the city with a sword. Lin Air seemed to be unsatisfied with Oriole's answer, still staring at Oriole, refusing to look away. Oriole was stared at uncomfortably, and could only ponder for a moment, slowly saying, "You look. And mortals are all in the same category." Lin was dumbfounded and asked back with a smile, "Isn't it a class of people?" Oriole subconsciously wanted to export a rebuttal, blurting out, "Unusual mortals and martial arts masters, of course." Just as soon as the words were spoken, Oriole froze in place. Lin Rong was still looking at Oriole with a smile on his face. Oriole furrowed her brows as an extremely strange question surged to the surface of her mind. Aren't martial arts masters and mortals in the same category? As if asking himself, Lin opened his mouth and said, "Just by cultivating a mouthful of true qi, does it not count as a human being?" Said Lin Rong slowly get up, a long sigh, look of pathos, murmured, "But is the cultivation of a few points of qi only, has not yet become a fairy, but to a mortal self-proclaimed, depending on mortals and birds and beasts are no different, laughable extreme, sad extreme." It seemed that the entire Jianghu had not noticed a single thing. The insignificant change in the hearts of people. In today's Jianghu, there is too little human flavor. Chapter 31, Xingcheng Sect, 100 Beast Drums. Mount Xingcheng. Xingcheng Mountain is divided into the front and back of the mountain, the peaks surrounded by undulating, green and verdant forests, enjoying the reputation of Xingcheng World Secret. The whole mountain is verdant, evergreen in all seasons, and the peaks are surrounded by a city-like silhouette. Numerous Jianghu warriors, gathered in the Xingcheng Mountain, thousands of Dan steps, crowded abnormal. Mount Xingcheng on the Xingcheng sect, as the Yuzhou famous alchemy famous door, the Xingcheng sect's golden Dan in Yuzhou enjoys a reputation. On the front mountain of Xingcheng Mountain, a huge beast drum stood on the top of the mountain, with an amazing momentum, and countless flying birds and beasts were carved on the drum skin. All kinds of rare and exotic beasts on the surface of the drum had their fangs exposed, as if they were ready to break out of the drum at any time. Xingcheng sect's ancestor is said to have traveled the world, caught 100 beasts with bare hands, each take fur, in the Xingcheng Mountain blessed cave, refining the Xingcheng sect's one of the treasures of the town, 100 beasts drum. This 100 beasts drum, martial arts drum once, there will be a beast of power, drum 10 times, such as the face of 10 beasts. Layers upon layers, until 100 times. Every 5 years, the Xingcheng sect will put the drum on the top of the mountain in front of the 100 beasts. The world of martial arts can come here to climb the mountain and beat the drum. If one could beat the drum 100 times, one could not only use it to spread the fame of Yuzhou and earn a great reputation, but also take away a top-grade golden elixir refined by the Xingcheng sect. In the inn, Lin Xiu pushed open the window of the guest room, raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He could see the emerald green mountains not far away. That was the famous Xingcheng Mountain in Yuzhou. Even from afar, one could notice that up and down Mount Xingcheng, there was a crowd of people, bustling with activity. Lin Air looked to Oriole on one side and casually asked, "How much do you know about the Xingcheng sect?" Oriole came in front of the window, looking at the rolling green hills not far away, pondered for a moment, and said, "One of the 4 great mountains of Taoism, it is said that the ancestor of the Xingcheng sect, and that the ancestral court of Taoism, the Longhu Mountain, seems to be quite close. The alchemy that has been passed down by the Xingcheng sect to this day, is born out of the one of the Longhu Mountain." Lin gently nodded his head, and then lifted his chin, pointing at the huge 100 beasts drum on the top of the mountain, curiously saying, "Is it true that there are 100 beasts of power in it?" Oriole, on the other hand, shook her head and said, "I've never knocked on it, but it's rumored to be there." Speaking here, Oriole suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "It is said that one of today's 4 great masters, the true Sun Martial Sage, when he had not yet stepped into the upper 3 realms, he shocked the Jianghu by beating the drum 120 times with his cultivation at the Qian realm." Upon hearing the name of the true young martial sage, Lin Air was obviously slightly stunned before muttering, "The true young martial sage actually beat the drums here once."
Oriol, on the other hand, looked at Lin with a puzzled expression and said in disbelief, "Haven't you heard of these rumors of the Jianmu?" Obviously a half-step Shinshin realm sword immortal, it was reasonable to say that a sect master of this realm should know a great deal about some of the secret Jianghu rumors. But why was it that Lin seemed to have never heard of the Qingqing sect at all, and had never even heard of the rumor that the true Sun martial sage had beaten his drum 120 times? Lin only gave a dry laugh at Oraheim's question and did not respond. Lin Air rubbed his brow, when he sealed his meridians and locked his veins, and then he used the siege of the city to deceive the sky secret method. He forgot his entire body's martial arts, and along with some of his memories, he fell into a deep sleep. As for the Qingqing school, Lin Rong sighed, really cannot remember. It was also at this moment that the door to Lin Rong's room was knocked on. "Brother Lin, do you want to go to Mount Qingqing to beat the drums together?" Liang Shuyi's bright voice came. Lin turned around and opened the door to his room. Liang Shuyi and Changjin were already carrying swords on their backs, looking ready to go. Seeing Lin showing up, Liang Shuyi said with a big grin, "Going or not, brother Lin?" Lin smiled and nodded, saying, "Then let's go and join the fun." Hearing Lin's words, Oriol then silently followed behind Lin. Liang Shuyi and Lin strided ahead, talking and laughing. Changjin, on the other hand, deliberately slowed down his pace and walked side by side with Oriol. Changjin watched Lin Er and Liang Shuyi walk away, looked sideways at Oriol, and quietly asked, "Why do you keep frowning? Is your husband not treating you well enough?" When these words came out, Oriol jerked her head and twisted her head in some confusion. No, he and I are not husband and wife." Changjin was a bit surprised and said, "I saw that you two were inseparable and living in the same guest room. I thought that you were also Dao couples." Oriol smiled bitterly. It was good that Lin Rong didn't just chop himself up with a sword. After saying that, Changjin smiled pristinely, close to Oriol, whispered, "Miss, I think that person's nature is good, looks and handsome, look bookish. This kind of person traveling the rivers and lakes, if the martial arts cultivation is higher, but will attract countless rivers and lakes women to pounce on. Girl, if you fall in love with, you can start before it's too late." Oriol cheeks slightly red. For Changjin's simple words, some curiosity asked, "Changjin's sister, you and Lin Rong also did not say a few words. How do you know that his nature is good?" Upon hearing this, Changjin was instantly radiant, raising a smile and pointing a finger at Liang Shuyi. "Because he is the best man in the world, I believe in my man's vision." Holding a long sword, the woman whose life was about to end, looked at Liang Shuyi, who was smiling brightly in front of her, a pair of eyes glittering, not hiding her pride. "Liang Shuyi is the best man under the sky. I Changjin, and most fortunate, under the skytop Liang Shuyi, is my family man." Oriol looked at Changjin's eyes, and couldn't help but be slightly lost in thought. Changjin pressed the long sword on his waist, raised his eyes to look at the distant Qingqing mountain, and further up the line of sight was the 100 Beasts drum. Oriol, on the other hand, saw in Changjin's eyes a deeply hidden flash of reluctance. Oriol clearly remembered that Lin Er said bluntly that now Changjin's meridians were stagnant, and a mouthful of martial true qi was trapped in his heart, backfiring on his heart veins. If the meridians could not be unblocked in time, it wouldn't be long before he would surely die. The valiant Changjin stared tightly at the front, the not-so-tall back. Liang Shuyi, whose realm was mediocre and only half a step in the Qian realm, was only somewhat stout and did not have a tall back. In the eyes of his beloved, he was a unique, heavenly warrior. Ahead, Liang Shuyi and Lin were having a great conversation. Lin learned that this man with a tiger's head sword on his back, with the woman Changjin by his side, in just half a year, had traveled almost the entire Yuzhou. Liang Shuyi didn't hide it from Lin Rong and directly confessed, "In these half a year, I took Changjin to travel all over Yuzhou, but I still haven't unblocked her meridians." Lin curiously said, "Didn't you meet a Golden Body Realm Grandmaster?" Liang Shuyi smiled bitterly and looked back at Changjin silently before softly saying, "It's not that we haven't gone to some of the Jianghu sects, it's just that most of us can't even enter the mountain gates, so what's the point of meeting the old ancestors and sect masters of those sects face to face?" After saying that, Liang Shuyi lowered his head and said bitterly, "I'm not afraid of Brother Lin's jokes, but in Treasure Pearl City, we met a loose sect master of the Golden Body Realm." Chapter 32 Bao Xian Cave Heaven. That Golden Body Realm patriarch said that if you want him to make a move you must offer up 100 taels of gold. Liang Shuyi pointed to the ancestral tiger head sword behind him and said, "I was offering this ancestral sword, but that person didn't even look at it, then threw it on the ground and told us to leave." At that time, Changjin could see that the man intended to make things difficult, so he took me and left. After saying that, Liang Shuyi slightly accelerated his steps to make sure Changjin hadn't heard him, and then grinned, embarrassed. "Actually, Changjin didn't know that, but I later went to that Golden Body Realm patriarch one more time, and knelt down for a night." At that time, I held up this ancestral sword and knelt for the whole night, only begging him to make a move. I was willing to be his dead soldier. Liang Shui scratched his face and said with some embarrassment, "It's a pity that I didn't even see the person's face." Lin Rong sniffed and just remained silent. Lin Er then silently glanced at Cheng Jin behind him and asked, "Why don't you tell her?" Liang Shui, on the other hand, straightened his back and said smilingly, "No, if she knows that I am so spineless, she is sad Lu." Lin Rong eyes obscure, and then pointed to the distant Qingcheng mountain, asked, "So this time you are for the Qingcheng sect's golden Dan?" Liang Shui nodded and said cheerfully, "That's right." Lin Rong, however, shook his head slightly and said, "If you want the 100 beasts drum to beat the drum 100 times, you must have a half-step golden body realm cultivation." Liang Shui, still looking radiant, a man with only half a step of the Qian realm, said cheerfully, "Big deal, I'll hammer off these 2 arms." Lin Rong, however, still shook his head and said bluntly, "Even if you hammer off your arms, you won't be able to beat the drum 100 times. Liang Shui, on the other hand, gently patted Lin Rong's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay, if you really can't get that golden elixir, big deal, I'll accompany her. I heard that thing do hell or scary as hell, she's timid, going by herself, I don't feel at ease." Lin Er was slightly lost in thought, twisting his head to look at this bright and cheerful man. Liang Shui still had a bright smile on his face, his expression was frank, as if he was talking about a natural thing. All the way to the north, the surrounding Jianghu martial artists were getting more and more lively. Under Mount Qingcheng, hundreds of martial artists have now gathered, and above the mountain road, there are also martial artists who keep climbing the mountain. However, Lin was not in a hurry to climb the mountain, instead, he was wandering around the foot of the mountain with great interest. Liang Shui clasped his fists towards Lin Rong and said, "Brother Lin, Cheng Zhan and I, we will wait for you at the top of the mountain." Lin, on the other hand, clasped his fists with both hands and smiled, "I wish Brother Liang to get what he wants." Liang Shui smiled brightly, shook his palms vigorously, and laughed, "Borrow your good fortune." After saying that, Liang Shui parted ways with Lin Rong. Liang Shui and Cheng Zhan climbed the mountain hand in hand, while Lin Rong and Oriole loitered at the foot for the time being. Oriole followed behind Lin Rong and hesitantly opened her mouth. Can they really get the Qingcheng sect's top-grade gold pills? Lin just gently shook his head and blandly said, "It's absolutely impossible." Oriole slightly frowned her willow eyebrows and asked, "Then why didn't you make a move to dredge Chengzhen's meridians?" Lin Rong didn't even turn his head and asked back, "Why should I make a move?" Oraheim, who had endured all the way, trembling with fear and trepidation, was a bit huffy at this moment, her brows furrowed as she said, "Then what's the difference between you and those unsympathetic sect masters?" When these words came out, the Lin Rong in front of him stopped in his footsteps, and then slowly turned his head to look at Oriole behind him. Lin Error's eyes were as cold as a ghostly tan, and although Oriole was tense, she unprecedentedly didn't back away, but instead met Lin Error's gaze. Oriole clenched her teeth, her face sulking as she looked at the green-shirted man in front of her. The big deal was that he would be killed by a sword, and anyway, he was trembling with fear all the way here. Lin Er did not dwell on Oriole's trespassing, but only lightly looked at Oriole, and then turned his head back. Oriole still silently followed behind Lin Rong, just did not say a word. Lin stumbled around the foot of Mount Qingcheng. Now the foot of Mount Qingcheng is bustling with activity. In addition to those from all over the Yuzhou Jianghu martial arts, there are also some ordinary families dragging their families to come to visit the once every 5 years of the great world. Some of the businessmen and hawkers with a lively mind set up stores at the foot of Mount Qingcheng, selling fruits and food. Mount Qingcheng's Taoist priests, there are 1 or 2 dozen of them, at the foot of the mountain to maintain order. Lin Rong seems to be in a good mood. Even from the foot of the mountain, vendors bought a few kinds of fresh fruits and vegetables, eating happily. Oriole, on the other hand, had been following behind with sultry eyes and was silent. Waiting until the foot of Qingcheng mountain or strolling through a circle, Lin Rong only reluctant to leave. Mount Qingcheng is divided into the front of the mountain after the mountain. The front of the mountain is excavated with thousands of steps, step by step up, respectively, is the Laojun Pavilion, Yuecheng Lake, Tianchi Cave, Shangqing Palace, the 5 holes in the sky, and then the top of the mountain Qingcheng School of the Ancestor Hall. The back of the mountain is different. Qingcheng sect is not open to the public, water show forest secluded, unclimbable, straight up, in winter is cold, summer is cool, mountain color a great. Lin Rong with Oriole around the Qingcheng mountain in a big circle, until the foot of the back of the mountain. Oriole was puzzled, but still followed Lin to a treacherous mountain road. Lin smiled and said, "The front mountain is too crowded, it's much more convenient to go to the back mountain." Oriole hesitated for a moment and said tentatively, "The back mountain of Qingcheng mountain doesn't seem to be open to the public." Who would have thought that the man in the green shirt would actually directly say with a roguish face, "I don't know again." After saying that, Lin Air pointed his toes, and his figure leapt up, flying upwards along the treacherous mountain path.
Oriole was a peak chi and realm martial arts cultivator, and the treacherous mountain peaks were as easy to walk on.
On the back mountain of Qingcheng Mountain, there were two figures, one green and one yellow, rising and falling amongst the treacherous peaks. The clouds and mists were dazzling, and between the two treacherous mountains, there was only a simple wooden bridge hanging, a line between the clouds. Oriole figure stops, standing at the bridge, looking down at the feet of white clouds into pieces, like a dream. Lin Rong is not over the bridge, but instead violently turned to one side, along through the quiet path, winding upward.
The clouds to find the ancient path, walking hundreds of steps, suddenly clear.
There is a huge cave with thousands of feet of wall, and it appears clearly. One of the 36 small caves in the sky, the highest peak cave, the name Baoxian Cave Heaven. Oriole looked shocked, incredulously looking at the Baoxian Cave Heaven in front of her. Lin Air, on the other hand, looked dazed and muttered in his heart, "It's true." The reason why he had no impression of this Mount Qingcheng, one of the 4 famous Taoist mountains in the world, and even had no memory of the Qingcheng sect, was not because he had no causal involvement with Mount Qingcheng in the first place. Quite the contrary, the reason why he knows nothing about it, I'm afraid that his own karma with Mount Qingcheng in the first place. The reason why I don't know anything about it, I'm afraid it's because I had a bad relationship with Mount Qingcheng. And because of their own means to surround the city to deceive the sky, along with the memory of Mount Qingcheng also all dissipated. Now in this 36 small caves, one of the Baoxian Cave Heaven before, the original Heart Lake Deep memory, also began to gradually revive. Chapter 33, Things Are Different. Lin Air was in front of the Baoxian Cave, stopping for a long time but not stepping into it for a long time. The mountain wind was blowing, and his clothes were getting soaked through. Lin Rong eyes complex, thoughts like thousands of threads, entangled in the chest. Until Lin Rong backed to God, and then walked straight into the Treasure Xian Cave in front of the sky. In the cave sky, the polished cliffs stood in all directions, chilly and cold. One side of the cave sky there are 3,000 stalactite peaks, hooked into the forest. Every sunset gold mountain will be golden light, treasure light flow non-stop. But now the Treasure Xian Cave sky, but empty. Above the stone wall of the cave, there are 3 Taoist sayings, corresponding to the 3 realms of Qingcheng sect.
Guard the center and achieve harmony. To transform 1 into 10,000. All transformations return to 1, 1 returns to nothingness. At the very top of the cave, there was a sentence engraved with majestic brushwork, taking the essence of heaven and earth to supplement my essence, taking the God of heaven and earth to supplement my God. Just at this moment, a young Taoist priest heard the commotion and revealed himself from one side of the grotto. Lin slightly sidestepped his head and met the eyes of this not-so-young Taoist priest. The young Taoist's mouth was wide open, as if he had seen an unbelievable scene, frozen in place. Just without waiting for Lin Rong to speak, that not-so-young Taoist priest seemed to have thought of something, but he was the first to pat his Taoist robes before respectfully bowing his head in a Taoist bow. The Taoist priest said in a deep voice, "Poor Taoist Li Zhua, I pay my respects to Senior Lin." Lin Air then stared slightly and asked, "You know who I am?" Taoist Li Zhang then bowed once more and said softly, before Master's feathering, he had instructed Poverty Dao that the next person to step into the Baoxian Cave Heaven would be Senior Lin, the former number 1 in the world. At these words, Lin's eyes darkened and he fell into silence. After a long period of silence, Lin slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Elder Ziyang, when did he become feathered?" It really was him? Upon hearing Lin Rong call out his master's Dao name, Li Zhua's heartstrings trembled. Was this person really the one his master had spoken of? Li Zhua suppressed his shock and responded softly, "Master passed away in the 32nd year of the Yuan lunar calendar, at the beginning of spring." Ziyang Daoist, the former head of Qingcheng sect, died in the 32nd year of the Yuan calendar. 10 years ago, there was once a young martial artist with white hair, and an old Taoist priest with white hair and immortal bones, here in the Baoxian cave, and they talked and laughed for several days. Lin Air was in a trance, and surprisingly, things were already different. At this time, Li Zhua has been the whole brain has become a pulp, especially in the wrong. Lin personally recognized the Lin senior name. Li Zhua is convinced that the person in front of him, it is the Ziyang Daoist immortal death before, let himself wait for the one. The first in the world. Originally, Jolie thought that he would never wait for the world's first. After all, 3 years after the death of the Ziyang Taoist, that person will be on the mountain of the Tapmaishan failed to pass away, the soul flew into thin air. But now, there was someone who had once again set foot in Baoxian Cave Heaven. And that person, almost personally admitted that he was that person from the beginning. Li Zhua tried his best to maintain his surface calmness, but his Dao heart had long been undulating.
Li Shui gave a sharp jolt and immediately spoke. Senior Lin, before Master's feathered transformation, he instructed Poverty Road that if Senior Lin returned to the Bao Xin Cave Heaven, he would ask Poverty Road to relay a message. Lin looked stunned, then asked softly, "What did Senior Ziyang say?" Dressed in simple Taoist robes, Li Zhang, with a solemn expression, said in a deep voice, "Do not say anything when you accomplish something, do not advise when you attempt to accomplish something, and do not be blamed for anything." The Ziyang Taoist who came from the Taoist sect, when he was feathered, the words left to that white-haired martial artist were actually a Confucian saying. Li Zhang originally thought his master Ziyang Taoist left the true words, destined to not have the opportunity to be relayed by their own. But who would have thought, 8 years later, but was able to relay myself? That is, the words out of the moment, the cave weather machine chaos, the entire Baoshan cave seems to fall into the void, shaking, vibration non-stop, heaven and earth inverted each other. Li Zhang's color changed greatly, alarmed, his figure shook and tilted, just not yet stood firm, the illusion of the great emptiness will flash away, Treasure Shin Cave sky back to calm. Just a moment, the Treasure Shin Cave sky will be this dramatic change and return to normal. Not far away, a green shirt of Lin Er's complexion is gloomy, just gently nodding. Li Zhang stared wide-eyed at the man in green not far away. Just now the Baoyuan Cave Heavens phenomenon was caused by the vibration of Lin Fault's mind. A thought that holds the cave heaven? Exactly what kind of cultivation? What kind of cultivation is it that can only vibrate the mind for a split second, and then be able to move an entire Baoshan Cave Heaven into the void? Jianghu rumors that the world's first, in the 35th year of the Yuan calendar, on the top of the treading Stygian mountain, failed to pass, in the thunderbolt under the soul flew away, completely dispersed in heaven and earth. Li Zhang was dumbfounded at this time. Can't it be that the world's first did not fail at all, but really in the treading underworld mountain robbery to become a fairy? Lin Error shook his head and smiled bitterly, muttered, "Wrong things to do, really cannot be blamed?" At the same time, the memories of the past flooded into his mind, and one of Lin Xiu's green threads gradually turned snow white. The past of Qingcheng Mountain, along with the Qingcheng Jade Room technique, all flooded into his mind. Lin Rong green shirt windlass automatic, gently move footsteps, and then one hand toward the Treasure Shin Cave outside, probe hand to grasp, a green-colored Daoqi in Qingcheng Mountain rises up in the air, and the sky circled for a week, as if the green dragon in the sky, and then the flow of the implementation of the one hand to be harnessed to the Treasure Shin Cave Heaven. The sky green color Daoqi along the entrance of the cave sky as much as the influx, and then this green color Daoqi rushed straight to the stalactites peaks and forests. Under the green colored Daoqi, the stalactite peak forest shone brightly, crystal clear like jade. Lin Error folded his hands into his sleeves and said softly, "I have gathered all of the chi luck that escaped from Qingcheng Mountain and gathered it here. Qingcheng Mountain luck is now not as good as before. Qingcheng sect now has a vague sign of green and yellow. Since the Ziyang Taoist immortal death, Qingcheng sect no one will be able to Qingcheng Jade Room skill repair to the perfect, a mountain of luck and successive years to escape, but there is no way to do so." Although Li Zhang has been practicing in Baowan Cave for several years, he is still far away from the perfect realm. Lin Er gathered all of Qingcheng Mountain's scattered chi luck, and then gathered it in a single chi and gathered it in Baoyuan Cave Heaven. This regathered chi is enough to buy 10 years for the Qingcheng sect, and in the next 10 years, the Qingcheng sect will not need to worry about chi dissipation, and only need to concentrate on the Qingcheng Jade Room technique and cultivate the Great Tao. For his part, Li Shui respectfully made a Taoist bow again, and spoke sincerely from the heart. The 27th generation of the Qingcheng sect's headmaster, the Ziyang Taoist's close disciple, Li Shui, I would like to thank Senior Lin. Mount Qingcheng, the front mountain. A huge 100 beasts drum stood at the top of the mountain. Beside the 100 beasts drum there were 20 Taoist priests of the Qingcheng sect, and on the rosewood table, there were dozens of top-grade gold pills that made the martial artists of the Yuzhou state red in the eyes. Bang! Someone beat the drum with both fists. The sound of the drum shook the sky. The drum echoed among the Qingcheng mountains for a long time without stopping. The sound was tremendous. Chapter 34 The Drums. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud drums overlapped together and resounded through the sky. In front of the 100 beasts drum, there was a shirtless Jianghu martial artist who beat the drum with both fists for 43 times. That big man's upper body was naked, his face was blue, a mouthful of martial true chi gathered in both fists, and his legs were dead set on the ground. Only in the next moment, he was still being recoiled out by the 100 beasts drum, his body flying backwards. Seeing this scene, Qingcheng Mountain immediately resounded a shout. There are regret and ridicule, noisy to the extreme. The topless martial artist climbed up, looked toward the drum and shook his head vigorously, and then sighed. Drumming once, there will be the power of a beast, layer upon layer, until 100 times. A martial artist of the bone-strengthening realm would not beat the drum more than 10 times. A martial artist of the intent-seeking realm would be able to do so about 30 to 50 times, but never more than 50. A martial artist of the Chi and Harmony realm would be able to beat the drum 80 times upwards. Only a half-step golden body realm, a half-step master with 1 foot in the upper 3 realms, could beat the drum 100 times. 100 beasts drum the further back, layer after layer stacked more powerful, the more intense the reaction shock. The topless martial artist just now, who had beaten the drum 43 times, was already at the late stage of the Yi-seeking realm. Afterwards, there are 20 to 30 Jianghu martial artists jumped to the top of the mountain, hammering the huge drum. But among these 20 to 30 Jianghu martial artists, the one who beat the drum the most was only 86 times. Most of them were martial artists who wanted to try something. Their realm was not enough to reach the threshold of the Qian realm, and they had no illusions about the Golden Dan. Until a stout man with a pear blossom mountain opening giant axe on his back, his figure was like a small mountain, leaping up to the top of the mountain. Just by looking at this person's aura, it is known that the martial arts cultivation should not be low. The burly man removed the pear blossom mountain axe behind him and casually set it aside. His stout figure was like an immovable rock, his skin was vaguely covered with deep yellow flashes, a mouthful of fierce true qi passed through his entire body, and there was the sound of a dragon and tiger roaring in his dantian. "Drink!" The stout man shouted, a fist then pounded on the surface of the 100 beasts drum. Suddenly the drum sounded like thunder. The surrounding Qingcheng sect Taoists looked at each other, half-step golden body realm. A drum, in succession, dozens of drums rose up in the sky, dense as rain. Until the 90th sound, it still does not stop. For Qingcheng school Taoist priests, the body floating scattered to the 4 sides, stabilizing this side of the platform. Below the top of the mountain are thousands of hot eyes, staring at the 100 beasts drum Jianghu martial artists. Almost everyone's eyes were drawn to the 100 beasts drum, involuntarily lifting their breath and nervously counting every drumbeat. The stout man's face flushed red, his qi and blood churned non-stop, his fists seemed to be filled with iron, weighing 1,000 pounds. "Open for me!" The stout man shouted up to the sky, and then violently clenched his fists with both hands, raised them high above his head, and slammed them down. 100! The 100th drumbeat resounded through the mountain, countless martial artists howled and applauded non-stop, and the entire Qingcheng mountain boiled over. That stout man finally couldn't support himself and retreated back and forth, his qi and blood surging. A Taoist priest of Qingcheng school floatingly appeared behind the stout man, holding his back with one hand, stopping the stout man from falling, smiling. Poor Taoist congratulates Taoist friend, successfully beating the drum 100 times. The Taoist reached out his palm from his sleeve robe, and it was clearly a top-grade golden elixir. Under the countless blazing eyes below, that burly man took the golden elixir with one hand and raised that pear blossom mountain opening axe high in his other hand. "I am the heir to the Dong family's mountain opening axe, Dong Qingtao." The name of this half-step golden body realm stout man, the Dong family's mountain opening axe successor, Dong Qingtao, instantly spread throughout Qingcheng mountain. Not only that, the name of Dong Qingtao, the successor of the Dong family's mountain opening axe, would quickly resonate throughout Yuzhou. When the drums are beaten 100 times on Mount Qingcheng, the Qingcheng sect will take the top-grade golden elixir. Every 5 years on Mount Qingcheng, anyone who takes the golden elixir will enjoy a share of fame in the Jianghu. Below the 100 beasts drum, Liang Shui, who had a tiger head sword on his back, had his eyes burning, staring at the top-grade gold pills placed on the rosewood table. Liang Shui was just about to step onto the stage when his arm was tugged by Changjin. Changjin looked worried and whispered, "If you can't make it, don't hold on." Liang Shui patted the back of the woman's hand and softly said, "I know." The not-so-tall man raised a naive smile and pulled out his arm with a gentle expression, and then his figure leapt up and landed in front of the 100 beasts drum. After Dong Qingtao, there was another Jianghu big man with a tiger-headed sword on his back on the stage, and the surrounding immediately rose in sound. Liang Shui took a deep breath, and it was not until he actually stood in front of this 100 beasts drum that he felt oppressed by the momentum. The half-step Qi and Realm Han rubbed his palms, his eyes resolute and fearless. Liang Shui closed his eyes, carefully feeling the direction of that true Qi fire dragon in his own body until it penetrated his entire body, before he blatantly threw a punch. Bang! As Liang Shui threw his fist, the 100 beasts drum then sounded loudly. As if a fierce beast came to the face, the force of recoil passed along the fist to the whole body. Liang Shui's figure slightly swayed, and then violently stood still. The surrounding Taoist priests of Qingcheng sect, all of them had their hearts in the right place, gently shaking their heads. Half-step golden body realm. The 100 beasts drum was refined by the old ancestor of the Qingcheng sect back then. The only martial artists who had the opportunity to beat the drum 100 times were those at the half-step golden body realm. Even if they were at the great circle of the Qi and Harmony realm, at most, there would only be 90 drum beats.
In the past 300 years, there was only one exception. 80 years ago, there was a young martial artist who was not well known and was starting out, who climbed the mountain and beat the drum. At that time, no one thought that this person could beat the drum 100 times, and even the Taoist priests present thought that this person beat the drum 80 times was the limit. However, that young martial artist, who had just entered the world, shocked the world by beating the drum 120 times with the Qi and Realm Grand Circle. This feat soon became known all over the world, and it was known in the Jianghu that a martial arts genius had come out of the world. With an unstoppable stance, he entered the Jianghu for the first time and became famous. 50 years later, that young martial artist was no longer young, and his name had long been known throughout the world. One of the four great masters of our time, a heavenly human realm martial arts practitioner, the true Sun martial sage. Nowadays, this Grand Master, who was regarded as the sage of martial arts, had beaten the 100 Beasts drum 120 times at the Qingcheng sect when he first entered the Jianghu. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and the 100 Beasts drum shook once again. 31. The middle-aged Taoist priest from the Qingcheng sect counted silently. At this time, Liang Shui had already beaten the drum for a full 31 times. Cheng stood not far away, looking at the man in the ring with a nervous expression. As if Liang Shui felt something in his heart, he slightly turned his head and grinned towards Chengzhen. And then continued to throw punches without stopping. Bang, bang, bang. In succession, another 20 drums resounded through Qingqing Mountain, only the momentum was not considered swift. 51. It should be almost at the limit. The middle-aged Taoist priest muttered, 50 sounds is the limit of the intent-seeking realm. This stout man in front of him is a half-step to the Qi and realm, about to hear a few more sounds, but it will not be more than the number of hands. Chapter 35, Taking You Down the Mountain. It was late fall, and the mountain wind was cold. At this time, Liang Shuyi's back clothes were soaked with sweat, his arms were trembling uncontrollably, and there was not much martial arts true Qi left in his mouth. Liang Shuyi took a big breath, using one foot to step heavily on the ground, flinging his arm, and beating the drum with another punch. Bang! Although the drum sounded loud, the meaning of exhaustion of Qi could be vaguely heard. Forcibly transferring a mouthful of martial true Qi, holding his breath and not releasing it, successively another 10 punches. 61. The 100 Beasts drum had been sounded 61 times. The middle-aged Taoist silently turned his eyes away from Liang Shuyi, who was still standing still, and turned to look underneath the ring, guessing who the next person to beat the drum would be. The drummer had already exhausted his strength and was unable to play the 100 Beasts drum anymore. It was also at this moment that another dull drum sound rang out. Bang! The middle-aged Taoist was slightly surprised. Turning his head to look at the ring again, the drum beater who had already exhausted his strength actually forcefully delivered another punch. In front of the 100 Beasts drum, Liang Shuyi's figure shook violently, feeling the tremendous force coming from his arm, almost shaking himself out of the ring. Liang Shuyi clenched his teeth, forcibly stabilized his figure, his right arm was already numb and senseless, and a mouthful of martial arts true Qi was also exhausted. Liang Shuyi's eyes were resolute, with no intention of retreating. The thick drums sounded in turn. The middle-aged Taoist priest was violently startled, incredulously looking towards the 100 Beasts drum. Not only that, the Jianghu martial artists present were also holding their breath and staring at the drummer on the ring. Until the 73rd drum beat sounded. Liang Shuyi violently sprayed out a large mouth of blood, followed by the eyes, nose, mouth, ears, 7 bleeding, the body of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the 100 beasts of the drum recoiled from the position of the personal small world has been the sky is falling apart in the scenery. Middle-aged Taoist priest was shocked, shouted, quickly stop. 6 Qingcheng school Taoist priests jumped down together, around Liang Shuyi, but no one dares to take the liberty to block the punch. Now Liang Shuyi Qi and blood surging is urgent, the slightest carelessness will be shocked to break the meridians, organs and bowels are broken. The Jianghu martial artists present look different. That half-step golden body realm of Dong Qingtao frowned at this time, is also puzzled to look at the ring of the man. That person is really life or not want? The man did not say anything, just a punch. Until with a bang, Liang Shuyi's bones in both arms were violently shattered, twisted into a ball at a weird angle, and the whole person instantly flew out backwards. 81 thuds. The Qingcheng sect Taoist priest instantly struck out, catching Liang Shuyi in a cloud hand. The middle-aged Taoist priest's face was blue, when he really didn't even want his life. Liang Shuyi was completely unconscious, his arms were shattered, his 7 orifices were bleeding, half of his meridians collapsed, and all of his organs were broken, and he was lying on the ground crookedly, as if he was a bloody man. Chengzhen stood in a daze, blank expression. Just out of the blue, a few moments later, Chengjin will come back to God, and the woman did not cry bitterly, and even a drop of tears have not fallen. Chengjin is just the blood on the ground slowly pulled up. Let Liang Shuyi gently relying on their shoulders. The woman slowly back her husband up. The movement is gentle look. Go home. Chengjin just carried Liang Shuyi on his back and trudged down the mountain. Qingcheng Mountain, the back of the mountain. Oriole waited for a long time outside the Bao Shin cave, during which time she saw that green-colored Dao Qi spanning across the mountain range, heading straight into the middle of the Bao Shin cave, and upon seeing such a shocking scene, Oriole had long been shocked. Seeing Lin Rong from Bao Shin cave heaven to come out again, Oriole couldn't help but ask, just now that green-colored Dao Qi, is it your means? Lin seemed unwilling to say anything more and just waved his hand casually. When Oriole saw Lin's appearance, she could only honestly keep her mouth shut and follow behind Lin in silence. Lin looked into the distance. The sound of drums came from the distance, softly asked, "Can someone beat the drums over 100? Oriole quietly looked up at Lin and softly replied, "There's already a half-step golden body realm martial artist who beat the drums for 100 and took the golden pills." Lin just gently nodded his head before casually asking, "If it was you who went to beat the drums, would you be able to listen to the sound of 100 drums?" Oriole pondered for a while, gently shook her head, and frankly said, "I'm afraid I can't, it can only be about 90 sounds up or down." Lin Ron, on the other hand, shook his head regretfully, with a look of hatred. Oriole sneered and said in a conspiratorial manner, "I naturally can't compare to great sword immortal Lin." Regarding Oriole's eccentricity, Lin ignored it and then turned around to take the lead to leave. Seeing that Lin Rong had no intention of continuing to climb the mountain, Oriole asked with some curiosity, "Not going up the mountain?" Lin Air shook his head gently and sighed, "No, the person I should see has already seen, going to Qingcheng sect again is meaningless." Oriole nodded her head repeatedly, having no objections to this. Lin Air then let out a light laugh, raised his hand and pointed to the foot of the mountain, smilingly said, "Besides, there are honored guests waiting for a long time, it would not be too polite not to go." Oriole jerked her head up at these words, her eyes flickering as she tentatively asked, "Is it an assassin from the Shangguan family, or is it a Jianghu expert who is looking for him in admiration?" Nowadays, in the rivers and lakes of Yuzhou, the rumors of the green shirt sword immortal were spreading everywhere, and had long been out of control, and there was no lack of Jianghu masters who went there in admiration, wanting to have a meeting with this sword immortal who was hidden in Yuzhou. Lin Air thought for a moment, still shaking his head, saying, "None of it is quite like that." Oriole was puzzled, "Then who is it?" Lin rubbed his chin and said, "The system is strict, the aura is overbearing, and from a distance it looks noble. I'm afraid it's someone from the capital." Oriole's eyes widened in disbelief. An expert from the capital has come looking so quickly? The green shirt sword immortal's reputation had flourished, but the first wave of admirers weren't from the rivers and lakes of Yuzhou, but instead were experts from the capital, which was far away in the sky. Lin Air squinted his eyes, scad in wonder, and laughed. "Not a small number of people, and there are quite a few masters, so the faction is quite sufficient." Oraheim looked at Lin and then asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" Lin smiled brightly and said, "Naturally, I'm going to send them to the door." Oriole opened her mouth slightly, her willow eyebrows slightly furrowed, her almond eyes showing a strong sense of disbelief, and said, "You know that it's a trap, and you still want to go?" As soon as these words came out, Oriole saw Lin Air's teasing eyes, a look of looking at a little cutie. Look. Oriole immediately reacted, immediately reddening her cheeks, huffing, "You trick me?" Lin lightly patted Oriole's head and sighed, "Ai, it's a pity." Oriole slapped Lin's hand away and simply shut her mouth, never saying another word. Lin, on the other hand, shook his palm and laughed, "There's no rush, just let them wait a little longer." Afterwards, Lin unexpectedly went to the long bridge that crossed between two mountains, and with a light tap of his toes, he leaped onto the bridge. Oriole looked puzzled and said doubtfully, "Isn't it not going up the mountain?" Lin Rong didn't look back, casually said, "Changed my mind, I'll go to Qingcheng sect and pick up a few things." Although Oriole was extremely puzzled by Lin's approach, she could only silently follow behind. Chapter 36, Shou-yi. 20 miles away from Mount Qingcheng, under the treacherous heavenly dangers surrounded by mountains on three sides. A dozen or so court discs dressed in red, concealing their true appearance, were all kneeling with their heads bent down. This group of red-clothed people of varying lengths of time and different realms were the court saucers that the Taihe dynasty had taken great pains to train, and these people, without exception, had been rooted in the rivers and lakes of Yuzhou for many years. The Taihe dynasty saucers, uniformly, belonged directly to Grand Eunuch Shen, who in turn was directly under His Majesty today. Even if Yang He was the crown prince, mobilizing 16 saucers was already the limit. Lin Rong is now in the middle of Qingcheng Mountain, but has not beaten the drum.
Lin Rong is carrying a woman, a Xian grade assassin from the plum-picking pavilion, codenamed Oriole, peak of the Qi and Harmony realm. Before stepping into Mount Qingcheng, Lin Er came into contact with two Jianghu men and women.
These 16 saucers dressed in red passed out as much information about Lin Er as they could without hiding anything.
In front of this group of saucers was a middle-aged man with a grave demeanor, a believer that Crown Prince Yang he had personally placed in Yuzhou. When the 16 red-clothed saucers reported all the information, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and the 16 saucers instantly dispersed in all directions without a trace.
At the same time, in an inn,
Chang Jin placed the still unconscious Liang Shuyi on the bed, washed the blood from the man's body with lukewarm water, and crushed the herbs into powder, evenly applying it to both arms. Although Liang Shuyi was lucky not to die, his arms were broken, his meridians were also broken, and his martial arts cultivation had fallen from half-step Qian realm all the way down to bone-strengthening realm. Chang Jin looked gentle, just sitting on the edge of the bed, eyes containing spring water, quietly looking at this not handsome man in front of him. Chang Jin gently smoothed Liang Shuyi's brows with her fingers and murmured softly, "Little cutie." Realizing that his days were numbered, Chang Jin was not afraid to die, but he just couldn't let go of Liang Shuyi. With a bang, the door of the room was violently pushed open from the outside, and three uninvited guests directly barged into the room. Chang Jin subconsciously side-eye, at the same time the right-hand smooth trend will hold the side of the long sword. Just before Chang Jin drew his sword, someone pressed down on Chang Jin's wrist with one hand, and then swiftly grabbed the sword. Chang Jin immediately turned around, protecting Liang Shuyi behind her, while her left hand slowly touched the dagger hidden in her waist. "Miss Cheng doesn't have to be like this, we don't have any malicious intent." The man at the head of the group narrowed his eyes and smiled gently, handing out a look, and the escort who had seized the sword on the side, then tossed the longsword back to Chang Jin. Chang Jin raised his hand to catch the sword, still not letting his guard down, looking at the three uninvited guests in front of him with caution. The man in the lead was a man in his mid to late 30s, with slender eyebrows and eyes, a smile on his face, and a jasper trigger finger on his thumb. The man smiled and said, "Introducing myself, my name is Ning Hukong, my visit tonight is to ask for something." Chang Jin's face remained unchanged as he said, "I wonder what Lord Ning is asking for when he visits." Ning Hukong did not answer, instead, he smiled slightly towards the man behind Chang Jin, and said, "The drumming of Patriarch Liang is really amazingly powerful, showing the true colors of a man, and I really admire it." Slight pause, Ning Hook Rainbow regretted, "Just a pity, Liang Master both arms were recoil broken, even if lucky not to die, but I'm afraid that will be reduced to a waste of time, a pity, lamentable." Chang Jin did not answer, but only silently scanned the three people in front of him. The leader of the Ning Hook Hong, no martial arts cultivation, just ordinary people, but Ning Hook Hong beside the two escorts, Qi and Bloodstrong, is bound to be the martial art of the experts. Just now that person just in a flash, with one hand pressure on his wrist, easily can split the hand to seize the sword, must be the peak of the search for the realm of meaning undoubtedly. Ning Hukong slowly took his seat and lightly laughed, "Miss Cheng doesn't need to be nervous, we are not people who are plotting against us." Cheng Jin silently shifted her footsteps, blocking Ning Hukong's line of sight, and opened her mouth. "Lord Ning might as well have something to say." Ning Hukong laughed and said, "Worthy of being a Jianghu warrior woman, well, then Ning might as well have something to say." Ning Hukong pressed her palm against the desktop, her eyes narrowed as she asked, "Miss Chang, have you ever met a man in a green shirt, Lin Rong?" Upon hearing Lin Error's name, Chang Jin's complexion instantly changed before she tentatively asked, "Is there something wrong?" Ning Hukong tapped her finger on the desktop and calmly said, "That man is a defecting disciple from my sect, we have been ordered to come and hunt him down, so we hope that Miss Cheng can help us." Chang Jin let out a cold laugh and said, "Lord Ning, just which sect in Yuzhou is it?" "It doesn't look like Lord Ning is a man of the Jianghu, instead he looks more like an official of the imperial court." When these words came out, the face of Ning Hukong, who had his identity recognized, remained unchanged, and calmly said, "It is not important as to where Ning actually came from, what is important is whether or not Miss Cheng is willing to help us." Without waiting for Chang Jin to open his mouth, Ning Hohong took out a brocade box from his pocket and laughed, "Miss Chang, don't be in a hurry to answer, now that Patriarch Liang is seriously injured, I believe that this item is exactly what Patriarch Liang needs urgently." After saying that, Ning Hukong opened the box in his hand, a faint golden light lit up, and it was clearly a top-grade golden pill of the Qingqing sect. The moment he saw the golden elixir, Chang Jin was suddenly lost in thought for a moment. The Qingqing sect's golden elixir that the two men had sought for was placed right in front of their eyes. Liang Shuyi's arms were broken and his meridians were shattered. Even if he survived by chance, he would still be reduced to an invalid, but this golden pill could unclog Liang Shuyi's meridians and repair his orifices. Ning Hukong calmly said, "What Miss Cheng has to do is very simple, she only needs to lead Lin Rong to the southeast and travel 16 miles, that's all."
Shang Jin stood in place, silent.
Ning Hukhong, on the other hand, slowly got up, her eyes cold, and threatened. Of course, Miss Cheng can also refuse, but the price will be greater, and I believe that kind of result is something that none of us want to see. In just a few moments, they were both gracious and threatening, showing the depth of the city. Only Chang Jin could be heard suddenly letting out a light laugh, before directly drawing out the long sword in her hand. Under Ning Hukhong's incredulous eyes, Chang Jin did not hesitate and directly chopped the brocade box on the wooden table into two halves on the spot with a single blow of his sword, and that top-grade gold dan was crushed into powder on the spot.
Scram! Ning Hukhong's face changed drastically, violently bursting into a fury as she angrily shouted, "Do you know what you're doing?" "Naturally, I know.
When a martial artist of my generation walks the rivers and lakes, the word righteousness prevails." This was what my own man personally told himself. If it were Liang Shuyi in his place, he would definitely do the same. Chang Jin glanced back at Liang Shuyi, his eyes gentle, and smiled. "I didn't disgrace you, did I?" Ning Hukhong's eyes were as sharp as hooks as she laughed in exasperation. "Then you all go to hell." Ning Hukhong beside the two martial arts escort immediately shot, 5 fingers like hooks, on the spot will be in front of the deathless Jianghu dog men and women, to be strangled on the spot. Chang Jin, even though he knew that he would not be able to defeat them, he still did not hesitate, and resolutely raised his sword to stop in front of Liang Shuyi. Just at this moment, an abrupt voice rang out, and the temperature of the entire room seemed to drop to freezing point.
"Don't bother, I'm coming."
Ning Hukhong instantly stood up in a sweat, the entire person as if he had an on his back. Those two escorts who had brazenly struck out, at this moment, their bodies violently fell to the ground, and in just a split second, they were beheaded with a sword. A man wearing a green shirt was sitting beside the table with a smile on his face. On the table, there were also 2 blood-drenched heads resting on it.
Chapter 37, Siege.
Ning Hukhong's face changed drastically as she stared at this green-shirted man who had suddenly appeared here. Beside Lin Xiao, there were 2 bloody heads on the wooden table, precisely the 2 escorts beside Ning Hukhong.
Without even noticing this person's strike, those 2 escorts were killed with a single sword.
Ning Hukhong unconsciously took a few steps backward, his breath stopping.
Chang Jin exclaimed in shock, "Lin Rong?" Lin Chao's expression was soft and he smiled back, saying, "It's me."
Ning Hukhong suppressed the fear in her heart and said incredulously, "Lin Error, how did you appear here?"
Lin seemed as if he had heard some kind of joke, and then smiled and asked back, "Shouldn't it be why you guys appeared here?"
Ning Hukhong's complexion flickered a few times. Didn't the intelligence say that Lin was still in Qingqing Mountain today, so why would he suddenly appear here?
Lin Er, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows slightly, curiously saying, "The capital city really reacted quickly. I just don't know if it's Yang Yi, or the rest of the emperor's tactics?" Ning Hukhong's face was ironic. He didn't say a word, he just stared at the green-shirted man in front of him, the Xianshan realm sword immortal that was rumored to be all the rage in Yuzhou. Lin Er glanced at the golden dan that had been crushed into powder on the side and sneered, "The Qingqing sect's top-grade golden dan? It's really a great deal." Ning Hukhong clenched his fists in death. This current crown prince Yang He's beloved, his eyes were sinister. Lin Er, on the other hand, had a playful look in his eyes and was smiling. A Qingqing sect golden dan, take it or leave it. When really, what a great official authority. Mr. Lin would like to see, you are exactly how powerful. Lin Rong to finger lightly knocked desktop, face with a smile, said, "Why need to trouble Miss Chang, Lin Maon go is not." Said, Lin Rong figure suddenly disappeared in the air, turned into a green rainbow straight to the southeast and go. The rainbow is as fast as thunder, straight line, straight to the southeast. 20 miles southeast of Qingcheng Mountain, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. A burly man clad in heavy armor's face changed, his heart felt something, he looked up to the sky and asked in a deep voice, "It's coming." A swift aura that did not conceal its trail rose from the direction of Qingcheng Mountain and headed straight here. The heavily armored man then grinned and said, "Ning Hukhong only used a single golden dan to make that pair of Jianghu chivalrous couples turn around and pit against Lin Rong. This group of Jianghu reckless people are really no different from wild dogs." Beside the heavily armored man, an enchanting woman covered her mouth and laughed softly, charmingly saying, "Inviting the king into the jar is nothing more than that." The heavily armored man slightly twisted his head, looked at the enchanting woman beside him, and said with a smile, "Who would have thought that the flower girl of Zitan Lu is actually a golden body realm master who hides in the marketplace?" The flower girl of Zitan Lu, with a special identity, is the current crown prince Yang He, one of the dead soldiers secretly kept, directly under Yang He alone. The enchanting and colorful woman narrowed her eyes and smiled lightly, saying, "General Chen's words, my slave will report them word for word to my master."
Shenrong's face was grim as he sneered. They say that a beautiful person's heart is like a snake's scorpion, so it seems that the rumors are true. The sultry woman whose secular identity was the flower girl of Z-Talk House smiled charmingly towards Chen Run, who was clad in heavy armor, and said, General Chen is overstating the case. My daughter is just a woman. Naturally she can't be compared to General Chen. Chen Raccoon did not say anything more, but just stroked the iron armor on her abdomen, her eyes looking into the distance. Chen Raccoon now serves in the Yuzhou army, official to the 6th rank of commander of the Department of Pacification, is a reel from the sandfield from the tough martial artist. The enchanting flower leader, on the other hand, used her afterglow to survey the man who had kept his mouth shut since the beginning, who had a long knife carved with subtle runes on his back, and stood in the center with a mute expression. The enchanting flower girl's pair of fox eyes narrowed. This person in front of her was the wave-treading knife, Si Shengyan, who was ranked 5th in the current Yuzhou martial arts evaluation. A flower girl of the Z Talking House, a general of the 6th rank, and a master of the martial arts evaluation of Yuzhou. The 3 martial arts masters with vastly different identities share a common identity, that is, the dead soldiers under the command of Crown Prince Yang He. Tonight, the 3 gathered here, all because of the 3 common master, that far away in the capital of the Crown Prince, a 800-mile expedited death order. While the 2 of them were talking and laughing, the one in the center, Si Shengyan, who had a long runic sword on his back, was slightly frowning. Feeling extremely far away, the green rainbow with swift momentum, Si Shengyan fiercely drank. It's not right. He's rushing here on his own accord. Before Si Shengyan's words fell, a green rainbow arrived instantaneously and violently appeared right in the center of the 3. The green rainbow landed with a bang, and the earth beneath their feet cracked layer by layer, crumbling rocks crumbled and flew, and berserk chi surged out violently. 3 people immediately alarm bells ringing, and then quickly swept backwards in different directions. In the center, a green shirt stood alone, and his expression was indifferent. Chen Run, who was clad in heavy armor, landed heavily in the west and stood still, as if an iron wall stood. Chen Run stared at the green shirt man not far away and laughed fiercely. What a monster! The flower girl of the Z-Talk House is floating down not far away, a pair of fox eyes showing surprise, silently measuring the green man in front of him. Is this the famous green shirt sword immortal of Yuzhou? Nowadays, the entire Yuzhou Jianghu is full of rumors. Some good people say that this person is a Xianshan realm sword immortal, originating from the Taishu sword sect. It is the Taishu sect sword immortal that plays the red dust. However, the 3 people present were clear that this green-shirt man whose fame had made the entire Yuzhou Jianghu curious was a half-step Xianshan realm. Unlike the other 2, Si Shengyan was serious, and then silently drew out his long sword behind him, holding it in a holding stance, staring closely at the green-shirt man's every move. Unlike the tense atmosphere of the 3, Lin Xiu, who was in the center of the battle, was relaxed and even had a light smile on his face. With one hand behind his back, Lin looked around at the 3 people and said, the formation is really not small. It seems that the person from the capital has not low means, and can actually invite 3 golden body realm great perfections. The faces of the 3 who had been poked and prodded in the realm remained unchanged, but instead silently moved their feet, closing in on Lin in the center. Chen Run, clad in heavy armor, spat viciously and grinned. These Jianghu patriarchs, they are the most verbose, they look quite immortal. Wait for me to rip your head off and see how different it is from the martial arts patriarchs on the battlefield. The flower girl of Zitan Lu flipped her wrist. A slender steel needle was clutched in her hand, smiling charmingly. General Chen, don't be reluctant to exert your strength in a while, don't pity your slave. Chen Raccoon vigorously looked at the flower girl's rounded ass, couldn't help but laugh and scolded, slutty, really tie without limits. Si Shengyan, who was mute, gripped the hilt of his sword vigorously, and in a flash, the sword's aura overflowed out, showing the meaning of killing. Si Shengyan said hoarsely, this person is not simple, be sure to seek a quick kill. Chen Rong's eyes went cold and said in a deep voice, you need to say that, those people on the battlefield who counterattack on their deathbed are all madmen who can't wait to bite off a piece of your flesh. Chapter 38 Green Shirt Independence. The 3 of them each occupied a place, in a closed circle, trapping Lin Rong in the center. Lin Error had one hand behind his back, one hand raised, and he hooked his finger towards the 3 of them, saying with a smile, gentlemen, are you still not going to make a move? In the next moment, the 3 of them moved in unison. The flower girl threw out her sleeve. First a slender steel needle shot out, as fast as a flying sword. Without turning his head, Lin Er raised his hand on one shoulder, and with a fierce grip, he held the incoming steel needle in the center of his hand. The Tang Sex tactics? Just without waiting for Lin Rong to ponder, a long knife with exquisite runic carvings arrived in an instant, heading straight for Lin Rong's chest. Lin Er could only point his toes, his body swept back at the same time, holding the back of the knife with his palm, clamping down on this runic long knife. Si Xiang difficult to wrap his palm around the hilt of the blade, from a positive grip to a negative grip, his forearm rotated inward, and he violently lifted the blade with a flick. Lin Xiao quickly loosened his palm, and then his figure violently retreated again, narrowly avoiding this extremely poisonous knife. A teasing knife failed. Si Shangyan did not pursue, but change posture, to hide the knife posture, storage knife in the back, surging true qi into fierce knife qi, intertwined and accumulated in the knife body. Just Lin Rong pressure simply cannot get a chance to breathe. Si Xiang difficult in place to store knife intent, wearing heavy armor. Chen Rong is violently rushed to the body. Chen Rong body is huge but swift and fierce. A fist will be whacked in the chest of Lin Rong. With a loud bang, the violent fist intent poured out, and the fist deity was poured into Lin Er's chest by Chen Rong. Lin Er's body instantly flew backwards, like a kite with broken strings. A green shirt in mid-air twisted body, and then in 100 paces away, floating landing. Lin lightly patted his chest and calmly said, "Worthy of being from the military, the punching intent is fierce and violent, without dragging the feet." Chen Ruan watched as Lin Rong ate his punch hard and still remained in shape. Hearing Lin Rong's words, Chen Ruan grinned. "Lousy is from the sandfield, not the same as those fancy flowery fighters in the Jianghu." Lin, yes. Chen Raccoon did not move, but immediately there were 2 steel needles flying out of Chen Raccoon's head. The momentum was only stronger than the first steel needle, one straight to the center of Lin Rong's eyebrow, and the other was stabbed to Lin Rong's dantian. Lin Rong used his 2 fingers to pinch the steel needle at the center of his eyebrow, and casually waved his sleeve to deflect the steel needle that was heading straight for his dantian. "Mr. Lin, you're really calm, I'm so impressed." A soft voice rang out, followed by an illusory graceful figure. Countless phantom shadows overlapped, changing in front of Lin Er. A shadow suddenly jumped out of a hand holding a steel needle. Enchanting woman. The flower leader laughed charmingly. "Go to hell." Just the next moment, Lin laughingly said, "Get out of here, the pollen smell is too pungent." The flower girl, who had been kicked away by Lin Rong, rolled several times on the ground, inserting a steel needle into the earth before she violently stopped her body. This flower Kuei, who was out of her stature to talk about the building, smiled sweetly and said angrily, "Mr. Lin really doesn't understand the flavor." Lin Rong twitched the tip of his nose and said, "A flower girl from the Tang sect, a boxing master from the border army, and a 5th expert from Yuzhou, the row is quite enough." The flower Kuei's eyes flickered. The steel needle in her hand pulled out a flowery thorn, and then stretched out her soft and slippery tongue, licking the steel needle in her hand with the tip of her tongue. A few drops of crystallized saliva slipped down, enchanting and charming. Lin Rong but slightly frowned. "Is the western region of the poison clan means?" The steel needle coated with the woman's saliva, at this time is already extremely poisonous. The flower girl pursed up her red lips and smiled. "Mr. Lin, I'm offended." Coming from the Tang sect and being proficient in the methods of the western region poison sect, she was truly a snake beauty. Behind him, holding the famous sword treading wave Si Shangyan, storing up a majestic knife intent, the runes on the treading wave's long knife, at this time, all lit up, light blue light wrapped around the knife body, glittering. Si Shangyan hoarsely said, "Quick battle." Clad in heavy armor, Chen Run grinned, his feet shifted horizontally, setting up a rigid fist frame, his fist intent rising. Chen Run laughed fiercely and said, "That's exactly what I intend to do." Lin Rong, on the other hand, was calm and silent for a moment, slowly speaking, "Realm cultivation is not easy to come by, all of you should cherish it." Regarding this heartfelt statement from Lin Er, all 3 of them showed disdain. In the next moment, Chen Ruan took the lead and stepped out, his body shooting out, as fast as thunder, a muffled thunder sound resounding from the flat ground. Lin Rong a leg backward stand, a step forward step out, not retreating, a green silk turned snow white, then there will be a fist astral like the wind up, around the limbs and bones for a long time non-stop. There is a fist intention through the whole body. Come. A loud boom. Chen Raccoon Forest was wrong, fist to fist. The ground was thunderous. In the roar, Chen Raccoon first had an arm inch by inch broken, sinews, bones, blood and flesh were broken into pieces on the spot, and the Shen iron heavy armor that was draped over his body was also instantly shattered. Chen Raccoon's figure flew backward with a loud bang, slamming straight into the steep mountain wall, smashing into the rock wall on the spot, his life and death unknown. Without waiting for the flower leader to react, a green shirt instantly arrived. The flower girl of Zitan Lu was shocked and violently transformed into 5 phantoms and scattered. Lin Er's eyes were calm, and he swiftly struck out, and from the 5 phantoms, he grabbed the flower girl's body by the neck with one hand. The flower girl, who had been recognized through the secret phantom technique, looked as if she was dead. She didn't have time to react, and was broken by Lin Rong with the tendon bone wrapping dragon hands. Her own meridians and bones were broken, and her dantian was pierced through by Lin Rong with his 2 fingers, and all of her cultivation was dissipated, and she fell down on the ground. At this moment, Si Shangyan, holding the famous sword treading waves, with the force to split Huashan style, a knife head down. Without even caring about the flower head, he directly split the demonic flower head in two, and his sword intent was like a monstrous wave, coming down on him. Die! The long blade stepped on the waves in mid-air, drawing a light blue half-arc as it slashed down.
Lin raised his hand and lightly drank, come.
Not far away, a large area of reeds trembled and chirped, and a slender reed suddenly flew out and shot towards Lin's palm. Lin held a reed as if he was holding a sword, from the bottom up, lifting the sword.
Bing!
The long sword treading waves, which was engraved with subtle runes, broke into two on the spot. The reed was so powerful that after cutting treading waves, it swiftly slashed through Si Xiang Nan's chest. Lin was only holding a reed, lifting his sword upwards, and there was a sharp and unrivaled sword intent that split the sword intent of that monstrous wave into two, a sword that opened the huge wave.
One move.
After just one move, the fifth master of Yuzhou, Si Xiangyan, was chopped by the sword on the spot, and his famous sword-broken wave was broken into two. The slender reed in Lin's hand gradually crumbled into powder after the sword energy dispersed. At this point, the three martial arts masters who had attained the golden body realm were all dead. In the dangerous landscape surrounded by three mountains, there was only one green shirt standing alone.
Chapter 39, Oh a Fine Wine.
The autumn wind was sluggish, and the reeds swayed. A man in a green shirt, alone, stayed in place, hands gathered sleeves. So far, this by the far away from the capital of the crown prince set up a siege kill, this completely fell curtains. The fifth expert of Yuzhou had his sword broken, the flower girl of Z Talkhouse was split in two, and Shen Run, the heavy armor of the border army, had his heart broken. Waiting for a vague round of bright moon to go up the hill, only then did a woman in goose-yellow robes come from afar. Oriole panted and rushed to this place, only to see the three mountains surrounded by the only green shirt independent.
Oriole frowned and asked, "Where are the experts in the capital who surrounded you?"
Lin Rong casually waved his hand and said, "It's been resolved."
Oriole stared with wide almond eyes and spoke in a daze, "So fast?"
Oriole looked up and down at the green-shirted man in front of her, removing the slight creases in his clothes. He was almost unharmed. Lin Rong chi and blood is still calm, as if ordinary mortals, no traces of internal injuries.
Deep in the siege, one person will kill out of the siege, even unharmed? Lin Rong, on the other hand, let out a light laugh and said, "Otherwise? You're disappointed that you weren't killed by them?" When Oriole heard this, she just tugged at the corner of her mouth and didn't say anything.
Lin rubbed his chin and said to himself, "That's right, if I had my head taken by them, you wouldn't have to tremble with fear and would be free."
Oriole sneered and said, "You really think I'm a little cutie? If you were decapitated, a woman who follows a green-shirted sword immortal would be able to live?" Nowadays, the two of them were almost like shadows, that group of martial arts masters from the capital, since they had the ability to investigate where Lin Rong was, leading the Jianghu martial artists of Yuzhou. Would they not know of their existence? The green shirt sword immortal had been decapitated. How could a small plum-picking pavilion Xianpin assassin escape? Lin Rong laughingly said, "Oops, really underestimated you." Orihime just chimed in with a cold smile. As things stood, when Lin Rong had struck out to kill the first wave of Jianghu experts, Oriole's life had been forced to rest on Lin Rong. Nowadays, the only chance she had of surviving was to hope that Lin Rong wouldn't have his head removed by the subsequent Jianghu experts. Just thinking about this, Oriole was a little desperate again. The more Jianghu masters Lin Rong defeated, the greater the reputation of the green shirt sword immortal would grow, and the more Jianghu masters would follow. With just Lin alone, how could he possibly defeat the entire Yuzhou Jianghu? Oriole knitted her brows, and simply stopped thinking about it. Now that she could live one more day, it was one more day of profit. Lin tapped Oriole's head with his finger and asked smilingly, "Thinking of me dying again?" Oriole opened Lin Rong's hand and laughed coldly, "That's for sure." Lin sked, "Nowadays, you're getting more and more bold, you even dare to talk to me like this." Oriole had a disinterested look on her face, with the air of a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. "So what, it's just a death." Lin stopped poking fun at Oriole and then laughed, "Let's go." Lin turned around and left. Oriole followed behind, realizing that it was in the direction away from Qingcheng Mountain. Oriole couldn't help but ask, "Not going back to Qingcheng Mountain?" Lin frowned and asked back, "Why should I go back?" This time it was Oriole's turn to frown and said with a face full of anger, "Liang Shuyi, but both of his arms are shattered. Changshan also has a short life expectancy. You're just going to leave like this?" This pair of Jianghu chivalrous couple, Oriole felt that they were extremely good, extremely well-matched chivalrous people. Two people face Ning Hook Han's coercion, they are still unwilling to harm you, and you just waltz away? Lin Rong, however, was full of indifference and said, "Well, gone."
Originally thought that Oriole will scold his heartlessness, but who had thought, Oriole but violently change face, angry face to smile, smile but not say anything.
Lin.
Only to see the Oriole so the corner of the mouth with a smile to look at themselves, a look at the little cute. Lin Rong was immediately deflated. Lin was instantly defeated and his face was embarrassed. Oriole, who was able to return the favor, couldn't help but laugh. Lin Air pulled at the corners of his mouth and simply turned his head away.
Oriole smiled like a flower and followed closely behind. Under Mount Qingcheng, in an inn.
Under the moonlight, a young Taoist priest wearing the Taoist robes of the Qingcheng sect crossed into it with a smile. Chang Zhen's face was bewildered as he looked at this young Taoist priest who suddenly appeared here, not knowing what to do. After Lin Air made a move to kill Ning Huokong's trio, Lin Air went straight to the southeast alone and disappeared. Now that he saw this young Taoist priest wearing the Taoist robes of the Qingcheng sect, Chang Zhen asked blankly, "Master Taoist, who are you?" From the back of Mount Qingcheng, Baoshin Cave Heaven, the young Taoist priest who had left and rushed all the way here smiled warmly and laughed, "Poverty Taoist Li Zhua, I have come here especially in compliance with the trust of Senior Lin." After saying that, Li Zhua then fumbled for a moment from his Taoist robe before extending his palm. In his palms, there were two of the Qingcheng sect's top-grade golden pills.
Chang Zhen was surprised, "This is?"
Li Zhang smiled and handed the golden pills in his hand to Chang Zhen, saying, "Senior Lin entrusted poor Tao to pass them on to the two of you."
Chang Zhen did not take the golden elixir, instead he asked, "Has Lin Rong ever gotten out of danger?"
Li Zhang hesitated for a moment, thinking of Lin Rong's entrustment, and said, "The Qingcheng sect has already made a move, Senior Lin has already gotten out of danger, and has now left." Only then did Chang Zhen let out a breath, and did not care about Li Zhua calling Lin Air as Senior Lin. After all, in front of this young Taoist monk, looking at the age is not very, must be the Qingcheng sect in a very low seniority of the Taoist monk, call Lin Rong as senior is out of politeness. But Chang Zhen did not know, in front of this young Taoist, not very old is true, but if the seniority, in the Qingcheng school, I'm afraid there are not a few higher than Li Zhua. In the beginning, after Lin Air left Bao Xin Cave Heaven, he went to the Ancestor Hall of Qingcheng sect. In the Ancestors Hall, Lin Air made the insights of the third realm of Qingcheng sect, all transformations return to one, and one returns to nothingness, and engraved it on the hall in a flowing script.
Lin.
Then later on, Lin Rong then took two top-quality golden pills from the Qingcheng sect's alchemy room by the way. Li Zhua smiled and placed the two golden pills into Chang Zhen's hands, and then he touched a copy of the Qingcheng Qi practicing technique from his bosom and set it down on the table together. Li Zhou opened his mouth and said, "This Qi practicing skill emphasizes on the fine flow of true Qi, slow and unhurried. Elder Lin said that this Qi refining skill can solve the problem of your blocked meridians." Chang Zhen's eyes were filled with tears at this moment, and he said in a trembling voice, "Many thanks." For his part, Li Zhang shook his head with a smile and said, "The poor Taoist was also entrusted by someone, and truth be told, the poor Taoist also had to thank Senior Lin 10,000 times." Of course there was a word that Li Zhou had not yet explained. The two golden pills were what Lin Rong had asked himself to pass on to Chang Zhen, but this Qingcheng Qi practicing skills was what Li Zhou had gifted the two of them in place of the Qingcheng sect. Chang Zhen looked at the two top-grade golden pills in his hands, and could not help but cry like rain. When he was about to leave, Li Zhua suddenly said, "Oh, right, Senior Lin also instructed Poverty Road to bring a message to fellow Taoist Liang. Senior Lin said that the mountain is high and the road is far, and when we meet in the Jianghu in the future, he still owes fellow Taoist Liang a meal of fine wine." Chapter 40, Crossing the Lane in the Rain. An autumn rain, a cold. In late fall, every time there is an autumn rain, it feels like winter is getting closer and closer. Autumn rain pattered down along the rubble of the alley, stretching into a rain curtain. Lin Rong leaned against the corner of the alley wall, stood under the eaves to hide from the rain, looking at the string of rainwater into a dense line, boredom. Oriole, on the other hand, stood on the side, wondering when this autumn rain would end. During this period of time, Lin Rong and Oriole, two people walking not tightly and slowly, for Lin Rong's virtue, Oriole is also touching the 7 or 8. Whenever they encountered rain, they would hide, and when they encountered a pavilion, they would stop. Two people and no cultivation of the same mortals, 3 meals a day never fall, encountered a lively market, the two will also go to wander a bit, and even some of the local snacks, Lin Error will also buy 2 copies. This way, common natural, Lin Rong and Oriole, two people, seems to be really as 2 companion travelers of the rivers and lakes. Lin stretched out his hand, will flow along the eaves of the rain stopped, those dense into a line of rain, as much as in the palm of Lin Rong. Feeling the refreshing coolness in his palm, Lin spoke, 10 miles further on, there is the town of Hiyuan, there is a famous soup dumpling in the town of Yuzhou, if the rain stops early, you may be able to eat it before nightfall. Oriole tilted her head slightly and said carelessly,
Are the Yuan town's dunking soup buns really that good? Lin gently shook his head and said, I'm not sure, after all, it's famous in Yuzhou, so I guess it should be good. Oriole poked her body out and looked at the sky. It was still cloudy and dark. Oriole frowned her willow eyebrows and said, looking at the situation, it shouldn't stop for a while. Lin Rong, on the other hand, clenched his fists and smashed his palms, and suddenly laughed, should we hurry up, maybe we can eat before it gets dark. Oriole looked at Lin in doubt, curiously saying, you've never used your true chi to catch up this entire journey, are you going to make an exception this time? Lin let out a light laugh and waved his hand, special circumstances, should be treated specially. Oriole also came to be interested, a pair of almond eyes looked towards Lin and laughed, then let's go. Under the autumn rain, there were two figures, one green and one yellow, traveling in the rain. Rushing 10 miles in the rain, it was not until they stepped into Yuan town that the two stopped. Oriole's goose-yellow robe was soaked through, and she couldn't help but breathe a few times. Looking at the side of the green shirt is also wet. Lin Rong, Oriole light laugh, spare Lin Rong realm is so high, is still wet and cold, the woman will feel a lot of balance. Lin. The woman's mind, puzzling. In a small store that can be considered clean, Lin asked for a whole 3 cages of soup dumplings, and 2 bowls of bean curd brains, steaming hot. Oriole had already held her chopsticks in the palm of her hand and looked at Lin with bated breath. Lin could only tug at the corner of his mouth and laugh lightly, eat, eat. Oriole had no qualms about it and immediately picked up a dunked soup bun and stuffed it into her mouth. After all, it was the famous soup dumplings of Yuzhou, and it was said that some children of the world's families were even willing to cross half of Yuzhou and travel to Yuan town in order to eat authentic soup dumplings. Oriole's cheeks were stuffed to the brim, and while eating, she opened her mouth and asked, where are we going next? Lin Rong stuffed a dunked soup dumpling into his mouth and said vaguely, I don't know. There's no need to worry, they'll find the door on their own. Oriole curiously said, if you meet an expert on the list of Yuzhou's martial arts evaluation, what are your chances of winning? Lin let out a light laugh and said, such as? Oriole didn't hide anything and said, everyone in Yuzhou knows that the third master of Yuzhou, Jiang Zhang, is a veritable sword maniac, and he knows that you exist, and he will definitely try his best to have a sword fight with you. Lin Rong set his chopsticks aside, pondered for a moment, and said, there's always a 5-point chance of winning. Shenshin Realm Sword Immortal, Zhang Zhang. The third expert of the current Yuzhou, a recognized sword nerd, when this person first entered the rivers and lakes of Yuzhou, he was a one-man, one-sword man, picking off the 13 clans of Yuzhou with his sword. Oriole also no longer asked more questions, after all, Lin Er is only a half-step Shenshin Realm sword cultivator, compared to the real Shenshin Realm Zhang Zhang, I'm afraid that it is difficult to fight. Lin suddenly stopped his hand movements, turned his head to look out the door, and lightly laughed, look, it's coming. At these words, Oriole was so violently terrified that the wooden chopsticks in her hand slipped to the ground. Oriole couldn't care about anything else and violently twisted her head to look at the door with a panicked expression. Zhang Zhang is here? Oriole's tone was sharp, her cold hairs standing on end. Lin slowly got up, casually picking up an oil paper umbrella on one side and lightly smiled, let's go. Oriole silently put down the porcelain bowl in her hand, honestly stood up, and just followed behind Lin Rong. In the narrow alley outside the small store, there were Jianghu martial artists appearing one after another. From the entrance of the alley, there was a steady stream of black shadows falling until the exit of the alley. In the narrow alley, the chi was a mess, and the martial arts true chi was intertwined into a net. The fall rain still hadn't stopped, and it was vaguely threatening to get bigger and bigger. Lin twisted his head to look at Oriole and blandly said, follow behind me. Oriole just nodded blankly, silently approaching Lin's back. By the time Lin took a step out of the threshold, in the narrow alley, there were flashes of cold light and the clanging sound of swords coming out of their sheaths. Lin hooked up the corner of his mouth, lifted up the oil paper umbrella in his hand, and took a step out. From the moment Lin Xiu stepped into the alley, there was a bit of cold light that arrived first. Lin put one hand behind his back and picked up the oil paper umbrella with one hand. The tip of the umbrella pushed aside the tip of the sword, and then poked the swordsman in the chest, and the swordsman fell to the side with a bang. Autumn rain is getting heavier and heavier. In the narrow alley, the rain curtain is connected into pieces. The rain fell on the green stone boards, sounding loudly. Swords and swords were in the shadows, showing the coldness of the sword. Waiting for Lin Rong from the end of the alley slowly step out, gently shake the green shirt, will stop hanging on the clothes of the rain droplets as much as possible shake off. The oil paper umbrella in his hand was already out of shape, the surface of the oil paper umbrella was full of holes, and the umbrella bone was exposed. In the narrow alley, 26 Jianghu martial artists fell to the ground. Lin Error shakes the hand of the oil paper umbrella,
for sides leakage, helplessly said, "It seems to be shelter from the rain cannot be."
Oriole came back to her senses and asked in a low voice, "Where's Jiang Zhang?" Lin Rong looked puzzled and said, "What Jiang Zhang?" Oriole opened her mouth and muttered, "Didn't you say coming?"
Lin rubbed his chin and said innocently, "I didn't say it was him coming."
Oriole gasped and laughed, "Fine, fine."
Lin shrugged and said, "Let's go." Saying that, a green shirt then left forward on his own. Oraheim looked back, still with her heartstrings rising and falling. 26 Jianghu martial artists who had gathered together, Lin Error had broken all of them with just a single oil paper umbrella.
Walking leisurely, crossing the alley in the rain. Chapter 41 Poisoner. Cloud River Blessed Land. Clouds and mists surrounded the mountains and rivers as if they were hidden.
There was a middle-aged man clad in a thick white robe on that white, exquisite pagoda. It seemed like it was approaching winter, the mountain winds were piercing the bones, and the Yunchuan Blessed Land was getting colder and colder. The white dragon was clad in a thick white robe, his face pale and bloodless. White dragon, white tower, white robe, seems to be natural. Pale, as if the lonely ghost of the white dragon, with the palm of his hand to cover his mouth, violently coughing violently, thin body trembling violently. Surprisingly, there is not much blood coughed out, only mottled blood stains in the palm of the hand. White dragon but frowned, the reason why there are only spots of mottled blood, because their own body, now there are no more than a few pounds of blood. In front of the white dragon, there was a white jade chessboard. On both sides of the board, there were 2 boxes of chess pieces, one box was white chess made of white jade, and the other box was pitch black ink stone. On the board, the number of white discs was extremely large, almost occupying the entire board, while the black discs were few and far between, with only 1 or 2 dozen piled up in the corners of the board. The game was extremely strange, with the white discs occupying almost all of the board and the black discs few and far between, languishing in the corners. In the eyes of ordinary chess players, this strange game has already been decided. White discs almost dominate the world, black discs live in a corner. This game should have been finalized a long time ago, but Bai Long, the first strategist of the former Liang, has been playing off and on for another 8 years. The white dragon twisted up a black disc, in a large area of white chess, slowly fell. A lone black disc, inexplicably falling into the world where the white discs are located, is eye-catching to the extreme. The white dragon's eyes were cloudy, his chi and blood decayed, and he had very little life left, but he couldn't help but laugh softly. Heaven's will. The heavens had mercy on him, and at a time when he had very little life left and his chi and blood had decayed to the extreme, he actually did find that person. Right at this moment, a bone-thin old man appeared at this place. The old man is stooped, even now the autumn wind, the weather is getting cold, withered old man is still a thin simple clothes. Original name, He Xiao, the only one heavenly product in Plum Picking Pavilion, peak of Xianshan Realm, the lord of Plum Picking Pavilion. The bone-thin old man stood silently behind White Dragon. He Xiao's voice was hoarse as he opened his mouth and asked, "You've been playing this chess game for 8 years, have you ever gotten any results?" White Dragon's eyes were cloudy as he calmly said, "It's too late." He Xiao slowly walked towards the opposite side of Bai Long and sat down on his knees, looking at the chessboard. This former Liang's #1 strategist was now back to his old self and his days were numbered. Since the fall of Liang, this former Liang first strategist did not follow the old part of Liang to escape to the western desert. Instead, he turned north and became a guest secretary of the Plucked Plum Pavilion in the Yunchuan Blessed Land for 8 years. He Qiu was silent for a moment and slowly spoke, "I know that the deceased princess is in the Plum Picking Pavilion, but don't worry sir, I won't go looking for it after you leave." The white dragon only nodded gently, and then faintly said, "You won't be able to find it either." He Qiu heard this and grinned, revealing his mouth full of yellow teeth and said, "The assassins of the Plucked Plum Pavilion are recorded as much as they can be, so it's nothing more than difficult or easy for me to go and find them." 8 years ago, when the white dragon stepped into the Yunchuan Blessed Land, He Xiu knew that the deceased princess who never showed her face, I am afraid that she is already in the Plum Picking Pavilion. He Qiu twisted a white chess piece and slowly said, "Mr. Yunchuan Blessed Land for 8 years, consumed a lot of effort, Plum Picking Pavilion is grateful." Bai Long didn't raise his head, his eyes still resting on the chess game, and calmly said, "In his position, he seeks his own administration." Seems to be on the white dragon just words hooked interest. This has the poisonous known as the strategist, since he can open the mouth to say that kind of words, is certain that he cannot find the deceased princess. But as the master of the Plum Pavilion, and the peak of the Xianshan realm, within the Yunchuan Blessed Land, he is in control, how can he not find a dead princess? He Xiu gently tapped on the chessboard and curiously said, "For 8 years, because of Mr., I never looked for any trace of that girl. Why is it now that Mr. is certain that I can't find her?" Hearing this, Bai Long propped up his eyes, his smile unconcealed.
He Chou frowned slightly. This was the first time in 8 years that he had seen this poisoner show a smile. White Dragon laughed softly. If you are bold enough, then go and find it. He Chou first frowned tightly, and then seemed to have thought of something, violently changing his expression, incredulously saying, could it be that person is really not dead? He Chou got up violently, his eyes widening, and even that chessboard shook, the pieces scattering in all directions. The White Dragon tried his best to raise his head, grinned, and said, the Liang Sparrow is now, by that person's side. At these words, He Chou subconsciously took a few steps backward. That number one in the world really didn't die? White Dragon ignored it and just silently picked up the scattered pieces, one by one. As his vision blurred, the White Dragon moved slowly, placing the scattered black and white pieces back onto the chessboard one by one. By the time the White Dragon placed a black piece, it slowly fell amongst the heavy white pieces. Unfortunately, it can't be seen. The middle-aged man, who had run out of oil, had a scene from 20 years ago floating in his mind. That spirited, in the prime of his life, the king of Liang stretched out his right hand towards himself, who was puffed up and as if he was a lonely soul. Reporting the king's intention on the stage, I have no regrets to die for the king. When the last sun finished, the man known as the world's first poisoner, his head slowly drooped. He Chou looked at the strategist in front of his eyes, and his expression was almost distorted. The Tooth Green Mountain. The Shangwan family in Yuzhou is located in a place where the Shangwan family is located. In the middle of the night, in a simple thatched hut, there was a young girl from a foreign race who was sitting cross-legged. Her own martial arts true qi, starting at the dantian, traveling around the circumference of the sky. The circumference of the sky, also round, the path of the qi road. Round, week after week, continuous is also said. The body of the circumference of the qi and blood running and outside the body of the exchange of gas, are all people have the innate instincts, martial arts running a mouthful of martial arts qi, to the exchange of heaven and earth gas, open acupuncture points to pick up the gas, gather the gas to raise the gas. The acupuncture point is the lower dantian, which is connected to the mud pill and the gushing spring. Dantian is the ancestor of the innate way, day by day the root of the birth of lead production, the way of 1,000 changes, the mysterious and inexplicable machine all out of this. Therefore, it is said, this is not an extraordinary whole, Shankuan total synthesis. The name of the God point, within the essence of Canli. More immortal cloud, the way of internal refining, the most simple and easy, only want to lower the heart fire into the water dantian ear. Wufu, a mouth of true qi start, is in the dantian, and then traveled around the body, continuous. Just at this moment, the red rope at the girl's wrist suddenly broke and fell to the ground. Yenyu snapped her eyes open, and in an instant, she straightened up, violently picking up the red rope on the ground. Looking at the red rope that had suddenly snapped in two, Yenyu's pupils shook unceasingly as her hands trembled unceasingly. This well-deserved martial arts genius, a martial arts genius who was a half-step to the golden body realm at such a young age, at this moment, his heart was fluctuating. This red rope was the lifelong object that the poisoner had personally handed over to him. When the red rope breaks, the White Dragon dies. Yenyu clutched the red rope in her palm, her eyes dark. When the White Dragon dies, Yenyu emerges. Chapter 42, Old Friends. It wasn't until the next morning that this autumn rain gradually stopped. After the fall rain, white mist rose up in all directions, and the streets of Hiyuan town were puddled with accumulated rainwater. About yesterday's siege was too sudden. Oriole hadn't slept the whole night, and was a little sketchy about the wind and grass outside. Lin Rong, on the other hand, was in a good mood, breathing in the refreshing mist outside the door, refreshed. Lin, I am going to look for a deceased person, you will temporarily stay here. Oriole was slightly surprised and pursued, I'm here by myself? Lin gently nodded and said, that's right. Oriole tugged at the corner of her mouth and asked, you're that relieved that I'm here? Lin looked at Oriole with a smile and said, if you weren't stupid, you wouldn't have left my side. When she thought of that rainy alley battle yesterday, Oraheim felt her scalp tingle and could only honestly say, got it. Lin softly said, be more careful. Lin smiled faintly, and then carrying that oil paper umbrella, his figure gradually fell into the white mist. The white mist filled the air, and Lin's clothes were soon covered in dew. With a slight vibration of his green shirt, he dispersed all of the dew. Along the greenstone road, meandering forward, the road is constantly people coming and going. Following the fuzzy memory, Lin Rong all the way walked stop, even several times 3 times backward to change the road, until a familiar alley, Lin Rong only stopped in his footsteps. In the greenstone alley, there is an elegant tea house. The name of the tea house was Clear Rain. Lin Rong at the entrance of the alley stopped for a moment, before slowly stepping into the alley.
Seeing this tea house as it was in the beginning, Lin hooked up the corner of his mouth, still the same. The tea house was decorated in an extremely light and elegant manner, and amongst them was a young man who was napping on a wooden table, seemingly still awake. Lin Rong tilted his head to look at the plaque hanging in the tea house, twisted written clear rain 2 words, really cannot be said to be good looking, and even neatness are lacking a few points. TSK, this handwriting is really too ordinary, and his own difference is more than half a point. Standing in the doorway, Lin Air set aside the oil paper umbrella that had a lot of holes in it, and softly spoke, "Shenbai, still sleeping?" Hearing the sound outside the tea house, the youth in the tea house lifted his head unhurriedly and looked sleepily at the man outside the tea house. The youth who was called by his name looked at the man in the green shirt and was first slightly stunned before slowly frowning. Shenbai unconsciously straightened up, his originally hazel eyes, at this moment, his gaze burned as he stared at the man in the green shirt. Lin stifled his laughter and then gently waved his hand and smiled, "Long time no see." Shenbai at this time the whole person froze in place, looking at this and that person in front of him, looks like 6 points, but not even half a point of God's resemblance to the green-shirted man, silent for half a second, murmured, "Is it you?" In response to this seemingly dumbfounded question, Lin Rong then gently nodded his head and said, "It's me." Shenbai's eyes turned red all of a sudden, and his entire body took a step out of the tea house, standing violently in front of Lin. Shenbai grasped Lin Rong's arm with both hands, veins showing on the backs of his hands, slightly opening his mouth, his lips trembling, staring tightly into Lin Rong's eyes. Looking at this pair of dark eyes that were as quiet as stopping water and familiar to the extreme, Shenbai violently laughed out loud, laughing aloud, "It's really you." Not being able to care about anything else, Shenbai directly went up and pinched Lin Rong's cheeks, excitedly said, "Still really not dead? I knew you wouldn't inexplicably die under the thunderbolt on Earth. Well, why suddenly want to become immortal, TSK? Where have you been hiding all these years? Hot, now this pair of skin cannot be as handsome as at the beginning, shaped like also 7 points, no, at most is 6 points, and godlike how to half a point is gone, is really too unlike you." Shenbai circled around Lin Rong several times, reached out and twisted Lin Rong's black hair, curiously said, "Where is the white hair at the beginning? How come it's all black hair now? Is it returning to old age, or learning that Taoist real persons return to the basics?" Lin Air will Shenbai's palm aside, helplessly said, Hey, almost got it ah." Shenbai still had no intention of stopping, feeling Lin Rong's chi in detail, incredulously saying, "It's not bad, this empty realm of a flowery body, half dead, how did you get it out?" Lin Rong rubbed his brow and could only speak, "Enough ah, well at least let me in first." Shenbai then let go of his body, smilingly said, "Born apart not, walk. Lin Rong sat on the chair, Shenbai is rummaging through the box, a rummage, only to take out a box of tea. Lin Rong yelled, Hey, take out all those good teas you have in your collection, don't think I don't know, you are hiding white dragon seeking spring. Shenbai laughed coldly and retorted, "You've always been unable to drink tea, just get you some marketplace loose tea to make do." Shenbai just with the most vulgar techniques, with hot water to brew tea, gulp brewing a pass, will be pushed to the tea bowl in front of Lin Rong. Lin Rong pick up the tea bowl, sip, savor some, and then slurped, really difficult to enter, bitter and tasteless, no wonder it is the marketplace loose tea. Shenbai, on the other hand, smiled and said, "What are you pretending? This bitter and tasteless marketplace loose tea is one of the world's 5 most famous teas, White Dragon Seeking Spring." Lin Rong, who was poked and prodded, looked unchanged and said without changing his face, "Humph, just testing." Said Lin Rong and pretended to sip, or bitter, these so-called famous tea, in the end how to taste out of the good and bad? Shenbai stretched his neck, looking hard at Lin Rong. Lin was looking at the hair, can only cough, said, "Have something to say, do not hard to hold back." Shenbai laughed out loud and said, "Nothing, I just think that your appearance nowadays is really not considered handsome, in the beginning it was already much worse than me, now the gap is even bigger." Lin helplessly said, "There's no way around it." Shenbai looked at Lin Rong's long pitch black hair, his brows furrowed, and he asked in a deep voice, "Your entire cultivation, why is it so strange?" Lin honestly said, "It's a means of self-deception, actively forgetting many things, and now that I can find this place, it's already an unexpected blessing." Shenbai muttered, "No wonder." Shenbai remained silent for a moment, still asking the most curious question in his heart. "Back when you were at the top of the treading Stygian mountain, did you really want to cross the threshold to become an immortal?" When Lin Air heard this, he just let out a sigh and said, "No." Once these words came out, Shenbai did not ask any more questions. The appearance of a few, in fact, harmless, in the Jianghu hidden breath, changed the appearance of the Gongfu, is really countless, and even in the beginning there was a Xianshan realm master specializing in disguise. It is said that in his hands of the mask, Xianshan realm of the patriarchs also difficult to see through. Most of all, is that now Lin Rong, form like, God no, even when the first half of the god is not even there. Thinking about the beginning, white hair, green shirt, across the Jianghu, what is so imposing? Since the Jianghu unrivaled, defeated all the world martial artsing. At the beginning of the state of mind, only 4 words can be summarized. The world is invincible. Chapter 43 Woman to Woman. Lin Rong left, to restore the freedom of the Oriole, is really bored, thinking, simply go out to wander a bit. About as now life cannot help the sake of the Oriole instead is extraordinarily frank. Now is already the sun on the pole, because yesterday just had a rain cause, today is still cool wind. The streets are bustling with activity in time for the grand gathering that takes place once every 5 days. The inns and restaurants, the Win Sun Hook Bar stands shoulder to shoulder, the old stores and walk the streets to set up stalls coexist, from the literature room 4 treasures, books and antiques to clothing needle and thread, the 4 seasons of the preserved fruits, medicinal herbs and spices, and even horseback juggling, everything.
Oriole strolled along the street, walking and stopping now and then in front of some vendors.
In front of a stall full of jewelry, Oriole was inexplicably hooked into the mind, simply stopped, and then bent down to take a closer look. Seeing that someone was patronizing the stall, the middle-aged man immediately greeted him with a smile and asked, "Miss, do you have a favorite piece of jewelry? In Heyuan town, you can't find a more exquisite piece of jewelry than mine." Most of these jewelry are some unusual iron ornaments, is imitation of silver made, can be considered exquisite, some price is a little higher, is plated with a layer of silver. The middle-aged man secretly surveyed the woman in goose-yellow robes, estimating that Oriole pocket has a few 2 pieces of silver. Look at the people under the dish, since ancient times is so. Oriole, who hadn't worn any jewelry for 8 years, bent down and picked up a string of silver white bracelets, placing them in the palm of her hand for a closer look. The middle-aged vendor immediately piled on a smile and said in surprise, "Miss really has a good eye, this bracelet matches you extremely well." What Oriole picked up was a string of fish bone bracelet, whether it was the workmanship or the material, it was all mediocre and deservedly inferior. Oriole then gently shook the unusual bracelet that was only silver-plated and asked, "How much is this bracelet?" The middle-aged vendor blurted out, 2 taels of silver. The price of the lion's mouth, the middle-aged man silently calculates, even if it is cut in half, but also able to make a small profit quite a lot. Who had thought that the woman in goose-yellow robes, but did not hesitate, simply said, "Good." After saying that, Oriole directly took out 2 taels of silver from her purse and handed it over to the vendor. The middle-aged man immediately smiled, an old face fawning to the extreme, hurriedly asked, "Do I need to wrap it up for the lady?" Oriole, on the other hand, gently shook her head and said, "No need." Oriole surveyed this string of not-so-exquisite silver-plated bracelets, and in a good mood, directly put this string of bracelets on her wrist. Oriole gently shook her wrist, and the string of bracelets also gently shook. Since childhood has been accustomed to see the jewelry Oriole, looking at this string of the most unusual bracelet, but the eyes are smiling. Just at this time, Oriole threw the bracelet, saw the end of the street, there is a back with a long sword, tall and cool woman. The woman's expression is cold, her back has a famous sword biyun, a black and white robe, out of the dusty and elegant, just standing there, will feel the sword chi compelling. The woman's appearance was extremely beautiful, and her cold eyes were also sizing up Oriole. The woman's willow eyebrows were long and thin, her phoenix eyes were long and narrow, and the sharpness between her eyebrows was obvious. The 2 women were facing each other from a distance. Oriole's heart was puzzled, could it be another Jianghu expert who came by the sound? Oriole silently backed up a few steps, and then her figure merged into the crowd and disappeared. At the edge of Heyuan town, in front of a dilapidated temple that was rarely visited by people, Oriole once again encountered the female swordsmith with the biyun on her back. The female sword cultivator was nonchalant, sizing up the woman in front of her in goose-yellow robes. The woman sword cultivator's voice was clear and cold as she indifferently asked, "Who are you?" Oriole frowned tightly and asked back, "What does it have to do with you?" It was just 2 sentences, and then they were suddenly murderous. As if pinpoints were facing each other, the 2 women both had stern eyes. Oriole quietly lowered her sleeve robes, and there was a snow-white dagger hidden in her sleeve, which instantly slid down to her palm. That sword-carrying woman's expression remained unchanged, only her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, looking towards Oriole's sleeve, coldly saying, "If you make a move, you will die." In just a split second, an overriding aura locked onto Oriole, who was instantly like an on her back. Invisibly, it was as if there was a long sword, hanging above his head. Sword cultivator? The cool woman narrowed her phoenix eyes and opened the door to ask, "Why do you have Taishu sword intent residue on you?" When these words came out, Oriole froze slightly. Taishu sword intent? In Oriole's mind, the figure of that green-shirted sword immortal violently surfaced. Was it him? Back then, when Lin Er was in the traveling city, he used the Taishu sword technique to force 5 Golden Body Realm Masters out of the city with a single sword. This woman in front of me, is she a cultivator of the Taishu sword sect? Oriole sneered and said, I don't know what you're talking about. The woman who had traveled from the Liangzhou Taishu sword sect, across 3 states in a row, and followed the Taishu sword intent to this place was none other than Qin Guiqin. Qin Guiqin seemed to have heard some kind of joke. Her phoenix eyes narrowed as she said in a cold voice, don't make me ask a second time. Oriole hooked up the corners of her mouth and said in a tit-for-tat voice, oh? So what? Behind Qin Guiqin's back, the famous sword Biyun, at this time, the sword body trembled and chirped non-stop, sword chi overflowing in all directions. Qin Guiqin laughed coldly and said, if that's the case, then take my sword and say it again? Oriole's expression was proud. In the face of Qin Guiqin's murderous words, Oriole was motionless. Qin Guiqin, who had a sharp edge and a compelling sword aura, reached out and took hold of the Biyun behind his back. Without any delay, he was about to unsheath his sword. Just at the moment when the Biyun sword was unsheathed, a man in a green shirt suddenly appeared here and pressed the hilt of the Biyun sword with one hand. The Biyun sword returned to its sheath with a resounding thud. Qin Guiqin's complexion changed dramatically. This suddenly appeared here in a green shirt man, he unexpectedly did not notice. The green shirt man even casually pressed the Biyun sword back into its scabbard. When Oriole saw Lin Xiu arrive, she raised her chin towards Qin Guiqin, narrowed her almond eyes, and hooked her lips in a smile. Seeing the scene in front of her, Qin Guiqin instantly became murderous, fiercely gripping the hilt of her sword once again. Lin could only suppress the Biyun sword once again and said in a cold voice, Oriole, that's enough. It was only when she heard Lin open his mouth that Oriole let out a cold snort, and then she just looked at Qin Guiqin with a smile on her face. After the green-shirted man appeared, suppressing the Biyun sword with one hand, Qin Guiqin, who was born with a sword body, frowned and said in a cold voice, Taishu sword intent? Thanks to his natural sword body, Qin Guiqin had facilitated the path of the sword path since he had held the sword, and was naturally sensitive to sword intent and sword chi. After Lin Er appeared, Qin Guiqin had detected the residue of sword intent around Lin Er's body. Lin seemed to be a bit surprised that this Golden Body Realm Grand Circle sword cultivator in front of him was actually able to detect his own Taishu sword intent. Without waiting for Lin to speak, Qin Guiqin frowned and questioned, why are you burdened with Taishu sword intent? Chapter 44 Qin girl, want to make a wish? Shenbai also appeared here and laughed softly, girl, you're going to use your sword at the drop of a hat, walking around the Jianghu like this, if you meet someone more brutal than you, you'll fall head over heels. Lin Er no longer suppressed the stupidly moving Biyun sword, and turned to distance himself from Qin Guiqin. Qin Guiqin's face turned blue as he stared at Shenbai, his tone hardened, my Taishu sword sex personal matters, what does it have to do with you? Shenbai nodded with a smile on his face and asked, which sword cultivator did you learn under? Which sword of the 6 swords of Taishu? Hearing the man in front of him, blurting out the secret history of the Taishu sword sect, Qin Guiqin's face changed drastically, and that Biyun sword was violently sheathed. In just a trance, the Biyun sword that was still behind Qin Guiqin's back was casually held in Shenbai's hands. Shenbai surveyed the famous sword instead. It looks like it should be by Xian's handiwork. It's the same as always, the sword chi is sharp but the sword intent is toned. Having his sword taken away in an instant, Qin Guiqin was shocked and incredulous, Xianshan realm? This person in front of him, calling by Xian by his first name, spoke easily, as if he was talking about a trivial family matter. Shenbai weighed the Biyun sword a few times, helplessly said, what's all the fuss about? Your master by Xian is not also the Xianshan realm. Besides, in the Taishu sword sect, how can there still be a few old sword cultivators alive today? Qin Guiqin stood in place, a pair of phoenix eyes staring at the man in front of him. Shenbai, however, did not make things difficult for Qin Guiqin, but only waved the Biyun sword a few times, and then threw it back to Qin Guiqin. There's no need to trace the matter of the Taishu sword intent, go back and tell Bai Xian, just say Shenbai holds the sword, he'll naturally know. Receiving the Biyun sword, Qin Guiqin's brows tightened when he heard the word Shenbai, before he muttered, Shenbai? Repeatedly murmuring a few times, Qin Guiqin violently recalled the anecdotes he heard from the elders of the Taishu sword sect when he was young and practicing the sword. Shenbai, you're the Tai by sword immortal? Qin Guiqin turned his head violently, looking at the sword immortal in front of him, who had become famous in the world 20 years ago. Shenbai seemed a bit surprised and said with a smile, your master by Xian has mentioned me? This old man is the most small-minded. When I ridiculed him for his sword intent stuttering, he held a grudge, so I'm sure he didn't say anything good about me. Qin Guiqin made his eyes widen, looking at this marketplace man in front of him without any stance.
This was one of the 3 sword immortals at the time, and his own master by Xian's peak sword cultivator Chen Bai, a peak Xianshan realm sword cultivator, known as the Tai Bai sword immortal, is also one of the world's most prestigious sword immortals. 20 years ago, there were 3 parallel sword immortals in the sword Dao. Taishu sword sect, the first of the 6 swords of Taishu, by Xian, a peak Xianshan realm sword cultivator. South Vietnam sword forest, a female sword immortal from the sword mound, Wu Fengtong, a peak Xianshan realm sword cultivator. The loose cultivator, Chen Bai, Tai Bai sword immortal, peak Xianshan realm sword cultivator. These 3 sword cultivators were once recognized as the 3 people who carried the sword Dao in the world, and each of the 3 occupied one of the sword intent, sword technique, and sword qi. Bai Xian emphasized sword qi, Wu Fengtong emphasized sword technique, and Chen Bai emphasized sword intent. 3 of the world's top sword cultivators, each occupying one of them. Bai Xian became the master of the Taishu sword sect, Wu Fengtong sat in the sword mound, and Chen Bai remained hidden in the marketplace for many years. The 3 peak sword cultivators have been renowned in the Jianghu Lake for 30 years. Regarding the level of the 3 sword Dao level, the Jianghu debate for many years, but never be able to put a lid on the conclusion. But later, about 3 people's sword rode high and low debate, then never appeared again. Because later there was a sword cultivator came out of nowhere, one person shoulder sword intense sword qi sword art, sword Dao cultivation peak. After 300 years, the Jianghu once again appeared a great sword immortal. Celestial Realm Grand Master, Cold Pool Sword Immortal. This sword later person, first in the end of the Tongtian River Enlightenment Sword in 17, a step into the Golden Body Realm, the world's sword moves as much as possible. 3 years later into the Xianshan Realm, in the South Vietnam Sword Forest, one person sword to pick the sword forest 12 old ancestors, a great victory and return to the sword graveyard in the sword to take the sword, Tian Yi, and all the way north, the Imperial sword over the Sword Gate Pass, straight up the Heavenly Sword Peak. The 6 sword cultivators of the 6 swords of Taishu were forced to fight together, and still won, and stepped into the realm of celestial beings, and then traveled 3,000 miles by sword, and went straight to the southwestern peaks and forests, and after seeing the Woyue mountain which was split by a sword, he just left a sentence of nothing more than that, and then went away. After 300 years, after that great sword immortal who opened Woyue mountain with his sword, there was another brand new great sword immortal of the sword path, a great master of the celestial realm, the head of the sword path in the world today, one of the 4 great masters, the Cold Pool Sword Immortal. Because of this person's appearance, the 3 people who were originally known as the 3 sword immortals who carried the sword Dao were no longer discussed in terms of the level of the sword Dao realm. Chen Bai was not too concerned about these false names, since practicing the sword, he had no distractions, except for the sword Dao, the rest was just clouds in the sky. Qin Gue Katkin completely did not dare to open his mouth. The original arrogant and domineering appearance disappeared, replaced by hands honestly behind his back, like a child who did something wrong, quietly standing aside. Chen Bai was extremely favorable towards this female sword cultivator, Bai Xian's close disciple. After all, it is the sword Dao stunning juniors, Chen Bai see later sword cultivator, always feel even pleased. Chen Bai smilingly asked, Qin Gue Katkin, good name. Since the pastoral Katkin, Sun Mei, and different. Qin Gue Katkin honestly said, taken from the national wind name of the state Jing female. Chen Bai just raised his eyes and saw that Qin Gue Qin was special, actually a natural sword body that was rare to find in 100 years. At such a young age, he was a golden body realm sword cultivator, and naturally it was most normal to have pride in one's heart. Chen Bai then said in an old-fashioned manner, Miss Qin, after practicing the sword, walk around the countryside more. Although the virtual sword of the Taishu sword sect is subtle, only by personally walking through the red dust can we make the way of the sword not to float on the top, and keep our feet on the ground. Chen Bai's face was young, and in response to the exhortations of this sword Dao senior, Qin Gue Katkin nodded his head like a peck of rice. Lin Rong just folded his sleeves with both hands and stood on the side, not saying a word. Oriole still had a smile on her brow, silently standing behind Lin Rong with a grunt in her mouth as she looked towards the imposing woman sword cultivator. Lin Air pulled the corner of his mouth and turned back. It's a bit of a dog's fight, almost got it. Oriole seemed to turn a deaf ear, raising her wrist and looking at the string of velvet bracelets with a smile. Qin Gue Katkin looked at the green shirt man in front of him, still puzzled. Who exactly is this green shirt man in front of him? Surprisingly, he has such a good relationship with Chen Bai. Chen Bai gently coughed a few times and said, that, Miss Qin, do you ever have any expectations for the sword Dao? Qin Gue Qin was confused by Chen Bai's cold words and froze. Chen Bai pulled Lin Air, who was watching from the sidelines, to his side, pointed at Lin Air, and said with a smile, Miss Qin, if you have any expectations, why don't you say something to him? He can make a wish, but it's very spiritual.
Shin Guekatkin was even more confused, looking blankly at the green-shirted man in front of her, as well as Chen Bai with a playful smile. Chen Bai pressed on Lin Er's shoulder and urged, "Say one, Miss Chin, the opportunity is not to be missed." Although he was unsure, Shin Guekatkin still rushed at Lin Rong and hesitantly opened his mouth. "May my
sword Dao path can go farther and farther?" Lin Er had a eating expression on his face, while Chen Bai lightly bumped Lin Er's shoulder and laughingly said, "People have made a wish, so you're not going to say anything?" Lin Rong can only helplessly sigh, and then opened his mouth to say, "May Chin Taoist friend, the sword road, the further away." Chapter 45, All Old Foxes. Shin Guekatkin looked bewildered, not knowing why. Chen Bai, on the other hand, smiled wryly and patted Lin's shoulder vigorously. Lin Rong was filled with helplessness, a look of having eaten. Chen Bai, on the other hand, laughed loudly and said, "Miss Chin, good luck." Shin Guekatkin was not aware that this green-shirted man, who could not see the slightest bit of cultivation, had been blessed with mysterious luck after he spoke the words, "I wish that you, Chin Taoist friend, will go further and further along the path of the sword." Chen Bai faced cunning, seemingly absurd behavior, but let Shin Guekatkin in the netherworld by the luck of the shelter. After all, the person in front of him, even if he used siege tactics to deceive himself and others, forgetting all about his own martial arts, he was still that veritable number one in the world. To be able to make the world's number one nod his head and say, "I wish you, Taoist Chin, the way of the sword, further and further," in the netherworld, Shin Guekatkin was blessed with martial arts destiny. Lin Er was filled with helplessness at Chen Bai's behavior. Chen Bai, who was a casual cultivator, had always been extremely affectionate towards the juniors of the sword Dao. Chen Bai grinned greatly as he wrapped his arms around Lin Rong's shoulders and said with a smile, "The favor owed to me, paid back." Lin could only nod helplessly. Lin rubbed his eyebrows and said helplessly, "To be honest, it's most appropriate for you to be a casual cultivator." Chen Bai was slightly stunned, then frowned, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Lin lightly glanced at Shin Guekatkin before calmly saying, "Taishu sword intent, excluding the 6 old sword cultivators of the Taishu sword sect, in the entire world nowadays, who else would be able to use it?" After saying that, Chen Bai suddenly thought of something, suddenly realized, and even laughed coldly, "By Xian, this old fox, really fine ah." It was only at this time that Chen Bai realized afterward that the reason why Bai Xian had spared his precious shut-in disciple and rushed from Liangzhou to Yuzhou to find an unfamiliar sword cultivator who was carrying the Taishu sword intent, and was not even accompanied by other sword cultivators of the Taishu sword sect, was all counted by Bai Xian the old fox. The Taishu sword technique is the foundation of the Taishu sword sect. In today's world, the number of sword cultivators who can carry the Taishu sword intent can be counted on one's fingers. Within the past 100 years, the only exception to the rule of martial artists who are equipped with the Taishu sword intent is the sword cultivators of the Taishu sword sect. It was precisely Lin Rong. Lin Er rubbed his brow at this time. When he was crossing the river and lake, he was young and foolish, and tried to bring all the 100 martial arts under the sky into one body. When he first crossed the Jianghu, there were countless martial arts masters who had fought with him. Anyone who fought with him, Lin Er will be the other side of the martial arts split moves, counter-current counter-propagation. With the results of the present, counter-propagating the causes of the past. This kind of unimaginable martial arts tactics, so that for every martial arts master that Lin Er fought, he would lose one more martial arts aptitude, which was simply unjustifiable. Throughout the 500 years, Lin's martial arts talent was high enough to be among the top 3 in history. At the time he first entered the Xianxin realm, Lin Rong had ascended heavily Sword Peak all by himself, and one of the old sword cultivators of the 6 swords of Taishu had personally appeared. In a questioning of swords, Lin not only won over that old sword cultivator, but also incidentally carved the Taishu sword technique into his mind. Lin. The reason why Qin Guiqin was relieved to come to Yuzhou alone was that Bai Xian had counted on Chen Bai being in Yuzhou now, and if Qin Guiqin really encountered a life-threatening situation, with Chen Bai's character, he definitely wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Chen Bai has long been known to cherish talent, for the sword path juniors, regardless of the realm of high and low, good and bad enlightenment, will not be stingy pointing sword moves. Chen Bai sneered more than once and gritted his teeth. "Dare I say that this old fox, Bai Xian, is sending his own precious disciple to me for further training? It's really a good hand. Not only did you get a gift of martial luck from you, the number 1 in the world, but you also want to glean a few moves of superior sword arts from me, Chen Bai, well. But Chen Bai looked toward the innocent and bewildered Qin Guiqin, and could not say anything more. After all, Qin Guiqin but from the beginning to the end do not know these twists and turns. Chen Bai muttered, "The old fox is quite accurate. 100 years hard to come by natural sword body, but also young golden body realm sword cultivator, a good diamond in the rough in front of the eyes. Chen Bai is really some technology itch."
Shenbai simply no longer think about it. The big deal is that in the future, he will go to the Taishu sword sect to make a scene, and splash some dirty water on this old fox's head. Other than that guy when he was young, Peach Blossom constantly, most like to do that step on the sword over the tide of the hook, and now in the Taishu sword sect master, but had to pretend to be high and cold, the human model of the dog. Shenbai, who was born as a casual cultivator, is quite open-minded, just a moment to stop thinking about it, and smiled brightly.
Shenbai opened his mouth towards Qin Gue Qin. Miss Qin, there is no need to return to Liangzhou first, learn a few moves of superior swordsmanship here in my place before leaving.
Other than that, in terms of sword intent alone, I can shake off that old fox by Shenbai a few blocks. You following him to cultivate sword chi is still considered okay. If you cultivate sword intent, it's really just a toad giving birth to a child. Qin Gue Catkin, surprised and happy, hurriedly stiffly bowed, respectfully said in a formal manner, more.
Many thanks to Sword Immortal Chen.
Shenbai waved his hand and yelled, less with by Shen learn that mess, in my place just relax is. Shenbai was in a good mood, and then pulled Lin Er's arm and spoke with a smile, since it's rare to see each other, let's go and have a good drink? Without giving Lin Xiu a chance to react, Shenbai dragged Lin Xiu away. Qingyu Tea House. Today, they did not drink tea, but instead drank wine. Just some ordinary local brews, the wine is cloudy, the mouth is spicy, but Lin Xiu drink non-stop. Until the wine on the head, called people drowsy. Lin Rong alcohol strength than Shenbai, at this time is already talking upside down, listening to people talk is also the front ear into the back ear out. It was also at this time that Shenbai drank the wine in the bowl before slowly opening his mouth and asking, what do you need me to do this time out of the Jianghu? Shenbai didn't know why Lin Rong had faked his death with a thunderbolt, nor did he know why Lin Rong had dispersed his cultivation, nor did he know what Lin Rong wanted to do nowadays. Shenbai wouldn't ask, much less need to ask. Lin Rong now and when that person, godlike half have not been, which pain, I'm afraid only Lin Rong one know. But Shenbai does not want to listen to those useless past sorrows. Shenbai eyes burning, other no need to say more, he now, only need to know one thing. Lin Rong now need to do what he. Chapter 46, The Caged Sparrow. Lin Rong, who had long been drowsy, just rested the bowl of wine in his hand on the table, and then after a moment of silence, murmured indistinctly and opened his mouth, who grieves for those who have lost their way. Fame and fortune in the past, serves to break the stubborn heart. For more than 20 years, I have done all the wrong things. Today, I realize that my sins are deep. Said, Lin Rong will completely fall asleep, a drunk and not wake up. Shenbai, still holding the wine bowl, remains silent for a long time. Until after a long time, Shenbai will be in the hands of the wine bowl, and Lin Er in front of the wine bowl gently knock, and then violently tilted his head in drink. Shenbai long exhaled a breath, look of pathos. Who is sad about the people who lost their way? Shenbai slowly got up, walked toward the tea house outside, found the woman who followed the side of Lin Rong for a long time, Oriole. Shenbai, wrapped in the smell of alcohol, came to the face. After Oriole saw this tie by Sword Immortal, she was somewhat at a loss for words and subconsciously looked inside the tea house. Not having seen that familiar green shirt, Oriole was inexplicably a bit uneasy. Oriole looked towards Shenbai, hesitated for a moment, and slowly opened her mouth to ask, Sword Immortal Shenbai, is there something I can do for you? Shenbai put his hands behind his back and walked past Oriole, smiling lightly, Miss Oriole, accompany me for a while? Oriole's eyes were puzzled, and she tentatively asked, where is Lin Rong? Shenbai did not reply, instead, he took the lead and rubbed his shoulders and walked outside. Oriole hesitated several times before following behind Shenbai. The two of them walked along the alley all the way outside. Shenbai did not say a word, and Oriole was also cautious. This person in front of him was a peak Xianshan realm sword immortal, the top expert in the world today. Shenbai stopped his steps, and Oriole also stopped violently after him. In an instant, Shenbai's true chi swept away, and the wine aura around him was swept away. Shenbai turned his head slightly and calmly said, do you know Lin Er's realm today? Oraheim's heart became even more uneasy as she tried, half-step Xianshan realm? This tie by Sword Immortal, on the other hand, was able to tell the truth for Oriole in a single word as Shenbai said, nowadays, his cultivation is considered to be a half-step Xianshan realm, but his martial arts skills are only at the level of the Golden Body realm. When these words came out, Oraheim frowned, it was truly unimaginable. Half-step Xianshan realm cultivation, Golden Body realm martial arts? The cultivation true chi had already stepped into the half-step Xianshan realm, but the martial arts technique lagged behind one's own cultivation and was still at the Golden Body realm. It's like sitting on an entire gold mountain, but not being able to make the best use of it, only being able to use a small spoon to dig for the real gold every time. Without waiting for Oriol to ponder the reason, Shenbai continued, nowadays, his realm is not enough, and his martial arts techniques are even more scarce, so naturally, his vision is low, so he can't see through a lot of things, but I'm still at the peak of the Xianshan realm, so I can see clearly. Oriol was confused, not knowing what Shenbai was so, and asked, what did Senior Shenbai see clearly? Shenbai lightly laughed, and then said, for example, originating from the Taishu sword sex Qin Guichin, the reason why I can detect the Taishu sword intent on his body is because Qin Guichin is burdened with an innate sword body that is hard to come across in 100 years. For example, the martial arts Qigong in Yuzhou, which has been stumbling for no apparent reason in recent times, is the result of the death of the patriarchs of Yuzhou. For example, this one on your face, a heavenly quality face skin made by Ghost Hanli himself. Oriol was violently startled, the whole person was like a manacle, a chill instantly spread all over the body, the whole person was stiff to the extreme. The heavenly grade face skin that she had carried for a full 8 years was broken by Shenbai in a single word. Shenbai said to himself, this heavenly quality face skin is of extremely high quality, it is considered to be the pinnacle of Ghost Hanli's work, even I can only detect the existence of the face skin, but I can't peek at the true appearance underneath the face skin. In the Jianghu Lake, the recognized master of disguise, known as Ghost Hand Disguise, the world has no two Ghost Hanli, is a peak Xianshan realm disguise master. It is said that this person will change into a different face every year. Today in the Jianghu Lake, almost no one knows the real face of Ghost Hanli. Shenbai still had his hands behind his back as he calmly said, codename Oriol, plum-picking pavilion Xin Pin assassin, only in the Qian realm, actually covered with a heaven pin face skin, who exactly are you? Oriol clenched her fists, and her entire body unconsciously retreated backwards. It was not until she violently hit the alley wall that Oriol snapped back to her senses, unconsciously clenching her fists too tightly and even piercing her palms with her fingers. Shenbai said in a flat tone, within 3 breaths, if you don't speak, you die. Shenbai has no chi ups and downs, not even the slightest hint of sword chi has been revealed, just calmly with his hands behind his back. But Oriol has no doubt that after 3 breaths, Shenbai will definitely do what he said, he will die. Oriol color pathos, word by word slowly opened, my real name. Liang Bird. This word, Shenbai but violently suddenly tightened his eyebrows, questioned, Liang Bird? A full 8 years, never said the name, at this time to say, Oriol is violently have a sense of relief. Although the world is big, can accommodate two divided the world of the dynasty, can accommodate Jianghu masters, but cannot accommodate the princess of the dead country. Looking at the world, but there is no Liang Bird foothold. Oriol smiled bitterly, even himself to forget this name, Liang Sparrow. Shenbai looked obscure and uncertain, standing in place for a long time without opening his mouth. Liang Bird just stood in place. Shenbai did not open his mouth, she was not in a hurry, after all, since the destruction of the Liang country, 8 years, when was his life in his own hands? Liang Sparrow, Oriol, really interesting, both are just caged birds. Only the next moment, Liang Sparrow heard a sentence that made his heart and soul shake. Liang Bird, I'll give you the chance to leave. Shenbai's eyes were obscure as he spoke calmly. Liang Bird was violently startled and said incredulously, what do you mean? Shenbai calmly said, at this moment, you can leave at this point, and I will give you your freedom. Liang Bird froze in place, not knowing what to do, and muttered, then Lin Rong. My life is in his hands now, once I leave today, in the future. Not waiting for Liang Bird to finish, Shenbai slightly shook his head and said, you just leave. Suddenly got free of the woman, but did not expect the surprise, but instead frustrated. Liang Bird only felt that her heart was empty, and she was at a loss. Because of an assassination, Liang Bird and the wrong fast in the relationship between that person, and then their own back to the tour of the city, and accidentally landed in the side of that person. Being that person to take the life, forcing himself and him together to travel the rivers and lakes, their dream freedom is in front of them, but Liang Bird only feel bewildered. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Liang Xiao was silent for a moment and slowly asked, does he know? Shenbai indifferently said, he doesn't know, nor does he need to know. The color of the night was hazy, calling people to look at their minds. Chapter 47, Beauty like Jade, Sword like Rainbow. Shenbai did not stay long, instead he turned around and left the alley. In the narrow alley, in the dreary night, only Liang Xiao was left alone. The next day, early morning. The morning light is rising, and all things are new. Lin Xiao, who had a hangover, covered his head, which was still a bit dizzy, and climbed up in a daze. Shenbai is not in the tea house, Lin Rong from the tea house out, every step out, their own alcohol will be less a point, until Lin Rong step out of the tea house, drunkenness is gone. Under the morning sunrise, Lin saw a woman carrying breakfast, looking at himself with a smile. Lin was slightly stunned, Looking at Liang Xiao, who was carrying a different breakfast, he couldn't help but speak. The sun came out of the west? Liang Xiao puffed up her cheeks and said gamely, "What, no compliments for me?" Lin Rong sked and sneered, "This is what a maid like you should do." Hearing the word maid, Liang Xiao laughed in exasperation and fainted, "Don't eat it." Lin Er did not tease Liang Bird anymore, and turned to take the breakfast from Liang Bird's hands, casually asking, "Where's Chen Bai?" Liang Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. Chen Bai took Qin Gui cattail to go practice swordplay, saying something about practicing swordplay early in the morning to hone Zhengda's sword intent. Lin Er did not ask more questions, but only nodded his head gently. Liang Xiao curiously said, "How long do you plan to stay here?" Lin pondered for a moment before saying, "It won't be too long." Liang Xiao frowned and asked, "Why are you leaving so soon?" Lin asked in return, "Why?" Liang Xiao casually pushed a cage of dunked soup dumplings in front of Lin Er, and said in disbelief, "Nowadays, the entire Yuzhou Jianghu experts are all curious about you, the green-shirted sword immortal, and there are countless experts who have come here on hearing of you, so won't you not need to worry about those Jianghu experts coming to your door if you're together with Chen Bai?" After all, Chen Bai was a peak Xianshan realm sword cultivator, except for that erratic, ranked as the #1 expert in Yuzhou, but perennially drunk and lunatic. There was no one in Yuzhou who was Chen Bai's rival. Lin Rong didn't explain too much, he just gently shook his head and said, "After all, it's my own business, I can't hide from it." After saying that, Lin Er frowned slightly and looked at Liang Xiao. "You're very strange today." Liang Xiao looked slightly stunned and said awkwardly, "Is there?" Lin didn't care and got up. "Let's go, and meet how Sword Immortal Chun practiced swordplay." Liang Xiao smiled and nodded, as usual, silently following behind Lin Er. The two traveled all the way west until they walked out of Heyuan town. On the way, Liang Xiao curiously asked, "That woman has a high talent for sword cultivation?" Lin pondered for a moment and said frankly, "A natural sword body that is rare to find in 100 years has a unique advantage in the path of the sword." Of the 3 sword immortals back then, the sword immortal Wu Fengtong, who was famous for his sword skills, was born with a sword body. Liang Xiao was a bit surprised and said, "That woman sword immortal who came from the South Vietnam sword forest?" Lin Er nodded his head gently. Wu Fengtong from the South Vietnam sword forest, Bai Xian from the Taishu sword sect, and the loose cultivator Chen Bai. The 3 flush sword cultivators were all among the top sword cultivators of the world. Wu Fengtong has not appeared in the world for a full 10 years. It is said that this woman sword cultivator has been sitting in the sword mound of the South Vietnam sword forest for 10 years, practicing the sword with no distractions, and spending all her days with the sword. Liang Bird just nodded gently and laughed softly, "No wonder she is so overbearing." Hearing this, Lin Xiu muttered, "In the Jianghu, I don't know how many martial arts geniuses, who were endowed with amazing martial arts talent when they were young, felt that their hearts were higher than the sky, and were overbearing. Suddenly gaining great fame at a young age may not be a good thing. Once the heart is high, the false levitation is on the top, and one feels that the world is unrivaled, but when one encounters a high mountain again, and the mountain is high, one will violently have no heart at all, and one will be devastated." Lin Rong a bitter smile, "If they can also encounter high mountains blocking the way, is not it will not come to the present situation?" But the man with white hair and green shirt at the time, the talent of martial arts has never been seen before, since the emergence of the Jianghu will be unrivaled, defeated all the world's martial arts masters. The first time in the Jianghu will be overbearing, conscious of the world but so, looked back violently. But really become recognized as the world's first, known as the highest peak of martial arts. The world's first time in the Jianghu, arrogant and domineering. 20 years, did a lot of ridiculous things, wrong things to do, to this day is still too late to regret. Who would have thought that Liang Xiao was gently shaking his head and said, "It may not be a bad thing." Lin Er, some curiosity, asked with a smile, "How do you mean?" Liang Xiao smiled sweetly, raised her eyes and said, "Poetry and wine take advantage of your years." Lin Er also laughed out softly and smiled, "That's right, there are flowers that can be folded and must be folded." Liang Bird's heart was in the right place, looking into the distance, eyes bright, softly said, "Don't wait for no flowers to be folded." The two traveled north until they reached a wide field. The sky was high and cloudy, and the fallen leaves were dashing. At the end of the field of vision, there is a woman sword cultivator, holding the famous sword biyun, sword chi across the wilderness, rolling up the sky withered and yellow leaves, rustling and falling, the posture as if shocked, the sword dance as a swimming dragon. Beauty like jade, sword like rainbow. Spare Liang Bird this kind of woman, all have to admit, holding the sword Qin Gui Katkin, is a first-class beauty. Lin Er was indifferent, just calmly looking at the woman in the distance. Liang Xiao smiled and asked, "Is it beautiful?" Lin Er did not hide it and said frankly, "Compared to Wu Fengtong back then, Qin Gui Qin is even better."
Liang Xiao just used her slender fingers to gently touch her cheeks.
Liang Bird's fingers gently twisted, a few moments later, and slowly put down the white jade-like palm. It was not until Qin Gui Katkin's sword dance stopped that Chen Bai on the side yelled, "Bai Xian's sword, she is indeed still okay." Even if Chen Bai was no longer accustomed to Bai Xian's old fox, he had to hold his nose and admit that Bai Xian's sword chi was the world's #1 20 years ago. Qin Gui Katkin stood timidly in place, the famous sword matching the beauty. Chen Bai scratched his head, and then reached out and said, "I can't teach you sword chi, but the matter of sword intent, Bai Xian can't even see my heels." Qin Gui Katkin saw Chen Bai reaching out his hand, so he immediately handed the Biyun sword into Chen Bai's hand. Chen Bai received the famous sword Biyun, and then slowly got up. Chen Bai just stood casually, and then held the hilt of the Biyun sword. Chen Bai did not see any movement at all. Just the moment he gripped the hilt of the sword, between heaven and earth, a mysterious sword intent appeared out of thin air. Sword art was the most realistic, sword chi was the second most realistic, and sword intent was the most vague. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, sword intent is almost invisible, the most illusory and fuzzy thing. Sword art can be learned, sword gas can be refined, but only the sword intention can only realize. Sword intent, heavy care. It cannot be said, and it is wrong when it is exported. After Chen Bai held the sword, the distant Liang Bird also perceived the appearance of invisible sword intent in the sky and earth, even if he could not see, but still can feel the sky of subtle sword intent, surprised by the heavenly. This is the peak of the Xianshan realm sword immortal? And this strange sound, fell in the eyes of the natural sword body of Qin Gui Katkin, is another picture. In Qin Gui Katkin's eyes, the mysterious sword intent, even from virtual to real, a long snow-white river hanging high in the sky, like the Milky Way in the sky, brilliant. This is the uniqueness of the natural sword body, in the sword road has a unique talent. Chapter 48, Before people arrive, swords arrive first. Chen Bai looked at Qin Gui Qin and sighed in his heart, what a fine piece of diamond. Qin Gui Katkin looked at the sky full of sword intent, for a long time unwilling to move away from the line of sight, until it seemed like a heavenly galaxy of sword intent gradually dissipated. Qin Gui Katkin slowly back to God. Chen Bai looked at Lin Rong and Liang Bird, his expression was not surprised, and he smiled as he spoke, "Why did you have the pleasure of coming here?" Lin let out a light laugh and said, "Isn't this to meet how Sword Immortal Chen's sword intent is?" Hearing the title Sword Immortal Chen made Chen Bai's head spin. Just not waiting for Chen Bai to say anything, Chen Bai fiercely glared at the northwest, and after a moment, said with a smile, "Lin Rong, your green shirt Sword Immortal's fame is great." Lin Rong did not know why, slightly frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Chen Bai pointed his finger in the northwest direction and laughed, "Coming straight for you." Before Chen Bai's words fell, Lin also detected the strong aura in the northwest. Lin immediately turned around and spoke towards the two women behind him, "You two, leave this place quickly." Qin Gui Qin didn't know why, but Liang Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately turned around to leave. Chen Bai handed Qin Gui Qin a look. Qin Gui Qin suppressed the doubts in his heart, and then left along with Liang Bird. After the two left, Chen Bai smiled and asked, "What do you say, do you need me to help you stop that guy?" Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and said helplessly, "Let him come." Chen Bai rubbed his chin and seemed to be unable to hold back his laughter. A gale rose up and whistled. On the vast wilderness, the duo of Lin Er and Chen Bai stood side by side. To the northwest, there was a raging sword energy. At the edge of the sky, a little white aura lit up. In the line of sight, the point of white light suddenly enlarged, and the white light flourished. In just a split second, there was a magnificent sword chi that came surging from a great distance. The magnificent sword chi flowed straight down, wrapped in a roaring sound, violently smashed down the vast wilderness. Before the person arrived, the sword arrived first. The snow-white sword chi was like a huge waterfall, coming down over his head and crashing to the ground, instantly smashing this vast wilderness into pieces. Lin Rong's figure dissipated from its original position and appeared not far away, his hands folding his sleeves as he laughed softly, "Good sword technique." Chen Bai rubbed his chin and said, "The realm is not high, but the platoon is not small." The magnificent sword chi that was flying down the river dissipated before a figure came from the distance with a sword. At the edge of the sky, a middle-aged man with graying temples, wearing an ink-colored robe, came with his feet on a flying sword. The middle-aged man was wearing an ink-colored robe and his flying sword Chaos River was chirping under his feet, standing in the air, transcendent. The third expert of Yuzhou, Xianshan realm sword cultivator, Zhang Zhang. Chen Bai waved away the dust with his palm and coughed, "Well, look at this stance, at first glance he looks like a sword immortal, I'm ashamed to be inferior, I'm ashamed to be inferior." Lin Rong still had his hands folded over his sleeves and laughed softly, "This is called an expert's demeanor." Shenbai did not think so, just a cold snort, when Bai Xian is the most like to make these vain things, stepping on the sword over the tide, attracted a cry of surprise. In the sky, Zhang Zhang, who had his feet on a flying sword, looked at the two men on the field below his feet with a puzzled expression. One wore a green shirt with long hair like a waterfall, and at this time was folding his sleeves with both hands, smiling indifferently. One wore a gray shirt, plain and unimpressive, and was rubbing his chin with one hand, looking at himself with a playful expression. Since hearing the rumors of the green-shirted sword immortal, Zhang Zhang, who had come 300 miles in one breath with his sword after noticing where the sword intent was, frowned slightly. Sword cultivator Zhang Zhang, here to ask about the sword. Zhang Zhang's voice was like a bell, resounding through the wilderness. Shenbai stretched his waist and said, "Tisk, worthy of being the Zhang Zhang who first entered the rivers and lakes of Yuzhou, holding a chaotic river, one person and one sword, and picking off the 13 clans with his sword, great sword immortal Jiang, truly amazing in his aura." Zhang Zhang furrowed his brows and looked at the mediocre man in front of him, and asked out loud, "Can you be amongst the Yuzhou martial assessment?" Shenbai pondered for a moment and said honestly, "No." Zhang Zhang pointed his two fingers to the side and said in a deep voice, "Then get out of the way, Zhang is going to ask the sword about that green-shirted sword immortal." On the field, Shenbai smiled playfully and asked with a laugh, "Zhang Zhang Jian, how come he even shed his original name?" The sword genius from South Vietnam Sword Forest was defeated by the sword immortal in the cold pool, and after realizing that he could not face the South Vietnam Sword Forest and bring shame to the sword forest, he resolutely gave up the word sword, expelled himself from the South Vietnam Sword Forest, and went to Yuzhou instead. This kind of secret, in the Taiha dynasty dish reported in the Jianghu secret history, also enough to rank second class. Zhang Zhang, who was revealed to have once been his real name, was slightly stunned, and fiercely grimaced as he said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Shenbai said smilingly, "Don't be angry, Zhang dis sword immortal." Zhang Zhang's face was gloomy, the famous sword, chaotic river under his feet was roaring non-stop, and his sleeve cuffs were bulging. The pocket in his sleeve robe was filled with sword chi, the sharpness of the sword was unmistakable, and the sword aura was compelling. Zhang Zhang's face turned blue as he said in a deep voice, "Then receive the sword." In Zhang Zhang's sleeve robe, snow-white sword chi flowed out, resembling two long snow-white rivers, circling in mid-air. The two snow-white sword chi were like two long rivers hanging in the air, in which the sword chi was densely packed like tens of thousands of swimming fish. In the face of such a shocking scene, both Lin Er and Shenbai's faces remained unchanged. Shenbai narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but nod his head, the weather is not small. It was rumored that Zhang Zhang had 10 million sword chi hidden in his sleeve robes, and once released, it was an amazing scene of two heavenly rivers covering the sky and fish swimming high in the sky, so it seemed that what was said was not true. Zhang Zhang is a famous sword-obsessed, intoxicated by the sword. When a man with a sword, the Yuzhou 13 clans are picked over, half of the Yuzhou were beaten convinced, when Zhang Zhang continued to the east, encountered a drunkard. The drunken man alone will stop the momentum of Zhang Zhang, the two exchanged 1,200 strokes, and finally the drunken man will Zhang Zhang's sword moves all broken, holding a scabbard, to scabbard against the long sword, so that Zhang Zhang was forced to close the sword. The drunkard, whose name and origin are unknown, is only rumored to be called a drunken lunatic, who was later ranked number 1 in the Yuzhou martial arts evaluation. It was said that Zhang Zhang and Shangguan Yuma also had a sword questioning match, only the victory or defeat was not rumored, and the Jianghu guessed that the two should be on point. Facing two long rivers of sword chi, as well as tens of thousands of swimming fish hanging in the sky, Shenbai just held his two fingers together and gently shook them. Shenbai said in a loud voice, "Go." The sky and earth suddenly lit up with sword light, and a transparent flying sword appeared, and in just a flash, the two long rivers of sword chi hanging high in the sky were chopped into several sections by the sword. The flying sword was like a bamboo, and violently drilled into the long river of sword chi, the wind and lightning, the tens of thousands of sword chi swimming fish will be strangled to death. Without any fancy sword moves, just a transparent flying sword, it chopped away the two rivers of sword chi. Zhang Zhang's expression changed drastically as he said in shock, "Who exactly are you?" Shenbai raised his head, rubbed his neck, and said, "What kind of person talks to seniors like this, unlike words?" In the next moment, invisible sword intent rushed up into the sky, transforming into countless transparent chains that wrapped Zhang Zhang's hands and legs as much as they could. "Come down." With a violent tug from Shenbai, Zhang Zhang fell violently, smashing into the earth with a loud bang. Without giving Zhang Zhang any chance to react at all, Shenbai violently yanked Zhang Zhang down and smashed him into the wilderness with a loud bang. The wilderness that was originally shattered by Zhang Zhang's sword was even more ravaged and broken. Chapter 49, Is it beautiful? In the middle of Heyuan town. Unlike the chi vibrations in the vast wilderness, the two women were walking idly. Xin Guiqin carried the Bian sword behind his back and walked side by side with Liang Xiao. Qin Guichin was quietly sizing up the woman beside him. The two women, who had just met each other and were not giving way, were now standing calmly together. Liang Bird noticed Qin Guichin's gaze and turned her head to laugh lightly. Does it look good? Qin Guichin did not avoid Liang Bird's gaze, her eyes still resting on Liang Bird. In the face of Liang Bird's inquiry, Qin Guichin was silent for a moment. Looking at Liang Bird's plain and unimpressive face, he honestly said, "It's really average." Liang Bird couldn't help but let out a light laugh, her pair of almond eyes all narrowed as she laughed. How is it compared to fellow Taoist Kakatkin? Qin Guichin's pair of phoenix eyes showed doubts. Just pondering for a moment, he still opened his mouth and said, "Much worse than me." Liang Bird laughed out loud, laughing. Qin Guichin did not pay attention, just stood aside without any change in color. It is not that Qin Guichin disparaging, honestly, Qin Guichin looks alone as a first-class beauty, but also a 20-something years old on the third realm of the martial arts master, the woman sword fairy, but also called the heart and soul swaying. A beauty with a famous sword, envying others. Liang Bird gathered his smile and said softly, "Miss Qin is indeed a first-class beauty. If she becomes a Xianshan realm sword immortal in the future, I don't know how many martial arts geniuses in the Jianghu will be attracted to admire her." Qin Guichin just gently shook her head and said, "I only seek to ascend higher and higher in the Tao of the sword, the rest is all outside of my body." Liang Xiao sighed and lamented, "Then I wonder how many talented people in the Jianghu are going to have their livers cut off." Liang Bird raised his eyes to the distance and asked with a smile, "How is life in the Taishu sword sect?" Qin Guichin lightly touched the hilt of his sword with his finger and softly said, "Pure-hearted, subconscious sword cultivation, uninteresting to the extreme." Qin Guichin then looked at Liang Bird beside him. It was said that the woman in front of him had stayed in the plum-picking pavilion for 8 years alone. Qin Guichin since a young age, to facilitate the Taishu sword sect in the meditation cultivation, a full 20 years, stepped into the golden body realm. From one of the world's 2 major sword door, and is the closed-door disciple of the sword fairy by Xian, himself is born sword body, cultivation is smooth. Liang Bird, however, has been in the plum-picking pavilion for 8 years, and has been forced to become an assassin of the Xianpin grade, with fear and trepidation. Walking in the shadows of the Jianghu, life and death align 13 times, although the world is big, but no foothold. Qin Guichin curious, how is the Jianghu? Liang Bird gently shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's hard to describe the bitterness and spice in this world. Liang Xiao seemed to have thought of something interesting and asked with a smile, "Miss Qin, why don't you take a guess? In the 8 years that I worked as an assassin in the plum-picking pavilion, how many upper third realm sect masters have I seen in total?" Since she was young, she had been in the Taishu sword sect, and her mentor was the peak Xianshan realms by Xian sword immortal, and the sword sect was full of exceptional sword cultivators, so she had seen countless Jianghu masters. Qin Guichin pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, 20? Liang Xiao smiled and shook his head, stretching out a hand as he laughed. "In the past 8 years, I have seen no more than 5 living and breathing golden body realm patriarchs, and the Xianshan realm is even more unheard of." Liang Bird contemplated for a moment and slowly spoke, "The Jianghu is far from what you think it is, magnificent." Qin Guichin frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Liang Bird pointed to the colorful passers-by beside him and said, "In fact, the Jianghu is so big that those martial arts masters with no second place in the limelight are always a minority, and more, the realm is simply not able to touch the upper 3 realms, and are busy with ordinary martial artists for the sake of making a living. How many martial artists, throughout their lives, I'm afraid that they won't even be able to touch the Qian realm." Qin Guichin said softly, "So that's how it is." Liang Xiao casually said, "If Miss Qin is really bored with practicing her sword, she might as well take a walk around the countryside." Qin Guichin gently nodded and softly said, "I will." Only Qin Guichin did not know, beside this bottom of the Jianghu assassin without a foothold, in fact, before the age of 16. The identity can be said to be honored to the extreme. 2 women, origin are the world's first class, but Jasper years, life is a world of difference. One is a woman sword fairy, one is a dead princess. The world is unpredictable, rapid as the morning and evening changes, impermanent as the floating duckweed drift. How the future is not yet known. Just at this moment, Liang Bird suddenly opened his mouth. "Miss Qin, can you do me a favor?" Qin Guichin looked puzzled, then gently nodded and said, "To the best of my ability." Liang Xiao took off the silver-plated bracelet at her wrist, and then handed Qin Guichin the string of cheap bracelets bought from unusual stores. Liang Xiao smiled, "Help me give it to that person." Qin Guichin was puzzled, but just still took the bracelet. As soon as Liang Bird's words fell, a woman with a short stature suddenly appeared at the end of the street. That woman was short in stature, with a slender red rope hanging from her wrist. The martial arts genius who had traveled all the way here from Tooth Green Mountain and was less than 16 years old, Yen Yu. Qin Guiqin's willow brows furrowed. The young girl who had suddenly appeared at this place was actually a golden body realm? Yen Yu knelt down on one knee, her head dropping to the ground as she said in a deep voice, "Sinful Minister Yen Yu, pay respects to the princess." Not only that, in all directions, dozens of figures suddenly appeared, all kneeling on one knee. Like stars surrounding the moon, they surrounded the two women in the center. Qin Guikatkin silently pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword, his expression solemn. The dozens of figures that appeared in the room, their martial arts cultivation was at least at the Qian realm, and among them, there were even 3 golden body realm patriarchs. Whom? A cold voice came from behind. Liang Qiao's expression was calm, his eyes rippling. Qin Guiqin was shocked and said incredulously, "Oriole, you are?" Liang Bird lightly laughed. "My real name is not Oriole, but that. Liang Sparrow. 10 years ago, the princess of Liang, the daughter of the king of Liang, Liang Sparrow?" Yen Yu's head lowered one more point as she softly said, "Princess, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time, the Taihe dynasty has already detected our trail." Liang Bird merely nodded her head gently before rubbing shoulders with Qin Guiqin beside her. Dozens of Liang's old ministers moved at the sound of their voices, all of them following on both sides of Liang Bird. Liang Bird suddenly stopped and turned to look at Qin Guiqin. Qin Guiqin froze in place, not knowing what to do. Liang Bird pinched the heavenly quality face skin that he had worn for a full 8 years with his fingers, gently uncovered it, smiled back, and softly asked, "Is it beautiful?" Almost everything in heaven and earth came to a standstill at this moment, as Qin Guikatkin saw a gorgeous face that was so magnificent that it could be called a scourge. In the next moment, Liang Bird and that group of Liang's old officials left in this manner. Chapter 50 Heavenly Capital City, Golden Palace. Taihe Dynasty, Tianjing City. Glazed mandarin ductiles, vermilion red lattice, red pillars, carved beams, and painted buildings. The world today, the most honorable and majestic capital city, today, or the capital for the officials, all rushed to the Golden Allied Hall. Those secular eyes of the heavenly officials, at this time are solemn. Today's meeting, destined to be different from previous days. All the reasons are last night there is a ride straight into the capital city, ignoring the layers of curfew, through the Imperial Guards of the Imperial City, will be a first-class secret report, personally sent to the Emperor's Highness in the Dry and the Temple. This had first classified report, even have not passed through the hand of the eunuch Chen, but 800 miles of expedited straight into the Tianjing city, directly to the hands of the current emperor. It can be imagined that this first-class secret report, in fact, how important. Golden Palace, the atmosphere is oppressive. The left side is to the current First Minister, Du Wanfeng is the head of the civil officials, the right side is to Jinghua General, Chen Kai is the head of the military. Civilian officials and military generals, each in a line lined up. Until the night completely dispersed, the first morning light between heaven and earth. The first ray of morning light straight line, through the magnificent imperial city, and then straight to the Golden Palace, reflecting the dragon chair glittering. The civil and military officials are all breathless, not a word. The current chief minister Du Wanfeng is an old man over 70 years old, wearing a red robe, cloudy eyes, stooped. This seems to have no sharpness of the stooped old man, the court up and down are extremely revered. Temple Hall, this dynastic chief minister of Du Wanfeng, as a well-deserved head of the civil officials, wrist and heart, are so that the civil officials in the court are afraid of. Du Wanfeng eyes cloudy, and even eyelids are a little sagging, but no one will doubt that the dying old man, whether to move the position of chief minister. Du Wanfeng just stood in place, did not say a word. On the one side, and Du Wanfeng relative to the middle-aged man, clad in light armor, hanging on the waist with a worn-out saber. The head of the military generals, the great general of Jingui of the Taihe dynasty, Chen Kai. Chen Kai, who is less than 50 years old, has a lot of military achievements, and now half of Taihe dynasty's territory is personally fought by Chen Kai. When the king of Liang collapsed, the Taihe dynasty and the Kaiyuan dynasty sent troops together to besiege Liang, and the Taihe dynasty sent 200,000 troops, and the person who was in charge of them was Chen Kai. At that time, it was Chen Kai who led his troops, the Kaisan heavy armor cavalry, to take the lead in attacking the capital of the Liang kingdom with 1,000 iron cavalry, and trampled on the Liang kingdom's imperial city. This great general, who had made a great achievement, was appointed by the current emperor as the great general of Jinghua, and Chen Kai was allowed to wear his armor and carry his sword to the temple. Chen Kai's posture is upright, with one hand holding down the worn-out saber at his waist, his temples slightly graying, and his look proud. This great general of Jingui is now less than 50 years old. When Chen Kai was young, His Majesty, the Emperor, personally promoted him from the army, and argued with the public to have the young cavalryman promoted to the third rank of the Nyowu Great General. Chen Kai has never let His Majesty disappointed, almost 100 victories, to help Taita dynasty pacify the western Rong, and overthrow the Liang state, for the Taita dynasty to lay down half of the country.
Du Luanfeng opened his cloudy eyes and said smilingly, "General Chen, do you know what His Majesty today is going to say?"
Chen opened his eyes containing a cold aura, and calmly said, "First Counselor Du, in the Golden Palace, His Majesty the present day has not yet arrived, and you and I are not allowed to non-discuss dynastic affairs." The old man just laughed it off and said, "It's just idle chatter, General Chen need not care." Behind Du Luanfeng stood a clear color wearing red robes of civil officials, without exception, are the dynasty's great officials. Ministry of War Secretary Qin Na followed by the Ministry of Household Secretary Wang Zhenhe, the Ministry of Rights Secretary Li Zida. In a line of civil officials, there is no lack of age just over 30 years old, all the way to the promotion of young officials. Among them, in addition to the children of the nobility in the capital city, there are also a small number of poor scholars. In the Tianjin city, the big families are intertwined and flourishing, and there are countless children of the families who have joined the government or the military. Mutual marriages, family intermingling, nowadays in the dynasty, the current officials and military generals, half of them are originated from the Tianjin city's big families. Of course, there are also some not in the capital city, but in other states call the shots of the children of the family into the dynasty as an official. After taking out these families, the number of the so-called humble scholars is really very small. But the interesting thing is, the current chief minister Du Luanfeng is a literally poor scholar, from an extremely poor background, at the age of 24 in high school, and then stayed up for 40 years, only to sit on the position of the chief minister. It is also because of Du Luanfeng into the dynasty as an official and the people, more than some of the poor scholar. Not only the civil officials, today's military generals holding military power, up to the second-grade auxiliary generals, down to the no-good centurion, the descendants of the big families also occupy more than half. Then the civilian family monopoly, military generals has been a lot better. After all, these years in the Kaiyuan dynasty war non-stop, coupled with nearly 10 years there is a great war to set the country, to the military on the official position, now in the position of military generals, most of the dead pile have climbed out of is a real military success in the evening. As the first grade of military generals, the head of the military generals, Jinghua General, Chen Kai. This person is also a reckless, originally at the age of 20 years old to join the side of the army. First of all, a few years of climbing and fighting, with real military achievements sat on her from the 8th grade on the Royal Insults Lieutenant. And then in His Majesty's tour of the border army, the young man from a reckless background, overnight, the fish jumped the dragon door, became a positive 3rd-grade cattle military general. Du Luanfeng is in the capital in the real simmering for 40 years, only to simmer out, sitting on the position of the dynasty's chief minister. And Chen Kai is young will fish leap dragon door, from the 8 on the imperial insults on the lieutenant, a leap to become a 3-oxen martial arts general, and then in the 20 years, has set up a heck of a war, and overthrow the Liang state, was named the 1st grade of the state of the town of the great generals, can be armored with a sword on the temple. Also at this time, some officials slightly exclaimed, the crowd sounded a commotion. The entrance to the Golden Palace came two wearing a golden yellow robe, collar and sleeves are stone green, piece of gold edge of the young man. Prince Yang He, the second Prince Yang Yi. When the two emperors arrived, the officials present were showing surprise. Prince on the temple? It seems that in today's Golden Palace, there is bound to be no small storm. Yang He took large strides, taking the lead through the two long lines made of civil and military officials side by side, straight to the front. Yang Yi looked calm, followed by the pace of half a step behind Yang He. Yang He is very dignified, in the forefront of the station, and Jinghua General Chen Kai, the current Prime Minister Du Luanfeng, side by side and stand. Yang Yi is standing behind Yang He, slowly stood. In addition to now still in the border army, not in Tianjin city, the third prince, the two princes are present. Chapter 51 Emperor Yang Zhen. In the Golden Palace, the civil and military officials within the capital, Crown Prince Yang He, Emperor Yang Yi, were all present. Golden Palace side, walked into an old man wearing a 5-clawed golden dragon yellow robe. Golden dragon robe embroidered with 9 5-clawed flying dragon, cuffs with dragons and auspicious clouds, the hem of the dragon robe, diagonally arranged with many curved lines, known as the waterfoot, and the waterfoot, there are many waves above the waterwaves, and standing stones and treasures, commonly known as seawater river end. Taita Dynasty, Emperor, Yang Zhen. Wearing a dragon robe of Yang Zhen appeared in the Golden Palace. The civil and military officials are Yuyo block kneeling, even hanging saber Chen Kai, is also lifted the iron armor, kneeling on the ground. Yang Jin hobbled, step by step towards the world's most difficult to sit on the golden dragon chair.
Yang Jin sat on top of the dragon chair, just gently raised his hand and said in a deep voice, exempt from salute.
Those civil and military officials all got up from the ground, lowered their eyebrows and hung their heads, not daring to look directly at the old man sitting on the dragon chair.
The atmosphere was so oppressive that no one dared to make a sound.
That the old-looking Yang Jin also was not a word, just sitting on the dragon chair, scanning the foot of the civil and military officials. After a period of silence, Yang Jin only from the sleeve, personally took out a first-class secret report. This report is last night, the court spies, personally sent into the Chenha Palace of the 800 miles expedited report. The eunuch on the side of the understanding, both hands will be the secret report up, and then slowly unfolded. This eunuch in the content of the report of the moment, is also a pupil contraction, force down the shock in the heart, read aloud this let the whole capital are curious about the first-class secret report. In the western desert, there are Liang's old troops, gathering 2,000 iron pontoons, approaching the border. Only less than 20 words of the secret report will let the entire Golden Palace into a long silence.
As if a huge stone smashed into the lake, set off great waves.
The civil and military officials present all look shocked, but do not dare to speak out.
Liang's old department, 2,000 iron pontoons. When the world was divided into 3 parts, occupying the very center, the Liang kingdom that died 8 years ago?
Jinghua Great General Chen Kai slightly frowned, and then with one hand gently pressed the worn-out saber on his waist.
The current chief minister Du Wanfeng looked unchanged, eyes cloudy, an unusual old man is no different, and did not react.
Prince Yang he has fierce red cheeks, almost to get out of the mouth, a great deal of abuse of this group of dead country's remnants. Behind the 3, those civil and military officials are color changes, there are some civil officials look strange, I do not know why the old Liang will suddenly gather 2,000 iron buccaneers approaching the border, military officials are half of the eyes blazing, nowadays in the year of peace, want to make military achievements is really difficult, only a few days of peace and prosperity, is it going to fight again?
Chen Kai, how do you think? Above the dragon chair, Yang Jin pale voice out, the golden palace instantly silent.
Everyone was looking towards the middle-aged man clad in light armor with a saber hanging from his waist.
Chen Kai said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, I think it is not enough to be feared, 2,000 heavy armor troops and a third-grade military general can go to pacify the border. This middle-aged man who had stepped on the old Liang with a haughty demeanor, for this group of Liang's old troops, the 2,000 iron floaters that he had pulled together, he really did not care about them. When Chen Kai was 200,000 troops, the Liang country in the middle of the day to the death of the country, this group of old Liang remnants, it is difficult to get into the eyes. Yang Jin did not respond, just calmly said, Du Wanfeng, what do you think? The eyes of the crowd again looked in unison to the current chief minister Du Wanfeng, this old man with a stooped figure, just pale. I think that what General Chen said is very true. For Du Wanfeng's blatant make peace, Yang Jin ignored it, and then looked at the 2 princes. Yang Yi, what do you think? This word out, the civil and military officials in the Golden Palace are all different colors. Emperor Yang Jin did not ask Crown Prince Yang Yi, but instead was the first to ask the second Prince Yang Yi. The crowd's eyes changed and their minds were in a million different places. This group of people who can be in the Golden Palace, without exception, are all the human essence, and the human essence, any wind and grass, can be figured out by the metaphor. Prince Yang He uneducated, in the capital is the #1 playboy, and even made captive flower girl this ridiculous thing, is recognized as the chest without great ambition. The second Prince Yang Yi is the opposite, deep mind, deep city, in the art of war and governance, attainments are extremely high. These years, Yang Yi occupies the identity of the prince, into the East Palace, but there are already many officials in the court, for this crown prince, heart disdain. The old emperor, Yang Jun, was already dying, and the next new emperor would be among the 3 imperial sons. Crown Prince Yang He is uneducated, the second Prince Yang Yi has a deep mind, the third Prince Yang Rui cast side army for many years. Now there are some officials who have already begun to silently bet. Although Yang Yi is the crown prince, but still and some people, but secretly bet on Yang Yi. But these small actions, almost can be ignored, after all, today's emperor is still Yang Jin. And over the years, the emperor Yang Jin also did not have the intention of replacing the crown prince. Today, Yang Jin in the Golden Palace swept past Yang He, first asked Yang Yi, so that those old monsters in the court are slightly moved. For Yang Jin's inquiry, Yang Yi bowed and said, My son thought that this group of Liang's old troops should not be to invade my borders, I'm afraid that there should be other hidden reasons. When Yang Yi said this, Chen Kai silently glanced at Yang Yi, Du Wanfeng remained motionless. On the dragon chair, Emperor Yang Jin calmly said, according to the scouts to report, now the old Liang's princess, Liang Bird, is in Yuzhou. Princess of Old Liang bird?
After the initial destruction of Liang, the only bloodline of the Liang clan remained, and the Liang bird, whom the court had been searching for several years, had finally shown up? Yuzhou was already the westernmost part of the Taihe dynasty, near the border and close to the western desert. This group of Liang's old troops, with 2,000 iron floaters, were there to receive the deceased Princess Liang bird. Yang Jin held the dragon chair with one hand and said in a deep voice, "Yang He, what do you think?" Crown Prince Yang Hyuk was startled, then stammered, my son thinks Yang He is right." Yang He, the highs and lows were immediately judged. Some of the officials who had no expression on their faces were already planning to bet on Yang He and abandon the crown prince. And only when the first minister Du Wanfeng, cloudy eyes slightly move, and then narrowed his eyes to the sight of Yang He. 8 years after the destruction of the old Liang, when the old part of Liang fled to the western desert, far from the central plains. Now that the Liang sparrow, who represented the orthodoxy of the old Liang, had appeared, this group of Liang's old troops who dreamed of restoring their country would definitely bring the Liang sparrow back to the western desert at any cost. After a moment of silence, Emperor Yangjin slowly got up and said, "Order the border troops of Yuzhou to hunt down Liang bird and make sure that she stays in my Taihe dynasty. Pass the order to the Yuzhou sectional minister, 3rd Imperial Prince Yang Rui, to round up the old Liang rebels together." Chapter 52, Yang Rui. Yuzhou, Yuan town. The original vast wilderness, at this time by the sword she chopped, gullies and ravines, the earth crumbled. That person has not arrived, the first sword immortal Jiang Zhang, at this time a sleeve robe were stirred to pieces, the famous sword chaotic river honestly was taken back to the scabbard. Chen Bai was still smiling and said, "How is it, Zhang de Jianxian, is it convincing?" For Chen Bai's great sword immortal ridicule, Jiang Zhang was unconcerned. The middle-aged man with grey sideburns said in a deep voice, "To be able to have a sword fight with Tai Bai sword immortal, it is quite rewarding, and I have not spoiled the fun." Chen Bai's eyes widened, good guy, really a veritable sword nerd. Lin Rong, who was originally planning to make a move, stood aside somewhat awkwardly at this moment. Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and stood helplessly in place. Chen Bai, on the other hand, was trying his best to hold back his laughter for fear of laughing out loud. Lin Er was planning to personally take over Jiang Zhang's questioning of the sword in the first place, and was unwilling to let Chen Bai intervene for that. And Lin Rong did so, but just as Lin Rong was about to strike, he didn't expect Jiang Zhang to quit. After Jiang Zhang was knocked down to the earth by Chen Bai's sword, he guessed that the person in front of him was none other than Tai Bai sword immortal, one of the peak 3 sword immortals at that time. The Tai Bai sword immortal's sword intent is one of the best in the world. Jiang Zhang was completely unconcerned about the man in the green shirt on the side, and turned to stalking Chen Bai to ask him for a sword fight. Lin Xiu is also ahead of Too Big, but Jiang Zhang is indifferent to himself. Lin Xiu can only honestly retreat to the side. Chen Bai also did not mince words, and Jiang Zhang exchanged 800 sword strokes, sword intent. This sword is not a competition between high and low, but rather Chen Bai intentionally feed the sword. Jiang Zhang used this to realize the sword. As Jiang Zhang said, the harvest is quite fruitful. As for the rumored green shirt sword immortal, only a half-step Xinshan realm, how high can the sword Dao? Lin Er could only honestly wait for the 2 sword immortals to finish their sword questioning, and for the process of this sword questioning, Lin Er did not care at all. Even Lin Rong also intentionally ignore, after all, may not be hidden in which there are dozens of strokes of their own original practice swordsmanship, their own siege tactics, self-deception and forgetting martial arts, is already not easy. If this led to another single writer breakout, it would not be worth the loss. Jiang Zhang is a veritable sword-obsessed. After this question sword A, will feel some sword law open up, almost cannot wait to be close to practice sword. Chen Bai did not stop, let Jiang Zhang left. He came and went in a hurry, but he was happy to be here, and also happy to return. For Jiang Zhang the sword-obsessed, but also the poor man of the South Vietnam sword forest, Chen Bai has a very good feeling. Lin Rong on the side asked, "How is his sword cultivation?" Chen Bai smacked his lips and said, "Sword chi and sword intent are all okay, sword skills are a little weak, still need to be polished." Lin Rong was a bit curious and asked, Jiang Zhang came from the South Vietnam sword forest, and Wu Fengtong, as the #1 sword in the South Vietnam sword forest, is also known for his sword skills, but Jiang Zhang is slightly weak in sword skills? Chen Bai waved his hand and said helplessly, "I'm afraid that the hard work involved is difficult for others to say." In response, Lin Xiu nodded gently in silence. Chen Bai yawned and asked seemingly offhandedly, "When do you plan to recover your cultivation nowadays?" Lin gently shook his head and softly said, "I don't know." Chen Bai frowned slightly and questioned, "Do you really intend to take one step at a time, dawdling around and remembering bit by bit?" Lin Rong looked into the distance, his pair of eyes as still as water, calmly saying, "I have yet to find a great path, the higher my cultivation level, the more mistakes I make. Shanbai fell into silence, his eyes obscure. Lin Error smiled helplessly and said, "There's no rush, allow me to walk around the world again before making a decision." It was also at this moment that Qin Guiqin swept in from the distance. Qin Guiqin rushed to the two and spoke, "Oriole is gone." Lin frowned slightly and asked, "Gone?" Without waiting for Qin Guiqin to speak, Shenbai was the first to interrupt. "It was my decision, I let her go." Qin Guiqin surreptitiously gauged Lin Er's expression, originally thinking that Lin Er would be furious at Shenbai's unauthorized decision. Who would have thought that Lin Rong would just smile faintly and say, "Since you've decided so, then let her go." Shenbai, on the other hand, was unsurprised by this and looked as normal. Qin Guiqin didn't know that between the two of them, they were truly hand and foot brothers who could trust the avenue with their lives. What kind of bull is trespassing? My brother's meaning is my meaning. As for the reason why? Lin. Qin Guiqin handed Lin a string of bracelets and said, "This is what she entrusted me to give you when she was leaving." Lin took the string of just unusual bracelets, pondered for a moment, and remained in his arms. The border of Yuzhou. Yuzhou is already the westernmost part of the Taihe dynasty, and when you go out of Yuzhou to the west, it will become more and more desolate, and then to the west, it will gradually become less populated and become a vast desert. In the autumn wind, there is a military camp stationed here. A young king's flag hunted in the autumn wind. Along the border of Yuzhou, 50,000 troops were stationed here. In a heavily guarded barracks, there was a wide wooden table with a map of the current world layout. A young man, clad in armor, was crouching in front of the table, looking at it carefully. The young man's soared eyebrow and starry eyes, rough palms, a look as always stationed in the border army and the generals, rather than those who came to gold plating to make a show of tender sun. On one side, a middle-aged man with extraordinary demeanor, wearing a purple robe, frowning tightly. On the wooden table, in addition to the huge map of the world's layout, there was also a golden imperial decree. This holy decree that came from the heavenly capital city, the contents of which made this Yuzhou festival minister feel surprised. The old Liang princess, Liang Bird, was now within the territory of Yuzhou. The Yuzhou festival minister, Zheng Quang, hoarsely opened his mouth. "His Majesty told us to go after the Liang Bird, but there are another 2,000 iron floaters approaching Yuzhou, this group of old Liang. Once the Liang Bird shows up, I'm afraid that this group of old Liang will pounce on us at all costs." Although Yuzhou had 50,000 troops stationed, they were scattered along the borderline in stationing and not gathered, and they were mostly infantry. The iron floaters are the world's premier heavily armored cavalry, which was the foundation of Liang in the beginning. Liang's iron pontoon, Chenkai's Kaisen heavy armor cavalry, and the Kaiyuan dynasty's Xuanjia flying dragons. These three iron horsemen are known as the most powerful in the world. 2,000 iron buccaneers were enough to tear through the defenses of Yuzhou and drive straight into the territory of Yuzhou. The young man in armor slowly straightened up and calmly said, "The border of Yuzhou cannot be without a general. You will guard here and I will lead 1,000 light cavalry into the hinterland of Yuzhou. If the iron floaters really lay down their lives to tear apart the Yuzhou defense line and drive straight into Yuzhou, then you will mobilize all of the Yuzhou border troops and leave these 2,000 iron floaters, along with that deceased princess, in Yuzhou." Third Prince Yang Rui, carrying 1,000 light cavalry, went straight into the hinterland of Yuzhou. Chapter 53: Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches. Within the territory of Yuzhou, the Taihe dynasty's saucers were almost out in force. In the rivers and lakes of Yuzhou, those martial arts sects all smelled an unusual odor. The Taihe dynasty had intentionally suppressed the Jianghu for many years. The Jianghu and the court were at a stalemate, and the Jianghu was dotted with court scouts, and at this time, most of the court scouts in Yuzhou had shown their heads, making the entire Yuzhou Jianghu seething with excitement. Tooth Green Mountain. Unlike the rest of the Jianghu sect's wild suspicions, the Shangguan martial arts family is aware of the cause of today's Jianghu turmoil. Shangguan Yuma was at the top of Tooth Green Mountain, holding a Jianghu spy report in his hand, his complexion unchanged. The report was stirred into pieces by the true qi and dispersed with the wind. Shangguan Yuma, overlooking the earth, a remote small thatched cottage, now has been empty. As the head of the Shangguan family and the second best martial arts expert in Yuzhou, Yan Yu's breakthrough to the Golden Body realm and his departure from Tooth Green Mountain naturally escaped Shangguan Yuma's eyes. Shangguan Yuma looked towards the northern sky and said in a deep voice, "White Dragon, can't you wait?" 8 years ago, Yan Yu, who was just a young girl, was brought back to the Shangguan family, and this martial arts prodigy, who had her origins erased, became one of the hawks and dogs of the Shangguan family. The entire Shangguan family, except for Shangguan Yuma, the rest of them were all unclear about the maiden's origin and identity. The true identity of the young girl, Yen Yu, was one of the dead soldiers that White Dragon had personally cultivated and specifically reserved for that deceased princess. Liang Bird has a group of dead soldiers named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches, which was personally cultivated and selected by the strategist Bai Long, and Yen Yu is the dead soldier codenamed B. This batch of dead soldiers of the heavenly stem and earthly branches is cultivated by White Dragon in secret, and even Liang Bird himself does not know the existence of this batch of dead soldiers, not to mention the identity of the dead soldiers. Shangguan Yuma only knew that Yen Yu was dead soldier B. As for the rest of A, C, D and so on, I'm afraid that they were all secretly placed by White Dragon in various parts of the world. After the destruction of Liang, White Dragon made a deal with himself. At that time, Taihe Dynasty and Kaiyuan Dynasty had just divided the world into two, and had not yet gained a firm foothold. White Dragon predicted that Taihe Dynasty would suppress the Jianghu in the future, and that a large number of saucers would infiltrate the sects and families.
White Dragon will be dead Bi Yen Yu, hiding in the Shangguan family, and in return, Shangguan Yuma will get a heavenly opportunity. When Yen Yu leaves and there is great chaos in Yuzhou, you can use this to purge the Shangguan worldly family from within. Shangguan Yuma was not at all clear as to why he needed to purge the Shangguan family in the first place, only that even though it was unclear, Shangguan Yuma still agreed to this deal. This was because the person opposite was the world's #1 poisoner, schemer White Dragon. It was also at this moment that a middle-aged man ascended Tooth Green Mountain. After seeing Old Man Yuma, this middle-aged man bowed and cupped his fists, saying, "Shangguan Yunkai, I pay my respects to Old Man Yuma." Shangguan Yuma slowly turned around, looked at the middle-aged man behind him, and calmly asked, "Yunkai, did you visit your father yesterday?" Shangguan Yunkai was slightly stunned, and then his eyes reddened, and he said in a deep voice, reporting back to old ancestor Yuma, "Yesterday, the late generation had already gone to see my father, burned paper money, and toasted alcoholic beverages." Shangguan Yunkai's father, and today's ancestor Shangguan Yuma is the same generation. In Shangguan Yuma has not yet become a great martial arts. Shangguan Yuma and Shangguan Yunkai's father, together hand in hand to wander the world, life and death.
The two escaped death several times, wandering the world for many years, practicing, breaking through the realm, and battling sect masters. Eventually Shangguan Yuma broke through the Xianshan realm and became the head of the Shangguan family, entering the Tooth Green Mountain. It was just a pity that Shangguan Yunkai's father, however, when breaking through the Xianshan realm, went off the deep end and was finally beheaded by Shangguan Yuma himself. Shangguan Yuma, who was already a Xianshan realm master, killed his own brother with his own hands.
Shangguan Yunkai was the only heir left behind. For 20 years, Shangguan Yuma had treated Shangguan Yunkai as if he were his own son.
Shangguan Yuma slowly approached Shangguan Yunkai, his eyes in a trance, saying, "Yunkai, why is it you?"
Shangguan Yunkai's complexion changed as he asked, "Ancestor Yuma, what do you mean?" In the next moment, Shangguan Yuma pierced Shangguan Yunkai's chest with his fist. Shangguan Yunkai's pupils shook as he looked incredulously at his pierced chest.
Shangguan Yuma looked towards the sky, his eyes gradually turned from sadness to perseverance, and said in a deep voice, "Yunsheng, it's been 6 years, but Yunkai is unwilling to turn back, don't blame me." During the 6 years, Shangguan Yunkai willingly fell into the role of court scout, betrayed the Shangguan family, and leaked countless secret information to the court. After saying that, Shangguan Yuma violently drew out his right hand, and Shangguan Yunkai's heart orifice was directly smashed. Shangguan Yunkai, who had been a saucer of the Taihe dynasty for a full 6 years, completely severed his breath.
Shangguan Yuma closed his eyes forcefully, sighed and muttered, "Yunsheng, don't blame me."
In the beginning, he personally chopped off his hand and foot brother, and now he personally smashed his hand and stepson's heart orifices again.
20 years ago, Shangguan Yunkai's father, Shangguan Yunsheng went off the deep end, and was personally killed by Shangguan Yuma. 20 years later, Shangguan Yunsheng's son, Shangguan Yunkai was reduced to a saucer, with Shangguan Yuma broken heart.
At this point, Shangguan Yunsheng's lineage, completely severed.
At the same time, led by the young prince Shangguan Zhao, some of the eagles and dogs in the Shangguan family whose real identities were imperial scouts were all purged. Shangguan Yuma stood alone at the top of the mountain.
Now that half of the saucers in the entire Yuzhou Jianghu were showing their heads, the Jianghu was in chaos. Taking this opportunity, all the saucers in Shangguan Shijia have been cleansed as much as possible.
The ancient and quiet road is rarely traveled by people. The dead soldier Bi Yen walks in the forefront. There are dozens of hidden breath traces of the dead soldier hidden in all directions, secretly escort.
Once there was any disturbance, this group of dead soldiers would not hesitate to die for that person.
Behind Yen Yu was the deceased princess, Liang Qiao. Liang Qiao's expression was cold and expressionless. A cloudy wind suddenly rose.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several air-breaking sounds suddenly rang out, followed by several arrows breaking through the air, heading straight for Liang Xiao. In just a flash, Yan Yu appeared in front of Liang Xiao, stopping all those arrows. At the same time, two men in black appeared from the side, following the direction of the arrows and fiercely chasing after them. Just a few moments later, the heads of three saucers were thrown out of the shadows and rolled to the ground. Those two black-clothed men who had struck out crisply, after decapitating those three Taihe saucers, they hid their breath and their figures disappeared back into the darkness. With regards to this kind of scene, Liang Xiao was already not surprised, having killed a full 5 waves of Taihe discs that blocked the way after leaving from Yiyuan town. Without a word, Yan Yu silently pulled away again and walked forward. Liang Bird merely glanced faintly at Yan Yu, frowning slightly. The first time the two had met was actually at the Lu family banquet in Circuit City, and at that time, Liang Bird had assassinated Shangguan Zhao as Oriole, while Yan Yu had protected Shangguan Zhao as a maidservant. But who would have thought that the real identity of the two, actually one is a dead princess, one is a dead soldier bee. Chapter 54 Chess Game. Liang Bird's expression was cold and calm as he asked, "You are White Dragon's dead soldier bee who was planted in Yuzhou, where are the rest of the heavenly stems and earthly branches located?" The short woman in front of her gave a slight lurch before turning around with lowered eyebrows and head hung down, respectfully saying, "The guilty minister does not know." Liang Bird frowned slightly and said, "Don't know?" Yan Yu was silent for a moment, slowly said, "The heavenly stems and earthly branches are all cultivated by the White Dragon, and the dead soldiers are all unknown to each other. I only know that the heavenly stems and earthly branches did not come together in 10, and now there are only A, B, C, D, E, and 5 dead soldiers. A, B, C, D, E, and do not know each other's identity." Liang Bird suddenly spoke, "Yan Yu, when did you know my identity?" But Yan Yu's reply shocked even Liang Bird. Yan Yu calmly said, "The guilty minister also only learned of the princess's identity not long ago." As Liang Bird's dead soldier bee, hibernating in Yuzhou for all these years, he actually never knew where Liang Bird's true identity was? Yan Yu hesitated for a moment and spoke, "Apart from Deadman A, I'm afraid that the rest of the dead soldiers, all of them do not know the identity of the princess, or even where she is." In the 8 years after the destruction of the Liang kingdom, Liang Bird covered Ghost Han Li's heavenly piece of face skin, concealing her true appearance as an Oriole. Even this batch of heavenly stems and earthly branches of the dead soldiers did not know about it, and the only one who knew Liang Bird's true identity was the schemer, White Dragon. Yan Yu continued, 8 years ago, White Dragon sent me to the Shangguan family. The only order he gave me was to cultivate my life desperately, and then on a certain day, to die for one person. The White Dragon had only given Yan Yu a red rope, and on the day this red rope broke, that was the day Yan Yu would appear in the world, and at that time, Yan Yu would have to die for Liang Xiao as death soldier bee. When the red rope breaks, Yan Yu emerges. Liang Bird's complexion changed slightly, his brows furrowed. In this game of chess, the only person who had made a move was White Dragon. At the border of Yuzhou, 300 miles away. On the desolate grassland, the sound of horses' hooves resounded through the earth, like thunder rolling, and in the distance there was a black pressurized piece of iron cavalry, coming to the face. Everyone is wearing heavy armor, their hips are all grade A horses. 2,000 iron cavalry is like a bronze wall, magnificent. The head of the man is a general holding a lance, clad in black hammer armor, head with phoenix wing helmet, holding the god's mighty water lance. There is a hideous scar on his face, from the end of the eyebrow straight to the corner of the mouth. This was one of the 3 greatest iron horsemen in the world, Iron Faustus. 2,000 heavily armored cavalrymen headed straight for the border of Yuzhou, and it wasn't until they approached Yuzhou that this group of iron floaters stopped in their tracks. The general holding the lance strangled his horse and stopped, and the 2,000 iron armor behind him also stopped with a roar. The general with the spear in hand had cracked lips, and his eyes showed endless battle intent. Having run all the way from the western desert for 600 miles, the border of Yuzhou was right in front of his eyes. A deputy general clad in heavy armor rushed to his side, and iron armor clanging. The deputy general asked in a deep voice, "General, less than 300 miles ahead, is the border of Yuzhou, whether to move forward again?" The general, however, spoke hoarsely, "Rest at the same place." Even if they know that Yuzhou is right in front of them, and that Liang Princess Liang Bird is now in Yuzhou, this group of iron floaters all have hot eyes, and they hate to immediately smash the border army of Yuzhou, and drive straight into the hinterland of Yuzhou. However, after hearing the general's order to rest and reorganize in place, the vice-general did not hesitate and immediately said in a deep voice, "Yes, sir. All troops rest in place." As soon as the military order was given, the group of heavily armored iron horsemen immediately dismounted and rested, and they did so with a clean handshake. The military order was like a mountain. 2,000 iron buccaneers were stationed 300 miles outside the border of Yuzhou, watching intently. The general who was carrying the divine mighty blazing water lance also rolled over and dismounted, his eyes looking into the distance. A middle-aged man appeared beside the general. The man did not wear armor and a sword, he just wore a wide Taoist robe. The general craned his neck and asked hoarsely, "Zhao, forgetting Ji, why don't you just tear open the border of Yuzhou? Although there is a large army of 50,000 on the border of Yuzhou, the garrison is scattered in mostly infantry. 2,000 iron floaters can drive straight into Yuzhou effortlessly." The man known as Zhao Oblivion just shook his head and spoke, "Ning Tai, this is Mr. Bai's intention. Only the iron floaters are allowed to meet them 300 miles away. They are not allowed to enter Yuzhou." After hearing Mr. Bai's name, even the great general, Ning Tai, forced down his misgivings in his heart, and just pestled his lance to the ground, remaining silent. Ning Tai was silent for a moment and slowly spoke, "With just a few dead soldiers, can you really let the princess escape from Yuzhou?" After saying that, Ning Tai looked at the man beside him and spoke hoarsely, "Zhao Woji, Mr. Bai only said that iron floaters are not allowed to enter Yuzhou, but you, the martial arts master, why didn't you enter Yuzhou to receive the princess?" As one of Liang's original 12 masters, Zhao Oblivious Ji's expression changed and he sighed, "Mr. Bai specifically ordered me to accompany the army and not to show myself easily. Either I don't have to mobilize my true chi for a single moment or..." Ning Tai frowned and asked, "Either what?" Zhao Oblivious Ji gently clenched his fist on his chest and said in a deep voice, "Either be prepared to die." Ning Tai was violently startled, unconsciously gripping the lance in his hand tightly as he hoarsely said, "Death of the body and disappearance of the Tao? You are already at the peak cultivation of the Xianshan realm. Who in the world can easily make you die in the Tao? It's hard to believe that the princess will attract a legendary heavenly human realm grandmaster to take action?" Zhao Oblivious just shook his head and said, "I don't know." Zhao Oblivious Ji was one of the original 12 experts of Liang, with a peak cultivation at the Xianshan realm. Speaking of this, Zhao Oblivious Ji recalled the great battle 8 years ago for no reason. That white-haired, green-shirted man had killed his way into the capital of the Liang kingdom, thousands of imperial guards had been killed, and 8 of the 12 experts of the Liang kingdom had fallen. Zhao Fiki was one of the 4 experts who survived that battle. Just think of that white-haired man. Zhao Forget Machine will mouth corners flooded with bitterness, that man like a nightmare, a person almost broke the spine of the entire Liang country. Zhao Forget Machine vaguely some guess, the strategist White Dragon this layout of the key hand, used as a hammer to finalize the chess piece, now has not yet shown up. The day that person shows up, is the closing. Zhao Feiji did not enter the game, but only used by White Dragon as a spare piece. In the chess game towards the time of loss of control, it will need to be their own peak Xianshan realm of the martial artist to take action. The price, naturally, was Zhao Feiji's life and cultivation. Zhao Feiji had a mysterious intuition, whether he didn't need to mobilize a trace of true chi, or whether he had to take his own life and cultivation, all in the key hand that hadn't yet appeared. A thing that shocked the whole world, quickly spread all over the world. The deceased princess of the Liang kingdom, Liang Bird, appeared in Yuzhou. The entire Yuzhou was abuzz with this, and the Jianghu in the imperial court moved in unison. In the Tianjing city, Yang Zhen, sitting on the dragon chair, narrowed his eyes. Just who leaked the news? Meanwhile, in the town of Heyuan in Yuzhou, after hearing about this matter, the man in the green shirt was silent in place for a long time before his figure flickered away. Yunchuan Blessed Land, Plum Picking Pavilion. Plum Picking Pavilion Master, Hishio stood alone on top of the tower, looking at the mess left behind by White Dragon, muttering. "White Dragon, what exactly are you trying to do?" The person who spread the news of Liang Bird's appearance in Yuzhou all over the world was none other than White Dragon. Chapter 55, Long-Standing Grudges. After the news of Liang Sparrow's appearance in Yuzhou spread all over the world, from the heavenly capital, there was another holy decree that went straight to Yuzhou. Anyone who can provide news of Liang Sparrow will be rewarded with 10 gold. Anyone who can take Liang Sparrow's head will be rewarded with 1,000 gold, and will be given a higher rank. Once this kind of news was released, those who were interested all smelled a hint of something unusual. The imperial court wants to mobilize the people in the Jianghu, all together to surround and kill that deceased princess. Tooth Green Mountain. After Shangguan Yuma had read the topical imperial decree, he snorted. It's too late to want to mobilize us martial artists nowadays. Nowadays, in the Shangguan family, anyone suspected of being a court saucer was dead, and it was better to be killed by mistake than to be spared. Shangguan Yunkai's corpse was buried by Shangguan Yuma himself on his father's side. The court has been suppressing the Jianghu for a long time. The Jianghu and the court have accumulated grievances for many years. I am afraid that this holy decree cannot adjust the expected so many Jianghu people. Shangguan Yuma stood at the top of the mountain, looking into the distance. Chen Hang, you go there, at the very least, let the deceased princess walk peacefully through the 100 miles around where my Shangguan family is located. There was no sign of Chen Hang's figure appearing, just a yes coming from the air. Shangguan Yuma let out a cold smile, since you, the emperor's old man, planted nails into my Shangguan family, then naturally, I won't let you sleep too peacefully.
You want to make the entire Yuzhou Jianghu work for you?
Then I will not let Liang Bird walk through Tooth Green Mountain in peace.
Not only the Shangguan family, but the entire Yuzhou Jianghu clan is in a bizarre situation.
Half of the martial artists in Yuzhou, following the imperial decree, went crazy in pursuit of Liang Bird, determined not to miss this heaven-sent opportunity. This half of the martial artists are mostly wild cultivators, while the remaining half of the Yuzhou sects are oblivious to the holy decree. On the official Yuma as the leader, this batch of today's Yuzhou Jianghu in the forefront of the masters, sect ancestors, as if overnight disappearance, simply closed the door, as if completely unaware of the news of the deceased princess. The top handful of patriarchs in Yuzhou Jianghu were silent, and the attitude of the sects was also unknown. On the surface, this group of masters, ancestors, are silent, neither to block, nor to help, just honestly closed in their own dojo, even if the court intends to account for the aftermath, but also to take them no way. Secretly, as an example, the official family, those Jianghu sect disciples are while proceeding to clean up the court dish, while the fabricated news spread to the Jianghu.
The reason why the Jianghu is so. Those Jianghu wild cultivation, although it is sincere want to take the head of Liang Bird, want to exchange thousands of gold, but most of them are Jianghu reckless, Yuzhou big, want to find Liang Bird is undoubtedly in the sea to find a needle.
Coupled with those Jianghu sects spread messy news, make this group of Jianghu martial arts like a headless fly, in the territory of Yuzhou scurrying. Of course, there are also some lucky enough good martial artists, really blind cat meets dead rats, blocked to Liang Bird as the leader of the remnants of the former Liang. In the end, the result was that Yan Yu took action and killed all of these martial artists who were at the highest level but not at the Qian realm. Beside Liang Bird, there were 3 golden body realms, both in the open and in the dark. Deadly be Yan Yu in front, there are 2 golden body realm respectively in the left and right dark, there are 2 women to disguise means, disguised as Oriole face, together hidden in which. That group of Yuzhou top Jianghu masters do not go out, only these Jianghu wild cultivation, even if they find them, that is to come how many send how many heads only. You state martial arts evaluation of the top 10 masters, now show up only a few 2 or 3 people. The 3 Xianshan realm in the top 3, even more so, there is no one who has shown up. You state third, the sword fairy Jiang Zhang, a vast sword to ask the sword that not long ago the famous green shirt sword fairy, but the result is completely no news. You state second, Shangguan Yuma, but also perennial declaration of closed main, state in the teeth of the green mountain, closed again closed, any news do not hear, do not know.
You state first, wine madman, this is more perennial disappearance, Shangguan Yuma at least is the person in the tooth green mountain, but the wine madman, now is dead or alive or not known. There are these 3 Xianshan realm master leading, you state rivers and lakes in those masters, the old man, but also closed pretend to be dead. There is no lack of some Yuzhou officials, take the initiative to show their identity, holding an imperial decree, in front of those Jianghu sects, begging to see the head of the old man. But in response, these sects are 5 words reply. The master is in seclusion. As for that holy decree? Oh, by my disciples on behalf of the custody, wait until the sect leader out of seclusion, and then hand it over to the sect leader. As for when the sect master will emerge from seclusion, it is still unknown. If any Yuzhou officials try to persuade these sects to make a move, then I'm even more sorry, it's not that we are unwilling to make a move, but without the order of the sect leader, we are not allowed to leave the mountain without authorization. And those directly under the heavenly capital city of the court saucer, actually overnight lost contact with a full half. For this reason those far away in the capital city, in charge of the dish hidden officials has been scalp numb, it is said that the big eunuchs in charge of the dish Chen chief, now has to be accountable to the hidden officials of the dish in Yuzhou. But this batch of hidden officials is also no way, the news from Yuzhou, that batch of hidden in the clan dish disappeared cause, do not ask okay, a question is Liang Bird killed. A dead princess, fleeing for her life, but all the way along the way to clean up that group of hidden in the clans of Yuzhou saucer? However, there is still no way to do this, the hidden official who is in charge of the discs in Yuzhou is on the verge of an emergency. Yuzhou, near the mountain road of Tooth Green Mountain. The Liang Bird had already crossed half of Yuzhou, and only needed to pass through the Tooth Green Mountain where the Shangguan family was located, and then another 300 miles to the west, he would arrive at the border of Yuzhou. Along the way, Yan Yu had killed countless assassins and martial artists, but there had not been any cultivators of the upper third realm. Liang Bird asked softly, will the Shangguan family make a move? Yan Yu did not hesitate and shook her head, it will never make a move. Liang Bird frowned slightly and asked, why? Yan Yu looked towards the red rope at her wrist and spoke out, Mr. Bai said that before Tooth Green Mountain, the journey would be unhindered. Liang Bird was silent for a moment and nodded gently.
Liang Bird twisted his head to look towards the north, only that even if he exhausted his sight, he could not see the Yunchuan blessed land that was 10,000 miles away. Back then, when White Dragon became the Yunchuan blessed land's guest minister, he himself also went incognito and became a Xian Pin assassin, Oriole. It was only now that Liang Bird realized that every step he took nowadays was the path that White Dragon had personally paved for himself. At that moment, the news of his appearance spread all over the world, but because the court deliberately suppressed the Jianghu for 8 years, the Jianghu and the court have long accumulated grudges, even if the court with thousands of gold bounty, but still unable to mobilize this batch of Jianghu masters. And when that batch of Liang's old ministers, the first into the western desert, the situation is unstable, in the western region of the local war for many years, only to fight a piece of foothold, and now only to gain a foothold, the situation is clear. This is the reason why he left the Taiha dynasty only after 8 years. Liang Bird closed his eyes and muttered. Uncle Bai, is this all arranged by you? Chapter 56, Stay. A long narrow path with 2 sides standing on the cliffs. The further you go, the narrower it gets. The mountain path that could originally accommodate 10 people walking side by side can gradually only accommodate 1 person's body. Autumn wind whistling violently poured into the narrow mountain road. The wind in the cliffs and past, the speed suddenly increased. There is a mournful howling sound, creepy incomparable. The gusts of wind blowing Liang Bird's clothes swinging non-stop. Liang Bird's eyes can only squint into a line, facing the wind forward. After crossing this heavenly danger, one will completely leave the range of the Tooth Green Mountain, and then walk straight west for 300 miles. It is the border of Yuzhou. Passing through the narrow mountain road, the cliffs on both sides suddenly loosened up. Again the sky-high road scenery, the wind also suddenly weakened. On the wide mountain road, there are several martial artists lying on the ground. The bloodstains on the ground are still not dry, surrounded by countless broken swords and knives. Yen Yu figure slightly slowed down, quietly close to Liang Bird, holding his breath. Those around the hidden breath of the martial artists are also vigilant, scanning the surrounding area. Liang Bird, however, was calm and walked forward slowly. At the end of the mountain path, there stood a middle-aged man who stood against the wind. The 7th expert of Yuzhou, Chen Hang. Yen Yu stood in front of Liang Bird, her eyes burning as she stared intently at the 7th expert of the Yu prefecture in front of her. Liang Bird, however, suddenly spoke, "Get out of the way." Yen Yu's eyes changed several times, but she still silently retreated to the side. Seeing the scene, Shen Xiang could not help but sigh with emotion. Princess Liang is so bold. Liang Bird walked at the very front and spoke aloud. Many thanks to Patriarch Chen Hang for making a move. Half of these martial artists lying here sideways were Taiha courtists, and half were Jianghu assassins who had gathered here, but they had all been cleaned up by Chen Hang alone. Chen Hung glanced at this deceased princess and said, "Crossing over the Tooth Green Mountain, the 300 miles ahead will not be so good." Liang Qiao merely nodded her head gently and spoke, "Thank you, Patriarch Chen Hang, for reminding me." Chen Hang slightly sidestepped, making way for the main path, before softly saying, "The 3rd Imperial Prince, Yang Rui, has personally arrived from the border of Yuzhou with 1,000 light cavalry, and is now just 200 miles away." At these words, Liang Bird could not help but frown. The prince personally led his troops, carrying 1,000 light cavalry straight to the hinterland of Yuzhou. Only in the next moment, Liang Bird looked as normal before taking the lead in stepping over the heavenly danger. The martial artists who were secretly escorting him had now lost 7 of them, leaving less than 20 Qi and realm martial artists to follow in secret. Liang Qiao lightly exhaled out a breath and looked towards the west. At the same time, the troops, led by 3rd Prince Yan Rui himself, galloped 100 miles straight into Yuzhou. The sound of horses' hooves was like a heavy rain pouring down. 1,000 light cavalry were all wearing light armor, holding bows and crossbows, with narrow sabers hanging from their waists, marching at an extremely fast speed. Yang Rui riding, a ride first, this and mixed in the border army for several years, holding the sword kills early in the imperial sun, ice cold. A red falcon cuts through the sky, slides down from the midair, sharp claws buckle Yang Rui armor, in Yang Rui arm stand. Yang Rui unraveled the secret report on the leg bone of the kestrel, the secret report sent by the Yuzhou saucer wrote. Liang Bird has passed Tooth Green Mountain and is on its way to Longquanjian. Yang Rui's arm shook, and that red falcon immediately reared up and flew away into the sky. Afterwards, Yang Rui silently deflected his horse's head and headed straight to the direction of Longquanjian. As the world knew, the Taiha dynasty had 3 princes, all of whom were not too different in age. Crown Prince Yang He has lived in Tianjing City for a long time, uneducated, playing all day long, although he lives in the East Palace, but is 2 in dynasty days number of playboy. The 2nd Prince Yang Yi very deep, heavy heart, martial arts talent is not low, by some ministers of the dynasty, regarded as the real crown prince.
Unlike the first two princes, the third prince Yang Rui, stay in the city of Tianjing years is very short. In the first time Yang Rui hold the sword, was sent by the Emperor Yang Zhen to the border army in Yuzhou, and the border soldiers live with the food. In his memory, the appearance of that imperial palace was already blurred. After 5 years of polishing at the border, Yang Rui showed his outstanding military talent and built up a high reputation in the border army based on his true skill. Yang Rui hold gunpalm has thick callus, body armor also has countless scratches, now living in Yuzhou border army vice general. These years there are a lot of gossip, said Yang Rui is used to guard against that the high merit of the Lord, sealing the existence of unsealable Jinhua great general. The third prince Yang Rui is now just 20 years old, but in the sand field for a long time, and even has not returned to Tianjing city for 2 years. Even if it is the New Year reunion, Yang Rui has not left the border. Today's Taihe dynasty has 300,000 soldiers. There are 100,000 troops scattered in the borders of Taihe dynasty, most of which are stationed on the north side of the Tongtian River. After the destruction of Liang, the world was split into two, with Kaiyuan and Taihe each occupying one of them. With the Tongtian River as the boundary, south of the world is the Kaiyuan dynasty, and north of the world is the Taihe dynasty. And the Tongtian River is the world's largest river, vast and sweeping across the world. The entire central plains are divided into two. It is also because of the existence of the Tongtian River, the Taihe dynasty and the Kaiyuan dynasty over the years, only small friction constantly, painless. Today's Jinhua great general Chen Kai, in the military reputation as the Sky, Tongtian River area station troops, once all under the banner of Chen Kai. Only the western border of Yuzhou, Taihe dynasty, the 50,000 troops stationed here, far away from the capital, used to confront the western desert for many years. The Jinhua great general is far from that myth. Yang Rui polished several years in the border of Yuzhou, prestige is getting higher and higher. I'm afraid that in a short time, Yang Rui will start to mass to the border of Yuzhou 50,000 troops, which to restrain Chen Kai. The old emperor, Yang Zhen, is already old, the crown prince, Yang Yi, is not learning, and the position of the crown prince has not yet been finalized, while the Jinhua general, Chen Kai, is not yet 50 years old. Tianjing city, the group of noble families are also different, not to mention that there are also occupy the south of the world's Kaiyuan dynasty in the side of the Tongtian River, watching intently. And now the extinction of 8 years of the former Liang, actually in the western desert re-emerged. The Liang sparrow is now in the world, the former Liang vaguely more than the seedling of the restoration of the country. Yang Rui at this time cold eyes, vigorously clutching the reins, the hands of the lance cold on forcing people. An imperial decree from Tianjing city, straight to the border of Yuzhou. 2,000 iron buccaneers approaching the border. Liang bird is now in the hinterland of Yuzhou. Yang Rui is clear, he must not let this deceased princess return to the western desert peacefully. Lone soul wild ghost, also dare to covet the world. Yang Rui snorted coldly and sped on his horse. The hinterland of Yuzhou. A green-shirted man who swept straight towards the border of Yuzhou was stopped in his tracks by a beggar who smelled of alcohol beside a small stream. The beggar-like man, who smelled of alcohol, was tattered and torn, and was carrying a broken old wine pot in his hand. Stay back, stay back. Chapter 57 The Great Battle of Yuzhou First. The brook was gurgling, just near the end of autumn, did not have the momentum of vitality, but instead showed the sound of fluttering and fading. Lin Error stood on the side of the brook, looking at the opposite side of the man who smelled of alcohol, his complexion dark. On the opposite side from the man in the green shirt, the man dressed in rags and carrying a broken old wine pot in his hand, grinned and said aloud, "Stay, stay." From the beginning of Hiyuan town, all the way to the west, Lin Qiu was stopped here by this man. Lin's eyes were cold, and he said indifferently, "What is it?" That person's eyes were disoriented, as if he had just had a hangover. The whole person was staggering, making his eyes wide open, looking at Lin Rong, smilingly saying, "Dare I ask you, where are you rushing to?" Lin Rong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Only with a mouthful of martial true qi did he rush to this point, only then did he slowly change his breath. Lin calmly said, "The border." The drunken man nodded indistinctly, and then followed up with, "Then, fellow Daoist, what is it that you are asking for?" Lin's expression remained unchanged as he blandly said, "To save people." The drunkard seemed to be about to open his mouth, but Lin was the first to interrupt. Lin narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "I don't care if you're that drunken lunatic or some kind of hidden patriarch, now get the hell out of my way immediately." The drunkard whose true identity was revealed in a single word did not look surprised. The number one in the Yuzhou martial assessment, the peak of the Xianshan realm, the wine-crazy man. The wine-crazy man laughed out loud and said, "Fellow Taoist Lin is really overbearing." Lin didn't say anything, he just narrowed his eyes and stared at the wine madman in front of him.
The wine madman raised his hand and drank a mouthful of turbid wine, gently shaking the wine jug before casually tossing the worn-out wine jug towards the stream in front of him. The moment that wine pot landed on the surface of the stream, it was a loud boom. Boom! As if 10,000 kilograms of boulders were smashed into the water, the surface of the stream violently rumbled and the stream water exploded. The stream water splashed up 100 feet, as if the entire stream in front of him was erected upside down, and the chilly stream water was like water arrows, densely shooting towards both sides of the river. Bang bang bang! A series of thumping sounds, densely packed water arrows shot in all directions. Wherever the water arrows touched the area, both sides of the earth were blown up in pits and puddles, and the soil splattered non-stop. Lin Rong body shape towering motionless, though shooting in all directions of the water arrows but all avoid the man in green shirt. Every Lin Rong within a foot, the water arrows will inexplicably shift direction, shooting to the side. The wine madman laughed softly and asked, "Why don't you drink wine?" Before the words fell, the wine pot that landed in the stream unexpectedly flew out strangely, heading straight for Lin Rong's chest. Lin Rong frowned slightly, and the wine pot exploded into countless fragments an inch away from his brow. Seeing this scene, the wine madman's expression didn't change. He just said to himself, Liang was destroyed for 8 years, and now it's hard to stabilize itself in the western region, but it's still not a climatic situation, and this wave of former Liang old ministers is ultimately not in the right name. Liang Bird is burdened with the dynasty's fortune, but after all, she is a deceased princess. As long as Liang Bird is in the territory of the Taihe dynasty for one day, she is a bird in a cage. Even if she has the fortune added to her body, she is still useless. Lin Error did not say a word, just a foot on the ground. His figure suddenly dissipated in place, violently swept across the creek. Only in the next moment, Wine Crazy Man suddenly appeared in front of Lin Rong, and with a single slap, he knocked this green rainbow back to the opposite bank. Lin's figure flew backwards and smashed into the opposite bank with a loud bang. In the midst of the rubble, Lin Er slowly stood up, silently wiping away the blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Wine Madman floated to the ground, smilingly stood on the opposite side, said, "But once the beam sparrow into the western desert, that is the name of the real, caged sparrow into the heavenly phoenix, get it really can be a new beam in the world." Lin Rong gently patted away the dust on his body and said, "So?" The Wine Madman grinned and said smoothly, "So the Liang sparrow must die within the territory of the Taihe dynasty." Lin Rong twisted his neck, spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and asked in a cold voice, "What if I prefer her to live?" The Wine Crazy Man raised a palm, his eyes calm, and said, "Then you can only die as well." Lin let out a light laugh, narrowed his eyes, and smiled, "Then let's give it a try?" In the next moment, the two figures disappeared into place in unison, and the two figures crashed into the creek directly above. Suddenly resounded a huge roar, stirred up the surging chi, directly underneath the creek into two. The creek from the center of the explosion, mid-air split into two, whistling surging to the two sides. Lin Rong suddenly fell to the earth. Just do not wait to exchange a mouthful of true chi, Wine Madman will instantly arrive, a fist handed out. The fist whistled, and one of Lin Er's green threads instantly turned white. Cloud probing hand. Lin Xiu pushed the fist with his palm, and the raging fist was led to the side by Lin Xiu, blasting and shattering countless rocks. The Wine Madman's expression remained unchanged, and he smoothly turned his fist into a palm, pushing Lin out violently with palm to palm. Wine Madman single foot on the ground, bang, to Wine Madman as the center, the earth lit up the 8 trigrams pattern. Lin Er's figure drifted backward and landed on the ground, unloading the force of that palm. Not waiting for Lin Rong reaction, Wine Crazy feet of the 8 trigrams will violently expand, instantly will include Lin Rong. The sky and the earth suddenly spread with sword intent. The intent was like a flag flying, and the gas was like a cloud traveling. Lin Taishu sword intent reappeared, hundreds of flying sword shadows inserted into the earth. Sword chi was born horizontally, as if it was a heavy land of thunder pools. It was also at this moment, with Lin Er as the center, north, south, east, west, northwest, southwest, northeast, and southeast, in 8 different directions, a figure appeared. The 8 figures arrived instantly with 8 different palm techniques: piercing, thrusting, chopping, teasing, crossing, crashing, buckling, and flipping. Traveling like a swimming dragon, as fast as a floating wind. Looking ahead, but not behind. These 8 figures were not shadows, instead, they were all as solid as substance. Each figure was a killing machine. With a loud bang, the flying sword silhouettes surrounding Lin Rong's body shattered, the sword formation was violently torn apart, and the sword chi exploded into countless pieces. The Wine Madman's eyes blazed as he drank, "Go!" 8 strands of majestic sword intent were pummeled into Lin Rong's body. Lin Rong's figure suddenly flew backwards and tumbled for 100 feet before crashing into the rock wall. Countless rocks collapsed, burying Lin's figure. Wine madman stood in place, a hit, but the face did not relax a bit, but more and more serious. The wine madman clearly perceived that the place buried by the rubble, there were hideous true chi gusts converging. Between heaven and earth, the chi was forced to pull towards that ruin, like a whale swallowing the sea, swallowing the true chi here as much as possible.
In the next moment, that streak of rubble ruins exploded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Tens of thousands of rubble flew backwards and shot away, more powerful than the original stream cold arrow. In the hole in the rock wall, there was a man with a cloak of hair, slowly stepping out. That person a green shirt torn half, originally ink-colored hair, at this time, even a full 1/3 turned snow white. The wine madman's face changed drastically. Looking at that person's white hair, he shouted, "Who the hell are you?" In an instant, that person appeared out of thin air in front of the wine madman's eyes, and it was simply too late to react. That person had already stretched out his left hand and violently pressed down on the wine madman's face.
"You are Lin." Bang!
In an instant, the wine madman was directly pressed down to the ground with one hand, the earth crumbled inch by inch, and the wine madman's head was directly plunged into the earth. Chapter 58, A Touch of Light. The original straight line of the babbling brook, now is already scattered diversion of the scenery. Even with the surrounding mountains were broken, the earth under the feet is the gullies and ravines, originally beautiful landscape secret, but now it is reduced to a place that cannot be. That ranked first in the Yuzhou martial arts evaluation of the wine madman. At this time all 4 limbs were broken, a martial arts true chi are dried up and exhausted, cloaked and scattered lying on the ground.
"You actually didn't die."
The wine madman made his eyes wide and stared dead at the man not far away. The man who was supposed to have been dispersed under the heavenly tribulation had actually reappeared. Lin Rong just stood calmly in place, not saying a word, countless memories and techniques surging back into his mind, and even his mentality was transformed. The wine madman's mouth was full of blood, and he suddenly laughed maniacally. "Xiao Yangxian, you piece of trash. 20 years ago you were steadily suppressed by White Dragon, and now, even though the Taiha dynasty is sitting on half of the world, and it's been 8 years since the destruction of the former Liang, you still can't win against White Dragon." Lin Er heard these 2 familiar names and his complexion changed slightly before he smiled to himself. It turned out to be so.
Chao Yangxian was the first strategist of Taiha, a person who was on par with the current chief minister Du Luanfeng. 2 people a bright a dark, Du Luanfeng resides in the high position of the chief minister, Chao Yangxian is hidden deep palace. When the world is still a 3-part situation, Chaoyang Mian and White Dragon each for their own masters, Tu and Liang fight several times, but Chaoyang Mian but a loss again and again. In the world, White Dragon will be known as the world's first poisoner, over Chaoyang Mian ahead. The game between the 2 top strategists did not come to an end until the destruction of Liang. The destruction of the Liang country, the strategist White Dragon had to submit to the Yunchuan blessed land, reduced to picking Plum Pavilion secretary staff. Taiha occupies half of the world, Chao Yang all night hidden in that deep palace, and Du Luanfeng light and dark relative to the position of the very people. Just did not expect after 8 years, the 2 are in different positions, but there is still a secret game. The wine madman looked at the man in green shirt not far away, made a mouthful of blood spit out, laughed out loud and said, "Chao Yangxian, you counted on the Liang bird will show up in Yuzhou, and recognize the stalemate between today's Jianghu and the imperial court, but you still lost. White Dragon has been planning for many years, even if it is called seamless, it is still caught by the schemer Chao Yangxian. 3 years ahead of time, he has calculated that Liang bird will show up in Yuzhou, and on the day of the court's suppression of the Jianghu, he broke the stalemate situation between the Jianghu and the court 8 years later. 8 years later, Liang bird did indeed appear in Yuzhou, and the Yuzhou patriarch did indeed watch from the wall, and you, Chao Yangnoon, allowed a wine madman at the peak of the Xianshan realm to take root in Yuzhou for several years in advance, just for today. Even if one of the 12 masters of the former Liang, Zhao Oblivious Ji, did not hesitate to lay down his life to enter Yuzhou, as the big chess piece that Chao Yangxian had planted in Yuzhou, the wine madman had the certainty of making the Liang sparrow stay in Yuzhou. Chao Yangxian this time could have made the White Dragon's 8 years of hard work go down the drain, but who would have thought that that poisonous warrior would be able to do so? How dare he? Worthy of being the world's #1 poisoner. When it is really ruthless and vicious to the extreme, the sword to go sideways, actually dare to count that, when the hands of the destruction of the Liang people. Wine madman Heart Shimu ran a fall, bitter smile, murmured, "But you Chao Yang all night but still lost a mess, who can think, that poisoner White Dragon key hand, actually is Lin." Without waiting for the wine madman to finish, Lin Rong raised his hand and waved it, and the wine madman completely fainted. What a great gamble, and it really let you, the poisonous scholar, win the gamble. Lin Rong let out a deep breath, and his thousands of thoughts were forced to collect and return to one. That person not only didn't die, but he also asked for his heart.
Lin looked to the west and softly said, "There can be no more delay." In the next moment, a green rainbow rose from the ground and headed straight for the border of Yuzhou.
80 miles past Tooth Green Mountain.
Today, only 220 miles away from the border of Yuzhou, 2,000 iron buccaneers were just beyond the border. As long as Liang Bird was out of Yuzhou, he would be able to rest on his laurels. Liang Bird rode a date red blood horse, and his group headed straight for the border of Yuzhou. It was also at this moment that Yanyu, who was at the very front, changed her complexion, and then immediately rolled over and dismounted, attaching her ear to the ground. Yanyu held her breath, and after a moment, her face changed dramatically. Not good. 30 miles to the northwest, there is a group of light cavalry. Liang Bird violently strangled his horse, frowning as he asked, "How many?" Yanyu's brows tightened as she spoke, "At least 800 horsemen." Liang Bird twisted his head to the west and calmly said, "Go west with all your might." Without hesitation, the group immediately headed straight to the west at full speed. Running wildly for 20 miles, Yanyu snapped her head up to look at the sky. A red falcon was soaring in the sky, overlooking the crowd. Without hesitation, Yanyu drew out the dagger at her waist and threw it. Chirp! Only a sharp hiss could be heard before the kestrel was pierced through by the dagger, which then fell to the earth. Running wildly for another 30 miles, Liang Bird's grip on the reins was already numb. Suddenly, a wave-like sound of hoofbeats came from behind. Behind Liang Bird, vaguely, there was the sound of horses' hooves as if it was a raging wind and rain, densely packed. Yanyu's complexion changed drastically as she violently turned her head to look. A line of exhaustive vision, no silhouettes, only to see a sky of dust, and more obvious bursts of hoofbeats. As the Mercedes farther away, the sound of hoofbeats behind them became more and more obvious. Behind the sound of hooves that seemed like a wave became louder and louder, until it was like thunder. Only to see that in the extreme distance, there was a person dressed in bright light armor, holding a lance, riding in the lead. Third Prince Yang Rui, clad in bright light armor, just behind the back of the two-round protection, polished aurora borealis, sunlight, but also glittering, crotch chasing the wind absolute shadow horse, fast as running thunder. Behind 1,000 light cavalry, like a line of waves, surging.
1,000 light cavalry hooves rolled, raising dust in the sky. Yang Rui's eyes are sharp, staring at the line of Liang's old officials in the distance.
Running all the way here, Yang Rui's lips are dry and cracked, and the hand holding the rope has already been moistened with blood, but the battle spirit is high. Yang Rui grinned and said, "Got you." At the next moment, Yang Rui violently clamped the jade shadow horse under his crotch, and then took the lead in charging, drinking, crossbows. Behind them, a wave of 300 light cavalry with crossbows and arrows on their backs accelerated their speed and followed Yang Rui's fast horse forward. This group of soldiers who had been honed at the border for many years each rode a horse with a crossbow.
Yang Rui shouted, "Release!"
300 light cavalry instantly shot crossbow arrows. 300 crossbow arrows cut through the sky, whistling and stabbing at that wave of former Liang old ministers. Crossbow is a heavy weapon in the army, killing power is very great, different from the bow. Crossbow is simple and lightweight, low requirements for soldiers. Once gathered 100 crossbowmen, it is not bad combat power. Regardless of the north and south, private possession of crossbows and arrows is a capital offense. In addition to the crossbow used as a sandfield, for the group of martial arts to disrupt the prohibition of the Jianghu martial arts is even more useful. 300 crossbowmen gathered in a line, even the golden body realm of the master, will not be able to retreat.
Chapter 59 Iron Cavalry and Patriarch.
300 crossbow arrows came through the air. Yanyu stretched her horse to Liang Bird's side, and then utilized her whole body's true chi to stop this wave of arrows. The lowest cultivation level of this wave of Liang's old ministers is also in the Qian realm, although the first wave of crossbow arrows has a great momentum, but the distance is still far away, the accuracy and force is not enough. Liang Bird's line of people's speed does not decrease, and continue to move forward. Yang Rui coldly grunted, from the Jedi shadow side to take down a large bow, from the back of the draw an arrow, bending the bow and arrows, in one fell swoop. Even though the Jedi shadow under his hips was galloping, and Yang Rui on the horse's back was undulating, Yang Rui drew the bow like a full moon, and the arrow stabilized steadily. Yang Rui is a half-step golden body realm, his riding and shooting skills are the best in Yuzhou border army. Yang Rui pinched the tail of the arrow with his 2 fingers and lightly shouted, "Hit!" Whoosh! The bow suddenly loosened, and the arrow instantly broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. The arrow instantly pierced into the back of an old minister of Liang, instantly penetrating through the chest and back, shooting down the horse. An old minister of Liang rushed to Yan Yu's side and spoke, "The speed of this wave of light cavalry is far superior to ours. If we continue like this, sooner or later, we will be caught up." 1,000 light cavalry, led by the prince, equipped with 300 crossbowmen. Once they were approached, they would be driven to extinction. Yan Yu, you must escort the princess out of Yuzhou. After saying that golden body realm martial artist fiercely strangled his horse and stopped, then turned his horse around, reversed and headed straight towards Yang Rui. Not only this golden body realm old man, the remaining 10 or so old Liang officials also violently turned their horses and rushed towards the 1,000 light cavalry behind them. Liang Sparrow took a deep breath, never pausing for a moment. Without turning his head back, he fled with all his might on his horse. This wave of Liang's old ministers, excluding the dead soldier Yenyu, and another golden body realm old master, these two people followed Liang Bird on the left and the right. The rest of them all crashed into the 1,000 iron horsemen behind them. The golden body realm old man who had turned around and rushed towards the 1,000 iron horsemen instead showed a hint of relief on his weathered face. The golden body realm old man stared at the leader Yang Rui and laughed loudly. "Little thief Yang Rui, give your grandfather your life." The old man's sleeves puffed up like a balloon, his martial arts chi gathered in his hands, and even his steed fell into a frenzy. The old man's speed was extremely fast, and his fist was like a tiger's roar, dragging out a line of white rainbow, with a majestic momentum. Not only this golden body realm old martial artist, behind him, the 10 or so old ministers of the Qi and Harmony realm were also holding swords, looking resolute and fearless of death. Yang Rui looked at these dozens of Liang old ministers who rushed towards him. Yang Rui's eyes narrowed slightly before slowing down his speed. Yang Rui strangled the reins with one hand and raised one hand. In the next moment, those 300 crossbow soldiers once again tightened their crossbows. Not only that, there were also 200 light cavalrymen with big bows on their backs, removing their big bows behind their backs and bending their bows to strike their arrows. Yang Rui sneered and said, "Release it to me." 300 crossbow soldiers, 200 bow soldiers, released arrows in unison. The arrows rained down from the sky without any mercy. The group of Liang's old ministers, several of them were shot off their horses on the spot, and there was even a warhorse that was shot through the head with an arrow, and even the man with the horse fell to the ground violently. Yang Rui yelled, "Release again." Another wave of arrows poured out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking air was continuous. After the two sets of arrow rain, those dozens of Liang's old ministers, except for that golden body realm old martial artist, the rest of them were all shot down from their horses, or shot on the spot. The golden body realm old martial artist looked back, and behind him was already empty. The old man's eyes widened angrily, his eyes were streaked with blood, and the fist dangles in his hands became even more powerful. The old man injected his martial true chi into the warhorse at his hip, and that warhorse hissed, the veins on its neck rippled, its chi and blood boiled, and it charged straight forward. One person and one horse entered the formation with a bang. The old man jumped up and crashed into the army, his fists violently smashed the chests of 2 cavalrymen, and the 2 cavalrymen were shattered on the spot, exploding violently. This golden body realm old martial artist's fists were so powerful that the winds of his fists whistled with the sound of dragons and tigers, and his punches were unceasing. Within a foot of this golden body realm old martial artist, all human armor was shattered, and one blow was a sure kill. After the old man hammered and killed dozens of people one after another, he was already covered in blood and his fists were dripping with blood. However, even though all the iron horsemen who entered within a foot of the old man's body had their armor shattered, this group of battle-hardened iron horsemen still didn't hesitate, and continued to follow in their footsteps, in a continuous stream. With the golden body realm old man as the center, all sides are surrounded by soldiers, all of them are holding sabers, fearless of death. After hammering and killing nearly 60 people one after another, the golden body realm old martial artist's body was already covered in stab wounds. The old man's body was drenched in blood, and the old man, who had long had a death wish, opened both fists and roared. "I am the king of Liang's personally appointed third grade guard with sword, Zhang Qi. Yang Rui's little boy, come and die quickly." The old man had used up a mouthful of his martial arts true chi, and was at the moment when the new chi had not yet been born and the old chi had been exhausted. The old man was just about to replace it with a mouthful of martial arts true chi. In a split second, a rider leapt out from the side. Yang Rui, clad in bright light armor and holding 100 refined steel gun, arrived in an instant. Yang Rui stabbed into the old man's chest with one shot, and then his momentum was as strong as a bamboo. The Jedi shadow under his crotch ran non-stop, dragging the old man all the way for 100 feet. Yang Rui gripped the gun and picked up that old martial artist whose breath was broken at the golden body realm high up and hung in the air. "This king is here." After saying that, Yang Rui flicked his wrist and the corpse of that golden body realm old martial artist was flung to the ground. Yang Rui wiped off the blood from his gun and shouted, "Keep chasing." The iron armor surrounding the circle instantly separated into a straight path. Yang Rui rode ahead and took the lead out of the formation. Behind him, the densely packed light cavalry followed closely behind, chasing after the Liang sparrows. Due to the 10 or so old ministers of Liang delaying with their lives, at this time, Liang Bird's figure is already out of sight. Yang Rui's eyes are sharp, holding the reins in one hand and the spear in the other. The iron cavalry behind him also quickly adjusted their formation, increasing their speed greatly. Don't think you can escape from this king. Pulling away from the thousands of iron cavalry behind him for several miles, Liang Bird still did not dare to slacken off, still galloping his horse furiously. Yan Yu sensed the movement behind him and gritted her teeth. It's coming again. Another middle-aged man of the Golden Body realm looked back, his eyes red. Just now, that Golden Body realm old martial artist, Zhang Zhuanxian, was his own instructor, as well as his teacher and father. Liang Xiao spoke hoarsely. How far is it to the border of Yuzhou? Yan Yu silently projected before saying, a full 100 miles. Liang Xiao bites his lips tightly and remains silent. The three of them steered their horses all the way until they reached a border town. A man was standing alone, leaning on his sword, stopping the road on the spot. At the end of the field of vision, there were 3 riders arriving. The man grinned, and then gripped the long knife in his hand. Knife chi rose from his wrist, through the body of the knife, the blade of the knife cold light eye-catching. Liang Bird's 3 men also saw the road-blocking man holding a long knife. Yan Yu narrowed her eyes and said, Golden Body Realm. Beside Liang Bird, that middle-aged man's speed slightly accelerated. The man did not turn his head, he just calmly said, Princess, the guilty official is the 4th grade left cavalry vice commander, Liang Shi. Liang Sparrow just nodded her head gently. In the next moment, Liang Shi stretched out his horse and crashed into that road-blocking swordsman. Chapter 60, A Scholar Dies for a Friend. The Golden Body Realm swordsman who was holding a long sword split Liang Shi's horse in 2 with a single slash. Liang Shi leapt up and slapped his palm on that person's head, only to be stopped by the Golden Body Realm swordsman's return sword. The 2 Golden Body Realms were entangled together. Liang Bird and Yan Yu galloped past without stopping. That Golden Body Realm swordsman wanted to draw back to block, but was stopped by Liang Shi, and for a moment, he simply could not distinguish between victory and defeat, and could only watch as Liang Bird sped away. Yang Rui led his army right behind him and arrived right afterward. Liang Shi, who is doomed to certain death, has resolute eyes and no fear, and just throws punches. Liang Shi's chi and blood stirred endlessly, not hiding or avoiding in the face of the powerful blade, exchanging injuries for injuries, exchanging life for life. The Golden Body Realm swordsman who was holding a long knife had to retreat, cursing angrily, crazy man. Liang Shi laughed cheerfully and said, so what? Liang Shi's fists were continuous, and this middle-aged man, who was only at the early stage of the Golden Body Realm, was brazen, only advancing and not retreating. The Golden Body Realm swordsman was furious, and with his head-wrapping sword, he cut off the continuous fist intent, and then slashed at Liang Shi's arm in the same direction. However, Liang Shi did not even dodge, allowing the knife to chop off one of his arms, and blood gushed out. The Golden Body Realm knife man was shocked and violently retracted his knife. Only Liang Shi was faster and bullied his way forward at the cost of losing an arm. With his left hand, Liang Shi punched into the Golden Body Realm swordsman's chest, clutched the swordsman's heart, and his fist instantly smashed his heart veins. The Golden Body Realm swordsman hissed, and the moment his heart vein was broken, he forcefully raised a mouthful of martial arts chi and slashed at Liang Shi's left shoulder. This slash was as powerful as a bamboo stick, directly sending Liang Shi in from his left shoulder and out from his right abdomen. Liang Shi's body was cut into 2 halves on the spot. The Golden Body Realm swordsman violently fell to his knees, pestling the ground with his single sword, and blood flowed all over the ground. The 2 riders galloped across the field. Up to this point, of this group of old ministers, Yan Yu was the only one left to escort Liang Xiao. Liang Xiao had long since lost track of how far he had traveled, not to mention how many people had died because of him, and had even forgotten why he was doing this. The Liang Sparrow could only try his best to go west, never stopping. When will the caged sparrow fly? Beyond the border of Yuzhou. On the barren grassland, there were 2,000 iron floaters stationed, looking intently in the direction of Yuzhou. Ning Tai in the past few days, even sleep has not unloaded armor, that the divine mighty blazing water gun is not to leave his body for a few moments. Zhao Xiaoji, on the other hand, had his eyes closed the entire day, not saying a word. Ning Tai is now standing on the plains, rubbing the lance in his hand, his eyes looking towards the direction of Yuzhou from time to time, and that hideous scar is getting more and more horrifying. Not only Ning Tai, the rest of the 2,000 iron buccaneers were all standing by, ready to tear open the border of Yuzhou at any time. Now the weather was already very cold, vaguely entering winter. Ning Tai exhaled a mouthful of turbid air with a resolute expression. Ning Tai was too bored waiting here, so he took the initiative to walk towards Zhao Weiji's side. Zhao Weiji only closed his eyes and rested his mind all day long. He was always at his peak state of health with his qi traveling around the world and exhaling and regulating his breathing.
Ning Tai's long spear was on the ground, seemingly too bored, and casually asked, Zhao Oji, if you need to take action, are you sure you can take the princess away?
Zhao Oblivion slowly opened his eyes, a blue stream of light flickered from the depths of his eyes, and he calmly said, I don't dare to say. Ning Tai squatted down and looked at this veritable martial arts master and asked, once you strike, do you really have to give up your own life and cultivation and die for sure? Zhao Oblivion looked indifferent and said, since it was personally arranged by Mr. Bai, it can't be wrong. Ning Tai raised his hand to touch the hideous scar on his face and said to himself, it's not easy to cultivate to the Xinshan realm, is it really so casual? Either he didn't have to mobilize a single ounce of true qi, or he had to let Zhao Forget Ji give up his own life and cultivation. Zhao Feiji slowly got up, his wide Taoist robe moving with the wind, and said, when you die, you die. Ning Tai twisted up the yellow soil on the ground and curiously said, cultivation is not easy, are you really willing to give up? Zhao Fiki let out a light laugh and didn't answer, instead asking, if the princess is surrounded by an army at the border, what will you do, General Ning? Without hesitation, Ning Tai lifted his lance and said, naturally, I will lead 2,000 iron floaters and open the formation. Ning Tai's eyes blazed towards the border of Yuzhou and smiled, I don't dare to say anything else, but Ning dares to guarantee with his life that once he encounters this situation, the 2,000 iron floaters will definitely die cleanly, not a single one left. Zhao Feiji nodded gently and asked, can General Ning be willing to let all 2,000 iron floaters die? Ning Taimang let out a bah and cursed, dying in battle, wrapping a corpse in horse leather, this is my duty. Zhao Fiki asked, you're not afraid? Ning Tai snorted coldly and said, it's just a death, what's there to fear? Zhao Woji raised the corners of his mouth and asked with a light smile, then it's just a matter of returning this cultivation to heaven and earth, what does Zhao Woji have to fear? Ning Tai gripped his spear tightly, rubbed his head with one hand, and asked suspiciously, what was that saying? What scholar, what death? Zhao Forgetting Machine spoke out, a scholar dies for a friend. The two looked at each other and laughed. The southernmost part of the border of Yuzhou. There were continuous military camps stationed here, and tens of thousands of border troops were guarding the border. A swift white falcon swept across the sky, circling endlessly. A woman patriarch, who had been hiding in the border army for years, changed her expression slightly after seeing that white falcon, which had been personally fed by the imperial son Yang Rui. Raising her hand, the white falcon stood on the woman's arm, and the woman took down the secret letter. Read the content of the letter, the woman master without hesitation, without authorization to leave the barracks, straight north. The real identity is Yang Rui's dead soldier of the woman sect master, Yang Rui in the border of Yuzhou a few years of training, the woman sect master will be in Yuzhou for a few years. Yang Rui preferred to be the first to fight, and did not want to have a dead soldier by his side, so he drove the female sect master of the Golden Body realm to the southern military camp. For 4 years, Yang Rui has never let himself go out. I did not expect to actually receive a secret letter from Yang Rui now. Yang Rui's secret letter, dispatched this dead man, north to intercept the former Liang old ministers. Just 30 miles north, in a narrow mountain, suddenly a man blocked the way. The woman patriarch's figure stalled, and the man looked at each other. Both of them did not say a word, but both of them silently drew out their blades. With just a glance, the two guessed each other's identity. The man held the broken blade in one hand and laughed, dead man see. The woman, on the other hand, held her sword in both hands and said in a cold voice, dead man see snake. Not only here, the northernmost part of Yuzhou, there is also a dead soldier received a secret letter, straight south. Just also south not out of 20 miles, we'll meet a man waiting for a long time. The man had one eye, one arm, and one sword, and with his sword in front of his chest, he calmly said, dead soldier ding. The dead soldier who received the secret letter to the south, also responded with a single sword, hoarse voice, dead soldier Wuma. For dead soldiers with the same identity, but each for their own masters, in a place no one knows, exchanging lives for lives. All of them died. Chapter 61 First Snow. Less than 50 miles from the border of Yuzhou. The sky was cloudy, not yet clear. The cold wind is whistling, and the white fog is dispersed. Yang Rui strangled his horse on a hillside, lifting his spear upside down, looking down from a height, overlooking the vast flatland under the hillside. In the center of the vast flatland, there are two women, surrounded by, on all sides are clad in light armor of the border army of Yuzhou. Driving straight from the border of Yuzhou, and then chased all the way for 100 miles, and then by the Golden Body realm old master sacrificed his life to charge the array, this 1,000 light horsemen, now has only 800 left to be lost, all of them are tired of horses and men. Just running dead horses, there are hundreds of them, a night of wild pursuit to hear, in the dawn, only that the deceased princess besieged in this. Even half-step golden body realm of Yang Rui also feel exhausted, crotch jade shadow was gasping for breath. It was just that everything was going to end, less than 50 miles from the border of Yuzhou, successfully besieging Liang Bird here. Yang Rui licked his dry lips and laughed, what a ing runner. 2 white falcons caught in mid-air and hovered above Yang Rui's head. After seeing these 2 white falcons, Yang Rui frowned slightly. He let these 2 white falcons go to the north and south border of Yuzhou to mobilize those 2 golden body realm dead soldiers to come to encircle and annihilate, but he was late in seeing them. The white falcons returned alone and did not see the dead soldiers? Yang Rui with the tip of the gun pointing to the ground, his own secret order 2 people cannot not from, can 2 golden body realm dead soldiers speed, now but late to arrive, then there is only one possibility. The 2 golden body realm dead soldiers died in the middle of the road. Yang Rui corrected his helmet and cursed, this group of lunatics. This way to attack, that wave of Liang's old troops, practicing the trick of exchanging life for life, difficult to deal with to the extreme. 800 iron horsemen circled in a circle, trapping those 2 in the center. In the center, Yan Yu was drenched in blood, surrounded by broken arms and limbs, and under his feet were 5 long knives with curled blades. Yan Yu was panting heavily, constantly changing her breath, her eyes were sharp, scanning the surrounding area. Liang Bird's goose yellow robes are now dark red, his right hand trembling, pointing forward. The surrounding iron horsemen seemed like a constant stream, sabers coming from all directions, defenseless. Yan Yu's eyes all turned blood red, forcibly burning her chi and blood with a secret method, her breath boiling. Yang Rui just stood on the distant hillside, snorted coldly and said, this king would like to see how many pounds of chi and blood you still have left to burn. There was another small wave of arrows raining down, Yan Yu's eyes were red, her long sword waved without stopping, raising a slice of blade light straight above her. However, even with the secret method of burning chi and blood, her true chi was now close to drying up, and even though Yan Yu swung her saber as hard as she could, there were still a few arrows that passed through the saber light. Pft, pft. Yan Yu's chest and thighs were all nailed in by an arrow, Yan Yu's body swayed, and then he forced himself to swallow the blood that surged up, still swinging his sword without stopping. Until this wave of arrows ended, Yan Yu's figure fell forward violently. Yan Yu clenched his teeth and knelt on one knee, using his long sword to pestle the ground. It was also in the moment when Yan Yu exchanged his martial true chi, there was a single rider, armed with a gun. Yang Rui's Jedi shadow was as fast as thunder, holding the 100 refined steel gun in his hand, as if he had killed that golden body realm old martial artist, he stabbed out. At the critical moment, Yan Yu desperately twisted her shoulder, the tip of the gun that was about to penetrate her chest deviated and only stabbed into her left arm. Yang Rui's eyes flinched, his wrist twisted and the spear rotated. With a poof, Yan Yu's left arm was broken by a shot. Also right after Yang Rui's spear, Liang Qiao's figure swept out, holding his sword in his hand and stabbing straight towards Yang Rui's chest. Yang Rui fiercely drew his spear back, the long sword brushed against the body of the spear, and under the flames, the sword stabbed into Yang Rui's chest. Liang Qiao's eyes were cold and indifferent as he gripped the long sword tightly. Yang Rui's Jedi shadow seemed to have a spirit, hissed and jumped up violently. Yang Rui swept his lance in a smooth manner, breaking that long sword directly and swept his body backward. The first half of the long sword, the tip of the sword pierced into the bright light armor, it looks like a bloody mess, but it did not hurt the heart and veins. Yang Rui did not change his face, directly raised his hand and pulled out the section of the sword in his chest alive. Blood gushed out from the wound. Yang Rui in front of the bright armor round protection was dyed blood red, the morning light, reflecting Yang Rui is like a heavenly general. Yang Rui's face was gloomy, cold voice said, no need to stay alive, kill on the spot. The surrounding iron armor got this order and immediately drew their swords forward. The iron armor came from all sides, pressing down on Liang Bird who could barely breathe. Liang Yao had long since exhausted his true chi, and his figure staggered. Yan Yu broke her left arm and tried to stand up, but she coughed out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, her face convulsing. Liang Qiao stood still in the center, looking towards the long sword in his hand that only had a hilt left, smiling miserably. Is it still hard to escape death? Liang Xiao's eyes were in a trance, looking into the distance, now only 50 miles from the border. In the territory of the Taihe dynasty, to be the bird in the cage for 8 years, but in the end, but still not free. These years is really too tired, now stop is also relief. Although the world is big, there has never been a place for my Liang Bird. Liang Bird muttered, his eyes dark. Yang Rui is riding a shadow, holding a gun and standing on a horse, cold eyes. In all directions, the sound of iron armor clanging continued, getting closer and closer. Liang Bird raised her head and used her right hand to remove the face covering her face, revealing the stunningly beautiful face that was so beautiful that it could be called a scourge. 8 years, one is going to forget who one is. At least at this time. I am the daughter of the king of Liang, the princess of Tianqing, Liang Bird. Liang Bird looked towards the sky, those peach blossom eyes flickering slightly. It's snow. Yang Rui also raised his head and looked towards the sky. In the vast sky, there were roiling snowflakes falling. 38th year of the Yuan calendar, December 13th, the first snow. Between heaven and earth, the first snow drifted. Liang Bird's stunningly beautiful face revealed a miserable smile. It's really heaven's favor. Before dying, there's a big snowfall to send off. Liang Bird violently raised the broken sword in his hand and resolutely killed himself. Just at the moment when Liang Bird's sword blade touched his neck, the sky and the earth suddenly lurched, along with the fluttering and drifting snow all stopped for a moment. A green rainbow descended from the sky. The green rainbow came from the sky, straightened up, wrapped in majestic Dao Qi, and crashed to the ground. The raging Qi erupted with a roar, and with Liang Qiao as the center, all the iron armor within 100 paces was overturned on the spot. A man in a green shirt rushed to this place. The broken sword in Liang Bird's hand came out of his hand. Liang Bird's beautiful eyes froze slightly as she looked back blankly. Lin Rong. Is that you? Lin Rong was silent for a long time, his eyes were complicated, but he gently shook his head. Yang Rui's complexion changed greatly, one hand lifted his spear, the tip of the spear pointing at that green-shirted man who suddenly appeared here, yelling, "Who is the one who came?" The sky and earth suddenly became snowy. Only to hear Lin Rong let out a soft sigh, his voice soft. "Let's go, I'll give you a ride." Chapter 62, Sparrow transforms into Phoenix. Yang Rui violently removed his helmet, raised his gun and stood up his horse, hissing, "How dare you!" In all directions, the iron armor came like a tidal wave. In the very center, the trapped Lin Rong looked calm, just gently stretching out a hand. Liang Qiao wiped away the blood on his cheeks, raised his left hand, and gently rested it on Lin's palm. The next moment, with Lin Rong as the center, within 100 feet, are surging Dao Qi. Within a radius of 100 feet, the horses all fell to their knees violently, and the people tumbled over. A green rainbow rises, the siege of iron armor chiseled open an avenue, anyone who tries to block, in the hands of the saber is broken into two, touching immediately broken. Yang Rui fiercely clip horsebelly, hold gun and go, no fear, straight stab that rainbow. Just that the 100 refined steel gun touched the rainbow moment, the head of the gun will be violently broken, the gun body thumped and shattered. Wrapped in the flying snow, the rainbow left the battlefield. 100 miles away from the border of Yuzhou, Zhao Feiji, who was sitting on his knees and resting his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. Zhao oblivious Qi's figure flickered and instantly appeared beside Ning Tai, smiling. Princess Breath is about to arrive at the border of Yuzhou. Ning Tai's eyes glared round, and without hesitation, he pulled up his lance from the ground and rolled onto his horse. Ning Tai put on his phoenix-winged hood, and with the divine mighty blazing water lance in his hand pointing straight at the border, he shouted. Iron floaters, listen to the order. Just go all the way east, tear open the border of Yuzhou for me, and receive the princess back to the western desert. The 2,000 iron buccaneers didn't stop at all, and in an instant, everyone rolled onto their horses. This group of heavy armor-clad iron buttons, all show the meaning of killing, like a bronze wall. Ning Tai fiercely clamped his horse and hissed, "March!" The next moment, 2,000 iron floating buttresses roared up, heading straight for the border of Yuzhou. The iron floaters, Kaishan heavy armor riders, and Xian armor flying dragons were ranked as the most powerful iron horsemen in the world. The 3 iron cavalry were all grade A iron cavalry that stood at the apex of the world. Unlike the 1,000 light cavalry led by Yang Rui, whose hoofbeats were as dense as the wind and rain, these 2,000 iron buttes' hoofbeats were nearly the same, and the sound of their hoofbeats was like thunder rolling on the ground, and the earth and the sky were greatly shaken. 2,000 iron buccaneers, everyone clad in heavy armor, under the sky and snow, there were black clouds on the flat earth. Ning Tai held his spear in his hand, the hideous scar on his face unexpectedly became blood red due to the churning of qi and blood, the wound seemed like it was going to collapse again, appalling to the extreme. At the border of Yuzhou, on top of the city wall, the soldiers in charge of sitting on the watchtower first heard a rolling thunder from afar, and then a black pressurized piece of iron wall advancing in unison. On the watchtower, immediately there will be beacon fire and smoke, the barracks and the sound of drums and drums, the soldiers are immediately wearing armor and take the sword. Rolling black smoke rose, drums and horns sounded everywhere. On the border of Yuzhou, there are 3,000 troops stationed in a camp every 20 miles in a continuous line.
The generals guarding the barracks here are looking into the distance from the city walls, their faces grim. That iron buccaneer in the border eyeing for a long time, originally in the iron buccaneer stationed in a straight line position, mobilized around the army gathered, stand by. But this Taifado is not in the original position to rush to the border, but instead is to deflect the direction, turn towards their own border. The general gulped down a mouthful of saliva, the veins in his sword hand rippled, and his face twitched. Now stationed here in the army less than 3,000, 20 miles away from the border troops want to aid the simply too late. And the other side is one of the world's 3 major iron cavalry iron buccaneers. The general drew his saber and hissed, "Defend, defend." But just at this moment, a large hole was violently broken open at the border wall. A middle-aged man stood at the huge hole and laughed loudly, "Heaven blesses my great Liang. Come. 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 Tear Yuzhou apart." This middle-aged man detonated his own dantian with a secret method and it exploded. A huge hole opened up in the city wall. The generals stationed here were so pale that their knuckles were white as they held their swords, and they could only watch as the 2,000 iron pontoons came crashing down on them. The 2,000 iron pontoons were like a crack, completely tearing apart the border of Yuzhou, directly ripping open a huge hole and driving straight in. 2,000 iron pontoons are like a torrent of steel. The border troops stationed at the border trying to block are all washed away. All the way voluminous run into Yuzhou, until the advancement of 15 miles. At the end of the field of vision, in the middle of the snow, there were 2 women, standing on top of the snow. Ning Tai's eyes lit up as he rushed to Liang Bird, stopped his horse, and violently rolled over and dismounted. This great general knelt down on one knee and said aloud, "My general Ning Tai, see the princess." Behind Ning Tai, 2,000 iron buccaneers all rolled over and dismounted, their iron armor clanging as they all knelt on one knee. The 2,000 heavy armor shouted in unison, "See you, princess!" The loud and clear voice resounded through heaven and earth. Liang Bird, who was shown in her true form, had red eyes but did not shed any tears. Behind Liang Xiao was Yanyu, whose face was pale after having an arm severed. Ning Tai knelt down on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Please, princess, follow my general and leave quickly." Liang Bird, however, did not pay any attention to Ning Tai, but instead looked back into the distance. Amidst a blanket of snow, there was a man in a green shirt standing in the distance. The snow falling on his green shirt moved the heart. Liang Xiao bit her lips tightly, her eyes contained autumn water, making her even more attractive. There was a beautiful woman in the absolute generation, pavilion in the snow. Zhao Woji, who came with the army, frowned and followed Liang Xiao's line of sight. Zhao Oblivious and the green-shirted man exchanged a distant glance. A cold wind swept up the flying snow, and that green shirt dissipated with the wind. Liang Bird rolled onto his horse, followed closely by Yanyu. Liang Bird spoke softly, "Go." As soon as the words fell, Ning Tai held his lance and violently turned his horse's head, shouting, "Return." Without hesitation, the 2,000 iron floaters rolled onto their horses and immediately turned back. Hoofbeats rolled, 2,000 iron buccaneers did not care about the battle, all the way back to the west, just charge. The border has now gathered nearly 6,000 border troops. Just before the 2,000 iron buccaneers clad in heavy armor, one touch is broken, instantly torn open a huge gap. The border generals could only stand on the city wall and watch the 2,000 iron buccaneers go away. Amidst the white snow, the 2,000 iron buccaneers are far away from Yuzhou. The caged sparrow has been transformed into a heavenly phoenix. Liang Bird looked back, not see the border of Yuzhou, only see the white blanket. Countless emotions are intertwined in the woman's heart, a mess. Until the snow to the west to drive a full 30 miles, Ning Tai only breathed a sigh of relief. It was also at this moment that Ning Tai noticed Zhao Woji beside him with a strange expression. This Peak Xianshan realm patriarch's face was strange and his body was stiff. Ning Tai frowned and shouted, "Zhao Oblivious Qi?" Zhao Fiki ignored him and just stared ahead, not moving a muscle on his horse's back. Ning Tai rode his horse to Zhao Feiji's side and raised his hand, but the general was suddenly startled. Zhao Feiji's limbs were as stiff as iron, and in the midst of the winter snow, this Peak Xianshan realm master's back was actually drenched in sweat. Not only that, but Zhao Fiki's true qi was flowing in his body, and his meridians and orifices were filled with surging Dao qi, ready to explode at the slightest touch. Enough away from the Yuzhou 50 miles, Zhao forget the machine only trembling voice open. That person actually didn't die. Chapter 63, The Truth in the Beginning. Ning Tai frowned tightly and asked, "Who is that person?" Zhao Oblivion, however, directly ignored Ning Tai's inquiry and turned to walk to Liang Xiao's side. This peak Xinshan realm patriarch opened his mouth and said, "Princess, could you allow me to say one more word?"
Liang Qiao was slightly stunned and immediately understood Zhao Oblivious Chi's meaning, and the two of them moved forward with their horses in unison, breaking away from the 2,000 iron riders. Liang Qiao and Zhao forgetting Ji walked side by side. Liang Qiao spoke, "Uncle Zhao, what's wrong?" Zhao Oblivious Ji's Taoist robes rose and fell as his steed galloped. The patriarch was silent for a long time, and slowly opened his mouth. "Does the princess know why I never made a move from the beginning to the end?" When the former Liang had not yet been destroyed, Zhao Feiji was one of the 12 renowned masters of Liang, with his cultivation at the peak of the Xianshan realm. Liang Bird's willow brows furrowed as she gently shook her head, guessing, there is a court patriarch who needs Uncle Zhao to secretly confront him? Zhao Oblivious Chi used his true chi to form a circle of barrier, and then with the means of gathering threads to transmit sound, he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Bai specially ordered me not to show myself easily. Either I need not mobilize even the slightest amount of my true chi to take the princess away from Yuzhou, or I need to take that life of my own to fill up a bottomless pit." The White Dragon has been planning for 8 years, and has made countless moves in the dark and in the open, just for today. Zhao Oblivion calmly said, "I originally did not understand what Mr. Bai meant, but until the moment I saw the princess, I understood." Liang Bird's breath stuttered as he pursued, "What do you mean?" Zhao Oblivion Ji was silent for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. "Even after many years, even if the divine intent is vastly different, I will never recognize the wrong person, that person who personally sent the princess out of Yuzhou. It's that number one in the world who died in the thunderbolt. Lin Daoxian." The moment Zhao forgetting Ji's words were spoken, Liang Bird's eyes instantly went hollow, and his entire body lost its soul. "He's Lin." Liang Bird muttered, only feeling his mind go blank, sharp chirps coming from his ears, and his vision blurring. Lin Daoxian? How could it be Lin Daoxian? In the next moment, Liang Xiao violently spat out a large mouthful of heart blood, and his figure nearly fell off the horse. Liang Xiao's face turned pale, not bothering to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked blankly at Zhao Fiki at the side. Zhao Fiki also had a complicated look on his face. Liang Bird froze in place for a moment, originally confused eyes gradually clear. The woman who was already a beautiful woman, red lips stained with blood, the sky flying snow are eclipsed. Liang Bird silently wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, her complexion returned to calm, and she softly spoke, "Liang Bird knows." Zhao Fiki looked at the Liang Bird in front of him and only felt gripped by his heart. At the same time, for Mr. Bai, who he hadn't seen in 8 years, Zhao Fiki was even more impressed. Worthy of being the number one poisoner in the world. Liang Bird calmly looked into the distance and softly asked, "Uncle Zhao, what exactly happened between father and that person in the first place? Why did that number one in the world kill the king's capital all by himself? What exactly happened between King Liang and that person?" Almost overnight, the originally flourishing Liang kingdom was completely destroyed. Zhao Oblivious did not hide anything and slowly revealed this hidden secret, and the truth that had been sealed for many years surfaced. 10 years ago, the world was still a three-part situation. The Jianghu and temple involvement hadn't yet been as it is today. The king of Liang about the world put forward a shocking idea. King Liang believes that the world is in chaos to this point. The upper three realms of martial artists cannot be blamed, even if the world is united in the future, but still cannot rule the world to a peaceful and prosperous world, so the king of Liang would like to make the world no longer have upper third realm masters. Liang Bird's pupils suddenly shrunk, incredulously saying, "This is simply impossible. The world is so big, how many upper third realm martial artists are there? Wanting to try and erase the upper third realm was simply a pipe dream." Instead, Zhao Oblivious Ji looked towards the sky and said something that made Liang Xiao's heart and mind shake. Zhao Oblivious Ji slowly said, "King Liang obtained a supreme treasure of the world in a cave, making this unrealistic fantasy hopefully a reality." Liang Bird pursued, "What did Father King obtain?" "The remains of an immortal." The moment Zhao Oblivious Chi said this, Liang Bird's entire heart and mind shook. Zhao Oblivious Chi was silent for a moment and continued, "The wind of King Liang's attempt to erase the upper three realms spread out, and it then attracted that one who had just ranked amongst the celestial realm and was ranked amongst the 5 great masters, Lin Daoxian. In the 30th year of the Yuan calendar, that man who was ranked among the 5 great masters of the world, with a head full of white hair flying in all directions, was alone and killed the old capital of the Liang dynasty. In this great battle that shocked the world, the 12 masters of Liang gathered in the royal capital, and the 3,000 elite soldiers were all armored and armed with spears. The 3,000 iron armor and the 12 masters were unable to stop them. In the end, Lin Daoxian personally took away the head of the king of Liang. After this battle, Lin Daoxian was honored with the title of number one in the world. Learning the truth of that year, the Liang sparrow, into a long silence. 2,000 iron floaters went all the way to the western desert.
The Great Snow. Lin Xiu is walking in the snow,
allowing those snowflakes to fall on his shoulders. Lin looked towards the sky with a calm expression. As a full third of his green silk turned snow white, countless memories flooded into his mind. 8 years ago, it was also a snowy day like today.
Lin Rong was in the area of the Tongtian River and the Jiangnan Road and saw countless dead people. Those who froze to death on snowy nights, soldiers stabbed to death, all of them. Since entering the Jianghu, he has defeated all the world's patriarchs, and has been crossing the Jianghu for 20 years, looking down on the world. Cultivation through the sky is true, overbearing is also. In the beginning, Lin Rong among the celestial realm soon, just ranked one of the world's 5 great masters. Lin Rong heard a call his own furious news. That King Liang had actually attempted to completely erase the upper 3 realms. How overbearing and conceited was he in the beginning? Lin Daoxian, who had long been proud of the world and conceited that he was invincible, went to the capital of the King of Liang alone. Borrowing the head of the King of Liang, completely realized the name of the world's first. As soon as the King of Liang died, the 6 vassal kings dispersed and claimed their own titles. The Taiha dynasty and the Kaiyuan dynasty took this opportunity to encircle each other with their armies. 2,000 miles of life was in ruins, with more than 1 million corpses and more than 1,000 miles of bloodshed. Lin Rong, since entering the Jianghu, for the first time, incomparably confused. He did a ridiculous thing in a fit of pique, actually led to the death and injury of the people of the world. Lin Rong alone walked a long way, from the Tongtian River to the sea, all the way to the west. 2,000 miles of road, Lin Rong seems to see countless sad souls, in the woeful earth wandering not to go. Cold winter goes, spring swallows return, nesting in the woods. Countless emotions flooded into Lin Xiu's heart. Since the destruction of Liang, Lin Zhua had been wandering between heaven and earth for 5 years. He is still trapped in the past, and it is too late to repent. The number 1 in the world had also disappeared. Lin Xiu looked at the flying snow in the sky, his heart was only blank. Lin Er consciously guilty of Liang, also guilty of the world. Chapter 64. Someone from the snow. Tianjing City, Jin Tian Supervisor. For White Jade Platform High and Stand, respectively, sit in the southeast, west, north and south, around more than 24 pavilions, corresponding to the 24 solar terms, like the stars, will be 4 White Jade Platform protection in the center. Southeast, west, north and south 4 White Jade Platform, are a supervisor is sitting in the town, monitoring the changes in the weather. 24 pavilions, each with 10 Qi practitioners, a total of 240 Qi practitioners used to observe the flow of the 24 solar terms. There was a vision in the sky, a faint distant star in the northwest suddenly shone brightly tonight. With the main star as the center, there is a purple Qi linking the surrounding, dozens of stars of different sizes, brightness and darkness strung up around it. The 4 supervisors of the Qin Tian supervisors appeared together to look at the sky. In the northwest there was a heavenly ordained person who was burdened with Qi present. Meanwhile, in the Qianhe Palace, a secret letter was sent to Emperor Yangzhen. After reading this secret letter that came from Yuzhou, Yangzhen was silent and casually threw that secret letter on the ground. It was the middle of winter, although it hadn't snowed in the capital as it did today, it was still chilly. The Qianhe Hall has a complicated floor dragon, even if you only wear a layer of thin shirt in the middle of winter, you don't feel the cold. Yangzhen from the Qianhe Hall out, a eunuch immediately for Yangzhen put on a heavy fur coat, quiet step closely behind. Yangzhen's footsteps were hobbling, slowly out of the Qianhe temple, and then through the forested palace walls, traveling to a secret passage leading to the underground. That leads to the underground tunnel is extremely cold, no lights, only all the way set with a number of night pearl illumination. Yangzhen all the way down to an underground stone room. In this stone room, there is only a wooden table, a yellow oil lamp, piled up all over the floor of the scrolls and scriptures. A middle-aged man with a pale face and a high crown of hair was lying in front of the wooden table, flipping through the scrolls with the help of the dim oil lamp. Noticing the sound, the pale middle-aged man slightly raised his head, looked at Yangzhen after a glance, the face of the world's most honored person, but did not get up to salute, just silently lowered his head. Yangzhen also does not care, just silently sitting in front of that person. Yangzhen was silent for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. Liang bird has now gone to the western desert. The man with a ghastly white face froze slightly, and then put down the scroll in his hand and spoke hoarsely. It was Zhao Oblivion who exchanged his life for a wine madman? Yangzhen gently shook his head and said, Zhao Oblivious Ji has never made a move since the beginning.
With the help of the withered yellow oil lamp, one could vaguely see that middle-aged man's eyes were obscure and low. Yang Jin sighed and said helplessly, "It's still White Dragon who outwitted you Chao Yang all night long."
The person in front of him was the strategist who corresponded with Du Lanfeng's light and darkness, Chao Yangxian.
Chao Yangmian's expression did not change, just pushed the scroll in his hand to one side, whispered, "White Dragon plotted for 8 years, exhausting his heart and life, not easy." Yang Jin just sighed and said, "Liang Bird went to the western desert, that wave day and night are looking forward to the restoration of the old ministers of Liang, I'm afraid to be happy bad." Chao Yangxian calmly said, "That group of former Liang officials have just gained a firm foothold not long ago, and half of the western desert's hunting tribes have not yet submitted. Even if Liang Bird goes to the western desert, it will not be able to become a climate for a while." Yang Jin was stunned speechless for a long time before slowly speaking, "I am finally old, I don't have a few years to live, although Yang Rui has been polishing the border for many years, but it's not yet a climatic situation. Yang Yi's heart is deep, but it's not yet full of wings, and there aren't enough people around the court, so I'm afraid that after I'm gone, the Taiha dynasty is going to be in a big mess." Chao Yang all night raised his head slightly and said, "Why did your majesty alone skim over the crown prince?" Yang Jin grabbed the scroll on the table, then threw it aside, and gasped, "This Yang He, even I can't see clearly anymore, as in today's capital, I don't know how many old undead are staring at him." Yang Jin was silent for a long time, and then calmly said, "I don't know how many old undead is counting the days, waiting for me to die, but this group of old undead don't go, I go to the coffin is not at ease." Chao Yangxian silently picked up the scroll from one side and reset it on the wooden table. Yang Jin looked at Chao Yangxian, hesitated, and slowly spat out 2 words, "Jin Kai." Chao Yangxian only gently shook his head. Yang Jin sighed, got up helplessly, and said, "Let's go." Chao Yangxian did not get up and just watched Yang Jin leave. This old emperor walked all the way out of the underground palace, and the dying Yang Jin looked towards the sky. "I only hate that the light of the day is heartless." Yuzhou, traveling city. The snow fell for a day and a night, and the snow was not more than the ankle. Wang Jin, who was forced to act as an agent of the wrong lodge, today, as usual, just opened the door as usual, and then it was reading and practicing the sword. Wang Jin wrapped tight cotton coat, bitter look out the door, originally old injuries have long been healed, daily sword practice is also a small gain, the only thing is that the wrong fast business, is really a drop in the bucket, look to be unable to open the pot to the point. Wang Jin even out of his own pocket, backsliding some to buy enough coal, otherwise this winter may have to freeze to death. Today, the snow covered the city, very few pedestrians on the road, most of the closed doors. Wang Jin stretched his neck and looked toward the end of the street. At the end of the street, he saw a handsome man, dressed in hemp clothes, with a cape, hair, and bare feet, coming in the snowy white of the world. Wang Jin frowned and muttered, "Barefoot on this day, not afraid of freezing." The handsome man walked slowly until the entrance of the wrong lodge. Wang Jin was a little surprised, but still welcomed the man into the door. The handsome man in hemp clothes smiled slightly and asked, "Are you the owner of this store?" Wang Jin blinked his eyes and shook his head, "Just escrowing the store, if you have anything you like, sir, you can pick it." The handsome man smiled heartily at his words, and then wandered around the store. The handsome man walked past a piece of ink treasure, only looking at it and never touching it, never even coming close. The handsome man wore a smile on his face and laughed softly, "It's quite clean." Wang Jin did not understand, just silently followed behind. Sweeping the wrong Zaya circle, handsome man just smiling to see. Wang Jin thought that it is estimated that it is difficult to open, this guy 80% will not buy. Handsome man saw the wooden bed, that was rolled up half of the ink treasure, it is Lin wrong to write those 3 lines of sword poetry. Wang Jin's heart thumped, seeing the handsome man reaching out to take, he could only say in a hurry, "Sir, I'm not selling this." Hearing this, the handsome man paused in mid-air, then silently withdrew his hand and lightly smiled, "So that's how it is, sorry." Wang Jin did not notice that when the handsome man reached out his hand, the 3 sword poems on the rice paper seemed to have a spirit and swam above the rice paper. The handsome man silently went to survey Lin Rong's desk, TSK's king from time to time. Wang Jin, his head full of confusion, turned around and went to the stove to take down the boiling hot water, poured the hot water into a cup, and served it to the barefooted man with the disheveled hair. When the handsome man saw the hot water handed over by Wang Jin, he was somewhat delighted and smiled, "Many thanks, many thanks." Chapter 65 Getting Away. The handsome man cupped his hands over the cup and gently blew it up, taking small sips of hot water with a soft smile. Wang Jin looked at the handsome man in front of him, thinking that nowadays the snowy day is so cold, this person is distributing barefoot, maybe there is some problem in his brain, this weather outside will definitely freeze to death. Wang Jin hesitated for a moment, but still spoke, "That, do you have a place to stay tonight?" The handsome man slightly froze, and then lightly laughed, "No. Wang Jin's face remained unchanged, but in his heart, he was sure that this person was 80% a cutie. Cloaked hair and bare feet, wearing a single layer of hemp clothes. Wang Jin pondered for a moment and slowly said, "If you are not in a hurry, you can spend the night here." Wang Jin let out a silent sigh in his heart. If this man left like this, he would definitely freeze to death on a snowy night.
The handsome man smiled faintly and said, "Is it true?"
Wang Jin nodded vigorously, then let the handsome man sit on his bench and said, "Just rest assured." The handsome man looked at Wang Jin with interest and a bland smile. Wang Jin, on the other hand, weighed the cuffs. Silver money is still enough to buy this person a cotton coat is still possible.
Wang Jin hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked, "What are you coming to Circuit City for?"
The handsome man drank a mouthful of hot water and laughed softly, "To meet an old friend." Wang Jin frowned slightly, looking at the man in front of him, with his cloaked hair and bare feet and hemp clothes. He didn't look like a so-called Jianghu expert at all.
Wang Jin curiously said, "You met?"
The handsome man shook his head slightly and laughed, "I should not be able to see it." Wang Jin was slightly stunned at his words, and his original words choked in his throat. He thought to himself, "It's over, isn't it that this person's old friend has already gone?"
Wang Jin scratched his cheeks in embarrassment and could only awkwardly say, "Then, I'm sorry for your loss."
Hearing Wang Jin's words, the handsome man's smile intensified and his eyes looked at Wang Jin strangely. Wang Jin was a little hairy from the look and only felt that man's smile was also too strange.
The handsome man suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "You're here, sitting in an ink lounge, and you don't practice writing?"
Wang Jin laughed and said with an embarrassed face, "I don't have that talent, the words I write are not generally hard to read." The handsome man, however, said a strange word and said, "Not too late, the fate is just right."
Wang Jin was confused and didn't know why.
He just thought that this man was not wearing shoes in winter, so he should not care so much.
The handsome man pointed to the rice paper next to the bamboo bed and asked, "Can you show me that ink treasure?"
Wang Jin hesitated for a moment, but still handed the rice paper with 3 sword poems written on it to the man.
There were 3 lines of sword poetry written on the rice paper. "The pointed mountain by the sea looks like a sword point. Autumn frost cuts the jade sword. The sword of Go shines like a star." The handsome man just looked and did not make a sound. In just a short moment, the handsome man returned the copy of the rice paper to Wang Jin. Wang Jin simply no longer think about it, turned around and lifted the thick cotton curtain of the wrong lounge, said, "I'm going out, you don't walk around." Handsome man just hold a smile, silent. Just lifting the cotton curtain, the cold wind drilled into Wang Jin's neck. Wang Jin wrapped his clothes vigorously, curled up and walked towards another street. Circuit City was not big, and Wang Jin already knew Circuit City like the back of his hand during this period of time. Stepping away from the thick snow, Wang Jin huddled his neck and walked towards a small store. In the clothes store, Wang Jin rummaged around and found a cotton coat that felt thick and warm, and vigorously shook it a few times. Now that the snow has just fallen, it's not too cold yet. When the snow starts to melt, that's the coldest time. And the ant back and forth bargain half a day, Wang Jin only a look of reluctance to give up, from the cuffs to pull out a bit of broken silver, meet pain. Holding this heavy cotton clothes all the way along the street back to the wrong jai, Wang Jin lifted the wrong jai cotton curtains, opened his mouth, "I'll give you." Just a mouth, Wang Jin froze in place. At this time in the wrong fast, the handsome man has long disappeared. The corner of Wang Jin's mouth twitched, thinking that this little cutie. Don't run out on your own and freeze to death. Wang Jin can only be along the street back and forth to look for several times, but still no trace of that person. Wang Jin can only be bored back to the wrong fast, a face of meat pain looking at the hands of the heavy cotton clothes. Good guy, another several taels of silver spent for nothing. Wang Jin walked towards the desk and put away the cup that the handsome man had used, but just as Wang Jin looked at the wooden desk, he was slightly stunned. This is? Wang Jin lifted the cup up and realized that there was a worn-out old book pressed underneath. Wang Jin frowned and picked up the yellowed old book. Get away. Previous volume? Wang Jin was puzzled and casually flipped through this old book that was already yellowed. This look was even more astonishing. It was not a canonical or secret book, which just recorded many rare stories and 1,000 oddities. Wang Jin turned to the last page, just wrote a sentence: skin as ice and snow, now about as a virgin, do not eat grains, sucking the wind and drinking dew, riding the cloud gas, royal dragon, and travel outside the 4 seas, to this will come to an abrupt end. Wang Jin muttered, really is the upper volume. Wang Jin did not care, just casually threw the yellowed ancient book aside, usually used to relieve boredom is a very good thing. Wang Jin vigorously wrapped his clothes, reached out to touch the rice paper. Just when Wang Jin opened the rice paper, the original 3 lines of sword poem below,
unexpectedly out of nowhere more a paragraph of flyhead Xiaozi.
Viewed in the sky, checking in the number, checking in the easy, push in the degree, take in the body, evidence in the object, the reason, and set up for the woo, the law to teach people, can be said to be clear and exhaustive.
Wang Jin stared blankly at this rice paper, not waiting for the hand.
In an instant, Wang Jin's shoulder was pressed by a person. Wang Jin was shocked and turned back violently.
He only saw a man wearing a green shirt with a grave face, appearing here out of thin air.
Lin Rong?
Wang Jin was shocked and delighted, looking incredulously at Lin, who had suddenly appeared behind him.
Lin, when did you come back?
Lin, however, had a grave expression on his face as he silently picked up the piece of rice paper in Wang Jin's hand. It wasn't until the piece of rice paper was re-rolled that Lin's expression returned to normal.
Lin smiled and asked, I just came back not long ago, did someone come to the store just now?
Wang Jin saw Lin again and smiled joyfully, telling everything that had just happened in his head.
Lin just listened silently with a smile on his face and just whispered, got it.
Meanwhile, 100 miles away from Roving City, the sky and earth were colorful and snow-capped. Someone was walking barefoot, his body shape fluttering, turning miles in an instant, stepping on the snow without a trace. The clouds of all things suddenly pass by, and the sky and earth pass by in a white horse.
And what is the most suitable thing to do nowadays? To get drunk, to swim, to sleep. Chapter 66 Future Great Sword Immortal.
Lin Er looked at the piece of rice paper in his hand that recorded the 3 swords in the middle, his expression strange. Even if he had only recovered to peak Xinshin cultivation, had he still been caught by that guy?
Lin.
The first time I saw him, he was still reluctant to reach out and touch the book. Wang Jin, on the other hand, probed and looked outside of the Rong Lodge, looked for half a day and didn't find Liang Xiao's figure, turned to Lin Rong and said curiously, you still took her life? Lin Rong shook his head and said, sent her out of Yuzhou and returned her freedom.
Wang Jin was shocked and surprised, you really did that Buddhist act of ferrying people across the bitter sea?
Lin Er pulled the corner of his mouth and said in a bad mood, being counted on for a while, there's no way around it.
Wang Jin came over and asked in a low voice, with your realm cultivation, you would even be counted?
Lin Er could only rub his brow and said helplessly, it has nothing to do with realm cultivation, it's a questioning heart that refers directly to the heart of the Tao.
Wang Jin shook his head and said contemptuously, being counted is being counted, why are you talking about not being able to do anything?
Lin wrongly pressed one hand on Wang Jin's head and said with a smile, Shang, Wang de Xiao Lin is being counted, is it okay? Wang Jin only felt his neck whooshing with cold air blowing through, vigorously shrinking his neck, resentfully said, the common sense of man, the common sense of man ha. Lin let out a light laugh and looked relaxed as he sat down in front of his desk. Lin Rong scanned around and casually asked, how's business during this time?
Sold out a few dollars of silver? It was fine if he didn't mention it, but as soon as he was asked about it, Wang Jin became angry.
Wang Jin said in a conspiratorial manner, Master Lin's character realm is too high, this group of mortals can't read it, and those who know what they're talking about have it. Lin Rong is indistinctly nodded and said, that's natural, the world trend is declining, nowadays the literati and ink master's eyesight retrogression, naturally can't appreciate my ink treasure. The corner of Wang Jin's mouth twitched as he looked at the serious nonsense Lin Rong in front of him, and laughed in exasperation, Master Lin, you old man patted your ass and left, the little king is going to drink the northwest wind in this period of time. Saying that, Wang Jin pointed to the fireplace on one side, and said angrily, the coal for the winter, all of it is still bought by me out of my own pocket. Lin Rong is unconcerned waved his hand, old-fashioned and said, this is not true, why do you and I need to distinguish so clearly, who buy is not to buy it? Wang Jin simply do not eat this set. Immediately Lin Rong from the chair, said, do not say some useless, you now go to me to burn the stove to go, and then make dinner for me. Lin Rong was whisked away also not angry, said with a smile, get it, small forest this will go. Looked at the back of Lin Rong, and up a small half of the green silk, at this time all turned snow white. Wang Jin could not help but be curious, opened his mouth and asked, how do you hair white so much? Lin Rong did not care, casually said, life hangs in the balance, white head of worry. Wang Jin naturally went in his left ear and out his right ear with regard to these bull remarks of Lin Rong. Wang Jin suddenly said, Lin Rong, did you meet any experts when you went out this time? Lin Rong paused in his movements, smilingly pointed at the stove and said, want to hear it? Wang Jin nodded without stopping and said, want to. Lin Rong stood up, raised his eyebrows slightly, and laughed, go and burn the stove, then cook me dinner. Wang Jin pouted and could only helplessly lift his butt and go burn the stove on his own. Lin Rong reclined on the bamboo chair and said to himself, there aren't many masters encountered, there are that one or two. Wang Jin did not turn around and pursued, like what? Lin Rong suddenly laughed, for example, that godly dragon who can't be seen or heard, the number one in Yuzhou, the wine madman. Wang Jin stood up with a miso, stared wide-eyed, and asked, "You've seen the wine madman?" Lin Rong nodded his head gently. Wang Jin immediately asked, "How was it? Was it awesome?" Lin Rong rubbed his chin and said, "Average, still slightly less than me." Wang Jin immediately lost interest and simply turned around and stopped talking to Lin Er. Lin was speechless and scared. Hey, what does this mean?" Wang Jin snorted, "Who are you? Still slightly inferior to you?" Lin Er hooked up the corner of his mouth and casually said, "I was once the number one in the world." Wang Jin was immediately amused and laughed, "If you're the former number one in the world, then I'm the future greatsword immortal." Lin skimmed his mouth and said, "Maybe." Wang Jin did not care about this. Seemingly aroused, Wang Jin suddenly asked, "Lin Rong, like an expert in the Jianghu, is it really possible to defeat 10,000 people with one, and kill 7 in and 7 out back and forth?" Lin Rong just lightly laughed and shook his head, said, "Those unusual novel rendition, the description is too godly, martial arts practitioner cultivation is no longer high, but also ultimately a human, people have the power to be exhausted." Lin Rong smiled and stretched out 5 fingers, saying, "A golden body realm martial artist, even if he cultivates to the full golden body realm, 500 iron horsemen will be able to surround and kill him to death." Wang Jin wilted for a moment and said sullenly, 500 iron horsemen would be able to surround and kill a golden body realm master. Lin Er rubbed his brow and said helplessly, 500 iron riders is already a lot, isn't it enough to surround and kill one person? Wang Jin moved a bench and sat in front of Lin, curiously saying, "What if it's a Xianshan realm patriarch?" Lin Er thought for a moment and said, "Xianshan realm patriarch, unless there are 3,000 iron armors that are brave enough to die and come forward, only then will they be able to leave them behind." Wang Jin's eyes lit up as he pursued, "What about the legendary celestial realm?" Lin Rong did not answer, but only gently shook his head and said, "I can't remember." Lin Rong raised his eyes to the window and calmly said, "Actually, when the army surrounds a zongsher, the key is in the exchange of qi. Even if your cultivation is high, a mouthful of martial true qi will eventually run out, but the soldiers will keep pouncing on you." Wang Jin nodded and said, "That's why nowadays, in the world, it's still the emperor who sits on the throne, not the 4 great masters." Lin Rong, however, concealed one of the points. In fact, between the Jianghu patriarchs and the dynastic iron cavalry, there was also an esoteric karma of qi. All earthly emperors, all are bearing dragon qi. Dynasty is a huge accumulation of national fortune. Once forcibly involved in the dynasty's national fortune, the higher the cultivation of the martial arts, by the heavens the heavier the repercussions. Lin Rong gently closed his eyes, lying faintly on the bamboo chair. Wang Jin also no longer disturbed Lin Xiu, silently alone to look up the piece of rice paper with the sword poem written on it. Wang Jin's eyes had wisps of sword intent running through them, and during this time, in Wang Jin's eyes, the 3 sword poems had even vaguely evolved into 3 sword styles. Lin Rong did not sleep, for Wang Jin's changes in the eyes. Lin Rong mind, but by that part of the free trip to the traction, and even along with their own qi have a little change. Lin Rong inwardly sighed, not worthy of being a free wanderer, surprisingly will be able to their own Dao Gongfa, so casually sent out. As you wish, you can freely travel the heavens and the earth. Chapter 67, Seeking a Fist. 3 days after the heavy snow, the snow gradually melted. Wang Jin vigorously wrapped up his clothes, shivering back to the wrong fast, hand-carrying 2 cabbage. Wang Jin, familiar with the weight of the wrong fasting in the fire to clean up a bit, and put 2 cabbage into the side room, and then boil a pot of hot water. Unlike Wang Jin's busy, Lin Rong these days just lying in a rocking chair napping, seems to be used to do the hands off the cabinet. Now Lin Rong for the wrong fast in the matter is almost no attention, completely handed over to Wang Jin management. Wang Jin looked at lying on the bamboo chair, a face of cozy Lin Rong. Wang Jin will be angry. Wang Jin vigorously shook the bamboo chair, shaking Lin Xiu's entire body shook. Lin could only get down from the bamboo chair and asked helplessly, "What for?" Wang Jin, on the other hand, sneered and said, "I say Master Lin, you've been too cozy these past few days, haven't you?" Lin Rong ignored it and looked left and right. Wang Jin pointed at the desk and said, "Now it's simply that you don't even write ink. If this goes on, we'll both starve to death sooner or later." Lin Er knocked the congealed inkstone, banging, and said with an innocent face, "Is it because I don't want to write? The ink is frozen into stone, and my hands are frozen, so I really can't help it." Wang Jin also no longer say anything more, simply no longer take care of Lin Rong. Lin Rong was also happy to be free, sitting on his but on the bamboo chair again, rocking. Outside of Circuit City, there was a tall old man who slowly walked into the city. Having traveled all the way here from Tooth Green Mountain, Shangguan Yuma was alone and apprehensive. Along the snow-melted streets all the way until the door of that wrong lodge, this second master of Yuzhou, hesitating for a moment, still pushed the door to enter.
Shangguan Yuma just stepped into the wrong fast, will immediately welcome a pile of smiling cheeks. The teenager rubbed his hands vigorously, smiling brightly asked, you good, is to buy ink treasure? Shangguan Yuma gave a slight beat and nodded lightly.
Wang Jin's smile intensified, and immediately pulled this old man, fearing that this hard-won guest would escape.
Shangguan Yuma's line of sight swept past Wang Jin and saw the green-shirted man with a smile on his face.
Just the moment he saw this person, Shangguan Yuma's hair stood on end, and his entire body was like a mane on his back. Lin Er hooked up the corners of his mouth and sized up the Shangguan family's power holder in front of him with interest.
Wang Jin was oblivious to this, and said with a fawning face, take a look, is there anything you like?
After saying this, Wang Jin lightly kicked the rocking chair aside, signaling Lin Er to hurry up and pour a cup of hot water for him. Lin Rong stood up unhurriedly and said smilingly, got it, I'll go now. Shangguan Yuma, on the other hand, was unchanged, his entire body fixed in place.
Wang Jin looked at the stiff Shangguan Yuma, his expression was puzzled, but he was still smiling brightly, guiding Shangguan Yuma to look at the surrounding ink treasures one by one. Shangguan Yuma, don't matter if you don't look carefully at those so-called ink treasure. Shangguan Yuma is shocked beyond words.
Around the random pile hanging ink treasure, each is a veritable martial arts summary. The whole Rong Fast is like a library, including the world of martial arts. Lin Rong, hands folded sleeves, stood at one side, face with a weak smile, squinting at the second master of Yuzhou.
Lin Rong laughed softly and spoke, how is it, do you ever have a favorite? Shangguan Yuma had a lump in his throat and said, I don't dare. Wang Jin was confused and looked at Shangguan Yuma with a puzzled expression.
Shangguan Yuma, on the other hand, held his breath and looked fearfully at the green-shirted man in front of him.
Lin narrowed his eyes and smiled, are you really afraid to? Shangguan Yuma was instantly like an on his back, a mouthful of martial true chi quietly traveling throughout his body.
It was also at this moment that Wang Jin suddenly slapped Lin on the back of his hand. Wang Jin coughed vigorously a few times, his eyes fixed on Lin Er, and whispered, how do you talk to a guest?
It's so hard to be open for once, and you guys are going to put up a fight again?
Wang Jin vigorously pushed Lin Rong, turning himself to look at Shangguan Yuma with a bright smile, apologizing, sorry, he's just that foul temper, don't you mind. Lin Rong waved his hand helplessly and simply stepped to the side without saying another word. Let me go bend over and pour water for him, ask him if he can stand it.
Shangguan Yuma even dared not utter a single breath, fearing that a single slip of the tongue would anger this green-shirted man.
Wang Jin looked at Shangguan Yuma standing still, and then turned his head to look at Lin Xiu, who was smiling oddly. Even if Wang Jin was slow, he could detect a hint of something wrong. Wang Jin passed an inquiring look towards Lin Er, and Lin Er could only nod his head gently. Understanding this, Wang Jin silently and quietly retreated to the side, no longer saying anything.
Lin suddenly opened his mouth and asked, do you know who I am? Shangguan Yuma bowed slightly and said categorically, I don't know. Lin narrowed his eyes and said softly, oh? Is that so?
Lin braced his hands on the seat and slowly straightened up. As Lin Erdi slowly rose, the entire atmosphere of the Ron Lodge came to a standstill.
With his hands behind his back, Lin Error slowly walked towards Shangguan Yuma, narrowing his eyes, he asked, you really don't know?
Shangguan Yuma's face changed drastically, his body's chi and blood were actually out of his control, being pulled and shifted, and his mouthful of martial true chi was also in disarray.
Even so, Shangguan Yuma still said in a deep voice, I don't know.
In the next moment, the atmosphere suddenly loosened. Lin Error was no longer aggressive, he just calmly looked towards this Shangguan Yuma who had followed the traces from Tooth Green Mountain and pursued himself all the way here. Shangguan Yuma looked at the green-shirted man in front of him, removing the horror in his eyes, there was a touch of hidden heat hidden in the depths of his eyes. Lin's eyes were cold and indifferent as he blandly said, I know what you want to ask for. Lin pointed to Wang Jin on the side and calmly said, but your Shangguan family owes him a life, so I'll give you two choices. The first choice, you take a move from me and either be killed on the spot, or I can let you get what you want and be able to use this to step into the peak of the Xianxian realm. Second choice, you leave here and I can pretend that nothing happened. As soon as these words came out, sweat vaguely seeped from the forehead of Shangguan Yuma, who was standing in place.
Shangguan Yuma furrowed his brows, his complexion obscure.
Lin Rong let out a light laugh and said, you guessed correctly, I am indeed not in the same realm as I was back then, and my Dao power is less than half of what it was back then.
Do you want to gamble with your life? Shangguan Yuma was silent, and remained silent in place for a long time.
Lin Er was not in a hurry either, and just quietly waited for Shangguan Yuma's answer.
I implore Senior Lin to make a move. Shangguan Yuma's eyes were resolute, his ambition unconcealed, his eyes blazing as he looked towards Lin.
Lin grinned and said, "Good talk."
In a flash, Shangguan Yuma's lanky figure instantly flew backwards out of the middle of the wrong's eye.
Shangguan Yuma smashed into the earth with a loud bang, blowing up countless snow. This late Xiantian realm patriarch, all of his limbs were folded together, his chest was directly sunken, and a fist mark touched his chest.
Shangguan Yuma's 7 orifices were oozing blood, dripping with blood, horrifying to the extreme. Chapter 68 The Lord.
In the next moment, Shangguan Yuma, who had nearly had his heart shattered by a move, unexpectedly grinned and laughed uncontrollably.
Ah ha ha, it's done. Shangguan Yuma's broken limbs clicked and broke back to normal. Shangguan Yuma supported his body and stood up from the ground. Not caring about his 7 bleeding faces, Shangguan Yuma clasped his hands and smiled, "Many thanks to Senior for making it happen."
In the middle of the wrong lodge 100 paces away, there was just a cold snort. Shangguan Yuma's blood flowed down his face, his expression was extremely manic, and the sunken fist mark at his chest looked appalling.
That punch almost Shangguan Yuma's meridians broken. Personal small world is the scene of heaven and earth, that mouth hammering decades of martial arts true chi, but also was hit on the spot laxity. Life and cultivation are nearly like a bubble dissipation. But in the end, let him win the bet. At this moment, Shangguan Yuma's chest, there is a weak true chi gradually convergence, although weak and small, but vibrant.
The original martial arts true chi that had been honed for a lifetime, although strong and thick, was a dead and dull twilight scene. Shangguan Yuma in the late Xiantian realm stuck for a full 10 years, 3 times close to break the realm or not. The original martial arts true chi is declining again and again, only close to break the realm is already hopeless. In these years, Shangguan Yuma has been silently pay attention to the wine madman's traces, want to take advantage of a life and death struggle, so as to put death before life. However, apart from stopping Jiang Zhang, who was the first to enter Yuzhou, the wine madman has since disappeared.
Jiang Zhang, the third in the state of Yu, although the same Xiantian realm, but ultimately the early Xiantian realm cultivation, want to win over Shangguan Yuma is already a luxury, not to mention the ability to make Shangguan Yuma in the line of life and death.
Xiantian realm perfect master, life expectancy is about 200 years old, and now Shangguan Yuma is already 120 years old. If he cannot break through to the peak of the Xiantian realm, he will be reduced to the realm of the hopeless, can only wait for the death of the withered stream. After waiting for another 8 years, Shangguan Yuma caught a glimpse of an opportunity. Liang Bird appeared in Yuzhou. Relying only on a few golden body realm dead, want to let the Liang Sparrow escape from the dynasty is simply a fool's errand, and Shangguan Yuma is sure that the White Dragon has taken great pains to plan for 8 years, by no means just to this point. There must be a sufficiently hammer, and his foolproof key hand. In fact, 100 miles behind Liang Bird, Shangguan Yuma has been hanging far behind. Until Liang Bird was surrounded by Yang Rui's 800 light cavalry, when Liang Bird tried to cut his own throat, there was a green rainbow falling from the sky. Shangguan Yuma was clear that the person he was waiting for had finally appeared. After that person disappeared, Shangguan Yuma pursued him all the way here. Originally, he thought that it was a peak Xiantian realm sect master who was hiding in the Taihe dynasty, but Shangguan Yuma never expected it. At the first sight of Lin Rong, who was wearing a green shirt, Shangguan Yuma's heart was shaken. As an old sect master at the late Xiantian realm, even though Shangguan Yuma was incredulous at the first sight of Lin Er, the name of that person clearly appeared in his heart. Lin Daoxian. Although for some reason, this former number 1 in the world had now fallen drastically in his realm, Shangguan Yuma was very certain that once the other party wanted to cut himself down on the spot, he wouldn't go past 3 moves. After hearing the 2 choices given by Lin Er, Shangguan Yuma bet his own life and cultivation to make a huge gamble. The final result was that Shangguan Yuma was nearly killed by a punch, literally walking on the line between life and death. But Shangguan Yuma, with the help of this move, not to break, not to stand, break their own original meridians, lacks the mouth of the twilight years of true chi, to be broken and then stand, in exchange for a chance to enter the peak of the Xiantian realm of life. After this incident, the Shangguan family's dish was purged, and Shangguan Yuma was given the opportunity to enter the peak of the Xiantian realm. Not only did he get rid of the surveillance and control of the Taihe dynasty, the wine madman was nowhere to be found. Shangguan Yuma was only waiting to break through the realm, then he would be able to sit on the title of number 1 in Yuzhou, and the Shangguan family would leap to become the top power in Yuzhou. Although Shangguan Yuma is seriously injured, his eyes can't hide his ambition. But at this moment, Shangguan Yuma was still standing in place, bowing with his hands clasping his fists, not moving at all. Shangguan Yuma just let the blood flow, but his figure was as immobile as a mountain, respectfully standing in place. Simply because that person had not yet spoken. Roll. A cold voice came from Miss Sai.
Shangwan Yuma vigorously clasped his fists above his head and said in a deep voice, "Shangwan Yuma, thank you, senior."
After saying that, Shangwan Yuma first wiped away the blood on his face, and then took out a sword manual from his bosom, cupped it with both hands, and gently rested it at the entrance of the Wrong Lodge.
After this, Shangwan Yuma slowly backed up and left, and it was only after leaving the city that this Xianshan realm old sect master's heartstrings were loosened.
Touring the city, in the middle of the Wrong Lodge, Lin Rong lay comfortably on a bamboo chair and yawned. Wang Jin on the side had long since frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Lin Rong could only helplessly voice out a reminder, "Don't freeze, go out and bring back the sword manual that someone left behind." Wang Jin let out an "oh" this time, and then quickly stepped out, picking up the sword manual that was placed at the entrance of the Wrong Jai. Wang Jin surveyed the sword score. Rather than a sword score, it was more like a music score, which contained an obscure ancient song. Wang Jin flipped through it a few times, then handed it to Lin Rong and asked, "This is a sword score? It clearly looks like sheet music." Lin just casually flipped through it, then tossed the sword score to Wang Jin. Lin casually said, "People are giving you a reparation gift, keep it and look at it if you have nothing else to do." It was the Shang San sword that remained recorded in the Shangwan family's arsenal. Lin. Wang Jin seems to understand the ancient book that is not like a sword score, but more like a musical score. Lin Air was rubbing his chin. Now that the 9 swords left behind by the Great Sword Immortal, the upper 3 swords and the middle 3 swords have all been put together, should he go and get the lower 3 swords for Wang Jin, and put together the complete sword vein together? However, the lower 3 swords had now been brought to the southern world by Luli, and were now in the Kaiyuan dynasty. Lin Rong rubbed his brow. The passage of scripture left behind by the loose scattered man also hides an extremely uncommon sword intent. Nowadays, Lin could not help but be a little worried about whether Wang Jin would be too greedy to chew the cud. For the concept of greed, Lin Rong has always been extremely ambiguous. After all, when he first stepped into the Jianghu, never had this kind of worry, but instead is trying to bring together the world of martial arts in one. Lin looked towards the teenager and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. A heart of pure sincerity was rare and precious. Chapter 69 Longhu Mountain, Heavenly Master's Mansion. In the northern part of the world, the name of the state is Fengfengzhou. The people of Nanfengzhou are tough, even women are good at riding and shooting, everyone is martial arts, and there are a lot of rogues. Moreover, there are very few temples in Fengfengzhou. Buddhism is not respected, on the contrary, Taoism is extremely prevalent in Fengfengzhou. In the north of Fengfengzhou, countless green mountains come into view. Longhu Mountain is located in one of the top 10 caves in the world, the cave of Taishin General Truth. A young Taoist priest with a tired look quickly picked up the steps along the winding mountain road. Longhu Mountain boundary, there are 36 big peaks, 72 small peaks, 24 streams. Among the 36 peaks, Chaotian Peak was the highest. The young Taoist passed by a mountain. There is a huge stone monument in the mountain, engraved with a huge Taiji picture. Above the Taiji, there are those 4 words. The Taoist air is everlasting. On both sides of the Tai Chi, with majestic stone carvings, there were 2 lines of clerical script. Taoism through the past and present encompasses the universe, the law abides by nature and harnesses the human and the divine. Young Taoist all the way up the mountain, along the way above the countless Taoist palaces, there are even more Taoist priests wearing various colors of Taoist robes. Some were holding brooms and sweeping leaves, some were sitting in the mountains and calming their minds, some were reading Taoist books and chanting. Along the way, encountered countless Taoist priests, each color robe, each busy. But there is only one thing, all Taoist priests without exception. All the Taoist priests who saw this purple-robed Taoist priest with their own eyes, all of them stopped their hand movements and solemnly played a Taoist bow. Until they stepped on top of the mountain, the magnificent Heavenly Master Hall was right in front of them. This young Taoist monk just stepped into it. The incense burner was curling up, and there was an offering of successive generations of Heavenly Master's tablets. At this time in the Heavenly Master's mansion, together with this last young Taoist monk, a total of 28 purple-robed Heavenly Masters gathered here, the Taoist aura of the forest. The young Taoist priest made a Taoist bow, and then slowly got up. The 28 purple-robed Heavenly Masters present all looked different. The leader of the 28 purple-robed Heavenly Masters was the current Grand Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, and also the person who carries the world's Taoism, an old man wearing a red and purple Heavenly Master's robe, with a white beard and hair. Although the Grand Heavenly Master's hair is white, but his eyes are warm and moist, apparently has already reached the realm of refining the spirit to return to the virtual world. Kung Fu to this point, the ears hear the sound of immortal music, and the rhythm of the bells and drums. The 5 chi toward the yuan, 3 flowers gather top, like the evening crows come to roost. The heart is open, wisdom is born, and the scriptures of the 3 religions are understood. The name of the Grand Heavenly Master is Zhang Yuanling, and he has been practicing in Longhu Mountain for 130 years, and he has been in charge of teaching for a full year. The young Taoist hesitated for a moment and slowly spoke, "Uncle Master Palm, Master Gu has already been brought back to Longhu Mountain by me." After saying this, the young Taoist shook an old real person out of his sleeve with the means of drying out his sleeve. The young Taoist priest wrapped it in a moderating Taoist chi and rested the remains of this old real person in the middle of the great hall. As the remains of real person Gu appeared here, the group of purple-robed heavenly masters with accomplished cultivation all furrowed their brows furiously. Gu Xinjin was clean and tidy in his robes, his face was warm and moist, and there were even no wounds or blood on his body. However, as long as one took a closer look, one would realize that within the body of this Taoist real person, there was actually no heart. Grand Heavenly Master Zhang Yuanling also looked grave. This old Heavenly Master whose cultivation had long ago passed through Xin Xian used a wisp of green-colored Taoist chi to slowly converge into Gu Xinjin's center of the eyebrow. In the next moment, that wisp of the most pure green-colored Tao chi unexpectedly turned pitch black and burned out. A tactic of the devil's sect? Zhang Yuanling looked towards the young Taoist and opened his mouth to ask, "Shen Ning, when you found real person Go, were there any disciples of the devil's sect?" Zhang Xining gently shook his head and said, "It was not detected." A middle-aged Taoist suddenly spoke, "Is it the devil's sect's means of dissecting hearts and refining pills?" Zhang Xining gently shook his head and said, "Not like that. If it was a heart dissection in alchemy, it is impossible for the heart vein to remain in the body." Another purple-robed celestial master frowned, "Slicing open the heart without harming the body, could it be the means of the star removal sect?" A hunched purple-robed heavenly master retorted, "The star-picking sect has been friends with the heavenly master's house for 100 years, so it's impossible to remove a real person's heart for no reason." A Taoist real person actually had his heart cut out? Zhang Xining let out a sigh and looked at sect leader Grand Heavenly Master Zhang Yuanling. This sect leader Grand Heavenly Master frowned tightly and did not say a word. Zhang Xining was silent for a moment and spoke, "Do you need me to make a trip to the star-picking pavilion?" Zhang Yuanling gently shook his head and said, "No need." With a wave of his Dao robe, Zhang Yuanling allowed this Gu Xinling, who had been dissected out of his heart, to stretch his limbs and smooth out his meridians. Zhang Yuanling looked to a middle-aged Taoist priest on the side and spoke, "Jing Chen, bury real person Gu in the back of the mountain." The middle-aged Taoist who was addressed as Jing Chen bowed and said, "As ordered by Master Palm." Zhang Yuanling waved his sleeve robe and calmly said, "Disperse." Longhu Mountain, 10,000 Dharma Sect Altar. Wanfa's own altar was known as the world's first Dharma altar, encompassing all the Dharma of Taoism, and was regarded as the source of Taoism. Wanfa Zongtan Main Hall for the 3 Clear Hall, the Holju Yuan Bishi Tile, the face of 5, the hall is enshrined in the 3 Clear 4 Imperial, 3 officials 5 old total of 15 statues, and is equipped with the altar, the god of the streamers. East Hall for the Lingguan Hall, the face of 3, sitting east to west, wooden structure, enshrined in the Hall of Taoism God of Protection Dutian Lingguan Wangshan. Outside the hall on the corridor columns have a seal script couplet, "Wise eyes through the shooting of your lungs, sinners do not blame me for the golden whip." In this holy place of Taoism, there is a young man in simple Taoist robes standing still, looking straight at the altar of Wanfa's own. The young man's surname is Shang, his name is Su, and 2 years ago, he was personally led to the mountain by the old heavenly master. Zhang Su was not originally surnamed Zhang, but after going to the mountain, the old heavenly master Zhang Yuanling personally changed his name for the teenager. This is not very old, but quite a Taoist youth, idle, they like to dawdle in this Wanfa's own altar. It was also at this moment that Zhang Xining came to Zhang Su's side and asked with a smile, "Zhang Su, what are you looking at again?" The youngster who was suddenly called by his name had a jolt, and then looked to the side, and after realizing that the person coming was Zhang Xining, the youngster Zhang Su immediately gave a Taoist bow in a regular manner and said, "Good day, uncle." Zhang Xining just let out a light laugh before smiling, "Hello, hello." Zhang Su hee a smile, "For this not very old, seniority is not small uncle." Zhang Su extremely close, compared to the rest of the mountain elders. Zhang Xining no frame, not strict, often with Zhang Su scurrying all over the mountain, also took Zhang Su to the Longhu Mountain under the creek to touch the fish and catch shrimp. Zhang Xining lightly patted Zhang Su's head and laughed, "Have you been lazy in your homework recently?" Zhang Su smiled somewhat awkwardly and said, I don't dare, Lu." Zhang Xining had a heart-to-heart, and said, "You don't dare to be lazy, but you should still be lazy?" Zhang Su, who was pierced through, just scratched his head and giggled at Zhang Xining. Zhang Xining did not care about Zhang Su's laziness. Instead, he approached his body, coughed gently, and secretly took out a brand new martial arts novel from his sleeve. Seeing this, Zhang Sun's eyes lit up. Looking around and confirming that no one had seen him, he immediately stuffed the martial arts novel into his arms. As the mountain breeze blew by, Zhang Su was smiling happily, and Zhang Xinning was also smiling lightly. Chapter 70, The Moon in the Pear Blossom Courtyard. The 72 small peaks of Longhu Mountain have their own unique scenery, and the 36 large peaks are the best in the state. It is said that because the Longhu Mountain has a heavenly master, known as the cause of the ancestral court of Taoism, strict rules, Taoism is profound, so the Longhu Mountain is located in the Taishan Total True Cave Heaven, in the world ranking of the landscape of the world, only slightly behind the Yunchuan Blessed Land one, in order to metaphorically do not contend. Chaotian Peak's mountainside, there is a Jinwu Pond. The pool has pine groves and flowers, the center of the pool has pavilions, bridges, open water. And in the real pool next to a piece of ancient color courtyard, known as the Cool Residence, the east bank of the real pool, is the generations of Tiancher Cool, watching the moon and enjoying the flowers place. But in this place only generations of celestial masters only stay in the Naliangju. Now there is a wave of outsiders who are not Taoist priests, make an exception to stay here. Naliangju outside, there are a number of extraordinary martial arts surrounding the guard. Everyone is breathing long, slow footsteps, at a glance is the martial arts to the level of the person. In the Naliangju, the ancient three-room courtyard, there is an extremely beautiful, dignified and elegant woman, is drinking tea in the small courtyard to watch the water. The woman was wearing an ice blue lapel narrow-sleeved tunic. The lapel and cuffs of the tunic were embroidered with a blue silk thread with an auspicious pattern of Tang Yun, dignified and elegant, and it was also a touch of stunning color in the Chaotian Peak. A eunuch dressed in scarlet robes, bowed at one side, waiting for the woman to speak. The woman, after drinking a mouthful of hot tea, a pair of azure blue eyes to look at the real pool, now into the depths of winter, but the real pool has not been frozen. Every sunrise in the east, the real pool will have that white mist steaming great scenery. The woman put down the lone teacup in her hand and spoke, "Let's go, we should pay a visit to the Heavenly Master Hall." That eunuch in scarlet robes slightly bowed his head and softly said, "By the princess's order." In the Taiha dynasty, excluding the three princes, there was also a highly favored princess. Yang Shuyue, the only princess of the Taiha dynasty. It was said that at the time of Yang Shuyu's birth, there was the scene of pear blossom courtyard dissolving moon in the palace, and the word dissolving moon was taken from this poem. Yang Shuyue wearing ice blue long shirt, and that pair of azure eyes appear more and more moving. After walking out of the Nalong residence, the several martial artists with extraordinary demeanor were silently following behind. Yang Shuyue climbed the mountain in front, the scarlet-robed eunuch followed closely behind, and those several extraordinary martial artists were slightly behind the eunuch, staggering their positions and hanging 100 paces behind them. Along the Chaotian Peak all the way up, passing by that 10,000 Laws sect altar. Yang Shuyue's complexion moved and turned to the hall where the 10,000 Laws sect altar was located. This world's first Dharma altar is naturally magnificent, but in Yang Shuyu's eyes, she has never paid any attention to this 10,000 Dharma sect altar, and even more so, she doesn't care about that vermilion-walled, blue-tiled Sanshang hall. In Yang Shuyue's eyes, there was only room for the young Taoist priest wearing a purple robe. Zhang Su twisted his head to see this wave of guests with the most honorable status, and tugged hard on his senior uncle Zhang Xinning's sleeve robe, whispering, "Senior uncle, there are guests coming." Zhang Xinning's color remained unchanged as he slightly turned around to look at the stunning woman wearing an ice blue tunic. Yang Solstice walked to the front of the 10,000 Methods sect altar, and the scarlet-robed eunuch stood at one side. Yang Solstice looked towards Zhang Xinning and spoke in a light and elegant manner, "Taoist Master Xinning, it's been a long time." Zhang Xinning's face remained unchanged, he just gave a Taoist bow before calmly saying, "Poor Taoist Zhang Xinning, I have met Her Highness Princess Solstice." A trace of dissimilarity flashed through Yang Solstice's azure eyes, only to be restored in an instant. This dignified and elegant woman smiled faintly and asked, "Nowadays, can Heavenly Master Zhang Yuanling be in the Heavenly Master Hall?" Zhang Xinning nodded her head gently and said, "Master Palm's uncle is in the Heavenly Master Hall today." With just a few sentences, the two seemed to be speechless. Yang Solstice only nodded her head gently, and then she turned to leave. Looking at this wave of guests that came and went in a hurry, the teenager Zhang Su just raised his head somewhat blankly and just looked at Zhang Xinning. Zhang Su asked, "Senior uncle, is she the current Princess Highness?" Zhang Xinning smiled and rubbed Zhang Su's head, saying, "That's right, she is Princess Soluble Moon of the Taiha dynasty." Zhang Su did not ask anything more, but only looked at his senior uncle, Zhang Xinning, with some confusion. The not-so-young Zhang Su didn't understand why that beautiful princess was so happy, and why his senior uncle was so sad. Zhang Xinning seemed to have sensed Zhang Su's expression and laughed, "Go and do your homework, be careful that junior brother Jingchen is going to punish you again." Jiang Su could only pout, looking at the fact that his senior uncle had bought himself the latest martial arts novel. The teenager Jiang Su could only reluctantly leave the 10,000 Laws sect altar, only leaving Zhang Shenning to stay where he was, silently looking into the distance. Yang Shuiwa went all the way up along the Tianzhu Peak, during which she passed by several Taoist buildings. Yang Shuiwa didn't stop and just traveled all the way up until she stepped into that Heavenly Master Hall. Stepping into the magnificent Tianzhi Hall, the current Grand Master Tianzhi Zhang Yuanling has been waiting for a long time. After seeing this great Heavenly Master, Yang Solstice took the initiative to bow, made a Taoist bow, and uttered, "Solstice pays her respects to the Heavenly Master." The white-haired Zhang Yuanling smiled amiably and said, "Soluble moon girl, the scenery of the Naliang residence is okay, and the tea from Longhu Mountain is still palatable?" Yang Shuiwei raised a smile, laughed, "Naliangju's scenery is excellent, a feast for the eyes. Longhu Mountain's new tea is more light and elegant than Tianjing City's tea, have a different flavor." Zhang Yuanling whisked his beard and smiled, saying, "This time, you can stay in Longhu Mountain for a few more days. At the very least, you should also taste my Tianzhi house's osmanthus cake before leaving." Yang Shuiwei nodded her head gently and smiled, "Then I'll bother the Heavenly Master." The upper reaches of the Tongtian River. At the upstream, it was still far from that kind of volatile rushing water. The Tongtian River here had a gentle current, calm and heavy. The number one river in the world, crossing the entire world from the center, dividing the world into two. The main channel of the Tongtian River is amazingly powerful, vast and deep, and the Tongtian River also has countless tributaries, many of which are famous in the world. Originating from the southwest Kunlun of the Tongtian River, the vast and majestic all the way to the east, the river is wide, the flood season river turbulence and rapidity, the water is raging incomparably. At this time 5 wearing dark red robes, hiding the face of the cultivator, respectively stood on both sides of the river cliff bank. The height of the position varies. All 5 of them were calm, staring at the rolling river under their feet. Right at this moment, the originally calm and heavy great river violently surged and exploded, and countless water vapor stirred up. The 5 people stood on top of a cliff on one side, overlooking the river below. The river was extremely wide and the river was extremely rapid. The river was volatile, agitating between the surrounding cliffs. The cliffs crossed the danger of the sky, and the waves were wild without wind. Standing on top of the cliffs, looking to the left and right sides, one could not see the end of the river, as if it was endless, leading straight to the sky. In the middle of the great river, a hidden, kilometer-long body emerged. Roar! With a loud and clear hiss, a large auger with a body up to 1,000 meters long, covered with scales, roared out of the water. Chapter 71 Beheading the Jiao. The 2 claws and teeth on the chest of that big Jiao, deadlocked on both sides of the cliff wall, half of its kilometer-long body coiled on the cliff bank, while the remaining half of its body continued to hide in the river. This big auger-twisted body, 100 feet above the surface of the water, a pair of vertical pupil dead staring at the group of uninvited guests in front of them. 5 cultivators wearing dark red robes, but the figure is motionless, still standing on both sides. A middle-aged man lifted the hood on top of his head, revealing a hideous face, only to see that half of this middle-aged man's head was sunken and pitted. The man with the hideous face looked at this big auger, grinned, and said, "By the looks of it, this head should have been around for 300 years. Not far from this hideous man, a short-statured teenager childishly opened his mouth and said, "Squatting for 10 days and 10 nights, it's always blocking this auger." The dragon category, although it can't spit out human words, but the instinctive instinct for good and evil is extremely accurate. Noticing the undisguised killing intent of these 5 people, this 300-year-old scaly dragon raised its head and hissed up to the sky. Roar! A huge hissing sound resounded through the sky, causing the river below to ripple. That big scaly head bulged up in 2 places, while the abdomen was vaguely having 2 claws and teeth to break out of the skin. The big Jiao only has 2 claws, no horns. It is said that the Jiao cultivation for 1,000 years will be able to walk the sea into a dragon. The face of that big Jiao intimidation, just those 5 people are not afraid but happy. The man with a fierce face wringing his neck said, "Jiang Kuei, pick up the treasure. This head actually has the omen of transforming into a dragon." The young man known as Jiang Kuei, although his face is young, but he stands forward, his aura is amazing, and he is vaguely the head of these 5 people. Jiang Kuei's face remained unchanged, and his 2 palms poked out from his dark red robe, revealing a pair of blood-red palms. The middle-aged man with a hideous face grinned, pulling half of his head to fold up, becoming more and more lurid. Jiang Kuei's pair of blood-red palms unexpectedly melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flesh and blood meridians are melted into a pool of blood, dripping down the palms, until the blood and flesh of both hands melted away, leaving only 2 bone hands with white bones. Jiang Kuei lifted up his bone hands and gave a distant palm towards the big scaly scow.
Do not see any true chi mobilization, not to mention any magical ability to appear, but the next moment, the big scaly abdomen, but also appeared out of thin air a palm print. The big Jiao abdomen leather armor just a moment to corrode all, even with the flesh and blood under the skin is also began to melt and die. The big scaly mouth hissed in pain, and then violently twisted his body, huge body swept across both sides of the river, the two sides of the cliff wall crushed countless. The debris fell into the river, and the big Jiao opened its bloody mouth, biting straight at Jiang Kuei. Only when that big Jiao was a foot away from Jiang Kuei, it stopped violently. The two claws and teeth, the head, and the body of the large Jiao were all wrapped in dark red chains, and each of them was tugged by the 4 cultivators outside of Jiang Kuei to hold on to the chains. Hiss, roar, roar. The great scaly dragon glared at its pair of vertical pupils, its 2 claws and teeth stirring violently, its body struggling and flinging violently. The clattering sound of chains rang out, and as the great Jiao struggled, the 4 of them nailed the chains dead into the earth, and then took out 4 blood-red iron nails. The moment those 4 blood-red iron nails appeared, that big scaly scow was like an enemy, violently breaking free from its 2 claws of chains, and then its hidden underwater body violently lifted up, lifting up monstrous waves and smashing towards the 5 people. Jiang Kuei's figure flickered and appeared in mid-air. With a withered bone palm, Jiang Kuei held a bright red huge iron nail in his hand, and his figure plummeted down, stabbing the trapped dragon nail violently into the head of the large scaly dragon. The head of the big scaly dragon was directly pierced by the dragon spike, blood sprayed, and his huge body twisted and turned, slapping the surface of the river with a roar, and the cliff walls on both sides shattered into countless pieces. The remaining 4 cultivators wearing dark red robes, take this opportunity, the chain will be rewound in the body of the big scaly, and then all together violently yank. The large body of the big scaly dragon was even dragged up and fell to the side with a loud bang. The 5 people did not hesitate, and nailed the remaining dragon nails down along the head of the big scaly dragon, and nailed them to death into their bodies. Nailed to death by the dragon trapping nails, the big scaly dragon's blood dyed the river red, its body twitching unceasingly. Jiang Kuei came to the belly of the big skull, stabbing into the snow-white skull's belly with the palm of his withered bone hand, then peeling off the skin and flesh, cutting off the meridians. A moment later, Jiang Kuei violently pulled out a blood-drenched, still beating kidney. Jiao Dragon Kidney. The middle-aged man with a hideous and terrifying face immediately took out a piece of cold jade box and placed the blood-drenched Jiao Dragon Kidney into it. Jiang Kuei's withered bone palm quickly regenerated with blood and flesh, and Jiang Kuei also had a piece of cold jade box in his arms, in which ice was stored, was a reddish heart. This was exactly the heart that Jiang Kuei had personally dissected out of that Taoist Guzhenjin's body with a secret method not long ago. It was also a well-deserved Taoist heart. Jiang Kuei recaged his hands in his sleeve robes and said hoarsely, "Let's go." The figures of the 5 cultivators wearing dark red robes dissipated into thin air, without knowing where they were. Yuzhou, Circuit City. Today's weather was still good, a rare warm sun. Warm winter sun is very rare, Lin Rong naturally not willing to give up this great opportunity, fumbling to move that recliner, early in the Rong Jai door. Unlike Lin Rong daily nothing, Wang Jin this period of time practicing sword more and more diligent. Wang Jin is still holding the iron sword that has been with him for many years, and slowly steps out of the sword in the open space, fast and slow overlapping. That iron sword is Wang Jin 13 years old, just ordinary things, unlike those even if 100 years not out of the sheath. Once again the world is still the sword light eye-catching sword, these years down, that the ordinary material of the iron sword has long been a little mottled. Just Wang Jin is extremely nostalgic, not only not willing to throw away this accompanied by many years of ordinary iron sword, not even willing to go back to buy a new sword. Wang Jin closed his eyes at this time, the sword moved with the body moved with the heart moved at will. In the dark, Wang Jin seemed to not be able to perceive the iron sword, and only felt that it was all one. The human sword is one. Wang Jin lightly exhaled, unknown sword moves appeared in his mind, Wang Jin smoothly out of the sword, without any stagnation. Lin Xiu, who was sunbathing in front of the door, slightly turned his head and was aroused by Wang Jin's sword. On Wang Jin's sword, there was a vague colorless and invisible sword intent emerging, and the sword was bright. In the next moment, Wang Jin violently regained consciousness, and that sword intent dissolved away. He was in the subtle realm of human sword unity for a moment. Wang Jin looked at the iron sword in his hand with some bewilderment. "Good luck, harboring a share of sword intent." Lin Rong's voice came from outside the door. "It's really sword intent?" Wang Jin was first stunned before looking at the iron sword in his hand with a wide smile. Wang Jin asked after him, "How is this sword intent?"
Lin Rong's voice was helpless as he casually said, ambiguous. Wang Jin bristled, but was still smiling broadly. Lin turned his back to Wang Jin, his eyes were still closed, and a faint smile was also on his face. There was one sentence Lin didn't say. It was ambiguous compared to that cold pool sword immortal who carried the sword Dao. Chapter 72, Old Jianghu. Wang Jin took the iron sword back into its scabbard, while resting it all together on the wall. Afterwards, Wang Jin moved a bench, trotted to the entrance of Rong Jai, crossed the bench, and also began to sunbathe happily. Lin Rong slightly raised his eyebrows, curious, just realized a bit of sword intent, do not strike while the iron is hot, why also come out to sunbathe? Wang Jin laughed and said, there's an old saying in my old home state of Namewin Prefecture, it's called wanting to be quick but not quick enough, suddenly advancing and dying, there's no rush, there's no rush. Hearing this, Lin let out a light laugh and teased, this must be said by whichever realm progresses slowly and is a late bloomer. Wang Jin shook his head and said honestly, I don't know who said it, but anyway, our side all think it makes sense. Lin did not say anything else and continued to lazily bask in the sun. Wang Jin, on the other hand, was a bit idle, and not long after, he quietly approached Lin and asked softly, Lin, you have been in the Jianghu for so many years, do you know a lot of secret history of the Jianghu? Lin Rong opened his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, not too much, at first I wasn't too attached to all these secret histories of other sects, plus my memory has declined in the past few years, so I've forgotten many of them. Lin laughed and pointed to his head, signaling that his memory was in decline. Wang Jin nodded with seeming understanding, then asked, even if you can't remember the secret history of today's Jianghu, what about the previous ones? Lin Rong was slightly stunned and laughed, what do you want to know? Wang Jin's eyes lit up, it seemed that Lin Rong was in a good mood today, then Wang Jin asked, it is said that just like the 4 great masters of today's Jianghu, there were also 4 great masters in the old Jianghu before today's Jianghu, is this true? Jianghu since ancient times, there is an unwritten rule, about 200 or 300 years, is an era, and the world dynasty, the Jianghu is also change of dynasty. As for the specific time how much, most have no fixed number. Most of the Jianghu in the last batch of martial arts old age decline, a new batch of martial arts topped as the boundary. And those few divine celestial realm grandmasters became one of the most obvious boundaries that divided the era of the Jianghu. Lin Rong let out a light laugh and nodded, that's right, before today's Jianghu, there were also 4 grandmasters. The corners of Wang Jin's mouth lifted up as he moved his bench even closer to Lin Rong and said, the great sword immortal who wielded the famous sword Great Cloud and opened the Wuyu Mountain 300 years ago, is among them? The great sword immortal of 300 years ago, who held the famous sword De Yun and opened the Wuyu Mountain, was among them? Lin Er did not hide it, and said, this person called himself Heavenly Defeat, known as the Heavenly Defeat Sword Immortal, was the earliest person to become famous among the 4 great masters at the time, one person, one sword, and has been crossing the Jianghu Lake for 50 years. Wang Jin was glowing, listening as if he was mesmerized and mesmerized. Seeing that Lin Rong no longer opened his mouth, Wang Jin urged, there are 3 more? Lin Rong smilingly stretched out 3 fingers and said wryly, cooking for 3 days. Wang Jin gritted his teeth and said, deal. Only then did Lin Rong continue, apart from this most prestigious great sword immortal, who is the earliest great master to become famous, the second is a gun immortal who entered the Tao with a gun, Chen Ne. Chen Ne is considered to be a late bloomer, from the youth of the gun practice, will begin to compile the gun spectrum, with Chen Ne realm gradually higher, that the gun spectrum and the records of the more strokes, until Chen Ne later in life at the age of 160 years old, that the gun spectrum to be completely accomplished, which is recorded in the 36 ways of the gun, 12 high strokes, 3 stunts, spread throughout the world for the world gun repair to open up a path of the Yangguan Road, and then accomplished his merits and stepped into the celestial realm, and was honored as the Gun Dao ancestor by later generations. Wang Jin suddenly exclaimed, interrupting, that great general of the former Liang, Ning Tai, who wielded a divine mighty blazing water rifle, with half of those 12 high strokes occupied by one person, is said to be the master of that gun manual. Lin slightly froze, thinking of that great general Ning Tai who led the iron floaters. But Lin Rong is slightly shaking his head, said, the gun spectrum of the 36 road gun method through the layers of evolution, gradually become the army drill simple gun method, used to kill the enemy on the battlefield mostly, with the Jianghu instead of deep connection, 12 high strokes can only barely be considered as the entrance level, only one of the 3 stunts, to be able to be called the gun road master. Wang Jin let out an "oh," and then asked, what about the remaining 2? Lin Er narrowed his eyes and gently knocked on the recliner with his fingers, slowly saying, the 3rd one is rather special, she is a woman, and comes from a side door, entering the Jianghu by means of skin painting. Wang Jin frowned and muttered, skin painting? Lin Er said, that's right, with the means of skin painting to enter the Jianghu for the first time, but no one ever thought that after 50 years, this woman would be able to use the means of skin painting to be amongst the great masters. Wang Jin said in disbelief, "Painted skin is nothing more than a means of disguise, can it also become a grandmaster?" Lin Er shook his head gently and said, "Skin painting is not just a simple disguise, skinning, bone extraction, sewing, are all included within the skin painting. This woman in the 50 years of fame, in the rivers and lakes and the killing of women, those women with good posture are all being skinned alive." Wang Jin winced and tried, "Then isn't this evil?" Lin Rong was silent for a moment and slowly said, "This is the way." After saying this, Lin Rong continued, "This woman's great master's methods are extremely bizarre, and there are very few records in the Jianghu, and it is said that in her final realm, she has already been able to create a human being, and this woman has even ended up deluding herself into. So out a great master. So out a great master? Wang Jin's jaw had long since dropped, and he pursued, "Did she accomplish it?" Lin Rong shook his head and said, "No, this woman great master suddenly disappeared and vanished, and the half-sown great master is nowhere to be found." Wang Jin smacked his lips and muttered, "Scared to death." After he said that, Lin Rong stopped moving and stopped speaking. Wang Jin was confused and grabbed Lin Rong's arm and shook it vigorously. Lin puzzled, "What for?" Wang Jin pursued, "Heavenly defeat sword immortal, gun immortal chenna, painted skin woman, these are only 3, where is the other one?" It was Lin's turn to fall silent. Lin slowly withdrew his arm and calmly said, "The last one you know." Wang Jin frowned and asked, "I know?" Lin Rong looked into the distance and calmly spoke, "The one who became famous the latest, and was also the youngest of the 4 great patriarchs at the time, came from a devilish path clan. 20 years of the Devil's Way to great success, the Taoist sect sent 66 real people to besiege, but still by this person in the Magic Swing Mountain all slaughtered, killed the world of the Taoist sect was devastated. It is said that he also personally went to a Fengdu hell, glimpsed between yin and yang, life and death of a line of boundaries. This person was the last great master of the old Jianghu back then, and the first great master in the current Jianghu. Old Demon of Xianyu. Chapter 73 The Gentleman. Liangzhou. This year, the heavy snow came earlier than in previous years, and more rapidly. The heavy snow came from the west. First Yuzhou had a heavy snowfall, then Ningwen State, before blowing to Liangzhou. Liangzhou was famous for its horses, and half of the Taihe dynasty's war horses came out of Liangzhou. Liangzhou was famous for its horses, and half of the war horses of the Taihe dynasty came out from Liangzhou. Liangzhou had a good reputation, and it was said that all the famous horses in the world came out of Liangzhou. Every year, just from Liangzhou to supply Tianjin City, there are 50 first-class Qianli Ma. These 50 Qianli Ma are the world's first-class BMW, can be said to be flawless, while the second-class, slightly flawed Qianli Ma, is to flow into the luxury families around the world to go. Today's third Prince Yang Rui, the horse under the Jade Shadow, is 3 years ago from Liangzhou out. In that year, the Jade Shadow in the 51st class 1,000 miles horse, ranked first. The horse breeder who raised the Jade Shadow was given 100 taels of gold and 100 acres of good land, envying others. And a saying became widely circulated in Liangzhou. It is better to raise a 1,000-mile horse than to plow 10 acres of fertile fields. In addition to these few and far between first-class 1,000-mile horses, the rest of the huge number of second- or third-class horses are flowing into the Ministry of War, all of which become war horses and are supplied to the army. Liangzhou horse officer is known as a fat job, even if only a small 9th grade, can take a 7th grade county magistrate will never change. This is the case for the 9th grade horse officer alone, not to mention the chief horse breeder and the governor of Liangzhou. But also for this reason, Liangzhou does not lack of gold and silver, but only lack of grain. Every family is to feed horses, taming horses for a living, only those good quality grain, but also be sent to those expensive 1,000 miles of horses in the manger. The poor quality of some of the grain is Liangzhou farmers used to satiate their stomachs. There are fewer farmers, and even fewer grains. Every winter, Liangzhou is bound to have a shortage of food and grass, so Liangzhou will trade gold and silver for food in a big way. A remote county in Liangzhou, far away from the center of Liangzhou, was built on the mountains. This county is called Anping City, is a poor remote place. In the Liangzhou officialdom, is those officials' scorn place. It was a remote place, with rugged mountains, bad roads, and little oil, so most of the officials who were appointed in Anping City had clean hands. To be able to take office in the city of Anping officials, everyone is not simple, but is not relying on the mountain, ancestral shade of the uncomplicated. On the contrary, all the officials here either offended the big man, or poor performance was banished and relegated to this. At this time outside the city of Anping, rugged mountain road, the snow has not yet melted, potholes, now barely able to pass the car over people.
This is still a short time ago. The magistrate of Anping City personally led a team of people all the way to dig the snow to open up the road. Only today's scene, otherwise that a snow mountain, Anping City within a month, do not want a contact with the outside world. At this time, the county gate, the 9th grade official Chief Book is vigorously stretching his neck toward the rugged mountain road outside the city to make a strong look. This old man, who was past his prime, couldn't care less about the cold wind, and for 3 days in a row, he stretched his neck and stared out of the city with his eyes wide open. Next to the chief official were a few minor officials, while caring for the chief official's health, while also looking hard at the distance. Lord Master Bookkeeper, Magistrate Wang has been gone for 3 days. When will he be able to come back? A junior official said with a sad face. The chief official, who was already an old man in his flowery armor, could only stick his neck out and keep repeating, "Wait a little longer, wait a little longer." Another petty official was crying and said in a low voice, "The city has already starved to death quite a few people. The food has been cut off for 6 days. If there is no more food, I'm afraid that we will have to." The old man drank. "Shut up. The county magistrate has already gone to fetch food." The old man turned to look at a few people and angrily shouted, "Don't you dare disturb the people again." After saying that, this flower-armored old man continued to lie down on the city's head, looking straight into the distance. Cold wind swept in, scraping people's faces raw pain. This is a meager salary of a few people. At this time on the body of the clothes are slightly thin, shivering non-stop. Just at this moment, the chief official squinted his eyes vigorously and looked into the distance. A junior official looked into the distance and exclaimed, "It's Lord Wang. Lord Magistrate has returned." Another junior official even jumped up to the top of the city and shouted, "Lord Magistrate has returned with the grain." The aged chief magistrate was close to bursting into old tears, trying his best to open his dimmed eyes and look into the distance. At the end of the field of vision, on the rugged mountain road, there were several carriages slowly coming. The horses were all bone-thin and jagged, pulling wooden carts behind them, which were piled with bags of grain. And the leader is a man who is only in his prime, did not sit in the car, but instead is in the front to lead the way, while picking up the dead branches and stones on the road and throwing them out. The man was panting all the way, his hands covered in frostbite and his old boots covered in mud. It was not until the pair of carriages traveled to Wanping City that the man raised a bitter smile. As the man arrived, the city gates opened wide, and several petty officials came and introduced the pair of carriages into the city. Behind the city gates, there were hundreds of civilians, converging into pieces, pushing and shoving, staring straight at the grain on the carriages. Not only that, one after another, there were also civilians arriving, and soon the city gates were clogged to the brim. This year's heavy snowfall came early, the mountain road was broken, coupled with this summer's drought, the crop harvest is extremely poor. Today's Anping City has long been unable to eat enough food. The old man in charge of the city rushed to the city gates, looked at the dusty man, and said in a trembling voice, "Jun Xiao, you're back." Wang Jun Xiao grinned and said, "Back, back." Those few petty officials all bowed and shouted, "Greetings to the county magistrate." Wang Jun Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't dawdle, quickly distribute the grain, distribute the grain." Those petty officials immediately moved down the grain from the wagons and piled it up on the ground, while the rest of the petty officials maintained order and let the civilians behind them line up to get the grain. Wang Junxiao walked to the side and watched as those hard-won grains were delivered one by one to the hands of the starving people. The old man who was the chief official then stood beside Wang Junxiao. The old man wrinkled his cheeks and said softly, "Junxiao, these grains." Wang Junxiao smiled and shook his head, saying, "You don't have to worry." The old man let out a long sigh and said softly, "Nowadays, Liangzhou is all about big grain. Anping City has no gold or silver, and the mountain roads are rugged and remote. Tough on you, Jun Xiao." The old man was clear that this train of wagons of grain was definitely harder than imagined. This young man in his prime, in places he could not see, must have swallowed a lot of bitterness. Wang Junxiao, on the other hand, looked indifferent and said smilingly, "Wang Mao has long since thrown that so-called humanistic ethos, all that red tape to the back of his head. What's the harm in suffering some cold stares and losing some people? At least these people can survive, not be starved to death. Worth it." Wang Junxiao did not say, "These food," is he in front of the vermilion door of the state government office, under the cold eyes of other officials to spies. Little by little, kneeling out. Chapter 74 The Earthly Palace. By the time the grain on that train of wagons was all dispersed to the people, Wang Junxiao leaned against the wagon, his eyes tiredly looking towards the sky. The old man who served as the chief bookkeeper stood on the side, not saying a word, just looking at the man in front of him. Wang Junxiao rubbed his swollen calves vigorously. From Anping City all the way to the east, this journey was extremely difficult. After begging for food and then traveling day and night, at this time, Wang Junxiao's boots were worn out and tattered. Wang Junxiao frowned, sighed. This 300 stone grain can only be considered as an emergency. The people of Anping City, there are at least thousands of people who can't eat now. 300 stone grain is only enough to support for a month. After a moment of silence, Wang Junxiao muttered, any longer, and people will starve to death again. The old man asked from the side, is there a reply from the court side? Wang Junxiao propped his hands on his knees and shook his head. I've written to the court nearly 10 times before and after, but it's all like a stone sinking into the sea. Nowadays the whole of Liangzhou is short of food, and if you want to take your turn in Anping City, it's hard. The old man said bitterly, if we can't survive this winter, when next year's spring begins, it will be difficult for you and me to keep our heads. If the court does not give you food, no one cares if you shout your voice, but once Anping City starves to death, then someone will immediately come to take responsibility. Wang Junxiao rubbed his palms, which were full of frostbite, cracked and peeled. Wang Junxiao rubbed his face vigorously, looked to the northwest, and muttered, if we can dig up that mountain in the west and open up an avenue, then Anping City won't be struggling so much. Northwest of Anping City, less than 30 miles away, was a prosperous county. However, there was this big mountain, isolating Anping City. The old man just shook his head and said, it's simply impossible to dig up that mountain, it requires too much manpower and material resources. Not only is there not a single coin in Anping City now, but also owes a sum of money to the imperial court. Digging through that mountain would require thousands of people at the very least, a full half year of digging before it's possible. Wang Junxiao rubbed his brow, naturally aware of the cost involved. This scholar who had been relegated thousands of miles all the way from Tianjin City, from that magnificent imperial city, all the way to this remote mountain city, only felt a splitting headache. The old man in charge of the book just sighed and left with a shake of his head. Regarding this Wang Junxiao who was relegated here 2 years ago, the old man had also inquired about him. This magistrate was originally the top of the list, entered the dynasty as an official, was evaluated by the current chief minister Du Luanfeng as talent like a spring, is a deservedly scholarly person. Itself is quite talented, but also got a comment from the chief minister Du Luanfeng, the original career should be smooth, but this reader is just 1 year, it was relegated all the way from the capital city to thousands of miles away. It is said that this person, is said should not say. Just this person actually said what, offended who, that is not their own a little bookkeeper can learn. Only when the sky grew dark did Wang Junxiao leave from the city gates. Wang Junxiao walked along the main road of Anping City, although his expression was unchanged, but his heart was sad. This time he went to the state government office, in the Vermilion Gate, hither and thither, but also met with it in their own same year of the imperial examination into the scholar, when the other party ranked far behind himself, but now meet here, he can only be bent over bowed back, accompanied by a smile stood at the bottom. As the original top of the list, but now has fallen to such a point, hither and thither, groveling, is really saddening. And those officials wearing bright official uniforms, sneering and cursing, naturally all essential. Just these for today's this scholar, has long been meaningless. Wang Junxiao looked at his hand covered with frostbite, look resolute. From that spring breeze of the list, to today's county magistrate of Anping City, the wind and frost has worn away a lot. All the way to the dilapidated county office, Wang Junxiao lit an oil lamp and then sat in the dimly lit house. Sitting upright, and then researching ink and lifting the pen, Wang Junxiao looked calm and slowly put down the pen. In the 38th year of the Yuan calendar, Anping City is closed to the mountains by heavy snow, and there is a shortage of food. This folding letter that has been written several times is set aside on the table, waiting until tomorrow to send it to Tianjin City. In fact, before this has been written no less than 10 times, but all stone sinks into the sea, no news. Wang Junxiao looked out of the county government office, looked forlorn. Looking at the hands of the layers of stacked books of sages, Wang Junxiao bit her smile. When I was young, I read these books as if they were treasures, conceited of the world's first-class talent, and aspired to be the saint who would remain famous in history. Just really into the officialdom, Wang Junxiao really understand that the book can only be used to see, but really want to do, that is not a puddle of. What, gentlemen, food without seeking full, living without seeking peace is even more bull, until really cannot eat a full meal, starving eyes faint, no fixed place to live, every rain will leak time, which the bitterness, only self-knowledge. The so-called literati style, gentleman's temperament, if it is really useful, how can the people of Anping City not have enough to eat? Wang Junxiao has long been those so-called bones to the back of the mind, willing to do that wagging tail begging for pity, by others despise and ridicule, so what? Wang Junxiao only know, he kneel out of those food. He is able to make a lot of people, live. Mass grave.
This wild mountain is a mass grave in the former dynasty, countless lonely souls and ghosts, no tomb, no monument, buried here. This place is cold and gloomy all year round, even in the middle of summer, it is still damp and cold. Whenever the moon is cloudy, there will be a cloudy wind passing through the forest, just like the mournful wailing of the ghosts. Beneath the mass grave, there is a dark underground palace. The entire dungeon buried in the ground, the dungeon on both sides of the narrow tunnel, there are neatly arranged thigh bones, built into both sides of the bone wall, the calf bone stuffed with the remaining gaps. The tunnel is cold all year round, and the road is made of human skin and blood plasma mixed and poured, which is slimy and foul-smelling. Instead of a dungeon, it is more like a mausoleum. And deep in the dark underground palace, a huge coffin was placed in the center. All four sides were countless air-dry human skin, densely hanging up. Around the coffin, a pool was dug out, like a moat, surrounding the coffin. The pool was filled with blood, flesh, and organs, some of which were already foul-smelling, with maggots gushing, and some of which were still alive and jumping, horrifying to the extreme. 5 cultivators wearing dark red robes were standing in the middle of the underground palace at this moment. Jiang Kuwei removed the dark red robe, revealing a body covered in rotten flesh and pus. Jiang Kuwei pulled the scalp with his blood-red hands and slowly tore it open. A human skin was completely peeled off. Without the binding of the human skin, his body began to fester and crumble. Jiang Kuwei walked towards the pool of flesh and immersed his entire body in it. The flesh and blood in the pool surged and wrapped Jiang Kuwei up. By the time Jiang Kuwei stepped out again, his body had been filled with new flesh and blood. Then Jiang Kuwei took down a human skin on the wall, and the other 4 stood in different directions, their fingertips drilling out long and thin threads, sewing this human skin onto Jiang Kuwei's body. Chapter 75: The 5 Viscera. By the time that human skin was sewn onto his body, Jiang Kuwei's body shape and appearance all changed drastically. From his original boyish appearance, he changed into a tall and robust man. The dark red robe wrapped itself around Jiang Kuwei's body. Jiang Kuwei twisted his neck, and the bones in his body made a clicking sound. Jiang Kuwei let out a breath, and then took out the cold iron box. The hideous man who had lost half of his head also took out an identical cold iron box from his pocket. Jiang Kuwei held the cold iron box with one hand, and with one hand stretched out, he slapped his palm on the huge coffin in the very center. With a bang, the huge coffin was violently lifted off. As the coffin lifted off, there was a chilly, cold air seeping out, biting and piercing the bones. Inside the coffin, there was a person. No, rather than a person, it was more like a humanoid thing. That human limbs are all put together and become all body only frame, and not a trace of flesh and blood, only see a few bones inlaid in it. This person is extremely large, 9 feet. All 4 limbs were supported by bones, but there was no spine and chest ribs, not to mention no flesh and blood. Even though Jiang Kuwei was shrouded in a dark red robe, it was still hard to hide the blazing heat in his eyes. Jiang Kuwei opened the cold iron box in his hand, revealing a bright red beating heart. It was precisely the heart of Guzhenran. Jiang Kuwei took out this real Taoist heart, carefully placed in the coffin in the human in the heart of the hole. And then that hideous man without half a head also opened the cold iron box, revealing the kidney filled with water vapor. The dragon kidney. The dragon kidney was also embedded into the body of the man. Jiang Kuwei closed the coffin again and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Jiang Kuwei twisted his wrist and looked at the human skins around him with a fervent expression. This dark underground palace hidden under a mass grave was the remains of the skin painting grandmaster from 130 years ago. The only woman grandmaster of the old Jianghu had achieved the celestial realm by means of skin painting. This grandmaster hunted down and killed cultivators in the Jianghu, stripping them of their skin and bones, and finally reached the realm of being able to sew human. Even this great master of skin painting tried to sew out a great master. Just don't know why, that let the whole Jianghu women are scared of the great master, but disappeared overnight. From then on, he disappeared without a trace. 17 years ago, Jiang Kuwei found the ruins. That year Jiang Kuwei 97 years old, when Jiang Kuwei cultivation has been the golden body realm grand completion, but the life expectancy will end. Who would have thought that Jiang Kuwei, who had very little life left, like a candle in the wind, actually got his hands on this underground palace? Jiang Kuwei in the palace inherited the woman of the great master of the skin means, with supreme means, forcibly for their own flesh and bone. Jiang Kuwei's lifespan was about to end, and he was eventually able to forcefully change his life, even breaking through to the Xianxin realm. Jiang Kuwei's original flesh and blood has long since rotted away, and now every once in a while, will be in the blood pool for body. In the entire underground palace, in addition to the woman's great master's skin painting heritage, as well as those remaining human skin, the most important thing is the human in that huge coffin. When Jiang Kuei opened the coffin for the first time, he trembled and burst into tears. This is actually the woman who painted the skin, trying to sew out the great master. What Jiang Kuei wants to do is to sew this great master completely alive. Jiang Kuei looked at the most exquisite and beautiful artifact under the sky, and looked mesmerized. This great master has skin but no flesh, body but no organs. And also missing the most important vertebrae. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth correspond to the 5 organs. Wood corresponds to the liver. Fire corresponds to the heart. Earth corresponds to the spleen. Gold corresponds to the lungs. Water corresponds to the kidney. Fire corresponds to the heart. So take away the Taoist heart of a Guzhenjin who specialized in fire. Water is the kidney. So I captured and killed the 300-year-old scaly dragon and took away the kidney of the scaly dragon. Dao heart, Jiao dragon kidney. Jiang Kuei whispered, 2 of the 5 organs have been gathered. The hideous man with half of his head missing, grinned and said, it's just around the corner. Jiang Kuei did not make a sound, but only calmly asked, do the remaining 3 weapons have a whereabouts? A dark red big-robed cultivator spoke out, the Junzi liver has been found, I will make a trip to Liangzhou very soon. Wood to liver. Naturally, it was the gentleman who nourished vast righteousness, and his liver weapon was the best. Jiang Kuei looked grave and said, the gentleman's liver cannot be taken by force, once that person is dying with fear in his heart, the vast qi will be dispersed by fear, even if he pulls out the liver vessel, it will be useless. It was necessary to make that gentleman, willingly and openly go to his death in order to take out the gentleman's liver. Jiang Kuei straightened up and said, I will personally travel to Liangzhou. That man with half of his head sunken in, pressed the coffin with one hand and said, an earth vein in the southeast, has bred an earth beast that is connected to the earth vein, the Tao is still shallow nowadays, and Lao Zi is enough for one person. Earth corresponds to the spleen. An earth beast birthed by an earth vein has the most compatible spleen vessels. Another woman hidden under a dark red robe smiled charmingly and said, now that we have found a sword cultivator with a penetrating sword heart, the sword lung is within reach. Gold versus lungs, naturally a sword cultivator known for his killing power would be most suitable. Jiang Kuei's voice was hoarse as he asked, is it a sword cultivator from the Taishu sword sect? If we provoke Bai Xian, the sect leader of the Taishu sword sect, it will be extremely troublesome. The woman shook her head. Jiang Kuei turned his head and asked, could it be the South Vietnam sword forest? It was important to know that the South Vietnam sword forest was to the south of the Tong Tian River, and in the world where the Kayuan dynasty was located, the sword cultivators of the South Vietnam sword forest were again mostly sitting in the sword forest, and the South Vietnam sword forest sword cultivators in the north of the world could be said to be few and far between. That woman, however, shook her head and said, neither, it is a young sword cultivator of the name Win State, when I planted a sword-eating compulsion on him to monitor the sword qi on his body. Originally, I didn't hold much hope, but now that sword-eating compulsion has moved, that young sword cultivator now has a penetrating sword heart, and has already birthed a brand new sword intent. Jiang Kuei grinned and said, good, then the sword lung will be yours to fetch. After saying that, all 5 of them looked at the coffin in the very center with a maniacal expression. In the dark underground palace, the festering limbs of the 5 people were revealed. Outside the underground palace, the mass grave. Lone souls and wild ghosts mournfully wailed non-stop. Yuzhou, Circuit City. The open space in the center of the Wrong Lodge. Wang Jun was still concentrating on practicing his sword, recalling that subtle realm of human sword unity. After that human sword unification, for the sword in his hand, Wang Jun had an indescribable feeling. And not far away, Lin Rong was leisurely lying on a recliner, one hand hanging down casually, while the other hand was pinching a blood-red parasitic worm. Lin Rong didn't casually pinch this compulsion to death, instead, he let out a light laugh. Sword-eating compulsion? Interesting. Chapter 76, the Taoist priest comes down from the mountain. Liangzhou, Anping City. Wang Junshao squatted on the ground, picked up a piece of frozen soil on the ground and crushed it with force. Now that it was January, the land was frozen solid. At this time in Anping City, large and small stores are sparsely populated. Those who begged for food can only solve the urgent need. Now Anping City grain depot bottom, people are gradually restless. When he was young, Wang Junshao had read a sentence, when the days are cold, there is a great famine, and people eat each other. At that time, he was only slightly surprised, but did not care much. Until this time, Wang Junxiao outside of Anping City really saw the scene of the road with frozen bones, only to realize the shock of those few words. Now the people of Anping City are scattered, and there is a hidden chaos. The old man rushed to the county office today, looking at Wang Junxiao squatting on the ground, the old man slightly stunned, and then opened his mouth and said, "Junxiao, now this month's salary." Without waiting for the old man to finish speaking, Wang Junxiao interrupted, "It's the same as always, all of it is exchanged for grain and supplied to the granary." The old man in charge sighed and just nodded his head gently. The old man was clear that nowadays, among the hungry people in the entire Anping city, there was the county magistrate in front of him. Wang Junxiao raised his head and asked, "Has there been any movement in the court's disaster relief grain?" The old man in charge still shook his head and said, "No." Wang Junxiao clenched his fists on his knees and remained speechless for a long time. After a long period of silence, the magistrate slowly got up and walked outside the county office. Moving forward along the streets, Wang Junxiao walked through several streets and passed by several stores. These people who have some savings at home, nowadays the days are still able to have enough to survive the winter is not difficult. But those ordinary people, relying only on their own fields, will be very, very difficult. Under the dilapidated tile house in Anping City, there was an old man hunched over, setting aside a huge bamboo basket and sitting on the ground, with a layer of rags spread out in front of him. On the rags were placed a number of poor quality sunflower vegetables. It would not be too much to say that they were crooked. But this old man is careful to these sunflower vegetables on the ground, gentle movement. Sunflower is the main of all vegetables, prepared for the 4 seasons of the food, this abundant and drought-resistant, sweet and non-toxic flavor. In the Liangzhou territory, this is easy to drought. Sunflower vegetables in Liangzhou is extremely prevalent, widely planted. The old man was only wrapped in a big black cloth that could not see the original color, his thin body was hunched up, and he took out these sunflower vegetables carefully. Outside the dilapidated tile house, there was a girl with frozen red cheeks, hiding outside the door, peeking into it. Waiting for the moment when the old man slowly supported his body and turned around. That little girl then immediately ran into the tile house. The little girl did not hesitate, grabbed a handful of sunflower vegetables, stuffed into his arms, turned and ran. Hearing the commotion, the old man was shocked, turned around fiercely, saw his life-saving sunflower vegetables were stolen, immediately reached out and grabbed. But the old man is ultimately old, not as dexterous as the little girl, and could not catch the girl. The old man can only stare at the girl with wide muddy eyes. "You!" Not waiting for the old man to shout out, the girl seemed to be too nervous and even stumbled and fell to the ground. The little girl's entire body fell to the ground, and the owie vegetables in her arms all fell out. The little girl did not care about the blood on her knees and palms, and immediately crawled to the front, stretching out her small hands to grab randomly. The old man had rushed over by now and grabbed the girl. "You this! You!" The old man grabbed the girl's clothes with one hand, the other hand raised his hand and hit. The little girl didn't know whether it was out of fear or shame, her already red cheeks turned even redder, and her tears rolled out like no money. "Oh wow, oh. The little girl has long been skinny skin and bones, even under the cold winter only wearing a layer of clothing, bare hands and feet." The old man grabbed the girl's collar, the other hand raised high, but in the air trembling. The slap that was originally going to fall on the girl's face did not come down. The old man fell backward to sit on the ground, hands propped up on the ground, howling to the sky. "God, ah!" The bone-thin old man, the girl who stole vegetables. An old man and a young man, surprisingly, just fell to the ground and cried in unison. After crying for a period of time, the girl seemed to be tired of crying, grabbed the dusty sunflower vegetables on the ground and stuffed them into her mouth. The old man just quietly sitting aside, also do not stop. Only when the girl swallowed the dust mixed with the sunflower greens did the old man hoarsely ask, "Where are your parents?" The girl lowered her head and said in Liangzhou dialect, "Dead." 2 short words, but hidden suffering countless. After a long silence, the old man looked at the sunflower vegetables behind him. The old man did not drive the girl away, but instead pulled the girl along with him towards the dilapidated tiled house. The old man and the young man, facing those sunflower vegetables, are speechless to each other. The girl was confused and just looked at the old man. The old man smiled bitterly. "Will these sunflower vegetables be enough to last them through the winter? I don't know, maybe. Or maybe both of them will die. God knows." Outside the door, Wang Junxiao, who had been attracted by the sound, stood in place, both eyes red. Wang Junxiao clenched his fists tightly, clenched his teeth, and his eyes were covered in blood. Wang Junxiao, who had read 10,000 volumes of holy books and was known to be as talented as a spring, at this time, it was as if his body had been drained.
There is nothing he can do about it.
Longhu Mountain, Heavenly Master's Mansion.
Small Source Peak.
A lotus platform, engraved with stars, sun, and moon. Zhang Shining rushed here with a grave expression. An old Taoist in purple robes looked back at Zhang Shining. Zhang Shining gave a Taoist bow and calmly said, "Uncle Song." The old man surnamed Song, whose full name was Song Thalium, was an extremely senior Taoist in the Heavenly Master's Mansion, and was of the same generation as the contemporary Heavenly Master. Song Thalium was proficient in yin and yang, astronomy, and the 6 lines and 8 trigrams.
Song Thalium nodded and looked to the southeast. The extremely old Song Thalium was silent for a moment and slowly opened his mouth to ask, "Shen Ning, have you considered this clearly?"
Song Thalium looked at Zhang Shining and said, "Now that the demon-suppressing pagoda is about to move, all the heavenly masters on the mountain are guarding the demon-locking pagoda and can't get away from it, and the heavenly capital city has made Princess Yang Soliwei keep a close eye on us on Longhu Mountain."
Zhang Shenning just calmly nodded his head. Nowadays the movement of the demon-locking tower, and Yang Soul Moon's sudden arrival, he is naturally clear. Song Thalassa sighed and said, "This matter of real person Gu is not a small matter. If you insist on going down the mountain, you are responsible for your own life and death."
Zhang Shining sniffed, looked calm, and said, "Getting rid of demons and defending the Tao, heaven's will is so."
Shen Ning has made up his mind. Song Thalassa nodded slowly and said, "Good."
After saying that, a drop of essence blood appeared on Song Thalium's fingertip and slowly floated towards Zhang Shining's palm. This drop of essence blood will lead you to the Taoist heart of realist Gu. Zhang Shining protected the drop of essence blood in the center of his hand and bowed, "Many thanks, Uncle Song."
Song Thalassa sighed and said, "Go."
Zhang Shining did not hesitate and immediately descended the mountain. After Zhang Shining descended the mountain, an old man with white hair suddenly appeared on the lotus platform. The current patriarchal Grand Heavenly Master, Zhang Yuanling.
Song Thalassa looked at Zhang Yuanling and frowned, "Senior brother, are you really letting Shen Ning go alone?"
"You have to know that this time, once Shen Ning goes down the mountain, it's a trigram of 9 deaths and 1 life." Zhang Yuanling, who had suddenly appeared here, looked indifferent and said, "Getting rid of demons and defending the Tao is the duty of the Heavenly Master's office, and he, Zhang Shining, cannot get away from it." Song Thalium frowned vigorously, huffed, "Zhang Yuanling, you don't want to rely on the old to sell the old, that Shen Demon Pagoda. Why at this time there is a strange movement, and why Yang Shuiwei and at this time up the mountain, don't you tell me that you don't know clearly." Zhang Yuanling just stared into the distance and said, "So what if it's a life of 9 deaths? If Zhang Shining really shrinks in Longhu Mountain and doesn't come out, is this what you want to see?" As if he was annoyed with Grand Heavenly Master Zhang Yuanling, Song Thalium droned, "So what if Shen Ning spends his whole life in the mountain? At least it's better than dying at the bottom of the mountain." Zhang Yuanling's gaze was deep, and he calmly said, "If we are all greedy for life and afraid of death, then who else in the world would be willing to rid the world of demons?" Song Thalium fell silent, and only after a long time did he murmur, "Shen Ning is the one I watched grow up." Zhang Yuanling suddenly spoke out, interrupting, "Shen Ning is my Zhang Yuanling's personal disciple, but I, Zhang Yuanling, can't hand over the entire Heavenly Master's mansion to a death-crazed Taoist." At these words, Song Thalium's complexion changed, and he said in surprise, "Senior brother, you want to hand over the Heavenly Master's mansion?" Without waiting for Song Thalium to finish, Zhang Yuanling disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only one sentence. "If Zhang Shining returns, he will be the next Dragon Tiger Mountain Grand Heavenly Master." Chapter 77 Gentleman's Liver. Liangzhou, Anping City. Wang Junxiao sat in the empty county office for the night. This night, he thought a lot. The past 30 years were like a flower show, flashing past in front of his eyes successively. When the high school top scorer scene, now still vivid in my mind. Got the chief minister adults dual wanfing at talent like a spring, and then stepped into the world to the north of the most desirable scholar Tianjin city, and even half a foot into the ministry of the ministry. Just who would have thought, just 2 years, things are different. The reason for this, or because of the youthful Wang Junxiao, said the words should not be said. Today's Taihe emphasized the art of managing the world, but light on the way of the world. Such a treacherous sentence, almost pointing at the nose of His Majesty of today's Taihe dynasty. It can't be said that it is not arrogant to the extreme. A scholar dares to discuss the merits and faults of the Son of Heaven, the dynasty's Qi. After this incident, Wang Junxiao was removed from his official uniform, and was relegated all the way to 1,000 miles. In Anping City for 2 years, Wang Junxiao, for the original youthful arrogance, scholarly spirit, think about it, is ashamed. After all, it is just on the surface, only when you have really traveled thousands of miles on the ground and come into contact with the people of the world, you can truly recognize the Taihe dynasty. Wang Junxiao swept these past events, which seem useless nowadays, through his mind.
Knowing that dawn was breaking, Wang Junxiao gently tapped his knees and stood up. Sitting around and waiting for death is definitely not an option. If Anping City just waited for the faraway disaster relief food, it was just taking thousands of lives in Anping City as a joke. Wang Junxiao cannot afford to gamble, also will not gamble. Once all sorts of sages and philosophies are thrown away behind the head, now Wang Junxiao mind only one idea. Let the people of Anping City live. That's all. Outside the county office, there have long been two cultivators wearing dark red robes waiting for a long time. The old man who was the chief official was also at the side. Upon seeing Wang Junxiao, Jiang Kuei smiled and said, "Lord Wang, how is the consideration going?"
Wang Junxiao was silent for a moment and slowly said, "I need to see it with my own eyes one more time." Jiang Kuei grinned and said, "Of course." After saying that, these two divine figures who had rushed to Anping City 3 days ago displayed their divine means once again. Only Jiang Kuei took out a flesh-colored seed from his sleeve, and then casually threw it on the ground. Wang Junxiao's eyes were motionless as he stared intently at the flesh-colored seed. Only to see that flesh-colored seed fall to the ground and take root, and in just a few breaths, green buds grew out. Elder Master Chief was shocked beyond words and stuttered, this. A few moments later, the green buds thrived, and then turned from green to yellow. And then the plant, which was shaped like ears of wheat, unexpectedly bore full grains. The old man in charge stared with wide old eyes and exclaimed, "This is simply an immortal's means." Even though he had seen it once 3 days ago, Wang Junxiao was still in awe today. Surprisingly, it was wheat. In just a few moments, surprisingly without any dependence, from a seed, bearing full grains of wheat. Wang Junxiao squatted down, peeled off a grain, and put it into his mouth to chew. The old man also threw the wheat grain into his mouth, chewed carefully, except that there is no flavor, no difference with the normal wheat ears. The old man held up the string of wheat ears, looked excited, said, "There is help, there is help." The old man laughed extremely loudly, holding the ears of wheat in front of Wang Junxiao, laughing, "Junxiao, look, it's wheat." Wang Junxiao stood up and looked at Jiang Kuei with a calm expression and asked, "How many grains of this kind of seed does Immortal Elder have?" Jiang Kuei stretched out a finger and said with a smile, 10,000. The man beside Jiang Kuei, wearing a dark red robe, took out a wooden box, which was filled with piles of seeds. The old man in charge of the book opened his mouth wide and looked at the box full of seeds. Wang Junxiao just looked at it and then closed the box of seeds silently. The old man of the main bookkeeper came to Wang Junxiao's side and lowered his voice, "Junxiao, nowadays, in the county office, the money is long gone, I'm afraid." Wang Junxiao just shook his head and said, "Elder Lu doesn't have to worry." Jiang Kuei looked straight at Wang Junxiao and asked, "Lord Wang, have you considered it?" Wang Junxiao let out a light smile and said, "Of course, Mr. Wang thanks you too for sending me charcoal in the snow." Jiang Kuei's eyes blazed as he pursued, "Is Lord Wang really not afraid, not afraid?" Wang Junxiao smiled and laughed. For 1,000 people in Anping City being able to survive into the coming year is simply a heavenly good thing. After saying that, Wang Junxiao even undid his shirt on the spot, and without hesitation, he used a single knife to slice open the small of his belly. With a smile on his face, Wang Junxiao inserted one hand into his own abdomen, and surprisingly ripped out a blood-drenched liver organ. The old man in charge was shocked and cried out in fear, "Junxiao!" Wang Junxiao was fearless, handing the piece of gentleman's liver to Jiang Kuei, laughing loudly. "Just take it. Junzi liver." Jiang Kuei couldn't hide his joy and immediately put this Junzi liver that contained the vast and righteous qi into the cold iron box. After the gentleman's liver was taken out, the vast and righteous qi began to escape on its own. It had to be quick. Go! The two immediately disappeared in place without hesitation. After the two disappeared, Wang Junxiao fell backwards straight to the ground. As Wang Junxiao was in a trance, Mu Ran recalled a line from a book that he had read when he was young. It said that a gentleman is not ashamed of his shadow, and he is not ashamed of his soul when he sleeps alone. Now he is barely a gentleman, right? The old man panicked, violently fell to the ground. The hands of the wooden box also fell down. The wooden box shattered on the ground, the seeds all spilled out. But originally landed rooted seeds, at this time even gradually melted, turned into a mess of blood water. How is this possible? The Master Chief Elder was overwhelmed with all thoughts, and fell to the ground at a loss for words. Great sorrow, but no sound. At the same time, a petty official rushed into the county office. The petty official had not yet arrived, but the cheers were already coming. Lord Wang, the court's relief grain has arrived at the city gates." Outside of Anping City, a train of wagons with small mountains of grain piled up on top of each other was parked outside the city gates.
Chapter 78, Strange and Unexplained. Yuzhou.
Wang Jin was still following his own rhythm, practicing his sword without stopping. When he first entered the circuit city, Wang Jin was at the half-step Qi realm cultivation level. Later, after obtaining the sword manual and comprehending the sword intent, he was now a Qi realm cultivator. Lin Rong since returning to the Rong fast, but no longer mentioned pen. For this matter, although Wang Jin did not know the reason, but vaguely can also detect some changes. When he first met Lin Error, Wang Jin was on the brink of life and death, and his vision gradually blurred, but his perception of Qi gradually became clearer. At that time, Wang Jin clearly perceived that the green-shirted man in front of him was covered in dead Qi, like stagnant water. Only after Lin wrongly walked through the jungle once, now it was far from being as dead as it was at the beginning. Only Lin Rong in the small half of the green silk to white hair after, the nature of the heart also seems to have a subtle change with between. When Wang Jin's mind was in turmoil, the sword intent in his hand was broken. Noticing Wang Jin's distraction, Lin slightly raised his head and looked towards Wang Jin. Wang Jin's afterglow detected Lin Xiu's gaze, his mind was divided, and the sword intent that was originally still coupled together completely dissipated. The iron sword in his hand also became more and more real. Lin Er asked smilingly, "Why, do you have something on your mind?" Wang Jin noticed that the sword intent had dissipated, so he simply stopped practicing and put the iron sword into the scabbard. Wang Jin sat aside with a big grin, casually resting the iron sword in his hand. Without hesitation, Wang Jin opened the door and said, "A little." Lin Rong stopped his hand movements, leaned backward on the bamboo chair, and lightly smiled, but there's no harm in saying it. Wang Jin looked at Lin Rong in front of him, pondered for a moment, and said, "Lin Rong, you are not quite the same as you were back then." Lin Rong was slightly stunned before asking, "Where?" Wang Jin pondered for a moment and slowly said, "The heart is not as silent as it was originally." After saying this, Wang Jin shook his head and added, "It's just my own inexplicable feeling, it can be taken lightly." Hearing this, Lin looked calm, but did not say anything. Only after a long period of silence did Lin slowly speak, "What you feel is correct." Wang Jin was slightly stunned, and then looked at Lin. Lin Er was propped up from the bamboo chair, and then softly said, "I once said that nowadays, my memory has deteriorated too much, and I have forgotten a great deal about the past." Wang Jin gently nodded, for this matter Wang Jin was clear. Lin Rong smiled and pointed to his white hair, saying, "As you guessed, whenever I remember a martial art, a green silk will turn white, and the memories that I once forgot will also awaken." Wang Jin nodded his head gently even though he found it unbelievable. Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and calmly said, "With that, my present heart nature also draws closer to what it once was." Wang Jin frowned and asked, "What was the once you like?" Lin Er turned to look at the teenager sitting on the side and slowly spoke. "Arrogant and domineering." Wang Jin, however, unexpectedly didn't have any reaction, only nodding his head silently. Seeing this, Lin was a bit curious and asked, "Not asking anything more?" Wang Jin, on the other hand, raised a smile and shook his head vigorously. Wang Jin said, "How you were in the beginning, I do not know, but how you are at the moment, I can see clearly." Wang Jin picked up the iron sword again and laughed, "Matters of the heart are over, go and practice with the sword." Lin Xiu gathered his sleeves in place and also let out a light laugh. Lin Xiu looked at the white hair beside him. In fact, there was a point that Wang Jin did not ask, so Lin Xiu did not take the initiative to say. The reason why is not willing to one's cultivation as much as possible to retrieve. The reason for this is that Lin Rong worried about himself again become Lin Daoxian. His heart was overbearing, but he was also carrying a heavenly cultivation. There are too many variables in it, and if you are not careful, you will be wrong again. Lin Rong could only sit back down on the bamboo chair again, murmuring, "There is no rush. The world is so big, allow yourself to walk around a bit more." Meanwhile, the woman wearing a dark red robe, following the guidance of the compulsion in her body, rushed towards Circuit City. The cold wind blew through, lifting up the woman's dark red hood, revealing half of her young and beautiful face with a tear mole at the corner of her eye. Just the next moment, the wind suddenly changed direction, steeply lifted the other side of the woman's hood, the other half of her cheeks, actually is dying, as wrinkled bark of the old face. Half is a young and beautiful woman, half is a wrinkled and withered old woman. Not only that, the woman with one hand is white jade fingers, the other hand is cracked and dark as rotten wood. Along the Yuzhou Avenue all the way, the woman lowered her eyes, there is a beating blood-red parasites in the palm of her hand, is guiding the direction of the woman. The woman looked not far away and could vaguely see the traveling city head. "Found you." The woman's figure flickered in place. In the itinerant city, Lin, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. Lin Rong raised his left hand, and there was a restless blood-red parasite in the center of his hand. Looking at this restless sword-eating parasite, Lin let out a light smile.
Here it comes.
Lin shouted towards Wang Jin, who was practicing his sword not far away, "Stop practicing your sword first."
Unsure, Wang Jin stopped his hands and looked at Lin in confusion, asking, "What's wrong?" Lin on the other hand asked, "How is the chi in realm polished nowadays?"
Wang Jin said honestly, barely touching the late-stage threshold.
Lin smiled and nodded, saying, "What about that sword intent?" Wang Jin pondered for a moment and said, "It's birthed but not yet fully formed." Lin just let out a light laugh and said, "It's enough." And then Lin Rong picked up Wang Jin and instantly disappeared into the Rong Lodge. 15 miles away from Circuit City. The dark red-robed woman who was speeding towards Circuit City stopped violently.
In the next moment, Lin Rong, dressed in a green shirt and carrying the youngster Wang Jin, suddenly appeared at this place. The woman's eyes were stern as she stared at the green-shirted man blocking the road in front of her.
Lin smiled and said, "Don't bother, I brought it for you."
Lin put Wang Jin down and stuck the iron sword together on the ground. The moment she saw Wang Jin, the woman immediately detected the aura of the sword-eating parasite. This young man in front of her was the very same sword cultivator she was looking for. The woman looked over at Lin Rong, her eyes blazing as she asked out loud, "Who are you?" The woman's voice was extremely strange, both like a young girl in the prime of her life, and like a dying old woman. Lin Error ignored, just looked at the confused Wang Jin, laughed lightly. "A boring practice, after all, is not the true meaning. The only way to understand the essence of it is to be in danger."
Wang Jin froze as he held the iron sword, staring wide-eyed. "What do you mean?"
Just simply not waiting for Lin Er to speak, the next moment, that woman suddenly appeared in front of the two. The woman's fingertips of both hands were filled with blood-red threads, and there were countless red threads all over the sky. Lin Er and Wang Jin were both enveloped in them. The woman's hands stirred, and the red threads in the sky contracted violently.
Lin Er's limbs and neck were all densely entangled with red threads.
The woman did not hesitate and violently withdrew her hand.
Playing tricks, die. Chapter 79, Breaking the Realm at the Threshold of Life and Death. The red thread in the sky tightened. The woman's hands clenched tightly, the red rope that should have shattered the bodies of the two men, but at this time, it was unable to winch in any further. The densely packed red threads were all taut and trembling.
Lin Error stood in the center, casually raised his hand, then pulled the surrounding red line collapsed countless. Looking at the red threads wrapped around his arm, Lin raised an eyebrow.
Sewing leather thread?
The next moment, Lin raised his hand and pulled, and the red threads in the sky crumbled. Seeing this scene, that woman was shocked and swept backwards violently. Lin narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman not far away. He had actually caught a big fish. This woman in front of him had actually inherited the methods of that skin painting grandmaster from 300 years ago? Seeing that her own stitched skin thread was easily ripped off, that woman didn't hesitate and immediately turned around and fled. "You can't leave yet." An abrupt voice suddenly appeared in the woman's ears. The woman in the dark red robe was instantly creeped out, and immediately flipped her wrist, and thousands of stitched leather threads shot out in all directions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Those imperceptible red threads, wherever they touched, they were all pierced through by the sewing skin threads. With the woman as the center, all the surroundings were pierced by the red threads. But even so, the figure in the green shirt was still missing. In the next moment, Lin Xiu's figure suddenly appeared. Lin Rong raised his leg and kicked out those toughness of the world's first-class sewing leather threads, but was actually kicked through on the spot as if it were broken. Even though the woman had already tried her best to wrap the sewn leather thread around Lin Er's ankle, so as to block Lin Er's kick. However, she was still kicked in the abdomen by Lin Rong, and the whole person instantly flew backwards. The force was so great that the woman tumbled several times before stopping. The woman's dark red robe crumbled on the spot, and she knelt on one knee, covering her abdomen with her right hand. Put! The woman violently spat out a large mouthful of black blood, only to feel that her internal organs had been torn apart. Not only that, the woman who was originally at the peak of the golden body realm, at this moment, her meridians collapsed and broke most of them, and her realm plummeted. From the peak of the golden body realm all the way down to the half-step golden body realm. With just this one strike, it had caused a sect master at the peak of the golden body realm to suffer a great loss of meridians, and even nearly fall out of the upper three realms? Lin Er just stood still with his hands folded around his sleeves and calmly said, "Almost there." Losing that dark red robe, the woman's true face was revealed. Behind him, when Wang Jin saw the woman's true face, he was violently shocked. Only saw the woman's face, half of which was a young and beautiful woman, half of which was a wrinkled and withered old woman. The woman's body seemed to be spliced together, bizarre to the extreme. The woman's abdominal flesh and blood were all kicked to pieces, and the rotten flesh shattered all over the place. This woman of the fallen realm stared at Lin in death, not saying a word. Lin Rong lifted his chin and said, "I'll give you a chance, don't you want to take his life? As long as you kill him, I'll let you go." When these words came out, not only was the woman in front of her shocked, but Wang Jin, who was not far away, even changed his color. The woman clenched her teeth and whispered, "Is this true?" Lin Er laughed and said, "You have another choice?" Wang Jin stared in disbelief at Lin from afar. Only the next moment, without even giving Lin a chance to react, that woman instantly appeared in front of Wang Jin. The woman's 5 fingers were like hooks, stabbing at Wang Jin's chest. Wang Jin's thoughts were empty, but he subconsciously sheathed his longsword. Ding! The woman's sharp claws clashed with the long sword, erupting countless sparks. A huge force came from the sword body, causing Wang Jin's tiger's mouth to crack, and the long sword almost came out of his hand. Wang Jin's body swept backwards, but the woman's fingertips shot out several stitches of skin, directly stabbing into Wang Jin's abdomen. At the critical moment, Wang Jin twisted his body vigorously, narrowly avoiding the vitals. However, Wang Jin's abdomen was still penetrated by the long threads. The woman turned her palm into a fist and violently clenched it, pulling the threads that were inserted into Wang Jin's abdomen back violently. In a hurry, Wang Jin used his long sword to slash through the abdominal stitches. However, even though Wang Jin's sword was extremely fast, he was unable to completely cut those red threads. When Wang Jin was on the verge of life and death, he violently entered the mysterious human sword unity. A touch of sword intent appeared on the sword body. Wang Jin handed out the sword, and the red threads in his abdomen were cut off. Not far away, the woman was looking towards her belly, where the flesh and blood had gradually begun to fall off and collapse. One side of the woman's cheek flesh has begun to rot, vaguely revealing the white bones. Now heavily injured, fell the half-step golden body realm, flesh and blood is on the verge of collapse. The woman's face was ruthless, and countless red threads seeped out from her wrist, gradually twisting into a single strand and transforming into a blood-red sword blade. Wang Jin, on the other hand, stood still and raised the long sword in his hand, starting with a stabbing sword style. The sword intent rose greatly. Wang Jin no longer paid attention to his abdominal injuries, lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and slowly closed his eyes. The mind was immersed in the sword as much as possible. Autumn Frost Cuts Jade Sword. The sword poem circled around in Wang Jin's mind. A snow-white sword light appeared, and that sword intent was completely perfected at this moment. Come! In an instant, both of them rushed forward at the same time, their figures staggering past. That woman was beheaded by a sword. Wang Jin's strength was drained from his body and his legs went limp. In the next moment, Lin Er appeared on the side and helped Wang Jin up. At this time, Wang Jin's cultivation had also broken through from the middle of the Qi and Harmony realm to the half-step golden body realm, and his sword intent had also reached perfection, and one of the 3 swords was even more coherent. Lin Er asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" Wang Jin was in a trance, and said without a good mood, "What do you think?" The woman who was beheaded by a sword, at this time, her body was turned into blood and water, dissolving into nothing. Lin Rong on the other hand frowned as looking to the east and spoke, "You go back to Rongjai first, I'm going to take a trip to the Name Wind State. Name Wind Prefecture, Mass Grave. Dark Underground Palace." Jiang Kuei put the gentleman's liver into the body of the great master. 3 of the 5 organs had already been gathered. The next moment, Jiang Kuei felt something in his heart and furrowed his brows. Zhou Ji is dead. The other man in the dark red robe was startled and said incredulously, "Dead?" Jiang Kuei's expression remained unchanged as he calmly nodded his head. Gold versus Lung. Zhou Ji was dead, and that sword Lung was nowhere to be found. The sword Lung made a mistake. Jiang Kuei's face was incredibly gloomy. Nowadays, how easy was it to find another sword cultivator with a clear sword heart? It was also at this moment that an old man with a skinny figure walked into the underground palace with a smile on his face. Jiang Kuei's complexion changed drastically, drinking, "Who?" The small and thin old man did not say anything, but just casually threw out the corpse of a golden body realm sword cultivator. In the next moment, that thinly built old man unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. Jiang Kuei stood in place, not moving a muscle. In just one breath, that old man appeared and dissipated. And then he left behind the corpse of that golden body realm sword cultivator.
Chapter 80, Everlasting Immortality?
The corpse of the golden body realm sword cultivator was right in front of him. Jiang Kuei's blood-red fingers, hidden under his robe, gently trembled, and a red-colored thread of sewn skin fell to the ground. The imperceptible thread seeped into the cracks in the ground, and then quickly spread.
After a few breaths, the entire dark underground palace was oozing with sewn leather threads.
Those reddish-colored threads were everywhere, in the pools of rotting flesh, in the walls of leg bones, and on the sticky floor. All of them were invaded by the threads.
The entire dark underground palace was wrapped in Jiang Kuei's sewing threads.
Jiang Kuei's complexion changed slightly. Even if he did this, he still couldn't find a single trace of the old man. As if appearing out of thin air, and disappeared out of thin air in general, even the slightest trace was not left. The only thing that remained was the corpse of that golden body realm sword cultivator. Jiang Kuei hooked his fingers, and the stitched leather threads converged, dragging the sword cultivator's corpse to his eyes. Jiang Kuei probed out his blood-red palm and gripped it in the air. That sword cultivator's body then crumbled from the outside on its own, being peeled away layer by layer. First, the skin was peeled off, then the flesh and blood were ripped off, and then all the bones were pulled out. In a short moment, the body was completely dissected. With a slight tug from Jiang Kuei, the lungs in the torso were ripped out. Sword lungs. The sword lungs were suspended in the center of Jiang Kuei's hand. Feeling the sword chi that remained within, Jiang Kuei frowned slightly. A genuine golden body realm sword cultivator with a clear sword heart.
Who exactly was that person?
After Jiang Kuei took out the sword lung, he twisted his other hand in reverse. At this moment, the body that had been dissected, unexpectedly and strangely began to recover. From the inside out, first the bones of the whole body were inserted, and then the flesh and blood filled the body, and then that skin was sewn back on. At this moment, that golden body realm sword cultivator's body was no different from the very beginning. Not even the slightest scar could be detected. The only difference was that the sword cultivator's lungs had been taken out. This was the means left behind by the skin painting grandmaster. Jiang Kuei made sure that there was nothing wrong with the sword lungs, and slowly inserted them into the body of the great master. Right at this moment, outside the mass grave, someone arrived. He stepped into the mass grave and entered the dark underground palace. It was that hideous man who had lost half of his head. After this hideous man stepped into the dark earth palace, he grinned and said, "Jiang Kuei, got it." After saying that, this hideous man took out a blood-drenched spleen from his bosom, which was still draped with earth chakra earth chi.
Earth spleen.
The hideous man spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and then laughed and cursed. That is difficult to deal with, relying on the earth vein to come back from the dead several times, causing me to waste a lot of blood and flesh. Just Jiang Kuei did not say a word, just narrowed his eyes. Jiang Kuei let out a sardonic laugh and said, "Zhangya, you've brought an expert back." The hideous man's face changed as he asked, "What do you mean?" Jiang Kuei did not pay any attention to Zhangya and slowly walked towards the very center, tilted his head and laughed. "Taoist, since you're here, why are you hiding?" At these words, Zhangya's expression changed drastically. Jiang Kuei's footsteps stepped heavily on the underground palace, and the entire palace shook unceasingly with it. Those human skins hanging in the surroundings are even more fluttering, as if the mournful souls are waving their teeth and claws. Around the center of the palace blood pool is turbulent, where the flesh and blood are crazy jumping. The next moment, a young Taoist priest wearing a purple robe, from the palace to reveal his form. Zhangya was shocked. When did this person arrive? Jiang Kuei scared, "Zhangya, there's a heavenly master following behind your ass and you don't even know it?" Zhangya's face twisted. This young Taoist priest had actually been following behind him, and he had been unaware of it since the beginning? The person who came was none other than Zhang Xining of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion. Zhang Xining was wearing a purple robe, one hand holding up a drop of blood. His body was immaculate, out of place in the dark palace. The drop of blood in Zhang Xining's palm slowly dissipated. Jiang Kuei looked at the young Taoist priest in front of him who followed Zhangya, and asked with a cold smile, "Longhu Mountain, Tianqifu?" This young Taoist priest, wearing a purple Taoist robe, had an abundance of Taoist chi. A young heavenly master from Dragon Tiger Mountain? Zhang Xining had a calm demeanor as he opened his mouth and asked, "Did you guys kill real Gu?" Jiang Kuei pretended to be thinking and slowly said, "Not able to, we only borrowed his Taoist heart for a while." Zhang Xining's eyes were cold, and then he scanned the center of this underground palace. Only to see that the walls on both sides of the tunnel are piled up by leg bones, the surrounding is hung with countless human skin, the center is even filled with blood and flesh of the blood pool. Jiang Shining slowly moved his gaze to Jiang Kuei in front of him, and then frowned. In Jiang Shining's eyes, the Jiang Kuei in front of him was weird to the extreme, and his soul had no connection with his physical body. In Taoism, there was the term soul and prana. Soul is yin and prana is yang. Among the 3 souls and 7 prana, each is divided into yin and yang. Among the 3 souls, heavenly soul is yang, earthly soul is yin, life soul is yang. 7 in the sky chom ling hui 2 for the yin for the heavenly prana, chi prana force prana pivot prana for the yang for the human prana, elite 2 prana for the yang for the earth prana. The human body is the container that carries the soul. But in front of this Jiang Kuei, the 3 souls and 7 vampires are broken, no yin and yang can be divided, the 3 souls and 7 vampires are blended together. Jiang Shining frowned, who exactly are you? Jiang Kuei, however, laughed out loud and said, the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's Palace, but it's nothing more than that. Jiang Kuei eyes tend to calm, cold, slowly said, Taoism is not a great longevity, and even more ascension into immortality method? After obtaining the inheritance of the Dark Earth Palace here, Jiang Kuei, whose life expectancy was close to death, not only forcibly renewed his life for 3 years, but also used it to break through to the Xinshan realm in one fell swoop. Even the rest of the 4 dark red-robed cultivators did not know. After getting the inheritance of the skin painting grandmaster, Jiang Kuei's first strike was to strip himself of his own skin and bones. Jiang Kuei stripped himself of his skin and flesh, and then continuously remodeled his body with the help of the blood pool. In the end, Jiang Kuei really did it. Jiang Kuei's sword went off the beaten path and hardened himself to walk out another path. However, Jiang Shining calmly said, if I haven't guessed wrongly, nowadays your flesh is rotting faster and faster, right? Jiang Kuei's eyes flickered for a split second, but he quickly regained his composure. Jiang Shining looked towards the square pool of blood and snorted, after all, you are an evil demon, becoming inhuman and ghostly, your divine soul has long since rotted, and you will eventually turn into a walking corpse. Everlasting life? Self-deception. Jiang Kuei's original maniacal expression but instantly calmed down inside. Jiang Kuei said softly, worthy of being a heavenly master of the heavenly master's house. Jiang Kuei, who had been poked and prodded through his current situation, did not have any emotional ups and downs. Jiang Kuei raised his blood-red palm, and in just 7 days, there were even omens of ulceration. Indeed, there isn't much time left for me. Now that the flesh was festering faster and faster, Jiang Kuei couldn't afford to wait. Jiang Kuei let out a sigh and looked at Jiang Shining with a compassionate expression. Taoist master, cultivation is not over, do you really want to give up this body of yours? Jiang Shining didn't say a word, only that his Taoist robes bulged violently. Taoist chi poured out. Chapter 81, Getting Rid of the Devil. Jiang Shining's complexion was calm, his hands naturally hanging down, and his wide Dao robe drooping along with it. The purple Dao robe bulged unceasingly, and golden Dao Qi slowly flowed out from Jiang Shining's 2 large cuffs. The 2 strands of golden Dao Qi hung down from the cuffs in a continuous stream. The entire underground palace was filled with golden Dao Qi. Jiang Kuei looked grave as he slowly moved backward, away from the golden Dao Qi. When the golden Dao Qi infested Jiang Kuei's face, Jiang Kuei's dark red robe waved his sleeve violently, knocking back all the golden Dao Qi. Jiang Shining's expression was solemn, and there were wisps of golden Dao Qi, like tiny swimming dragons, hovering over Jiang Shining's face. Jiang Shining slowly opened his eyes, and there was a flash of golden light in his eyes. Jiang Shining softly said, today, by the poor Taoist, we will get rid of the demons. In the next moment, Jiang Shining took a step and his figure flickered away. Jiang Shining's 2 sleeves dragged with extremely long golden Dao Qi, resembling 2 long golden rivers. Jiang Kuei didn't hesitate and immediately revealed his blood-red hands, with countless stitched leather threads shooting out from between his fingers. Those red lines intertwined in front of Jiang Kuei. Just at the moment when the red lines surged in front of Jiang Kuei, Jiang Shining's figure arrived here. Only to see Jiang Shining wave his sleeve robe and hand out a palm. Wrapped in rich golden light, it slammed into Jiang Kuei. Bang! The red threads that converged on Jiang Kuei's chest were shattered into countless pieces by the blow. Jiang Kuei's figure retreated backward, pulling away from Jiang Shining. Jiang Shining, however, did not rush to strike. Instead, he stood in place and raised his hand to catch the stitching leather threads that crumbled in mid-air. Those blood-red threads fell into the palm of Jiang Shining's hand, and the moment they touched the golden light, there was a hissing sound. It was as if the long threads met fire, and without waiting to touch the palm, they were burned up by the golden light. Jiang Shining slightly frowned, is the devil means undoubtedly. 300 years ago, in the old Jianghu, that woman who used skin painting to enter the Tao and achieved the realm of heavenly human realm grandmaster, the hand-sewing skin thread shook the Jianghu, making the world's martial artists feel shivering at the mention of it. The woman grandmaster who made women in the world scared, disappeared as early as 200 years ago, completely disappearing from the rivers and lakes. Almost everything about this person had been erased. That woman's skin painting technique also disappeared. I didn't expect to be able to see it here after 100 years. Zhang Xining rolled his sleeve robe, and the densely sewn skin threads in front of him were all stirred up. Not far away, Zhang Kuei narrowed his eyes and sized up the young heavenly master in front of him. Zhang Kuei's blood-red hands hidden under his sleeve robe. At this time, the blood and flesh on his hands began to gradually dissolve and fall off, gradually revealing the white bones. Bone-drawing hands. One of that painted skin woman grandmaster's other mastery, the bone-drawing hand. It was said that 200 years ago, an unknowing Xianshan realm grandmaster had messed with that woman grandmaster and was chased for 1,000 miles. Even though that Xianshan realm grandmaster tried everything he could, he was eventually blocked by that woman in the East Sea. The Xianshan realm grandmaster, who was famous for his martial arts and his golden body, had his 206 bones pulled out of his body by that woman. There is no more bone in his body. That Xianshan realm master who proved the way of boxing was stripped of only flesh and skin, like a puddle of soft and rotten meat, paralyzed and died at the end of the East China Sea. Zhang Kuei clawed out, no flesh and blood, only white bone palms, distantly grabbed Zhang Xining. Obviously the distance is 100 paces, and there is no true chi fluctuation, but Zhang Xining in an instant will be chilled to the bone. Zhang Xining's chest unexpectedly appeared out of thin air with a claw mark. The next moment, originally wrapped in Zhang Xining's body of golden Dao Qi, but was directly penetrated through, without any stagnation. Zhang Xining's toes pointed, and his figure violently sidestepped to the side. Although he narrowly avoided the vitals, he was still grazed across his chest by the claw print. Bared. Blood and flesh flew violently across Zhang Xining's chest. Zhang Xining frowned tightly, and the moment after his figure landed on the ground, he violently twisted his body again and swept to the side. The moment after Zhang Xining dodged, a claw mark violently appeared at the place where Zhang Xining had just stood. There was a loud boom. The bottom of the underground palace collapsed violently. The pool of blood surrounding the perimeter at the bottom instantly boiled up, and the human skins hanging around were destroyed countless times. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was another air-breaking sound. Only to see hundreds of skin stitching lines piercing through the smoke and dust, violently breaking through the air. The speed of those threads was much faster than a crossbow. Zhang Xin stared in mid-air and slowly exhaled. Tai Shang Tai Xing, strain without stopping. Exorcise the evil and bind the phantom, protect your life and body. Zhang Xining's body was filled with Dao Qi, and those golden Dao Qi suddenly erupted. Hundreds of incoming sewing threads that came within a foot of Zhang Xining were all reduced to pieces. Not only that, those brilliant golden Dao Qi spread violently. With Zhang Xining as the center, within 100 paces, no matter whether it was demonic Qi or ghosts, they were all swept away. Zhang Kuei was in the middle of the ruins, staring at Zhang Xining, who was surrounded by golden light. Zhang Xining bowed slightly, and his figure shot out with a bang. Zhang Kuei's figure also charged straight forward. The two collided with each other. The golden Dao Qi and the blood-colored demonic Qi obliterated each other. The two did not retreat or avoid, and exchanged hundreds of moves face to face. Bang! Both of their figures flew backwards. Zhang Xining twisted his body in mid-air, slapped the ground with one palm, and violently stood still. Zhang Kuei's body was smashed into the wall of the underground palace, shattering countless leg bones. At this moment, Zhang Xining had removed a few vital points, and the rest of his body had been pierced by stitched leather threads. Zhang Xining's face remained unchanged, and he wrapped all the threads in front of his body around his wrist, and then violently pulled. Hundreds of leather threads were just ripped out of his body. Zhang Xining coldly said, again. Not far away, Zhang Kuei, who was in the middle of the ruins, violently spat out a large mouthful of black blood. Zhang Kuei knelt on one knee, his face hideous. At this time, Zhang Kuei's lower abdomen and thighs were all bare white bones, and his flesh and blood had been shattered countless times in the beginning. Zhang Kuei laughed fiercely, damn Taoist priest. Zhang Kuei was just about to get up, but the blood and flesh on his face violently festered and fell off. Zhang Kuei's face changed, and he immediately put his white bone-withered hand against his cheek, sticking the mass of festering and peeling off blood and flesh back onto his face. Not good, this body is going to fester.
Jiang Kuei's complexion changed drastically as he looked at his body on the verge of festering in disbelief. No, how could it fester so quickly? Jiang Kuei thought of something and jerked his head up, staring deathly at the white light surrounding Zhang Shining's hands. After Zhang Shining recited the pure heart divine incantation, that massive snow-white Dao Qi was wrapped around Zhang Shining's hands. Wherever Zhang Shining touched, the demonic qi in it was obliterated and purified. During the 100 strokes of the fight just now, his own body had accelerated the rate of festering due to the Dao Qi. Good. Just without waiting for Jiang Kuei to raise his head, Zhang Shining instantly arrived. Zhang Shining didn't hold back as he slammed his fist into Jiang Kuei's cheek. With a bang, Jiang Kuei's head violently tilted back, and half of the flesh and blood on his cheek was routed beyond recognition on the spot. Chapter 82 Awakening. Jiang Kuei's figure violently swayed backward, and the blood and flesh of half of his cheeks were directly shattered. Those blood and flesh splattered to the side, and half of Jiang Kuei's face was nothing but white bones. Zhang Shining brought his two fingers together, snow-white Dao Qi converging at a point on his fingertips before violently pointing towards Jiang Kuei's brow. In the next moment, a pure Dao Qi shot out from Zhang Shining's fingertips. Jiang Kuei's eyes were ruthless as he desperately tilted his head to the side. The pure Dao Qi was straight and pierced straight through Jiang Kuei's jaw. Jiang Kuei's 5 fingers were like hooks, violently piercing into Zhang Shining's abdomen. Zhang Shining let out a muffled cry before slashing his 2 fingers across Jiang Kuei's arm. The pure Dao Qi that condensed in a line instantly sliced through the left half of Jiang Kuei's body, and his left arm, along with his left shoulder, was sliced violently. At Jiang Kuei's 5 fingers, there were lines of sewn skin piercing into Zhang Shining's small abdomen, stirring up all of Zhao Shining's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. The 2 figures violently separated. Jiang Kuei fiercely knelt on one knee, the left half of his body was almost cut off by that pure Dao Qi. At this moment, the left half of Jiang Kuei's body's flesh and blood crazily collapsed. Zhang Shining stood not far away, blood seeping out along his abdomen. Even though Zhang Shining had wrapped his internal organs with golden light, he was still seriously injured by Jiang Kuei's bone-smoking hand. At this moment, there were several stitches of skin still remaining in Zhang Shining's body. Jiang Kuei's flesh and blood were about to collapse, and Zhang Shining still won this fight. Jiang Kuei laughed fiercely, worthy of being a heavenly master. Jiang Kuei's body stumbled backwards, and then he directly fell into the blood pool. The pool of blood that surrounded the underground palace, in which blood and flesh began to boil non-stop. Those blood and flesh madly surged into Jiang Kuei's body. Zhang Shining's color changed greatly, and then his sleeve robe shook, wrapped in a golden light that was as solid as substance, and slammed into the blood pool. The pool of blood that surrounded the underground palace was instantly torn apart, and blood and flesh flew horizontally. The next moment, Jiang Kuei's figure from the blood pool appeared. At this moment, Jiang Kuei's appearance was already another person, and the left half of his body that was originally sliced open was restored to its original state, which was solidified with brand new flesh and blood. Jiang Kuei twisted his neck, and his bones clicked. Jiang Kuei grinned and asked, "How was it?" Zhang Shining yanked out as many of those stitched leather threads that had stabbed into his abdomen as he could while calmly looking at Jiang Kuei. Zhang Shining nodded his head and said, "Indeed, it is an unimaginable means." After a moment's pause, Zhang Shining yet still gently shook his head and slowly said, "Unfortunately, it's ultimately evil." Jiang Kuei was unconcerned and laughed lightly. "The 3,000 great roads are all different. When that woman who entered the Jianghu Lake with such a side road as the painted skin, was not still certified to the celestial realm? And in today's Jianghu, there is not also a great master of the devil's way?" Zhang Shining did not refute, just will be covered in golden Taoist qi dispersal. Just after Zhang Shining dispersed those extremely difficult golden lights, Jiang Kuei did not relax his vigilance, but instead, his heart gave birth to inexplicable fear. Not only that, the entire dark underground palace seemed to be like a heavenly enemy. Zhang Shining slowly closed his eyes, the whole person stepped into the mysterious realm of unity of heaven and man. It was as if he was in the realm of emptiness. Taoism has a celestial induction. The human body is a complete small world. All parts of the human body are in line with the big heaven and earth correspondingly, its head like the sky, feet like the earth, limbs like the 4 seasons, the 5 organs like the 5 elements, its essence of the spirit and the sky and the earth and the sky 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 and the sky. Every move made by Zhang Shining was in line with the workings of heaven and earth. At the same time, above the entire mass grave, there was suddenly an apocalyptic cloud. In the entire mass grave, thousands of lonely souls and wild ghosts were wailing non-stop. Jiang Kuei's face changed drastically. Thunder Law?
Rumor has it that the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's house has a secret technique that can drive thunder and lightning, and tickle the heavenly thunder. In the world of Taoism, only the thunder law is at the top of the Taoism in the world. Zhang Xining read silently in his heart. Moving mountains and uprooting trees amazes the universe. Driving thunder and lightning to dazzle the Qinkuan. Without waiting for Jiang Kuei to strike, Zhang Xining raised his hand and pointed to the sky, gently drinking, "Come." In the next moment, heaven and earth roared loudly. A shocking thunderbolt exploded from the sky. The thunder descended from the sky as if it was a heavenly punishment, illuminating this side of the sky as bright as day. The thunder covered the entire mass grave. Under the heavenly thunder, all demons and monsters were wiped out. After the thunder, the entire dark palace was razed to the ground. This place, which was originally extremely gloomy, showed a clear sky and clear air. The entire underground palace was reduced to rubble, those hundreds of human skins, as well as the flesh and blood in the blood pool, all turned into flying ash. Even the huge coffin in the very center was mostly broken. Zhang Xining stood in place, gasping for breath. On top of the ruins, there stood an inhuman and ghostly monster. Jiang Kuei's entire body was turned into charcoal at this time, and the originally remodeled flesh and blood had all died out at this time. Even long ago there was no such thing as flesh and blood, all turned into ashes. Zhang Xining exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and softly said, "It's over." Before the words fell, he saw Jiang Kuei, who had long been inhuman and undead, hoarsely roar, "No, it's not over." Dao heart, Junzi liver, sword lung, earth spleen, and Jiaolong kidney. The 5 organs are gathered. Only one thing was missing. In the next moment, Jiang Kuei unexpectedly used his bone-drawing hand to draw out his spine raw. The spinal column was violently stuck into the coffin. As Jiang Kuei was on the verge of death, he laughed maniacally, "Wake up." At the moment he pulled out his spine, Jiang Kuei was already dead. However, after Jiang Kuei's spine was inserted into the body of the great master, heaven and earth fell into a strange silence. A giant hand violently broke out of the coffin. The great master completely woke up. Name of the state, Longhu Mountain. In the small courtyard, Yang Shuiwei is in the middle of a small courtyard. In the small courtyard, Yang Shuiwei was slowly drinking tea, and on the stone table, there was also a box of osmanthus cakes. On the side of Yang Shuyu, that eunuch in scarlet robes, slightly bowed and softly said, "Princess, nowadays the sect leader elder heavenly master Zhang Yuanling has already personally sat in the demon-locking pagoda, and the rest of the 20 purple-robed heavenly masters are taking turns to watch over it." Yang Solstice just calmly nodded her head and said, "Aha." After a moment of silence, the eunuch whose seniority was second only to Grand Master Chen softly said, "Princess, on Dragon Tiger Mountain, it seems there is a purple-robed heavenly master who has descended from the mountain." Yang Shuiwei, who had been ordered to monitor the heavenly master's mansion from the heavenly capital to this place, remained unchanged in her expression and only slowly drank a mouthful of tea. Yang Solstice faintly said, "Is that so? This palace did not see it." After saying that scarlet-robed eunuch, his complexion unchanged, took a few steps backwards, bowed and said, "It's our family who saw it wrong." Yang Soliwei raised her light blue eyes and looked towards the true martial pool not far away. The woman with the most beautiful posture and elegant and dignified demeanor, at this time, her eyes showed a trace of sadness. The wind blew, the true martial pond rippled. Yang Soul Moon lifted the teacup, but violently a burst of trance, the hands of the teacup are off the handfall. The emerald teacup just shattered on the ground, tea spilled. The scarlet-robed eunuch beside her face changed, came closer and asked, "Princess?" Yang Soliwei, however, was in a trance, holding her heart with one hand. Heart palpitations were incomparable. Divine condensation? Chapter 83, Walking Against the Sky. Mass grave. At this moment, within a 5-mile radius, it was all in pieces. Zhang Xinning's figure stood on a hill, his face grave. The purple robe was tattered and torn, and the right sleeve robe was destroyed. Fresh blood seeped out from the corner of Zhang Xinning's mouth, and his qi was disorganized. Zhang Xinning, with the Taoist method of fixing the spirit, forced down the heart like ups and downs, will own qi to align, exhale and then change qi. In the distance, smoke and fog filled the air. Roar! A loud roar came from the fog, roaring like a loud bell, even the trees within a 10-mile radius shook non-stop. That hissing roar pierced through the smoke and dust, and this place trembled. Zhang Xinning's face was grim as he looked towards the monster that was not far away, hidden in the fog. The great master left behind by that painted skin woman 300 years ago has actually reappeared.
It actually did allow Jiang Kuei to harden his 5 organs and spine, allowing that great master to come to life. Bang! The vast fog was violently broken open into an empty hole, and a black shadow violently rushed out from the mist. The speed was as fast as thunder, arriving in an instant. Zhang Xining's complexion changed drastically, and he immediately used his golden Dao Qi to protect in front of his body. In the next moment, a 9-foot-tall man clad in rusty armor, with a cloak of hair and covered in demonic aura, instantly appeared in front of Zhang Xining. The monster clenched its fist with one hand and slammed it into Zhang Xining's chest. There was a loud bang, shattering countless golden lights. Zhang Xining's figure slammed into the earth, stirring up countless amounts of smoke and dust. Even though Zhang Xining had pre-protected his body with rich golden Dao Qi, he was still smashed by this monster's punch, shattering all of his golden light. Zhang Xining had just gotten up in the big pit when the monster descended from the sky. It was like a black meteor falling and landed with a bang. The 9-foot-tall monster was covered in black demonic aura, and its hands pressed down on Zhang Xining's arms. Zhang Xining was pressed down by the monster, kneeling on one knee, coughing out a large mouthful of blood, both arms being eroded by the demonic aura. When Zhang Xining received this blow, he only felt that his internal organs were all in disarray. Roar! The 9-foot-tall monster hissed and violently threw Zhang Xining out. Zhang Xining tumbled through the earth, breaking countless trees, and only after tumbling 100 feet did he manage to stop himself. Zhang Xining's arms were nearly shattered, and his body was shaking. Zhang Xining vigorously held up his eyelids and looked ahead with a pale face. 100 feet away, the so-called Great Master walked towards Zhang Xining step by step. This Great Master was clad in a rusty armor, with the 5 organs in his body flowing according to the 5 elements. His hair was loose, and there was no messy consciousness, only killing. This Great Master was the Skin Woman's unfinished half-finished product, except for the missing organs and spine. The rest of the Skin Woman personally extracted the bones and sewed skin, fill in the meat and bury the scriptures. Originally, Jiang Kuei was planning to use the body of this Great Master to forcefully take over this body with the secret method of the soul, so as to live forever and break the bottleneck of the celestial realm. Only to be interrupted by Zhang Xining, Jiang Kuei with the price of death, with their own spine to complete the Great Master of the last thing. Zhang Xining's vision was blurred, and his small world had long been turned upside down. That Great Master every step out, there will be monstrous demonic gas rises up to the sky, eyes black, rusty armor, there is also a demonic gas burning. Hua! The Great Master spat out white mist from its mouth and walked towards Zhang Xining step by step. Just as this Great Master walked within 100 feet, Zhang Xining straightened up and fiercely stomped on the ground with one foot. Buzz! In each of the 4 directions, there were runes that Zhao Xining had drawn with his essence blood. As Zhang Xining stomped on the ground with one foot, with Zhang Xining as the center, all the surroundings lit up with blinding blue light, and tens of thousands of runes overlapped and flickered. A grand formation emerged. 4 Yang Thunder Pool Grand Formation. 4 pillars of light shot up into the sky, enclosing the Great Master within. Within the formation, crimson chains came from all directions, and the hands, feet, and head of the Great Master were all entangled in those crimson chains. When the red chains touched the Great Master, there was a hissing burning sound. The red chains, which were the most yang and purest, naturally suppressed the darkness demonic energy. The Great Master was scorched with white mist rising all over his body. Roar, roar! The Great Master struggled frantically, its 9-foot body violently leaping upwards. Clatter, clatter! The crimson chains were yanked with a clattering sound, shattering countless on the spot. The red chains in all directions were taut and straight, and the Great Master was suspended in mid-air. Zhang Xining suffered from the backlash of the grand formation and violently spat out a large mouthful of blood. Zhang Xining clenched his teeth and shouted, "Come back!" In the next moment, those crimson chains violently dragged the Grandmaster back to the earth. The Great Master crashed into the earth with a loud bang, smashing out a huge crater. With just a single leap, it almost broke through the Great Formation. At the same time, there was an apocalyptic cloud gathering above the Grandmaster. Roar! The Great Master violently yanked, both of its arm chains were torn apart, and it charged across the Grand Formation. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The Grand Formation was hit by countless cracks and was on the verge of collapsing. Right at the moment when the Great Master broke through the formation, Zhang Xining shouted, "Fall!" In the next moment, a thick thunderbolt rained down from the sky. The snow-white thunder illuminated the sky and earth as bright as day. The heavenly thunder came from the head and smashed towards the Great Master. The 9-foot body of the Great Master bent violently, almost kneeling on both knees, his hands rising upwards to support the thick heavenly thunder. Roar! The great master hissed, even using the backs of his hands to hold up the heavenly thunder. Zhang Xining's 7 orifices bled, his body's qi and blood vaporized into white mist as he desperately pushed the lightning method. Under the heavenly thunder, the armor of that great master, which was covered with rust, crumbled by inches. In the next moment, that great master bent his knees for a split second, and then violently leapt up. Between heaven and earth, that great master shouldered the heavenly thunder. It rose up to the sky. Against the sky. Name of the state: Longhu Mountain, Heavenly Master's Mansion. Xiaoyuan Peak, the whiskered Song Thallium, sitting alone on the lotus platform, looked sad. The trigrams were very bad, a place of certain death. On Chaotian Peak, in the Ancestors' Hall, sect leader Grand Heavenly Master Zhang Yuanling sat cross-legged, looking to the southwest. Zhang Yuanling looked at the Ancestor tablet, and his expression moved slightly. In an instant, the purple and gold Qiluk lotus flower of Longhu Mountain withered by half. A magnificent purple and gold Qi fortune rose up from Chaotian Peak and headed straight to the southwest. After this magnificent fortune, the Heavenly Master's seal that was enshrined in the Ancestors' Hall, the Yangping ruler's seal of merit, was also transformed into a stream of light and rushed out of the Ancestors' Hall. The purple gold Qiluk was in the front, and the Heavenly Master's seal was right behind it. Straight to the southwest. Chapter 84 36 Thunder Tribes. At the border of the Namewin Prefecture, cultivators, regardless of their realm, all raised their heads to look at the sky. They only saw that magnificent purple and gold Qi transportation traversing across the sky, vast and majestic. Starting from Chaotian Peak, it successively crossed the 36 major peaks, 72 minor peaks, and then crossed the sky of the Namewin Prefecture. In the sky of the Namewin Prefecture, it was as if a long purple gold bridge had been erected. Wherever that magnificent purple and gold Qi passes through, all the local devil cultivators, or those demons and monsters, are all scared and hiding. Longhu Mountain, in addition to the purple-robed celestial masters sitting in the demon lock tower, the remaining 20 purple-robed celestial masters were all shaken up and rushed to the Ancestors' Hall. More than 20 purple-robed celestial masters appeared in the Ancestor Hall, only to see the head teacher Great Celestial Master is on the successive generations of Ancestor tablets, respectfully played a Taoist bow. The purple and gold lotus flower of Qi that had been accumulated for 1,000 years in Longhu Mountain withered by half. Behind Zhang Yuanling, the remaining 20 or so purple-robed heavenly masters did not have a single mouth to speak, all of them did a Taoist bow in unison. Xiaoyuan Peak, Lotus Flower Platform. The original dusty trigrams changed violently. Song Thalas's complexion changed greatly, and then he fiercely pinched his fingers and counted again. The trigrams changed again and again, and the original place of certain death also changed erratically. Until he saw the magnificent purple and gold Qi transport in the Ancestor Hall rises up to the sky, Song Thallium only violently stood up. Remote look to the Ancestor Hall. Tianjing City. 4 moon-worshipping platforms stood in all directions. The Qin Tian supervisor, which served the Taihe dynasty and was responsible for exploring the direction of the dynasty's Qi, and observing the heavens at night to deduce creation, was now in chaos. The 4 supervisors in charge of the moon-worshipping platforms have personally appeared, all looking in the direction of the name of the state. In the imperial palace. The old emperor, Yangzhen, stood at the main entrance of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. Behind Yangzhen, there was a big eunuch wearing a crimson robe. Yangzhen just glanced at it, then turned around and stepped into the Hall of Supreme Harmony. And that big eunuch Shen, the chief eunuch who was in charge of the Taihe dish, did not say a word and silently followed behind Yangzhen. 100 miles away. The green-shirted man who had searched for traces from Circuit City and arrived all the way here stopped violently. Lin Rong frowned and looked into the distance before his figure flickered away. The mass grave. The head of the great master hard against the sky, the heavenly thunder as much as possible to resist down, along with the sky robbery cloud is also shattered. Zhang Xining fell to the ground as his true qi was exhausted. The great master clenched his fists with both hands and slammed his fist down towards Zhang Xining. Right at this moment, a magnificent purple and gold qi fortune descended from the sky. It was majestic. It was as if a heavenly river had fallen to the ground. The majestic qi directly knocked the great master 100 feet away. Zhang Xining, who was already at the end of his tether, was now blessed with a divine assistance. Zhang Xining's eyes turned snow white, and his body was solemn and dignified. Under the purple and gold qi luck, Zhang Xining's purple robe gradually glittered. After being violently knocked away for 100 feet, the great master whimpered and stood up,
its dark demonic pupils looking towards Zhang Shining in the distance. The Great Master tore off his chest armor, and then his demonic chi accumulated all over his body, and his 9-foot body slumped to the ground. There was a loud bang. The Great Master shot out, and in just an instant, he arrived in front of Zhang Shining. Just before the Great Master touched Zhang Shining, thunder exploded in the sky. A thunder dragon descended from the sky and violently slammed into that Great Master. At the same time, behind Zhang Shining, a blurry shadow wearing the robe of a heavenly master, whose face could not be seen, emerged. After the silhouette, 43 silhouettes emerged one by one. Since the first Grand Heavenly Master of Longhu Mountain, all generations of Heavenly Masters had emerged. The 43 sect masters stood behind them, and in the 43 gazes that looked at Zhang Shining, there was praise, expectation, recognition, seriousness, and so on. Zhang Shining had long since lost consciousness, yet he pinched out an ancient Taoist Dharma seal. As soon as the seal was uttered, the Taoist law rose up greatly. Between heaven and earth, thunder clouds gathered, and in an instant, the entire mass grave was overwhelmed by black clouds. Within those thunder clouds, countless thunder snakes were gathering, and there were even thunderous roars. Vaguely, there are also 36 figures of gods and men, hidden invisible, each wearing armor, overlooking the earth. Zhang Shining's hand pinched the thunderbolt, and his voice was ethereal, as if it was the voice of heaven and earth. Quickly descending divine power. In the next moment, in the midst of the sky's calamity clouds, a godman revealed himself, and the godman raised his hand to grab a thunderbolt and violently slammed it into the Great Master. A huge thunderbolt descended from the sky and slammed into the Great Master. The Grand Master hissed up to the sky, and then his demonic aura soared, resisting the heavenly thunder. Not only that, within the body of that Great Master, there was Taoist chi running in all 5 organs. A huge demonic aura rose up to the sky. Zhang Shining's color was neither sad nor happy, and the 43 heavenly masters behind him all pinched their knives. In the midst of the sky, 2 more deities appeared in the sky. One was clad in armor and held a thunder spear, which was thrown out as if it ran through heaven and earth. One divine being bent his bow and strung an arrow, and the arrow was a pure thunderbolt that shot out with a bang. 2 more shocking thunderbolts descended from the sky. As Zhang Shining kept on strangling, the thunder rolled down from the sky. What followed was the rolling of thunder in the sky, and each of the 36 gods and goddesses in the robbing clouds displayed their own special abilities. Some gods used thunder to whip the world, some gods sent down a rain of thundering swords, and some even raised their hands to mix countless thunderbolts in the palm of their hands and threw them out at the same time. 36 divine beings successively showed their abilities and sent down heavenly thunderbolts. The hissing sound of the Great Master resounded through the heavens and earth, vaguely overpowering the roar of thunder. Even though it was in the middle of the thunder pool, the Great Master still tried to go against the sky. Right at this moment, a huge, colorful seal descended from the sky. Heavenly Master Seal. The seal of the Heavenly Master that had been passed down from generations of great Heavenly Masters was like a mountain peak crushing the top of the mountain. The Heavenly Master Seal crashed to the ground. It suppressed the Great Master to death. There was no more hissing from the Great Master in heaven and earth. Behind Zhang Shining, the 43 great Heavenly Masters' silhouettes dissipated, and the heavenly clouds also gradually dissipated, and the 36 divine beings also returned to nothingness. Above the earth, it was already devastated. The earth appeared scorched black, and where the thunder passed, almost no grass grew. The Great Master had long since turned into a streak of robbed ash, dissipating into the heavens and earth. Zhang Shining's white light dissipated and he fell to the ground. The Heavenly Master's seal transformed into its normal size and slowly hovered above Zhang Shining's head, sheltering this young Taoist. At this point, the dust settled. The 10-mile radius was cleared by the thunderbolt. On a hill several miles away, there was a plain old man. The old man was small and thin, with a pair of cloudy old eyes looking towards the center of the thunderbolt. The old man looked at the young Taoist priest and the Heavenly Master's seal, and remained silent. After noticing that the Great Master had gone up in smoke, the old man only gently shook his head and then slowly turned around. Just at this moment, behind the old man, a green shirt suddenly appeared here. Chapter 85 Xianyu. On top of the hill, a man in a green shirt suddenly appeared behind the old man. It was precisely Lin Rong who had rushed all the way to this place. The plain and unimpressive old man, looking at the green-shirted man who had suddenly appeared behind him, was slightly surprised and said, "It's you?" Lin looked calm and said, "It's been a long time, Xianyu." The seemingly ordinary, small and thin old man in front of him. Surprisingly, he was one of the legendary 4 great masters, old demon Xianyu. The old man, whose identity was broken by a single word, just laughed and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen you, a full 10 years, right?" Old Devil Xian Yu looked at Lin Rong in front of him and laughed. "I didn't think that you actually didn't die." Lin Rong just let out a light laugh and said, "Surprised?" Old Devil Xian Yu scared twice and said, "Unexpected, yet not unexpected." Old Devil Xian Yu pointed to the sky and slowly said, "To be able to survive that powerful thunderbolt, you are also worthy of the title of number 1 in the world." The 35th year of the Yuan calendar. The only major event in the Jianghu. That legendary number 1 in the world wanted to cross over to become immortal. At Mount Treading Underworld, there was an apocalypse cloud pressing down. Compared to the one on Mount Tapmay a few years ago, this thunderbolt that Zhang Xining had invoked not long ago with the help of half of the heavenly master's fortune of Longhu Mountain to add to it, was nothing more than that. Lin turned towards Zhang Xining, who was lying on the ground in the distance, lifted his chin and asked, "It was your handiwork, right?" For an old golden body realm martial artist whose lifespan is approaching to be able to seek out the relics of that painted skin woman, it's a bit too much to underestimate the several old masters of painted skin in the Jianghu. 200 years ago, the skin painting woman suddenly disappeared in the Jianghu. During these 200 years, there were countless cultivators who practiced with painted skins, who had gone before and after, and were unable to find the legacy of that woman's great master even after exhausting their lives. Xian Yu Old Devil laughed, did not hide, said, "Zhang Kuei is after that woman, painting skin together the most gifted cultivator, but the old man is a lot of effort." When Zhang Kuei's lifespan was approaching, Xian Yu Old Devil introduced this old master into the Dark Palace. In the end, Zhang Kuei also lived up to Xian Yu's expectations, breaking through to the Xianxin realm in one fell swoop, and even went off the beaten path, attempting to take over that great master. However, Old Devil Xian Yu sighed and said helplessly, "Unfortunately, it still won't work." Even though Old Devil Xian Yu had stepped in to gather the final sword lungs for Zhang Kuei still hadn't been able to do it. Lin slightly sidestepped and made way. Old Devil Xian Yu slowly walked beside Lin. The two walked side by side. Lin curiously said, "That head of the so-called Great Master, has he ever stepped into the celestial realm for half a step?" Old Demon Xian Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Barely half a step into the celestial realm." Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and asked, "That woman with the painted skin, which step did she finally make it to?" Old Devil Xian Yu pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "You and I have both stepped into the celestial realm, the subtleties of which are well understood. That head of the so-called Great Master, even if that woman Great Master reappeared on Earth, there is absolutely no possibility of sowing out a celestial realm." Lin Rong just nodded his head gently. Old Devil Xian Yu said helplessly, "Unfortunately, this path is still not accessible." Lin's black eyes were as quiet as still water, looking towards the sky, murmuring, "Longevity, is it really so important?" Old Devil Xian Yu was silent for a moment, and said with a dumbfounded smile, "Only if you have personally traveled to Fengdu Hell, will you know what it's like." Rumor had it that this great master of the Devil's Way had once personally traveled to Fengdu Gufu and glimpsed the line between yin and yang, life and death. Lin twisted his head to look at the ruins and frowned, "It's really a painstaking endeavor." Old Devil Xian Yu didn't care, and only calmly said, "At the current realm, how can one be willing to be trapped to death?" The last great master of the old Jianghu. The first great master of the new Jianghu. In order to figure out the path to immortality, Old Demon Xian Yu lured Zhang Kuei to inherit the path of the painted skin woman. Although Zhang Kuei succeeded in taking a new path, he was able to keep his bones and replace his flesh, constantly replacing his own flesh and blood. Unfortunately, it was ultimately a broken path, and his flesh festered faster and faster until it completely collapsed. Zhang Kuei tried to inherit the Great Master, let the Great Master completely wake up, and then occupy this body with the Divine Soul secret art. But it still didn't work. Let's not talk about the secret technique of abandoning the current body and taking over the body with the Divine Soul. The so-called Great Master alone would never be able to truly step into the celestial realm. After saying that, Old Demon Xian Yu suddenly pointed at Zhang Xining, who was lying in the ruins, and asked, "You want to protect him?" Lin nodded his head and said bluntly, "Right." 150 years ago, after Xian Yu Devil Dao had reached great success, the Dao sect had sent 66 real people to form a formation to surround it. However, the end result was still Xian Yu's old devil in the Devil Dang Mountain, slaughtering all 66 real people, killing the world's Taoist sects from then on. Tianqifu's superior headmaster de Tianshi is the death of Xian Yu Old Devil's hand. Now the Tianqifu treasure Tianshi seal is in front of the eyes, and back to the mountain will inherit the mantle of Tianshi Zhang Xining on the ground. Surprisingly, Old Devil Xian Yu did not say anything more, but only nodded his head lightly. Instead, old devil Xian Yu looked at Lin Er, and after a moment, laughed. "You're injured, very heavily." Old devil Xian Yu just sighed and said, "The heavenly Tao has backfired, it's actually so heavy." Back then, in the battle where Lin Er had picked up the title of number 1 in the world, one person had broken into the capital of the kingdom of Liang and picked off the head of that king of Liang, causing the kingdom of Liang to fall apart, and from then on, the world was divided in two. However, Liang's fortune was not yet broken, and Lin Er's forced intervention led to the backlash of the heavenly Tao. So on the top of Tap Mei, there was that 500 years, the most massive thunderbolt. Lin today's cultivation is far less than the original, has long fallen out of the celestial realm. Hearing this, old devil Xian Yu shook his head and laughed. Although the thunderbolt was big, it was after all a minor injury. After saying this, old devil Xian Yu pointed to Lin Rong's heart orifices and said smilingly, "The physical body can be repaired, but the heart of the Tao is difficult to mend." That powerful thunderbolt was not true, but in the end, it was unable to kill Lin Daoxian, who had long been firmly established as the number 1 in the world. But the heavenly Tao can't be so easily reversed. The physical body could still be repaired, but once the Tao heart was broken, how could it be filled? Old devil Xian Yu sized up the green-shirted man in front of him and said, "The appearance hasn't changed much, but the divine intent is too unlike back then." Lin Rong's expression remained unchanged and he did not make a sound. Old devil Xian Yu shook his head and said, "It looks like you're trapped in the same place by yourself, but in fact, it's all the will of heaven." Lin folded his sleeves with both hands and said, "Now is a great opportunity, don't you try to kill me?" Old devil Xian Yu snorted and said, "It's just a false name, why would I gamble on my great Tao cultivation?" At the moment, the sole purpose of this devil Tao Grandmaster was to grope for the great Tao of immortality. Old devil Xian Yu laughed. "Gone, no need to send him off." This old man, who was flat and without any flow of true qi, left unhurriedly. Lin stood in place, his eyes calm. Until he walked out 100 paces, the old man suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around with a smile. If the old man really can't find that great Tao of immortality, before old me's lifespan runs out, I will definitely come to kill you, the number 1 in the world. Chapter 86 Xian Yun Mantra. A heavenly calamity had washed over the world, and the heavens and earth were clarified. Lin Er was squatting beside Zhang Shenji, looking at this heavenly master who was so young, but was able to wear a purple robe. Zhang Shening's true qi was all consumed at the moment, and a few strands of white hair appeared on his temples, which was the result of the celestial master's burning of his qi and blood. The great master had assembled the 5 elements and 5 organs, and had obtained the spine of the Xiantian realm, plus the handiwork left by the female great master. This great master had actually come to life. Even though this great master has no possibility of stepping into the celestial realm, and even more so, no divine soul remains. However, the physical body of this great master had truly taken half a step out of the Xiantian realm, arriving at the half-step celestial realm. Although this great master appeared to be awake, it was not conscious, only harboring a thought of killing, and was only a monster at the half-step celestial realm. Although Zhang Xining was at the Xiantian realm and was a Taoist orthodoxy, the cost of suppressing Jiang Kuei was not small, and when he faced this great master, he seemed a bit incapable of doing so, and was riding on a mantis. Lin Er put one hand on Zhang Shening's wrist and felt Zhang Shening's veins. He used his own blood to draw the Four Suns Thunder Pool formation, and then was devoured by the formation, and then forced to drive the Thunder Law. Now within Zhang Shening's body, the small world of the human body had long been in chaos. There are hundreds of meridians in the body broken, and burning blood, but also injured the origin. I'm afraid that the minimum life loss of 10 years. The 2 strands of white hair at the temples are proof. Lin Er did not hesitate, will own a mouthful of refined true qi, along the fingers into Zhang Shening meridians. The Tianchi seal was still hovering above Zhang Shening's head, sheltering the Taoist priest underneath. Lin Er measured this heavenly master seal. The whole body was made of Xian jade, which was 7 points thick and 1.5 inches long horizontally. The left side was engraved with a cloud seal, and the right side was engraved with a spirit symbol. The Taoist aura was extremely heavy. Lin Er looked towards the bottom of the heavenly master seal, only to see 4 square ancient characters engraved. The world is at peace. Lin said softly, worthy of being the heavenly master seal. It was the first time that Lin had seen this heavenly master seal. Rumor had it that this heavenly master seal was cast by the first palmist grand heavenly master, and it had been passed down from generation to generation, all held by each palmist grand heavenly master. And each of the great masters of the palm of the heavenly master seal will be their own Tao law carved a subtle rune. In the long run, there were already 43 subtle runes on this Tianchi seal. Lin. The sect leader Great Celestial Master had not made a move, and the rest of the purple-robed Celestial Masters had not descended the mountain.
Could it be that there's a disturbance in the demon-locking pagoda?
Lin Rong frowned slightly. Nowadays, the Taita dynasty was suppressing cultivators in the world, and although the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's mansion was the head of the Taoist sects in the world, it was still difficult to avoid Taiha's suppression. Today, the northern world, after all, is occupied by the Taita dynasty, and the country's prosperity is the general trend. Now Longhu Mountain on the Purple Robe Master, no special circumstances shall not be unauthorized down the mountain, and the head of the Grand Master Zhang Yuanling, if you want to go down the mountain, but also need to be two and the emperor of the dynasty of the emperor's personal not to be able to do. I'm afraid that Zhang Xining also went down the mountain without authorization. And in order to protect Zhang Xining, the current head teacher Zhang Yuanling did not hesitate to lose half of Longhu Mountain's destiny, but also sacrificed the Tiancher seal across the continent. 100 years ago, Xian Yu Old Devil will 66 Taoist real people slaughtered, killed the world Taoist on the verge of breaking the generation. Since then the world Taoist has been in a state of collapse. Tianshifu on the previous head of the Grand Master of the Immortal Death, the last Grand Master by the Taoist Qigong implicated, ruling the Tianshifu just 20 years will be immortal, until the current Grand Master Zhang Yuanling, Longhu Mountain only gradually slow down over. This is the world's top Taoist sect, the luck to be pulled up again, to fight demons and demons for many years, but also help the world to save the people's great merits in the body. The momentum is very good. Just after this incident, Longhu Mountain Purple Gold Luck Lotus withered half, can be said to be hurt. Lin Rong thinking for a moment, and then with two fingers in mid-air drawing symbols.
Just see Lin Rong fingertips have golden light escape, in mid-air waving outline.
The golden light remained in mid-air for a long time.
From the beginning to the end, it was done in a single breath.
A mysterious talisman was carved in mid-air. Lin Air recited silently. The cloud seal is in the void, at the beginning of the catastrophe at the beginning, it is in the distance, sinking or floating. The five directions are wandering around, 1 square meter away the heavenly truthful emperor presses the brush and writes. In order to perform the whole chapter, the second book of spiritual symbols the beginning of the descent, the true text of the birth of the dress. It is clear that there is something, and there is nothing.
Xian Yun Mantra.
Lin left this talisman on the back of Zhang Xining's hand. Lin let out a sigh and said, it's also a return of things to their original owners. The Xianyun mantra had long disappeared for a full 100 years, and this divine mantra was originally held by the Taoist realist of the Spiritual Treasure sect. However, after the battle of the demon Dangshan Mountain by the Xianyu Old Devil, the Taoist master of the Spiritual Treasure sect died, and the Xianyun mantra was cut off from the generation. Ling Bao school Taoist masters were killed and injured. The Xianyun spell which passes through was also more and more difficult to break. The Taoist priests of the Ling Bao sect had never passed down the spell even after 50 years. In the years when Lin Xiu was walking in the Jianghu, he had visited Ling Bao sect by chance. By chance, the Xianyun mantra, which the Taoist priests of the Ling Bao sect were unable to cultivate, was actually cultivated by Lin Xiu. At that time, the old Taoist monk of the highest rank in the Spiritual Treasure sect not only didn't blame Lin Rong for stealing the master, but instead, he was excited with tears in his eyes. That old Taoist priest looked up to the sky and laughed, "Senior brother, the Xianyun mantra has been passed down." After that old Taoist priest laughed 3 times, he passed away with a smile on his face. Afterwards, Lin Er was told by the Taoist priest of the Ling Bao school that this old Taoist priest of very high seniority was the same senior brother as the real person who was the head of the Ling Bao school who died in the Devil's Dangshan Mountain. Only the old Taoist's senior brother was extremely talented, not only cultivated the Xianyun spell, but also stepped into the half-step Xianshan realm, took over the position of the head of the Ling Bao school. The old Taoist's talent is mediocre. The first half of his life cultivation is even more slack, 3 days fishing 2 days sunshine net. However, in the battle against the devil, the old Taoist's senior brother died and the Xianyun mantra was cut off. The old Taoist wept bitterly and was determined to pass on the Xianyun mantra, but his own cultivation talent was mediocre, and even after a lifetime of exhaustion, he was unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Xianyun mantra. The real people in the Spiritual Treasure sect who had mastered the Xianyun mantra had all passed away long ago. The old Taoist priest was the last Taoist priest who had seen the spell with his own eyes. The later generations of the Spiritual Treasure sect were even more confused about the Xianyun mantra, which they had never seen before, making it difficult for them to comprehend. The old Taoist priest day after day, year after year, always relentlessly recounting the divine meaning of the Xianyun mantra. But the spell has that clear it's there, the dark it's not said, can only be understood, cannot be conveyed. The old Taoist, so speak for 50 years, has been unwilling to leave, is relying on the inheritance of the Xian Yun mantra of the beliefs of the bitter support. The old Taoist was unwilling to see the Xian Yun mantra cut off. It was only after Lin Er visited the spiritual treasure sect by mistake and practiced the Xian Yun mantra that the old Taoist priest left with a big smile on his face. In the following years, Lingbao School was withering. The current head teacher Zhang Yuanling did not want Lingbao School to be severed, so he handed over a big peak Xianfu Peak in the boundary of Longhu Mountain to the Taoist priests of Lingbao School, and from then on, the Taoist priests of Lingbao School were also included in Longhu Mountain. Lin Er will be thus lost for many years of the Xian Yun incantation engraved into the back of Zhang Xinning's hand. Chapter 87 Dong, Wang, Shui, Zhao. Tianjing City. The sky is not yet bright, now in the middle of winter, white fog. In front of the doors of those big families, the sedan chair had already been prepared, and there were 2 or 3 boys, bowing and waiting. Those in the capital city as an official lords, the night has not yet dissipated, will get up into the sedan chair, to go to the brilliant imperial city. In front of the Dong family compound, a middle-aged man stepped out from the vermilion lacquer gate, with a green-colored auspicious cloud broad-bordered jade belt around his waist, wearing a big red official robe. The middle-aged man had a beautiful beard, and his face was upright, with an extraordinary demeanor. Seeing his master go out, the doorway boy immediately bent down and lifted the sedan chair curtain for the man. In Tianjing City, excluding the premier royal family Yang clan, under this, there are 4 big families. They were Dong, Wang, Shui, and Zhao. These 4 great families were the great families and nobles of the heavenly capital. This middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor is Dong Yichang of the Dong family, who is now the first grade of the imperial guards. Dong Yichang in the sedan chair, eyes closed, sitting on his knees. In addition to the 2 successive litter carriers, there is another man who is also dressed as a servant, but his real identity is the Dong family's eagle dog, trotting alongside the litter. The man used the martial arts means of gathering threads to transmit sound and said in a low voice, "Master Dong, now Yang Shuiwei is already in Longhu Mountain." Dong Yichang, still with his eyes closed, calmly said, "I see." Dong Yichang asked in a deep voice, "Where has Yang He been these past few days?" The man looked around and after confirming that no one was listening in, he opened his mouth and said, "Yang Hyuk has been staying in a small courtyard on the edge of the capital all this time, having fun with that bought flower girl day in and day out." Dong Yichang frowned slightly before asking after him, "Where is Yang He?" Upon hearing this, the man, however, was a bit rushed and said, "My subordinate is incompetent and could not find any trace of Yang Yi." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this result, Dong Yichang instead let out a cold laugh. This full first-grade Tai Dong clan's Tai Bao laughed, "If I let you guys find his traces as well, he wouldn't be Yang Yi anymore." The man bowed his head slightly and said, "Yes." Dong Yichang faintly said, "Go back." As the sedan chair walked out of the corner of the street, the figure of the man who had followed the sedan chair aside disappeared. There were only 2 boys carrying Dong Yichang to the imperial city. Dong Yichang slowly clenched and unclenched his fist in the sedan chair. Nowadays, there are 4 big families in the capital. The Dong family has a first-ranked Tai Pao Dong Yichang, the Wang family has a first-ranked Tai Fu Wang Tum, and the Chui family has a first-ranked General Chui Ding. The Dong, Wang, and Chui families all had a first-ranking official in their ranks. Dong Yichang, the Imperial Assurance, Wang Tum, although they are all officials of the first grade, but always by the current Prime Minister Du Luanfeng steady head. Chui family General Chui Ling is a first-class military general, but on top of the present Jinghua General Chen Kai. When Du Luanfeng, military Chen Kai. Both of them are the real position of the people's minister. And the capital of the 4 heavenly family, only the Zhao family did not have into the dynasty as an official person. But the current empress, surnamed Zhao. The 4 great families are intertwined and rooted in the capital. In addition to the 4 great families, there are dozens of other families and nobles, located in the capital city. Dong Yichang rubbed his thumb and frowned slightly. Today's Emperor Yangzhen, after all, is old, plus young war, often the imperial chariot, body old injuries and hidden disease countless, even with the Qin Tian supervisor in alchemy, I am afraid that there is no way to return to heaven. At most 3 years, the dragon chair, I am afraid to change people to sit. Now the current chief minister Du Luanfeng is also dying, from a humble background, and is a lone minister. Prince Yang He, although nominally is the crown prince, but in fact is not learned, idle all day, now the court up and down, there has been to set up virtuous abolition of the long meaning. The second Prince Yang Yi, when Tao military strategy, deep thoughts, calling people elusive, such as today's capital, there are already many people secretly bet on the second prince, if you can really over Yang He, that is a reel from the dragon's work. Wang Tum has always stood firm. Yang He never wavered.
Dong Yichang, the imperial protector, is now silently favoring Yang He.
General Cui Ding, on the other hand, was wavering and did not take a position. The Zhao family, because of that empress, had no fear. However, apart from these, the most noticeable thing in the court today is still the great general of Xinhua, Chen Kai. This unsealable Xingui general, holding half of the military power of Taihe, and has a high prestige, and even has one of the world's 3 major iron horsemen, the Kaishan heavy armor horse. The most important thing is that this Xinhua great general is still less than 50 years old. Dong Yichang look hesitant, for secretly bet on Yang Yi matter, the risk is naturally high cannot be higher, but once made, Dong family is from the dragon's merit. Dong Yichang is thinking at the time, the sedan chair but slowly stopped. Outside the sedan chair, the boy said softly, Master Dong, here. Dong Yichang poked his body out of the sedan chair, and the splendid imperial city was right in front of him. Regardless of rank, anyone who enters this place must dismount and get off the horse and go to the court on foot. I'm afraid that the only exception to this is the 800-mile expedited secret report from the saucer that is subordinate to Grand Master Chen. Golden Palace. Civilian and military officials, from the palace gate, a line lined up. 100 officials dressed in expensive official robes, feet on golden boots, fish line, towards the court hall. Civilian and military officials of different ages, different attitudes, but without exception, all symbolize the power and majesty of the Taihe dynasty. Until the civil and military officials stood in the Golden Palace. Heaven and earth before the morning light. A line of morning light straight into the Golden Palace. Civilian officials at the head of the person, is still the dynasty's first minister, means and heart are the world's first-class Du Luanfeng. Du Luanfeng is still hunched over, squinting and smiling. After Du Luanfeng, it is the imperial protection Dong Yichang, the two-tomb of Wang Fu. Then after that is the Ministry of War Secretary Qin Na, and then the Ministry of Household Secretary Wang Zhenghe, the Ministry of Right Secretary Li Zida. Military generals at the head of the person, naturally, is the Xingui General Chen Kai, the only person who can wear armor to the temple with a sword. Chen Kai pressed his sword with one hand, looking indifferent. Behind Chen Kai is the great General Cui Ding. Today, there is no prince on the spot, only the civil and military officials. This wave of powerful people are standing quietly in the Golden Palace. Until the old man wearing a 5-clawed golden dragon yellow robe appeared on the throne. The civil and military officials all bent their heads and said aloud, "Long live the emperor, long live the emperor." Yang Jin scanned his feet and slowly sat on top of the dragon chair. Rise up. The south side of Tianjing City. In the middle of a pricey, ancient small courtyard. Strange stones and emerald trees, flowing goblets of water. In the center was a small pavilion called the Water Release Pavilion, which was quiet and simple, and was suitable and natural. In the pavilion, there is a tall man wearing a red-colored robe with thick eyebrows and big eyes, drinking wine non-stop. It was the current crown prince Yang He. Opposite Yang He, there was a woman with a graceful body, dancing slowly. Even in the dead of winter, this flower girl is still wearing a light veil, charming eyes like silk, dancing. Just at this time, a handsome man wearing fox fur visited the small courtyard. Yang He saw the visitor and smiled with joy. Yang He, how did you find the time to come to my place? Chapter 88 Heavenly Stream Jade. Yang He stood up and waved towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi slowly walked into the water drainage pavilion and sat down opposite Yang Yi. Yang Yi's face was calm and said calmly, I have nothing to do, so I came to bother Brother Wang, don't be surprised. Yang Yi frowned and waved his hand in feigned anger, nonsense, between you and me brothers, net talk nonsense. After saying that, Yang Yi immediately smiled happily and put his arm around Yang Yi's shoulder. Yang Hyuk made a wink towards the flower girl who was dancing not far away, and said smilingly to Yang Yi, what's the matter? You still can't hold it in? I've been saving it for you, don't look at her tie and charming, but she's actually still a chick. After saying that, Yang Yi shouted towards that flower girl, come here. When that woman heard Yang Yi speak, she immediately stopped her movements, moved lightly with her lotus steps, and walked towards the water drainage pavilion. The woman's flower girl already has a graceful body, and just wear a light veil, all the way lotus steps quickly, it seems that the front is more undulating, waves. Waiting for the woman to walk to the front, lightly biting red lips, low eyebrows, softly said, Your Highness the Prince. Seeing this seductive appearance of the woman, Yang Yi laughed and scolded, what a wavy hoof. Yang Yi frowned slightly and said, Brother Wang. But without waiting for Yang Yi to finish, Yang Yi pulled the woman with one hand and yanked fiercely. Ah! Only hearing the woman moan, she was violently yanked by Yang Yi and fell into Yang Yi's arms. The woman fell on Yang Hyuk's lap, and Yang Hyuk wrapped one hand around the shapely woman, and made a strong pinch towards the woman's roundness behind her.
"Ah, Your Highness."
The woman shrieked, and then feigned anger to look at Young Hee, but her eyes were charming and panting. Obviously it is the dead of winter, it is already cold, and the woman is only wearing a light veil. But this woman's body, but do not see the slightest coolness, on the contrary, it is as warm as sheep's fat beautiful jade. Yang Hee made a gesture to push the woman towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi, however, got up violently, stood aside, and said in a cold voice, "Brother Wang, that's enough." Yang Yi had no choice but to take this shapely woman in his arms and said, "What an elm brain." Yang Yi quietly sighed and calmly said, "Brother Wang, now Soluble Moon is in Longhu Mountain, and will move back to Tianjing City in 5 days.
Yang Yi nodded and casually said, "There's no movement from the Heavenly Master's demon-suppressing pagoda?" Yang Yi was silent for a moment and slowly said, "It was suppressed by the Heavenly Master." Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's good. It's all said that underneath the demon-suppressing pagoda, there are 3-headed, 6-armed, green-faced and fanged demons and devils. If they run out it can be very bad." Yang Yi said helplessly, "Brother Wang, after all, it's just a rumor." Yang Yi was unimpressed and did not say anything. Yang Yi looked into the distance and suddenly spoke in a cold voice, "Brother Wang, I'm going to personally pick up Solstice Moon and return to the capital." Yang Yi's complexion slightly froze, instantly returned to normal, and then fell into silence. Yang Yi's eyes were as cold as frost, and with a cold snort, he said, "Now there are some people who can't hold back and want to test the bottom line of this imperial city again." After saying that, Yang Yi turned around and said, "I would like to see who wants to find death." Yang Yi was silent for a long time, the wine cup in his hand hovering for a long time. The world knew that at the very beginning, Emperor Yangzhen had 3 imperial sons and 2 princesses. But why is it that nowadays, in the Taiha dynasty, there is only one princess, Yang Shuiwa? That young princess died when she was only 13 years old. At that time, Liang was overthrown, and Taiha dynasty had just taken over the northern part of the world, and the situation was not yet settled. Some people used the life of a princess to test the bottom line of the current emperor. But this matter, by the Emperor Yangzhen personally intervened, completely terminated. It was no longer pursued. Before Yang Yi walked out of the small courtyard, he looked back and gave Yang Yi a distant glance. This second prince wrapped the fox fur, complex expression, turned to leave. After Yang Yi left, Yang Yi's expression turned calm. Yang Yi's eyes were ice cold as he said in a cold voice towards the flower girl in his arms, "Get lost." That woman flower girl immediately stood up and stood by the side in a disciplined manner, silenced. Yang Yi looked indifferent and placed the wine cup in his hand on the table. As today, the capital city is really lively, those few old undead people finally couldn't hold back. Dong, Wang, Zhao, and Shui. These 4 great families have been stupid for many years, and now they are finally starting to reach out. Yang Yi stood up and said in a cold voice towards the shadows, "Go and follow Yang Yi, make sure that Yang Yi and Solstice Moon return to Tianjing City safely." A hoarse voice came from the darkness. As ordered. Yang Yi narrowed his eyes, his figure hidden in the shadows, looking out at the splendid imperial city. The mountain rain wanted to come. Taizhou. A hoof-shaped basin with few verdant forests, many chaotic rocks, and a dry sky. There are mountain ranges on all sides, year-round sweltering. But this basin is one of the 72 blessed lands, Gone Mountain Blessed Land. In itself, it is dry and hot, but it is named Gone. After leaving the mass grave, Lin Er did not return to Yuzhou, instead, he took a detour and went to Taizhou. At this time, Lin Qiu was standing at the edge of the Gone Mountain Blessed Land, his body undulating in the rocks. The more he walked towards the center of the blessed land, the drier it became, causing people to feel bored. Lin's was stood on a strange rock, his green shirt was windless. All the way to the inner perimeter of the Gone Mountain Blessed Land, through the jungle of rocks and stones, there was a clanking sound looming in the distance. Upon hearing this string of gold and stone sounds, Lin Error smiled blandly, and then his figure accelerated. The very center of the Gone Mountain Blessed Land. The originally dry and stuffy atmosphere had changed drastically when he arrived here. A cool wind on the face, only feel the entrance cool wind, sweet and moist, refreshing the heart. Further away, there is a bright spring, slowly gushing, ling-ding sound. The spring water is extremely cool and cold, and it pierces the bones. Gone Mountain Blessed Land in the center is an open flatland, but this flatland is black and shiny, refreshingly cool. Lin Qiu stopped at this open flatland. Under the feet of this large black shiny flatland, in fact, is a huge heavenly stream jade. Tianjian jade cannot be found,
once the Jianghu appeared in the world, is the situation of $1,000. The Tianjian jade is famous for its hardness, and is a heavily sharpening stone. Whether it is a sword cultivator or a swordsman, Tianjian jade is their favorite. This piece of heavenly stream jade, which was born in heaven and earth, is where the word Gan is located in the Gan mountain blessed land. On the vast flat land, there are a few thatched cottages. Here, there was one of the world's leading refiners. It was just as Lin Yu took a step out. Between the heavens and the earth, there was a fierce sword sound. In an instant, a flying sword shot out from the hut. The blade of this flying sword was incomparably sharp, and there was also steaming white gas on the sword, which was extremely fast. The speed of the flying sword was so fast that the steaming white gas formed a line, and the sound of breaking air was loud. It stabbed straight at Lin Er's face. Bing! Until the tip of the sword is only 1 inch away from the center of Lin Rong's eyebrow, only to see Lin Rong's body shape does not move, instantly with 2 fingers will clip the flying sword that shot. The flying sword was stopped by Lin Rong's 2 fingers, the long sword trembled non-stop, but couldn't move an inch further. The flying sword violently stopped, wrapped in sword chi is whistling past, blowing Lin Rong clothes grinning. Long hair flying. Chapter 89 Shan Yuan Yu. Lin Rong gently pivoted the tip of the sword and threw the long sword, which had just been quenched out, to one side. Lin slightly side-eyed and lightly laughed. It's really unheard of for old friends to reunite with such a welcoming gesture. Only to see not far away from the hut, slowly walked out of a stout man with a naked upper body. The man paid no mind to Lin Rong's words and laughed. After all, it's Grandmaster Lin's grand arrival, so naturally, it should be novel enough. After saying that, the man raised his hand and the flying sword obediently returned to the man's hand. The man surveyed this long sword that had just been quenched and quenched out, curling his fingers to flick the sword body. There was a crisp sword chirping sound. The man laughed and said, "It's not bad." The man resumed his surname Shen Yuan. Lin Er walked to Shen Yuan Yu's side, also touched the flying sword, said, "It seems the world is going to have one more famous sword." Shen Yuan Yu held the long sword with one hand and laughed. "The name of the sword is Autumn Cicada, how is it?" Lin gently nodded his head and said, "Excellent." Shen Yuan Yu had been in seclusion for 5 years and had spent 5 years to forge this Autumn Cicada. This Autumn Cicada was made of meteorite iron from outside the sky. Just melting that piece of extraterrestrial meteorite iron with fire alone took Shen Yuan Yu a year of time. And molding the sword shape, it will take another year. Since the beginning of the furnace for the start, 5 times in the spring and fall, only to be completed. After the quenching, once the world, the sword light will be great, as if there is a spirit. Among the world's famous swords. Shen Yuan Yu turned to Lin Rong and curiously said, "Lin Daoxian, why are you free to come to Gan Mountain Blessed Land?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Shen Yuan Yu frowned fiercely again, staring at Lin Er in disbelief. "You fell in the realm?" Lin smiled helplessly and didn't say anything more. Shen Yuan Yu had been in seclusion for a full 5 years, not asking questions and staying away from the world. For the Jianghu thing press simply do not hear, Lin Rong and the pedal meditation mountain crossing the robbery matter naturally also do not know. In the Jianghu, there is no lack of martial arts obsessive. Shen Yuan Yu is a real refining obsessive. This world's premier refiner, living in seclusion in the Gan Mountain Blessed Land for many years. Lin Er, hands folded sleeves, did not say anything more, just smiled and opened his mouth to ask, "At the beginning promised to cast a handful of soldiers for me, can it still be counted?" Shen Yuan Yu was slightly stunned, and then laughed fiercely and said, "Of course." As far as the refiner was concerned, whether or not he could cast a famous weapon was naturally the first big thing. Secondly, after casting a divine weapon, the weapon holder is the second most important thing. The most famous one is the heavenly defeat sword immortal of 300 years ago, who was ranked as the first of the 4 great masters of the old Jianghu Lake and wore the sword Big Cloud. The sword of Great Cloud was used by the immortal to cross the Jianghu Lake and open the Wuyu Mountain. The famous sword Di Yun was also ranked as the most famous sword in the world. Even after 300 years, the Great Cloud is still the #1 sword in the hearts of sword cultivators in the world. As for today's Jianghu, the sword Dao leader Cold Pool Sword Immortal, can let their own sword Cold Plum crowded out Big Cloud position, is not yet known. In today's sword cultivator's heart, there is an unspoken, but recognized thing. Whether or not Cold Plum can squeeze out Big Cloud, the key lies in the fact that the Cold Pool Sword Immortal, within 50 years, will be able to win over the world's #1. But after the world's first soul scattered in the tap mission, this matter will not be settled. Shen Yuan Yu, eyes blazing, asked, "What do you need me to cast for you?" Knowing that this person in front of him, but today in the Jianghu, recognized as the world's first 10 years ago, when the two first met, Xian Yuan promised to cast a Dao weapon for Lin Daoxian. But at the time is still full of white hair. Lin Daoxian is a big smile back Xian Yuan's good intentions.
At first, Xian Yuan had curiously asked, "Why are you unwilling to hold a weapon?"
The white-haired man, who had already reached the celestial realm, just raised his hand to the sky as if he was touching it and laughed. "I am invincible in the world, so why do I need to use external objects?" At that time, Lin Daoxian had already encompassed all the world's best skills in one. Conceded that he was invincible in the world, all external objects were a burden. They haven't seen each other for 10 years. Today, Xian Yuan had just cast this autumn cicada, and Lin Zhu visited the Gone Mountain blessed land. As for the man in front of him, why he has fallen in the realm and why his hair has turned black, it is of no interest to Xian Yuan. If Lin Daoxian said, he would listen. If Lin Daoyuan doesn't say it, he won't listen. The only thing Xian Yuan was clear about was that he still owed Lin Daoxian a Dao weapon. Lin Error on the other hand looked towards the spring not far away and spoke, "I need a sword." When these words came out, Xian Yuan was first slightly stunned, and then after a moment of silence, he tentatively asked, "You want to ask for a sword, Cold Pool?" You have to know that nowadays in the Jianghu, but there is a world sword Dao leader, Cold Pool Sword Immortal. Cold Pool Sword Fairy below, there are White Shen, Zhenbai, Wu Fengtong 3-peak sword cultivator. Now you are the best in the world, now you want to specialize in the sword? Could it be that you, Lin Daoxian, also want to pick up the title of a great sword immortal? Or do you, Lin Daoxian, want to have a life and death battle with Cold Pool? Lin Rong however said helplessly, "It's not for me, but for a Jianghu scion." Xian Yuan then was greatly surprised, rubbing his chin, curiously asked, "There can still be a junior in the world that you Lin Daoxian can get into the eyes of?" To say that the cultivators Xian Yuan had seen in his life, Lin Daoxian definitely counted as one who could hold up the word crazy. Now, he even came to beg for a sword for the sake of a junior? Xian Yuan looked at Lin Rong scared, really? Doesn't make much sense. 10 years of not seeing each other. How did you, the arrogant and incomparable number one in the world, lose all your temper and become that courteous and humble person? Lin Rong just folded his sleeves with both hands and laughed lightly. "What, haven't you heard of the saying that when a scholar is separated for 3 days, he should be impressed?" Xian Yuan still had a strange look on his face. Lin looked helpless and had nothing to say. Xian Yuan no longer pursued these, turned to the hands of the just-born autumn cicada handed to Lin Rong, said, "This autumn cicada gifted to that person, can it be good?" However, Lin Shou did not accept this long sword, which was ranked in the top 10 of the world's most famous swords in terms of quality alone. Lin Er pushed the autumn cicada to Xian Yuan and said, "There's no rush, he's not worthy of being the holder of the autumn cicada." Xian Yuan was not pretentious and simply put this autumn cicada away. This autumn cicada that took 5 years to come out, naturally had sword cultivators who waited for it bitterly. In Xian Yuan the only thing is only the refining matter, the rest and so on, all can be thrown distraction thing. Xian Yuan then asked, "What do you want to use to forge a sword?" Lin wrongly stretched out his left hand, but pointed to the ground. Xian Yuan too was first confused, and then incredulously said, "You want to cast a sword from heavenly stream jade?" Chapter 90 Going North. Xian Yuan looked at Lin Rong doubtfully and said, "Although Tianjin jade is a heavily sharpening stone, and ranks among the top in the world in terms of hardness alone, but as you know, stiffness is easy to break, and Tianjin jade isn't a good material for casting swords." Just as Xian Yuan said, by no means the harder the better, weapon category, rigid is easy to fold, soft is easy to bend. The only thing that can come out of the world is the combination of rigidity and flexibility, and then after thousands of hammers and refining. Lin Rong but gently shook his head, said, "Rather bend than bend. Weapons are the extension of the hand and foot, the tool moves with the body moves with the heart moves at will. Only a weapon that matches one's own heart can arrive at the realm of human sword unity." Xian Yuan then asked, "How long before you come to get the sword?" Lin Er folded his hands into his sleeves, silently projected, and said, 3 years for the longest, 1 year for the shortest. Xian Yuan let out a light laugh and said, "That would be 1 year." Lin Er just calmly said, "When he is in the upper 3 realms, breaks his own sword, and travels through the rivers and lakes, he will come here to take away this long sword." When Xian Yuan heard the words, "I'd rather break than bend," he muttered it several times, then laughed and said, "Good, I'd like to see what kind of heart this Jianghu Junior has." Xian Yuan then asked, "What if he didn't break his sword, or if he exchanged it for another sword in another place?" Lin Er was silent for a moment and said, "Then this long sword made of Tianjin jade would not belong to him."
Shen Yuanyu grinned and said, "A good one would rather bend than break. This Jianghu Scion, can he really walk through this questioning innings you set for him?" Lin Rong did not answer, he just looked towards the sky and laughed, "We'll see." Shen Yuanyu squatted down and lightly knocked on the piece of Tianjin jade, saying, "After it is cast, what about the name of the sword?" Lin Rong gently pressed his thumb against his index finger and voiced, "The name of the sword, Jade Shatter." Yuzhou, Traveling City. Wang Jin, who had returned to Rongjai alone, plopped down on the bamboo bed and slowly tempered his own true qi. His own martial arts true qi, starting from the dantian, traveled around the circumference of the sky. The circumference of the sky, the circle, the path of qi also. Circle, week after week, continuous is also said. Gas traveling around the sky. After a life and death battle, Wang Jin crossed two small realms one after another from the middle of the Chihi realm, stepping into the half-step golden body realm. Not only was the realm broken open, the sword intent was also created in one battle. Wang Jin opened his eyes, raised his left hand, and held his breath. Only at Wang Jin's left hand did a layer of subtle sword intent faintly emerge. Only by cultivating a sword intent could one be considered a sword cultivator who had ascended to a higher level than a swordsman. Unlike the martial arts style in the Jianghu, after a sword cultivator cultivates a sword intent, he can really step into the sword way. Wang Jin slowly dispersed this sword intent, and then stood up. The injuries sustained in that fight had been healed to a certain extent. Wang Jin did not rush to practice his sword, instead, he picked up his own sword. Wang Jin placed the long sword across his chest, then held the hilt with his right hand and slowly drew out the iron sword. Ever since he started practicing sword training, excluding the wooden sword, the first real sword was this ancient iron sword in his hand. It is an ordinary iron sword that was bought at 8 taels of silver in Name Win State. Wang Jin now cultivation is not low, visualization of the iron sword in the hand, naturally meticulous. Wang Jin clearly saw that there were strands of cracks on the sword. Wang Jin pushed the long sword in his hand into the scabbard. The teenager was a little homesick for no reason. The Taiha dynasty and the Kaiyuan dynasty divided the world in two. Taiha dynasty occupied the north of the world, totaling 12 states. The Kaiyuan dynasty occupies the south of the world, totaling 10 states. With the Tongtian River as the boundary, the world is divided into two. Shuzhou. As the southernmost state of the Taiha dynasty, Shuzhou was near the Tongtian River, and was far away from the Kaiyuan dynasty. There are 100,000 border troops in Shuzhou. Nowadays, most of the border troops guarding Shuzhou are people who fought 100 battles in the chaotic world, and one of the 3 major iron horsemen, the Kaisan heavy armor cavalry, is among them. Just since ancient times, there is no such thing as an iron wall. The people's hearts are repetitive, the most changeable. Now there is a pair of young men and women, crossing the Tongtian River and disembarking at the edge of Shuzhou. The man is dressed in cloth, his black hair is tied up casually, and he always has a smile on his face. The man said smilingly, "Is this the Taiha dynasty?" The man stretched out, stretching his body, and joked towards the woman beside him, "Payalo, do you think we count ourselves as the first to fight our way into the Taiha dynasty, and go back to invite a precedence? Not too much, right?" The woman stood aside and did not give the man a good face, coldly saying, "Chen Fan, you might as well say it a little louder, simply lure the Shuzhou army to come and arrest us, and give Yang Jin a big gift." The man named Chen Fan, on the other hand, did not care about this, waved his hand and said, "There has long been a saucer that has ordered the passes, you and I have forged our customs passes seamlessly, there will be no mistakes." The woman named Payalo gave Chen Fan a blank look and sneered, "When you really attract that Kaisan heavy armor rider, it will be your turn to cry." Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "The Kaishan heavy armored cavalry is not allowed to trespass unless there is an imperial order. Even if they really know about our traces, they have to honestly go and ask for Yang Jin's holy decree, as well as Chen Kai's troop talisman before they dare to send out their troops." Paidwi did not refute. It was not true that the Kaishan heavy armor cavalry was the #1 iron cavalry of the Taiha dynasty, but the position of this iron cavalry was extremely awkward. Although it was under the command of the Taiha dynasty, the predecessor of the Kaishan heavy armor cavalry was Chen Kai's own soldiers. Chen Kai in the chaotic times is the great general of the dynasty of Taiya, but now the northern world pacified, Taiya and Kaiyuan short time no dear in the world of the beginning, the old emperor Yang Jin in old age, now that the situation of the town of the great general is really delicate to the extreme. Kaishan heavy armor ride is only the imperial decree and the military symbols arrive together, can only move. Chen Kai has long been unsealed, originally after the pacification of the northern world, on the merits of the reward, Chen Kai completely enough to be sealed as a king of a different name. But in the end, I don't know whether it was Emperor Yang Jin who didn't nod his head,
or whether Chen Kai refused to be crowned king, and in the end, this great general of Xinhua, who had accomplished a great deal of work, stayed in Tianjin city. Chen Fan rubbed his chin and said smilingly, as today, the capital city must be bustling with activity. Pei Alo immediately interrupted, Chen Fan, I advise you to die of this thought, if you really step into the heavenly capital, you will die without a doubt. One must know that in the Tianjin city, apart from the openly visible Qin Tian supervisors and imperial guards, there are also many martial arts masters hiding in the imperial city, as well as that great eunuch Shen, who always wears red robes. Pei Alo spoke, let's go to Taizhou to take that sword. The longer you stay in the Taihe dynasty, the greater the risk of you being exposed. Even if you have the chaotic god clothes that shield the heavens, it's not enough, that gang of Qin Tian supervisors aren't for eating. Chen Fan, on the other hand, shook his head and said, there's no hurry, it's not easy to go north for once, go slower so that you can see clearly.
Chapter 91, The Only Way of Doing Things. Name of the state: Longhu Mountain Realm. After that magnificent purple and gold chi fortune shot up from Chaotian Peak and the heavenly master seal flew out in streams of light, the entire land realm of the Namewen prefecture was abuzz with discussion.
Chaotian Peak, Nalong residence. Yang Shuiyue, who had stayed here for half a month, looked at the Jinwu pond in the distance with a complicated expression. The red-robed eunuch at the side bowed and said, Your Highness, you may return. Yang Solyue just calmly said, Aha. Seeing this, the red-robed eunuch could not say anything more and silently stood to the side. On the surface, it was a visit to Longhu Mountain, but in actuality, it was supervising the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's office. Longhu Mountain's purple and gold chi lotus flower withered half of it overnight. Now that the demon-suppressing pagoda is not moving, and the Longhu Mountain chi luck has lost half of its number. Yang Shuyue's willow eyebrows slightly knit, looking toward the distant Jinwu pond, without saying a word. Tianjin city side has already come to the news, let Yang Shuyu can leave the mountain. It was just that Yang Solyue delayed again and again, and was hesitant to move to leave. At the same time, 100 iron horsemen stepped into the boundaries of Longhu Mountain. In this Taoist ancestral court, they roamed around recklessly, passing through 72 small peaks and heading straight to Chaotian Peak. The person in the lead was a handsome man clad in snow-white fox fur and covered in snow white. The visitor was none other than second Prince Yang Yi, who had rushed here from Tianjin city. 100 iron horsemen stopped at the foot of Chaotian Peak, and Yang Yi went up the mountain alone. Along the way, for this imposing second prince, the Longhu Mountain Taoist priests were oblivious. Until Yang Yi rushed to the front of the Nalong residence, there was not a celestial master present. Yang Yi's expression was cold, and he directly pushed the door to enter. Yang Shuiyue, who was originally looking towards the true martial pond, was slightly startled and followed the sound to look outside the Nalong residence. The red-robed eunuch beside Yang Shuyu narrowed his eyes, and under his sleeve robe, the arm covered in precious armor silently raised. Who dares to trespass the Naliang residence? But the moment Yang Yi appeared, the eunuch's expression froze, and then he fiercely knelt down on one knee. Not only that, the several Jianghu martial artists scattered in the Naliangju also converged here, showing their figures. Inside and outside, everyone is kneeling on one knee. The red-robed eunuch said in a deep voice, See your highness. The few martial artists outside the Nalong residence also shouted in unison, See your highness. Yang Yi turned a blind eye to this group of people and only looked at the woman leaning on the stone table with a gentle expression. The moment Yang Sol Moon saw Yang Yi, she said in surprise, Second brother? Why are you here? Yang Yi smiled softly and laughed, Came to take you home. Yang Sol Moon stood up and walked quickly towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi, on the other hand, dotingly rubbed Yang Solyue's head and laughed, What, you're addicted to living in Dragon Tiger Mountain and don't want to go back to Heavenly Capital City? Yang Solmun's cheeks blushed slightly and said, How could? Yang Yi knew in his heart that the reason why Yang Solyue was hesitant to leave was because she was waiting for that young Taoist priest to return to the mountain. Perhaps only after seeing that person return to the mountain peacefully with her own eyes, Yang Shuiyue would be able to leave with peace of mind. Yang Yi looked towards the stone table in the center of the Nalong residence, which still had Longhu Mountain's osmanthus cake on it. Yang Yi lightly smiled and asked, Are you still used to living in Longhu Mountain? Yang Solmun opened her mouth and softly said, It's okay. Yang Solmun's expression changed, wanting to say something. Yang Yi understood and said in a cold voice towards the red-robed eunuch, Stand down. The eunuch, who was strictly ordered to guard Yang Solmun, froze for a moment and hesitated, Your Highness, this. Yang Yi narrowed his eyes and indifferently said, Scram. That eunuch was immediately like a man at his back, bowing his head, Yes. That red-robed eunuch backed up and left with trepidation. waiting until the eunuchs and martial artists had retreated as much as possible. Yang Solstice looked at Yang Yi and frowned. This time, letting me come to Longhu Mountain was not at all to keep an eye on the demon-locking pagoda, right? Yang Yi was silent for a moment before slowly saying, it is indeed to keep an eye on the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain.
Without waiting for Yang Yi to open his mouth, Yang Shuiwei interrupted, but Chao Yangxian had already counted on Zhang Xining's unauthorized descent from the mountain.
Yang Yi sighed and said softly, that's right, Chao counted on you letting Zhang Xining go down the mountain. Yang Shuiwei clenched her cuffs tightly and said in a trembling voice, that monster great master, as well as the purple gold chi lotus of Longhu Mountain, too? Yang Yi did not hide it, but only said softly, as the ancestral court of Taoism, Longhu Mountain, nowadays, the Taoist chi is flourishing, Mr. Chao is trying to weaken Longhu Mountain's chi. Hearing this, Yang Solyue just let out a miserable laugh. Chao Yangshuan had asked Yang Solyue to come and keep an eye on Longhu Mountain. That was because he had calculated that Yang Solyue would harbor Zhang Xining, and with only Zhang Xining alone, it was absolutely impossible to get rid of the demon. Either Dragon Tiger Mountain loses half of its luck, so that Zhang Xining can invite the successive heavenly masters. Or let the next heavenly master die in the hands of the great master. In the end, the result was that Zhang Yuanling, the current head teacher, sacrificed his heavenly master seal and spent half of his fortune to change Zhang Xining's fate against the will of heaven. Yang Yi looked calm and said, Solstice, in my Taiya, Mr. Chao has done a lot of work. Nowadays, the court has been suppressing the Jianghu for many years. Only by continuously suppressing these premier clans can Taiya firmly grasp the north. Yang Solyue was silent for a moment and gently nodded her head. Yang Yi did not explain anything more, just looked towards the foot of the mountain and said, let's go. Yang Sol Moon's complexion returned to normal and gently nodded her head. Second Prince Yang Yi, Princess Yang Shuiwei, went down the mountain together. It was just extremely strange that the two royal princes and princesses whose identities were too noble to be described left, but none of the heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain showed up to see them off. Not only the head teacher Zhang Yuanling did not show up, the rest of the purple-robed celestial masters also did not show up. The two traveled all the way to the foot of the heavenly peak. 100 iron horsemen had been waiting for a long time. Yang Yi and Yang Sol Moon got on the carriage and the group left. Until they reached the border of Longhu Mountain, Yang Shuiwei felt something in her heart and lifted the curtain of the carriage. On top of a small peak, there was a young Taoist priest with graying temples, silently looking this way. Yang Shuyu's eyes trembled after seeing that Taoist priest. That young Taoist whose temples turned white only looked at it from afar and his figure dissipated in the mountains. Yang Shuyu's complexion moved slightly, her eyes lowered. The beautiful eyes swirled with autumn water. Yang Shuyue only murmured silently in her heart. I am sorry. The northernmost part of Shuzhou. 20 miles further on, you will leave the boundaries of Shuzhou. Chen Fan, dressed in cloth, held his head in his hands and said smilingly, Shuzhou is nothing more than that. Pei Alo said softly from the side, Shuzhou is an important military area, so it is inevitable that it will be harsh and solemn. Chen Fan just laughed softly and did not say anything more. Chen Fan squinted his eyes towards the sky and snorted, He is really funny, on the basis that Taoist priests are concerned about the people, he catches people and bullies them. Pei Hui naturally knew exactly what Chen Fan was talking about. After a moment of silence, Pei Hui sighed, the Taoist sect has many real people. Chen Fan's eyes were calm as he softly said. To develop the heart of the Tao, after oneself and before others. Only practicing the Tao, compassionately ferrying people. Chapter 92 Thief. Dawn Mountain Blessed Land. A few scribbled thatched huts, casually set aside. Shen Yuanyu has been walking around for the past few days, measuring the piece of heavenly stream jade under his feet. If you want to use heavenly stream jade to cast a sword, it must be polished from a whole piece of heavenly stream jade and must never be broken. Shen Yuanyu wanted to choose a suitable piece of Tianjian jade and spent a lot of effort. Lin Air did not leave and stayed in the Gone Mountain Blessed Land temporarily. After all, even if the heavenly stream jade was selected, wanting to take it down from this piece of heavenly stream jade was also a troublesome matter. In terms of hardness alone, Tianjian jade is second to none in the world. You have to know that the heavenly stream jade is a heavenly sharpening stone used to sharpen the edge of the blade. If you want to cut off a piece of Tianjian jade, not Xianshan realm masters can't do it. Although Shen Yuanyu is the world's first-class refiner, he is only at the peak of the golden body realm. If he wanted to cut down the heavenly stream jade, he would have to do it for him. Shen Yuanyu has been measuring extremely carefully these past few days, but has never found a suitable place. To know Gone Mountain Blessed Land, this Gone word is located in this Tianjian jade and that cold spring. Once one of them was damaged, the feng shui of the gone mountain-blessed land would be destroyed.
Lin Er followed behind silently and asked, "What, didn't you find a suitable one?"
Shen Yuanyu, who was squatting on the ground, did not raise his head. He just calmly said, "I have already found 3 suitable places. There is no hurry, wait for me to finish measuring before making a decision." Lin Rong looked at this vast black earth under his feet, curious. This Tianjin jade, since 1,000 years, how much has been lost? It should be known that once the heavenly stream jade appeared in the world, it was priced without a market, and was crazily snatched by all the cultivators in the world. Tianjin jade is this group of sword cultivator knife guest's heart. It is said that Taishu sword sect, there is a piece of 13,000 kilograms of Tianjin jade, natural, now on the pestle and mortar in the heavenly sword peak, to do that the treasure of the town mountain. But Angon mountain blessed this Tianjin jade compared to, is not worth mentioning. The Tianjin jade in the refiner, is even more precious, is used to polish the blade of the most precious.
Shen Yuanyu, on the other hand, pressed the earth with one hand and asked with a smile, "What do you think?"
Lin Er raised his eyebrows slightly and said slowly, "The gone mountain-blessed land has been passed down from generation to generation, and after 1,000 years, at least half of it has been lost?" Shen Yuanyu, on the other hand, straightened up and said softly, "Less than 10% has been discounted."
Lin Er froze in place and said, 1,000 years have passed, and it has only been discounted by 10%?
Shen Yuanyu pointed to this heavenly stream jade under his feet and said, "That's right, the Lord of Gone Mountain's blessed land has been passed down from generation to generation, and I, Shen Yuanyu, am the 17th Lord of the blessed land, and since 1,000 years ago, this heavenly stream jade has only depleted by less than 10%.
After saying that, Shen Yuanyu looked at Lin Rong and asked with a smile, "What do you think refining is?"
Lin pondered for a moment and said, "Taking the creation of heaven and earth and creating the most precious treasure on earth." Shen Yuanyu, however, gently shook his head and said, "It's not taking, but stealing."
Lin Rong frowned and said softly, "Steal?" Shen Yuanyu nodded heavily and said, "Not bad, it's stealing."
Shen Yuanyu pointed to the sky and slowly said, "Born and bred, naturally conceived, it is the creation of heaven and earth." After saying this, Shen Yuanyu pointed at himself and said, "Refining weapons is a medium that connects heaven and earth with the earth, stealing the creation of heaven and earth, creating the most precious treasure on earth." Shen Yuanyu looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "People are the spirit of all things, they have the right to live and kill and deprive all things in heaven and earth, cultivators and mortals, they are all thieves." Lin Rong frowned and was silent. Shen Yuanyu squatted on the ground and said, "Whether it's a mortal or a cultivator, whether it's refining weapons or alchemy, all of them are stealing the creation of the heavens and earth for their own use, and as far as the heavens and earth are concerned, all of them are thieves." Shen Yuanyu rubbed his palms and said with a smile, "Do you know that when I, Shen Yuanyu, learned to refine weapons, what was the first sentence of the master's introduction?" Lin looked at Shen Yuanyu and asked, "What?" Shen Yuanyu looked in a trance and said softly, "Master admonished me to take in moderation and use in moderation." Shen Yuanyu pointed towards the sky and added, "Fear the heavens and the earth." Lin Rong also looked towards the sky and muttered, "Fear of heaven and earth." Shen Yuanyu's expression soothed and smiled, "The natural breeding of heavenly materials and treasures, there is no harm in making the best use of them, but ultimately, we must have fear in our hearts, and we must take them in moderation, and we must not undermine the heaven and earth." Shen Yuanyu laughed and said, "Heaven and earth will always exist and have a long history, it must be so." Lin let out a sigh and said, "It's a great benefit." Shen Yuanyu looked at Lin and suddenly said, "Although I don't know why you fell in the realm, I don't think it's a bad thing." Lin was slightly stunned and asked after him, "Why?" Shen Yuanyu scratched his cheeks and said, "Back then, the number one in the world was far away in the sky, high above the clouds. How could he have the heart to look down on the earth and pay attention to these minutiae?" Lin helplessly smiled, softly said, "Indeed, about this as the so-called virtue does not match the position?" Shen Yuanyu, however, waved his hand and said, "You can't say that, after all, the title of number one in the world is true to its name." Lin Rong, hands folded sleeves, eyes calm, said, "At the beginning of the walk too fast, miss a lot, now rewalking the world, always want to will be the Jianghu detailed look." Shen Yuanyu continued to measure this piece of heavenly stream jade, while Lin Er was bored, letting his thoughts fly. Lin Rong suddenly thought of something, raised his hand and beckoned. That flying sword in the hut was like an imperial order and flew out. The autumn cicada hovered beside Lin Rong, like a snow-white swimming dragon surrounded. Lin curiously said, "Who is the sword cultivator who waited 5 years for the autumn cicada?" Shen Yuanyu did not hide it and said, "Chen Fan." Lin frowned slightly. "Chen? The Kaiyuan dynasty, the royal clan Chen? Border of Taizhou." Chen Fan and Pei Hui sat at a wonton stall. Chen Fan asked for 2 big bowls of wontons, one for each person. Chen Fan rolled up his sleeves and smiled as he took the 2 large bowls of wontons handed over by the vendor. Chen Fan smiled and said, "Thanks." Placing the 2 big bowls of wontons on the table, but obviously Pei Hui was at the side, Chen Fan did not have the intention of handing Pei Hui the wontons. Instead, he took all the 2 big bowls of wontons in front of himself. Chen Fan didn't care about Pei Hui's strange eyes. He picked up the seasoning plate on the table, dug out a large spoonful of chili oil and dumped it into the bowl. Now that winter had not yet passed, the wontons were steaming hot, and the sight of them made people's mouths water.
Chen Fan's eyes were glowing, and he couldn't wait to bring a wonton into his mouth. Hiss, hoo, hoo.
The corners of Chen Fan's mouth twitched as he scalded himself. Pei Hui, on the other hand, sat on the side with a helpless face. The 2 of them crossed Shuzhou and traveled all the way, stopping and going. Chen Fan did not go to see those sects or big families. Instead, he brainlessly drilled into the places where the common people were. Walked through the downtown, rushed through the rally, and even stayed in the greenhouse. Although Pei Alo is helpless, but still can only accompany Chen Fan wandering around.
Chen Fan never explained this. Chen Fan had a big bowl of wontons and ate it with a sweaty head and snotty nose.
Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and smiled.
See micro, no. See the people, no the sky. Chapter 93 Fetching the Sword. Name of the state.
On the official highway, there were 100 iron horsemen not slowing down, escorting a carriage forward. The 100 iron horsemen were all clad in light armor, with military swords hanging from their waists. 6 great steeds from Liangzhou were in front of the carriage, with an amazing momentum. Most of the people who can ride in the carriage are from the powerful families. However, there are 3, 6, 9 classes of families, and just by looking at the horses in the carriage, one can roughly guess the status of the person in the carriage. The 6 tall steeds with extraordinary temperament, at a glance, we know that it is from Liangzhou's first-class Chen Lima, each of which is worth 100 gold, and feeding is even more expensive than incomparable. And the carriage is made of nanmu, both sides carved with 360 kinds of different flowers, exquisite. The top of the carriage is inlaid with a huge turquoise beads, worth a lot of money. Just by looking at this style, we know that the identity of the person in the carriage is honorable. Not to mention that there are 100 iron horsemen escorting the front and back. On the way, wherever the carriage passes, the rest of the people are stopping to make way. Even some ordinary nobles' carriages can only honestly give way to one side, do not dare to fight. In the luxurious carriage, the seats are covered with fine satin, and the curtains around the carriage are hung with scented pouches, making it wide and comfortable. A pair of young men and women, sitting in the carriage.
Yang Yi was clad in snow-white fox fur, sitting on his knees, resting his eyes.
Yang Shuiyue folded her hands and placed them on her belly, with a dignified demeanor. Car body shaking amplitude is very small, although it is winter, but the carriage is as warm as spring. The reason for this is that at the bottom of the carriage, the Qi practitioners of the Qin Tian supervision have carved subtle runes. The carriage is warm in winter and cool in summer, very pleasant.
Taihayang clan, Emperor Yang Zhen's, a total of 3 sons, a princess.
The eldest prince, Yang He, was uneducated, and his qualifications in ruling the country and practicing martial arts were mediocre, with no achievements. Princess Yang Shuiyue also has a mediocre talent for martial arts and does not practice. The second prince Yang Yi is recognized as a literary and military strategy. The city is deep, and martial arts talent is also extremely high, now is already the peak cultivation of Qi in realm. As for the perennial body in the border of Yuzhou, many years have not returned to the capital of the third prince Yang Rui, is very little news. In the court intentionally play down the existence of Yang Rui. Only a very few people know the realm of today's Yang Rui, half-step golden body realm.
In addition to the border troops who are always in Yuzhou, those who know Yang Rui's cultivation will not be more than a handful of people in the Tianjing city.
In addition to these 4 highnesses, in fact, some years ago, there was also a princess of the Taihe dynasty. In terms of martial arts talent alone, that little princess is the real martial arts genius. Its martial arts talent is high enough to even rank among the first-class geniuses of the same generation in the Jianghu Lake. That little princess was born with a mouthful of innate mixed yuan qi, was born in the bone-strengthening realm, touched the threshold of the qi and harmony realm at the age of 10, and stepped into the peak of the qi and harmony realm at the age of 14. This little princess is a veritable martial arts prodigy, and in terms of talent alone, she is not inferior to any of the young geniuses in the Jianghu clan. It was only at the age of 14 that the young princess suddenly passed away for unknown reasons. This matter has always been one of the hidden secrets of the Taihe dynasty. In the carriage, Yang Soul Moon looked at Yang Yi and softly said, "Second brother." Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, his essence flashed, his expression gentle. What's wrong? Yang Shuiwa looked towards the 100 iron horsemen outside the carriage, and softly said, the prince shall not deploy troops without authorization. Second brother, you went to Yuzhou not long ago to transfer 100 iron horsemen, and now you are coming back to Longhu Mountain again. It is unavoidable to be in the imperial court. Without waiting for Yang Shuiwa to finish, Yang Yi interrupted, no harm, they can talk if they want to. Yang Shuiwa gently shook her head and said, it's hard to avoid falling into the conversation. Yang Yi, however, let out a cold smile and calmly said, whoever has the guts to say it in front of me can try. This second prince, who was known for his gloomy demeanor, could only have a rare softness in front of young Soul Moon. Yang Yi gently clenched his hands into fists on his knees and softly said, only when I personally come to take you back to the capital can I feel at ease. As soon as these words came out, Yang Shuyu wanted to speak but stopped and lowered her eyes. After a moment of silence, Yang Shuiwa softly said, there is still half a month to go before the Yangxing festival, so call your big brother to go with you to see the court child at that time.
Hearing Yang Yi's name, Yang Yi slightly frowned and did not speak.
Yang Soul Moon saw that Yang Yi did not open his mouth, so she did not open her mouth again. Nowadays, there are signs of chaos in the court. Regarding the matter of Crown Prince, many people have already been unable to hold back and are eager to move. Crown Prince Yang He is now in the Eastern Palace, is clearly the Crown Prince. But Yang He these years, uneducated, in the rule of the country, practicing martial arts are a mess, and even disregard for the face of the royal family, even made the adoption of Flower Girl and other ridiculous things. There are already some families that silently stand on the side of Yang Yi, trying to embrace the second prince and replace Yang He. Regarding this matter, Emperor Yangjin seems to have ignored it and never mentioned it. Nowadays, in the court, the relationship between the crown prince and the second prince is also becoming more and more subtle. Yang Shuiwei knit up her brows, her azure eyes gently trembling. Yang Yi is in front of her eyes, but she is unable to open her mouth. There is no way to open her mouth. The most ruthless emperor's family. On top of the dragon chair, there is room for the whole world, but there is no room for personal feelings. Prince Yang, he knows almost nothing about this, is still idle all day, is now with the flower girl lingering in the capital courtyard. The second Prince Yang Yi for these momentum, but also pretend to be deaf and dumb, never take a position. Born in the emperor's family, Yang Shuiwei, from a young age has been accustomed to seeing the game of power. Being in the vortex, for a long time, it is often. I can't help it. There will be countless hands pushing and shoving you, forcing you to do that. Even if you want to stay out of it, you will still be rolled up by the bigger and bigger vortex, pushed forward. Yang Shuyue's beautiful eyes lightly trembled as she let out a sigh. The figure of that young Taoist priest with graying temples appeared in her mind. Just the matter of weakening the chi of Longhu Mountain, Chao Yangxian had plotted so deeply that he himself had even become one of the pawns without realizing it. Not to mention that high up, the sole control of the world's imperial power struggle? Often the body cannot help it. Taizhou. Dawn Mountain blessed land. Lin stood behind Xian Yuanyu with his hands folded behind his sleeves. Xian Yuanyu was holding a narrow piece of heavenly stream jade. Lin was about to speak, but he raised his eyebrows slightly before looking into the distance. Xian Yuanyu noticed the change in Lin's expression and also slightly twisted his head. That autumn cicada sword was chirping loudly in the hut, and then trembled unceasingly. Lin folded his sleeves with both hands, stood in place, and opened his mouth. Guests are coming. Xian Yuanyu let out a light laugh and said, the person who has been waiting painstakingly for the autumn cicada for 5 years has come to take the sword. The next moment, 2 figures swept in from the distance. The 2 figures were extremely fast, and within a few breaths, they arrived in front of them and drifted to the ground. The young man with black hair and cloth clothes narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly, clasped his hands and said aloud. Late generation Chen Fan came to fetch the sword. Chapter 94, Heavy Pupils. Chen Fan was still dressed in cloth, his black hair tied up casually, and his hands clasped his fists. Beside Chen Fan was the young woman, Pei Hui. Pei Alo bowed slightly, bent her head and clasped her fists, bent her head and said softly, Senior Pei Alo, I have met Senior Xian Yuan. Xian Yuanyu slightly arched his hand towards Chen Fan and smiled, Chen Fan, it has been a long time. Chen Fan also laughed lightly, farewell Senior. Xian Yuanyu waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to say much. The autumn cicada sword was now hovering in mid-air, and after receiving Xian Yuanyu's order, it flew towards Chen Fan in a joyful manner. The famous sword autumn cicada was hovering around Chen Fan's hand, as if it was a long time ago. Chen Fan is also the spirit of the rhinoceros. Reach out and hold the hilt of the autumn cicada sword. This long sword suddenly sword light flourished. Pei Hui's eyes lit up, unable to hide her joy. Chen Fan clasped his fist towards Xian Yuan once again and said aloud, "Many thanks to Senior Xian Yuan." Lin Er had his hands folded into his sleeves since the beginning, and his expression was flat.
Chen Fan?
The Kaiyuan dynasty, the Imperial Chen clan.
This is the young prince of the Kaiyuan dynasty, the only prince, the next Kaiyuan emperor on the board? Actually have the guts to go north alone?
Pei Alo on the side was also aware of the man in the green shirt with a bland look. Pei Hui slightly frowned. Who is this person in front of me, actually able to stand beside Xian Yuan Yu so casually? One must know that the Gone Mountain Blessed Land was almost closed to visitors, and Xian Yuan Yu had always been unwilling to allow outsiders to set foot in the Gone Mountain Blessed Land. Even the Qin royal family, also because many years ago to accumulate a fire love, can let Xian Yuan Yu for Chen Fan cast Sword Autumn Cicada. Lin Er's eyes shifted slightly, looking towards the young woman with a lively mind.
Lin narrowed his eyes, slightly surprised. Oh?
It was actually a Golden Body Realm martial grandmaster, and it was also a pure martial artist who was attempting to prove the Tao by force. He was burdened with a huge share of martial luck, and was even sheltered by Dragon Qi. Feeling this huge martial luck, Lin Er slightly raised his eyebrows.
It was familiar to the extreme. It was a disciple of the true young martial saint? Chen Fan also detected Lin's gaze.
Chen Fan gently touched the woman on the side with his elbow and said softly, "Pei Alo, no rudeness." Pei Alo realized afterward and cupped her fists towards Lin Rong and apologized, "I've offended a lot, senior, don't be offended." Lin just gently shook his head and said, "No harm done."
Chen Fan looked towards Lin Rong and spoke, "Dare I ask, senior, is his surname Lin?" Lin Rong was slightly stunned before he narrowed his eyes and smiled, "Oh? Lin."
Xian Yuan Yu turned a deaf ear to this and didn't say a word. Lin Rong still had his hands folded around his sleeves as he looked at the black-haired young man and asked, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, why do you say this?" Chen Fan, whose identity was revealed in a single word, remained unchanged and bowed to explain, "A year ago, there was a woman with the surname Lu, who crossed the Tongtian River, left the Taihe dynasty, and entered the southern world." Chen Fan raised his head slightly and continued, "When this woman entered the Kaiyuan dynasty, she took the initiative to tell the entire Lu family situation, without any details." Lin nodded slightly and said, "So that's how it is." Pei Hui did not interrupt from the side, and when Chen Fan mentioned that woman surnamed Lu, this true Yang martial saint's personal disciple also had a slight change in color. That Lu Li who had transferred from the Taihe dynasty to the Kaiyuan dynasty, that woman had given Pei Hui an extremely deep impression.
An intelligent woman with an extremely deep city. From the Taihe dynasty to the Kaiyuan dynasty, Lu Li was the only one who could wash away the suspicion of being a saucer by giving a full account of the Lu family's situation without any details. In order to show sincerity, in exchange for the opportunity to stand firm in the Kaiyuan dynasty. Of course, this alone could not attract Pei Hui's attention.
What really made Pei Hui remember Lu Li was that after Lu Li entered the Kaiyuan dynasty, in just half a year, she was able to become a sword cultivator and become a member of the Golden Body Realm. This woman who came out of nowhere as a Golden Body Realm sword cultivator did not join the Jianghu, instead, she intentionally stayed away from the Jianghu sects and became closer to the imperial court. In just a year's time, the Lu family has become inseparable from the official government of this state. Chen Fan lightly laughed and said, "After this woman surnamed Lu broke through the Golden Body Realm, she attached herself to the imperial court and stayed away from the rivers and lakes, and the strangest thing is that this woman, who but looks like her martial arts talent is only medium to high, is burdened with an extraordinary martial arts fortune." Chen Fan turned to look at Lin Rong and slowly said, "The Qin Tian supervisor of the Kaiyuan used the means of qi to see where Lu Li's martial luck was. It was a seemingly mediocre piece of ink treasure that had the 4 words martial luck prosperity written on it. And this ink treasure, according to Lu Li, was obtained from the hands of a green-shirted man in Yuzhou." Lin pretended to nod indistinctly and smiled, "So that's how it is." When Lu Li was on his way out of Li City, he went to the wrong chamber and tried to persuade Lin Rong to leave together, but failed, so he took an ink painting from the wrong chamber. It was the 4 words martial fortune prosperity. Lu Li is equipped with a natural aptitude, about to be able to detect the amount of luck, or a mysterious destiny direction. The reason why Lu Li had repeatedly visited the wrong lodge in the past 3 years was not because she had fallen in love with Lin Rong at first sight, but because of her natural aptitude. She had vaguely sensed that Lin Rong was a bit unusual. This woman, when she left the circuit city, she made a bet and took the ink treasure of martial arts prosperity. This beautiful woman had finally made the right bet. Just as when Lin Er personally said to Qin Guikatkin, "I wish you, Mr. Qin, to go farther and farther on the path of the sword, all of them are martial arts sealing the right." Lin Zhou was once the first person in the martial arts path, and he possessed a mysterious martial arts fortune. If he was recognized by Lin Er, he would be favored by the martial way and have a share of luck to protect him. Chen Fan looked at Lin Rong and did not say a word. Lin Rong also looked at the man in front of him with a bland smile.
An overwhelmingly intelligent man.
Lin Rong was still in the posture of folding his sleeves with both hands, condescending and smiling. Since your highness is so smart, you might as well guess which Lin is it? When these words came out, Pei Hui was confused and didn't know what to think. Xian Yuan Yu, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Chen Fan was the only one who did not move a muscle, his eyes tightly looking at Lin Rong.
The atmosphere was momentarily stiff and tense. Chen Fan's throat knots rolled as he softly said, "I don't dare to guess." Lin Rong laughed. "What, afraid of guessing wrong?"
Chen Fan, however, had burning eyes and calmly said, "No, I'm afraid of guessing right." Pei Hui frowned at the side and looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. For the first time in this journey, Pei Ao had seen Chen Fan with such a solemn demeanor and no jokes. Lin Rong suddenly laughed out softly and turned the conversation around, asking with a smile, "Hee, what has your highness seen along the way?" Chen Fan was silent for a moment, and then said, "The folk, the people."
Lin Rong then asked, "See clearly?"
Chen Fan said in a deep voice, "Not too clearly."
Lin Rong raised his chin and asked with a smile, "Then I wonder if your highness is bold enough to go to Tianjin City to see clearly?"
At these words, Pei Hui's face changed drastically. Although he wasn't clear on what exactly had happened, Pei Ao could clearly perceive that the green-shirted man in front of him was by no means joking. Pei Hui violently pulled Chen Fan's sleeve and said in a deep voice, "Chen Fan, you must not go to Tianjin City." However, Chen Fan ignored it and slowly opened his eyes that had been half squinted. Only to see Chen Fan's eyes rolling, unexpectedly revealing two pupils. Heavy pupils. Good. Then, please, senior, accompany Chen Fan on a trip to Tianjin City. Chapter 95, no matter how light or heavy it is. Pei Hui's eyes widened as she angrily rebuked, "Chen Fan, have you gone crazy?" This true Sun Martial Saint's true disciple, her beautiful eyes wide and round, glared angrily at Chen Fan and rebuked, "Do you really think that Tianjin City is your crown prince's East Palace, so you can come when you want to come and go when you want to go? The heavenly capital city Qintian supervisor will let you, the crown prince who was burdened with the dragon's qi, flaunt the city from under their eyes?" The sky was divided in two. The northern part of the world had a heavier Jianghu qi and a stronger martial luck.
During the 10 years of Tianjin City, it suppressed the Jianghu while recruiting Jianghu experts.
There were far more hidden martial arts masters in Tianjin City than one would expect. Moreover, there is also that long lived in the palace, always accompanied by the Emperor Yangjin side of the Chen Big Chief. "You Chen Fan is really bent on looking for death, is not it?" Lin Er was wearing a faint smile, looking at the young man in front of him calmly. Seems to laugh softly and ask, "Prince can dare?" Chen Fan ignored Pei Hui's rebuke. Instead he laughed and said, "No harm, life and death have their own destiny, the big deal is to give the world away." Lin Rong narrowed his eyes and laughed, "Good, then I will accompany you on a trip to Tianjin City." After saying that, Chen Fan turned to Pei Hui and handed the autumn cicada sword to the woman in front of him. Chen Fan's face was calm as he said, "Wait for me at the Gone Mountain Blessed Land. If after 10 days, I have not returned, then you will take this autumn cicada south to return to the dynasty." Tianjin City. Small courtyard in the capital. Strange stones and emerald trees, in a water-draining pavilion. A man wearing a large red straight robe stood under the pavilion with a look of neither sadness nor joy. On the stone table of the water drainage pavilion, there were 3 neatly placed human heads. Without exception, all 3 were Golden Body Realm patriarchs. Yang Yi looked at the 3 heads resting on the stone table and spoke out. Where were they resolved respectively? In the shadows on one side, there was a man who couldn't see his figure and face, kneeling down on one knee, hoarsely said, "Reporting back to your highness, the first one is 70 miles away from Longhu Mountain, the second one is at the border of Name Wind State, and the third one is at the princess's distance of 100 miles from the heavenly capital city." Yang Hyuk's eyes were icy cold as he said, "Have you found out who it is?" The man hidden in the shadows said hoarsely, "It has not been identified yet." Yang Hyuk's expression was unchanged, not surprised, being expected. If he really found out any traces, it would only make people suspicious instead. Those old foxes in Tianjin City were bound to do things without a drop of water. Yang He said flatly, "Stand down." A yes came from the shadows, and then that person disappeared. Along with the 3 heads placed on the stone table of the water drainage pavilion, they also disappeared. Yang Hu clenched his fist with one hand and looked towards the brilliant capital city in the distance. At the same time, a flashy carriage drove into Tianjin City.
6 tall steeds passed through the layers of passes and went straight into the imperial city. Inside the carriage, Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes, a slight surprise showing in his eyes. Yan Shuiwa looked at the extremely familiar Tianjing city and asked softly, "Second brother, could it be that you're being overly concerned?" There were no assassins present along the way. Yang Yi was clad in snow-white fox fur, looking at the bustling capital outside the car window, and did not say anything. Until he sailed into the palace, Yang Yi walked out of the carriage. Yang Yi raised a soft smile and said, "Go back to the palace by yourself." Yang Shuiwei did not ask more questions, but only gently nodded her head. Yang Yi stood in place and watched as the luxurious carriage drifted away. Only when there was no more carriage in his vision did Yang Yi's face gradually turn cold. Yang Yi slowly left the palace. Yang Yi wrapped his snow-white fox fur tightly and asked in a cold voice, "Have you detected the assassin?" After Yang Yi spoke out, a patriarch who had been following in the shadows since the beginning appeared. The old patriarch with extremely long eyebrows bowed his head and said, "Back to your highness, I have never detected any assassin showing up." This old patriarch was already at the peak of golden body realm cultivation and had been hidden within 100 feet of the carriage since the beginning. Yang Yi slowed down his steps and calmly said, "You go and retrace your steps on the road, carefully scouting for any traces within 10 miles. The old patriarch was slightly stunned, but still nodded, yes. Yang Yi was clear that this move was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. But from Longhu Mountain to Tianjing City, there was not a single assassin along the way? Could it be that he was overthinking it? Yang Yi folded his hands and twisted his fingers. At the time when the Taiha dynasty had just pacified the northern world, its foundation had not yet been stabilized. Yang He, Yang Yi, Yang Rui, Yang Shangyu, and Yang Xan. The 5 imperial sons and daughters moved into Tianjing City together. Yang Rui only stayed for a few days before running to the border of Yuzhou. At that time, the youngest Yang Xan, who was extremely gifted in martial arts, suddenly died at the age of 14. Emperor Yangjin not only did not investigate thoroughly to the end, but also strictly ordered to block the news. But the city of Tianjing knows that the princess, who was very talented in martial arts, was assassinated outside the city of Tianjing. As for who did it, Zhao, Cui, Wang, Dong, which of the 4 great families, is unknown. Or perhaps the 4 families struck together. Yang Yi frowned, his handsome cheeks gloomy. Yang Solstice had returned from Longhu Mountain, but no one had made a move. Could it be that he had been overly concerned? No, it couldn't be. Yang Yi's eyes flinched, someone must have secretly made a move. Yang Yi looked at the palace behind him. The complexity of his expression. Qianqing Palace. Yang Jin and Du Luanfeng sat opposite each other. The 2 old men, who are both extremely old and powerful, are playing against each other on the chessboard. Yang Jin is in black, Du Luanfeng is in white. One is now in control of the northern world, sitting high in the dragon chair of the Emperor of Taiha. One is a person under 10,000 people, the power of the dynasty's first minister. At this time the 2 old men, and not half a bit of posture, just like ordinary old man general, chatting and playing chess. Yang Jin twisted up the black, indecisive, frowning thought. Du Luanfeng laughed, twisting the white disc in his hand, said, "Your Majesty, you lost again." Yang Jin had no choice but to throw his pieces and admit defeat, shaking his head with a smile and saying, Old, chess power is not as good as before." Du Luanfeng, on the other hand, laughed and said, "Your Majesty, you were a stinky chess player when you were young." The 2 did not have the appearance of a ruler and a minister, just like old friends who have known each other for many years. Du Luanfeng picked up the chess pieces one by one and said hoarsely, "We are all old." Yang Jin looked out of the Qianqing Palace, said casually, "Secretary of the Ministry of War Qin Na, was suppressed for many years, resentment is not small." Du Luanfeng, on the other hand, gently shook his head and said, "As long as Chen Kai is still around, Qin Na can only endure." Yang Jin was non-committal. In the Taiha dynasty, all the military generals, there is an insurmountable mountain on their heads, calling people to feel as if the sun is in the sky, not to be looked at directly. Du Luanfeng covered up the chess box and said, "Does your Majesty still remember the top scorer 3 years ago, Wang Junxiao?" Yang Jin sneered and said, "I remember, of course I remember, dare to say that I emphasize on the art of world management, light on the way of the world, such a bold scholar, of course I remember." Du Luanfeng gently nodded and said, "Now he has been honed in Liangzhou for 3 years, wait until another 2 years, your Majesty will be able to transfer this person back to the capital, it can be of great use." But the next moment, Yang Jin was gently shaking his head. Yang Jin looked calm. He is already dead. Chapter 96 Empress Zhao Yi. Yang Zhen's tone was flat, without any ups and downs. Du Luanfeng was silent for a moment and did not say anything more.
Yang Zhen looked at the chessboard on the table and said, as it is, the four great families in the capital today, apart from the Zhao family which is still holding its ground, the remaining three families have already become somewhat impatient. Du Luanfeng did not answer, but just calmly packed up the chess box. Yang Zhen pressed the pearl on the armrest of the seat and said in a deep voice, there is you Du Luanfeng in the civil administration, and there is Chao Yangxian in the staff, and with those four great families restraining each other, I think it will not be a big problem. Du Luanfeng sat in the position of chief minister for decades, heart and wrist, naturally, no need to repeat. There is a humble origins of the dynasty's first minister to sit in the town, but also Yang Zhen's implicit nod, gradually over the years for the humble scholar also paved a sunny road. The children of the family and the humble scholar mutual constraints, each other do not communicate.
And secretly more strategist Chao Yangxian assisted, suppressing the Jianghu.
Du Luanfeng opened his cloudy old eyes, smilingly said, it is said that the scourge of 1,000 years, I think I will still be able to rely on this position for a long time. Yang Zhen rubbed the pearl, the dragon pupil narrowed slightly, slowly said, Wu is Chen Kai, both can deter Kaiyuan, but also can suppress the rest of the military generals, just.
After me, who can actually suppress this Zhenhua great general?
Du Luanfeng kept his mouth shut about this matter. Yang Zhen muttered, Yang Rui's wings are not yet full, and now he has only just gained a foothold, and Shui Diao is even more in awe of Chen Kai. Yang Zhen furrowed his brows and pinched the pearl in death. Yang Zhen slowly stood up, dragging his heavy feet, and slowly walked to the entrance of the China Hall. Yang Zhen's vision blurred, helplessly said, when I was young, I could look directly at the great sun, pull the 3-stone bow, within 100 paces, the sight will be hit, but now, it is the old eyes are blurred, and I cannot see clearly. This old emperor was silent for a long time and said softly, after all, it is old.
30 miles outside of Tianjin City.
There was a steady stream of horse carriages coming and going, with traders carrying goods back and forth. Chen Fan looked at the incoming and outgoing carriages around him and laughed, worthy of being Tianjin City, just looking at the incoming and outgoing carriages in the neighborhood, the horses are all more majestic than in other states, and the carriages are a bit more flashy as well. Lin Rong stood to the side and laughed softly, after all, it is the heavenly capital city, and the last thing that is lacking is the nobles of the world and the big families. Chen Fan and Lin Fault started from the Gone Mountain Blessing and traveled all the way east from Taizhou. Chen Fan intentionally slowed down his pace, crouching down from time to time along the road and twisting the soil. Chen Fan squatted down at this time, grabbed a handful of soil on the ground, and then took out a brocade bag, surprisingly putting this soil into the brocade bag. Chen Fan weighed the weight of the brocade bag in his hand, and then put it into his sleeve. Seeing this scene, Lin asked curiously, what is the purpose? Chen Fan stood up and said, Senior Lin may not have noticed that the land under the north and south is different. Chen Fan patted the soil on his hand and said, the northern land, like the northern name of Fengzhou and Yuzhou, the land is black loam, and some further south, Taizhou and Shuzhou, the land is mostly yellow loam. Chen Fan pointed to the south and said, and the southern part of the world where the Kaiyuan dynasty is located, it is mostly red soil. Chen Fan took out a brocade bag, which was loaded with full of black loam. Chen Fan twisted the black loam soil and said, the black loam is heavier in weight, while the red loam is more sticky. Lin Rong nodded his head gently and said, the north is dry and cold, while the south is moist and warm, so naturally the land is different. Chen Fan was slightly surprised and said, I can't imagine that a Jianghu person like Senior Lin has also paid attention to this matter? Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and calmly said, I have traveled thousands of miles all the way up from the Tongtian River's entrance to the sea, in fact, excluding these three kinds of soil, in the western desert, there is also white soil. Chen Fan nodded his head and said, it's been a long time. Saying this, Chen Fan laughed, now that I have also traveled through the folklore and met the people of Taiya, I didn't think that I would have the opportunity to be able to meet the legendary Tianjin City. Chen Fan pointed to the cloth clothes on his body and said, this is the chaotic god clothes, which can shield the heavens opportunity, but in the heavenly capital city, it can't be hidden from the Qi lookout means of that group of Qin Tian supervisors, so I hope that Senior Lin will help to cover it up. Lin Rong said smilingly, good to say, good to say. Chen Fan's eyes blazed as he looked into the distance. 30 miles away was where the royal capital of Taiha world was located. That legendary heavenly capital. Imperial Palace. Warm white jade paved the road, green tiles were carved into floating windows, and jade stones were piled up as wall panels. At the end of the road was a magnificent palace with mist curling up. Kuan Ning Palace. Yang Shuiyuan moved forward along the white jade avenue, passing through countless curtains. During this time, any palace maid who saw Yang Solyuan knelt down and saluted. In Koan Ning Palace, there is a woman wearing a gold silk 8 treasures saving beads bun, wearing a sunrise 5 phoenixes hanging beads hairpin, with a dignified and generous demeanor.
Empress, Zhao Yi.
Even though she is over 50 years old, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes are prominent, and her face is full of fatigue, she can still vaguely see the beauty of Zhao Yi's bones. One could only imagine what a magnificent beauty Zhao Yi was when she was young. Zhao Yi was born in one of the 4 great families in Tianjin City, the Zhao family. The Zhao family did not have anyone in the imperial court who was above the 3rd grade, and they did not even have any general's son or daughter in the military service. The reason why the Zhao family was able to rank among the 4 great families alongside the Dong, Wang, and Chui families. Even today, the capital city, the rest of the 3 big families are stupid, and the Zhao family is still as stable as Mount Taishan. The reason for this is the woman in front of me. Cunning Palace, the current empress. Zhao Yi was famous for her beauty when she was young, and later married into the palace and was Yang Zhen's wife. And after Yang Zhen sat on the dragon chair, Zhao Yi also became the current empress. Hearing the sound from outside the palace, Zhao Yi gladly got up and walked out of the palace door.
Yang Solstice happened to arrive here.
Yang Solstice bowed slightly and said softly, "Greetings to mother." Zhao Yi smiled lovingly and held onto Yang Soliyu's arm, smiling as she lifted Yang Soliyu up. Zhao Yi's eyes were soft as she softly asked, "Solstice, this time when you went to Longhu Mountain, you must have suffered a lot, right?" Yang Soliu smiled and shook her head, saying, "No, the scenery of Longhu Mountain is excellent, and the osmanthus cake is also a masterpiece."
The two walked into Koan Ning Palace together.
Zhao Yi held Yang Soliyu's palm, tears in the corner of her eyes, and softly said, "Soliu, I made you suffer." Yang Soliu just gently shook her head. Yang Soliu softly said, "Mother, in a few days it will be Yang Xian's sacrifice day." Without waiting for Yang Solmoon to finish, Zhao Yi turned her cheek sideways and 2 lines of clear tears flowed out. In fact, Yang Shuyu is not born by Zhao Yi. Yang Shuyu as a concubine in the palace was born, the concubine in the birth of Yang Shuyu soon after the death of the world, and then Yang Shuyu will recognize Zhao Yi as mother, live in the Koan Ning Palace. Not only Yang Solmoon, the Crown Prince Yang Yi, the second Prince Yang Yi, the third Prince Yang Rui, were not born by Zhao Yi. Empress Zhao Yi gave birth to the young princess, Yang Xian, who died at the age of 14.
Chapter 97, Ridiculousness. Tianjin City.
The streets and alleys, the houses were staggered, red walls and green tiles, echoing each other. On the streets, the crowd was bustling and lively. All kinds of pedestrians were coming and going. There were rich merchants and tycoons, dressed in gorgeous clothes, with a relaxed demeanor. There were even talented writers and scholars, who wrote inscriptions and exchanged wine at the taverns. Chen Fan and Lin Xiu sat in the corner of a tavern, and both of them just asked for a pot of wine. Chen Fan picked up the wine cup, took a sip of the wine, and softly said, "Not too far from what I imagined." Lin Rong poured himself a cup of sake and asked, "How is it compared to the Kaiyuan capital?" Chen Fan put down the cup of wine, pondered for a moment, and said honestly, "Actually, the difference is not much." In the middle of the tavern, there was a sudden clamor. He only saw a male gentleman wearing a leather raccoon hat on his head, wobbling down the stairs of the tavern. The gentleman obviously drank a lot, his eyes were hazy and he fell over, with a servant on his left and right supporting him. "Ego, Master Chui, you must be careful, don't fall." Seeing this, the tavern's bookkeeper let out a cry of ouch and immediately bowed down to help that son of a.
The customers on the first floor of the tavern all looked sideways at the drunken gentleman.
This gentleman's body is thin, with a piece of Hutian jade hanging from his waist, wearing a leather raccoon hat, although his appearance is average, but at a glance, he is a young master of a large family. This tavern has 3 floors, the first floor is the lobby, the second floor has a private room, the price of drinks is naturally also increased a lot, and the third floor is only those who can go to the place of the son of the family, a single carry out a drink, the price is enough to let a person wide-eyed. This Chui surname male son, is exactly from the 3rd floor down.
Roll roll roll. All roll, Lousy isn't drunk yet.
That Chui surnamed male brother pushed the maids on both sides directly out of the way, wobbling. The 2 servants who were pushed away stood on the side with trepidation, not daring to leave, and not daring to get on the hand to assist again. Because the 2 are clear, today's son of his own family is to use wine to eliminate anger. As for why my son will be bored and angry, the 2 naturally do not know, can only be silent behind. Mr. Bookkeeper's old face was blossoming with smiles, fawningly coming over and asking with a smile, "Master Chui, how are you drinking?" The eunuch shook his head vigorously and said repeatedly, "Good, good, good." In the lobby, there was first a moment of silence, and then the clamor quickly returned. At a table in the center of the lobby, there was a man with a good instrumentation, placing the wine cup in his hand on the table, his brows furrowed and his eyes were full of disdain. Opposite the man, there was also a woman with excellent posture. The man's name was Chen Naiyuan. He was the only son of a powerful family in the capital, with a large family and a lot of money. Opposite this woman with excellent posture, is Chen Naiyuan spent a lot of money to please out.
Chen Naiyuan smiled, his complexion restored as before, raised his wineglass and said, "Lear, let's continue."
The woman known as Lear hooked her lips into a smile, lifted the wine cup in her hand and gently took a sip. Chen Naiyuan smiled and stared at the opposite side of the woman's breasts. These days just the purchase of rouge and powder will be enough to spend 300 taels, but this stinking has been end of the frame, refused to undress.
Chen Naiyuan laughed, "Lear, in a few days I will accompany you to go to Jiangnan Yuan to see the Shadow Theater. How?"
The woman's eyes lit up and she softly said, "All at the pleasure of Mr. Chen." Chen Naiyuan drank the wine cup in his hand, his eyes were all over the woman's breasts from the beginning. Just at this moment, a figure walked to the table in front of the two. Chen Naiyuan noticed the movement and frowned to the side. Only to see that full of alcohol, drunken male, one hand propped on the table, eyes looking straight at the opposite woman. The woman with excellent posture was stared at somewhat unnaturally, and awkwardly looked towards Chen Naiyuan. Chen Naiyuan's heart sprang up with a nameless fire, slamming the wine cup in his hand on the table. "Humph, you!" Just without waiting for this rich son to open his mouth, that male son with a leather raccoon hat on his head unexpectedly slapped Chen Naiyuan in the face. Splat! Chen Naiyuan's entire person was smacked to the ground, staring blankly at the eunuch in front of him. That drunken male smilingly pulled the hand of the woman opposite him and said, "Lear, what a nice name, follow me." Although that woman looked unhappy, she did not pull out the palm she was holding. Chen Naiyuan violently stood up and angrily cursed, "Asshole, dare to rob my woman, do you know who I am?" In the next moment, that eunuch kicked Chen Naiyuan in the abdomen again. Chen Naiyuan's entire body fell to the ground, his face livid. That eunuch narrowed his eyes while smiling and said, "My old man's name is Cui Wei." When he heard Cui Wei's name, Chen Naiyuan was first stunned before his face changed dramatically. Cui Wei? The four great families of Tianjin City, the Cui family? Cui Wei's father was the second oldest master of the Cui family, and that great general Cui Diao was a blood brother. The next moment, the woman with the best posture immediately got up, wings like silk. Zhou Lear softly said, "Slaves with the gentleman will go." Cui Wei laughed loudly and said, "Good." After saying this, Cui Wei dragged Zhou Lear into his arms and left. Only Chen Naiyuan, who was frozen in place, was left behind. In the corner, Chen Fan, who was watching the fun, sked and said, "A random brick thrown down in Tianjin City can knock down a piece of a male young master." Lin Rong just drank the clear wine in his cup and shook his head with a light smile. Lin Er and Chen Fan finished drinking from the jug of clear wine and got up to walk out of the tavern. Not far away, the drunken Cui Wei was helped into the carriage. And that Zhou Lear, who had excellent posture, could hardly suppress the excitement on her face was flushed, and she followed closely behind her. You have to know that Cui Wei's uncle is the great general Cui Diao. But just as Zhou Lear was about to enter the carriage as well, she was violently kicked down by Cui Wei. Zhou Lear's entire body fell to the ground, raising her head in bewilderment and looking towards the carriage. Only to see Cui Wei grinning, spitting out a mouthful of saliva and laughing, "What kind of goods do you want to climb into Laozi's bed?" Cui Wei no longer glanced at Zhou Lear, and the carriage sailed away. As far as Cui Wei was concerned, a woman like Zhou Lear, as long as he wanted, there would be people lining up to climb into his bed. The reason why Cui Wei snatched Zhou Lear from Chen Naiyuan's hands was simply out of interest, nothing more. Zhou Lear was bewildered as she fell to the ground, and behind her, Chen Naiyuan walked out of the tavern. When Zhou Lear saw Chen Naiyuan, her expression was pitiful, and she softly said, "Naiyuan." But in the next moment, Chen Naiyuan not only turned a blind eye to Zhou Lear's chaste appearance, but instead vigorously slapped Zhou Lear twice. Slap! Zhou Lear's cheeks were red and swollen, and tears came out of her eyes. Chen Naiyuan's face turned blue as he turned around and left. Only Zhou Lear was left sitting on the ground. As people came and went in the surroundings, this woman with excellent posture and a decent figure covered her face and cried. A few moments later, there was a man wearing a green tunic, straight posture, quite a scholarly scholar, walked to Zhou Lear's side. This scholar, who had an ordinary family background and specialized in the imperial examinations, gently lifted Zhou Lear up, his eyes full of pity, and softly asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" Zhou Lear just glanced at this green-colored long-shirted man. The woman snorted coldly and spat out a word from her mouth. Scram!
Chapter 98 Yashin Pavilion, Rong Fishing Boat.
Chen Fan stepped on the ground with one foot, feeling the dragon vein under his feet that ran through Tianjing City. Chen Fan raised his eyes and looked. After countless forested buildings, he could vaguely see the large red palace wall standing in the distance.
Imperial Palace.
Lin Rong did not look towards the underground dragon vein. Instead, he slightly tilted his head and looked towards the sky.
In Lin Xiao's eyes, the entire sky of Tianjing City had a huge transparent dragon hovering in the sky.
This huge dragon body up to 100 miles long, covering the sky, 4 claws stand respectively east, west, south, north and south. The dragon's head rests in that palace.
This is the manifestation of the national fortune of the Taiha dynasty.
Lin Rong was in a trance for a moment. Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and looked at this huge dragon hovering in the sky, his eyes flickering slightly.
Lin murmured softly, "It's even more massive than it was back then."
10 years ago, the chi of the Taiha dynasty was not this huge.
With the destruction of the Liang kingdom, the Taiha dynasty had taken over the northern part of the world in its wake, occupying half of the world, and the national fortune had grown as a result.
Chen Fan withdrew his sight and stopped gazing at that palace. Just at this moment, a clamor came from not far away. Crowds of people surged along the streets, merging into the distance in a steady stream. Forced to follow the flow of people forward. Only to see a 9-story tall building, standing in the center. The building is 9 stories high, the 4 pillars in the building are towering, and the eaves and teeth on the top of the building are pecked, brilliant.
Yashuan Pavilion.
Yashin Pavilion is one of the famous greenhouses in the capital.
Yashin Pavilion is different from those ordinary brothels. The women in the greenhouse are selling their art, not their bodies. Tianjing City in and out of the greenhouse guests, often to visit the greenhouse as a kind of elegant thing.
Especially those literati, but also with the women of the greenhouse produced a subtle and special relationship, that is, the literati apolitical prostitutes. Because in the eyes of this group of literati, these women are confidant, can be two hearts, mutual admiration, so often forget to return. Yashuan Pavilion and the women, the oldest but 25, are all zither, calligraphy and painting, poetry and song all proficiency. And want to see the women of the greenhouse, first of all in the periphery of the flag house race poetry, and then playing tea around. The women are hidden behind the screen, listening to which gentleman's elegant words, funny talk, the woman shows someone, that person will have the opportunity to see the women. Yashin Pavilion is one of the famous greenhouses in Tianjing City, but also the main one elegant word. Some do not lack of silver children of the family, do not understand the qin, chess, calligraphy and painting, not to mention poetry and song, so even if the group of playboys to throw down more silver, but also do not want to see the head of the building in a glance, elegant Shin Pavilion, which also attracted the Tianjing city's talented people flock to, and forget to come back. Often many people come to this greenhouse, silver thrown down a lot, but a few days cannot see the head of a glance.
Just in Tianjing City, there is a different person.
At this time the 9th floor of the Yashin Pavilion, a man wearing a big red straight robe, is leaning against the railing, smiling and unrestrained, drinking wine non-stop.
It was the current crown prince of the Taiha dynasty, Yang He.
This notoriously cynical and unambitious crown prince is only gifted in music. When Yang He hid his identity, with the song White Snow in Yangchun, he shocked the audience in the Yashuan Pavilion, and attracted the head of the Yashuan Pavilion, Rong Fishing Boat, to take the initiative to show up. At this time, the 9th floor of Yashin Pavilion, the doors and windows are wide open.
Rong Yuzhou, the head honoree of Yashin Pavilion and one of the top 10 beauties in the capital, was dancing.
Yang He, on the other hand, was enjoying the dance, pinching a white jade wine cup with one hand and drinking wine in small sips. His Excellency, Yashuan Pavilion, gathered thousands of people, bustling with excitement. All of them were staring with wide eyes, watching Yashuan Pavilion's 9th floor, that Yashuan Pavilion's top girl dancing. Rong Yuzhou herself was extremely tall and beautiful, and was the personal disciple of contemporary dance master Ni Xian. When Rong Yuzhou first joined the Yashuan Pavilion, she was famous for her neon dress and feathered clothes dance, which moved the capital city. Rong Yuzhou lived on the 9th floor of the elegant pavilion for 3 years, but also ranked among the top 10 beauties in the capital. To know that on weekdays, the elegant pavilion head will not show up at all, want to see Rong Fishing Boat in the elegant pavilion, is simply a mirage. But today, Rong Yuzhou actually in the elegant pavilion 9 floors outside the pavilion road, dancing. Rong Fishing Boat figure as graceful as a stunning, elegant Xian Excellency. I do not know how many literati and elegant guests look straight in the eyes, like intoxicated. Yang Hyuk, on the other hand, relied on one side, laughed, and then drank the wine in the cup. Listening to the clamor of Excellency Yashin, Yang Hyuk laughed. Solitary joy is not as good as the joy of the crowd. Fishing boat, won't blame me, right? Rome fishing boat slowly stood still. This woman exhaled her breath like orchids and softly said, "Fishing boat is willing to gamble, naturally I won't blame your highness." Yang Yi laughed loudly and said, "Fisherman's boat, you don't think that I really made up the lost Hujia 18 beats of 100 years, right? The 18 beats of Hujia is one of the 9 famous songs in the world. Only the heir suddenly died of illness 100 years ago. Only the first half of the song was left behind, the second half was not passed down. The heir then left his hand, and from then on, the song was also lost for nearly 100 years. Just did not expect after 100 years, unexpectedly by the crown prince Yang Hyuk complete." Yang He closed his eyes, patted the railing, and muttered, 18 beats of the song, though the song is over, there is more than one sound, and the thought is endless. This crown prince suddenly visited Yashuan Pavilion today, and after seeing Rong Yujo, he put down his bold words, saying that he could make up the 18 beats of barbarian pipe.
Rong Yujo naturally didn't believe him, so they made a bet.
If Yang He really completes the 18 beats of Hujia, then Rong Yujo would have to dance a neon dress and feather clothes dance for the heavenly capital on the 9th floor of Yashin Pavilion. Rong Yujo looked at the man in front of her, her beautiful eyes were flowing. Yang He turned a blind eye to this, tilting his head back and twisting the wine glass. Looking at this beauty in front of him, recalling the neon dress and feather dress dance just now, Yang Hyuk softly said, "It's like a fairyland."
Listening to the yells and quarrels downstairs, Rong Yujo couldn't help but laugh out softly and asked with a smile, noisy to the extreme, "Can it be called a fairyland?" Yang He, however, shook his head and looked at the moving woman in front of him and laughed softly, "A fairy dancing, isn't that fairyland?" Rome fishing boat sniffed and just covered her face and laughed softly. Yang He's eyes were mesmerized, gently shaking the wine cup in his hand. Rome fishing boat did not hurry back to the pavilion. The capital ranks one of the top 10 beauty of the woman. Look at Yang He, willow eyebrow slightly raised, out of the blue asked, "I heard that His Royal Highness the Prince, not long ago adopted the plum language pavilion of the flower girl. His Royal Highness in these few days can still happy?" Yang He listened to the voice outside the court, but also detected the woman's subtle anger. Yang He suddenly sobered up most of the wine. Yang Hyuk stood up straight, stared wide-eyed and said in a deep voice, "Simply nonsense. This crown prince's innocence has been dishonored, a bunch of nonsense." Rome fishing boat's red lips rose slightly as she smiled and asked, "What does your highness mean? Is fishing boat talking nonsense?" Yang He waved his big hand and said with a righteous face, "Fishing boat, don't listen to that gossip, you understand this prince?" Rong Yujo did not say much and walked into the pavilion. This Yashin pavilion head honors walked into the pavilion. Those men underneath who gathered together just to get a glimpse of Rong Yujo's face, immediately sighed. Chapter 99 The Crown Prince Meets the Crown Prince. Yang Hyuk snorted, his eyes mesmerized. The beauty had already taken a seat in the pavilion. Yang Hyuk was still leaning against the railing, looking a bit uninterested. "His Excellency, Chen Fan sked, unfortunately, I didn't see it all." Lin Rong let out a light laugh and asked, "What, in the capital city of Kaiyuan, there is no flower girl who shares your feelings?" Chen Fan, on the other hand, raised his eyebrows and said, "Hey, cheesy isn't it?" After saying that, Chen Fan rubbed his chin and said, "Among the NI propaganda people, nowadays, only Rome fishing boat has got the divine charm of the NEI Shang Fei Yi dance. It is a pity not to watch this NEI Shang Fei Yi dance, it is really a pity." Lin Rong hands folded sleeves, just shrugged his shoulders, did not comment. It was about the reason that there were specialties, and there were strengths and weaknesses. Lin. But for the music, dance, is simply no nothing. Lin Air can only roughly say a good and bad, deeper and more detailed, is no sense. Chen Fan looked at the back of Rome fishing boat's departure and said, "The top 10 beauties of the capital are indeed worthy of their name." Lin Rong let out a light laugh and said, "Let's go." It was also at this moment. On the 9th floor of the Yashin Pavilion, Yang He, as if he had a spiritual connection, frowned and looked over. Chen Fan had originally turned around, but he felt something in his heart and turned around to look back for no reason. It is also just this glance. Chen Fan on the street, Yang He on the Yashin Pavilion. Their eyes met. Yang He, who was leaning on the railing alone, looked down at the young man with black hair and cloth. Chen Fan, who had turned around to look back, was at a lower level, looking at the tall man in the big red robe above him. The Crown Prince meeting the Crown Prince. Two Crown Princes of different dynasties, at this time actually met in sight. Fate. Several years later, on both sides of the Tongtian River, these two young men who had once looked at each other from afar, and whose future identities were still the same, looked at each other again across the raging Tongtian River. At that moment, the two young men who were on both sides of the Tongtian River were all coincidentally reminded of that scene from many years ago. In the next moment, Chen Fan's figure dissipated into the crowd.
Yang He instantly came to his senses and slightly wrinkled his eyes as he looked towards the end of the street.
In the pavilion, Ron Yujo had already made tea. Looking at Yang He, who was still standing by the railing, Ron Yujo softly called out, "Your Highness?"
Yang Hyuk's face instantly turned flippant and laughed, coming. When Yang Hyuk sat opposite Rome fishing boat, he slowly drank tea. Ron Yujo looked at the man in front of him and curiously said, "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Yang Hyuk looked as normal and lightly smiled, "No harm, just saw a fellow traveler." At the same time, Chen Fan, who had left from the Yashuan pavilion, also had a slight change of color at this time. Lin turned slightly and looked towards the southwest corner of Tianjin City. Noticing Lin Fault's strange appearance, Chen Fan's complexion changed before he asked, "Senior Lin?" Lin Rong nodded with a smile and said, "The Qin Tian supervisor has sensed that something is wrong." Chen Fan looked at the chaotic god clothes on his body, and his complexion remained unchanged, while he then looked at Lin Fault and asked, "Senior Lin, how much time is left?" Lin Fault silently deduced, and then said, "There are about 3 days left." Lin Rong said, "With that chaotic god clothes and me covering up the heavenly chances for you, that group of Qin Tian supervisors can only detect the change in Qi at the moment, and they are not able to determine your identity yet." Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "I think the Qin Tian supervisors nowadays are already in a mess." Chui family. Chui Wei rode in the carriage and rushed to the front of the Chui family residence. Two subordinates helped Chui Wei down from the carriage. In front of the Chui family's vermilion red gate, the two doorkeepers, seeing that it was Chui Wei's arrival, immediately piled up smiles on their faces. At this time, Chui Wei had already dispersed most of his alcohol, his face was gloomy, and he walked straight into the Chui family residence. As one of the 4 great families of Tianjin City, the Chui family's residence was huge and had more than one place. Chui Wei walked through the compound and straight into the lobby. At this time, in the lobby, there was a slightly stooped old man, leaning on his staff with both hands, his face serious. Chui Wei walked into the lobby and looked at the old man with his back to himself. Chui Wei said in a deep voice, "Father." That old man snorted coldly and said, "You still know that I am your father?" Chui Wei's face was grim and he did not say a word. The old man turned around and stared at Chui Wei dead on, his hands holding the staff rippling with veins. The old man's name was Chui He, and he was an old man of extremely high seniority in the Chui family today. Today's first-grade general, Chui Ding, was a blood brother to Chui He. Chui He said in a deep voice, "Does Chui Wei know what you are doing?" Chui Wei, who had borrowed wine to quell his anger, was angry again at this time, and his wine breath was completely gone. With wide eyes, Chui Wei drank. "My son is naturally helping the Chui family." Hearing this, Chui He's lips trembled as he cursed, "You bastard! What kind of thing are you that you dare to talk nonsense about the Chui family?" Chui Wei was also furious at this time and drank, "Father. As today's capital city is in the early stages of power change, if the Chui family doesn't make a move, it'll be too late if we wait until the day really changes." Just at this moment, a thick voice suddenly came out from one side. "How can it be too late?" Following the voice, one could only see an old man with his hands behind his back in a straight posture, slowly stepping out. This old man's eyes were gleaming, not angry but authoritative. Upon seeing this old man, Chui Wei was shocked. Without hesitation, Chui Wei fiercely fell to his knees, his head lowered, and said in a trembling voice, "Chui Wei pays his respects to elder brother." The person who came was none other than Chui He's elder brother, the person in charge of the Chui family, the current Grand General of the first grade. Chui Di. Chui Di had his hands behind his back and looked coldly at Chui Wei, who had fallen to his knees. Chui Wei, who was still angry, was silent and did not dare to raise his head. Chui Ding walked to Chui Wei step by step. Every step seems to step on Chui Wei's heart, pressured Chui Wei almost breathless. Chui Diao said in a calm tone, "Chui Wei, you really impressed me." As soon as these words came out, Chui Wei immediately broke out into a cold sweat, his eyes panicked, not daring to make a sound. This great general slowly sat on the eunuch's chair, his eyes icy cold. In the next moment, a fat man with a bloated body and fat head suddenly appeared beside Chui Wei. That fat man's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled and took out a box. The fat man laughed and said, "Mr. Chui Wei, please." After saying that, the fat man opened that box. Chui Wei looked over with uncertainty, and at the first sight of the box, his face changed drastically. Only to see that in that box, there were more than 10 thumbs piled up. Great General Chui Lingding said word for word, "Nephew, count, 16, there is no less." Chui Wei by now was already trembling and his eyes were in a trance. Chui Din rubbed the taisher chair, his expression cold. 16 thumbs, representing 16 dead soldiers. Chui Wei, you are really good, so thoughtful, sending 16 elite dead soldiers to His Highness the Second Prince.
Chapter 100 Venerable Empty Dust.
Chui Wei had long since lost his mind, looking dead at the 16 thumbs in the box. Chui Din's eyes were cold as he calmly said, "Stretch out your hand." Chui Wei's body shook violently, trembling, "Great uncle." This great general's color remained unchanged, his eyes were without ripples. Chui Diao coldly said, "Stretch it out." Chui Wei immediately burst into tears, tremblingly crawled to Chui He, grabbed Chui He's robe with both hands, and begged, "Father, father." Chui He, who was hunched over and had his hands on crutches, clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Seeing that both of them were unmoved, Chui Wei's heart was like ashes. Chui Wei tremblingly stretched out his left hand. In the next moment, the fat man with a bloated body on the side instantly shot out. Only a flash of cold light was seen. Chui Wei's left hand was neatly sliced off. Chui He watched as his son's left hand was sliced off with a knife, but he could only close his eyes tightly and violently turn his head away. Chui Diao, on the other hand, had no change in his expression. That fat man with a bloated physique stuffed Chui Wei's left hand into the box in one piece. 16 thumbs, representing the lives of 16 elite dead soldiers. Chui Din turned towards that fat man and said, "Send it to His Highness the Crown Prince." That fat man bowed his head and said, "Yes." That fatty's figure disappeared from the Chui family residence. At this moment, Chui Wei tightly gripped his left wrist, and the stabbing pain coming from his wrist caused Chui Wei's eyes to split. Letting this Chui family son struggle on the ground, but no one dared to come and help him up. Chui Din slowly stood up, looked at the blood on the ground, and just threw down a sentence. "Don't dirty the Chui family lobby." Chui Di then turned around and left without even looking at Chui Wei. After Chui Di left, Chui He was reaching out to help Chui Wei up before an underling came to the side to stop Chui Wei's bleeding. Chui Wei's face was pale and he was sweating coldly. Chui He let out a sigh and said, "Weier, don't be like this anymore." Chui Wei trembled and said, "I know, father." Chui He just gently shook his head, looking sad. Chui Wei had gone AWOL and actually sent 16 elite dead soldiers to the second prince. Now that the storm is coming, the relationship between Crown Prince Yang He and Second Prince Yang He is delicate. Chui Wei's behavior like this, once discovered, the consequences can be imagined. It is important to realize that the Crown Prince is still Yang He. Fortunately, those 16 dead soldiers, have not yet left from the Chui family, was discovered by Chui Din. This cost thousands of dollars to cultivate the 16 elite dead soldiers, was killed in the Chui family as much as possible. Otherwise, what was taken today was not just Chui Wei's left hand. Chui family side yard. Chui Diao, who had left the lobby, had a gloomy face. This great general from the sands, with 100 stab wounds all over his body, really crawled out from the pile of dead people. Nowadays, the 4 major families in the capital, excluding the Zhao family, are as stable as Mount Taishan. The Dong family and the Wang family have been unable to hold back. Dong Yi Chang, as a full first-grade Tai Pao, is vaguely biased in favor of Yang Yi, the second prince. Wang Tum, who is a first-ranked tutor, has taken the entire Wang family with him to stand by the side of the Crown Prince Yang He. It seems that only Chui Din was indecisive. Chui Ding's hands behind his back, not angry and authoritative, his expression changed several times. The world only knows that the Chui family now has the meaning of following the current and watching the fire from the shore. But only Chui Ding is clear, the reason why he does not interfere in this matter. The reason for this. It was half a year ago on a rainy night. The unsealable, the great general of the state of Xinguo Chenkai, personally visited the Chui family. A narrow alley in Tianjin City. A middle-aged monk clad in a robe, with a string of Buddha beads hanging from his wrist and a palm standing on one hand, waited silently. It was at this moment that Chen Fan took a step into the narrow alleyway. This middle-aged monk wearing a robe slowly opened his eyes after Chen Fan stepped into the alley. The alleyway was extremely narrow, only allowing one person to pass through. With the middle-aged monk blocking the way, Chen Fan was unable to pass through. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged monk in robes in front of him. Chen Fan asked out loud, "Venerable monk, can you make way?" The middle-aged monk slightly bowed his head and softly said, "The poor monk has been waiting for your highness for a long time." The moment these words came out, Chen Fan's complexion changed. "Your highness?" Chen Fan looked serious, staring intently at the middle-aged monk in front of him, and asked, "Dare I ask where the venerable master comes from?" The middle-aged monk folded his hands and calmly said, "The poor monk's dharma name is Empty Dust and he comes from the Hanging Temple." Chen Fan frowned slightly and whispered, "Empty dust?" Chen Fan suddenly laughed softly and asked,
dare I ask Master Empty Dust, how did you recognize my identity?
Venerable Master Empty Dust said softly, Your Highness is burdened with dragon chi, excluding Prince Yanghe of Tianjing City. There are only less than 2 people under the heavens who are still burdened with dragon chi.
Chen Fan became interested and curiously said, Why is it less than 2?
Empty Dust did not hide it and said, The Princess of Liang went straight into the western desert, and nowadays it is not yet a climatic situation, and only counts as a python, only half. Venerable Empty Dust opened a pair of golden eyes and looked at Chen Fan, saying, Other than that, the only person who is burdened with dragon chi is also only the open source dynasty's crown prince, Chen Fan. Chen Fan's figure shifted violently and went into a trance for a moment when he saw the pair of golden eyes. Chen Fan's originally slightly squinted eyes snapped open and his eyeballs rolled, revealing those pairs of heavy pupils. Chen Fan looked at Venerable Empty Dust's pair of golden eyes and said in a deep voice, Great Buddha's golden pupils? Rumor had it that the only great Buddhist masters who were extremely high in Tao were the only ones who had done so. After going through the 8 difficulties of the earthly world, both the difficulty of hell, the difficulty of hungry ghosts, the difficulty of the long-lived sky, the difficulty of the North Club of the Borderlands, the difficulty of blindness, deafness and mute, the difficulty of the world's wisdom and defensive intelligence, and the difficulty of being born in front of the Buddha and after the Buddha. After 8 difficulties, it is possible to cultivate the Supreme Buddha's eye, the golden pupil of the great Buddha. It is said that the golden pupil of the great Buddha can even penetrate delusion and see through cause and effect. Venerable Empty Dust's expression was calm, and the pair of golden eyes looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan's face was serious, and his heavy pupils also looked towards Venerable Empty Dust. The 2 pairs of eyes of the legend appeared here. Chen Fan's heavy pupils trembled as he asked in a cold voice, Dare I ask Venerable Empty Dust, what is it that he seeks? Empty Dust looked indifferent, folded his hands together, and voiced, Your Highness has a great destiny with my Buddhist sect. I wonder if Your Highness is willing to vanish into the Buddhist sect and go with the poor monk to the hanging temple to practice. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, May I ask the Venerable Master how there is a destiny? Empty Dust raised his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Fan, uttering, Unspeakable. Chen Fan lightly laughed and coldly laughed out, Then Venerable Empty Dust, why did I give up my position as the crown prince and turn to Buddhist cultivation? Empty Dust calmly said, All appearances are illusory. There was a moment of silence. Venerable Empty Dust sighed and said, The heavy pupil is now in the world, and heaven and earth have changed. Chen Fan was slightly stunned, and then stared closely at the pair of Big Buddha's golden pupils. The legend said that Big Buddha's golden pupils could see through karma and know the past and future. Chen Fan asked in a deep voice, What did you see? Empty Dust looked compassionate and said softly, The living and the dead. Chen Fan's eyes burned as he coldly said, What do you mean, is that this king will cause the world to be in a state of misery? Empty Dust did not respond, but only spoke, The poor monk is willing to use himself as a boat to help the world cross the sea of suffering. Chapter 101, The Real and the False Realm of the Great Void. Chen Fan's eyes were indifferent as he asked in return, What if I am unwilling to go to the hanging temple with you? Venerable Empty Dust just closed his eyes, let out a soft sigh and said, Then naturally, the poor monk cannot force himself. Chen Fan coldly said, Then make way. Empty Dust removed the Buddha beads wrapped around his wrist and gently turned them, silently reciting the scriptures. Your Highness is a person of destiny, so the poor monk will gift Your Highness a dream of yellow sorghum. Empty Dust reopened his eyes, and the pair of golden eyes suddenly blazed with Buddha's light. The great Buddha's golden pupils of Buddha's light appeared greatly. In the next moment, Chen Fan only felt a heavenly rotation, and the whole person seemed to have fallen into the boundless emptiness. The memories of this life were all forgotten. Empty Dust clasped his hands together and sang a Buddhist chant. Also true, also false, the realm of the great void. On the banks of the Huaishui River, there is a small courtyard. The sky was slightly cool, and the river was slow. Wow! With a cry, a baby croaked. A middle-aged man held the newly born baby in his arms, his face full of joy. The baby just cried non-stop, his eyes blurring with tears. The pain of birth. The suffering of birth is often not remembered. First of all, the pain of the October fetal prison, and then descended into the world, out of the mother's body, for the outside world burning heat or cold stimulation, and was grabbed by the palm of the hand, in the body of the baby, the pain of the whip body more than ever. The baby croaked after birth, which was actually caused by the physical pain. The baby, born on the banks of the Huaishui River, opened his eyes blankly and looked at the chaos of heaven and earth, not knowing what to do. The middle-aged man gave the baby the name Fanshin. Spring and winter continue to come and go, and the Huaishui River never returns. Fanshin chased butterflies and picked flowers in a small courtyard, and watched the water in through stones on the banks of the Huaishui River. In a trance, Fanshin has already reached the total corner of the year. Fanshin looked at the non-stop flow of Huaishui in the distance, and his mind was as confused as the stars in the sky. This non-stop flow of Huaishui, in the end, where to go? Where is the source of the water? Why do the old trees in the courtyard bloom and wither every year, and why do the flowers bloom and fail every year? Fanshin looked blankly at the sky, still confused. Fanshin has asked his father, asked his mother, but never got an answer. It was another year when the flowers blossomed. Fanshin was sick. Fanshin was lying in his mother's embrace, and every time he closed his eyes, there was a sharp hissing in his ears. Fanshin can only try to hold up his eyelids, feeling his mother's tears dripping down his cheeks. Fanshin is still groggy. I don't know how long I've been burning, and I don't know how many times I've endured the ordeal. It seems that since one's birth, one has an unbreakable bond with sickness. Whether you are a teenager, a young man or an old man, sickness always lingers. If you are alive, you will suffer from illness. The old tree in the small yard is blooming. Fanshin kneels in the small courtyard, a man with a slightly stooped figure and grey temples, crowning his son Fanshin. And the year of the crown. Fanshin knelt on the ground, kowtowed to his parents 3 times, and then resigned from the family. With a few taels of silver in his arms, Fanshin walked away from his mother's reluctant gaze. Leaving the Huaishui, which has accompanied him for 20 years, Fanshin was a little panicked for no reason. When he was young, he left his hometown. Fanshin went to a place far, far away. After a few years, on the banks of the Huaishui River, the woman died. Only the man was left alone in the small courtyard of the 4 harmonies. Not long after, the man also died. Like the small courtyard tree leaves, flowers withered petals, ordinary. It didn't make any waves. As the old saying goes, there is no joy in knowing each other, and no sorrow in parting. Separation of life and death, the tragic events on earth, youth loss of spouse, middle-aged loss of children, certainly grief, even if it is not a death, or to seek food and clothing, or because of the situation, and the loved ones of the birth of the separation, but also will feel the pain. There is no such thing as an unending banquet. It is rare for people as close as father and son, as close as husband and wife, to stay together for life, let alone others. All laws are impermanent, love, the pain of parting, cannot be avoided. The world of love is impermanent, and the pain of parting is unavoidable. Fanshin, who has already grown a beard, looked at the empty yard, overgrown courtyard. Sobbing. Just time will never stop, just like the non-stop flow of the Huaishui River. Go and never come back. The age of Fanshin, cowed out of the courtyard a few times, and then once again far away. Later, Fanshin met a girl. In his prime, he had not married for a long time, so he married the girl in a confused manner under the matchmaker's arrangement. In a trance, Fanshin has married. Fanshin looked at the gentle woman in front of him, trying to recall, but always feel that I forgot something. He was in a daze, wandering the world. Fanshin is not clear what he feels about this gentle woman, vague, as he 30 years in general. The woman is very virtuous and gentle, and has a shallow dimple when she smiles. Fanshin likes to see her smile. Another 3 years passed. A plague swept through. The woman died of illness. Fanshin watched his wife's death, but did not have a tear, not to mention grief. Fanshin just feel a little confused, seems to be lost between heaven and earth again, do not know what to do. The woman died, and Fanshin left this place. Fanshin, in his middle age, looked at the grey sky, his mind is confused. For no reason at all, Fanshin thought of his own uprooting from his hometown after he was crowned, and it seemed that the sky at that time was also like this, grey and cloudy. 40 years old. At the age of 40, Fanshin once again looked at the sky, but still did not know the direction. Fanshin stood in a thatched cottage by a small river. At the age of 40, Fanshin's body is not as good as it was at the beginning, and he wants to walk farther, but every time it is cloudy and rainy, his legs will be in great pain. Fanshin vaguely remembers, when he was still very young, can walk a long way. But now, looking at his slow legs, Fanshin is at a loss for words. Fanshin remembered the ancient saying he read when he was young by the Huaishui. I am not yet 40 years old, but my eyes are bewildered, and my hair is pale, and my teeth are shaking. Fanshin just smiled, things have come to such a pass. If he himself is still like this, wouldn't the woman be even more sorrowful? From bright eyes and white teeth, the city and the country, slowly to the chicken skin and hair, old age. The old bitter, only bitter smile. 50 know the fate of heaven. Fanshin's sideburns gray, when the thatched cottage has now become a small yard. In the small yard planted a willow tree, not big, but still quite lush. The color of the sky is gloomy, Fanshin's knees in hidden pain. Fanshin no, it will rain. Fanshin sat in the small courtyard, the summer wind blew the willow leaves. The gray sideburns of Fanshin, looking at the floating willow leaves, for no reason to think of the woman 20 years ago. Fanshin was in a trance, but he felt that he had not seen her smile for many years. Fanshin vision blurred, it seems that the gentle woman, standing under the willow tree. Willow leaves brushed the woman's long hair, the woman raised her smile, revealing that shallow dimple. Fanshin did not know what was wrong with him, he just felt a little stuffy in his heart. Fanshin braced himself and frowned. If he were to do it again, would it still be like this? It's just that the time and water flowed and ran on and on. It is destined to call for more than one can ask for. Chapter 102 One Thought. The oldest of the old. Fanshin was finally old and could no longer walk. Fanshin's face was full of wrinkles, his hands on crutches, sitting in the small courtyard. That willow tree, I don't know when it has died. Fanshin old eyes, often in the small courtyard. It seems that looking back on his life, there is nothing worth repeating. Fanshin slowly closed his eyes. Fanshin knows that he is going to die. But Fanshin always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. Just at this moment, Fanshin suddenly opened his dim old eyes and looked ahead. There was a middle-aged monk clad in robes with Buddha beads on his hands, approaching from afar. At the sight of this middle-aged monk, Fanshin seemed to return to his senses and actually tried his best to stand up. The middle-aged monk just folded his hands and said softly, "The 8 sufferings of life, have you ever realized them? Birth, old age, sickness, death, not being able to seek, grudges and hatred, love and separation, and the 5 flourishes. These are the 8 sufferings of life." Fanshin's eyes were tearful and he just looked at the middle-aged monk in front of him. The middle-aged monk sighed and said, "The 3 worlds flow together, and then you enter the cycle of reincarnation." Just the next moment, a man in a green shirt suddenly appeared beside Fanshin. This man in a green shirt gently put a hand on Fanshin's wrist and calmly said, "Enough." Just after Lin Er voiced out, an aura suddenly appeared in Fanshin's originally chaotic mind. His originally cloudy eyes gradually cleared up. Fanshin straightened up and looked towards the sky. Fanshin's originally cloudy old eyes rolled all of a sudden, revealing heavy pupils. "I am Chen Fan." Fanshin, Chen Fan. The upside-down world, the Taishu illusion realm. Chen Fan violently remembered everything, the memories of the past decades fading away like a tidal wave. In the next moment, Chen Fan's figure dissipated from its original location. After Chen Fan disappeared, only Venerable Empty Dust and Lin Rong were left standing opposite each other. Venerable Empty Dust looked at the green-shirted man in front of him and just let out a soft sigh. Lin had his hands folded into his sleeves, his expression is normal. With Lin Er's feet as the center, the heavens and earth began to fade, spreading in all directions. In just a few breaths, the world was colorless. Whether it was the water, the courtyard, or the willow trees and peach blossoms, they all faded away. The sky and earth were reduced to a single color of snow white. There was no longer any direction between heaven and earth, only a blanket of white snow and silence. On the line of white snow, Lin Er and Empty Dust looked at each other. Venerable Empty Dust opened his golden eyes and said helplessly, "Master Lin, do you really want to interfere with other people's karma?" Lin folded his hands into his sleeves, his expression calm, and did not speak. Lin looked at the surrounding snowy white, and with a slight movement of his mind, the heaven and earth suddenly changed color. In just a flash, Lin Er and Venerable Empty Dust stood on top of a horizontal bridge. Underneath the bridge was the raging and roaring turquoise-colored river. The turquoise-colored river, the red-colored sky. The river was rushing and the sound of flowing water roared. Venerable Empty Dust looked at the great river beneath his feet and softly said, "The heart has a river." Water vapor poured out of his face, dampening Lin Rong's hair. Listening to the roar of the flowing water, feeling the water vapor on his face, Lin lightly stepped on the crossbridge under his feet, and it didn't move. It was all no different from reality. Lin slowly closed his eyes, his heartstrings stagnating. When Lin Xiu opened his eyes again, the original scenery dissipated, heaven and earth returned to a blanket of snow white, silent. Lin. It is both true and false. When the mind starts, heaven and earth appear. When the mind stops, heaven and earth will disperse. True and false, false and true. It's all in one thought. Venerable Empty Dust twirled his Buddha beads and said, all existing laws are like dreams and bubbles, like dew and electricity, and should be viewed as such. Lin Rong let out a light laugh and asked, since you have already seen through cause and effect, why do you still want to meddle in the earthly world? Venerable Empty Dust folded his hands and said, if I don't enter hell, who will? Empty Dust looked at Lin Rong and said, Chen Fan's karma is extremely deeply involved, Master Lin, stop. Lin Er's eyes were as quiet as still water, his hands gathered his sleeves, and he said, no matter what kind of karma is involved, Lin Er will take all of it. Venerable Empty Dust was silent for a moment and said, Master Lin, there is a time when one's strength is exhausted. Lin looked towards this side of heaven and earth and smiled, then here, you and I will each make a move, how about it? Venerable Empty Dust looked towards Lin and said, good, then poor monk will only make one move. In the next moment, Venerable Empty Dust's pair of great Buddha's golden pupils violently shone with golden light. Venerable Empty Dust clasped his hands together and let out a loud Buddhist chant. The Sanskrit sound resounded through heaven and earth. When one knows that the sound of the Buddha's voice comes out of the void, it has 64 distinct and wonderful phases. 64 kinds of Brahma sounds resound from all sides of heaven and earth. Not only that, but the heavens open up and align. Between the threads, a Buddha's light shone. Behind the empty dust, a golden body that was tens of thousands of miles tall rose out of the sky. That golden body phantom topped heaven and earth, shrouding the heavens and earth with golden light flowing all over its body. In front of this golden phantom, Lin Er was like an ant trying to shake a big tree. Only to see that golden phantom that stood on top of the sky, slowly lifting up its giant hand, the world trembled. Empty Dust's pair of golden pupils of the great Buddha violently opened. At the same time, this gigantic Dharma face that was shrouded in golden light and topped the heavens and the earth also violently opened its eyes. Golden Vajra's eyes were furious. In the palm of this golden Dharma phase's left hand, there was an enormous swastika that was pressed down with a loud bang. Lin looked up at that huge palm as if the sky was collapsing and wrapping up millions of changes. Compared to Lin's figure, it was like a corn against the ocean. The huge palm descended from the sky. Lin, however, looked as normal, folded his sleeves with both hands, and slowly closed his eyes. Ding! A drop of water fell into the lake of his heart. Under such a phenomenon of the earth and sky changing, Lin's heart was like still water. Let the heaven and earth Sanskrit sound loudly, let that golden body cover the sky and the sun. My heart is still as water. Lin Er made no movement, his thoughts were all gathered in one line. That huge palm slapped down on his head. But in the next moment, that palm, which only seemed to collapse the heavens, unexpectedly passed right through Lin. Lin slowly opened his eyes. Lin looked towards the distant golden phantom that stood at the top of the sky, unknown tens of thousands of miles high, and his complexion was unperturbed. Phew! Lin let out a light breath. In the next moment, the golden body phantom that stood in the sky immediately dissipated like a bubble. Between the heavens and the earth, clear winds arose in all directions. Wherever the wind passed by, all the visions dissipated. Between heaven and earth, there was no more Buddha's light, no more Brahma sounds, and no more golden body. It returned to the blanket of snow. All music in heaven and earth was silent. Lin Er was still folding his sleeves with both hands, and Venerable Empty Dust was also standing not far away. Venerable Empty Dust folded his hands and calmly said, "It is the poor monk who has lost." Lin Er's heart was like still water, and he said softly, "It's also true and false, it's all in one thought." Venerable Empty Dust bowed slightly and said, "Master Lin's heart is like still water, and naturally, all kinds of dharmas cannot hurt the slightest bit." The original blanket of snow-white heaven and earth also dissipated. In the next moment, Lin Er and Venerable Master Empty Dust returned back to the narrow hudong of Tianjing City. At this time, Chen Fan was no longer in the narrow alley, and instead, Lin Er and Venerable Empty Dust stood opposite each other. Venerable Empty Dust clasped his hands together and calmly said, "If you, Mr. Lin, have the time, you can go to the Hanging Temple once, the fasting food in the temple is extremely delicious." Lin stood with one hand on his palm and returned the Empty Dust salute. Chapter 103, Not Being Able to Do As You Like. Chen Fan stood outside the hudong and stared at the middle-aged monk. Venerable Master Empty Dust once again looked at Chen Fan, only gently shaking his head and did not say anything. Lin Er was the one who suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Venerable Master Empty Dust, have you ever been to the empty sect?" The Mahayana uses the observation of emptiness as an introduction, hence the name Empty Gate. According to legend, only a Buddha from 500 years ago had ever stepped into the empty gate. Venerable Empty Dust gently shook his head and said, "I've only seen it, but I've never stepped through it." Without waiting for Lin to follow up, Empty Dust spoke, not yet accomplished.
Lin gently nodded his head before asking, is the future set, or is it unsettled?
The Buddhists believed that all dharmas were generated or destroyed according to the principle of cause and effect. The cause is the ability to generate, and the fruit is the result. Each other is both cause and effect. Empty Dust, however, calmly said, the past mind is unattainable, the present mind is unattainable, and the future mind is unattainable. Lin Rong frowned slightly.
It seemed like an answer, but it was already an answer.
Lin folded his hands and said softly, many thanks. Empty Dust's pair of great Buddha's golden pupils, however, dimmed by a few points. Empty Dust looked at the green-shirted man in front of him and sighed. Empty Dust softly said, in the future, may the Lin Shi master may have an open heart. After saying that, this high monk of the Hanging Temple folded his hands.
He quietly left.
Lin Rong stood in place, but was silent for a long time.
It was not until Chen Fan asked out loud, Senior Lin?
Only then did Lin slowly return to his senses. Unconsciously, the sky was getting dark.
A small courtyard at the edge of Tianjing City.
This private residence that was purchased by Crown Prince Yang He to hide his daughter in a golden house. At this time, in the small courtyard water leakage pavilion, Yang He is the only one drinking wine. Yang He gently shook the wine cup in his hand, his eyes dark and uncertain. The wine is not the so-called jelly, not even as good as the restaurant in the wine, just the most common nameless rice wine. Yang Hyuk's shoulders collapsed and he sighed without a sound.
Just at this moment, a small sound came.
Yang Hyuk's face returned to calm and straightened up.
Yang Hyuk coldly said, what is it?
In the night, the hoarse voice came.
Your Highness, Zhou Fine seeks an audience. Yang He slightly raised his eyebrows and slowly said, Zhou Fine?
The Cui family's grand butler, also the personal bodyguard of great General Cui Diao, Xianshan realm martial arts master. Yang He was silent for a moment and said, let him come in. In the shadows, the figure calmly said, yes. A few moments later, a fat man with a bloated, fat head and ears jogged all the way to the water discharging pavilion. This fat-headed fatty, however, was called Zhou Fine. Zhou Fine had a fawning face, the horizontal meat on his face trembled as he laughed, greetings to your highness the crown prince. Zhou Fine bowed his body and held a box in both hands with a fawning expression. Yang He didn't say a word, so Zhou Fine stood quietly and motionless. Yang Hyuk narrowed his eyes, let out a light laugh, and said, Housekeeper Zhou, what is the reason for coming here late at night? Zhou Fine nodded his head vigorously and said, I have disturbed your highness' purification, the old slave deserves to die, I hope your highness will not be angry. Yang He just let out a light laugh and didn't say a word. This Zhou Fine, who wagged his head and fawned to the extreme and bloated, was a genuine Xianshan realm master. Zhou Fine swallowed his saliva, his face was fawning, and he had no Xianshan realm grandmaster temperament. Zhou Fine cupped the box in his hand high above his head and said with a lowered head, my master ordered me to bring this to your highness for the wine. Yang He stood up, holding the wine cup in his hand, and said in amazement, oh? What a coincidence, no, this prince is drinking wine. Yang He grinned and casually said, then open it and see what Uncle Cui Diao sent. Zhou Fine bowed his head even more and said, as you command. The next moment, Zhou Fine opened the box. Only to see that within the box, there were 16 thumbs that were neatly arranged. There was another palm that was resting on top. The moment Yang He saw the box, his eyes flinched, and then he played with the flavor. Zhou Fine, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Fine bent over even more, raised the box high and said, Master said, someone in the Cui family can't control their hands, so they can only cut them. Yang Hyuk gently shook the wine cup while taking a sip of rice wine. Yang Hyuk calmly voiced out and asked, what else? Zhou Fine didn't dare to look directly at Yang He and uttered 4 words in a deep voice. The sun and the moon can be judged. Yang He was silent for a moment and slowly spoke, got it, go back. Zhou Fine said in a deep voice, yes. Zhou Fine did not hesitate and immediately turned around and left. After Zhou Fine left, Yang Hyuk looked at the box of thumbs on the ground, as well as the palm, his eyes cold. Yang Hyuk slowly sat down, and then said, what's going on? As soon as the words fell, a hoarse voice came from the dark. Today, Cui Wei was cut off his left hand by Cui Diao in the Cui family hall. Yang He was slightly surprised and scared. It should be known that today's first-grade General Cui Ling, his 2 sons have long since died in battle, and in his grandchildren's generation, there is only one woman. Cui Ling's own brother Cui He also only have a son, Cui Wei. Nowadays, the Cui family is supported by only one general, Cui Diao, and the rest of the Cui family are not in a good condition.
The rest of the Chui family's children are all out of shape, and the men are scarce. In the future, the Chui family's big business can only rely on Chui Wei to support it. Chui Wei is the only son of the Chui family, but now his left hand has been cut off and he is crippled. Yang He laughed lightly and said, "Chui Diao, it's really willing to give up ah." Yang He tapped the stone table with his finger. Chui Wei had mobilized 16 elite dead soldiers without authorization, wanting to send them to Yang Yi's side, and this matter had long been known by Yang Hyuk. However, Yang He didn't expect that Chui Ding would directly kill the 16 dead soldiers in the Chui family, and then cut off Chui Wei's left hand and send it here. Yang He did not look the slightest bit happy, but instead, he was grave. Chui, Wang, Zhao, Dong. Yang Yi, Yang Hyuk. The Yashuan Pavilion. No matter how cold or hot it is, Yashian Pavilion is always brightly lit. Since ancient times, the word love has tripped up countless heroes. At this time, inside the Yashuan Pavilion, it was bustling with activity and people's voices were booming. There were talented men drinking wine and composing poems, playing the flute and plucking the zither. If there are talented people, there are beautiful people. After all, this is a famous greenhouse in Tianjin City. There are several women hidden behind the screen, the figure of the hidden, hooked those literati scratch their hearts and lungs. Throwing money, talk. Abound. Just Yashin Pavilion 9th floor, but different. This is the head of the Rome fishing boat's private cabinet, idle people shall not step into. 9th floor is now empty, cold and quiet. Rome fishing boat, this kind of woman, willing to show up, the others are unable to sway. After all, there is Rome fishing boat in, Yashin Pavilion will not fall. Rome fishing boat first to dance in the capital, and then was named one of the top 10 beauties in the capital. Rome fishing boat is reluctant to show up, the number of times a year to show up, which several major shareholders of the elegant Xian court happy to see it. After all, high in the sky, cannot be sought, is the most seductive heartstrings. At this time in the attic, Rome fishing boat sitting in front of a bronze mirror. The woman with the most beautiful posture and even more stunning dance moves, ran one hand through her long hair. Rome Yujo looked at the stunningly beautiful face in the mirror, her eyes resolute. Fishing boat has not forgotten. Chapter 104 White Feather Long Sleeve Dance. In front of the bronze mirror that was used for combing makeup and tracing eyebrows, Rome Yujo's eyes were firm. Rome Yujo slowly stood up, his slender body reflected in the mirror. Today, this Yashin Pavilion's head honoree has changed into a long-sleeved dress with a drawstring waist. Rome Yujo's lotus steps gently moved, the dress undulating with it, long sleeves waving. Under the contemporary dance master N.I. Xian, once with the neon dress and feather dance, a dance to move the capital Rome Yujo, the dance at this time, but not that neon dress and feather dance. Rome fisherman boat waist is a handful, long sleeves and waist, body like a swimming dragon, sleeves like Suyu. White feather long sleeve dance. The waist is slender, the body curls, and the sleeves flow and undulate. White feather long sleeve dance is also one of the world's famous ancient dance. When there is a recognized white feather long sleeve dance everyone, it is said that every dance, or floating is floating clouds, as stunning. The recognized white feather long sleeve dance everyone, by the state of Liang as Liang's royal dancer, once in the capital of the king of Liang state banquet, to the white feather long sleeve dance famous in the world. Only that woman dance everyone, after the destruction of Liang, then do not know where to go. In front of the rise and fall of dynasties, a dancer seems insignificant, more no one cares. A dance finished, Rome fishing boat figure slowly stood still. The woman's face showed a strong resentment, unknowingly there will be tears flowing down. Rome fishing boat softly murmured, "Mother." At first, in the capital of the king of Liang, that woman wearing white feathers and long sleeves, dancing, how stunning was she? At that time, Rome fishing boat naively thought that mother would always be in the limelight. Just 5 short years later, a high and mighty king of Liang, who was the head of a country, actually had his head removed from the dragon chair. Rome Yuezhou personally watched Liang fall apart. In a peaceful world, that woman was the everyone of the white feather long sleeve dance. In the midst of chaos, it was not worth mentioning. Rome Yuezhou witnessed his mother being dragged towards the house by 3 Taihe generals, by her long hair. No matter how much the woman struggled, it was to no avail. The woman who should have been wearing white feathers and long sleeves and dancing, was reduced to a plaything. After that, the woman could not bear the humiliation, so she hung herself in the room. Rome Yujo became an orphan. After that, Rome Yujo was picked up by his mother's best friend, N.I. Xian. N.I. Xian treated Rome Yujo as if he were his own son and taught him everything he knew. After all, Rome Yujo was the child of the white feather long sleeve dancer, and was gifted in the field of dance. Soon, Ron Yujo learned the Neishang feather dance and gained the essence of it. Another 2 years passed. Ron Yujo left An'ai and set foot in Tianjin City. In this royal capital of the Taihe dynasty, she became famous for the Neishang Feishi dance. As expected, Ron Yujo became the head of Yushangu, and was ranked as one of the top 10 beauties in the capital. Ron Yujo waited for a full year, and finally waited for the prince to visit Yushin Pavilion. Yang He, who was known for his flirtatious, uneducated and idle behavior, finally stepped into the elegant pavilion just to have a glimpse of Ron fishing boat's face. Naturally, Ron Yujo would not let Yang He down. So there is Yang He hidden identity, with the song Spring White Snow, in the elegant pavilion in the shock of the four, attracted the elegant pavilion head Ron Fisherman Boat Initiative to show up to invite the beauty of the story. Ron Yujo just did not expect Yang He in the sound of a really different from the norm. That person really made up the 18 beats of Hujia. Ron Yujo and Yang He met dozens of times in these 2 years. Every year, Yang He threw away thousands of dollars and gave countless silk and satin. However, every time, that flirtatious prince, he did not touch himself, but just drank tea and talked about his heart. But it is also because of Yang He's several appearances, so that the rest of the Tianjin city are not dare to touch this Yushin Pavilion head. After all, Tianjin city knew that Ron Yujo was the woman that His Highness the Crown Prince had his eyes on. That uneducated prince can do something as ridiculous as keeping a flower girl. In the past 2 years, Ron Yujo has tried to make a move more than once. But this prince secretly, just the guards are 3, and there is even a golden body realm master to follow. It was not easy to assassinate the crown prince. Ron Yujo looked at himself in the bronze mirror. Ron Yujo gently stroked his cheek. Nowadays, she looked more and more like her mother. Ron Yujo sobbed uncontrollably. The heart is in turmoil. Tianjin City, the palace. Cunning Palace. As the head of the 6 palaces of the Empress Xiaoyi, today changed into a set of elegant clothes. Fade away the jewelry and gorgeous clothes, a plain and elegant clothes Xiaoyi, in front of the Cunning Palace stopped for a long time. Until Yang Shuyue came to the front of Cunning Palace. This princess, also dressed in plain clothes. When Yang Shuyue saw Xiaoyi, she softly said, "Mother." Xiaoyi snapped back to her senses, gently nodded her head, and softly said, "Let's go." Xiaoyi dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs and only left the palace with Yang Shuyue. One was the motherly empress, and the other was the only princess highness of the Taihe dynasty. March 13th. Princess Yang Xian's Memorial Day. The princess who died at the age of 14 was not buried in the royal tomb, but was instead buried in the palace. 2 people along the palace road winding forward, until a small hall in front. The hall is very simple, there is only a stone monument. Zhao Yi's body shape was a beat, stopped in front of the door of the hall, looking in a trance. Zhao Yi refused to step inside for a long time. Yang Solmoon lowered her eyes and gently supported Zhao Yi. After a long time, Zhao Yi slowly moved his feet and stepped into the hall with stiff movements. Yang Yuyue raised her eyes to look at the stone monument with a sad expression. This small hall was one of the forbidden places in the palace. Empress Zhao Yi would never allow any concubine to set foot in it. No one cleaned the small hall, naturally piling up countless dust, and Zhao Yi personally went here every year to clean. At this moment, this empress, the head of the 6 palaces, was gently sweeping away the dust. Yang Shuyue stood on the side and did not intervene. Yang Xian was Zhao Yi's own daughter and only heir. This young princess, who was extremely gifted in martial arts at birth and was favored by all, died inexplicably at the age of 14. At first, Empress Zhao Yi was so grief-stricken that she fell into a coma for 3 whole days. At this time, Zhao Yi just silently sweep away the dust in the hall, not daring to raise her head to look directly at the stone monument. At the same time, a handsome man wearing a white robe silently crossed into the small hall. Yang Saliyu's eyes twitched as she softly said, "Second brother." The person who came was none other than second Prince Yang Yi. Yang Yi only nodded his head gently before his eyes looked towards the stone tablet. Yang Yi's eyes were obscure and he did not say a word. Until Zhao Yi cleaned this small hall with his own hands, the noble Zhao Yi was covered in dust and his hands were tanned. Yang Solmoon walked to Zhao Yi's side and gently supported him. Yang Solmoon softly said, "Mother." At this time, Zhao Yi's eyes were dull and she was in a trance. Yang Soliyue looked out the door of the palace and frowned slightly. Until sunset and dusk, Crown Prince Yang He did not show up. Ever since Yang Yi stepped into this place, he just looked at the stone monument and didn't say a word. Only when the sky was completely dark did Yang Yi turn around and leave. Unlike Yang Yi,
Empress Xiaoyi had never looked at the stone tablet since she stepped in here. She didn't dare to look directly at it.
Chapter 105 Seeking Qi. Heavenly Capital.
After Venerable Master Empty Dust left, Chen Fan walked through half of the capital again. Whether it is a greenhouse, tea house, family residence, Chen Fan is one by one to see all, and even that golden palace, Chen Fan also distantly look at a glance. Chen Fan at this time is interested in a rouge store in front of Stay.
This rouge store, there is no lack of moving women.
It was just that Tianjin City was an imperial city after all, and the prices of the lipsticks and powders in this rouge store were all frighteningly high. Even Chen Fan smacked his lips. People who can open stores in Tianjin City, without exception, are all masters of observing words and understanding people's feelings. This rouge store was not small, and the number of women who came to purchase it was extremely high. It was inevitable that the rouge store could not take care of some of them. Chen Fan was wearing a cloth coat, his black hair was just tied up casually, his body was simple. The clerk, who had long been accustomed to seeing dignitaries and young masters and young ladies, only lightly glanced at Chen Fan, and wisely didn't go forward to ask. In the rouge store, there were only two kinds of people who were willing to spend money. The first type is the young lady from a wealthy family. Purchasing rouge powder up is not soft, what precious rouge, pay up silver is not soft. The second kind is to bring a woman to the man, even if the price of rouge is not low, but as long as the woman beside the slightest frown, the man will not hesitate to pay. Strange, but not strange. Chen Fan surveyed these with interest, occasionally bringing them close to his nose, sniffing a few times and weighing them a few times. The clerk in the rouge store was indifferent to this. And the owner, who was crackling his abacus in front of the cabinet, only glanced at Chen Fan faintly before lowering his head again. Even if Chen Fan was dressed in cloths and looked like a penniless master, the clerk just didn't ask questions. As for the picture of the boss not recognizing him and driving people away in those vulgar bridges, naturally, it was never possible to appear. Not only is the rouge store, restaurant, tea house, clothing store, are so. After all, this is trading. Buy and sell, two words, the root is a buy and sell. To put it bluntly, cannot be separated from the word people. In the vulgar bridge, there is no lack of some stores have eyes to recognize and tie, judging people by their appearance, and then by the young master's face bridge. But the truth was the opposite. Whether it was in Tianjin City or the other states, the bigger the store, the more money it made, the more friendly it was. Want to stand firm, go far, trading long term, it requires a people word. The reasoning behind this is well known to businessmen. Throughout the ages, this has been the case and has never changed. Chen Fan turned the powder store around, fumbled with his sleeve, and smiled sarcastically. There was indeed not much silver. In front of these sky-high prices of cosmetics that made people smack their lips, the little silver in Chen Fan's pocket was really a bit unattractive. Chen Fan is the crown prince of the open source dynasty is not false, but after all, at this time in a foreign place, it is inevitable that his hands are tied. Just at this time, a green-shirt man walked into the rouge store.
Lin let out a light laugh and asked with a smile, "What, haven't you seen enough?"
Chen Fan scared, the price is too expensive, one more look would be considered earning. Lin Ron, however, gently shook his head and said, "Even if you haven't seen enough, you can only stop here."
As soon as these words came out, Chen Fan's complexion changed slightly and said softly, "Could it be?" Lin Rong nodded and said, "The Qin Tian supervisor has already caught some clues." Chen Fan let out a breath.
Lin Rong turned to look into the distance, narrowed his eyes, and muttered, "Now someone has already moved." Chen Fan put down the bottle of rouge powder and laughed helplessly, "Then we can only clamp our tails and flee in haste." Lin Rong did not comment on this, but only laughed softly. Just the next moment, Chen Fan picked up the bottle of rouge powder again and walked straight to the shopkeeper of the store. The man who was crackling and tapping the abacus was slightly stunned before looking at Chen Fan. Chen Fan rested the bottle of rouge powder on the table and asked with a smile, "How much silver for this bottle?" The man picked up the bottle of rouge powder and sized it up before saying, 5 taels of silver.
At this time, the man's heart was also muttering non-stop. Could it be that he was looking away? Could it be that this young man dressed in cloth is another young master of some family, who has nothing to do and is deliberately dressed up as a commoner to play around in the city?
But who would have thought that Chen Fan even grinned and said, "Can't afford it." The man was speechless for a while, not knowing what to say for a moment. The sight of the boy frowned slightly, thinking that this is idle nothing to take the shopkeeper for fun. But in the next moment, Chen Fan took the bottle of rouge powder, his eyes bright, smilingly said,
"Can you keep it for me? I will definitely come back later. At that time, I will buy it."
Chen Fan was radiant, his heavy pupils trembling slightly. After saying that, Chen Fan then immediately turned around and walked towards the door without hesitation. Outside of the store, Lin Er's hands were folded into his sleeves, his expression unchanged. After the silhouettes of the two dissipated, the shopkeeper of this rouge store looked blankly at the door. The sidekick came over and tried to put the bottle of rouge powder back on the shelf. The boy didn't forget to mutter, "How strange. No money and still pretending to be a grandpa. You should know that this bottle of rouge powder is the favorite of many women in Tianjin City, not to mention 5 taels, or 7 taels, 8 taels, there are many people rushing to buy." What to say for him to keep down, really ridiculous. But at this moment, the middle-aged man put down his abacus and said, "Wait." The boy turned around in confusion and asked, "Boss, what's wrong?" The man was silent for a moment, then said, "Save this bottle of rouge powder." The boy's entire body froze in place and asked in disbelief, "Why? You know that this rouge powder is..." The middle-aged man frowned. Seeing his boss frowning, the boy immediately shut up, and then silently deposited this bottle of rouge powder into the store cabinet. The middle-aged man looked towards the doorway, and then lightly laughed and did not take it to heart. At the same time, there were dozens of figures that dispersed out from the Qintian supervisor. This group of Qi practitioners mixed into the crowd and searched along the Qi luck. Not only that, but there were also several martial grandmasters who heard the sound and rushed to the city gates. In the Tianjin city, even the Taihe dish, which was in charge of the Grand Eunuch, Chief Eunuch Chen, came out in full force. Qianhe Palace. Old Emperor Yangjin stood at the door smilingly. In the hall of Qianhe, the 4 supervisors of the Qintian supervision were all present. The atmosphere is solemn. Yangjin laughed and said, "Letting someone else's crown prince come running under my nose and strutting around, good, really good." The 4 supervisors were all holding their breaths and silencing themselves. Yangjin put his hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes and laughed. "I, Taya, spent countless amounts of real money to build the moon-worshipping platform and the star pavilion, but I didn't expect to raise a group of drunken bags like you." Yangjin stroked his cheeks and said, "If that old thing in the south knew about this, he wouldn't laugh his ass off." Chapter 106 Unbelievable. The heavenly capital city covered an extremely large area and was divided into 2 cities, the inner and outer. At this moment, in the outer city of Tianjin City, Lin Er and Chen Fan were walking side by side. Because Lin Er intended to cover up the heavenly opportunity, he did not mobilize his own true qi, so the two of them did not walk fast. Chen Fan looked back towards the inner city of Tianjin City, took a deep look, and then continued to walk forward. Lin Rong slightly sidled his head and asked, "What, didn't you see enough?" Chen Fan grinned and said, "Not enough, not nearly enough." This crown prince who came from the southern world had first traveled through Shuzhou and then Taizhou, meeting the people of the 2 states of the Taihe dynasty and personally enjoying the lower-level scenery of the Taihe dynasty, and then he personally traveled towards the heavenly capital city to see the uppermost-level scenery of this dynasty. It was also while the two of them were chatting, that several figures rushed behind them. Lin Rong raised his eyebrows slightly and laughed. It seems that the Qintian supervisor has made a bloody effort to mobilize so many Qi practitioners at once. Chen Fan was slightly stunned and asked, "The Qintian supervisor has detected our trail?" Lin Rong looked as usual and said, "With the chaotic god clothes shielding the heavenly chances, and with me stepping in to disrupt the Qi, I didn't expect to let the Qintian supervisor find out the traces. Nowadays the royal Qintian supervisor is quite a bit stronger than it was back then." Chen Fan pointed to the southwest corner of Tianjin City and said, 3 years ago, the Taiheyang clan spared no expense in emptying the national treasury to create 4 magnificent moon-worshipping terraces, respectively guarding the southeast, northwest, and northwest, and after that, there were 24 star-plucking pavilions, corresponding to the 24 festive seasons, and the stars were all over the moon. Chen Fan looked grave as he continued. There were also 4 Yin Yang family patriarchs appointed as supervisors, respectively sitting on the 4 moon-worshipping platforms as a means of monitoring the changes in the celestial seasons, and there were even 240 Qi practitioners surrounding the surroundings for observing the flow of the 24 solar terms. Lin Rong slightly raised his eyebrows and spoke with a smile. "Your Highness, the crown prince of the Kaiyuan dynasty, is quite knowledgeable about the Qintian supervisor of the Taihe dynasty." Chen Fan did not hide it and said bluntly, "There is no lack of my Kaiyuan saucers lurking in the heavenly capital, and some of them have even made extremely high official positions." Lin Rong rubbed his chin and sked. Chen Fan then let out a light laugh and said, "In the Kaiyuan dynasty, there is no shortage of saucers from the Taihe dynasty, big difference." Lin Rong laughed, and then slightly stretched his body. Lin Rong exhaled a breath and laughed softly. "This is the end of the tour, the next thing is to really pinch the tail and run away." The very next moment Lin said this, 5 cultivators arrived behind him in an instant. Of these 5 cultivators, 4 of them had long knives hanging from their waists and were scattered around, and a cultivator in grey robes was surrounded by them. The grey-robed chi practitioner in the center was holding a subtle compass, and the copper needle on the compass trembled incessantly. This chi practitioner from the Qin Tian supervisor frowned, looked ahead, and said, "There is a flow of chi in front of us." As soon as this chi practitioner's words fell, those 4 cultivators from the Department of Prisons did not hesitate and immediately drew their swords. Not only here, but all over Tianjin City, there were dozens of groups of similar cultivators striking out. Because of the god of chaos clothes shielding the heavens, in the eyes of the Qin Tian supervisor, the chi was in chaos, and there were fluctuations in chi in different directions. So the Department of Prisons and the Qin Tian supervisors will be together, for Department of Prisons cultivators with a Qin Tian supervisor chi practitioner, dozens of groups of cultivators respectively towards the direction of the fluctuations in the chi fluctuations. It was better to kill by mistake than to let go. Behind Lin Error, 4 cultivators of the Department of Prisons who had drawn their swords out attacked. Without hesitation, the 4 Warden Division cultivators violently swung their swords at Lin Error. Only in the next moment, those 4 Warden Division cultivators were blinded, all of them falling backwards with a thud. When that chi practitioner saw this scene, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He had found it. The 4 Warden Division cultivators all violently rolled over and rose up. The 4 of them glanced at each other and all of them gripped the long knives in their hands. An old cultivator of the prison division swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard, looking at the green-shirted man as well as the black-haired youth in front of him, and cursed in a low voice, "Damn it, actually letting us run into it." Another Warden Division cultivator clenched his teeth hard in his eyes and cursed, "Damn, bad luck." One should know that there were dozens of groups of cultivators moving at the same time in Tianjin City. However, it was their own team that found the real thing. Although they do not know the real identity of these 2 people, but this group of 10 years in the Department of Prisons of the old cultivators know very well, can let the Qin Tian supervision and the Department of Prisons to put out such a large array, absolutely impossible to be a small fish in shrimp. And the first batch of people to find these 2 over the river dragon, naturally, is the first to bear the brunt of a death. Lin Error was sighing and scared. It's a bit more troublesome than expected. Originally, he thought that he would at least be able to get out of Tianjin City safely, but he didn't expect that he would be found in the outer city. It seemed like the Qin Tian supervisor had really put in the blood. Even though the 4 prison division cultivators were cursing in their hearts, their figures still surged out and swung their swords at Lin Error once again. The 4 cultivators of the Department of Prisons were ruthless, all of them went straight for the vitals. Lin Error just stood in place with his hands on his sleeves, his expression unchanged, not caring about the 4 cultivators who came with their knives, and turned to look in the direction of the inner city in the distance. The 4 of them exerted all their strength to strike, but within a zhang of the green-shirted man, their figures came to a violent and abrupt halt. The 4 people's bodies were suddenly heavy and their movements were slowed down. Within one zhang, it was as if there was an invisible barrier. Around those prison division cultivators' speed is getting slower and slower, the body is getting heavier and heavier. For people, even if they are clenching their teeth, desperately mobilizing the body of true chi, the body is still as deep in the mud, cannot move. The closer they get, the more so. Struggle forward until within 5 feet. The long sword, however, violently collapsed on its own, and the 4 Warden Division cultivators all violently spat out blood and fell backward to the ground, before completely fainting. At the same time, the Qin Tian supervisor cultivator violently crushed the compass in his hand. After that compass shattered, a ray of white light shot up into the sky. All the Qin Tian supervisor cultivators in Tianjin City had a feeling in their hearts and looked in one direction at the same time. In front of the Qianhe temple. The 4 supervisors rose violently and said in a deep voice towards Yangzhen, "Your Majesty, we have found it." The Qin Tian supervisor and the prison department had joined forces to hunt down the man and finally caught him. Yangzhen put his hands behind his back and narrowed his eyes. "Then let's do it." Yangzhen slowly walked into the Qianhe hall, but his expression was grave. Yangzhen just let out a long sigh. Unbelievable. The Kaiyuan dynasty has produced a crown prince with excessive guts, ah. At this moment, the warden department, the Qin Tian supervisor, and the Taihe dish all flocked in the direction of Lin Rong. Not only that, there are even some martial arts masters that are kept in the royal family, they also show up and head straight in the same direction. The outer city of Tianjin. On the side, Chen Fan held his breath and clenched his hands tightly into fists. Lin Rong narrowed his eyes, feeling the cultivators coming from all directions behind him, and laughed lightly. Amazing, a big scene. Chapter 107, The Wind Rises.
Tianjin City. Elegant small courtyard. Yang Hyuk was in the water draining pavilion when he violently stood up and looked into the distance. Noticing the strange movements in Tianjin City, Yang He's expression changed. Yang Hyuk said in a deep voice, "Shadow, what's going on?" In the shadows, a blurry figure appeared and said hoarsely, "Your Highness, the Warden Department and the Qin Tian Supervisor have joined forces to move out and chase towards the outer city of Tianjin City. Not only that, even some of the martial arts masters hidden in the royal family have also moved out at the same time." Yang Yi frowned, his thoughts jumbled, and said, "You go to the outer city and find out who it is that could have attracted such a battle." The shadow whispered, "Yes." The shadow figure dissipated back into the shadows. Yang He stood alone in the water drainage pavilion, his brows locked. Meanwhile, the Cui family. Great General Cui Diao stood alone in the middle of the Cui family's lobby, and beside him was that bloated fat man Zhou Fine. Zhou Fine's eyes narrowed into slits and asked softly, "Master, the Warden Department and the Qin Tian Supervisor are moving together, we." This long-experienced Great General Cui Diao resolutely shook his head, his eyes were resolute, and he said in a deep voice, "Wait, there is no imperial order, absolutely no unauthorized deployment of troops." Cui Di, hands behind the back, not angry since the authority, just calmly stood in the Cui family lobby. This Grand General of the first grade was responsible for ruling the Imperial Guard within the heavenly capital city. Heavenly capital and the prison department is almost all out, even the most mysterious Qin Tianjian are unprecedented show up, but only the Imperial Forest Army does not move at all. The Imperial Forest Army is the elite of the elite, such as today's capital city has a full 10,000 Imperial Forest Army. But is responsible for the Imperial Guards of Cui Diao, at this time but a military order is not issued. Cui Diao rubbing palms, this in the battlefield and the death, and in the temple of the old man, calm color. This is Tianjin City, the imperial city of the Taihe dynasty. Even now, even that Qin Tian Supervisor has moved, but the Imperial Guards are still not moving at all. Cui Din knows that once he mobilizes the Imperial Army without authorization to go after that river dragon. After this matter, I'm afraid that Cui family up and down, head will fall enough. Overstepping the bounds, no imperial order, dare to unauthorized mobilization of the Imperial Army, and how different from the plot to rebel. Cui Di's figure is stable and steady in place, the great general in the Cui family hall stood, looking straight at the door of the Cui family. As long as there is an imperial decree, Cui Diao will immediately mobilize the Imperial Army to encircle that monk who does not know how to die. But if there was no holy decree, even if that person poked a huge hole in the sky, Cui Diao would never mobilize a single soldier. Nowadays, there is a calm before the storm, and the whole Tianjin city is almost ready to explode. Regarding the matter of the Crown Prince, it has caused several major families to be very excited. But Cui Ding is clear, the future and how it is later, whether Yang He or Yang Yi on the throne, that is also the future, and the person on the dragon chair today, is Yang Jin. Even if the emperor, who had once fought half of the country, is now dying of old age, so what? An emperor is an emperor. Not only Cui Ding, Zhao, Dong and Wang families were also surprisingly quiet. Unlike the tranquility of the several great families in the inner city. The outer city of Tianjin. There were 160 long swords that Lin Er broke with his second finger alone. There were even countless more strange hidden weapons, guns, swords, halberds, and axes. Starting from the 5 cultivators who had first found Lin Er, along the center of the outer city of Tianjin City, spreading all the way to the edge of the outer city, a total of 326 cultivators of the Department of Prisons had fallen. An open area near the edge of the outer city. There were 11 cultivators, surrounding them front and back. Along the way, a full 326 Warden Division cultivators had used their swords before they were able to slow down that blue rainbow by the slightest bit. It was only then that these 11 royally bred martial arts masters were able to surround and trap that green shirt in the center. The very center. Lin Xiu's posture was upright, his green shirt grinning, his long hair flowing in the wind. Surrounding Lin Xiu were 11 martial arts masters. Without exception, all of them were at the Golden Body Realm cultivation level. Not only that. Even further away, there were 2 cultivators with erratic figures, ready to strike. 11 Golden Body Realm Martial Dao Masters were in the front, surrounding Lin Er in the center. In the shadows, there were 2 Xianshan Realm Sec Masters, ready to strike at any moment. The 2 Xianshan Realm Martial Masters were all restraining their breaths, their figures were as erratic as ghosts. Lin Er was in the very center of the encirclement and laughed lightly, 11 Golden Body Realms, 2 Xianshan Realms. You, the Crown Prince of the Kaiyuan dynasty, doesn't seem to be worth that much. In response to Lin Rong's jibe, Chen Fan could not laugh at all at this moment. Chen Fan looked at those 11 Golden Body Realm martial grandmasters and could only let out a dry smile and said bitterly, "It's not that cheap." Not to mention those two Xianshan realm whose breath Chen Fan could not detect at all. The depths in a magnificent heavenly capital city were far deeper than imagined. The 11 Golden Body Realm martial Dao masters moved forward in unison, slowly approaching. The martial Dao True Qi twisted into a single strand. The sound was horrifying. The two Xianshan realm masters mixed in, only waiting for the green-shirted man to reveal a crack, then they could strike out and kill him with a single blow. Two Xianshan realm masters, 11 Golden Body Realm masters. 13 martial arts masters surrounded the front. Outside of this, farther away, there was a steady stream of cultivators from the Department of Prisons converging here. The cultivators of the Department of Prisons were all armed with swords, waiting for their turn. Outside of the cultivators of the Department of Prisons, there were even dozens of Qi practitioners of the Qin Tian supervision, staggered on the heights, keeping a close eye on the movements of that green shirt. Enclosing and re-enclosing. Such a big battle was just to encircle the person in the center. Only Lin Er, who was surrounded by layers and layers of encirclement, still had his hands folded around his sleeves, looking cozy. It was at this moment that Lin suddenly narrowed his eyes and turned to look in the direction of the palace. After detecting an aura, Lin collected his joking demeanor and softly said, "We can't delay any longer." In the next moment, Lin's sleeves gently dropped. Between heaven and earth, a clear wind rose. First, wisps of clear wind rose from the four directions of heaven and earth. The wind arose at the end of the green weeds. The prevailing fury was in the wilderness. Lin Er's green shirt was blown and grinned. The wind passed along Lin Xiao's fingertips, going and returning. Those two Xianshan realm sect masters were the first to notice that something was wrong and blatantly struck out. After this, 11 Golden Body Realm sect masters followed closely behind. Several splendid Dao spells slammed into Lin Er in unison. Lin just closed his eyes and softly said, "The wind rises." In an instant, the winds between heaven and earth were raging. Between Lin's two sleeves, there were actually two huge green-colored dragon scrolls that rose up from the flat ground. Dragon scrolls rose from the ground. The two huge green-colored dragon scrolls went straight to the sky. Those splendid Dao laws that came smashing in together were all churned up, unable to advance an inch. The green dragon scrolls whistled and blew, shaking the earth and sky. Chen Fan, who was in the center, could barely open his eyes. The two green-colored dragon scrolls swept the surrounding area. Chen Fan tried his best to open his eyes, only to see that the green shirt only had his hands behind his back, and the corners of his mouth seemed to have a faint smile on them. Whether it was the Warden Division cultivators, the 11 Golden Body Realm martial artists, or the two Xianshan realm masters, they were all powerless. After the gust of wind, the figures of Lin Er and Chen Fan had long since disappeared. Chapter 108 Ink-Colored Flying Rainbow. Two Xianshan realms, 11 Golden Body Realms. Plus hundreds of cultivators from the prison division and dozens of Qi practitioners from the Qin Tian supervisor. It was still unstoppable. Lin Er and Chen Fan traveled all the way out of the city without any stops. The Imperial Guards stationed in the outer city of Tianjing City, even though they had sensed the movement, still remained motionless. This group of Imperial Guards stationed in the Tianjing City were just dead set in place without the slightest misstep. One of the young Imperial Guard generals was subconsciously about to have hundreds of Imperial Guards release their arrows together to stop that green rainbow. This Imperial Forest general even ordered to bring out the huge crossbow bed and aim at the green rainbow. One must know that this huge crossbow bed is equipped with huge crossbow arrows that are 1 foot by 2 feet long, and the arrows are as thick as a bucket of water. Each crossbow bed was equipped with 5 sturdy soldiers, and just loading the arrows was extremely troublesome. However, once this huge crossbow arrows left the string, it was as fast as thunder, and the speed was so fast that it was even close to a flying sword. The killing power is so great that even a Golden Body Realm martial arts master would find it difficult to resist. This kind of huge crossbow bed is specially used to shoot those Jianghu martial artists. But just as this young Imperial Army general was about to make his move, he was stopped by an Imperial Army lieutenant general. There was no Imperial order, and no military order. This batch of Imperial Guards that were meant to guard Tianjing City just watched that blue rainbow leave the city. There was still a clear wind at the cuffs of Lin Rong's sleeves, and his green shirt vibrated non-stop. Chen Fan turned his head to look at the Tianjing City that was getting farther and farther away and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It was also right after Lin Er left that several more martial grandmasters with astonishing auras rushed to the outer city. Not only that, there were even several more martial Dao masters still on their way. Even though Chen Fan was overly bold, he was still afraid. One must realize that after all, it was in the heavenly capital, and in this huge capital, there were countless hidden masters. Moreover, there are 10,000 imperial guards stationed in the city. Moreover, they are equipped with crossbow beds that specialize in killing Jianghu masters. If one were to stay in the outer city and alert more experts to come, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Fan said in a deep voice, "It's really dangerous." Lin Rong, however, only laughed lightly and shook his head. "It's not enough, Yang Jin did not ruthlessly want to leave you, the Prince of Kaiyuan, behind." It looked like both the Qin Tian supervisor and the Department of Prisons were all over the place, even mobilizing the Taiha dish and the royal patriarch. The momentum was not false. But one must know that those 4 supervisors of the Qin Tian supervisor, the Yin Yang family patriarchs, were not present. And the prison division of the several martial arts cultivation extremely high division prison also did not make a move. Not to mention all those famous martial arts masters who were hidden in the heavenly capital and had fallen into the royal clutches. As well as the 10,000 imperial guards who were pressing their troops. Chen Fan was silent for a moment and said softly, "The North is still martial, its name is true." Nowadays, in the world, the North's martial luck was obviously more prosperous than the South's martial luck. Of the upper 3 realms of martial artists in the Jianghu, 60% of them were in the northern part of the world. After that incident back then, the Taiha dynasty and the Kaiyuan dynasty had worked together to suppress the Jianghu. But the Kaiyuan dynasty's tactics are much gentler, slowly. The Taiha dynasty is ruthless, not only planting saucers, suppressing the Jianghu Qi, but also keeping martial arts masters in the imperial city. Chen Fan had to admit that this Tianjing city, compared to the Luoyang city of the Kaiyuan dynasty, the martial arts fortune was much stronger. Chen Fan raised his head and looked at this green-shirted man, wanting to speak. Lin Rong then laughed, playfully, "What do you want to ask?" Chen Fan smiled sarcastically and just shook his head. Although Lin saw through Chen Fan's thoughts, he did not point it out. What this crown prince of the Kaiyuan dynasty wanted to ask just now was about the battle in the Liang king's capital. You have to know that the real measure of the depth of the royal capital, there is only the former Liang. Lin Er did not open his mouth. Why is Lin Rong will be so sure? This trip to the capital city, Yang Jin has never been ruthless to strike. The reason was simple. It was because Lin had personally experienced the full depths of a royal capital. It wasn't just as simple as martial arts masters rounding up and the imperial guards besieging them. More importantly, it was the suppression of that country's qi. Just like in the sky above the heavenly capital, that huge dragon that was manifested by the country's fortune, looming in the background. Lin Er and Chen Fan were 15 miles away from Tianjing City. It was also at this moment. Tianjing City, the imperial palace. Yang Jin waved away the 4 Qin Tian supervisors. This old emperor had his hands behind his back and stood in front of the palace gate thoughtfully. At this time, beside the old emperor Yang Jin, was the strategist Chao Yangxian who had come out of the underground. Chao Yangxian's face was pale and bloodless. This schemer stood at the side with a calm expression. Yang Jin slowly opened his mouth and said, "The Kaiyuan dynasty has produced a crown prince with exceptional boldness." Chao Yangxian did not mince words of praise and said, "This crown prince from the south will be Taiha's greatest rival in the future." Yang Jin let out a sigh, his face grave. Chao Yangxian naturally knew exactly what was on Yang Jin's mind and calmly said, "Your Majesty, the next emperor of Taiha will also never be a moderate ruler." Yang Jin, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and turned his head to ask, "Oh? Then according to your opinion, who will the next emperor be?" It is important to know that for the matter of the crown prince, this poisoner never interfered or even cared about it at all. Du Wanfeng mastered the temple, Chao Yangxian mastered the Jianghu. Chao Yangxian did not answer, but only gave a light laugh. Yang Jin no longer asked more questions, but just said to himself, letting people strut around under their noses, and just go back, "I'm afraid I'll make that old thing in the south laugh his ass off." Yang Jin gently shook his head and said, "Not good, not good." After saying that, Yang Jin then looked at the big eunuch not far behind him who was always wearing a red robe. The great eunuch, Chief Eunuch Chen. This great eunuch, who wore a red robe all year round and never stepped out of the imperial city, only bowed slightly. Chief Eunuch Chen, who was at the head of the eunuchs, slowly poked out his sleeves with both hands. In the center of Chen's hand, there was an imperceptible pitch-black ink ball. Starting from the Qianhe Hall, an ink color poured out. The ink color was extremely deep and thick. This ink color spread outwards, silently. Tianjing City was 15 miles away. Lin Rong furrowed his brows furiously, vaguely sensing that something was wrong. It was silent.
In the next moment, only an ink-colored flying rainbow was seen above the firmament, suddenly descending from the sky. From the top to the bottom, it was a straight line. This ink-colored flying rainbow instantly rushed down, instantly enveloping the two of them in thin air.
Wherever the ink color passed, it was obliterated.
Regardless of whether it was flowers, plants, trees, or boulders, they were all reduced to pieces. On top of the earth, the ink-colored rainbow that descended from the sky directly washed out a huge crater. Within a radius of 100 meters, a huge sinkhole that was too deep to see the bottom was carved out.
Like a well against the sky. It wasn't until a few moments after this ink-colored flying rainbow dissipated.
Only then did a huge boom violently come from the heavens and earth. The roar was like heavenly thunder rolling, successive and resounding through the heavens and earth. The flying rainbow was the first to arrive, and the roar was late.
The speed of that ink-colored flying rainbow could be imagined. Chapter 109 Western Desert.
With the Tongtian River as the boundary, the world was divided into north and south.
The easternmost part was the vast and boundless East Sea. The Taiha dynasty occupied the north, and the Kaiyuan dynasty occupied the south. On top of that, there was still the Western Desert. The Western Desert.
Unlike the fertile land of the Central Plains, the Western Desert is dominated by vast grasslands and barren deserts.
The Western Desert land is the white soil. The land is sparsely populated.
Most of this place is mainly nomadic, very little farming. Half of the Western Desert is a vast desert, yellow sand filled with the sky.
Outside of this, there are mostly vast grasslands.
Among the nomads, there were as few as a few thousand people and as many as a few tens of thousands, and even more cattle and sheep and livestock in countless numbers, and most of these tribes resided in pastures that were fertile with water and grass. In the barren Western Desert, such pastures are mostly numbered, and nomadic people also in the evolution of thousands of years, gradually have their own territory, gradually developed into different tribes.
In the Western Desert, there are 8 sections of grassland, i.e. 8 different nomadic tribes.
This is in the last 100 years, the most powerful 8 big tribes. Each tribe has tens of thousands of people, respectively occupy 8 different pastures.
Zhongqiu Mountain. One of the 8 grassland tribes, the Injun tribe.
The Injun tribe has 23,000 people, all of whom are good with horses and proficient in riding and archery. After a teenager is 14 years old, he will get on the back of a horse, and from then on, he will be accompanied by a big horse in his crotch for the rest of his life. The Inu Rong tribe is ranked as one of the 8 grassland tribes, occupying a fertile pasture with a pleasant climate. At this time, the Injun tribe, but it is dead.
In the tent in the center of the Injun tribe.
A man with a big waist, stout and majestic figure, sitting in the center.
This Injun tribe's contemporary Khan looked grave. The Khan of the Injun tribe, Marco Polo pressed his hands on the long table and spoke in the ancient language of the Western Desert, asking, "Have they not left yet?"
A young man at the side spoke out, "Father, they are still 10 miles away from Zhongqiu Mountain today, stationing thousands of people." This young man's name was Marcoe, the son of Khan Marcoe, the strongest young man in the Injun tribe. When Marco River was 14 years old, he had tamed an unruly and fiery horse by himself, and his fame resounded throughout the entire Injun tribe. At this time in the tent, there are still nearly 20 strong men. These are the backbone of the Injun tribe. At this time, Marco, who was the Khan of the Injun tribe, clenched his hands into fists and asked in the ancient language, "How can we expel them?" Marco River was the first to speak, "I can lead 800 cavalrymen and fight them head-on."
The remaining few Injun clansmen also spoke up.
Another Inu Rong clansman said in a deep voice, "My Inu Rong tribe has occupied Zhongqiu Mountain for 80 years, and I will never give it away." It was also at this moment that an extremely old man slowly spoke, "We cannot fight." After this old man of very high rank spoke, the tent entered into a silence. But without waiting for the old man to speak, there was a person outside the tent who came to report.
Khan, they are here." Marco stood up violently and said in a deep voice, "How many people have come? 500, 1,000, or 2,000? Only 3 riders, and the one at the head is a woman."
"Only 3 riders?" When these words came out, Marco frowned, looking puzzled. In the tent, there was also a lot of discussion. At the bottom of Zhongqiu Mountain, 3 riders broke away from the 3,000-strong army behind them and slowly moved forward. Facing the Inu Rong tribe, which had 20,000 herdsmen stationed there, the 3 of them even went straight to the middle of the Inu Rong tribe. General Ning Tai, holding the divine mighty blazing water lance and riding a high-headed steed, was on the left.
Zhou Oblivious Ji was wearing a wide Taoist robe, looking calm, on the right.
The person in the center was also the one walking at the front.
It was a woman.
In the engine tent, Khan Marco led the crowd out.
Marco frowned and looked at the three people in the distance. The three people had unexpectedly walked straight into the middle of the engine tribe.
Beside him, Marco River asked in a low voice, "Father, should we surround them?" It was important to realize that the three had already walked away from the army and into the territory of the engine tribe.
As long as Marco gave the order, the engine cavalry would be able to completely encircle them.
But unexpectedly, Marco shook his head and said, "Don't act rashly." In Marco Polo's eyes, the three people were not slowing down and riding their horses. After seeing the person in the center, Marco's expression changed. Only to see that woman riding a snow-white steed at her hip. Marco, who had dealt with horses all his life, could tell at a glance that the snow-white steed was the first-class BMW in the world. The woman was riding on the back of the horse. The woman was on the back of the horse, with her green silk tied up, wearing a gilt-red phoenix gold crown, and wearing a white embroidered long immortal phoenix robe. She looked proud. The woman, whose posture was so beautiful that it could be called a scourge, raised her head, narrowed her phoenix eyes, and looked towards the Inu Rong tribe with a smile rather than a laugh. The three of them walked all the way to the middle of the engine tribe. Marco stood outside the tent, staring closely at the woman who came slowly. On his left, Ning Tai was clad in heavy armor with a divine might blazing water lance in his hand. This great general with a murderous aura and a hideous scar covering his face swept around in contempt. On the right, Zhao Forgetfulness was just resting with his eyes closed, his wide Taoist robe naturally hanging down. This patriarch, whose cultivation was already at the peak of the Xianxin realm, silently followed behind. The woman at the head of the group strangled her horse and stopped. Marco Polo, on the other hand, looked at the man holding the divine mighty blazing water lance with a frown on his face.
Marco muttered in the ancient language, "You're that man?"
Several years ago, the Western Desert saw an influx of a group of Central Plains people. According to the other tribes, they had the most powerful army, the strongest armor, and the sharpest spears.
Their army was invincible and unbeatable.
This group of Central Plains people had 2,000 heavily armored cavalrymen, all of whom were clad in heavy armor. They called themselves Iron Buttons. The 2,000 Iron Buttons were invincible and swept through the Western Desert wherever they passed. In just 2 years, this group of Central Plains people had established a firm foothold in the Western Desert. The person who led these 2,000 iron pontoons was a man with a long spear and a hideous scar on his face. The Chang tribe, one of the 8 tribes of the steppe, was defeated by this group of iron floaters, and the Khan of the Chang tribe was stabbed through with a spear by that general. Yishui, where the Chang tribe was located, as well as the Chang tribe, all submitted to this group of Central Plains people.
Ning Tai lifted his lance and asked with a smile, "You've heard of me?"
Marco's face was grave as he spoke in broken Chinese. "It was you who exterminated the Chang tribe."
Ning Tai just grinned.
Marco then looked at the woman in front of him and opened his mouth again in broken Chinese and asked, "You are that woman, Khan?" Rumor had it that this group of invincible and powerful Central Plains people had welcomed a woman Khan last year. That woman looked disdainful, her phoenix eyes slightly narrowed. Zhao Oblivion slowly opened his eyes, snorted, and gently shook his large sleeve.
In an instant, an invisible great force pressed down from thin air.
The people led by the Injin Khan, Marco, immediately felt 1,000 pounds pressing down behind them. With a bang, excluding the woman, all the people around them prostrated themselves on the ground. Marco Polo's body was half kneeling on the ground, trying his best to raise his head. Only to see that woman wearing a gilt-red phoenix gold crown, towering over her. The woman narrowed her phoenix eyes, her expression arrogant. This king, Liang Bird.
Chapter 110, Guaranteeing You Won't Die.
Liang Bird was high up on the back of his horse, looking down at the surroundings. Injin Khan Marco struggled to get up and try to regain his footing. But the next moment, he was pressed back down by invisible pressure. Marco's hands were braced against the ground, and the stout Khan's face was livid. Liang Bird rode the shining night white horse and slowly walked towards the tent. Shining night white is the premier 1,000-mile horse. The sound of the horse's hooves is light and ethereal. But it is this light sound of hooves, falling in the ears of the entire Injin tribe, is a muffled sound. The unhurried hooves of the horse seemed to be stepping on Marco's chest, pressurizing the Injin Khan who could hardly breathe.
Marco just watched as the woman rode into the tent. Liang Qiao calmly looked towards Marco Polo's seat and just let out a light laugh.
Liang Qiao turned her horse's head, and then walked straight outward. When Liang Bird passed by the prostrate Marco Polo, the woman just calmly dropped a sentence.
3 days later, this king will come back.
Either you will submit, or this king will personally lead 2,000 iron floaters to step on Zhongqiao Mountain. Liang Bird was the first to leave, accompanied by Zhao Forgetfulness and Ning Tai. As he was leaving, this great general who was carrying the divine mighty fiery water lance swept the surrounding area with cold eyes. The three of them just stepped into the Injun tribe in a big way, before heading off again. It wasn't until the three of them completely walked out of Zhongjiao Mountain that the greatness in Marco's body suddenly disappeared. Marco was panting heavily and sweating profusely. The entire Injun tribe was looking at the woman in the distance. There was awe in her eyes. Further away was the Taifu too that made the entire western desert scared. Liang Bird 3 people returned to the army camp. Now, this group of former Liang's old troops had already occupied Ishui and brought the Chang tribe under their command. Ning Tai walked up to Liang Bird and spoke out, "Your Highness, the Injun tribe has 8,000 cavalry, 100,000 cattle and sheep livestock, and 30,000 steeds." Liang Chao held the reins in his hand and calmly said, 3 days later, go straight into Zhongqiao Mountain." Ning Tai grinned and said, "I will not dishonor my mission." Ning Tai looked towards the distant Zhongqiao Mountain and said, "When we occupy Zhongqiao Mountain, we can echo each other in Ishui, connect all the way, and after cleaning up the Injuns and Changs, we can continue to move westward." On the side, Zhao Xiaoji gently shook his head and said, "When the Chang and Injun submit, the rest of the 6 grassland tribes will definitely take action. We should first stabilize Zhongqiao Mountain and Ishui, enlist the Chang and Injun, and wait and see what happens." Ning Tai, however, frowned and said, "Because of this, it's important to be quick, and not to let the remaining 6 steppe tribes react, so we'll use swiftness to knock out 2 more of them, and by that time, the remaining 4 tribes will be powerless to return to the heavens, even if they join forces." Zhao Oblivious still shook his head and said, "Even if the western desert is far inferior to the central plains, we can't underestimate this group of herders who have lived in the western desert for generations. We can't be overly hasty, we must plan it out slowly." Ning Tai said in a deep voice, "Soldiers are precious." Zhao Oblivious Chi raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Even if the western desert has been barren since ancient times and has little martial luck, it's not as if there isn't a single patriarch." Ning Tai didn't refute Zhao Woji and just looked at the woman. Liang Bird looked calm and just drove his horse into the camp. The armorers present all looked at the woman wearing the widely embroidered long immortal red phoenix robe with solemn expressions. Without exception, all of them had solemn eyes. When Liang was destroyed, this group of Liang's old troops were driven out of the central plains and had to flee into the western desert. Ning Tai used these 2,000 iron pontoons as his capital to defeat the Chang tribe, one of the 8 tribes of the steppe, and occupied Ishui. Although there was a general Ning Tai leading the army, there was also a patriarch Zhao Woji guarding the area. According to the arrangement of the strategist Bai Long, the 2 of them pacified this group of Liang's old ministers who tried to establish themselves as the king, and then conquered the Chang tribe and occupied Ishui. However, this group of Liang's old troops still lacked a master. Until the appearance of this woman. This group of Liang's old ministers had just gained a firm foothold in the western desert when Her Highness set foot in the western desert. Bird transforms into a phoenix. Liang Bird looked back to the distance, only to see yellow sand filled the sky. Liang Bird calmly said, "Fight. Must fight, thoroughly beat them to pain and convince them, so that the grassland tribes will be scared at the name of this king. This king will unify the western desert." Taihe Dynasty, Taizhou. Dawn Mountain Blessed Land. Xian Yuanyu was not the least bit concerned about Lin Er and Chen Fan's departure. During the weekdays, Xian Yuanyu, on the other hand, spent all of his thoughts on refining weapons. Regarding that piece of heavenly stream jade, Xian Yuanyu also had a headache. Although the Tianjian jade is hard, but also brittle, once the strength is not appropriate, I'm afraid it will be broken in half. Unlike Xian Yuanyu's undistracted mind, that woman sect Master Pei Hui, who followed Chen Fan here, was worried all day long. Pei Hui looked in the direction of Tianjin City the entire day. The woman tightly gripped that famous sword Autumn Cicada. Today is already the 13th day. Shen Yuanyu looked at Pei Yalo and asked, "Haven't you seen enough?" Pei Hui did not turn her head and muttered, "It's already the 13th day. Once Chen Fan himself said that if he hadn't returned in 15 days, he would let Pei Hui return alone with the Autumn Cicada sword in hand. Shen Yuanyu said helplessly, "There is no need to be so worried." Pei Ao frowned, sighed, and said, "But that's Tianjin City after all. There were many high-level experts and large armies stationed there." Shen Yuanyu could only say, "Since he is there, Chen Fan will not die." When Pei Hui heard this, a nameless fire rose and she said in a cold voice, "Who is he to dare say that?" It was that green-shirted man who had hooked Chen Fan's ghostly mind, so much so that he lost his heart and ran to Tianjin City. One must know that that was where the capital of the Taiha dynasty was located. What's the difference between Chen Fan's behavior and hanging his head on his waist with a wooden sign that says, "Let the king take it from himself"? Who is he? Xian Yuanyu was momentarily speechless and could only laugh lightly and shake his head. Pei Hui continued to look into the distance, her expression unable to hide her anxiety. This woman patriarch who had martial luck, mixed with dragon chi, secretly made up her mind at this time. If Chen Fan was really trapped in Tianjing City, then after she traveled south, even if she had to give her life and kneel down to die under the martial sage mountain, she would still ask her master to make a trip north. In the southern part of the world, there was once an unusual mountain with no name. Until a famous martial artist entered the master. This unusual mountain then got a name. Martial Sage Mountain. A mountain is not as high as a fairy. Not to mention a great master of the celestial realm. That person is one of the 4 great masters in the Jianghu today, a celestial realm grandmaster who proves the way with his power. True Yang martial saint. Pei Alo, on the other hand, was one of the true Yang martial sage's 8 personal disciples. On the 14th day, Pei Alo was already as if her heart was dead. Could it be that Chen Fan was really trapped in Tianjing City? Pei Ao bit her lips tightly and her hand holding the sword trembled gently. It was also at this moment that 2 figures appeared here out of thin air. Only to see a green-shirted man reveal himself, one hand clenching his fist in front of him, coughing gently, and the other hand carrying a bruised, blood-drenched person? Chapter 111 The Answer. Pei Hui's eyes widened in surprise and joy as she shouted, Chen Fan? The man who was being carried by Lin Rong with one hand, bruised and battered, squeezed out a smile and said, "It's been a long time, Pei Ao." Pei Ao looked at the Chen Fan in front of her incredulously. At this moment, Chen Fan was covered in rags, the chaotic god clothes had long been destroyed, and his body was bruised and drenched in blood. Lin Rong coughed gently and threw down this crown prince. Chen Fan planted himself on the ground, baring his teeth in pain. Pei Hui immediately helped Chen Fan up, but just after touching him, Chen Fan nearly fainted from the pain. Pei Hui's vision blurred as she asked in a trembling voice, "How did you get hurt so badly?" The one beside him, Lin Xiao, who was wearing a green shirt, had slightly disheveled hair and slightly dirty clothes. Pei Hui looked at Lin Error angrily. Pei Alo instantly grew angry and questioned, "Didn't you say you'd keep him from dying?" Just before Pei Alo finished speaking, Chen Fan sternly interrupted, "Pei Alo, you must not be rude to Senior Lin." Lin Rong coughed gently a few times, laughed, and said, "Isn't this not dead?" Pei Alo immediately felt like a fish in his throat and said, "You." Chen Fan saw that it was not right and immediately wailed. "Goo. It hurts. Hearing Chen Fan's wailing, Pei Hui didn't care about anything else and immediately took out a jasper vial from her bosom. Without hesitation, Pei Hui took out an elixir from that jasper vial. That elixir was like an emerald, unadulterated, with a vague flow of precious light. At the sight of this elixir, Xian Yuanyu was instantly stunned. Sparingly, the eyes of Lin Rong, who was on the side, lit up when he saw this elixir. Xian Yuanyu and Lin Rong exchanged a glance that spoke for itself. First grade elixir, Chuiyu Great Returning Dan. The very best of elixirs, a first grade elixir. One must know that in today's Jianghu, there was simply no alchemist capable of refining a first grade elixir anymore. The last person who was able to refine a first grade elixir was still the headmaster of the Divine Master's house at the upper level of Longhu Mountain. But after the last Longhu Mountain sect master died in the Devil's Dangshan Mountain War, there were no more alchemists in the world who were able to make first-rate pills. 150 years have passed since then. In today's world, a first-rate elixir is as rare as eating one. Seeing that Pei Hui actually pulled out this first-grade elixir, Chen Fan immediately shrunk his neck and immediately stopped wailing. Pei Hui grabbed this first-grade elixir and was about to stuff it into Chen Fan's mouth. Chen Fan, on the other hand, closed his mouth vigorously, his neck collapsed backwards and waved his hand, Don't. Pei Hui couldn't care so much and made a strong effort to peel open Chen Fan's mouth, anxiously saying, "You eat it quickly." Chen Fan struggled to climb out of Pei Hui's arms and said anxiously, "Wait, I'm fine, I don't need to eat this." It was important to know that this first-grade Emerald Jade Great Restoration Pill was a supreme treasure left by the true Yang martial sage to Pei Alo, which was equivalent to a second life. At the Golden Body Realm, even if Pei Hui had one foot in the Ghost Gate, as long as one breath was present, this Emerald Jade Great Restoring Pill would be able to pull Pei Hui back from the Ghost Gate. The degree of preciousness of this Emerald Jade Great Return Pill could be imagined. The true young martial sage had prepared a supreme treasure for every true disciple. It varied, some people got a divine weapon, some got a fist, and what Pei Ao got was this first great elixir. Lin Rong also interrupted, alright, he's just looking at his injuries to bluff, not to the extent of life and death. Pei Hui held the jade grate returning Dan and froze, huh? Chen Fan wiped a handful of bruises on his body and hurriedly said, skin injury, skin injury. Chen Fan pulled Pei Hui's hand and stuffed that jade grate restoring Dan back into that jasper vial. As for the skin trauma or whatever, it was naturally a lie. Although Chen Fan's injuries were not to the point of life and death, he did injure some of his fundamentals. The cost was not small. Although the ink-colored flying rainbow was all received by Lin Air, the fraction of a millimeter that escaped also caused Chen Fan to be seriously injured to this point. Shen Yuanyu, on the other hand, looked towards Lin Rong and curiously said, there is such an expert in Tianjin City? Lin gently coughed a few times and gathered lines to transmit his voice, I was careless, I didn't expect such an existence in the heavenly capital city. Half-step celestial realm. Lin lightly laughed and said, climbing on the dragon's chi and being born, the time and place are all taken up, and there is even the Taihan national fortune to add to it. This great eunuch is a half-step celestial realm as long as he is in the heavenly capital city. Shen Yuanyu was slightly surprised and said, nowadays, the dynasty already has such an existence? Lin Air nodded his head gently and said, it's very different. During these years, the imperial court had continuously suppressed the Jianghu sects, planted Taiha discs, and recruited the hawks and dogs of the martial arts. Suppressing the martial movement and suppressing the Jianghu. On top of that, there was a group of red-robed eunuchs who climbed the dragon's chi in the Taiha dynasty. Lin Air rubbed his chin. The first time he met that second Prince Yangyi in the circuit city, there was a eunuch wearing a red robe with arms covered in precious armor beside him. That eunuch was at the Golden Body realm. Now this one is the head of that eunuch, Grand Eunuch Chen. It was rumored that the Taiha dynasty's saucer was also in this person's hands. Shen Yuanyu, on the other hand, didn't mince words as he mocked, this is considered self-inflicted? Lin Air pulled the corner of his mouth and said, what words? Shen Yuanyu, on the other hand, smiled without saying anything and just looked at Lin. One must know that when the world was divided into three parts, although Taiha, Liang, and Kaiyuan, all of them were recruiting martial arts sect masters, they were far from being as exaggerated as they are nowadays. When Lianghua had 12 sect masters sitting in the capital, for Xianshan realms and 8 golden body realms, it was already an astonishing momentum. Nowadays, the scene of the imperial court frantically suppressing the Jianghu and recruiting martial arts masters was not thanks to someone? Lin Rong was a little embarrassed by the look, and could only laugh dryly. Today's Jianghu was indeed not as pure as that. As for that true young martial sage's personal disciple, Pei Ala was still looking at Chen Fan with worry at this time. Chen Fan still looks like a big grin, chest beat to the heavens, swearing that he has nothing to do. Pei Hui seems to believe it or not, big watery eyes, just looking at Chen Fan. Chen Fan smiled with a big grin, but deep in the bottom of his eyes, but flashed a touch of color. Chen Fan changed into a clean clothes. Pei Hui stood aside. Chen Fan laughed, although the cost is not small, but the harvest is quite rich. The chaotic god clothes were destroyed, and he himself had suffered a considerable amount of injuries. And the soil that he had painstakingly collected was naturally reduced to powder. Pei Hui gently nodded her head and said, now that the chaotic god clothes have been destroyed, you cannot stay much longer, you have to leave quickly. Chen Fan smiled and said, I know. One day later, Pei Hui went to Xian Yuanyu's thatched hut to fetch the autumn cicada sword sheath. Outside the thatched cottage, Lin Fault and Chen Fan stood side by side. Lin folded his sleeves with both hands and looked into the distance, smiling lightly. After this trip, have you gained anything? Chen Fan looked solemn and said in a deep voice, extremely much, Senior. Thanks Senior Lin for his help. A few moments later, Pei Hui walked out from the hut, rushed to Chen Fan's side, and said, the sword has been returned to its sheath, you can go now. Chen Fan gently nodded his head. When he was about to leave, Chen Fan turned to look at Lin Rong before bowing solemnly. Lin Rong still had his hands folded over his sleeves, and his eyes were as quiet as still water. The two of them traveled south. In fact, just now, Lin Fault had asked Chen Fan a question. That crown prince, who was born with heavy pupils, only said one sentence. But sadness does not see the 9 states the same. Chapter 112 You Family's Wanderer. The northern part of the world, Jiangzhou. A county in Jiangzhou is called Jumping Wave City. The reason why this county is called Jumping Wave City is that a river passes through this place, and every full moon on the 15th day of the month, there is a strange scene of fish jumping out of the water in the river.
That river, named Jumping Wave River, is one of the diversions of the Tongtian River. A mansion compound in Jumping Wave City. A teenager was grabbing a sugar gourd in his left hand and carrying a bamboo dragonfly in his right hand, running back to the compound quickly. The teenager was smiling brightly and his footsteps were flying. Slow down, slow down.
A woman shouted behind her with a smile, watching the teenager scurry into the house. Now it was the time of spring and winter, just after winter, just in time for the county temple fair.
The young man every day counted the days with his fingers, looking at the stage built. Today is finally expected.
The temple fair is very lively, almost the whole county people come. There are singing on the stage, there are also vendors put out all kinds of snacks, there are all kinds of strange and weird things. The young man's family is still considered to be a good family, this night to play extraordinarily enjoyable. Just today is only a beginning, the real main course is still tomorrow. The teenager ran home happily. At this time in the yard, a middle-aged man is sitting in the small courtyard on the rattan chair, looks serious. When he saw the man, the teenager's footsteps obviously slowed down, the smile on his face is even more convergence. The teenager was terrified at the sight of his father, running off to see the temple fair without finishing his homework today. I'm afraid that he would not be able to avoid a slap on the wrist. The young man from the beginning of the gallop, gradually slowed down into a trot, and then slowly moving. The bamboo dragonfly in the teenager's hand all drooped down with it. It was also when the teenager was carefully and fearfully walking towards his father. The teenager's afterglow violently glimpsed a man standing in the shadows with his back to himself. The teenager was a bit puzzled in his heart, thinking, who is this? At this time, the man sitting on the rattan chair had a horribly gloomy face and didn't say a word. As the teenager moved step by step, the man standing in the shadows turned around. The man looked at the teenager who was tiptoeing around, and couldn't help but raise a smile as he softly said, "Little E." The teenager who was called out his nickname froze slightly before raising his head and looking at the man in the shadows. The teenager frowned vigorously as he looked at the man who raised a smile, and a blurry face in his memory gradually became clear. The teenager first raised both eyebrows, before his eyes widened and the sugar gourd in his hand slipped to the ground. "Brother?" The teenager threw his hands together, violently throwing away the sugar gourd that he wasn't waiting to eat, as well as the brand new bamboo dragonfly, and jumped headfirst into the man's arms. Teenager tears and snot paced all over the man, pouting lips, crying, "Brother, where have you gone? Why only just come back? The man smiled gently patted the teenager's back and whispered, "Brother, this is not back." The teenager still refused to let go, vigorously tugging at the man's clothes, for fear that once he let go, he would slip away again. Seeing the teenager crying and shouting, the middle-aged man sitting on the rattan chair, although his face was blue, he did not know how to speak. The man glanced apologetically at his father. The middle-aged man then snorted coldly before getting up and entering the house. For the awkward atmosphere between his brother and father, the teenager was oblivious at this time, just crying and shouting, hugging the man in front of him to death. Behind him, the woman who lagged behind the teenager, at this time has also stepped into the compound. When the woman saw the man in the compound, she froze in place. The woman covered her mouth and said in a trembling voice, "Yufan, is that you?" The man looked at the woman and softly said, "Mother, I'm back." After saying that, the woman looked excited and ran to Yufan's face, looking the man up and down. The woman painfully stroked Yufan's cheeks and said heartily, "Thin." Yufan looked at the creases at the corners of the woman's eyes and pursed his lips, not knowing how to speak. The teenager Yui is still vigorously hugging his brother whom he has not seen for 5 years. Until Yui cried more and more small voice, already in the temple fair play exhausted teenager, even lying in the arms of Yufan fell asleep. Yufan gently picked up Yui and slowly walked into the house. Yufan gently placed the teenager on the bed, his eyebrows gentle. Covering Yui with a quilt, Yufan slowly walked out of the room with gentle footsteps. Only after walking out of Yui's room did Yufan walk towards his father's room. At this time, that middle-aged man was turning blue in the face, and the hand holding the tea could not stop trembling. Yufan walked to the middle-aged man and shouted, "Father." The man, on the other hand, violently slammed the teacup in his hand on the ground and drank, "Rebellious son. You still know to come back?" Yufan's expression remained unchanged, only letting out a long sigh. 5 years ago, this Yu family's eldest son, Yufan, was ridiculed by the neighbors for failing to study and also failing to practice martial arts, and after his father reprimanded Yufan once, Yufan left home angrily. No one ever imagined that Yufan would be gone for 5 years. For 5 years, Yufan had no news. It was at this time that the woman came to Yufan's side, and before she spoke, she was already in tears. The woman softly said, "Yufan, it's good to be back, it's good to be back."
The middle-aged man just snorted coldly, but did not say anything more. The woman asked softly, "These 5 years, where have you been?" Yufan's expression was in a trance for a moment, and then he instantly regained his composure and softly said, "Went to the north, did some business, and became a peddler for a few years." Upon hearing this, the woman hurriedly pulled Yufan's hands and said with a sobbing voice, "I won't leave this time, okay?" When these words came out, even the middle-aged man, who was furious just now, quietly looked at Yufan with his remaining light. The woman grabbed Yufan's hands and trembled unceasingly. Her tearful eyes looked at Yufan, her eyes full of begging. There was a moment of silence. Yufan softly said, "Mother, I'm not leaving." Hearing Yufan's own words, the woman instantly hugged the man in front of her with excitement and laughed, "It's good that you're not leaving. It's good that you're not leaving." Hearing this, the middle-aged man, who was silent at the side, was also relieved. The middle-aged man slatted his face and let out another light hum before turning to leave. The middle-aged man turned his back to Yufan and the woman, his eyes slightly red. Yufan softly said, "Mother, go to sleep. I'm tired from today's temple fair." When his parents went to sleep, Yui also slept soundly. The entire compound fell into tranquility. In the middle of the compound, there was only this returning wanderer who had been away from home for 5 years. Yufan stood in the compound, looking at the sky in a trance. Yufan looked at his hands with a pained expression. In these 5 years, if these hands were really used as a peddler, it would have been fine. Unfortunately, in these 5 years, these hands were used to hold knives. And they were stained with blood. Chapter 113 Iron Tree Silver Flower. The second day of the temple fair. Yui joyfully pulled Yufan outside because today there would be people by that wave-jumping river, scattering iron flowers. Yufan couldn't argue with Yui, so he followed the teenager to the riverside. At the moment the riverside of a large open space has built a more than 10 feet high 2-story octagonal trellis, magnificent, this is called trellis. Trellis on top of a layer of fresh willow branches tied with a variety of fireworks, firecrackers, fire, not spectacular. The top of the trellis in the center of a 10-foot high pole, known as the old pole. The old pole is also tied to the top of the long-hanging firecrackers, large fireworks, known as set color. The so-called lottery, that is, a stick hit the old pole, ignite the highest fireworks and long whip, on the spot to report the name, reward money, very honorable. Yui stretched his neck and said, "I wonder if Uncle Ma will win the lottery this year." Unlike Yui's brocade clothes, a tan teenager in hemp clothes came bouncing and jumping. Surrounded by the same crowd of villagers, a skinny black teenager at this time skimmed his mouth and held his head high, looking around. Next to a hunchbacked old man, laughing and shouting, "Ma Chang, this year your grandfather will be powerful again." The skinny black teenager, who was already holding his head high, first stretched his neck vigorously, then smiled brightly. "That's right, my grandfather will definitely win the lottery again this year." The skinny black teenager was called Ma Chang, his father and mother were both dead, and Chengzi was brought up by his grandfather, Ma Laohan. Ma Laohan is the village's famous iron flower master, a pair of willow stick throw tiger wind, successive lottery 7 years, famous 3 townships. Many men have come to teach Ma Laohan the craft of beating flowers, but unfortunately no one can surpass Ma Laohan. Ma Cheng habitually skimmed his lips and stood on tiptoe to look around. Yui and Ma Cheng exchanged a glance. Ma Cheng gave a provocative snort and turned his gaze away. Yui did not care about Ma Cheng's mockery and only blinked lightly. Yui never understood why this teenager of the same age was unwilling to play with himself. Ma Cheng finally found a short old man with a face full of folds in a group of Hans. Ma Cheng made his way through the crowd and shouted, "Grandpa, Grandpa! Here!" The short old man with a face full of pleats pulled Ma Cheng over with one hand, an old face blossoming with smiles, the pleats all wrinkled into a ball. Old man Ma just pulled Naruto's arm with one hand, the other crease-filled old hand reached into his coat pocket and stole a handful of candied fruit for the teenager. Old man Ma attached himself to his grandson's ear and said, "Eat up, eat up." With that, a gong sounded, and the Hans all rose, a long line began to stir, and after Ma Laohan admonished the teenager for a few moments, he quickly joined the line as well. Ma Cheng looked proud and raised his head. This teenager from a poor background seemed to raise his eyebrows only on this day every year. The craftsmen had already finished paying tribute to the Lao Jun temple and the fire god temple, and a long procession carrying the statue of Lao Jun, blowing and firing firecrackers along the way, with Old Man Ma among them. After arriving at the god shed, the team puts the statue of Lao Jun inside the shed and holds a sacrificial ceremony to pray for the blessing of Lao Jun and the fire god for a safe year, prosperous business, and wealth in all seasons. The moonlight is coming up, beside the jumping wave river. The grandest iron flower beating is about to begin. Most of them are craftsmen from various stores. Before hitting the flowers, they have to kneel down and change clothes in the god's hut to ask the god to bless their safety and avoid burns. After 7 or 8 Hans had everything ready, they asked Ma Lao Han, "Master Ma, let's start beating flowers?" Only when Ma Lao Han nodded his head did the crowd get naked, revealing all their tendon flesh. Ma Lao Han was not conspicuous in the middle of 7 or 8 Hans, but instead appeared to be exceptionally short. The old man with a face full of folds vigorously flung his arms, and with a solemn expression, he fastened a gourd dipper on his head. The old man unprecedentedly did not pay attention to the far away at him to brow-winking baby grandson. The old man vigorously wrinkled face, weighing the hands of the willow stick. This old stick has been with the old man for 20 years. 20 years is only a snap of the fingers, people willow with old. With the firecrackers and gongs a noise, the huge furnace and the pig iron has melted into iron. Horse old man in the hand is a fist thick, more than feet long willow stick, a hand holding the upper stick with iron juice, a hand holding the lower stick without iron juice, quickly ran to the trellis, with the lower stick slamming the upper stick. The iron water rises up to the sky, and then disintegrates in the air in a brilliant manner. 7 or 8 flower beaters, one after another, one after the other, traveled between the furnace and the trellis. One rod of iron flour rises up to the sky, another rod follows, and the rods are connected in an endless stream. The iron juice and the rods rushed toward the trellis, met the willow branches on the roof of the trellis and burst apart, igniting the firecrackers and fireworks on the trellis. Iron splashes, shooting stars like waterfalls. The sound of the firecrackers shook the sky. Yui stared wide-eyed at the splendid scene on the jumping wave river. Ma Chang, on the other hand, looked around with a proud expression from time to time. The people in the distance are all clapping and shouting, all stop and look up. There are even children looking at the sky gorgeous picture, stop shouting for a moment. The hands of the sugar gourd also lost the taste. Just this year's old pole seems to be more difficult to hit, let a few people pounded one after another, but still no one to pick the first prize. Ma Chang looked anxious, staring at the old pole. Unlike Ma Chang's anxious look, Yui was staring at the iron flowers in the sky. The two youngsters from different backgrounds were in different moods at this time. Yufan stood beside Yui and asked with a smile, "Little E, do you want to win the lottery?" Upon hearing this, the teenager Yui widened his eyes and said, "Of course I want to." Yufan let out a light laugh before carrying Yui on his back and moving forward along the crowd. The eyes of Yui on Yufan's back flashed. The 7 or 8 iron flower beaters were already exhausted and sweating profusely at this time. An old man Ma was panting at this time, his small arms trembling. This old man made to look at the old pole in mid-air, panting heavily. Ma Chang was as anxious as hell at this time, just looking at the old man expectantly. A Han man voiced out, "Master Ma, it's not working." The remaining few people also shook their heads vigorously. The willow stick in Ma old man's hand trembled unceasingly. It was also at this moment that a youth pointed his toes and swept towards the river. Only to see Yufan picking up a spoonful of the upper stick containing iron juice and handing it to the teenager Yui. Yui carefully picked it up, and the teenager only felt that his heart was going to jump out of his chest. Nervous and surprised. In the next moment, Yufan picked up a willow stick in his left hand and thumped on the upper stick containing iron juice in Yui's hand. Instantly, sparks scattered all over the sky. The iron tree was gorgeous. There was a bang. That old rod was struck by a blow. Instantly, there was a loud firecracker and fireworks shot out in all directions. The teenager Yui was on Yufan's back, wide-eyed and smiling with joy. Under the iron flowers, it looked like the teenager Yui was even more radiant. And on the side of the jumping wave river, in the crowded crowd. In the shadows, that dark teenager, on the other hand, was staring blankly in front of him. The dark teenager, Ma Chang, made his cheeks wrinkle up with tears. Two teenagers of the same age. One in the firelight, dressed in brocade, smiling happily. One in the shadows, dressed in hemp clothes, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 114, I Don't Know Why. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yui was lifted up high by Yufan, and the teenager smiled brightly. Only unlike Yui, that dark teenager was pouting hard and hiding in a corner where no one was. It seemed like this kind of teenager was trying his best to hide even his crying. Yui opened his eyes wide and asked excitedly, "Brother, how did you hit it with one blow?" Yufan, on the other hand, smiled gently before saying, "Coincidentally good luck." It was also at this moment that Yufan's afterglow saw a green-shirted man standing on the opposite bank of the jumping wave river. Yufan was slightly stunned, and across the jumping wave river, he and the green-shirted man exchanged a distant glance. That was the only glance, and Yufan left with Yui. Yufan pulled Yui's hand, and after walking out 100 steps, a strange feeling rose in Yufan's heart, and then he turned back again. However, the man in the green shirt had already disappeared. Yufan's eyes changed. Yui sensed the difference and looked up to ask, "What's wrong, brother?" Yufan's complexion returned to normal as he let out a light smile and said, "Nothing." The opposite bank of the Jumping Wave River. Under the trellis, 7 or 8 big men were all sitting on the ground. This group of iron flower fighting men were all exhausted. Ma Chang, who was dark, jogged all the way here. Ma Chang, however, saw his grandfather, who was joking with a man in a green shirt. Lin Rong was folding his sleeves with both hands and asked with a smile, "Why didn't you win the lottery this year?" Old man Ma smiled helplessly before sighing, "It's not possible not to obey old age." The two were obviously old acquaintances. Ma old man vigorously patted Lin Rong's shoulder and laughed, "What, have you become famous in the past few years?" Lin shrugged his shoulders and laughed, "Not so good." Old man Ma sked, "If I say so, you should have stayed in Jumping Wave City in the first place, and I learned this craft. Your kid has a high level of enlightenment, you might win the lottery in 3 to 5 years. Lin Rong said helplessly, "Young people always have the idea of breaking into the world." Old man Ma bristled and waved his hand, "You young people, always thinking of running outside. Lin, this craft has been passed down to your grandson?" Old man Ma could only let out a long sigh and said, "This kid is not enlightened enough to become one." Ma Chang on the side naturally heard his grandfather's words, and Ma Chang was already aggrieved. Ma Chang vigorously said, "I can." Over the years, Ma Chang had wanted to take over that willow stick from his grandfather more than once, only that his grandfather had just shaken his head, unwilling to teach Ma Chang this craft. Lin Rong also looked at this dark teenager and smiled slightly. At this time Ma Chang couldn't care about some, rushed at Ma Lao Han, grinned and said, "Master, how come you didn't win the lottery this year?" Ma old man is the village's famous iron flower master, a pair of willow stick throw tiger wind, successive lottery 7 years, famous 3 townships. Every year, Ma Chang most look forward to is this day. Just who did not expect, this year, the person who won the lottery, actually is the Yu family away from home for 5 years Yu fan. As soon as Ma Chang thought of the young man wearing a brocade coat and smiling brightly under the firelight, a wave of loathing arose for no reason. What Ma Chang hated most was that young master of the Yu family. Ma Chang was wearing hemp clothes, but Yui was wearing brocade clothes. Ma Chang is dark and thin, but Yui is white and clean. Why is he so good? Ma Chang was incomparably disgusted with this young man of the same age. But every time he sees Yui, Ma Chang will vigorously lower his head. An emotion that he didn't know whether it was shame or inferiority complex always pressed Ma Chang, and he could only forcefully lower his eyes. The teenager only felt ashamed of himself. What Ma Chang looks forward to most is the annual Temple Fair Iron Flower. Only this day, his grandfather will win the lottery, and get the people of the whole city of Jumping Wave cheers. This is the only day that Ma Chang is most proud of. Ma Chang can only raise his neck when facing Yui. It seems that this is the only day of the year that Ma Chang feels better than Yui. Only this year, the person who took off the top prize was actually him. Ma Chang lowered his head and gritted his teeth in death. Lin wrongly took in all of the teenager's thoughts, but did not say anything. Old man Ma didn't pay attention, but just laughed to himself. That young man from the Yu family is very powerful. It seems that several of us, we are going to be compared to him. Behind him, the 7 or 8 ironworkers also laughed and talked about it. Ma Chang only felt that all these words, all of them were piercing to the ear, piercing deeply into the heart. Ma Chang twisted his head away and flew away from the place. Ma Chang ran fast all the way along the Jumping Wave River, not knowing how long he had been running, panting as the teenager slowed down. Although the temple fair had ended, the city of Jumping Wave was still bustling with activity. Ma Chang walked on the street. Without realizing it, he came to a vendor selling sugar gourds. Only to see the high ground stick, inserted all kinds of sugar gourds. Ma Chang raised his head and stared blankly at those candy canes. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly came. Yufan was carrying Yui towards this place. The teenager was riding on Yufan's back. His eyes were attracted by the sugar gourds. Yui pointed at the sugar gourds and said, "Brother, I want to eat sugar gourds." Yufan smiled gently and said, "Good good good." Yufan held Yui behind him with one hand and took out the copper coins with one hand while handing it to the vendor. Yufan was also aware of the dark teenager standing on the side. Ma Chang snapped back to his senses at this moment and was just about to leave when he saw a bunch of sugar gourds handed to him. Ma Chang froze and raised his head, only to see the teenager Yui holding 2 strings of sugar gourds in his 2 hands, one of which was handed to himself.
Yui was a bit shy and didn't know what to say, just blinking his eyes and looking at this darker peer.
Ma Chang just stood still without making a move.
Yui again passed the sugar gourd in his hand forward and whispered, "For you to eat." Yufan, on the other hand, stood aside and looked at the dark teenager in front of him with a soft smile. Ma Chang came back to his senses, his whole face wrinkled up. Looking at the sugar gourd near his eyes, as well as the teenager Yui on the opposite side. Ma Chang did not take it, instead, he knocked over the sugar gourd in Yui's hand. Yui was taken aback, and the sugar gourd in his hand was knocked directly to the ground. Ma Chang pouted and glanced at Yui with resentment, then ran away quickly. Yui did not know what to do and looked up at Yufan blankly. Yufan picked up the string of sugar gourds from the ground and gently shook off the dust on it. Yufan stroked Yui's head, picked up the string of sugar gourds with one hand, and said gently, "It's okay, brother likes to eat." Ma Chang, who escaped from here, cursed Yui vigorously in his mouth. Ma Chang was extremely disgusted with Yui. He was the one who caused Grandpa to not get the first prize tonight. It was all because of him. If it wasn't for him, Grandpa would have won the lottery tonight and then reveled in the applause of the crowd like last year.
Chapter 115, Laughing Without Speaking.
Ma Chang lowered his head and ran wildly, but he violently bumped into a person. Ma Chang only felt a flash before his eyes, and his entire body fell backwards. But just as Ma Chang was about to fall to the ground, someone pulled his arm. Ma Chang opened his eyes and what met his eyes was a green shirt. Lin Rong's eyes were calm as he asked, "Is everything all right?" Ma Chang scowled and drew back his arm, saying, "No, it's fine." Lin looked at the dark teenager in front of him and frowned slightly. Lin, who had been in the shadows since the beginning, following the teenager, naturally knew everything that had happened. With an icy tone, Lin said, "Go home early." After saying these words, Lin turned around and left. Lin's figure slowly moved forward, gradually disappearing into the night. For this dark teenager who was filled with jealousy and loathing, Lin frowned slightly, he really couldn't like it. But just at this moment, Ma Chang unexpectedly ran from behind. Ma Chang pulled on Lin's sleeve. Lin froze slightly, then stopped and slowly turned his head. Lin stood tall, his expression flat, just looking at the teenager. Seemingly startled by Lin's gaze, Ma Chang violently let go of his hand. Ma Chang didn't dare to look directly at Lin Rong's gaze, cowering, he said, Can you teach me?" Lin asked back, "Teach you what?" Ma Chang swallowed his saliva and said through gritted teeth, "Teach me to beat iron flowers." Lin frowned slightly. Ma Chang hurriedly said, "Grandpa said that you have a high level of enlightenment, can you teach me?" Lin just calmly asked, "Why should I teach you?" Ma Chang's eyes flickered as he said, "Because Grandpa isn't willing to teach me." Lin but calmly interrupted, "It has nothing to do with me." Lin drew his hand backward, wanting to leave. But in the next moment, Ma Chang violently tugged on Lin's sleeve again. Lin coldly said, "Let go." Ma Chang, however, tugged on Lin's sleeve to death and said through gritted teeth, "You and my grandfather are old acquaintances, you must teach me." In an instant, Ma Chang only felt a blur before his eyes. Ma Chang's body stumbled backwards and his entire body fell to the ground. Lin Rong's eyes looked at Ma Chang with indifference before he turned around and left. Ma Chang, who had fallen to the ground, looked at the departing Lin Er, and there was anger rising in his eyes. Surprisingly, Ma Chang got back up and ran towards Lin Er. Ma Chang reached out and grabbed Lin Er's long hair as hard as he could. But the moment Ma Chang touched Lin Er, Ma Chang's entire body was once again sent flying. Lin Rong didn't look back and continued forward. Ma Chang's elbows were grazed with blood marks. However, Ma Chang once again struggled to stand up. Looking at the green-shirted man in front of him who didn't care about himself, Ma Chang only felt resentment. "Why don't you teach me? Why don't you teach me?" Ma Chang hissed towards Lin Er, "Why?" In the next moment, Lin stopped his footsteps. When Ma Chang saw this green-shirted man stop, his anger wilted violently in half and he looked at Lin with trepidation. Lin Er turned around and looked at the dark young man in front of him. Lin was silent for a moment before taking out an ancient copper coin from his bosom. Lin flexed his fingers and tossed that ancient copper coin. Only to see the ancient copper coin flying high up, and then smashing into the distant jumping wave river. The ancient copper coin splashed a small amount of water before it completely disappeared into the river. Lin Er pointed at the river and said, "Within 3 days, deliver that ancient copper coin to me and I will teach you." Ma Chang's eyes blazed as he asked, "Really?" Lin Rong looked calm, gently nodded his head, and said, "Seriously." The jumping wave river rushed on, with varying depths.
It was not easy to find an ancient copper coin when it entered the water.
But Ma Cheng clenched his teeth and said, "Good. 3 days." After saying that, Ma Cheng set up his horse and ran towards the Jumping Wave River. Although it was early spring, the river water was still cold and biting. Ma Cheng couldn't think of anything else, took off his hemp clothes, and then violently plunged into the river. Lin Er's complexion was unperturbed, and then he turned around and left. After walking 100 paces, Lin put his hands behind his back. At this time, in Lin's hands, there was an ancient copper coin being turned over in his fingertips.
Lin walked in the city, walking slowly,
until he passed by a mansion compound. Yui was happily running into the compound, while Yufan was walking a little slower. It was at this moment that Yufan's footsteps lurched, and then he turned his head to look. Lin Rong and Yufan were separated by a street, looking at each other. Yufan retracted his front foot that had stepped into the compound and his figure exited the home. Lin Rong just looked at Yufan with a faint smile on his face.
Yufan silently brought the gate on and exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. With the means of Wufu's polyline voice transmission, Yufan said, "There are too many people here, change the place?"
Lin Rong slightly raised his eyebrows, hooked his lips in a smile, and gently nodded his head. In the next moment, Yufan pointed his toes and his figure departed towards the distance.
It was not until outside of Jumping Wave City.
Only then did Yufan's figure come to a standstill.
Lin Rong's figure, on the other hand, arrived in an instant.
Yufan turned around and looked at the green-shirted man in front of him.
Yufan exhaled a breath and asked, "How did you find me?"
Yufan's mind was in a whirlwind. This time he had defected, he had purposely erased his own brand and covered up his tracks.
But how long has it been? He was actually found.
Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and smiled without saying a word. Yufan frowned and stared closely at the man in front of him.
Yufan asked, "You are a Xianpin assassin? What is the code name?"
Lin Rong then drew his hands out slowly, narrowing his eyes while smiling. Yufan gently nodded his head as a mouthful of martial true qi traveled throughout his body. Yufan's eyes were calm and quiet as he crouched down slightly and said softly, "The plum-picking pavilion is really a good tactic."
In the next moment, Yufan's figure disappeared from his original spot.
Only Yufan's figure instantly appeared in front of Lin Rong, and a cold blade stabbed out from Yufan's sleeve. The speed was extremely fast, heading straight for Lin Rong's face.
Plum-picking pavilion?
Only to see that green-shirted man casually holding the cold blade with his 2 fingers, he spoke with a light smile. Lin effortlessly snapped the cold blade with his hand.
Yufan's complexion changed drastically as he violently swept out backwards.
Looking at the cold blade that had been snapped in half, Yufan immediately broke into a cold sweat. Lin Er pinched up a section of the blade and casually surveyed it a few times.
Yufan's eyes widened in disbelief. Earth-grade golden body realm? The plum-picking pavilion had actually sent an Earth-grade assassin? Lin Rong laughed.
It turned out to be an assassin from the plum-picking pavilion. When Lin had first met Yufan, he had detected the aura on his body.
A Qi and realm martial artist.
And his body was stained with the smell of blood.
Yufan arched his body, ready to fight to the death. But before Yufan could move, in a flash,
a green shirt appeared beside Yufan.
Lin Rong lightly pressed Yufan's shoulder and asked with a smile, "The assassin who defected from plum-picking pavilion?" Yufan's figure did not move at all. Yufan's pupils shook as he asked incredulously, "You're not an assassin from plum-picking pavilion?" Lin Er rubbed his chin and said, "Did I say I was?"
Yufan only felt as if he had a lump in his throat as he stared intently at Lin Rong. Lin Rong, however, had his thoughts pulled elsewhere.
Plum-picking pavilion. Yunchuan Blessed Land. Oriole. Chapter 116 Ancient Copper Coin. Yu Family.
After the temple fair, a guest came to the Yu family. That guest was personally led back to the Yu family by Yufan. This green-shirted man just stayed in the Yu family temporarily. Lin Rong stood in the Yu family's compound with his hands folded over his sleeves. In fact, this time, stopping at Jumping Wave City wasn't because Lin had nothing to do. After leaving from the Gone Mountain Blessed Land, while passing through Jumping Wave City, Lin felt the convergence of heaven and earth auras. It so happened that more than 10 years ago, he had had a meeting with an old man who made iron flowers in Jumping Wave City.
That old man was Ma Cheng's grandfather.
Back then, when Lin was traveling the countryside, by chance, he had stopped here for a short period of time. Lin Xiao had even casually tried the iron striking flower, the subtleties of which were naturally easy to decipher. When he saw Lin's talent, he wanted to keep him. But at the beginning of the ambition in the Jianghu Lin Rong, naturally impossible to stay here. After more than 10 years, Lin Xiu once again passed by the Jumping Wave River. Lin Xiu is keenly aware of a hint of difference. It was said that every 15th full moon in the Jumping Wave River, there would be the sight of thousands of swimming fish, competing to leap out of the river first. For this matter, the people of Jumping Wave City all treat it as a natural wonder. However, Lin Er noticed something was wrong. The reason for this spectacle was because in the depths of the Jumping Wave River, there was a supreme treasure born from heaven and earth that was about to come out. Unlike refiners who hammered and refined it later, this was a true natural treasure. Around the next full moon on the 15th day of the 15th month, this supreme treasure will come out. Also at the time when Lin was pondering, he only saw a teenager on the doorframe of the side house, quietly poking his head out, secretly sizing up the green-shirted man. Lin slightly twisted his head and looked at Yui. Yui, however, retracted his head with a whoosh, not daring to look again. Lin just let out a light laugh. Lin Xiu waved his hand towards that side, signaling the teenager to come over. Yui timidly poked his head out, and then slowly walked out of the room. Yui looked at this strange man in a green shirt and was a bit at a loss for words. Lin Rong smiled faintly before squatting down, smiling and opening his mouth to ask, "What's your name?" Yui timidly said, Yui. The teenager was obviously a bit shy, not quite daring to look directly at Lin. Lin Rong, however, smiled softly and casually took out the ancient copper coin, gently shaking it in front of Yui. The teenager's gaze was drawn towards the ancient copper coin. Lin pinched the ancient copper coin in his fingertips and then gently flicked it with his index finger. The ancient copper coin then flipped back and forth at Lin Xiao's fingertips, as if it had a spirit. Yui's mouth opened in surprise, staring at the ancient copper coin with unblinking eyes. Right at this moment, Lin threw it upwards, and the ancient copper coin flipped in mid-air. Snap! Lin's right hand grabbed it in mid-air, grasping the ancient bronze coin in the palm of his hand. Then Lin clenched his right hand into a fist and handed it to Yui. With a smile on his face, Lin passed a look towards Yui. Yui understood and slowly opened Lin's palm. But after Lin Er opened his right hand, his palm was empty. Yui froze for a moment. It was also at this moment that Lin stretched out his left hand again, only to see that the ancient copper coin that was supposed to be in the palm of Lin Rong's right hand appeared in Lin Rong's left hand. Yui's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Lin in astonishment. Lin eyed the teenager's surprised appearance and couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Lin picked up the ancient copper coin and asked with a smile, "Do you like it?" Yui's eyes sparkled and he first subconsciously shook his head before gently nodding. Lin smiled and placed the ancient copper coin in Yui's palm. Yui looked at this copper coin engraved with ancient patterns in her palm and blushed, before vigorously shaking her head and pushing this ancient copper coin back to Lin. Lin Rong smiled and patted Yui's head, saying, "How about you treat me to a skewer of sugar gourds and I'll trade this ancient copper coin with you?" Yui raised a smile and nodded, "Good." The teenager was in a good mood and happily ran out. After the teenager left, Lin Er slowly stood up. The ancient copper coin, on the other hand, had long since disappeared into the palm of Lin Er's hand. The ancient copper coin that was engraved with ancient patterns and recorded in ancient law was lying peacefully in Yui's pocket. After Yui left, Yufan, who had been holding his breath, revealed himself. It turns out that when Yui walked out, Yufan was quietly hidden at one side, holding his breath. It was only after seeing Yui walk away that Yufan let out a sigh of relief. In the Jumping Wave City, Yui ran towards the sugar gourd stall with great excitement. When he passed by a section of the Jumping Wave River, Yui's footsteps slowed down and he looked towards the river. At this moment in the Jumping Wave River, there was a topless, shivering tan teenager who violently drilled out of the Jumping Wave River. Poof, ah! Ma Cheng drilled out of the water and sucked in a big breath. Ma Cheng was extremely good at water and was able to swim in the Jumping Wave River with ease. In these 2 days, Ma Cheng went upstream from the Jumping Wave River, all the way down 2 miles. Diving back and forth to rummage, soaking in the water all day. Early spring river water is cold and biting, freezing dark teenager shivering. Because of soaking in the river water all day, Ma Cheng's hands and feet are wrinkled. But even so, Ma Cheng still couldn't find any trace of the ancient copper coin. Ma Cheng vigorously shook off the water droplets on his head and undulated on the surface of the river. Ma Cheng made to furrow his brow and looked at the river, cursing lowly, "Where the hell is it? Where the hell was that ancient bronze coin?" That man had said that as long as he found that ancient copper coin, he would teach himself how to make iron flowers.
However, in these 2 days, Ma Cheng could not find any trace of that ancient copper coin. Waiting for a breath of relief, Ma Cheng took another sharp breath, his eyes were firm, and he once again plunged into the water. The depth of the Jumping Wave River varied, the deepest part was about 1.5 feet. Most of the old people in Jumping Wave City warned their children not to step into the Jumping Wave River without authorization. But still, almost every year, there would be people who drowned in the Jumping Wave River. Ma Cheng opened his eyes wide underwater and carefully looked at the riverbed at the bottom of the river. There were many pebbles in it, and most of them were smooth and round. When he ran out of gas, Ma Cheng resurfaced. Repeatedly, 2 days are like this. Ma Cheng also surfaced again. Ma Cheng also saw the bank. That white boy. Yui saw Ma Cheng, looked over, subconsciously raised his hand. But before Yui could say anything, Ma Cheng violently re-entered the river. Yui could only resentfully retract his palm. Only when Yui left did Ma Cheng re-enter the water. Ma Cheng looked at Yui's departing back, his heart was indescribable. It seemed to be envy, jealousy, and resentment. Ma Cheng did not think much about it, but just hated this teenager of the same age from the bottom of his heart. Yui toward the sugar gourd stall. Ma Cheng is repeatedly into the bone-piercing river water. The two young people from very different backgrounds, so once again passed by. The ancient copper coin that Ma Cheng was looking for was quietly left in Yui's pocket. Chapter 117, The Moon is Bright in the Hometown. In the cold, biting river water, over and over again, immersed for 2 days. Ma Cheng still had not found the ancient copper coin. Ma Cheng was dripping wet, squatting on the bank, staring at the flowing Jumping Wave River. It was already a sunset in dusk view, and this was already the 3rd day. Ma Cheng was so upset that he grabbed a handful of stones and threw them into the river as much as he could. Ma Cheng clenched his teeth and stood up. Even though he was already hungry and exhausted, Ma Cheng still inhaled slowly. Ma Cheng's eyes were resolute, and without hesitation, he plunged into the water once again. The sunlight dissipated and the moonlight was not yet out. Nowadays, the water of the Jumping Wave River was not only cold and biting, but also dark. Ma Cheng was in the middle of the river, unable to see his fingers. But Ma Cheng is calm, a little bit of rubbing the riverbed the bed. This is in the Jump Wave Riverside grew up. Ma Cheng water is very good, almost born for the water. Once there was an old Taoist priest who passed by here, for the young Ma Cheng calculated a fortune. The image showed that he was pro-water. That old Taoist priest once stroked young Ma Cheng's forehead, and then looked at the Jumping Wave River not far away and murmured, "Born of the river." This was one of the reasons why old man Ma was unwilling to teach Ma Cheng the iron-playing flower. Iron-striking flower was originally of fire, while Ma Cheng was naturally pro-water. The two were mutually exclusive, note it was difficult to coexist. Ma Cheng closed his breath underwater, one by one, groping, slowly down along the river. I do not know how long to feel. Ma Cheng felt exhausted, intends to surface to change air. Ma Cheng then swam upstream, just enough to swim a dozen times, still not out of the water. Ma Cheng, heart slightly puzzled, cannot help but speed up. About another foot upstream, but still not see the water. Ma Cheng vigorously frowned. Is it possible that he mistakenly jumped into the deepest part of the Wave River? Just in front of all the blank darkness, no direction to speak of. Ma Cheng closed his breath for a long time, already suffocated forehead veins rippled. Just at this time, Ma Cheng vaguely saw a little bright light above. In the darkness, a faint white light emerged. Ma Cheng knew that he had almost reached his limit, and immediately swam desperately towards the white light. Ma Cheng's hands were sore and swollen, and after a long time of closing his breath, he was already a bit dizzy. The wisp of white light in front of him was getting bigger and bigger. Ma Cheng desperately grabbed towards the white light. But in a trance, Ma Cheng's head thumped against a boulder. Sharp pain came from his forehead, and Ma Cheng shook his head vigorously. But when Ma Cheng opened his eyes again, the ray of white light disappeared. In a trance, Ma Cheng reached upwards and slowly probed. Only to see above himself, there was a huge pebble, and even more countless densely packed, differently shaped stones. Ma Cheng was puzzled for a moment. Why would there be a sea of stones above his head? It was also this instant that Ma Cheng snapped back to his senses. Not right. How could a sea of stones be on top? Ma Cheng's mind instantly cleared. This was the bottom of the Jumping Wave River. Only to see Ma Cheng's entire body inverted, head down, feet up, is touching the Jumping Wave River riverbed. Since the beginning, Ma Cheng desperately swam to, not the surface of the water, but the bottom of the river. Ma Cheng came to his senses at this time. The whole person has both feet on the riverbed. Ma Chang desperately struggling, want to swim up again.
But at this time, Ma Chang's feet seemed to be filled with lead water, heavy and incomparable. Ma Chang violently opened his mouth, cold river water instantly into Ma Chang's mouth and nose. Ma Chang has long reached the limit, a breath consumed. Ma Chang reached out randomly, but could not grab anything at all. The river water poured into his nose and lungs, suffocating Ma Chang's entire body.
Is he going to die here?
Ma Chang's consciousness blurred, unwillingness, despair, pain, countless emotions flooded into his mind. Not far away, the wisp of white light reappeared. Ma Chang looked towards the wisp of white light and only felt inexplicably kind. For some reason, the original strong desire to survive had slowly dissipated at this moment.
Ma Chang's thoughts were empty. Cough, ha, ha.
Ma Chang opened his eyes again and sat up violently. Ma Chang breathed heavily and looked around blankly. It was already the middle of the night, and Ma Chang was sitting alone on the riverbank.
Ma Chang covered his head. What happened? Wasn't he going to drown in the jumping wave river?
Ma Chang slowly propped up his body and shook his head vigorously, only to feel a splitting headache.
Ma Chang's thoughts were in disarray, not knowing whether it was just fantasy or reality. Ma Chang footsteps slow, step by step away from the jumping wave river.
After Ma Chang left the side of the jumping wave river, a green shirt figure was standing quietly beside the river at that moment. Lin's eyes were calm as he watched Ma Chang gradually move away, gradually withdrawing his gaze. Lin turned to look at the river. At this moment in the jumping wave river, there was water transportation converging in one place, as if it was a whirlpool. Lin silently projected, now only 3 days away from the full moon on the 15th day.
That innate treasure was about to come out. This innate treasure that was born from the river water is crazily devouring the water luck around it.
And Ma Chang is a natural avenue pro water body of water luck. At this time, the Yu family compound.
Yu Fan and Yui, the two of them were sitting side by side. Yui asked in a low voice, "Brother, what is it like outside Jumping Wave City?"
Yu Fan pondered for a moment, then laughed softly. There's not really any difference. Outside of Jumping Wave City is a much larger Jumping Wave City.
Yui was puzzled and said curiously, "Is there another Jumping Wave City?"
Yu Fan laughed softly and said softly, "It's not that, there's only one Jumping Wave City, it's just that the outside looks like Jumping Wave City has changed into a new dress, it looks like a world of difference, but in fact, the essence of it is not much different."
Yui seemed to understand and nodded his head. Yui raised his head and asked, "Will I also leave Jumping Wave City in the future?"
Yu Fan peeled an orange for Yui and handed it to Yui while saying, "It's impossible to say."
Yui took the orange, raised a smile and said, "I don't want to leave."
Yu Fan, on the other hand, smiled helplessly and said, Fine, if little E doesn't want to leave, he won't leave." When Yui was young, Yu Fan had not yet left home, and at that time, Yu Fan was often pointed out by others. Yu Fan failed to read at a young age, and later turned to martial arts, but also failed.
This eldest son of the Yu family always seemed to be unsatisfactory. After that, Yu Fan left home in anger.
Then later on, he got involved in the Yunchuan Blessed Land and joined the plum-picking pavilion. The bitterness, spices and sorrows were all chewed up by Yu Fan and swallowed into his stomach. Yu Fan was lying on the bench, looking towards the bright moon, in a trance. 5 years, he has been uprooted for 5 years.
Some people say that looking at the bright moon is like this. But Yu Fan does not think so. Yu Fan has always felt that the bright moon in his hometown is brighter than in other places. Yui suddenly asked in a small voice, "Brother, are you still going this time?"
Yu Fan came back to his senses, gently patted Yu Fan's head and whispered, "Not going, not going." This wanderer who had been away from his hometown for many years was no longer willing to leave. From the moment he defected from the plum-picking pavilion, Yu Fan made up his mind. Even if he died, he would die in his hometown.
Chapter 118 Opportunity. 3 days have passed. The 15th full moon was tonight.
And Ma Chang ended up knocking on the Yu family's door. At first, the two had made an agreement, and it wasn't until now that Ma Chang had come. Ma Chang knew that the man in the green shirt was now temporarily living in the Yu family.
Bang bang bang.
Ma Chang knocked on the door 3 times with a gloomy face. With a creak, the door was opened. Ma Chang raised his eyes to look, but did not see the expected man in green shirt. The one who came to open the door was instead Yui. The two teenagers looked at each other. Yui was clearly taken aback when he saw the dark teenager.
Just don't wait for Yui to open his mouth.
Ma Chang was first slightly stunned before sidestepping his gaze and speaking, "I'm looking for Lin Rong."
Yui timidly said, Mr. Lin is inside.
Ma Cheng frowned slightly as he eyed Yui standing still.
Then why don't you let it open?
Oh, sorry. Yui stepped aside, so Ma Cheng walked directly into the Yu family compound. Looking at the Yu family compound, it was hard to hide the blazing heat in the depths of Ma Cheng's eyes. At this moment, Lin Er was in the compound. The moment he saw this green-shirted man, Ma Cheng's eyes clearly flickered. Lin Rong stood tall and calmly looked at Ma Cheng. Ma Cheng's face remained unchanged as he said in a deep voice, You said that as long as I find that ancient bronze coin, you'll teach me to beat the iron flower, right?
Lin looked calm and nodded, That's right. Lin raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, You found it?
Ma Cheng took out an ancient copper coin from his bosom and handed it to Lin's eyes without hesitation. Here. At this moment, in Ma Cheng's hand, there was a badly worn ancient copper coin.
Ma Cheng looked into Lin's eyes and said, It washed up in the Jumping Wave River for 3 days before I salvaged it.
Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and just let out a light laugh before slowly turning around. Seeing that Lin Rong was about to leave, Ma Cheng fiercely grabbed Lin Rong's clothes and said, The ancient copper coins have been recovered, are you going to disown it? Lin turned around and revealed a playful expression.
If you really retrieve that ancient bronze coin, I will naturally keep my promise.
Ma Cheng still didn't change his face, staring at Lin. Lin Er's line of sight landed on that ancient copper coin, the patterns were all not even close to each other, plus the wear and tear was severe, it indeed looked similar to the ancient copper coin that Lin Er had thrown out. Lin picked up the ancient copper coin and looked at Ma Cheng with a smile on his face. But even though Lin did so, Ma Cheng's face remained unchanged. Ma Cheng said, The river is turbulent in the Jumping Wave River, and there are rocks and fine sand, so it took 3 days of washing to wear it down to this point. Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands. As for this ancient copper coin that was imitated, naturally, it could not be hidden from Lin Rong. From the beginning, there was no way that Ma Cheng could have retrieved that ancient copper coin in the Jumping Wave River.
Lin just calmly looked at Ma Cheng.
This young man, who was born with a natural avenue to be pro-water, who had water luck, and who had a superb memory, knew his mistake, but did not admit it.
Knowing his mistakes, not recognizing them. Knowing the mistake, not correcting it.
Lin Rong was blunt and said, You are a smart person and extremely talented, the great Tao is pro-water, and you are burdened with chi luck. Lin Rong looked at the dark teenager in front of him and said, You have long guessed that I am a Jianghu patriarch. When these words came out, Ma Cheng's face immediately changed. The eyes of Ma Cheng, who had been poked and prodded, flickered incessantly. The reason why Ma Cheng had tried to get closer to Lin Rong was not for the so-called iron flower at all.
Ma Cheng's mind was deep and predictable.
In fact, when Ma Cheng first met Lin Rong, Ma Cheng had sensed Lin Rong's extraordinary nature. What Ma Cheng did was to get close to this green-shirted patriarch. Ma Cheng's eyes were sharp as he said, Yes, so what? Lin calmly said, At such a young age, it's too deep in your mind. Ma Cheng lowered his eyes and whispered, But I don't have a choice. Lin Er was frowning gently. Ma Cheng's eyes were cold, said, Since I was young, I had no father, no mother, no one to rely on, I had to endure, to see, and think more. Lin Er shook his head and said, I won't teach you.
Ma Cheng frowned and stared at Lin closely, asking, Why?
Lin folded his sleeves with both hands and said, The gains of others are viewed as their own losses. Ma Cheng gripped the ancient bronze coin tightly, his hands trembling, and said, But I've already found the ancient bronze coin you wanted.
Lin calmly said, Whether it's true or not, you and I both know.
Ma Cheng was poked and prodded, so he simply stopped hiding it and hissed, I've been here for too long, I need a chance.
Why is it that others can be clothed and fed, and can walk out of Jumping Wave City, why can't I?
At this moment, inferiority complex and jealousy instantly filled the lake of Ma Cheng's heart. Ma Cheng turned his head and stared dead at Yui, saying, Why is this guy, living better than me, why?
Ma Cheng turned to point at Lin Rong and roared, You and my grandfather are old acquaintances, why don't you teach me martial arts?
Lin's eyes were flat, without any waves, and he just looked at Ma Cheng. After Ma Cheng hissed, he stared blankly at Lin.
Pouncing.
Ma Cheng directly knelt down on the ground, his expression shifting from bloated anger to pity, pulling on Lin's shirt with one hand and begging bitterly, Please, 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 give me a chance. Ma Cheng's voice was in tears and he cried bitterly. This dark teenager then prostrated himself at Lin's feet and said in a trembling voice, Please, please give me a chance, I'm willing to be your slave for the rest of my life.
Lin ignored Ma Cheng's cries. Ma Cheng trembled and wailed, Why aren't you willing to give me a chance?
Lin slowly opened his mouth and said, I've given you 3 chances.
The first time, it was the end of the temple fair. You and Yui met in Jumping Wave City. You knocked over the sugar gourd that Yui handed over. This goodwill of others you didn't take. This goodwill has caused hatred to grow madly within you. The second time, it was by the Jumping Wave River. You once again saw Yui. That ancient bronze coin was in Yui's hands, and you still missed it. Hearing Lin Rong open his mouth, Ma Chang knew in his heart. It turned out that since the beginning, that ancient bronze coin was not in the Jumping Wave River at all. Ma Chang was already ashen at this point. Just even so, Ma Chang still gritted his teeth and asked, "What about the third chance?" Lin Rong's eyes were flat as he said, "The third time is now. If you come here empty-handed and admit that you didn't find that ancient bronze coin, you can also do so. It's just that you'd rather go through all the trouble of imitating an ancient bronze coin in just 3 days than leave a word of sincerity. Ma Chang's face grimaced as he gritted his teeth. What a word of sincerity. Lin calmly said, "It's all your own choice." The words were already there. However, Ma Chang raised his head and looked straight at Lin. In the next moment, Ma Chang laughed out loud. Ma Chang said in a deep voice, "Good. I, Ma Chang, recognize it." Surprisingly, Ma Chang really didn't hesitate and immediately turned around and left. Chapter 119 Congenital Affection. After Ma Chang left the Yu family, Yu Fan appeared from one side. Yu Fan looked at the direction of Ma Chang's departure and opened his mouth to ask, "Patriarch Lin, why are you unwilling to accept Ma Chang? He is extremely talented in martial arts." Yu Fan looked puzzled. Even he, a Qian realm martial artist, was able to tell that Ma Chang's bones were extraordinary, but why was Lin Rong to make things so difficult for him? It was not difficult for Yu Fan to see that although Lin Rong's attitude towards Ma Chang was indifferent from the beginning to the end, there was far from a trace of aversion, and there was even a hidden expectation. Yu Fan was silent for a moment, after hesitation, slowly opened his mouth. "This ask heart will not." Too harsh? Lin Rong's expression was calm, but there was just a touch of dissimilarity in his eyes. The life of a human being lies in the heavens. Everything gets its harmony to be born, and each gets its nourishment to become. And good and evil, joy and anger, sadness and happiness, the husband is what is called heavenly feelings. Food, color, joy and anger are all innate human emotions, is not exempt from the human condition, is common to all people. Ma Chang was born in the mud, want to desperately survive, naturally struggle. Hunger and desire for food, cold and desire for warmth, labor and desire for rest, good profit and evil. All of these things are part of human life. Only when you are in the midst of the mud can you empathize with it. Yui was born with no worries about food and clothing, his father and mother love, but also his elder brother Yu Fan care. So in the eyes of Yui, this world is warm, like a warm spring sun. Ma Chang's parents died when he was a child, and he was brought up by his grandfather alone. Ma Chang is always wrapped in hemp clothes, hot in summer and cold in winter, food is not enough to eat, and everyone is cold. So in Ma Chang's eyes, the world is cruel, like the winter wind. Ma Chang will be careful to seize every opportunity to figure out what others think, not to annoy others. Ever since Ma Chang can remember, he has been walking on thin ice, struggling in the mud. However, beside Ma Chang, there is a young man. He was born under the sun, can be decent and open, stride forward. Lin Rong gently shook his head and said, "It is precisely because Ma Chang is extremely gifted and has excellent bones that he should be even more demanding of his state of mind." Ma Chang was blessed with water luck, his Tao was pro-water, and his talent in martial arts was extremely high. Once he stepped into the martial arts path, within 10 years, he could break through the realm without any stagnation. It was precisely for this reason that Lin had to be harsh on Ma Chang's state of mind. Lin Rong frowned, a cultivator with an empty realm but a missing state of mind. What kind of consequences would be triggered, Lin Rong knew only too well. If Ma Chang was unable to face up to his true self and wash away the sludge on his body, once Ma Chang really stepped into the upper third realm, then the hatred that Ma Chang had accumulated over the past 10 years would be poured out into the world. Moreover, Lin Er was very sure that with Ma Chang's natural talent, it would never be possible for him to stop at the golden body realm. Ask an upper third realm cultivator who was on the board and hostile to the world, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Er gave Ma Chang 3 chances, but Ma Chang missed all of them. Although Yu Fan wasn't sure of Lin Er's intentions, he still didn't say anything more. Lin then turned to look at the Jumping Wave River. Nowadays, the water of the Jumping Wave River had no ripples, and the water was slow. However, Lin Er was clear that tonight, when the moon was full, it was the time when that supreme treasure would come out. Lin Xiu folded his sleeves with both hands and frowned slightly. I just don't know how much of a vision this supreme treasure will cause. At the same time, outside of Jumping Wave City,
There were several black shadows attacking. This group of black shadows were orderly, their footsteps were fast but without traces, and all of them closed their breaths and concentrated. The leader of the group was a man with a face like a jade. Code name, Cuttlefish. Picking Plum Pavilion, Ground Grade Assassin. It is also the first-ranked assassin of the Earth grade. Cuttlefish took out a wooden plaque from his waist, which had a drop of blood on it. Every assassin who stepped into the plum-picking pavilion had to leave a drop of blood in the wooden plate. This drop of blood was Yufan's. The cuttlefish activated the secret method, and the drop of blood slowly floated. The direction it was pointing was exactly Jumping Wave City. Once an assassin from the plum-picking pavilion defected, there would be a steady stream of assassins from the Yunchuan Blessed Land chasing after them, until the head of the traitor is retrieved. In addition to this wave of assassins from plum-picking pavilion, there was also a wave of cultivators wearing rice-white robes that slowly entered Jumping Wave City. This wave of cultivators wearing rice-white robes came from a hidden sect in the Jianghu, the Thieves' Sect. The inner city of Jumping Wave City was prosperous, while the outer city was like the countryside. At this moment, the teenager, Yui, was winding his way up the path. In the middle of the Yu family's compound, the conversation between Ma Chang and Lin Rong was clearly heard by Yui. After Ma Chang left, Yui followed Ma Chang's footsteps. This brocade-clothed teenager walked out of the inner city and traveled through the countryside paths. The Yu family was in the busiest section of Jumping Wave City, while Ma Chang lived on a remote hill. Yui walked for a long time before he vaguely saw a thatched hut. The hut was not big and was a bit shabby. Yui stood in front of the hut and timidly looked inside. Sweat seeped out from his forehead. After hesitating for a few times, Yui walked forward and gently knocked on the door of the hut. Bang bang bang. Just as Yui knocked on the door, thatched cottage is still no sound. Yui stood in place, drummed up the courage to re-knock a few times, but still no response. Yui saw that the door was not locked, so it was bold, pushed open the door and went in. Yui walked into it, only to find that the thatched courtyard is very small, and piled up with thatch. There was even the smell of livestock permeating the room, which was extremely unpleasant. Yui clenched his right hand tightly and walked into it step by step. Yui stood in front of the window and probed. In the hut, there are only 2 simple tables and a few benches. Yui, who had been born in the Yu family compound since he was young, naturally, this was the first time he had seen such a poor thatched hut. Yui looked with a nervous expression. He only saw a dark teenager sitting in the middle of the hut. Yui looked at Ma Chang and swallowed hard. For this teenager of the same age, Yui had been somewhat terrified since he was a child. Ma Chang sensed the movement, frowned, and turned to look out the window. Looking at the stiff Yui, Ma Chang was first slightly stunned before coldly saying, "What are you doing here?" Yui's face was reddening at this time, sweat seeping out of his forehead, and he stammered, unable to speak. Ma Chang's eyes were cold, staring intently at the teenager in front of him. In the Yu family compound, he himself was simply a dog wagging its tail and begging in front of that green-shirted man. Ma Chang then snorted coldly and sneered, "What, you're coming to laugh at me too? You all want to come and humiliate me? To see the jokes of my Ma Chang?" Ma Chang, who had been fatherless and motherless since he was young, had long been subjected to cold stares and was used to being poked in the backbone. When Yui heard this, he shook his head vigorously and stammered, "No, no." With Ma Chang's aggressive gaze, Yui subconsciously took 2 steps back. Yui's right hand, which was tightly clenched in a fist, quietly rested on the window. Ma Chang clenched his teeth and chided, "Get lost." Unable to care about anything else, Yui was startled and hurriedly fled away. After Yui panicked and left, Ma Chang seemed to notice that something was wrong and frowned slightly. Ma Chang walked out of the hut and came to where Yui was just standing. It was also at this moment that a flash of bright light attracted Ma Chang's attention. Ma Chang approached and leaned down to look, only to see an ancient copper coin with a bronze luster. At this moment, it was lying peacefully next to the window. Chapter 120. The most precious treasure comes out. The night of the full moon. Next to the Jumping Wave River, there were people gathering one after another. Whenever there is a full moon on the 15th day of the month, in the Jumping Wave River, there will be a strange scene of thousands of swimming fish competing to be the first to come out of the water. This Jumping Wave River is one of the tributaries of the Tongtian River, although it is not called a big river, but it is also full of water, and it is not dry all year round. But tonight, the Jumping Wave River was incredibly quiet. Unlike previous scenes, there was not a single swimming fish jumping up in the Jumping Wave River tonight. The entire Jumping Wave River was incredibly quiet.
The river slowly moved forward. A middle-aged man stood on the bank, looking at the silent river, wondering, why are there no more fish? You should know that in the past, every 15th full moon, there would be that sight of swimming fish coming out of the water. A woman with a child in her arms said with a smile, "Can it be that the water goddess is not happy tonight?" An old man leaned on his walking stick and said softly, "Strange, strange." The crowd on the bank was noisy, and they all looked a little puzzled by the tranquility of the Jumping Wave River tonight. A young man smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Miserable, Jumping Wave City might have to change its name." As soon as these words came out, the crowd laughed and laughed. As time passes, the moon color becomes more and more dense, but the Jumping Wave River is even more silent. Seeing this, the people on the bank also dispersed one after another. Just as the people said, maybe the goddess of the water is not happy today, and will not let those swimming fish out of the water. With the crowd dispersed, Jumping Wave Riverside gradually cooled down. Until the early morning. Several dressed in rice-white robes, from the thieves of the thieves, appeared in the Jumping Wave by the river. This group of cultivators specializing in stealing heaven and earth's spiritual chi, stealing the local chi luck, are looking at the bottom of the water. In the Jianghu Lake, apart from the famous and upright sects, as well as the hidden demonic sects and assassin organizations, there are many deeper hidden schools. The 8 trades, outside the traditional 360 trades, belong to another category. These 8 lines include almost all of the side door in the Jianghu, from ancient to modern Jianghu schools. Almost all of them are inseparable from its relationship. The thief sect is one of them. Cultivators in the thief sect, adhering to a steel word. Heaven and earth produce aura, let me take it. This is the purpose of the thief sect. In the beginning, the thief sect was actually divided into 2 branches. One is to steal the aura, nibbling on the chi inborn of the bright thief. This group of cultivators are mostly carrying chi, but most of the empty realm cultivation, no inner. Another is specializing in dumping, under the tomb of the dead, borrowing money from the dead dark thieves. This group of cultivators is subdivided into touching the gold school, fascia school, moving the mountain school and unloading the ridge school, its means of mixed, proficient in geography. Only this dark thief, 200 years ago was a Shenshin realm master to chase and kill for 30 years. The 4 factions of people are encountered must die. Dark thief almost was killed, so disappeared. Nowadays, there is only the bright thieves left in the thieves sect. These thieves door of the cultivators, secretive to the extreme, hiding everywhere to steal the creation. But the thieves door is not on the stage, coupled with the dark thieves at 200 years ago was slaughtered, resulting in the thieves door more and more decline. This group of cultivators wearing white robes is now one of the few bright thieves. The leader of the group was a woman. The woman's appearance was medium to low, her cheeks were rough, and the corners of her eyes had obvious wrinkles. A few surrounding thief sect cultivators wearing rice-white robes were all fervent at this time. Everyone looked greedily at the river. This wave-jumping river contained an innate treasure. It was almost like it had gathered the water luck of the entire Jumping Wave River, born and naturally nurtured. The woman lifted her rice-white Taoist robe, revealing a pair of slender, snow-white hands. The woman's 5 fingers were green, slender and tender, in stark contrast to her own rough cheeks. Only to see the woman probing her hand into the river, sensing the flow of chi in the river water. The woman opened her eyes and smiled. Soon, that supreme treasure was about to come out. The group of thief sect cultivators all silently dispersed and spread out around the Jumping Wave River. A few moments later, as expected, there was a dark current in the Jumping Wave River. The entire Jumping Wave River gradually began to stir. The original slowly flowing river water was actually getting more and more intense at this time. Not only that, the entire Jumping Wave River had water vapor rising. A blanket of water vapor enveloped the river. Vaguely, there seemed to be crackling explosions coming out from the river water. At this moment in the Jumping Wave River, a large area of water vapor steamed up, and a vast white mist scattered in all directions. The entire Jumping Wave City was shrouded in water vapor. The woman from the thief sect who was in the lead, greedily sucked in a mouthful of water vapor and grinned, "Water luck." These vaporized water vapors contained water luck. The rest of the thief sect cultivators wearing rice-white Taoist robes also looked delighted, devouring the water luck around them with their secret methods. The entire Jumping Wave River's water luck began to converge here in a steady stream. In the center of the Jumping Wave River, a huge whirlpool gradually formed. At the same time, the entire Jumping Wave River seemed to boil. The vortex at the center grew larger and larger, causing the entire Jumping Wave River to vibrate. Rumble. The sound of rushing river water resounded through Jumping Wave City. The entire jumping wave city was shrouded in water vapor, white and blind.
It was also at this moment that the woman at the head slowly frowned.
The whirlpool in the center of the river was actually getting stronger and stronger, with an unstoppable momentum? Not right.
That woman jerked her hand out and swept her figure backward. At this moment in the jumping wave river, that whirlpool had unexpectedly cut off the entire jumping wave river from it. Whether it was the upstream river water, or the downstream river water. At this time, they were all being pulled towards the vortex. The upstream river water was pulled and rushed more and more violently.
The downstream river stagnated and was sucked back by the vortex.
The sound of the river roaring resounded through the sky. Under the moonlight, only the sound of the rushing river remained.
The entire jumping wave city was startled by the vision.
Only that huge whirlpool was seen, but it gradually rolled up two huge walls of water, roaring up and climbing.
In just a few breaths, dozens of feet of river water rose up into the air, hanging in midair.
Some of the people of Jumping Wave City were all dumbfounded at this time, staring blankly at the heaven and earth phenomenon in front of them. As the river water rushed and swirled, the river water drew higher and higher. The woman who was at the head of the group's face changed greatly, trembling. "Why is the weather so great?" Right in the center of the whirlpool, the originally bottomless Jumping Wave River had already exposed its riverbed. A flying shuttle with a flow of precious light was hovering in the center of the vortex. It was cheering and flying and hovering. In all directions, there was a chi coming, madly surging towards the center of the vortex. The shuttle trembled and chirped, suddenly pulling itself up. The speed of the shuttle was extremely fast, and in just a split second it shot up into the sky. Dragging a 7-colored precious light, it rises up from the vortex with a bang. The innate supreme treasure came out. Chapter 121, Born of the River. The flying shuttle with its precious light flowing from the center of the vortex soared into the sky. But with the appearance of this flying shuttle, the surrounding water curtain that was tens of feet high collapsed. The river water crashed down, smashing into the bottom of the river and exploding 100 feet of water.
The entire Jumping Wave City was enveloped in rain, pattering like the arrival of spring rain.
The woman from the thief sect looked shocked and delighted as she laughed out loud. The quality of this innate treasure is far beyond imagination. In the next moment, the woman jumped up with a bang and raised her hand to grab the flying shuttle in mid-air. Only to see the woman holding the shuttle with one hand, attempting to stop this innate supreme treasure.
Got it!
The woman's eyes blazed as she held that flying shuttle with one hand, and then her figure violently descended. However, this innate treasure buzzed incessantly, trembling crazily in the center of the woman's hand.
Women's hands together, the shuttle and the palm.
The woman came from a Ming thief, already stepped into the golden body realm cultivation. But even if the woman means all out, still cannot suppress the shuttle. Flying shuttle crazy chirping, treasure light flow, reflecting the woman's palm colorful. The corner of the woman's mouth seeped blood, drinking, give me fixed. To know this kind of innate treasure, cannot be found, once you get it, is a great opportunity. A whole wave jumping river, hundreds of years of water luck, are condensed in this shuttle. As long as you can refine this shuttle, not only have an innate treasure as a life magic weapon, but also with the help of the majestic water luck, among the Xiantian realm. But with the woman's crazy influx of Dao Qi, the shuttle not only did not stagnate, but instead became more and more crazy. The woman's white jade-like palm was already dripping with blood. The shuttle crashed into the woman's palm. Shuttle speed is extremely fast, can only see a flash of phantom in the palm of the crazy flicker. The woman is dead and close the palm, unwilling to let go. At this time, the woman's palm has been white bone gradually exposed, flesh and blood were that piece of shuttle to cut off. But even so, the woman was still clenching her teeth, even going so far as to burn her own blood and chi as a way to suppress this innate treasure. The woman's 7 orifices were oozing blood, and all of her meridians were damaged as a result. On the side, a fellow thief sect cultivator hurriedly shouted, "Sect Master Chen, quickly let go." A few cultivators of the thief sect wearing rice-white Taoist robes looked anxious, now that Sect Master Chen had already suffered damage to his meridians and his chi and blood were empty. If he didn't stop, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the woman was looking crazy, rebuked, never. One must know that this was an innate treasure. This was a secret that the thieves sect had expended their efforts on, squatting and guarding for decades, passing it down from generation to generation. It was only in her generation that this innate supreme treasure was contained. Moreover, he has already spent his life essence blood, and lost half of his meridians. How can he stop there? How could he be willing to do so? As the woman's crazy Dao Qi surged into her palm, the speed of the shuttle began to slow down and eventually even stabilized. The shuttle gradually stabilized and stopped trembling.
The woman was overjoyed and laughed. "I've done it."
This innate treasure had allowed itself to be won. At this point in time, the woman's hands, already white bones, are exposed, appalling. The woman's face was even bleeding from 7 orifices, extremely creepy.
But this is all worth it.
This thief door squatting for decades before the birth of the innate treasure, which contains water luck far beyond imagination. But not waiting for the woman to be happy, jumping wave in the river, there is another water luck into the shuttle. Not only that, intermittently there are a number of water luck, from the river steam up, all into the shuttle. The originally silent flying shuttle suddenly shone brightly.
In an instant, the shuttle instantly pierced through the woman's palm.
Not only that, that flying shuttle was like a breakthrough, and it directly pierced through the woman's chest.
This.
The woman froze and looked down at her chest, only to see that on her chest, there was a fist-sized hole. The woman's figure swayed several times before falling backwards with a thud. Thus, this Chin sect master, who came from the thief sect, perished.
People's hearts are not enough for snakes to swallow elephants.
Ming thieves who relied on stealing chi luck eventually died under the innate supreme treasure.
After the woman's death, white mist vaporized from her body. These were the woman's stolen chi luck.
All of this luck returned to heaven and earth with the woman's death. The woman's flesh and blood began to dry up as far as the eye could see, eventually turning into a pile of white bones. After the shuttle pierced through the woman's chest, it devoured most of her luck. With the woman's death, the shuttle's light was 1 point brighter. The shuttle hovered in mid-air. After a moment of stagnation, the shuttle turned into a stream of light and flew to the southwest. This supreme treasure was originally born from the river water, and was naturally attracted by the water movement. The shuttle sped along where the water luck was. Many years ago, there was once an old Taoist priest who traveled here and told fortunes for people in Jumping Wave City. He had seen hundreds of young people in a row, all of whom had mediocre luck.
Until a dark and skinny teenager came.
After seeing this dark teenager, the old Taoist priest just left 4 words.
Born of the river.
Born of the river water, returned to the river water. The piece of flying shuttle went straight to Ma Chang. 3 days ago, when Ma Chang was fishing for that ancient bronze coin in the Jumping Wave River, he had been attracted by the river water and nearly drowned in the Jumping Wave River. It was because Ma Chang was endowed with majestic water luck, and the avenue was pro-water. In the end, it was only because of Lin Air's secret intervention that Ma Chang was saved from drowning. Now this shuttle came out, naturally, to take that deserved water luck. The shuttle straight line, straight to Ma Chang's chest. Ma Chang looked at the white line in the sky and froze in place. That piece of shuttle speed is extremely fast, just a split second, came to the front of Ma Chang. Ma Chang was so shocked that there was no way to dodge it. In an instant, the shuttle violently stabbed into Ma Chang's chest. Severe pain came from Ma Chang's chest. But not only that, Ma Chang's entire body, chi and blood were pulled towards the flying shuttle. Ma Chang struggled hard, but to no avail.
Ah!
The dark teenager's own water luck was sucked into the flying shuttle little by little.
As his own water transportation was drawn out, Ma Chang's body went limp and weak.
As Ma Chang's consciousness blurred, the shuttle was about to penetrate Ma Chang's chest. A green shirt suddenly appeared here. Lin Air grabbed the shuttle with one hand and stopped the momentum of the shuttle. Lin Rong left hand, there are clouds and mist, 5 fingers like hooks, no matter how much the shuttle chirps, but no longer able to inch forward. The shuttle was blocked by Lin Rong, and at this time it emitted a sharp chirping sound. The precious light flashed continuously, and the shuttle trembled crazily. But no matter what, the shuttle was unable to penetrate Ma Chang's chest. Lin Air suddenly swept up a circle of green-colored Dao Qi, a vibration of the green shirt. These green-colored Dao Qi will shuttle around the water luck instantly dispersed. Not only that, there was a great force that directly suppressed this innate treasure to death. With a cold expression, Lin looked at this innate supreme treasure and said in a cold voice, "How do you eat it? How do you spit it out?"
Chapter 122, Killing Intent.
Raging Dao Qi surged out from Lin Air, and that flying shuttle was suppressed to death. Not only that, the entire Jumping Wave River was as silent as death, without a single sound. With his own strength, he suppressed the water transportation of the entire Jumping Wave River. The innate treasure slowly released the water luck drawn from Ma Chang's body, and wisps of water luck returned to Ma Chang's body. Originally, Ma Chang's parched cheeks gradually tended to become rosy, and his life, which was like a candle in the wind, gradually stabilized. Lin stared intently at this innate treasure. It was worthy of being made from the water fortune of the Jumping Wave River over the past few hundred years. If there was no Lin error, Ma Chang would have gotten all of his water luck back. The prophecy was true, along with the flesh and blood, they were returned to the river. Lin was clear that if he let go of his hand, the shuttle would run through Ma Chang's chest without hesitation. Just at this moment, there were several black shadows coming from the distance. Lin slightly side-eyed and looked behind him. Only to see that behind Lin error, one after another, several cultivators wearing black robes appeared.
Plum-picking pavilion?
These few assassins from the plum-picking pavilion were all staring at the innate treasure with blazing expressions. After these few assassins, there was a man with a face like a crown of jade who slowly stepped out.
Fellow Daoist Lin error.
That man had a smile on his face as he smiled and opened his mouth towards Lin. That man with a face like a crown bowed slightly and laughed. Fellow Daoist Lin error, I've heard a lot about you. When one person forced back 5 golden body realms in the Circuit City, I'm ashamed to be inferior. The man let out a light laugh and said, I come from the Cloud River Blessed Land, plum-picking pavilion Earth-grade assassin, codename Inkfish.
Lin frowned slightly. Cuttlefish? Back then, that elder of the Shangwan family, Shangwan Yaibei, was beheaded by this person at the border of Yuzhou.
Plum-plucking pavilion Earth-grade assassin, peak golden body realm martial artist.
Cuttlefish stared intently at the flying shuttle and said softly, it's really moving.
An innate treasure that was born and raised by the earth. Worthy of being nurtured by heaven and earth, and blessed with water luck, it was flawless. The cuttlefish looked at Lin Rong, who was in a stalemate with the flying shuttle, and pretended to be surprised. Fellow Taoist Lin Rong, truly a bodhisattva's heart, for the sake of this youngster, you've gone to such lengths. Lin Rong used his own Dao Qi to suppress this innate supreme treasure, and force this innate supreme treasure to return the water luck that had swallowed Ma Chang. Once Lin Rong withdrew his own Dao Qi, this flying shuttle would instantly pierce through Ma Chang's chest, drawing out all the water luck. Inkfish, however, smiled and shook his head, asking, but fellow Taoist Lin, if you save this one, what about the Yu family? At these words, Lin Er instantly narrowed his eyes.
In an instant, a wave of pure killing intent struck.
Feeling that murderous intent that came to his face and condensed like substance. Not only was the cuttlefish unafraid, his expression instead became even more maniacal as he laughed. Fellow Taoist Lin, why don't you take a guess as to what I was ordered to come for this time? Lin Rong narrowed his eyes and said word for word, you can try.
The cuttlefish pretended to be alarmed and asked, fellow Taoist Lin Rong is very powerful, just what can be done? Could it be to kill all of us?
But then the plum-picking pavilion assassins will keep coming, so no matter how high your cultivation is, will you still be able to kill your way to the Yunchuan Blessed Land? Lin narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, it's not impossible. The cuttlefish spread his hands helplessly and said, why didn't fellow Taoist Lin say so earlier, hee hee. In the next moment, Inkfish's right hand, which was shrouded under a black robe, poked out. Only to see that in Inkfish's hand, he was carrying a blood-drenched head.
Inkfish grabbed Yufan's head and said with a smile, it's a little late.
The owner of this head was none other than the eldest son of the Yu family, Yufan.
Yufan had his head cut off with a knife.
Lin Rong froze for a split second the moment he saw Yufan's head.
It was also this moment. A dark shadow suddenly appeared behind Lin Er. Without hesitation, a sword stabbed into Lin's back.
The long sword violently pierced through Lin Rong's back, piercing through his chest.
Hee hee, fellow Taoist Lin, distracted.
The person behind Lin Rong at this moment was a person whose stature and appearance were all the same as the cuttlefish.
2 cuttlefish showed up at the same time. With one strike, the second cuttlefish instantly drew back.
The 2 inkfish stood side by side, smiling grimly as they looked towards the green-shirted man not far away. The inkfish threw down Yufan's head and laughed. Who would have thought that the plum-plucking pavilion's first assassin of Earthgrade would be 2 of them? Plum-picking pavilion's Earthgrade number 1 assassin, Inkfish, was 2 people who shared the same codename. Not only did the 2 share the same appearance and stature, they were even at the peak of the golden body realm along with their realm.
The Shangwan Yaibei of the Shangwan family in Yuzhou died in the hands of the 2.
Cuttlefish's eyes blazed as he looked at the green-shirted man and the innate treasure in his hands. According to the information, this Lin Error from Circuit City had a half-step Xianshan realm cultivation. Now that Lin Error's own Dao Qi had been restrained and he had been stabbed through the chest with a sword, he was almost certain to die under the siege of 2 peak golden body realm martial artists. That innate treasure was even more suppressed to its limit, which was the perfect time to refine it. Not far away, the man in the green shirt was just gently holding up Ma Chang with one hand. Lin Er looked at the still unconscious Ma Chang.
Returned as much as I can.
The water luck as well as chi and blood that Ma Chang had been devoured by this flying shuttle had been returned as much as possible at this point. In the eyes of the cuttlefish's disbelief, Lin lifted Ma Chang with one hand and casually drew out the long sword within his body with the other hand. The instant the long sword was withdrawn from his body, Lin's wounds were restored as before.
No, it can't be. Cuttlefish's complexion changed drastically as he looked at the green-shirted man in front of him in horror. He wasn't even at the half-step Xianshan realm. In the next moment, the two cuttlefish figures instantly disappeared in place. The two peak golden body realm cultivators were desperate to escape from this place at this moment, despite everything. Lin Rong's figure dissipated from its original spot. In the Yu family compound, there was an incomparable silence. A long sword was stuck diagonally in the ground. On the long sword was Yui, who had been stabbed through the heart and nailed to death in the compound. The teenager was askew, his chest drenched in blood. Lin Er crouched down and gently rested on Yui's wrist. Lin Rong's figure was hidden in the shadows, and it was impossible to see his complexion. At this moment, Ma Chang, who had come to his senses, looked at Yui, who had been plunged to his death by a long sword, and his entire body fell into a stupor. Ma Chang looked blankly at Lin Er. At this moment, even though he couldn't see Lin Er's complexion, he could still feel the pure killing intent around Lin Er's body. In the next moment, Lin's figure disappeared into the Yu family compound. 10 miles away. The cuttlefish that had fled Jumping Wave City frantically despite everything still didn't dare to slack off the slightest bit at this moment. This assassin at the peak of the golden body realm stopped at a single stop and frantically fled. Fleeing. But also at this moment, a cold and piercing killing intent came. The cuttlefish was like an on his back, and he was instantly chilled. It is also the moment. The cuttlefish was hit like a heavy blow, and his entire chest was smashed. The threat of death enveloped Cuttlefish's entire body. No. In the next moment, the Cuttlefish's head was pulled out hard. Chapter 123, Farewell. Yu family compound. The blood-stained green shirt of Lin Er re-entered. Together with the Cuttlefish, 12 assassins, all dead. The two Cuttlefish, both had their heads pulled out on the spot. Beside Ma Chang was the hovering and flying innate treasure. This flying shuttle had been suppressed by Lin Er, and then it was drenched in Ma Chang's chi and blood. Ma Chang, who was born from the river water, is now connected to this innate treasure. It is both a calamity and a chance. Taken from the river water, returned to the river water, with the river water. Now this shuttle has recognized the master. Only need Ma Chang refining, this innate treasure will become Ma Chang's life object. Ma Chang raised his left hand, and the shuttle immediately hovered happily in Ma Chang's palm. Ma Chang looked at Lin Er and asked, "Can you refine this flying shuttle?" Lin was silent. But Ma Chang got an answer. The flying shuttle seemed to have a spirit and instantly chirped sadly. The flying shuttle hovered beside Ma Chang, as if it was begging bitterly. However, Ma Chang looked calm and held the shuttle. Lin Rong spoke abruptly, "Have you thought it through?" Ma Chang just looked at Yui. The flying shuttle immediately flourished with precious light, and there was magnificent water transportation gushing out. Only these water transportation, however, did not go towards Ma Chang, instead, they all converged into Yui's body. Ma Chang gently let go of his hand, and the shuttle transformed into a stream of light, instantly surging into Yui's body. The innate treasure that originally belonged to Ma Chang was actually refined by Yui. Ma Chang stood aside so quietly. Until this innate treasure was completely refined by Yui and turned into Yui's innate magic weapon. The original heart orifice pierced by the long sword was replaced by the flying shuttle. Ma Chang gave away this destined innate treasure with such an arch. Yui's breathing stabilized and his pulse began to beat. Ma Chang looked at the teenager on the ground with a calm expression and did not say a word. The knot in the heart still needs to be solved by the heart. Ma Chang, 2 hands empty, just turn around and leave. Only no one knows, Ma Chang cuffs, there is a carved with subtle patterns of ancient copper coins, so quietly lying in the sleeve. A copper coin for a flying shuttle. Ma Chang no longer turned back, just raised his right hand and gently waved it. Seems to be saying goodbye. With whom? Lin Rong, Yui. Or maybe it was himself? No one knows. Ma Chang left the country alone. Yuzhou, traveling city. Rong fast. Today, the young master of the Rong Lounge and the tables and chairs are covered with white cloth, as for those ink treasures are also retained properly. Not only that, Wangjin is cleaned inside and outside,
the corner is piled on the line, to prevent moisture. After these, Wang Zhen crappy on the paper, write 2 big words. Closed. Wang Zhen said to himself in winter. When the spring flowers bloomed, he would return to his hometown once. Now that he was barely a small success with the sword, he always had to make another trip. Once Lin Rong had left in the first place, he had never heard from him again. Wang Zhen had long been accustomed to Lin Er's comings and goings. As for how this trip? There are only 4 words. Chivalry. Wang Zhen packed his luggage, but did not take away the ink painting with the sword poem, and even the upper part of the free trip was not taken away. Wang Zhen just put on his iron sword on his back, and once again looked at the wrong Jai. Wang Zhen will somewhere organized properly, and left a letter for Lin Rong. So far. The young ranger, back on the iron sword. Entered the Jianghu again. Jiangzhou. Jumping Wave City. After that vision of the river water hanging in the air and the most precious treasure coming out of the world, Jumping Wave City boiled for a while. There were all sorts of things to say, but there was just none that could convince the public. Some people said that an immortal came here and took away a treasure that was left in the Jumping Wave River back then. The reason why these years every 15th full moon there will be that thousands of swimming fish compete to leap out of the water first phenomenon is the cause of this treasure. Now the immortal took away the treasure, the future will not have such a phenomenon. Some people say it is Jumping Wave River, there is a big scaly, practicing for thousands of years. Now finally accomplished, to be able to transform the dragon ascension, so that led to such a vision. Of course, there are also people who say that there are several masters in the river and lake, in the jumping wave and the river battle, only to attract such a vision. That person also said that Knight in the Jump Wave River clearly saw someone in the air. But all the opinions are different, but no one dares to jump to conclusions. Jumping Wave in the city of several respected old men, one after another for several days of discussion, and finally made a final decision. Thus the history of this Jumping Wave city only left one sentence. 40 years, the 15th moon was full. The river stood, and the treasure light came out. There are only 13 simple words for future generations to guess away at will. You family compound. Lin Er was sitting on the steps, looking towards the sky. Beside Lin Zhuo was Yui, a teenager with a slightly pale face. Inside Yui's body was the innate treasure that contained majestic water luck. It was also overnight. The entire Yu family, excluding Yui, had all died. Yui became an orphan. The young man who had been held in the palm of his hand since he was young, suddenly, there was no one around him. Yui looked at Lin Er and asked, Mr. Lin, where should I go? Lin Rong patted the teenager's head and said, come with me to Yuzhou. There was a moment of silence. Yui looked at the empty compound with a dull expression. Yui asked softly, Mr. Lin, how did my brother die? Lin Rong's eyes were lowered, not knowing how to speak. Yui looked dazed, raised his head, and asked, Mr. Lin, the book says that the net of heaven is wide open, is it true? Lin Rong softly said, really? Yui's eyes widened, his originally clear eyes were now gray. Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and asked, if you had the chance, what would you do? Yui clenched his hands into fists, clenched his teeth, and said without hesitation, pay with my life. Lin Rong was silent at his words. Pay back with your life? I'll go myself. A group of assassins who licked blood from the tip of their swords and slaughtered people's families, shouldn't they pay with their lives? Could it be that learning that Bodhisattva's heart more, you Lin Rong really think of yourself as a living Buddha saint? Because you missed it, now you're just being coy and tied up? You! Lin Er slowly stood up. Lin Er, who was wearing a green shirt, closed his eyes. What flashed in his mind was the scene of the conversation with Cuttlefish. Cuttlefish had once said to himself, no matter how high your cultivation level is, so what? It's hard to believe that you can kill your way to the Cloud River blessed land? Lin Er slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. I, Lin Rong, would like to see just how many celestial realms you have in the Yunchuan blessed land. Yui sensed Lin's movements, and the teenager also stood up. Lin Rong gently patted Yui's head and softly said, Yui, wait for me in Jumping Wave City for a while, when I come back, I'll take you back to Yuzhou. Yui looked at Lin Rong standing in the sunlight and asked, Mr. Lin, where are you going? The sunlight came from behind Lin Rong, calling out that one could not see Lin Rong's face. Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and looked towards the sky as he calmly spoke. After I step out of the courtyard, I will immediately set off on a trip to the Yunchuan blessed land. With a single scribbled word, the killing chance was revealed.
Chapter 124 I Will Kill. Cloud River Fortunate Land.
Located in the north of the world, year-round clouds, mountains and rivers are hidden. Yunchuan blessed land just the size of the mountains there are hundreds of, continuous, in the clouds are hidden. Yunchuan blessed land in the Picking Plum Pavilion after the owner, will be reduced to the Jianghu and the prestigious one of the Forbidden Land. 150 years ago, Picking Plum Pavilion in the Jianghu rise in power. This group of assassins in the Jianghu momentum is very fierce, just 20 years, will be in the Jianghu broke out a great reputation. In the beginning, there were 13 Golden Body Realm Masters that were assassinated, and the last Plum Picking Pavilion Master had even personally killed a Xianshan Realm Master. Nowadays, this number was naturally only increasing.
Amidst the clouds, there was a 9-story pagoda. Tooth and Jade Pagoda.
The entire body was as white as jade, blending in with the clouds and mist. This Tooth and Jade Pagoda was the forbidden land of the Cloud River Blessed Land. Prior to this 9-story pagoda, only the owner of the Plum Pavilion, as well as the strategist White Dragon could set foot in it. The schemer, who always wore white robes, was hidden in the Tooth and Jade Pagoda for 7 years. After the death of the strategist, the Tooth and Jade Pagoda was only accessible to the master of the Plum Pavilion. Tooth and Jade Pagoda was built on top of the peak. This peak is the Yunchuan Blessed Land in one of the treacherous mountains, high mountains and 9-story pagoda, even more spectacular. Plum Pavilion assassins are categorized into Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. The Yellow assassins are looking for the realm of meaning. Xianpin assassins are at the Qi in Harmony realm. Earth Grade assassins, Golden Body realm. Heavenly Grade assassins, Xianshan realm. Not only is it purely their own realm, if a Xianpin assassin wants to step into the Earthpin, in addition to their own cultivation to step into the Golden Body realm, they also need to pick the head of a Golden Body realm martial artist to advance. Nowadays, it is unknown how many Golden Body Realm martial artists the Plum Picking Pavilion has assassinated, but the Xianshan Realm Grandmaster must have assassinated another one. Because 40 years ago, the previous Pavilion Master stepped down and a new Pavilion Master was born. And to become a Pavilion Master, one must necessarily step into the heavenly grade. Over the years, the Plum Pavilion was more restrained than it was at the beginning. After the court suppression, the Jianghu rejection, Picking Plum Pavilion will be Snail and Yunchuan Blessed Land. Even so, Plum Picking Pavilion is still the premier assassin organization in the Jianghu. Tooth and Jade Pagoda. Bone-thin old man, step by step up to the 8th floor. The old man's name is He Chiu, the current owner of the Plum Picking Pavilion. He is also the only heavenly assassin in the Plum Pavilion. He Chiu's body was hunched over as he walked up the steps. The old man who had long ago arrived at the peak of the Xianshan realm cultivation, smilingly looked towards the sea of clouds outside the tower. The clouds were dazzling and beautiful. He Chiu stopped at the 8th layer for a moment and asked with a light laugh out loud, "Senior brother, still alive?" Only an old, hoarse voice could be heard from the depths of the 8th floor. Poof. Just a cold snort, then no more movement. He Chiu laughed, not surprised by this. He Chiu didn't stop at the 8th floor again, and instead stepped onto the 9th floor. The 9th floor was the top of the Tooth and Jade Tower, towering above the sea of clouds. He Chiu looked at the empty 9th floor with a calm expression. White Dragon, ah, White Dragon. The schemer in the white robe was on the 9th floor, playing chess and watching the clouds. He Chiu stood in the center of the 9th floor, this old man who had taken over the position of Pavilion Master 40 years ago, sitting in the position where he had once played against White Dragon. The chessboard is still in the center, but the person who played chess is missing. In the beginning, the White Dragon, to loss of their own life secret method, forcibly deduced the heavenly chances. It took 7 years until the White Dragon's blood ran out, but he actually found the person. He Chiu looked down at the pieces on the chessboard, when the White Dragon had played a seemingly certain death white piece among the densely packed black pieces. But no one expected that the white piece actually came to life. And that white piece actually went straight into the western desert and gradually became a climate. He Chiu stroked his chin and said, "White Dragon, leaving a problem for me." This old man, who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, held the chess piece in one hand and wavered. He Chiu rubbed his chin. This Pavilion Master, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Xianshan realm, knew it in his heart. The mysterious realm of the celestial realm, relying only on one's own internal strength, even if one is in seclusion for 100 years or 1,000 years, there is no possibility of stepping into it. If the Xianshan realm is the peak of the earth, then the rumored celestial realm is the heavenly immortal palace. Before White Dragon died, he once left He Chiu with one word. A ray of hope.
Out of the thousands of futures, Hichio only had a single thread of opportunity if he wanted to step into the celestial realm. This thread, where exactly is it? Hichio muttered before letting out a sigh. At the same time, outside the Yunchuan blessed land, there was a long green rainbow coming from the sky. That person didn't conceal his Dao Qi in the slightest and came from the sky with an astonishing aura. There was a loud boom in the sky. In the Tooth and Jade Pagoda, Hichio violently stood up. This heavenly great assassin, the contemporary master of the plum-plucking pavilion, fiercely looked towards the sky. Hichio's body was uncontrollably pulled out of his body's fury, like an evil scaly dragon hovering over his shoulders. Not only Hichio, but all the assassins in the Yunchuan blessed land all had a feeling in their hearts and looked up to the sky. A Xianpin assassin who had just returned to the Yunchuan blessed land looked up in confusion. Then this Xianpin assassin saw a scene that would be unforgettable in this life. Only to see a long, green-colored rainbow crashing through the sky of the blessed land with a loud bang. The majestic green-colored Dao Qi spread out from the middle of the sky. The thick clouds within a 100-mile radius were all stirred up by the green-colored Dao Qi. The clouds and mists in the entire Yunchuan blessed land were almost swept away. The mountains that had been shrouded in clouds all year round were forced to reveal their true forms at this time. Even the 9-layer jade pagoda was exposed. There is no place to hide. Not only that, the long green rainbow slammed directly into a mountain range. There was a loud boom. The spikes of that huge mountain range were directly smashed to pieces. The peak that had originally towered into the clouds was directly cut off, hard and flatly pushing out a piece of flat land. All of the assassins in the Yunchuan blessed land rushed to the Tooth and Jade Pagoda one after another. Thousands of assassin figures rise and fall non-stop. Picking Plum Pavilion, now still in the Yunchuan blessing of the assassins, as many as possible to this. Densely packed, they gathered here. There were 800 yellow-grade assassins. There were about 200 Xianpin assassins. Earth-grade assassins, there were 21. 21 Golden Body Realm patriarchs were scattered around that mountain range. Not only that, on the 9th floor of the Tooth and Jade Pagoda, a figure rose up into the sky before landing with a bang. The contemporary master of the plum-plucking pavilion, a heavenly great assassin, a peak Xianshan realm cultivator. Hichio. Hichio's figure was no longer hunched over, and all of his Dao power was revealed. Behind this old man, there were thousands of mournful souls hissing, and there was even an evil scaly dragon transformed into a demonic aura, slowly hovering beside his shoulder. On the mountain that had been knocked out of the ground, the smoke and dust dispersed. Only a man in a green shirt was revealed. The man was seen lifting two heads with one hand and raising them high. It was none other than the Earth-grade assassin, Squid Head. Under the gusty wind, a green shirt hunted. After 10 breaths, any cultivator who is in the Cloud River blessed land. I will kill them. Chapter 125 next. As soon as these words came out, all of the plum-picking pavilion assassins present changed their complexion drastically. This green-shirted man actually threatened to behead everyone? But looking at the mountains that had been cut off at the waist, some of the assassins had long been chilled to the bone. This man who came from the heavens, wrapped in majestic green-colored Dao power, had already stirred up the clouds within 100 miles of the entire Yunchuan blessed land. Lin Rong stood on the flat ground of the mountains and threw the two heads in his hands down from mid-air. The heads of the two cuttlefish fell to the earth just like that. The 21 Earth Pin assassins at the very front had different looks at this moment. The top-ranked Earth product, the cuttlefish at the peak of the Golden Body Realm, had already had his head pulled out. An Earth-grade assassin held his spear in both hands, his feet firmly planted on the earth, the tip of the spear pointing straight at Lin Air. This Golden Body Realm Gundao assassin could hardly hide the fervor in his heart, his eyes staring madly at Lin. This Earth-grade assassin was codenamed Piercing Mountain. He learned the spear at the age of 11, entered the intent-seeking realm at the age of 16, polished his spear for another 10 years, and entered the Qi and realm at the age of 26. At the age of 26, he entered the Qi and Harmony realm. At 37, he realized the meaning of the spear and broke the bottleneck, becoming a member of the upper three realms in one fell swoop. After that, he obtained one of the three great masters of the gun manual, and his gun technique was greatly accomplished. The great master of the gun Dao, Chen Ne, had left behind the spectrum of the gun, in which 12 of the best moves were learned by Wearing Mountain. The most important thing is that this assassin, codenamed Wearing Mountain, has hidden a great skill. It was one of those three masterpieces in the gun spectrum. Lone Smoke.
The man codenamed Whirring Mountain's wrist twisted and turned, a mouthful of martial true chi was strung through the tip and tail of the gun, and the gun's intent flourished. But in a flash, that green shirt instantly appeared in front of his eyes. Piercing Mountain didn't hesitate, a mouthful of martial true chi instantly erupted, and he stabbed Lin Xiao straight in the face. Jutsu, Lone Smoke. But in the next moment, the head of the man holding the spear flew up violently. Everything was in an instant. Whirring Mountain didn't even have time to react, and the lance didn't even touch Lin Rong in the slightest before he was instantly beheaded. Lin Rong's figure missed Whirring Mountain and casually threw down the head he was carrying in his hand. Next, the corpse that had lost its head flopped forward onto the ground, making no more noise. One move. With just this one move, the head of an Earth-grade assassin was removed. The remaining 20 Earth-grade assassins instantly spread their bodies backward. The 20 Golden Body Realm patriarchs were all like awns at this moment, trembling with fear as they looked at the green-shirted man not far away. Lin Rong's footsteps were gentle, that pair of pitch-black eyes as still as stopping water. He Chio's eyes were cold as he stared at the green-shirted man who had suddenly appeared. He Chio slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Who exactly is Taoist friend?" At He Chio's shoulder, the evil augur that was transformed by the baleful chi hissed towards Lin, hideous and terrifying. Lin frowned slightly. Tisk. In a flash, Lin then appeared in front of He Chio. Lin raised his hand and pinched the head of the evil augur that was transformed by the baleful chi, and then violently yanked it, ripping this evil augur into two halves on the spot. He Chio reacted quickly and instantly swept back. But just in an instant, Lin grabbed He Chio's arm. Lin grinned. "Come back." He Chio only felt a great force coming from him, and he was instantly yanked towards Lin. This Peak Shinshin Realm Plum Picking Pavilion Master was just yanked by Lin Air's arm with one hand, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Bang! He Chio's back fell into the earth with a bang. He Chio violently coughed out a large mouthful of blood, only to feel his internal organs shaking non-stop. The earth instantly cracked and smoke flew. The smoke and dust that exploded with a bang stagnated in mid-air for a moment. In the next moment, these scattered smoke and dust unexpectedly gathered strangely. Green-colored Dao Chi and blood-colored Dao Chi exploded. Regardless of the level of the surrounding assassins, all of them were flushed by the majestic Dao Chi and flew backwards. In the center of the smoke and dust, He Chio's eyes turned blood red, and his body was wrapped in surging fierce aura. He Chio's eyes were sharp as he said in a deep voice, "Looking for death." As soon as the fatal Chi came out, whether it was the green-colored Dao Chi or the blood-red Dao Chi, or the clouds of smoke and dust, they were all swallowed up. There was pitch-black baleful chi converging in all directions. At the center of He Chio's hand, the baneful chi converged into a line. It was silent for a moment. It exploded. This converging line of baneful chi suddenly exploded in Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Rong's figure was instantly sent flying. Lin's figure flew backwards for tens of feet. In mid-air, Lin turned around and stood upright. Lin's face remained unchanged as he looked towards the remnants of the baneful chi in his chest and just let out a cold smile. Lin gently patted away the baneful chi in his chest with one hand, and with his other hand, he merged his two fingers together and scratched across one side with his sword finger. In the next moment, there was a Taishu flying sword, lording it over an Earth-grade assassin. As if he was walking idly, Lin Air was just casually slicing off the head of a Golden Body Realm Grandmaster. He Chio stood dozens of feet away, his eyes sharp, staring intently at the green-shirted man not far away. The blood-colored Dao Chi converged into a precious armor that clung to He Chio's body. He Chio put his hands behind his back and frowned in disbelief. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Lin Rong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, laughed softly, and said, "Cut the crap." He Chio's pupils were blood red as he said, "You." It was also the moment He Chio opened his mouth that he saw a cyan-colored residual shadow instantly come. There was a loud bang. Lin Rong violently kicked He Chio in the chest. Ka-ching! The blood-colored precious armor was instantly torn apart. He Chio's figure was even more straight and instantly flew backwards. He Chio's body directly flew hundreds of feet backwards and crashed into the White Jade Tower. In situ, Lin Error slowly stood still, towards the surrounding 10 or so Golden Body Realm Sect Masters. With a smile on his face, he gently hooked his hand. "Come." Lin's figure flickered away and instantly appeared behind an Earth-grade assassin. That Earth-grade assassin could only feel chilly hairs stand up, and chills ran down his entire spine. It didn't even wait for this Golden Body Realm Sect Master to react. Lin Air had already broken this person's heart chakra with a single punch.
It was so crisp and clean that it didn't drag on. And then, without turning his head, Lin casually grabbed the swift flying sword that was stabbing from the side. The flying sword that was harnessed by a Golden Body Realm sword cultivator was held in one hand by Lin Xiao, and could no longer advance a single inch. This flying sword, which could once easily take someone's head from 100 paces away, and could do no harm, was now like scrap metal. The flying sword trembled incessantly. The next moment, in that sword cultivator's incredulous eyes, the flying sword that he had harnessed was casually crushed by Lin Air with one hand. This Earth-grade Golden Body Realm sword cultivator, because of the loss of his own flying sword and the backlash, violently vomited out a large mouthful of heart blood. He just didn't have time to change his breath before a green shirt instantly brushed past him. Another Earth-grade assassin fell. Powerless. Despair. The remaining 10 or so Earth-grade assassins present, without exception, were all Golden Body Realm masters who had killed countless people. However, at this moment, when facing this smiling green-shirted man, powerlessness and despair enveloped everyone. On the periphery, some of the yellow assassins who had just joined the plum-picking pavilion had already begun to flee in all directions. Lin Rong's green shirt shook, and blood bloomed and scattered in all directions, like a blooming flower on the other shore. This green-shirted man smiled lightly as he scanned the surroundings. Who's next? Chapter 126. This group of assassins who had killed people grassily and specialized in cutting away the lives of others were all trembling with fear at this moment. At this moment, all the assassins present, whether they were Xian or Earth-grade, one head after another, all of them were as if they were flowers and grass in a small courtyard, left to be taken by Lin Air. At this moment, the 10 or so Earth-grade assassins were all looking at each other. The many yellow-grade assassins present had dispersed like birds and beasts. Escape? Lin Rong saw through the crowd's minds, but he didn't have the intention to stop and laughed. Gentlemen, there's no need to look, not a single one of those above the Xin pin will be able to leave. Lin Rong raised his hand and with a move, the ground-grade assassin who had codenamed Piercing Mountain, the lance that was left behind instantly flew towards Lin Rong. The lance thumped in his hand. Lin weighed the weight of the lance and just casually lifted it, pointing the tip of the lance at all the Earth-grade assassins present. Lin laughed lightly, "Come." All the Golden Body Realm cultivators present detected an appalling spear intent. This appalling gun intent was pointed straight at the crowd, and there was simply no way to avoid it. An unbelievable, yet forced to believe, thought crossed the minds of all the Earth-grade assassins. This green-shirted man, who had come to the Yunchuan blessed land in a big way, was truly attempting to behead the assassins present. The 10 or so Golden Body Realm assassins looked at each other in disbelief, and this group of assassins, who were originally bloodlickers at the tip of their swords, suddenly had ruthless eyes. Since there was no way to hide, they would fight to the death. A woman's eyes were venomous as 2 turquoise daggers slipped out of her sleeves. This Earth-grade assassin's woman's tongue licked her crimson lips. The rest of the Earth-grade assassins present all did not hesitate and offered up their own mastery and magic weapons. More than 10 channels of true chi twisted into a ball, and killing intent erupted from all directions. All of them were pointed at Lin Rong alone. "Even if I can't kill you, I'm going to bite off a piece of your flesh." In the next moment, the 10 or so Earth-grade assassins present struck out boldly. At the very center, Lin not only didn't avoid them, but instead brought his spear forward. Lin's wrist flicked, and the long spear in his hand then shook violently. The gun's intent was greatly released. When the tip of the spear passed, no matter what kind of weapon it was, it would be shattered. Lin stood with one foot behind him, his green shirt rolled up, the spear in his hand first gave a lurch, and then instantly stabbed out. Gun technique, helmet removal. In the midst of the green color, a little bit of cold aura flew out. In just a flash, the tip of the spear instantly pierced the head of an Earth-grade assassin in front of him. Lin Air's figure stood still in the same spot, and the spear in his hand picked up that person's head high. The rest of the Earth-grade assassins took advantage of this moment to try to get closer. However, the moment several Earth-grade assassins stepped within a foot of Lin Air, with Lin Air as the center, there were densely packed sword chi hovering around. Thousands of flying sword shadows hovered around Lin Rong, thick as water-sharp sword intent is like a long river, hanging around Lin Rong. Lin Rong around, like a thunder pool heavy ground. Poo, poo, poo. Anyone who got close was injured by the sword chi. Lin had one hand behind his back, his posture straight, his long hair flying. Several Golden Body Realm assassins were injured by sword chi, their blood flowing. The rest of the Golden Body Realm assassins were all standing around, not daring to make any rash moves.
This group of Earth-grade assassins, who made those families and nobles in the Jianghu fearful, all had ugly faces.
Everything happened too quickly and too abruptly.
First, a long green rainbow blasted down from the sky into the Yunchuan blessed land. After this group of assassins gathered here, from the time this green-shirted man struck out to now, it was less than an incense stick of time. But the Earth-grade assassins had already been killed by half. Even at this moment, this person's name was unknown. The Golden Body Realm assassins that still existed, at this time, a heart of the Tao had long been shattered. There were no other thoughts in their minds, and they could only stare blankly at the green-shirted man in front of them. This man who was like a cultivator. This group of Earth-grade assassins, who had spent years with swords and slaughtered other people's lives, no one dared to step forward. Any Earth-grade assassin who fought with this man would die in a single move. There were no ups and downs at all. Seeing that the Earth-grade assassins present did not dare to go forward, Lin smiled faintly and said, "The so-called plum-picking pavilion assassins are nothing more than that." Lin gently pulled up his sleeves, and then he slammed the lance, which was on the verge of crumbling, into the ground. The moment the lance was pushed to the ground, the lance instantly shattered. A circle of green-colored Dao Qi stirred out. Not only that, the thousands of flying sword shadows around Lin Air were also shattered as the green-colored Dao Qi passed by. The sword Qi fragments were densely packed and shot out in all directions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Once the sword Qi fragments that shot out touched the earth, they immediately exploded into a crater. Tens of thousands of sword Qi fragments swept around. The densely packed sword Qi fragments were like a torrential downpour, washing away the surroundings. A moment later, with Lin Air as the center, within 10 feet, there were all ruins. The earth was already full of holes. The Earth-grade assassins, without exception, were all dead. Lin slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Lin Xiu, who was empty-handed, turned to look at the Tooth Jade Tower in the distance. This tooth and jade pagoda was as white as jade, with 9 floors, towering into the clouds. Originally placed in the clouds of the Tooth Jade Tower, immortal gas curls, and the clouds complement each other. Just at this time the clouds of the Yunchuan blessed land were all dispersed by Lin Rong, leaving only this 9-story Tooth Jade Tower alone there, appearing to have no flavor at all. Lin Rong slowly toward that Tooth Jade Tower. It was said that the poisonous warrior from the former Liang was on the 9th floor of the Tooth and Jade Pagoda, sitting there for 8 years. Lin looked calm. White Dragon used the secret method of depleting his lifespan to forcefully deduce the heavenly chances. It was only when he ran out of gas that he found himself by mistake. Before Liang Bird had entered the western desert, this poisonous warrior had completely died. Lin Air walked up to the Tooth and Jade Pagoda, looking at the jade-like body of the Tooth and Jade Pagoda, slightly raising his eyebrows. "You, the owner of the plum-picking pavilion, are still not going to come out?" He Xiu slowly walked out from the Tooth and Jade Pagoda. This old man gazed at the green-shirted man in front of him and said, "The Earth-grade assassins have died out, the plum-picking pavilion's 100 years of heritage has been destroyed, and you, Taoist friend, are still not satisfied?" Lin looked at He Xiu with interest and asked with a smile, "The only heaven-grade assassin, yet he is too afraid to make a move, there is still this kind of strange thing?" He Xiu's face was grim as he said, "What exactly is your enemy with my plum-picking pavilion?" Lin Rong narrowed his eyes and smiled, laughing softly, "It's also thanks to the advice given to me by fellow Taoist Cuttlefish." He Xiu stared tightly at the green-shirted man in front of him, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and said in a low voice, "If fellow Taoist leaves now, I promise that I can treat it as if nothing happened." The plum-picking pavilion, which had always been responsible for taking other people's lives, was now being blocked in the Yunchuan blessed land? More than 20 Earth-grade assassins were all dead, and the plum-picking pavilion's 100 years of heritage had been destroyed. When Lin heard this, he couldn't help but laugh out softly, smiling, "Interesting, what a nothing happens." Only the next moment, Lin turned to look at the 8th floor of the Tooth and Jade Tower. Lin folded his sleeves with both hands and asked with a smile, "What, that Xianshan realm whose lifespan is nearing, hasn't prepared that life-for-life killing move yet?" Chapter 127 Destroyed. The moment these words came out, He Xiu's face immediately changed drastically. This person was actually able to sense senior brother? The 8th floor of the Tooth and Jade Pagoda was always out of sunlight, and even He Xiu seldom stepped into it. The person hiding in the 8th floor is He Xiu's senior brother, the previous owner of the Plum Pavilion. The previous owner is also a peak Xianshan realm cultivator, but the end is approaching. In order to slow down the wear and tear, it will be closed in the 8th floor of the Tooth Jade Tower all year round. Not until it is absolutely necessary, never go out. And when Lin mistakenly kicked He Xiu into the Tooth and Jade Tower, the previous pavilion master, who was hidden on the 8th floor, instantly awakened. This previous pavilion master, who was on the verge of his death, had been brewing a killing move that would exchange his life for a life. But now, it was revealed by Lin Air. It was also a split second. The 8th floor of the Tooth and Jade Pagoda exploded. Raging blood chi gushed out, and the fury was incomparably thick. There was an old man with a wrinkled face and a withered form who instantly appeared. The previous head of the plum-plucking pavilion, the peak of the Xianshan realm, the first heavenly assassin. Su Gon. Su Gon's skin was wrinkled, his bones were exposed, a veritable skin and bones, his teeth were long gone, and he had very little hair left. But it was such an old man who was on the verge of death, but at the moment, he had a horrifying aura wrapped around his body. 150 years ago, there was an assassin organization in the Jianghu that came out of nowhere. In just a few decades, the plum-picking pavilion became famous in the Jianghu, and even made some martial artists in the Jianghu fearful. Su Gon was the first heavenly grade assassin in plum-picking pavilion, and also the owner of plum-picking pavilion. It was Su Gon who had personally removed the head of a Xianshan realm master. It was Su Gon who personally killed the feudal king of Fengfeng state, and he cut his body into 5 pieces in his own royal residence. Su Gon's eyes have long been blinded. This old man who was at the end of his life did not say a word, just calmly look at Lin Air. At this time, Su Gon's body, those horrifying chi, is still pouring into the palm of his hand. Lin Zhua did not make a move, just folded his sleeves with both hands and looked at Su Gon. Thousands of demonic chi converged in the center of Su Gon's hand. Until Su Gon's body was no longer surrounded by any baneful chi, and he couldn't even feel the flow of the old man's true chi. Su Gon, who was already at the end of his rope, slowly raised his palm. In an instant, there was no more Su Gon on the 8th floor of the Tooth and Jade Tower. In the next moment, Su Gon had appeared in front of Lin Air. This previous pavilion master of the plum-picking pavilion had not said a single word since the beginning. Su Gon had already placed a palm on Lin Air's chest. There was a moment of silence. In the center of Su Gon's palm, a devastating baleful chi gushed out. This horrifying chi poured into Lin Air's chest along Su Gon's palm. But on the surface, there were no waves. In front of the Tooth and Jade Pagoda, there was just a pale old man with a dry palm, gently sticking to Lin Air's chest. There wasn't even a sound, much less a fluctuation of Dao Qi. Lin Rong also just stood in place, even that green shirt was still. A moment later, Su Gon's palm slowly fell. This old man, who was at the end of his life, dropped his palm helplessly, and his body fell to the ground. His breath was gone. Su Gon, dead. Silence. The man in the green shirt was still standing in the same spot, not moving a muscle. He Xiao was not far away, feeling the dissipation of Su Gon's breath. His expression did not change. A peak Xianshan realm grandmaster, a life-for-life move. That was the only move. All of Su Gon's baneful chi that he had accumulated in his life was struck into that person's body. These chi would destroy the small world of the person and shatter it, and the meridians in the body would be corroded by the chi, and even the flesh and bones of the person would be swallowed up. This is a peak Xianshan realm cultivator, life-for-life death move. The man in the green shirt is now hollow. He Xiao walked step by step towards Lin Air. At this moment, He Xiao looked around with a dazed expression. Plum-picking pavilion, gone. He Xiao let out a long sigh. The plum-picking pavilion that once reigned supreme in the Jianghu and occupied the Yunchuan blessed land was now in ruin. All of the Earth Grade Assassins were dead, half of the Xian Grade Assassins were dead or injured, and the Yellow Grade Assassins had dispersed. Even the former owner of the 8th floor of the Tooth and Jade Pagoda, Su Gon, died. Who would have thought? The Plum Pavilion was close to extinction in such a bizarre way. But He Qiu's eyes flickered, looking at the Tooth and Jade Pagoda behind him. The 9-tiered pagoda is still there, and the heavenly assassin is still there. The plum-picking pavilion had not yet died. As long as He Qiu was still around and the Tooth and Jade Pagoda stood, then the plum-picking pavilion was still around. Oh yeah? A voice that was cold to the core rang out abruptly. Not far away, that green-shirted man, who should have died beyond death, actually slowly raised his eyes. Only to see Lin Rong gently patting his chest, narrowing his eyes and smiling. He Qiu's face changed dramatically, staring at Lin Air in death as he drank in a deep voice, "Who the hell are you?" After Su Gon's deadly move of exchanging his life for his life, why wasn't he still dead? He Qiu looked incredulously at the green-shirted man in front of him. One must know that Su Gon was a peak Xianshan realm grandmaster. A life-for-life death move. Could the man in front of him still be one of the rumored 4 great masters? But as soon as the thought came out, He Xiao instantly dismissed it. No, it can't be a celestial realm grandmaster. He Xiao, who was also at the peak Xianshan realm cultivation, was able to detect the aura of the man in front of him. It could never be the rumored celestial man realm. And so on. In an instant, a name flashed violently through He Xiao's mind. He Xiao's eyes widened as he stared intently at the green-shirted man in front of him. Back at the 9th floor of the Tooth and Jade Tower, the White Dragon had once told himself that he had found that person. And that deceased princess had really fled into the western desert. He Xiao only felt a chill spreading throughout his body, and a Dao heart was like falling into an ice cave. It is really him? That person who should have died a long time ago and died under the heavenly calamity. The first in the world? In a trance, He Xiao was hit by a knee on his chest. He Xiao didn't have time to react, and his entire body instantly soared into the air. At this moment, He Xiao had long lost the rest of his thoughts, and his true qi didn't flow at all. He Xiao only had one thought left in his mind. In mid-air, He Xiao's chest was sunken in and he was dumbfounded. But in the next moment, the man in the green shirt appeared above He Xiao. He Xiao was still motionless, not moving a muscle. How do you do it? How do you make a move? Since that person personally came to Yunchuan Fudan, plum-picking pavilion has become a certainty. Whether it's the Earth-Grade Assassin or Su Gon, who is at the peak of the Xianshan realm. Or your own contemporary Plum Blossom Pavilion master. It's just like overrating a big tree. In mid-air, the green-shirted man wore a smile on his face as he poked out his palm. But even though He Xiao himself did not move, the fierce qi around He Xiao condensed into an evil scaly dragon of his own accord to protect his master. The black-colored evil scaly dragon hovered around He Xiao and opened its fangs towards the man in the green shirt above him. Lin Er did not dodge or avoid it, he just pressed down with one hand. The evil scaly head instantly crumbled. In mid-air, Lin just pressed one hand on He Xiao's face. As the green-shirted man laughed softly. The two of them were like meteors, instantly falling from mid-air. He Xiao was pressed against his face and smashed into the 9th layer of the Tooth and Jade Pagoda with a loud bang. The 9th layer crumbled with a loud bang, but He Xiao's figure still didn't stop. Boom boom boom. That green-shirted man, with one hand pressing down on He Xiao's face, straightened the line from top to bottom. From the 9th floor of the Tooth and Jade Pagoda all the way down to the bottom floor. That 9-story white jade pagoda collapsed. Chapter 128 The World Shakes. In the Jianghu, there was a shocking piece of news that quickly spread throughout the world. The contemporary premier assassin organization, the Plucked Plum Pavilion that occupied the Yunchuan Blessed Land. In one day, it was gone. The Jianghu people who first heard this rumor were all slightly stunned, and then laughed out loud and asked rhetorically if the other party was practicing martial arts foolishly. How could the famous Plucked Plum Pavilion in the Jianghu, how could it be gone? But the fact is true. The assassins of the second grade of heaven and earth were all dead. Even the 9-story Tooth and Jade Tower was destroyed. Not only that, but even the clouds within 100 miles of the Yunchuan Blessed Land were all stirred up. The green-colored Dao Qi hovered in the sky for half a month. The clouds did not gather for a long time. From within the Yunchuan Fortunate Land, there were hundreds of yellow-grade assassins that dispersed and fled out in a flurry. From this group of people, it was learned that it was a green-shirted man who came from the heavens and completely annihilated the plum-picking pavilion. When this news came out, almost no one believed it. Pick the Plum Pavilion with just one man? This was even more unimaginable than the fact that the Plum Pavilion had been wiped out in a single day. For a while, rumors spread in the Jianghu. Who on earth can do so? The whole world was shocked. Not only the northern lakes, but even the southern lakes were shaken. Tianjin City. There were several saucers pouring into the imperial city. A secret letter flowed into the palace, and then through the hands of General Manager Chen, it was handed over to the palace of Qianhe. In the Qianhe Palace, the aged Yang Zhen looked at the secret letters stacked on the sandalwood table with a gloomy expression. At the same time, Zhao Yangxian, who was responsible for monitoring the rivers and lakes, rushed from the underground palace to the Qianhe Palace. Zhao Yangxian's face was pale as he received the secret letter handed over by Yang Zhen. The schemer's brows furrowed slightly after seeing the contents of the secret letter. Zhao Yangxian said softly, "The plum-picking pavilion has been destroyed." Yang Zhen did not say a word, just swept past Zhao Yangxian and walked outside the Qianhe Palace.
This old emperor put his hands behind his back, looked towards the sky, and slowly said, according to the saucer's report, that man in the green shirt descended from the sky, and after stirring up the 100 miles of flowing clouds in Yunchuan blessed land, he also killed all of the earthly great assassins, and Yi Qiu, the owner of the plum-picking pavilion, also died in this person's hands, and even the tooth and jade pagoda was pushed down by that person. Chao Yang Noon frowned. Nowadays, the entire northern Jianghu's sects were all planted with Tai He dish. Excluding those 4 celestial realm grandmasters who came and went without a trace. Every move of these great sects was monitored by the heavenly capital. The Jianghu martial artists who were able to exterminate the plum-picking pavilion with their own strength, throughout the north, could be counted on 2 hands. Longhu Mountain's current head teacher Zhang Yuanling, Hanging Temple Monk Empty Dust Master, Tianjing City Palace Chun Dazhong. Apart from these 3 explicit half-step celestial realm. Further down were a few countless peak Xianshan realm cultivators. Chao Yanghan was silent for a moment and said, "Give me some time, I will find out about this person." Yang Zhen, however, let out a long sigh and said, "There is no need." Yang Zhen's eyes were cloudy, and he calmly said, "Today's Taihe dynasty can't withstand turbulence, it must be stable until the next emperor sits on the dragon chair." Chao Yangxian was non-committal and bowed as he retreated. Yang Zhen stood alone in front of the Qianhua palace with a calm expression. Aging, sickness, and death were the laws of nature. Yang Zhen was clear that his could not last much longer. As of today, the 4 great families in the capital city are all making overt and covert moves, and the famous families of several states in the northern part of the world are all eager to move. Not to mention being suppressed by the court for several years, holding back a great deal of resentment of the northern rivers and lakes. There is also the Kaiyuan dynasty in the south. Today's northern world seems to be at peace. In fact, underneath has long been a dark current. The reason why there has not been chaos is Yang Zhen, the old emperor, is still there. Yang Zhen east and west hid a full half of the world. Whether it is the civil minister Du Luanfeng, or the town general Chen Kai, and even the south of the Kaiyuan dynasty. As long as Yang Zhen is still sitting on the dragon chair, they can only honestly stay in place. But what if they left? In Yang Zhen's eyes, this Tianjing city today is already a stormy scene. If a violent storm is to be stirred up in the temple, then there must not be any more strife in the Jianghu. As for a Jianghu patriarch whose cultivation is high enough, he will still be in the Jianghu even if he jumps. Western Desert. Zhongjiu Mountain. Nowadays, the Injin tribe had already been pocketed by Tai Fudu. The Khan of the Injin tribe, Marco, has now submitted to these former Liang officials. Outside a large tent with a large flag hanging with the word Liang, a one-armed woman came from a distance. This one-armed woman was not armored, and she went straight through the heavily guarded perimeter and into the tent. The one-armed woman stepped into the tent without any obstacles. General Ning Tai was standing in front of a map of the terrain, deep in thought. Zhao Oblivion was just standing to the side, resting his eyes. There were several other former Liang officials, who were also important officials of the former Liang, each standing in a different position at this time. On the terrain map, the entire western desert was drawn. Among them, there were 6 locations that were exceptionally marked. Those were the 6 remaining grassland tribes. In the center of the tent, there was a woman with one hand resting on her chin, looking arrogant. As this one-armed woman stepped into the tent, everyone stopped their hands and looked at this person. Even Zhao Fiki slowly opened his eyes and looked towards the one-armed woman. This one-armed woman's identity was extremely special, and her status was equal to that of Zhao Fiki and Ning Tai. This person was none other than Mr. White Dragon, the dead soldier left behind, B. Yen Yu. Yen Yu knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, a secret message from the Taihe dynasty." The very center of the tent. That stunningly beautiful-looking woman slowly stood up. Liang Bird raised her hand to receive the secret letter. After raising his eyes to read the secret letter, Liang Bird's expression was clearly stunned. Liang Bird's complexion was calm as she said, "Stand down." Yen Yu bent his head and said, "Yes." This Liang Bird's personal bodyguard, his figure quickly exited the tent. Liang Bird paused briefly and handed the secret letter to Zhao Forgetfulness. Zhao Woji received the secret letter with both hands, and Ning Tai stood to the side, also looking at it with a sideways glance. Even Zhao Woji, who had accomplished cultivation, frowned at this moment. Grand General Ning Tai's eyes were even more rounded in disbelief. The plum-picking pavilion was actually picked? This secret message spread throughout the tent. All of the former Liang important officials present all had a slight change in color. News had come from the eastern rivers and lakes. The plucked plum pavilion, which occupied the Yunchuan blessed land,
was exterminated in a day. Pavilion Master He Xiao was beheaded on the spot. Even the 9-tiered tooth and jade pagoda was destroyed. It is important to know that Mr. White Dragon and His Royal Highness Liang Bird, when in the north of the world, is hiding in the Yunchuan Blessed Land. The crowd looked different. The only one who changed his eyes for a split second was Zhao Oblivious. Green shirt. It was that person who struck out. Zhao Oblivious Chi looked towards Liang Bird, but at this time Liang Bird's eyes were flat and without any waves. Only to see Liang Bird slowly walking towards that western desert terrain map before. Liang Bird's beautiful eyes were glazed over as she raised her hand and pointed at one of the grassland tribes. Within 5 days, I'm going to take the lunar continent. Chapter 129, Difference in Respect. Yuzhou, Circuit City. In front of the door of the Rong Lodge. Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and looked at the closed door of the Rong Lodge, as well as the 2 big, crooked words on it. Closed for business. Yui, who was beside him, raised his head and looked at Lin Fo with some puzzlement. Lin Rong first smiled helplessly and scolded softly, "Brat." And then Lin Rong will that note of business closure to gently tear off. Lin Rong did not casually discard, instead, the movement is gently folded up. Pushing the door of the Rong Jai open, the sunlight slanting into the house. Furniture is covered with a layer of white cloth, the dust on the ground is very little. Lin Air looked around the Rong Lodge with a smile on his face. Pulling off all these white cloths, and re-hanging those ink treasures. Lin Rong naturally noticed the ink treasure that had 3 lines of sword poetry written on it, as well as half of the free and easy. Lin looked at the table, at the note that Wang Jin had left behind. After reading it, Lin couldn't hide his smile. Yui stood aside and asked curiously, "Mr. Lin, was there anyone here before?" Lin put that note away and laughed lightly. "There was a dull young man." Yui pursued, "Where did he go?" Lin Rong looked back out the front door and laughed softly, went off on his own journey. Yui seemed to understand and nodded his head. Yui looked at the ink treasures around him. Yui walked towards those ink treasures and looked at them intently. Wang Jin's departure was an expected thing to Lin Air. This young man with an iron sword should have walked through a real Jianghu. Lin Rong did not stop, just casually lying on the bamboo chair, slowly closed his eyes. Lin Rong gently shook the bamboo chair, and his body swayed again and again. After Wang Jin left, this Rong fast ushered in a new teenager. Tianjing City, Imperial Palace. Kuan-Ning Palace. This palace where the Empress Mother was located had strict rules. Palace maids and eunuchs are all careful and do not dare to overstep their bounds by the slightest bit. In addition to the current emperor, even the rest of the several imperial sons and daughters, want to see Empress Xiaoyi, also need to report outside the Qin-Ning Palace. And then by the palace maid layer by layer, until finally Xiaoyi nodded. The only exception seems to be the little princess, Yang Xin. Just Yang Xin, this name, in the entire royal are taboo, especially in the Kuan-Ning Palace, is taboo. Empress Xiaoyi will personally visit Yang Xin every year. As for why Yang Xin will suddenly died, and why was buried in a small side hall, this has become one of the secrets of the palace. Some years ago, a palace maid and a eunuch discussed this matter in private. Later, for some reason, the Empress Xiaoyi was informed. Xiaoyi, who had always been a dignified and loving mother, was furious. The 2 court ladies and eunuchs were first stripped of their clothes and tortured. After the 2 were lynched, along with 2 of their own family, are all the Department of Prisons into the dungeon, and then given to death. Since then, Cunning Palace and the palace maids and eunuchs, for the word Yang Xin, are all taboo. That is today, a man wearing a big red straight robe, suddenly stepped outside the Cunning Palace. Cunning Palace outside the palace maid, after seeing the prince, immediately fell to his knees. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, who rarely showed up at Kuan-Ning Palace, actually visited Kuan-Ning Palace today. The eldest palace maid at the head first knelt down and respectfully said, "Seeing His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Yang Hyuk just calmly said, "Aha." This grand palace maid had followed Xiaoyi for more than 10 years, and half of the palace maids in Cunning Palace nowadays were all trained by this sister. This sister respectfully asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is meeting the Empress?" Yang Yi's eyes were calm as he said, "Yes." This sister raised her head slightly and said, "The slave girl will go and report." Who would have expected Yang He to suddenly open his mouth and say, "No need"? Saying this, Yang He unexpectedly took a step towards Kuan-Ning Palace. The big palace maid was startled and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, the slave girl has not yet gone to report." To know Kuan-Ning Palace rules are strict, in addition to the Emperor Yangjin need not be so, the rest of the people are to stand outside the door, waiting for the palace maid layer after layer of report, before they can set foot in Kuan Ning Palace.
But in front of this uneducated prince, now even walked straight into the Kuan Ning Palace?
Big palace maid on both sides, there are two slightly younger palace maids. See this scene, a palace maid at this time panicked and stood up.
Your Highness, Your Highness. Snap.
But just as this palace maid got up, before her words were finished, she was violently smacked by Yang He and flipped over on the ground. That palace maid was suddenly turned around in the sky, and her entire body fell to the ground, her mouth full of blood. The courtesan looked at Yang He in front of her in horror, only to see Yang Hyuk with his hands behind his back, condescending and asking in a cold voice, "Did this prince allow you to get up?" The palace maid covered her cheeks and froze for a moment. The big palace maid beside her immediately knocked her head against the ground and said, "Offending His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the slave girl deserves to die." Seeing that the big palace maid of Kuan Ning Palace was like this, the palace maid who was slapped immediately prostrated herself on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Slave girl deserves to die, slave girl deserves to die, Your Highness forgive me." In front of Kuan Ning Palace, the palace maids were all prostrate on the ground. For a moment, the atmosphere was gloomy and cold. It was also at this moment that the body of the palace maid who had been slapped lurched, only to see a pair of big hands will this trembling palace maid from the ground to help up. The young courtesan looked up with a face full of fear and looked at the smiling Yang He in front of her. Yang Hyuk, who had cold eyes just a moment ago, was smiling like a spring breeze. Yang Hyuk gently picked up the court lady and said with a smile, "No harm, no harm." Yang Hyuk moved gently and wiped away the blood at the corner of the young court lady's mouth. Yang Hyuk then turned to look at the big palace maid who was kneeling on the ground and said, "It's this prince who is being abrupt, please ask the sister to go and report something." That grand palace maid bowed her head even more and said, "The slave girl will go and report." This grand palace maid immediately got up and walked towards Cunning Palace in broken steps. Yang He stood in front of the palace with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. On the side were two palace maids who were too scared to make any movements. It has long been heard that this crown prince is the first big dude in Tianjin City. Yang He is temperamental, has no ambition, likes to stay in love with the greenhouse, and even made the ridiculous thing of keeping a flower girl, forcibly robbing a beautiful woman. When the capital of the world's nobles, for the crown prince, are all cold-eyed relative. But even if the outside world how to evaluate the prince, how bad, how not into the mainstream. In the palace, these eunuchs and maids who have been in the palace since they were young, they still respect the crown prince. Even if Yang He has no ambition and is uneducated, so what? Yang He is still the crown prince. This group of eunuchs and palace maidens are all as clear as a mirror. As long as they dare to have the slightest transgression, they will certainly die. The eunuchs and palace maidens are all subordinates, dependent on the royal family. There is a clear distinction between the inferior and the superior, the noble and the lowly. Yang Hyuk so hands behind, calmly looking toward Cunning Palace. Chapter 130 Chui Mu Ning. A moment later, that big palace maid walked quickly, knelt in front of Yang He, and respectfully said, respectfully inviting His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Yang He just gave a light smile, then walked straight into Kuan Ning Palace. Kuan Ning Palace sits in the north and faces the south, with a width of 9 rooms with corridors and a depth of 3 rooms, with a yellow glazed tile roof and heavy eaves hipped roof. Warm white jade paved road, green tile carved into floating windows, jade stacked wall panels. At the end of the road, there is a mist curling up, magnificent atmosphere of the palace. Along the way, all the palace maids and eunuchs who saw Yang He stopped their hands and bowed respectfully. Yang He so hands behind the back, through the layers of curtains, to see the mother of the world queen. Yang He stopped at the same place, paused for a moment, and then slowly kneeled down and saluted. "My son Yang Hyuk, I pay my respects to the Empress Mother." Behind the curtain, there was the woman wearing a gold silk 8-ball pearl bun with a dignified demeanor. "Empress, Jiaoyi." Jiaoyi hurriedly got up, smilingly helped Yang Hyuk up and said with a smile, "Higher, get up quickly." Jiaoyi lifted Yang He's arm with one hand and asked with a smile, "Here, why did you want to come to my Kuan Ning Palace today?" Yang He was helped up by Jiaoyi, looked soft, asked with a smile, "How, the son can't come to see the mother?" Jiaoyi lightly pushed Yang He's arm and said, "Smooth talker." Yang Hyuk laughed it off. The two sat on the sandalwood chair. A palace maid immediately served pastries and made expensive tea. Jiaoyi took Yang He's palm and asked, "Here, how have you been?" Yang Hyuk patted Jiaoyi's hand and said, "I'm so sorry for mother's concern, but I'm doing very well recently." Jiaoyi, however, softly said, "Higher, I heard that you went to Yashin Pavilion again and met the head girl?" Yang Hyuk's face was embarrassed, and he stammered, "This, mother also knows about it."
Zhao sighed helplessly and said, "Here, it doesn't matter how it is on weekdays, but you're the crown prince after all, and she's a woman of the world, how can she be worthy of you?" Said, "Do not give Yang He the opportunity to open his mouth," Zhao continued, "now she is good posture again and so what, in the future there will be the day of old age and color failure." These years, the capital city rated the top 10 beauties, in which the Yixian Pavilion head honors, is ranked among them. Zhao said bitterly, "Look at mother, when she was young, she was beautiful, so what, now she's still old and unattractive." Yang He immediately held Zhao Yi's palm with one hand and laughed, "How could I, mother has always been beautiful." Zhao Yi laughed lightly and said, come on, you're the one who's smooth talking." Yang Hyuk laughed out loud and said, "But only I can make mother happy, right?" Zhao Yi nodded with a smile. Afterwards, Zhao Yi looked at Yang He and said, "Here, now that you've reached the age when it's time for you to get a wife, do you have a favorite woman in your heart, so why don't you tell me about it?" Yang Hyuk smiled helplessly and said bitterly, "Child does not want to take a wife yet." Zhao Yi glared at Yang He, feigned anger, "What nonsense, you don't want to marry and have children, is it possible that you want to be angry with the queen mother?" Yang Hyuk said repeatedly, how dare I? Then Yang Hyuk curiously said, "Is this mother's meaning, or is there also father's intention?" Zhao Yi pushed over the cup of tea for Yang He and laughed, "Now first set the woman candidate, then wait for the mother queen to discuss with your father emperor, then you can take a wife." Yang Hyuk smiled wryly and said, "It's not father's intention." Zhao Yi raised her hand and patted Yang Hyuk's forehead, laughing, "What's the matter, nowadays, mother's words don't work anymore, don't they?" Yang Hyuk just laughed and didn't say anything. Then Zhao Yi softly said, "The Chui family has an eldest daughter, have you seen her?" Tianjin City, Chui family. Great General Chui Diao, who did not have a son at his knee, had 2 daughters. One of the younger daughters was sent to the Jishi Academy to pursue her studies, while the eldest daughter stayed in Tianjin City. Chui family's eldest young lady, named Chui Muning, now just turned 20. In fact, when Chui Ding had a son, but later died in battle, horse leather wrapped corpse. This Chui family missy, looks very beautiful, is also one of the top 10 Tianjin City beauty. And zither, chess, calligraphy and painting are all proficient. The most famous is this Chui family daughter, calligraphy at deep attainments. Several of the world's most famous calligraphers have personally instructed Chui Muning. It is not because of the status of the Chui family, but Chui Muning's calligraphy attainments are very deep, and her penmanship is very high. Is the real meaning of the point? Although not to the world first class everyone ranks, but also considered a master. Especially Chui Muning, a hand of lowercase, can be said to be flora and fiber in the light and heavy balance, just and soft, odd and positive wrong. There was once a world everyone commented on Chui Muning's lowercase, said it was a gentleman in the ink. It is said that this Chui family daughter once copied the Spiritual Flight Sutra and got 8 points of divine meaning. When Yang He heard Chui Muning's name, his eyes first lit up. Chui Muning was truly one of the top 10 beauties in Tianjin City. Yang Hyuk had requested to meet with the Chui family several times, but he still had never been alone with Chui Muning. Chui Muning's reputation is too stinky. Chui Muning, a woman with quite a strong character, is disgusted with Yang He, who has long been famous. Thanks to the Chui family as one of the 4 great families in Tianjin City, Chui Muning has enough backbone to let the crown prince eat several times. If it were an ordinary woman from a good family, even those noble and famous families, they would have let Yang Hyuk kick open the door and take the woman away. Of course, just the identity of Yang He's prince is here, there are countless women who want to climb into Yang He's bed. Among them, there are many women with beautiful posture and attractive body. Of course, there are also some women from famous families and nobles. As long as Yang He is willing, he can have as many women as he wants. Although the crown prince's preferred beauty is not false, but Yang Hyuk for this kind of hate to undress, wrapped in their own body of women, has always been disdainful. The more difficult to manage the woman, on the contrary, the more attracted to this prince. Among them, there is Yixian Pavilion's headliner, Rong Fishing Boat, who sells her art but not her body. Of course, the daughter of the Chui family, Chui Muning, was also among them. And Chui Muning was also a woman who truly dared to fling her disgust in Yang He's face. After all, it is backed by the Chui family, and Yang He's reputation is already stinking. Even if you give Yang He several times in a row, you can't say anything. Moreover, the famous women in Tianjin City, for Chui Muning's approach, but also admired to the extreme, admiration to the extreme. Yang Hyuk for this matter, has long been shameless, adhering to the attitude of indifference. Seeing Chui Muning one side is earned, if Chui Muning spit at Yang He will not only not hide, but will run to stretch his neck to catch it. Afterwards, he had to give a thumbs up and say sweet. Chapter 131 Mo Ting.
Yang Hyuk looked at Zhao Yi and said helplessly, "Mother, even if I agree, Shui Mu-ning won't be willing to marry me."
Zhao Yi arched her eyebrows and looked at Yang He with a smile, saying, "He's so handsome, how could he?" Yang Hyuk hemmed and hawed, not commenting. The two of them chatted a few more times before Yang Hyuk got up to leave. After Yang He saluted towards Zhao Yi, he turned around and left. The palace maids and eunuchs in Cunning Palace saluted one by one to see off this crown prince. Yang Hyuk never looked back until he stepped out of Koan Ning Palace completely. Yang He stopped in front of Koan Ning Palace, and then slowly turned around. Looking at the dignified Koan Ning Palace, Yang Hyuk looked calm. After a moment, Yang He turned around and left. From the Koan Ning Palace, Yang He did not leave the palace, but went to a side hall. Along the palace avenue forward, came to an unoccupied side hall. This remote hall in the palace is considered one of the few forbidden places. In fact, in this palace, there were 4 recognized forbidden places. Emperor Yang Jin's Qianha Hall. The Crouching Dragon Pool where the strategist Chao Yangxian was located. The Secret Service where the Grand Eunuch Chen was located. Princess Yang Xian's burial place. Among them, Yang Jin's Qianha Temple has the most strict system, with countless guards in the dark and in the open, but also with Chief Eunuch Chen following closely, and anyone who trespasses into the Qianha Temple without an imperial decree will be killed, regardless of the reason and the identity of the person. And then after that is the strategist Chao Yang. All Night is located in a palace, known as Crouching Dragon Pool. The hidden strategist, specializing in the eyes of the Jianghu poisonous, is hidden in the Crouching Dragon Pool. As for where the Crouching Dragon Pool, only Yang Jin know. And the big eunuch Chen, chief director of the Palace of Justice, on the surface is the palace eunuchs live, but from this eunuchs out of the Palace of Justice, are wearing red robes. Martial arts cultivation is very high, subordinate to the royal family, dependent on the dragon gas and born of the martial artist. The last place, that is, the little princess Yang Xian buried in the side of the hall, except for the Queen Zhao Yi every year in the Yang Xian festival day to go, the rest of the people are not allowed to come close to Yang Jin. This is also the default, after all, this involves a royal scandal. Yang He slowly stepped forward at this time, looking at this side hall, color touched. To Yang He's status as a prince, stepped on this side of the hall, even if the eunuchs and palace maidens in the dark have already found, but also dare not show up to block. Yang He put his hands behind his back and did not push the door in, but just stood calmly in front of the door of the side hall. This year, on the day of Yangxin's sacrifice, Yang Yi, Yang Shangyu were all present, excluding Yang Rui, who was far away from the border of Yuzhou. Only Yang He did not show up. But at this time, Yang He suddenly appeared here. Yang Hyuk's eyes are complicated, looking at this remote hall, not returning to his senses for a long time. Silence for a moment. Yang He did not continue forward, but turned away. Those eunuchs and palace maidens in the dark are also secretly relieved. Fortunately, Yang He did not step into this side hall, otherwise they would be in a dilemma. If you show up to stop, you are bumping into the crown prince. If you don't show up to stop, you will be held accountable by Empress Zhao Yi. Fortunately, Yang Hyuk only stopped for a moment and then turned around to leave. Yang Hyuk walked in this splendid palace. His expression was not sad or happy. As everyone knows, Empress Zhao Yi's only biological heir is Yang Xian, who died at a young age. Crown Prince Yang He, his birth mother, is a noble consort in the palace. However, shortly after giving birth to Yang Hyuk, this noble consort passed away in just 1 year. In such a brilliant palace, naturally, it's not all just a matter of honor. Yang Hyuk did not stop all the way, straight out of the palace. Along with Yang He out of the palace, waiting outside a few secret dead, only slowly followed behind Yang He. Yang He is a prince, beside the natural protection of the royal dead soldiers, but these dead soldiers do not dare to step into the palace in any case. Yang He put his hands behind his back. The big red robe on his body was bright in the sunlight. Qianha Hall. A red-robed eunuch knelt on one knee and softly said, "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has left the palace." Yang Zhen, who was sitting alone on the rosewood and gold silk chair, just gave a soft hum and stopped speaking. This red-robed eunuch was silent for a moment, and added, "After His Highness the Crown Prince left Cunning Palace, he went to Princess Yang Xian's side hall, and did not step in, but only stopped for a moment before leaving." Yang Zhen's brows gently wrinkled, one hand lightly tapped the armrest, silent for a moment. Afterwards, Yang Zhen gently waved his hand, and this eunuch who came from the Minister of Ceremony retreated noiselessly. Tianjing City. Yang Hyuk went along the noisy streets. The streets of Tianjing City were wide open, allowing 10 carriages to walk side by side. But the prince, who is known as a playboy, did not drive a horse and carriage today, and walked slowly in the center of the street. Both sides of the carriages and pedestrians are silent to avoid, for the crown prince to make an avenue. Which ungrateful person dares to block the way of His Highness the Crown Prince? In this heavenly capital city, the most important thing is the nobility of the families and the sons of the valves. Ordinary rich people simply can't take the stage. First is the official family's son who was an official in the capital city, then on top of that are some noble families, and then on top of that are the four great families of Tianjin City. And at the very top, it was the royal Yang clan. Yang Hyuk walked slowly until he reached a bookstore. This bookstore was called Ink Pavilion, and it was a famous pen and ink store in Tianjin City. One of the most famous rice paper is known as a foot of rice paper 1 or 2 gold chengsintang. Its paper is as thin as egg membrane, clean as jade, thin and glossy. The longest can be up to 50 feet for a picture, from end to end, even thin as one. There has been a calligraphy everyone got 10 chengsintang, but a long time reluctant to put pen to paper. Leaving a sentence, this paper dare not write, chengsintang then became famous. And this ink pavilion, there are a lot of chengsintang. Long ago the capital famous ink store, the price is naturally enough to make people smack their lips. The vast majority of the literati can only be prohibited. Unlike those stores that were curved, several floors high and stacked with screens, the ink pavilion was on this floor, and all 4 doors were open. Among them hanging brushes, inkstones, rice paper, and so on, just so generous display. Anyone who wanders into the ink pavilion can also be seen at a glance from the outside. Because of this, there are a lot of clean literati, from time to time in front of the ink pavilion stopped, looking at those treasures in the ink pavilion. Yang He stopped in front of the ink pavilion, is not Yang He on the ink suddenly came to interest, because Yang He looked at a woman's back. Only see at this time in the ink pavilion, there is a woman with long hair and waist, is holding a brush, fine end. When Yang Hyuk saw this woman, his eyes immediately lit up, turned his body around, and stepped into the ink pavilion with such a big strut. Seeing His Royal Highness step into the ink pavilion, several of the fellows immediately raised their bright smiles and greeted him. A young fellow bent down and bowed his head, respectfully saying, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, why are you here?" Yang Hyuk didn't pay attention to this fellow, he just put his hands behind his back and looked at the woman with long hair and waist in front of him with a smile. Mu Ning, it's been a long time. Chapter 132 One Step Away. Upon hearing these words, the woman with long hair and waist looked back. Only to see this woman light moist jade face, gas like orchids, waist surplus a grip. There is no fat and powder decoration, but more and more temperament, like a lotus flower. But after seeing Yang He, the woman's eyebrows wrinkled, eyes have hard to hide disgust. Yang He for the woman's eyes in the disgust, as if never noticed, just so come forward. Mu Ning, what a coincidence, you also came to the ink pavilion. Yang Hyuk came forward and looked at Chui Mu Ning with a smile. Chui Mu Ning's brows furrowed as she took a slight step backwards, slightly away from this infamous crown prince. Chui Mu Ning said in a cold voice, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, is there something wrong?" Yang He let out a light laugh and said, No, I just think that fate is really wonderful." Unexpectedly, Chui Mu Ning simply said, "Since Your Highness the Crown Prince has nothing to do, then I won't accompany you." After saying that, Chui Mu Ning even directly put down the brush, and then she was about to turn around and leave. Seeing that Chui Mu Ning was about to leave, Yang He hurriedly gestured towards the fellow at the side, signaling to wrap up the brush. Afterwards, Yang Hyuk grabbed the valuable brush and chased after her. Yang Hyuk followed behind Chui Mu Ning and laughed, "Mu Ning, you like this brush? I bought it for you." Chui Mu Ning was even more disgusted with Yang He's attentiveness and did not return her head. In the dark, the Chui family guards looked at each other, all of them not daring to show themselves. Although my own young lady is the only daughter of today's great General Chui Diao, but that person is the Crown Prince Ah. Moreover, in a more hidden place, there must be royal dead soldiers secretly escorting her. As one of the top 10 beauties in Tianjin City, Chui Mu Ning, in addition to her own appearance is very beautiful, a hand of lowercase is the world's first class. Chui Mu Ning comes from the Chui family, the posture is very beautiful, calligraphy attainment is very deep, and for Yang He loath to the extreme, disdain. Such a disposition, such a posture, in the long run, Chui Mu Ning has also become a heavenly fairy in the hearts of those literati in Tianjin City. In the dark and in the light, just used to tout, praise Chui Mu Ning's 5 words and 7 words, there are countless. But over the years, Chui Mu Ning has always been disdainful of this. Chui Mu Ning went all the way back to the Chui family, directly leaving Yang He behind. Chui Mu Ning directly stepped into the Chui family, Yang He was shut out of the red door. Yang He was not annoyed, smilingly handed the brush to the Chui family butler, instructing that it must be sent to Chui Mun's hands. Yang He did not stay, cheerfully turned away, straight to Yashin Pavilion. Chui family.
Returning to the Chui family's, Chui Mooning's eyebrows slightly relieved, the Chui family's eldest young lady walked in the middle of the compound. For Yang He's stalking, Chui Mooning has always been disgusted to the extreme. Chui Mooning's mood calmed down and turned towards her own small courtyard. In the small courtyard, there is a rockery with flowing water, and hundreds of bamboos, quite a literati atmosphere. This hundreds of bamboo are from Shuzhou transported to the first-class Zuifeng bamboo, was Chui Mooning personally cultivated in this mansion, did not have much attention to the expensive furniture, just a few pair chairs, a pair wooden table. The room looks simple and elegant, just as Chui Mooning herself, no extra fat and powder decoration, such as hibiscus out of the water, clean and elegant.
Chui Mooning desk, there is a copy of the copy down the Lingfei Jing. All know Chui Mooning is good at small regular script, the most famous is copying the Lingfei Jing, got its 8 points of God's intention. At this time, Chui Mooning sighed softly. Over the past 2 years, no matter how many times I have copied, I have never been able to go further. The more painstakingly, the more not its God, and even from the original 8 points of divine intention, even declined to 7 points. Chui Mooning gently twisted the rice paper with his fingers, his thoughts were mixed. Chui Mooning how to think, always cannot be method. Just at this time, an upright old man stepped on Chui Mooning's small courtyard. The person who came was the first-grade General Chui Diao. Chui Mooning raised a faint smile and said, "Father." A trace of softness rarely appeared on Chui Diao's non-angry and authoritative face. This great general who came from the battlefield handed Chui Mooning the brush that Yang He had sent him. Chui Mooning took that brush and frowned slightly. Chui Diao spoke, "His Highness the Crown Prince sent it to me, saying that it must be delivered to you." Chui Moon frowned and said in disgust, "It's a pity that this purple sheep particle brush." After saying that, Chui Mooning was about to throw the brush away. But at this time, Chui Ding raised his hand to stop Chui Mooning. Chui Ding's expression was calm and said, "The Crown Prince's palace master gifted it to you, Mooning, you can't do that." Chui Mooning saw that Chui Di looked serious, so he also hung this purple goat parthenocarpus on the brush holder. Chui Di paused and slowly spoke, "A few days ago, someone came from the palace, it was said to be the Empress's intention, wanting to set you up with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Upon hearing this, Chui Mooning's face changed slightly and asked incredulously, "The Empress meaning?" Chui Di gently nodded his head and said, "Not bad." Chui Di paused for a moment and said, "Father didn't decline, so he first came to ask you what you meant." Chui Morning did not hesitate and said, "How am I going to marry that dude?" It was important to know that Chui Mooning had always scoffed at this kind of prodigal dude, not to mention that Tianjin City's #1 dude. Even Yang He could do something like keeping a flower girl, he had no ambition and was uneducated, how could Chui Mooning be willing to do that? Chui Diao for Chui Mooning's answer is no surprise, but Chui Diao was silent for a moment, slowly said, "Father, hope you can think about it." Chui Moon looked at Chui Diao with some puzzlement, and it was hard to hide the surprise in her eyes. To know the sand field from the Chui Diao, for those who are vain, like poetry and paintings of the literati, has always been disdainful, not to mention those playboys in the Tianjin city, but also scoffed at. Not to mention, even Chui He's son, Chui Wei, although not how to talk about how debauchery, even these years in the matter of governance much progress, but still let Chui Ding despise. Today how to Yang Yi so? Chui Mooning do not understand, but Chui Ding also did not say anything more. Chui Di opened his mouth and said, "If you are not willing, father will reject this matter." Chui Mooning's eyes were firm as she said, "I'm not willing." Chui Di gently nodded his head, then turned around and left. Chui Mooning was alone in the study. Frowning. Qianhao Hall. Emperor Yangjin sat high on a rosewood and gold silk chair, resting his eyes. Before that, an imperial order was sent out from the palace. Outside the palace, a middle-aged man who had changed out of his light armor and wore an ink-colored robe without ever wearing a sword. Under the guidance of a red-robed eunuch, he slowly walked towards the palace, until he stepped in front of the Qianhe temple. Emperor Yangjin slowly opened his eyes and looked at this middle-aged man who did not wear a sword today. Great General Zhenguo, Chen Kai. Old Emperor, Yangjin. The ruler and the minister meet. Chapter 133, The Rumored Woman. Qianhao Hall. Chen Kai shook his robe and slowly knelt down. But without waiting for Chen Kai to kneel, Yangjin above him suddenly spoke. "Chen Kai, there is no need to salute." Chen Kai's figure first lurched, but he still slowly knelt. "Chen Kai, see your majesty." Seeing this scene, Yangjin's expression changed. Yangjin stood up from that sandalwood and gold silk chair and walked down the Qianhe Hall with hobbling steps, personally helping this Xinguo great general up from the ground. The two of them, Yangjin and Chen Kai, walked up to the Qianhe palace side by side.
Shinkai intended to move back slightly, but Yangjin pulled Shinkai's arm, letting the two walk side by side. In this way, the two of them, who had been the ruler and the minister for more than 30 years, walked up to the Qianhe temple together. In the Qianhe hall, Yang Jinri sat on the rosewood and gold silk chair. Yang Jin helplessly pointed at himself and laughed. Old age, nowadays my legs aren't that sharp, walking is troublesome. Chen Kai looked at the already dying emperor, and an imperceptible emotion passed through his eyes. Yang Jin leaned backward on his seat, let out a soft sigh and slowly spoke. How many years has it been? Chen Kai said in a deep voice, 31 years. Yang Jin said softly to himself, I can't believe it's been so long. The first time I saw you, you were still a tiny foot soldier. How old were you then, 18? Chen Kai was also in a trance and said softly, 17. 31 years ago, at that time, Taihe was not occupying half of the world as it does today. At that time, the Taihe dynasty was only occupying several states in the north, and at that time, Yang Jin had just taken the throne for only 5 years. The old emperor, when he was on several personal campaigns, stationed at the borders, how spirited he was. I vaguely remember, after a small war with the former Liang Taihe dynasty 5,000 soldiers, and the former Liang in the border area, the beginning of the year friction constantly, the end of the year will completely ignite the fire of war. Only in that border friction, Taihe dynasty lost extremely badly, 5,000 soldiers lost half of them. Chen Kai was only 17 years old and was one of the foot soldiers. This group of defeated border soldiers fled all the way back to Taihe territory. Chen Kai was covered with wounds, escaped death several times, and was hit by an arrow in the back, with his life hanging by a thread. But this 17-year-old boy still survived. Originally thought to be free from punishment of the crowd, but unexpectedly did not receive any punishment, but instead the court is for them to mark military service. Not only that, there is a middle-aged man wearing a yellow robe and riding a big date red horse, personally came to the border. That was the first time Chen Kai met Yang Jin, the emperor whose reputation had long been heard. Then later on, it was a beautiful story that spread throughout the world. His Majesty, the current emperor, personally promoted Chen Kai from the army, and argued against the public, so that the young cavalryman, promoted to the 3rd grade of the Ox Wushu general. The emperor who had just sat on the throne not long ago, a 3rd grade general in his 20s. 31 years passed in a flash. When that young man did not let Yang Jin disappointed, now Taihe dynasty is already occupying half of the world. It is just that Yang Jin is old. That young man is also not young. In the Qianhe hall, Yang Jin slowly closed his eyes and softly said, Chen Kai, who do you think is more suitable to sit in that position, Yang Yi or Yang Yi? Chen Kai held his hands on his knees and did not say anything. Yang Jin murmured softly, there is a bold young man out of the south, it's not good, Taihe dynasty's next 20 years, it's not good to go. Yang Jin smiled helplessly and said, that old thing in the south, I guess there is not much time left, me and him in this life, it seems to end here. Yang Jin opened his eyes and looked at the great general of Jingui in front of him. The great general of Jingui who was less than 50 years old. Yang Jin slowly said, Chen Kai, give me a word. This night, no one knew what Chen Kai had talked about with Yang Jin. Even that great generalissimo Chen, who was always close to Yang Jin, was not in the Qianhe palace and did not know about the conversation between the two on this night. The next morning, before the first light of day, Chen Kai left the palace alone. Yuzhou, Circuit City. Phoenix Immortal Pavilion. This first-class restaurant in Circuit City was never short of guests. In the lobby, there was still the same old storyteller, a piece of wood, a taisher chair, and a cup of tea. It seems that some stories, even after thousands of years, will not fade. The old storyteller slapped the wood and said, last time I talked about that heavenly defeat sword immortal, the sword opened the Wuyu mountain and defeated all the sword cultivators in the world. Snap! The shocking wood rang out. The old gentleman slowly took a sip of tea. The bottom was densely packed and filled with people, some were Jianghu visitors resting their feet, some were ordinary people. All of them were quiet for a moment, all waiting for that old storyteller's following. With the shocking wood once again a beat. The old storyteller turned his words around and said aloud, next we will talk about the story of that Lin Daoxian and the peach forest woman. When these words came out, there was a hush underneath. The original story of the heavenly defeat sword immortal came to an abrupt end, and then turned around, and even jumped directly to the former world's number one. The old storyteller laughed. It is always necessary to leave a residual white, in order to arouse interest. The old gentleman cleared his throat, slowly opened his mouth and said, the words that the world's first, when traveling in the Jianghu, once mistakenly entered 100 acres of peach forest.
Where is this 100 acres of peach forest located?
That is a site of the Cave Heaven Blessed Land, is one of the 36 small Cave Heaven Peach Forest Blessed Land. And that world's number one, in the Peach Forest Fortunate Land, met a beautiful woman who was as cold as ice and snow. Just at first sight, the two of them froze on the spot. Only to see the great Master Lin froze on the spot, only to look at that woman in a daze, in a trance, only to feel that it seems to have met somewhere. Only to say that woman, really is a fish and geese, like a heavenly fairy, once appeared, called 100 acres of peach forest are eclipsed. One is the best in the world, one is a blessed fairy, the two fell in love at first sight. At that time, there was also a Jianghu master who did not know how to die, adored that peach forest fairy for a long time, actually trespassed into the peach forest blessed land, trying to forcefully take away this woman. This Jianghu master into the peach forest blessed land will be dumbfounded, whoever thought, who dare to think. That long famous world's number one had actually appeared in the peach forest fortunate land. Speaking of this, the old storyteller laughed. Although the bottom was booing a while ago, but now they had also long been concentrating on the old storyteller. Outside the Phoenix Immortal Pavilion, a woman was quietly standing outside. Even though the Phoenix Immortal Pavilion was crowded with people, and there were also quite a few Jianghu warriors, no one was able to see this woman. The woman was listening to the old storyteller's story with great interest. Listening to the old storyteller's half-true story, the woman could not help but smile gently. Peach Forest Blessed Land is true, but where is the trespassing blessed land of the Jianghu master?
Chapter 134 John Islet.
This woman laughed lightly and shook her head, then turned to leave.
Diagonally across from the Phoenix Ferry Pavilion was the Wrong Lodge.
A short 100 steps, but this woman walked for a long time. Until only 3 steps away from the Wrong Fast, the woman stopped. In the Wrong Fast, Yui is packing an inkstone. Suddenly, Yui's heart suddenly had a throbbing. The shadow of a colorful flying shuttle appeared. The innate treasure trembled unceasingly. The inkstone in Yui's hand then fell out of his hand. Just at this moment, Lin Air suddenly appeared and raised his hand to catch the falling inkstone. Yui covered his heart, suddenly as if he had a feeling, turned to look at the door of the Wrong Fast. Only to see the door of the Wrong Fast, there is a woman who can be described as a stunning woman, is standing there alone. The woman was wearing a green lotus cloud patterned shirt, long hair draped over her shoulders. A pair of autumn water eyes were penetrating and flawless, clear and cold.
There is no other decoration, as if the Tianshan ice lotus, cold as ice and snow.
Just stand there, and the world will have a strong sense of separation. At the end of the woman's eyes, there is a tear mole remains. Lin Xiao, who was wearing a green shirt, stood in place. The moment Lin saw the woman in front of him, he lost his concentration for a moment. Lin spoke softly, "John Islet, long time no see." That woman's pair of autumn water eyes just looked straight at Lin.
A moment later,
John Islet's thin lips lightly opened as she softly said, "Long time no see, Lin." Lin Rong followed up with, "Lin Rong." John Islet's eyes swirled for a moment before she softly said, "It's been a long time, Lin Rong." Yui stared blankly at the woman in front of him, and then looked up at Lin Error. The two just stood in place. After a long time, John Islet let out a light laugh and said, "What, don't you invite me in?" Lin's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately turned slightly sideways. This woman, who looked like a heavenly fairy, just gently stepped into the Wrong Lodge. John Islet's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and with just a faint glance at Yui, the innate supreme treasure at Yui's heart immediately stopped trembling and recovered as before. Yui first looked at the woman who was as cold as ice and snow, and then looked at the side of Lin Rong. Only to see that at this moment, Lin Rong, with a strange expression, was somewhat at a loss for words. This was the first time Yui had ever seen Lin Rong looking like this. In the past, Lin Rong was almost always unperturbed. John Islet's line of sight looked towards Lin Error, but Lin Error quietly avoided it again. John Islet's expression remained unchanged, only saying softly, "It's been a long time." Lin let out a long breath and said, "Sorry." John Islet, however, did not say anything, only shaking his head gently. Looking at the ink treasures hanging around the walls, John Islet's complexion changed slightly. With John Islet's cultivation, he was naturally able to see the wonders contained within these ink treasures. The seemingly ordinary bookstore was one of the largest martial arts libraries in the world today. Lin Rong 3 years, will be the martial arts are all as much as possible in the way of ink and writing, all written down. Wrong fast, at this time the atmosphere is quiet terrible. Yui stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. For this suddenly appeared in the Wrong Fast extremely beautiful woman, although Yui does not know its identity, but the heart of the innate treasure of the strange movement,
also enough to prove that the woman in front of the extraordinary. And not far away from the strange color of the Lin Rong, but also some at a loss, do not know how to face the woman in front of me. John Eilert, however, for two people's stiffness ignored, just slowly walked in the wrong fast. John Eilert came to the desk in front, delicate jade hand out, gently pick up an unusual material of wolf hairbrush. John Eilert will be the desk looked at in detail, seems to be imagining that the green shirt man's 3 years. It was only after looking over the Rong Jai that John Eilert walked over to Lin Rong. John Eilert stood in front of Lin Rong, this woman who seemed to not belong to the earth. A pair of autumn water eyes looked at Lin Rong. The two of them were close to each other. Lin Rong clearly saw the fluttering of John Eilert's eyelashes, as well as the tear mole at the end of John Eilert's eyes. Lin Error's dark eyes, which were as quiet as stopping water, flickered for the first time to hide. John Eilert lightly opened his lips, autumn water eyes rippled, softly asked, "If I never find you, how long do you plan to disappear?" When these words came out, Lin Rongli fell into silence. John Eilert, however, looked straight at Lin Rong with her eyes, seemingly searching for an answer. John Eilert's complexion darkened for a minute, pursed his thin lips, and asked softly, 3 years, 10 years, or longer? Lin Rong didn't dare to look directly at the woman in front of him, not knowing how to speak. At the time, that number one in the world, at the top of the treading Stygian mountain, attracted a thunderbolt. With the fame of becoming an immortal by crossing the tribulation, he attracted many patriarchs in the Jianghu Lake. But after the thunderbolt, the world's number one soul flew away and dispersed in heaven and earth. Around the Tap Meditation Mountain, in the place closest to the clouds, there was a woman who kept looking towards the top of the mountain. Lin Er was then disappeared into oblivion. And this woman, who is in charge of one of the 36 small caves, Peach Forest Blessed Land, has been looking for him for 4 years. But in 4 years, John Eilert could no longer find any trace of that person. Until the most recent time, a green rainbow appeared in the Yunchuan Blessed Land. The famous plucked plum pavilion in Jianghu actually fell apart in 1 day. It was also Lin Er's strike this time that allowed John Eilert to detect the trace. Even if it is Lin Rong's resignation, even if it is alone to find him for 4 years, even if it is to give up the Peach Forest fortunate land do not want. But at this moment, there is no resentment in the eyes of John Eilert, much less gloom. This cold as ice frost stunning woman just looked at Lin Rong. John Eilert gently opened her mouth and said, "The peach blossoms in the Peach Forest Blessed Land are in bloom." Lin didn't know how to speak. John Eilert reached out and gently brushed over Lin's brow, saying softly, "You look tired." Even if the man in front of him was a world away from the man's demeanor back then. Lin raised his hand to hold John Eilert's hand and just murmured, "I'm sorry." John Eilert softly said, "Drop everything and return to the Peach Forest Blessed Land with me, okay?" However, Lin Rong gently shook his head, his eyes tangled, and said, "No." John Eilert did not ask the reason, but just looked at Lin Rong's face. Some people had said that Lin Rong was a womanizer, and others had said that Lin Rong was to blame. It was just that in all these years, no one ever seemed to notice that this green-shirted man looked tired. Physically and mentally exhausted and struggling. There was once a time when the loose traveler came to the circuit city, ostensibly to meet Wang Jin, but that time, the loose traveler actually came in order to meet Lin Rong. That half of the free traveler was the path that the free traveler had made available for Lin. If Lin Er is willing, this half of the free trip, enough to transcend the mortal world, stay out of the matter. The past is like yesterday's death, the future is like today's life. The world is free and unrestricted. Completely put down the knot, through which to fill the state of mind. And John Eilert today, but also for Lin Rong to make a road. John Eilert doesn't care about karma or worldliness, as long as Lin Er is alone. Return to the Peach Forest Blessed Land with Lin Rong, and stay hidden from the world. Chapter 135, I'll wait for you in the Peach Forest. The moon stars were thin. Under the dissolving moonlight, there was a refreshing breeze on the face. At the head of Circuit City, there was a man and a woman standing side by side. The man was wearing a green shirt, and in his long hair, half of it had turned snow white. Lin Zhua had his hands folded into his sleeves, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. Lin Rong sighed, the beautiful woman, the posture of the pavilion, a green lotus cloud pattern shirt, with the wind undulating constantly. The wind blew the woman's clothes, and blew over the end of the woman's eyes. The pair of autumn water eyes, light ripples. Although the moon color is beautiful, but Jiang Eilert eyes, but cannot tolerate other. John Eilert looked at Lin Rong's side face, autumn water eyes are sad. John Eilert spoke softly, "Why do you need to be like this?" Lin Rong just gently shook his head. From the world-beating, arrogant and conceited number one in the world at the time, to the present day's hand-restricted,
broken heart of the Taoist Lin Rong. It was hard to describe the heartache involved. John Eilert does not blame Lin Rong when he left without saying goodbye, just heartache in front of the man once. Lin Rong turned to look at John Eilert and asked softly, "How long have you not returned to the Peach Forest blessed land?" John Eilert calmly said, "After you left, I never returned to the Peach Forest." This cold as ice woman had been searching for that person in the Jianghu for a full 4 years. "Lin, Peach Forest blessed land without you in charge, isn't it that it can't function freely?" John Eilert's tone was flat and said softly, "So what? Peach Forest blessed land is ranked as one of the world's 36 caves, which is famous in the world with 100 acres of peach forest. Only the 36 small caves have their own mysteries. The Peach Forest Fortunate Land is different from the rest of the naturally functioning Fortunate Land. The Peach Forest Fortunate Land has the saying of recognizing the owner. Peach Forest blessed land isolated from the outside world, need to have a whole master sit in the town, control the operation of the peach forest. John Eilert is a peach forest cave heaven. Once left the cave heaven for too long, the cave heaven will lose its fortune. If John Eilert has not returned to the peach forest for 4 years, the 100 acres of peach forest, now I am afraid that has withered half." John Eilert just looked at Lin Rong, softly said, "With me back to the Peach Forest blessed land, I don't want you to be trapped in the shackles. Peach Forest blessed land is the isolation of heaven and earth, more paradise in aim." As the master of the Peach Forest blessed land, John Eilert can bring Lin Rong in this world to disappear. As for Lin Rong's own karma, will also be because of the isolation of heaven and earth's sake, so cut off. Lin Rong, however, gently shook his head and said, "No mistakes have been corrected yet. Today, the Taita dynasty's throne change is imminent. The south side of the Kaiyuan dynasty will soon have a new king on the throne. The western desert is also non-stop turbulence. The Jianghu Lake is even a vibration of the qi, martial arts luck scattered in the world. In the underworld, there are big changes." John Eilert did not say anything, just looked gloomy. This woman who is as cold as ice and frost, her mind is pure and transparent. John Eilert looked at Lin Rong Hart, the pair of distant mountain eyebrows slightly knitted. John Eilert asked, "Are you injured?" Lin Rong just gently patted over his own chest and blandly said, "Not long ago, I took a trip to Tianjing City and received a move from that great eunuch, and then in the Yunchuan blessed land, I was also forced by a peak Xinshan realm master to forcefully enter the body's baneful qi, and nowadays, my true qi is inevitably disorganized." Seeing that John Eilert is still frowning, Lin Rong lightly laughed and smiled, "Although today's cultivation is not as good as it was at the beginning, but this pair of celestial body has not yet decayed, small injuries only." John Eilert did not respond, but only raised his left hand. On John Eilert's white jade-like palm, several streams of light converged. The streams of light converged into a point, condensing into a jade plate. On the jade plaque, 2 words were engraved in running script, "Heaven's Edge." As this jade tablet appeared, the entire heaven and earth aura of the circuit city was drawn in. In the middle of the Rong Lodge, Yui, who was originally falling into a stupor, sat up violently and covered his heart. The flying shuttle seemed to feel something, its shadow flickering continuously. At the head of the city, Lin Rong also frowned as his expression changed when he saw the jade tablet. A veritable innate treasure. Just like the flying shuttle transformed by the jumping wave river's water fortune, both were supreme treasures nurtured by heaven and earth. John Eilert had natural aptitude and more than one innate supreme treasure. This was also why that flying shuttle in Yui's heart orifice reacted so greatly after John Eilert showed up. Noticing what John Eilert was thinking, Lin Er took a slight step back and said with a frown, "This innate supreme treasure is one of your innate objects, don't take it out at will." After saying that, Lin casually waved his sleeve, dispersing the converging aura. John Eilert didn't say anything, but just turned sideways and passed a red thread through the jade tablet. "Lin." John Eilert gently lifted up the piece of jade, for Lin Rong hand hanging in the waist. John Eilert is extremely tall, slightly raised his eyes and Lin Rong level with each other. John Eilert just looked at Lin Rong's eyes and softly said, "Don't take it off." "Lin." John Eilert's eyes were as pure as glass, without impurities. Lin paused, then raised a soft smile and nodded, "Good." After doing so, John Eilert took another slight step back and just looked at Lin. John Eilert, who came from the Peach Forest blessed land, had almost never been exposed to mortal dust. From the previous 20 years or so, John Eilert had been cultivating in the Peach Forest Fortunate Land, a paradise outside the world. John Eilert body, there is a natural cold, and the world has a strong sense of separation. John Eilert do not understand those sweet words, more do not understand the Jianghu accident. John Eilert just know, they are not willing to see the man in front of them in deep trouble. The color of the moon is as cool as water, the woman's eyes are better than the moonlight. John Eilert asked softly, "Where else are you going?" Lin Er thought for a moment and said, after staying in Yuzhou for a period of time, I should take a trip to the southern world, and then I will take a trip to the western desert to visit the Hanging Temple in the western region.
Zhang Ailet nodded gently.
Zhang Ailet looked at Lin Rong and paused for a moment, then her lotus steps moved lightly and she took a step forward.
The fresh wind blew up Zhang Ailet's hair.
Zhang Ailet slightly tiptoed, one hand cupped Lin Rong's cheek, gently kissed Lin Rong. It seems that the light and water have stopped. Heaven and earth are quiet and soundless.
Feeling the coolness coming from his lips, Lin whole person froze in place, motionless. Zhang Ailet closed his eyes and gently kissed Lin Er's lips.
It was only a few breaths later that Zhang Ailet slowly dropped to his heels.
Zhang Ailet took a gentle step backward.
This woman, who could be called a stunning woman, had no change in her complexion, and her pair of autumn water eyes were still as pure as glaze. Without waiting for Lin Er to speak, Zhang Ailet took the lead and said, I'll wait for you at the peach forest blessed land. After saying that, almost without hesitation, Zhang Ailet's figure dissipated with the moonlight. This woman, who had been looking for Lin Er for a full 4 years, hurriedly left again after seeing Lin Er.
With Zhang Ailet's departure, Lin Rong just stood at the head of the city. He didn't look back for a long time. Chapter 136 Another Visitor. Roving City, Rong Lodge.
Lin Rong was lying on that rocking chair, rocking gently. Yui carefully cleaned the corners of the Rong Lodge. In Rong Lodge's side room, there was a cleaned-up bamboo bed, and in the corner on the other side, there was a neatly stacked broom of some sort. Yui used it with ease, everything seemed to be tidied up as if someone had prepared it for him.
Regarding this matter, Yui deliberately asked Lin Rong.
Lin Rong for that young man called Wang Jin, although the mouth is disgusted, but every time that person's name is mentioned, the corners of Lin Rong's mouth have a smile that is difficult to hide. After Yui packed up, he surveyed the ink treasures hanging around. The teenager was extremely meticulous, lying down in front of a piece of ink treasure and looking at it carefully. Unlike Wang Jin, Yui seemed to be quite interested in calligraphy together.
What, see something?
Lin Rong's voice came from behind, and Yui snapped back to his senses. Yui turned his head to look, and Lin Rong was looking at himself with a smile on his face.
Yui laughed and said, No, no.
Lin Rong smiled and patted Yui's head, saying, Is there any interest in learning calligraphy from me?
Yui's eyes lit up as he asked, Is that really possible, Mr. Lin?
Lin Rong smiled helplessly and said, Of course. Yui nodded vigorously and raised a bright smile. Yui then looked around at the ink treasures and asked curiously, Mr. Lin, did senior brother Wang Jin not practice calligraphy with you? Lin Rong rubbed his chin, thinking of Wang Jin's really unpleasantly bad handwriting, and a big headache ensued. Lin revealed a smile and said, Your senior brother's calligraphy has already reached a realm. Wait until you meet in the future, then you will know.
Yui nodded in amazement.
He became more and more reverent towards this senior brother who was only known, but never met. Lin Rong took out an unusual brush from the brush rack and then handed it to Yui. Lin took out a calligraphy post from the desk. It was that Xian's secret pagoda stele. There were two great masters in the regular script, Yen and Lu, and they were known as Yen Tendon and Lu Bone. This Xian secret pagoda stele was the Lu style of the regular script. Willow style even balance thin hard, have chopped the iron potential, point and draw the sharp and showy. The bones are strong, and the form is tight. Xian's secret pagoda stele has 28 lines, 54 characters per line. Rigorous but not lose the sparse and open trend, the ritual of the rushing and Thucydides. After Yui received it, he didn't rush through it, but only raised his head to look at Lin Er. In fact, in Jumping Wave City, Yui has already learned to write, although far from being able to talk about the power of the pen, but it can be considered to be organized. Lin Er said with a smile, Start practicing from here, there will be no mistakes. Yui did not rush to put pen to paper, instead he asked, Mr. Lin, where did Ma Chang go? Lin Rong paused for a moment and said, Far away from home.
Yui nodded, then asked, Will he and I see each other again?
Lin let out a light laugh and casually said, There will always be a day of reunion. It wasn't true that Yui was naive, but he wasn't demented. Yui was clear that the flying shuttle in his heart orifices was the one that Ma Chang had gifted to him back then.
Yui then asked, Mr. Lin, is Ma Chang very talented in practicing martial arts?
Lin Rong opened his eyes and softly said, Very high, in the water magic together, even unique. Yui stopped his hand movements and hesitantly asked, Mr. Lin, what about?
What about me?
Lin Er paused, honestly said, Qualification is mediocre, not outstanding. After receiving Lin Rong's answer, Yui did not have any surprises, but only inevitably lost some ground. Lin Ron, however, straightened up and said with a serious expression, "In fact, a high or low martial arts talent does not represent a high or low martial arts path in the future." One of the old four great masters, Chen Na, was a late bloomer, only reaching the celestial realm at the age of 120. Yui blinked his eyes and looked at Lin with seeming understanding. Yui then asked, "Chen Na, who is honored as the Gun Immortal, doesn't have high martial arts talent?" Lin froze for a moment, then laughed, "High, and very high." Yui's hand movements lurched, somewhat at a loss for words. Lin Ron laughed and said, "Let's not mention the four great patriarchs of today, even the Xianxin realm patriarchs of today, the vast majority of them are also gifted beyond their contemporaries." That was the truth, that was all. Also in a split second, Lin Er instantly looked stunned. Not only that, within a 100-mile radius, the martial movements all gave a violent lurch. Lin quickly turned back and looked to the southwest. Yui sensed that Lin was different and asked, "Mr. Lin, what's wrong?" Lin, however, looked grave and did not say anything. At the same time, outside of Circuit City, there was a man who was walking slowly. Every time the man took a step, the earth under his feet instantly condensed into ice. The wind stirred the air and cold air was born. Click, 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 click. There was a frozen avenue that stretched for hundreds of miles, coming from the southwest. It was already early spring and the weather was getting warmer. But with this person coming from the southwest, between the heavens and the earth, surprisingly, there was flying snow coming again. The cold wind whistled, and the earth was frozen for hundreds of miles. The entire territory of Yuzhou had the sight of the martial arts stirring up. In the middle of a mountain range in Yuzhou, the third expert of Yuzhou, Zhang Zhang, violently opened his eyes. Zhang Zhang fell out of his original state of human sword unity, and his entire human heart rose and fell. Beside Zhang Zhang, the famous sword Chaotic River is hovering and flying, there is a sword sound, deafening. Zhang Zhang pressed aside the flying sword that chirped incessantly, the heart lake set off shocking waves. Zhang Zhang, pupils trembling, murmured, "He came?" Tea house, clear rain. Shen Bai, who was in the process of making tea, had a movement in his hands, and he still did not return to his senses until the tea overflowed out of the teacup. Xin Gui Katkin, who followed Shen Bai's sword practice, was even more uneasy in her heart, and this female sword cultivator stopped her hand movements and looked at Shen Bai at a loss for words. Shen Bai could not hide his shocked expression, not caring about the tea, his figure instantly disappeared in place. Shen Bai stood at the top of the mountain, looking far into the distance. This peak Xianxin realm Tai Bai sword immortal looked into the distance. Shen Bai narrowed his eyes, his left index finger gently trembled uncontrollably, an invisible sword intent converged around him, enveloping the entire mountaintop in a sea of sword intent. At this time, Xin Guiqin also appeared at the top of the mountain, standing beside Shen Bai. Just without waiting to speak, Xin Guiqin instantly froze in place. Xin Guiqin stared blankly at the extreme distance, not knowing how to speak. In the eyes of Xin Guiqin, who was born with a sword body, in the far distance to the west, there was a magnificent long sword rising up from the ground, just like a heavenly pillar, penetrating the sky and the earth. Tooth Green Mountain. On the Tooth Green Mountain where the Shangguan family was located, the old ancestor who had just stepped into the late Xianxin realm, Shangguan Yuma, was shaken to the core. Shangguan Yuma stood on the Tooth Green Mountain, his stout figure not moving at all. The current number one expert of Yuzhou even felt that his own true qi was being tugged and wandered. Shangguan Yuma looked into the distance incredulously. Roving city? Not only that, it was thousands of miles away. The 72-peak forest where the Taishu sword sect was located. Heavenly Sword Peak, Sword Gate Pass. First, the Taishu sword sect's patriarch, Bai Xian, was the first to appear, followed by several streams of light lighting up on the rest of the peaks. With Bai Xian as the leader, 5 other old sword cultivators arrived together. The 6 swords of Taishu appeared here at the same time. Roving city, at the head of the city. Lin looked at the man not far away with a grave expression. Another guest has arrived. Chapter 137 Barge. Lin Er exhaled softly, and those pairs of dark, ink-like eyes looked closely at that man in the distance. Whoosh! There was a piercing cold wind that pounced on his face, wrapping up countless snowflakes and pouring in. It was already early spring, yet the wind and snow had returned. At the end of the field of vision, was a man walking slowly. The man's sword brows were extremely long and his face was cold and sharp. This man, who had come to this place, slightly raised his eyes, his gaze was like electricity, and in an instant, he crossed the cold wind and flying snow, and met Lin Xiao's eyes. The bone-chilling wind blew Lin Xiao's clothes. Lin Er was the first to leave the city and walked towards this cold man.
20 years ago, there were 3 renowned sword cultivators in the Jianhu Lake. Thai by Sword Immortal, Chen Bai. South Vietnam Sword Forest, Wu Fengtong. Taishu Sword Sect, by Xian.
These 3 peak Xianshan realm sword cultivators represented the peaks of the world's sword intent, sword technique, and sword chi respectively. Regarding these 3 peak sword cultivators, whose sword Dao was 1 step higher, whose killing power was 1 point higher, had always been a topic of endless debate in the Jianghu.
This endless debate did not end until a sword cultivator came out of nowhere.
That sword cultivator who came out of nowhere, one person shouldered the sword intent, sword chi, and sword art, and his sword cultivation was at the peak.
After 300 years, a great sword immortal once again appeared in the Jianghu.
Celestial Realm, Cold Pool Sword Immortal. Also one of the 4 great masters of today, the leader of the sword Dao in the world today. Lin Er looked at the head of the sword Dao in front of him, his eyes heavy. Only after seeing a green shirt arrive here did the Cold Pool Sword Immortal slowly stop his steps. Even though the Cold Pool Sword Immortal was no longer moving forward, there was still a constant flurry of snow. Lin's gaze was frozen in a line as he looked at the cold man in front of him. Lin sunk his eyes and whispered, "Cold Pool." That cold man's complexion was without any ripples as he calmly looked at the green-shirted man in front of him. Cold Pool raised his eyes slightly, and the flying snow in the sky and earth stagnated. In its place, there was a roiling sword intent. Sword Immortal Cold Pool looked towards the green-shirted man in front of him, and his pair of sword brows slightly furrowed.
Falling realm?
Lin gently exhaled, and his green shirt instantly bulged without stopping.
Cyan-colored Dao Qi spread in all directions from Lin's surroundings. Those cold winds and flying snow that came at his face were isolated by the green-colored Dao Qi, and were even pushed back. The Cold Pool Sword Immortal just stood in place, staring at Lin in front of him. Letting Lin Er's green-colored Dao Qi escape, the Cold Pool Sword Immortal ignored it and did nothing. Lin dropped his hands and asked, "How did you find me?"
The Cold Pool Sword Immortal laughed coldly and said, "Showing up in the Yunchuan blessed land in a big way, such an eye-catching behavior, it's hard not to find out."
Lin Qiu fell into silence.
Indeed, at the time, Lin Er was the one who showed up in Yunchuan Fudian, stirred up all the clouds in Yunchuan Fudian for 100 miles, and then fought a big battle, killing all the assassins of the heaven and earth of the Plum Pavilion of the 2 grades, and even breaking the Tooth Jade Tower into pieces on the spot. There were rumors in the Jianghu, and there were speculations about the identity of this green-shirted man. If Lin Er had the intention to conceal his whereabouts, it would be impossible for an ordinary martial artist to detect it. But Lin Rong's behavior, fell in the eyes of the great master, will undoubtedly be in the night-picking lamps, is really eye-catching extremely. Lin Er sighed softly.
"I'm afraid that the 4 Grand Masters have already detected his own aura."
The Cold Pool Sword Immortal had his hands behind his back and asked, not hesitating to use the Thunderbolt to unravel your body and go into hiding for a few years, but now you're still unwilling to return to the Celestials? Lin Rong just let out a light laugh and said, "There's no rush." The Cold Pool Sword Immortal turned to look to the south and said, "If it wasn't for that Peach Forest blessed landlord, I would have come a bit earlier." Lin Er did not answer, but only asked, "Why, Great Sword Immortal Cold Pool has come to ask about the sword, or to discuss the Dao now?" Great Sword Immortal Han Tan let out a light laugh, his slender hands behind his back, and asked rhetorically, "To ask about the sword?" Lin Er folded his hands into his sleeves, lightly shrugged his shoulders, and helplessly said, "Indeed, nowadays, my cultivation is far inferior to what it was at the beginning, and this celestial body has also deteriorated quite a bit, so if I'm asking about the sword, it's indeed a bit difficult." Cold Pool Sword Immortal did not hold a sword, and did not even carry a sword. This current sword Dao leader had a total of 2 swords. The first one was called Heavenly Yi. "It is the Cold Pool in the Xianshan realm time," asked the sword South Vietnam Sword Forest, 1-person sword pick forest 12 old ancestors, great victory and return, in the sword mount to take the famous sword Sky Easy. Another one, named Cold Plum. This second sword is also the flying sword of the Cold Pool Sword Immortal, which is the sword of a great master after he has become a celestial realm. Among the 10 most famous swords in the world today, this Cold Plum is still ranked second. And the top 10 famous swords in the world is the sword of that heavenly defeat sword immortal 300 years ago, the Great Cloud. Therein lies a piece of secret history of the Jianghu. Whether or not the Cold Plum could squeeze out the position of the Great Cloud and be ranked as the top 10 famous swords in the world, the key lies in whether or not sword immortal Cold Tan could win over the world's number 1. Cold Pool Sword Immortal raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Lin and asked, "How much longer will it take?" Lin gently shook his head and said, "It's impossible to say." Cold Pool instantly narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Not allowed?" While Coldpool's gaze was like electricity, Lin didn't shy away from those pitch-black eyes as he looked towards the Coldpool sword immortal. Lin folded his sleeves with both hands and said, "It's all in my heart." Coldpool sword immortal raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at Lin's white hair, and laughed, "Not necessarily, after all, there are times when you can't help yourself."
Lin narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying, "Oh?"
The Coldpool sword immortal did not answer, but only stared. Only to see the Coldpool sword immortal step out. All of a sudden, the sound of the wind whistling rose, the flying snow suddenly surging and flipping.
Phew!
The original green-colored Dao Chi was instantly blown away by the cold wind, and the cold wind and flying snow pounced on his face.
Hoo-hoo!
Lin Rong's long hair instantly flipped backward, a green shirt is hunting sound unceasingly. However, Lin Xiu did not move at all, and still had his hands on his sleeves. Only to see Lin Rong's slightly raised eyebrows, laughed, "What, today we'll take away the name of the world's first?" The Coldpool sword immortal pondered for a moment, then laughed softly and casually said, "It's not impossible." In the next moment, the sound of wind was loud in all directions. Lin gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After all, the opposite side was that sword Dao leader. There was a black and white 8 trigrams emerging under Lin Rong's feet, and yin and yang flowed non-stop. Buzz! 64 trigrams emerged in turn. In just a flash, 64 Lin Rong silhouettes appeared in front of sword immortal Coldpool. Coldpool put his hands behind his back and did not hurry to strike. This sword Dao leader looked at the scene in front of him with great interest. Only to see 64 Lin error shadows, each in a different posture, utilizing 64 different martial arts. For a moment, visions arose in all directions. Without exception, each of the silhouettes was practicing one of today's Jianghu martial arts. There was a shadow that just gently raised its hand, and there was a scene of wind and clouds stirring and mist vaporizing. A vortex converged in the center of Lin Er's hand, and all the surrounding true chi surged into the center of his hand. Martial art, cloud probing hand. There was a silhouette standing in front of his body with a sword finger, and several flying sword silhouettes appeared in unison, with a ghastly sword aura. There were dozens of flying sword silhouettes, and the sword chi flowed continuously, reflecting Lin Er's surrounding body like a heavy thunder pool. Sword technique, Taishu sword technique. There is a silhouette with 5 fingers like hooks, palms facing each other, fingers changing from forward to upward, xian palm in front of the shoulder. The yin and yang circumference is greatly transformed, entangled and trapped, locked and closed, and the 6 harmonies are returned to unity. Splitting tendons and bones, entangling dragon hands. An imaginary figure uses his hand instead of a brush, with golden light escaping from his fingertips, outlining and drawing symbols in mid-air. Talismans, arcane incantations. Void shadows were all the same. Several types of martial arts, all revealed. Chapter 138 Sword Dao Leader. 64 kinds of trigrams, each with 64 shadows appeared, while 64 kinds of martial arts were revealed at their best. The martial arts were mixed and the aura was astonishing. Without exception, all 64 martial arts were considered to be the best in the Jianghu Lake. The Coldpool sword immortal was faced with such a weather, but he still looked calm, his face was cold, without any emotional ups and downs. The Coldpool sword immortal's eyes showed a moment of regret. This celestial realm great sword immortal looked at the 64 shadows in front of him and sighed helplessly, "It's nowhere near as good as it was back then." Lin Er said with a light laugh, "After all, times are different now." Coldpool sword immortal arrived here today, but did not hold a sword, and did not even bring a sword. Not only did the original flying sword Cold Plum not come, even the heavily taken from the South Vietnam sword forest was not in hand. Lin Er gently exhaled a mouthful of green-colored true chi, and the 64 virtual shadows all shook together. The heaven and earth's true chi in a 10-mile radius was swallowed into the dantian by Lin Xiu's whale and sea. In the next moment, the 64 silhouettes all took one step. 64 Jianghu mastery techniques all appeared at once. The 64 shadows all surged towards the Coldpool sword immortal in front of him. At once, there were splendid Dao techniques and streams of light of various colors smashing into the man in front of him. Under such a magnificent scene, the Coldpool sword immortal remained motionless. Coldpool's sword brows moved slightly as he gently exhaled a mouthful of sword chi. Phew! In an instant, it seemed that heaven and earth stood still. The 64 Jianghu mastery techniques were less than a foot in front of his body. The Coldpool sword immortal merely gently raised his right hand and brought it together in front of his body with his sword fingers. A particle of imperceptible sword light lit up at the tip of Coldpool's finger. Open! Han Tan spoke softly, then pointed his sword finger in front of his body. Only a sword chi emerged from his fingertip.
This sword chi was straight and thin as a thread. This slender sword chi was extremely fast and flew out from the fingertip. Only to see this sword chi 3 feet in front of the cold pool sword immortal, it instantly transformed into 100. The slender sword chi spread out in mid-air, transforming into 100 threads of sword chi, scattering out in all directions. In front of him, 64 shadows were close at hand. The 64 martial arts were all activated. Whoosh! Only to see a sword chi piercing through the center of the brows of each of those 64 virtual shadows. The sword chi entered from the center of the silhouette's eyebrows, and then without any stoppage, it penetrated through the head in an instant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! There were hundreds of slender sword chi in the sky and earth, piercing through all 64 of those shadows. Phew! A piercingly cold wind swept through. The original sight of the 64 martial arts with amazing aura had long since dissipated. Sword cultivators practicing the sword, there was a saying that could be called the fundamental words of the sword Tao. It's called one sword breaks 10,000 laws. Let you have thousands of changes in arts and techniques, I will break them with one sword. At the moment, it's like this. Wherever the sword energy passes, the mixed visions immediately dissipate. With just one sword, Lin Er's 64 Jianghu mastery techniques were broken. The visions dispersed. Lin Er was forced to reveal his true form, blood seeping from his brow. The cold pool sword immortal was still with one hand behind his back, his eyes unperturbed. Lin Xiao and 2 fingers gently wiped away the blood on his brow. Lin Rong all true chi in a mess, after this sword as the chi is greatly disorganized, but also involved in the body injuries. All of a sudden, the small world of the human body is the scene of the earth turning upside down. Cold pool sword immortal stepped out, his eyes coldly looking at Lin Er. Just one sword, and you're already in such a miserable state? Lin Er just laughed coldly and didn't open his mouth. It wasn't that Lin Rong didn't want to speak, it was because his body had already been turned upside down, and the blood that surged up from his chifu alone was already on his palate. Once you open your mouth, it will be a miserable situation. The original green-colored Dao Chi was even suppressed by the sword Chi and could not move the slightest bit. Every time the cold pool sword immortal took a step, cold air spread under his feet, freezing the earth. Just one person's Chi was enough to stir up an elephant. This was the weather of a great master. Lin Er remained where he was, staring at the cold pool sword immortal in front of him. Sword cultivators are known for their killing power, and the crossbow beds on the battlefield that are specifically used to target martial artists in the Jianghu are derived from the flying sword aptitude of sword cultivators. In today's world, the person in front of me is the leader of the sword road. Flying swords decapitate people, it is not a false statement. At this moment, Lin Er and the cold pool sword immortal were standing opposite each other. They were less than 10 paces apart. The cold pool sword immortal had a pair of slanting sword brows, and his sword brows were starry-eyed and sharp. The cold pool sword immortal narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "You and I have both stepped into the celestial realm, so naturally, we are clear about the might of the celestials." Lin forced down the rebellious true chi in his body and laughed, worthy of being the leader of the sword Tao. The cold pool sword immortal frowned, his eyes blazing as he looked at the green-shirted man in front of him. It was him, yet it wasn't him. There was a rumor in the Jianghu. Sort of a secret that wasn't a secret. The reason why that Lin Daoxian, who had crossed the world in the beginning, was able to stabilize his name as the #1 in the world, excluding the fact that he had traveled across the rivers and lakes without losing a single battle, as well as the great battle that sealed his name as the #1 in the world. The reason why he was able to be so justified was because Lin Daoxian, as the most recent grandmaster to become famous, had fought with the cold pool sword immortal and the true young martial sage successively. Both were victorious. It was rumored that the world's #1 had once asked each other for a match with the cold pool sword immortal at the end of the Tongtian River. The cold pool sword immortal held his own flying sword Cold Plum and poured out his sword. The battle caused the Tongtian River inlet to be torn apart, sinking several overseas islands. The water of the Tongtian River was pouring in, and the sky was cloudless. Just the sword chi and Dao intention residue let the Tongtian River estuary of 10 miles of the sky, 15 days have not cloud haze convergence, all churned up. After that battle, the world's #1 left. Cold pool sword immortal only lost 3 moves to Lin Daoxian. After that, it was said that the key to whether that Cold Plum could replace the Big Cloud and be among the top 10 famous swords was whether the cold pool sword immortal could win over that person. Outside the traveling city, the cold pool sword immortal was silent for a moment, and then his index finger flicked. In the next moment, there was a sword chi that instantly smashed into Lin's chest. Lin Error didn't even have time to react, and his entire body was instantly injured by the sword chi as his figure flew backwards. The sword chi flowed through Lin Xiao's limbs and bones, charging across the board without a care in the world. The true chi in Lin Rong's body was simply a praying mantis, and immediately dissipated when it touched the sword chi. One sword will hurt the body of a celestial being. Since Lin Xiao reappeared in the world, the celestial body that hadn't decayed much, for the first time, suffered such a heavy blow. In an instant, blood seeped out of all 7 of Lin's orifices. Lin Xiao's body landed on the ground and stood with a thud. Lin Xiao didn't move a muscle, but his own green silk actually began to turn snow white. Half of them were turning white. Only the cold pool sword immortal let out a cold snort. In the next moment, Lin Xiao's figure flew backwards again with a bang. This time, Lin Rong didn't float to the ground, instead, he fell heavily towards the earth. Lin Rong was just lying on the ground, blood seeping out of his 7 orifices, but Lin Rong slightly raised the corners of his mouth. At this time, Lin Rong's body blood was forced out. Under the sword chi's rampage, originally his own messy meridians were all smoothed out one by one. Now Lin Er seems to be seriously injured, but in reality, it is the old wounds that remain in the body that have been expelled. Smooth the chi to return to the origin. The cold pool sword immortal appeared beside Lin Er, his face cold. Lin, however, revealed a roguish smile. Thanks. Chapter 139 Knowing by Heart. The cold pool sword immortal put his hands behind his back and just snorted coldly. Lin Er casually wiped away the blood seeping out of his 7 orifices, vigorously sniffled and said, "Out of the sword is really not light." Cold pool sword immortal laughed coldly and said, "Not yet actually holding a sword, how can I talk about making a sword?" Lin Er coughed out a mouthful of bruised blood and laughed, "Worthy of being the head of the sword Dao, you really do have the demeanor of an expert." The cold pool sword immortal pulled the corner of his mouth and asked, "Did you know that I wouldn't pour out my sword?" Lin Rong, however, had a dumbfounded look on his face and said in surprise, "How could I?" Seeing this expression on Lin Rong's face, cold pool sword immortal simply shut his mouth. Lin Er then laughed and said, "The cold pool sword immortal is really a gentleman who is frank, but it seems that Lin Mao is too petty and dirty." The cold pool sword immortal simply didn't answer and turned to look at Lin's long hair. The cold pool sword immortal frowned slightly and asked, "By forgetting all of one's own martial arts, one has to expend one's mind and soul in painstakingly supporting oneself, is it really feasible?" The ability to forget is a natural aptitude, want to remember certain moments is difficult, but in fact, forgetting is also extremely difficult. Life in the world, how many memories of the past, torturing themselves, want to forget, but a lifetime of seeking but cannot. Lin Rong once tried to the world of martial arts convergence, body martial arts complex, want to forget, also need to consume a lot of mind. Lin let out a sigh and nodded his head, "It's indeed hard work, it's kind of asking for it." Lin pointed to his brow and said, "Using siege means to trap those martial arts, it consumes an extreme amount of mind, and if you're not paying attention, you'll have the sight of a single rider breaking out of the siege." As a celestial realm grandmaster, the cold pool sword immortal was naturally able to see through the mysteries at a glance. The cold pool sword immortal frowned and said, "Now that half of it has turned snowy white, if it breaks through a certain threshold, I'm afraid that it will be the sight of a flood pouring down, and it will be difficult to stop it with human power." Lin Er did not hide it and softly said, "Not bad, now it is already on the verge of criticality." The cold pool sword immortal fell into silence and just stared at Lin. Lin could see what was going on in the cold pool sword immortal's mind, and could only calmly say, "Even if I return to the celestial realm nowadays, I won't be able to become that person." Cultivation could still be filled, but how could the state of mind be filled? That heavenly Tao backlash had been like maggots attached to the bones. The cold pool sword immortal nodded gently, then asked, "How much longer?" Lin let out a bitter smile and said, "There's really no certainty, it's still only possible to figure it out slowly." Now that Lin Rong was retracing his steps, he purposely slowed down his steps and bent down to take a closer look. It's not that Lin Rong is too pretentious, but at the time of Lin Daoxian, walking too fast, posture is too high, from the beginning to the end is looking up at the dome of the sky. However, he had not lost a single battle, and he had crossed the world without a care in the world. The cold pool sword immortal put his hands behind his back and said, "When you return to the top, I will come with the cold plum." Lin Rong stood up, folded his sleeves with both hands, and laughed, "Accompany me." The two of them just casually chatted without haste. The cold pool sword immortal asked, "Not long ago, the vision of Longhu Mountain, where the great master who had his head sewn into skin 100 years ago appeared, was it the handiwork of the old Xianyu demon?" Lin Rong nodded his head gently and said, "Not bad, the relics of that great master of skin painting have been in the hands of old devil Xianyu." The cold pool sword immortal then asked, "You've met old devil Xianyu?"
Lin folded his sleeves with both hands and nodded. I've met him. Now Xian Yu is trying to find out a path to immortality. The cold pool sword immortal snorted, not hiding his contempt, and said, having traveled to Fengdu Hell, and having glimpsed the boundary between life and death, you are instead greedy and afraid of death. Lin Rong sighed and said, cultivation is not easy, who is willing to die in this way? The cold pool sword immortal did not answer, but only narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then Lin Rong seems to be thinking of something, then asked, Zhang Hu circulated in the Sky Defeat Sword Fairy Sword Manual, the next 3 swords can be in your hand? Now on the surface of the lower 3 swords were Luli brought to the south of the world, but we must know that these 9 swords have been circulating in the Jianghu for a long time. Cold Pool as today's leader of the Sword Road, should have long seen. Surprisingly, Cold Pool Sword Immortal is slightly shaking his head, said, no. Lin Er was somewhat surprised and said, no? The Cold Pool Sword Immortal sneered and said, not only are the next 3 swords not there, but the remaining 6 swords, they are all not there. This great sword immortal who came out of nowhere had actually never seen those 9 swords? Cold Pool Sword Immortal put his hands behind his back and slowly said, no matter how those 9 swords are, they are still the result of that heavenly defeat Sword Immortal's sword path. I have my own sword path to follow, why do I need to borrow his sword path? Lin Er was uncharacteristically serious and did not gag. This present-day Sword Dao leader, the purity of his sword heart was first class in the world. Every celestial realm grandmaster in the world, without exception, was someone who had walked out of his own Dao. The Cold Pool Sword Immortal narrowed his eyes, his sword brows and starry eyes reflecting an increasingly sharp edge. Cold Pool Sword Immortal put his hands behind his back and said, looking at the past and present, before and after 500 years, I, Cold Pool, want to ask for the sword of the person. There are only 2. One is the old 4 great masters of one of the heavenly defeat Sword Immortal, but it is a pity that the time is irreversible, otherwise I will certainly hold the sword against the current. Ask the sword heavenly defeat Sword Immortal. The other is that once recognized number 1 in the world, Lin Daoxian. Lin Rong didn't react to what he heard, but only let out a soft sigh. This great sword immortal who came out of nowhere, rumor had it that he first realized the sword Dao in 17 at the end of the Tongtian River, stepped into the golden body realm in 1 step, and encompassed all the sword moves in the world. When he first entered the Xianxian realm, he picked the 12 ancestors of the South Vietnam sword forest with his sword and took the famous sword Tianyi. When he went north with his sword, he asked Bai Xian for the 6 swords of Taishu, and won again. With his own strength, the sword to pick the world's 2 major sword sects. The world's sword cultivators did not dare to raise their heads. After stepping into the realm of celestial beings, the achievement of the great master, Cold Pool, and the sword and traveled 3,000 miles, straight to the original southwest peak forest, in the sea that was split by a sword after the Wuyu mountain, just leave a sentence but only, will be long gone. This Wuyua mountain, is 300 years ago that the Sky Defeat Sword Fairy holding Big Cloud, a sword opened. The heavenly defeat Sword Immortal cannot ask the sword, then only the world's recognized worlds first. At the time of the questioning sword, the 2 people are all out of their strength. Only in the end, Cold Pool still lost 3 moves. But who would have thought that after this, that person even in the Tap Maishan robbery failure, soul flying away. This Sword Dao leader but know in his heart, that person can never be dead. After a few years, finally found that person again. But when he came to Yuzhou, he found that things had long been different, and that person had even fallen out of the celestial realm. Cold Pool Sword Immortal seems to come in force, out of the sword without delay. But in reality, Lin Er has long known that this great sword immortal with a pure sword heart would never take advantage of this sword to chop himself. Cold Pool Sword Immortal's eyes were calm. Sword Dao leader to ask the sword person, just that the world's first. Chapter 140 Sword Cultivator Style. Roving City, Rom Lodge. Yui made a cup of tea and handed it with both hands to the cold man in front of him. The Cold Pool Sword Immortal took the tea and took a light sip. Yui surreptitiously looked at the cold man in front of him, somewhat at a loss for words. He only saw this man with sword brows and starry eyes, his eyebrow bones were extremely high, and his eyes were like cold stars outside the sky. Lin Er stood to the side with his hands folded over his sleeves. The Cold Pool Sword Immortal put down the teacup in his hand and raised his eyes to lightly sweep Yui. Cold Pool Sword Immortal's eyes slightly paused at Yui's heart orifices, in which the hidden innate treasure aura was falling along with the heart veins. With just this one glance, the Cold Pool Sword Immortal could see the subtlety of it. This teenager had once suffered a major injury, and his heart chakra had been pierced by a sword. Now, this teenager's heart chakra gap was replaced by that innate supreme treasure. That innate supreme treasure was of extremely high quality and had extremely strong water luck. The majestic water luck protected the heart vein, and the shuttle filled the gap. One after another, it was an alternation of life and death. Cold Pool Sword Immortal slightly raised his eyebrows. This young man's own talent is mediocre, sinews and bones are loose, not to mention the great fortune. Want to refine this innate treasure is absolutely impossible.
Is that person forcibly refining for him?
Sensing what the Cold Pool Sword Immortal had in mind, Lin Qiu gently shook his head from the side and said, "It has nothing to do with me, it was given to him by another teenager." Although the Cold Pool Sword Immortal was slightly surprised, he did not pursue the matter. This kind of innate treasure that was born and raised in the earth, although the quality is high, although the divine power is strong, but in the end, it is just an external object. Since the Cold Pool Sword Immortal was born, the person who asked for the sword, there is no shortage of Jianghu masters who hold the most precious treasure. Innate or not, innate also, just their own personal sword shop, there are hands of the number.
It is really.
It is not surprising. Cold Pool Sword Immortal did not pay too much attention to Yui, instead, he looked around the wrong lodge. More than this innate treasure, a faint strand of sword intent remained, causing the Cold Pool Sword cultivator to be interested. Following that faint and imperceptible residue of sword intent, the Cold Pool Sword Immortal frowned slightly, lifting his right hand in vain and gently twisting his two fingers. In the void, the Cold Pool Sword cultivator unexpectedly pinched up a silk thread. Following this thread, a bright light gathered in mid-air, unexpectedly condensing into a sword path prototype. These bright lights converged into one, like a river of stars in the sky, spreading over the entire Misfit Lodge. The Cold Pool Sword Immortal looked at this sword Dao prototype in front of him with interest, and put his hands behind his back. The Cold Pool Sword Immortal actually detected the subtle sword intent remaining in the wrong lodge, and with this sword intent, he counter-performed a sword path prototype. When Lin Rong saw this scene, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Although there weren't many surprises, he still felt surprised by this means. The Cold Pool Sword Immortal gazed at this sword Dao prototype and calmly said, "The sword intent weather is not small." Lin raised a smile, folded his sleeves with both hands and stood beside the Cold Pool Sword Immortal. Lin also looked at this sword Dao prototype. Lin lightly laughed, "That's natural, after all, he is my disciple." The Cold Pool Sword Immortal slightly side-eyed and asked, "Your founding disciple?" One should know that in the 20 years that Lin Er had been in the Jianghu, he had never said that he had received a disciple. Being asked by the Cold Pool Sword Immortal, Lin Er was lightly sucking in a breath of cold air. Only now did Lin realize that Wang Jin was his own disciple. Only the next moment, Lin frowned. Wang Jin's sword walking in the Jianghu is as that young ranger, into the act of chivalry and righteousness. But now that the Cold Pool Sword Immortal had pointed it out, Lin realized that something was wrong. In this way, Wang Jin is not only the identity of a young ranger walking in the Jianghu. Instead, he would have to carry the identity of Lin Er's open mountain disciple. Lin Rong folded his hands into his sleeves and looked grave. To today's realm of people, it is difficult to avoid the fate of the word. Lin Rong at first broke the former Liang national luck, made the heavenly Dao backlash, first a 9 heavenly thunderbolt plus body, but also the heart of the Dao is broken, the state of mind is greatly damaged. And now Wang Jin as his own open disciple soared into the Jianghu, will inevitably be involved in the fate. Lin Er was frowning. The Cold Pool Sword Immortal on the side, however, let out a light laugh and said, "Since you have obtained the identity of your founding disciple, you have your own share of karma to bear." Cold Pool Sword Immortal surveyed the sword path prototype in front of him, smilingly said, "If you were tied up, why don't you simply let this person follow me to practice the sword?" Backed by the sword path leader, the sword path has its own luck to feed back. Upon hearing this, Lin Er laughed and cursed, absolutely no room for negotiation. The Cold Pool Sword Immortal put his hands behind his back and laughed. Sword cultivators practice their swords as they please, without restraint. The more you intervene, the more you add to the picture, and instead, you make his sword heart dusty. Lin gently nodded his head and softly said, "Let him be." Once upon a time, Lin Fault and Wang Jin had a casual conversation and had a laugh. Lin said that he was once the number one in the world. Wang Jin laughed out loud and threatened that if you, Lin Er, were once the number one in the world, I, Wang Jin, would be the great sword immortal. Cold Pool Sword Immortal eyes cold light flashed, laughed aloud, "I missed the heavenly defeat 300 years ago, has been a great regret, but I hope that this sword cultivator, do not miss the Cold Pool. There are countless sword cultivators under the sky, and today, the world still takes Cold Pool Sword Immortal as the leader of the sword path. The 3,000 great roads, on the elegance, still with the sword road as the leader. It's just that it's different from the calmness in the middle of the wrong lodge. Nowadays the Jianghu is already shaking. One of the 4 great masters of the world, Cold Pool Sword Immortal, appeared in Yuzhou. Without hiding his tracks, he came stepping on the snow. In the Jianghu alone, there are countless Jianghu martial artists who have heard the news.
Far away in Liangzhou's Taishu sword sect, led by Bai Xian, the Taishu 6 swords have all appeared at Heavenly Sword Peak. Even the old sword cultivator who had been in seclusion for many years, also made an exception. The Taishu sword sect is still like this, not to mention the sword cultivators of Yuzhou, which is close at hand. Nowadays, the whole Yozhou's sword Dao Qiluk has risen with the cold pool sword fairy's footsteps. Shangguan Yuma, Chen Bai, and Zhang Zhang. The 3 Xianshan realm sect masters felt it most clearly. Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and let out a light laugh. I'm sure that nowadays, the Golden Palace of Tianjing City is already in chaos, right? Cold Pool and Lin's figures appeared outside the traveling city. Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and eyed the distance. Cold Pool, on the other hand, had his hands behind his back, his expression cold. Lin thought of Zhang Zhang, who was from the South Vietnam Sword Forest, for no reason at all. At first, the sword cultivator named Jiang Jingjian, after Han Tan asked the 12 ancestors of the South Vietnam Sword Forest for a sword, he used his Xianshan realm cultivation to ask Han Tan for a sword, and was defeated. Since then, Jiang Zhang has removed the word sword, divested the identity of the South Vietnam Sword Forest, and went to Yuzhou. Now Cold Pool personally come here. Sword Immortal Cold Pool noticed the signs in the distance, and then let out a light laugh. Since it is a sword cultivator with a pure sword heart, what is the harm in gifting a sword? Only a sword light was seen rushing up into the sky, instantly piercing through the clouds, and then disappeared. Extremely far away, amongst the mountains. Zhang Zhang had just suppressed the vibration of his heart, and the famous sword Chaos River beside his body was now inserted diagonally into the cliff. Just as Zhang Zhang stabilized his mind, a slender sword light came from the sky. The chaotic river sword chirped loudly and instantly unsheathed itself. Zhang Zhang's mind was shaken, but he didn't hesitate to fly up, holding the famous sword Chaos River, and handed out the sword. Boom! The slender sword chi that came from the sky descended from the sky. It directly leveled the entire mountain range. Chapter 141 Going in Person. After a sword, the mountains were leveled. Smoke and dust rose in all directions, and there were countless broken rocks. Zhang Zhan was dressed in rags, his hand holding the chaotic river thrust into the earth, kneeling on one knee. Although Zhang Zhang was kneeling on one knee, he was in high spirits. The sword that came from 100 miles away, the sword Dao enlightenment contained in it had enlightened Zhang Zhang. With this sword, Zhang Zhan was able to realize an uncommon sword chi. First, he had asked Sword Chen Bai to see the sword intent of Tai Bai Sword Immortal, and now Cold Pool Sword Immortal had appeared in Yuzhou, and gifted Zhang Zhang with a sword from afar. Zhang Zhang slowly straightened his body, turned the chaotic river downwards, and clasped his hands in a distant fist towards the west. Circuit City. A sword immortal wearing a white robe ran all the way here with his sword. Chen Bai traveled all the way here and suddenly appeared in the wrong lodge. In the middle of the wrong lodge, Yui was sitting on a chair in a regular manner, honestly practicing his calligraphy. The man in the green shirt, on the other hand, was lying on the bamboo chair with a relaxed expression, gently rocking. Seeing Chen Bai arrive here, Lin was not surprised, but only smiled towards Chen Bai and greeted him. Chen Bai scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, and then frowned slightly and asked, "Where is he?" Lin waved his hand with an indifferent expression and said, "Already gone." Chen Bai's brows slightly stretched as he asked, "Not asking for a sword fight?" Lin stood up and laughed, "Not really, instead, I owe Cold Pool a favor." The Cold Pool Sword Immortal appeared in Yuzhou this time and made a total of 3 swords. The first sword broke all of Lin 64 martial arts, it was that one sword that broke all laws. The second sword, with the sword chi for Lin Rong's smooth meridians, smooth chi to return to the origin. The third sword, on the other hand, was that sword light that was remotely gifted to Zhang Zhang. When Chen Bai heard this, his taut heartstrings loosened. Upon noticing that the Cold Pool Sword Immortal had appeared in Yuzhou, Chen Bai had guessed that it was towards Lin. Without hesitation, Chen Bai brought his own flying sword, Dragon Spring, and ran all the way to the traveling city. Linzwa raised his head slightly and looked towards the sky. At this moment, there was a long sword hovering in the sky above the circuit city, with a majestic sword intent. Chen Bai's original flying sword, the Dragon Spring. Lin looked towards Chen Bai and said softly, "There is no need to worry, I have yet to return to the celestial realm, I have only scribbled to meet him." Chen Bai smiled and nodded his head gently. And then Chen Bai silently retrieved the dragon spring hovering over the roving city and dispersed the majestic sword intent. Chen Bai had fully utilized his sword to this point, and had the intention of giving up his great Dao cultivation not to, and dividing life and death with the Cold Pool Sword Immortal. Chen Bai nodded his head and said, "With Cold Pool's heart, it should indeed be so." A veritable leader of the sword Dao, the purity of the sword heart and the depth of the sword Dao were the first in the world. The person that sword immortal Coldpool wanted to ask about the sword would only be Lin Daoxian, not Lin Rong nowadays. If the Coldpool sword immortal really poured out his sword, Shenbai would find it unbelievable. Lin Rong let out a light smile and said softly, "Many thanks." Shenbai, on the other hand, sniffed and gave Lin a weird look, his eyes strange. Lin pulled the corner of his mouth and asked, "What?" Shenbai scared, "Weird." Lin just laughed coldly and stopped talking. Shenbai glanced at the teenager Yui, who was sitting upright, in front of his chair, and his eyes gave a slight lurch. Lin smiled and shook his head. Then Lin spoke, "That woman sword cultivator from the Taishu sword sect, how is she now?" Shenbai calmly said, "Originally, she was born with a sword body, she got by Xian's sword chi, and now she got my sword intent. In about 10 years, she will be able to touch the Xianshan realm." Qin Gui Katkan, Taishu sword sect, by Xian's close disciple, wearing the sword biyun. With a natural sword body, she was also a female golden body realm sword cultivator. Lin gently nodded his head and said, "Extremely soon, I just don't know if she can have the destiny to make a trip to the South Vietnam sword forest and put together that sword art as well." Shenbai, however, rubbed his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "With Wu Futong's temperament, if Qin Gui Katkan dares to ask for a trip to the South Vietnam sword forest, I think he won't be stingy." The three peak sword cultivators in the world at one time. By Xian, Shenbai, and Wu Fengtong. Wu Fengtong, who came from the South Vietnam sword forest, was also the only female sword immortal. This woman's sword immortal was famous for her sword skills. Lin Er said with a smile, "If she can put together the sword chi, sword art, and sword intent of each of you three, in the next 20 years, there will be a female sword immortal who is expected to conquer the sword Dao." Shenbai, however, gently shook his head and said, "Difficult. After all, there was that great sword immortal Han Tan up there, and it was extremely difficult to ask for the sword Dao." Then Shenbai said, "But if she is able to obtain Wu Fengtong's sword art, she will not need 10 years, and she will be able to step into Xianshan in 5 years. Shenbai was silent for a moment, having a word that he did not utter. In fact, in addition to Wu Fengtong's sword art chance, Qin Gui Katkan wants to break the bottleneck in 5 years to step into the Xianshan. There are still variables. For example, Lin Er returned to the celestial realm within 5 years. After all, in the beginning, Qin Gui Katkan had been given a word of truth by Lin Rong. Only now Lin Rong is not that person, that martial arts slut gift naturally not that obvious. But if Lin Chao really returned to the celestial, in Qin Guiqin's case, it was the great weather of the east of the martial arts fortune. Lin Rong folded his sleeves with both hands and calmly looked towards Shenbai. Lin Rong glanced at Yui and spoke, "For the next period of time, keep an eye on Rong Jai for me, and don't need to make a move until you have to." Shenbai frowned slightly and asked, "Where are you going?" Lin Rongli exhaled softly and said, "With the cold pool helping me to smooth my chi and return it to its original state, it will save me the effort of healing my wounds. I'm going to take a trip to the Hanging Temple in the Western Desert." Shenbai looked stunned. Hanging Temple? It was said that every 300 years, a living Buddha would appear in the Hanging Temple, widely spreading the Buddha's teachings to all sentient beings. Lin folded his sleeves with both hands and said softly, "I want to see the rumored empty sect." Mahayana uses the view of emptiness as an introduction, so it is called the empty gate. It is also the Buddhist school's superior method of transcendence. According to legend, only a Buddha from 500 years ago had stepped into the empty gate. Shenbai was silent and nodded his head gently. Lin let out a light laugh, his eyes calm. When that heavenly Dao backfired, it caused his own Dao heart to shatter, dragging him down to this point. Now that things had come to a head, Lin was unwilling to stay out of it and avoid the world. Lin attempted to find the great Dao himself. The loose cannon had left a copy of the loose journey for Lin Er, urging Lin Er to stay out of the way and avoid the world. Zhang Islet is more direct, as long as Lin Rong is willing, can and Zhang Islet together hidden in the world outside the paradise, this hidden from the world. Just Lin Rong clear, these two roads, ultimately not their own should go. So Lin Rong wanna personally go to find one. Southern World, Kaiyuan Dynasty. Chang'an City. The Chen clan started a state in the southern world, with the name Kaiyuan and the capital Chang'an. Spring of the 39th year of the Yuan calendar. At the beginning of spring, the city of Chang'an shines brightly. Inside and outside the city, in the streets and lanes, red lanterns are hung up in every house, and the sound of firecrackers is heard one after another. The bells and drums were ringing, and the musicians were playing solemn and elegant music, guiding the vast procession of pilgrims to enter the palace in order.
Chen Fan was dressed in a gorgeous coronation suit with embroidered dragons on gold threads, wearing a crown of 12 tassels, clad in gold armor, and wearing the famous sword show cicada on his waist. 10,000 officials dressed in embroidered official uniforms, neatly arranged, the sound of congratulations deafening, 3 kneeling and 9 kowtowing. The great things of the country, in the ritual and the wrong. After another sacrifice to heaven, earth, and ancestors. Chen Fan sat high in the dragon chair, his pupils overlooking the outside of the temple. The civil and military officials worship and congratulation salute, shouting in unison. Long live the emperor, long live the emperor. The new emperor ascended the throne. Chapter 142 The Young Emperor of the South. Up and down the city of Chang'an, it boiled over. Taiji Hall. Chen Fan was dressed in a gold thread embroidered dragon robe, his left hand pressed down on the famous sword Autumn Cicada as he looked down. He saw tens of thousands of officials, civil servants, and military generals, all bowing their heads and kneeling down, shouting at the top of their lungs. Waves of sound rose and fell, and there were even music officials playing solemn and elegant music, and the crowd was abuzz with voices. Chen Fan resided on the Taiji Hall, behind him was the Golden Dragon Chair. In the spring of the 39th year of the Yuan calendar, the Kaiyuan dynasty, the new emperor ascended the throne. The old emperor, Chen Luan, abdicated. Chen Fan ascended to the throne as the crown prince. Chen Fan opened his eyes and his heavy pupils were revealed. In the midst of a group of people chanting "Long live," the young emperor sat on the dragon chair. Unlike the complicated situation of the Taihe dynasty, the Kaiyuan dynasty had only one prince and one crown prince from the beginning. Chen Fan was born with heavy pupils and has been the crown prince of Chang'an City for 24 years. Now, this young crown prince, after a secret trip north, finally sat on the dragon chair. As the new emperor ascended the throne, thousands of people came to offer gifts. There were local noble families, as well as martial arts clans from the rivers and lakes. There was a wide array of exotic treasures. There were countless gifts piled up like a mountain, it was quite spectacular. Dozens of officials counted, will all come to send gifts of people are one by one record in the book, miscellaneous but not chaotic. Among them, there are rich and powerful families pulling silver tens of thousands of taels, there are famous families to take the old ancestral treasures, there are Jianghu sects to offer martial arts secret method. It was simply breathtaking. After Chen Fan ascended the throne, it is the imperial grace of amnesty. The entire Kaiyuan dynasty 1-year tax are exempted by Chen Fan. Some of the exiled and relegated civil officials and military generals, all were redeployed back to the appointment. In prisons all over the world, some criminals who needed to be held for 5 or 10 years were released on the spot, and those who were originally sentenced to death were even commuted and reprieved. Large amounts of silver flowed out of the treasury, to the people, and to the border troops. Those border troops stationed all year round along the Tongtian River, the imperial court allocated astronomical sums after astronomical sums. The nation rejoiced. After the boiling of the day, 10,000 officials dispersed, and Chang'an City was slightly smoother. In the Taiji Hall, Chen Fan was still wearing the money-embroidered dragon robe, but he took off his golden armor and removed the famous sword, Autumn Cicada. Chen Fan gently exhaled a breath, soothing his brow. At this time in the Taiji Hall, a woman made an exception and stepped into this place. An old eunuch led that woman patriarch into the Taiji Hall, and after paying a distant salute towards Chen Fan, he silently turned around and retreated. Pei Hui looked around in a trance, and it was only when she was in this Taiji Hall that she truly realized what it meant to be a royal family. Pei Hui along the golden road forward, only to see not far away, there is a high, glittering golden dragon chair. Under the dragon chair is a young man. This young emperor had his hands behind his back facing the door of the Taiji Hall, looking towards the dragon chair. Pei Hui's footsteps were gentle as she looked at the young emperor's back and gently swallowed her saliva. Noticing the sound behind him, Chen Fan turned to look. At this moment, the extremely familiar young man in front of him had taken off the chaotic god's clothes and replaced it with a money-embroidered dragon robe, and his long hair was no longer casually spread out, but was instead tied up with a 12-tasseled crown. The moment Pei Hui saw Chen Fan, her entire body froze in place. Pei Hui stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous. It seemed that the person in front of her could not overlap with the Prince Chen Fan in her memory, who wore cloth clothes and had a frivolous and casual demeanor. Chen Fan saw Pei Hui frozen in place. Chen Fan showed his face and smiled. What, can't recognize it? As Chen Fan opened his mouth, Pei Alo snapped back to her senses. Only after coming back to his senses, Pei Alo was at a loss for words, not knowing how he should face it. Now that Chen Fan was the emperor, Pei Ao should kneel and salute. Pei Hui was about to bend her knees in panic, but Chen Fan took a step forward to hold Pei Hui's arm.
Chen Fan smiled and held Pei Ao, laughed lightly and said, "You're out of place, aren't you?"
Pei Alo looked at Chen Fan's face close at hand, and immediately her cheeks were flushed and she stammered. Chen Fan looked at the flustered appearance of the woman in front of him and could not help but laugh lightly. Hearing Chen Fan's ridicule, Pei Alo's beautiful eyes glared at Chen Fan vigorously and made a gesture to hit Chen Fan's chest.
Chen Fan laughed and took 2 steps backwards, dodging Pei Hui's right hand. Begging for mercy, Patriarch Pei, don't dare." Pei Alo lightly grunted before letting Chen Fan go. At this time in Pei Alo's mind, Chen Fan, who was dressed in cloth, and the current young emperor, the two figures only overlapped together. Pei Hui sized up Chen Fan and said, "I can't tell, nowadays it's also considered handsome." Chen Fan laughed, pretending to puff out his chest and laughed, "What nonsense, I have always been handsome and imposing." Pei Hui blinked her eyes and asked softly, "Shouldn't you call it I?" Chen Fan smiled softly and said, "In front of you, it's still not quite customary to call me."
Pei Hui didn't seem to hear the strings, but only gently nodded her head. When they first went north, it was the two of them who traveled together. After Chen Fan had taken a trip to Tianjin City, Chen Fan and Pei Hui went all the way south, crossing the Tongtian River and returning to the Kaiyuan dynasty. After they parted, Chen Fan went to Chang'an City, Pei Hui returned to the martial Sage Mountain. Pei Hui could not have imagined that in just 1 month, Chen Fan would be wearing a dragon robe. The two met today, but their identities were worlds apart. Although Pei Hui has always been clear that Chen Fan is the crown prince, Kaiyuan dynasty sooner or later is to be handed over to the hands of this young man. Just never thought that this day really came so fast, so unexpectedly. Until he saw Chen Fan wearing a gold thread-embroidered dragon robe, sitting in the dragon chair, Pei Alo was still in a trance.
How is Chen Fan the emperor?
Chen Fan stood beside Pei Alo and spoke to himself, "Now that the world is amnestied, some of the officials that my father exiled and relegated specifically in the beginning have been redeployed by me back to Chang'an City and entrusted with important responsibilities. These talents, in fact, are all specifically left to me by Father Emperor to manifest the new emperor's imperial grace, and they must be loyal to me." After saying that, Chen Fan pointed outside the Taiji Hall and laughed. "This batch of newcomers entered Chang'an City as officials, all of them are my beloved ones, while that batch of old courtiers, there is still a father in place. In this way, if I want to sit firmly on the dragon chair, I think it won't be too difficult." Chen Fan lightly laughed and said smilingly, "It's the north, no matter who it is, whoever wants to sit on that dragon chair, but it won't be simple." Pei Hui just stood beside Chen Fan, listening to these broken gossips of Chen Fan. Pei Hui came from the martial sacred mountain, and was not aware of the shenanigans in the temple, so she was not aware of the weight of Chen Fan's seemingly idle words. The weight of an emperor's heartfelt words could be imagined.
Chen Fan's demeanor was gentle and relaxed, so it was like a casual conversation, off and on.
Pei Hui was mostly listening, opening his mouth a few times. Until finally, this man with heavy pupils sat on the steps of the Taiji Hall and leaned back. Pei Hui also sat beside Chen Fan, her arms hugging her knees. The Taiji Hall was quiet for a moment. Chen Fan suddenly spoke softly. Although the voice was small, it was like a thunderstorm rising from the ground.
"Pei Hui, are you willing to be the queen?" Chapter 143, The World's Greatest Momentum. In the southern part of the world, the new emperor ascended to the throne.
Such a big event quickly swept across the world.
The world shook. Taita Dynasty, Tianjin City. Golden Palace.
Today, the civil and military officials came to the court. All of their faces were grave and silent.
The atmosphere is depressing and subtle to the extreme.
Yang Jin is still wearing a dragon robe, sitting high above the dragon chair. The bottom of the front row is still to Du Wanfeng. Chen Kai is the head. Du Wanfeng, hands gathered sleeves, lowered his eyes, silent. Chen Kai is still wearing light armor, one hand by the sword, look indifferent. Behind them is the first grade of the Imperial Assurance Dong Yi Chang, the first grade of the Imperial Tun Wang, the first grade of the General Chui Lingding. Further back is the Secretary of the Ministry of War Qin Na, and then the Secretary of the Ministry of Household Wang Zhenghe, Secretary of the Ministry of Rights Li Zita. In addition to this group of old people, there are a few fresh faces that look a little strange. Without exception, most of them are not very old. For the appearance of these newcomers, a few temple elders have suspicions in their hearts. Today on the court, originally some of the ministers who are ready to impeach others, report the people's situation, after getting the news that the world shook, are silently put away the written Zhengzhua. Because this dynasty, destined to only focus on one thing. That is the young emperor in the southern part of the world. These great families in Tianjin City, as well as some sharp-minded ministers, even without any holy decree expressly, but still perceived the movement of Tianjin City not long ago.
The Qintian Supervisor and the Department of Prisons, the two major organizations, were almost out in force. The four supervisors left the moon-worshipping platform and went to the Qianha Palace. The prison division, excluding those few extremely high cultivation prisons who did not make a move, the rest of the members of the prison division had almost all made a move. Even the imperial guards guarding the heavenly capital city were agitated. As well as the two green-colored dragon scrolls outside the outer city of Tianjin City, they were astonishing. Even if they didn't realize what kind of situation it was at that time, after this, all of these high-powered families and clans had an afterthought. That crown prince of the southern world actually dared to strut around Tianjin City. Such a boldness, so that this group of old people who have been in high positions for a long time, are all shocked by it. It was just that no one would have expected that just a month later, this rather bold crown prince would suddenly don the dragon robe. Qianluan, the old emperor of the Kaiyuan dynasty, so abdicated, will be the dragon chair, let the young man. To know the throne change, this is the world's first-class event. Not to mention the messy and tedious process, more up and down the hearts of the people towards the issue, but who did not expect, the Kaiyuan dynasty so quickly cut through the hemp, almost at a jaw-dropping speed, let the young man sat on the throne. Du Wanfeng at this time eyes cloudy, cannot see the idea. Today's Taihe dynasty, the people in the Golden Palace, up to the high sitting in the dragon chair Yangzhen, down to the civil and military officials, inevitably appear to be a little twilight. In addition to less than 50 years old Jinghua General Chen Kai, the rest of the high-ranking officials are not small. You should know that Qianluan, the old emperor of the Kaiyuan dynasty, and Yangzhen's age is not much different, and even Qianluan is even younger. But now Qianluan actually took the lead to give up the throne, that has long had the momentum of the replacement of the throne of the Taihe dynasty, for a moment became a delicate atmosphere. The four great families all have their own thoughts. Some originally intended to wait and see, hesitant families, at this time also had to quickly bet. After all, the southern part of the world had a young emperor, and the northern part of the world would surely speed up. Now that Chen Fan had just sat on the throne, he was not yet skillful in ruling the Kaiyuan dynasty, and things were unstable. During this period of time, it was unlikely that the southern world would send out any more troops to move the earth, and the vicinity of the Tongtian River was also stable, with no more signs of conquest. It was just that the old Emperor Qianluan was still alive in the southern world, and without the rest of the emperors vying for the throne, Chen Fan's speed in stabilizing the dragon chair would be extremely fast. Once the young emperor completely stabilized the throne, and the north side of the world will be a step late for the new emperor to ascend to the throne, the situation of the Taihe dynasty is bound to be unstable. Moreover, the next new king of Taihe dynasty has not yet been finalized, the relationship between the two emperors is unknown, and there is even a Qin Kai, who is a great master. No matter who is on the throne, the speed of stabilizing the dragon chair will only be slower. At that time, the southern world will inevitably send troops north. This matter is by no means alarmist. National affairs cannot be child's play. The morning court appeared to be exceptionally peaceful. There is no any one minister jumped out to enlighten. Originally some of the mutual eyes, impeach each other immovably, spit each other in the golden palace of some ministers, at this time are also safe and sound, honestly stand in place. Jinluan Hall, the atmosphere is delicate. East Palace. Yang Yi is still wearing a big red straight robe, looking at the hands of the spy report, silent for a long time. The shadow stood silently in the shadows, not saying a word. Yang Hyuk read this spy report back and forth several times. His face was as usual and did not change in any way. In the end, this crown prince of the northern world silently put this spy report down. Now in the Tianjin city, those who were still watching the family, at this time also finally could not hold back. Yang He turned to look into the distance, gently rubbing the trigger finger in his hand. Soon. The heart has thunder. Face like a flat lake. Western desert. Ishui. Unlike the central plains with thousands of kilometers of fertile soil and flat rivers, the western desert is isolated in a corner with poor soil, many gobi, deserts, and wind and sand. While the central plains is mostly cultivated, the western desert is mostly nomadic. Several famous oases in the western desert were occupied by each of the 8 grassland tribes. Among them, Ishui, which was originally occupied by the Chang tribe, is a well-deserved blessing. Ishui has thousands of acres of fertile soil, and the water and grass are fertile. One of the 36 blessed places, Jinting Mountain, is located here. The Chang tribe, one of the 8 steppe tribes, was swept away by 2,000 iron floaters, and the first place for this group of former Liang old tribes to settle down was chosen in Ishui.
Although the Zhongtiao Mountain, where the Injin tribe is now located, has also been occupied, this group of former Liang old troops still stationed their base camp in Yishui.
Jinting Mountain.
The Chin people, who had submitted to the former Liang tribe, as well as some of the former Liang people, were transporting truckloads of sand and stones to the Blessed Land. In the Blessed Land of Jinting Mountain, a large amount of construction is being carried out. The prototype of a magnificent palace vaguely appeared. Although the main hall is only in its infancy, several side halls have already been built. The style did not follow the Western Desert, but was instead built in the style of the Central Plains. In addition to this group of people who were building the palace, there was another group of troops who were opening up avenues and tamping the foundations. Yishui and Zhongtiao Mountain were only 300 miles apart. As long as an official road was open to connect Yishui and Zhongtiao Mountain, one could move in and out freely. Moreover, Yishui and Zhongtiao Mountain are the two oases closest to Yuzhou. Connecting Yishui and Zhongtiao Mountain is equivalent to separating the Western Desert from the Central Plains. Taking the Yishui and Zhongtiao Mountains as the boundary, to the west are the rest of the 6 grassland tribes, deep in the Western Desert, and to the east is the border of Yuzhou, which is far away from each other. At the forefront, the lunar continent. Ning Tai personally led a large army.
Chapter 144, Entering the Western Desert.
The sky was divided into two, with each of the 2 major dynasties occupying one of them. Other than that, to the southwest were the 100,000 mountains, and to the northwest was the Western Desert. The Western Desert was adjacent to Yuzhou, and from Yuzhou, further west, one would enter the Western Desert. Unlike the Central Plains, the Western Desert was mostly characterized by barren white soil, which made farming inconvenient. Lin Xiu went west from Yuzhou alone, wearing a bucket hat and a robe to cover the sand. Now just out of the Yuzhou not far, not yet seen the yellow sand sky scenery. Lin Rong did not deliberately cover the face, crotch riding a thin horse, not hurry not slow, leisurely toward the west and go. Lin turned back to look behind him. The border of Yuzhou had gradually blurred and could not be seen clearly. The border of Yuzhou was known as the Western State Gate of Taiya. There were 50,000 border troops guarding it, and there was even the 3rd Imperial Prince Yang Rui who had committed himself to the border. After all, despite the harsh environment of the Western Desert, there were still the valiant and warlike grassland 8 tribes. Unlike the Central Plains, the Western Desert is predominantly nomadic, and although each of the 8 grassland tribes occupies a huge oasis, they are still eyeing the Central Plains. History: 60 years ago, 140 years ago, 260 years ago, respectively, there are 3 prairie tribes raided the Central Plains experience. These 3 prairie tribes invaded the Central Plains in a big way, so that the Central Plains suffered a lot. This group of valor, good at riding and shooting nomadic people, the horses are majestic, marching very fast, such as locusts swept through. Only without exception, they were all driven back to the Western Desert. The most recent time is 60 years ago. The grasslands out of a genius, just 6 years, will unify the Western Desert, the grasslands scattered tribes all together.
That genius was originally named Wubatai.
Wubatai was born in Xiangnu, because his father had the idea of abolishing the eldest and establishing the youngest, so he killed his father and became the lord of Xiangnu. Wubatai first conquered East Hu in the east, personally led 600 warriors, killed the king of East Hu, and pocketed all the territories, livestock and population of the eastern grassland. Wubatai also attacked many nomads in the north and went to the Hatao region in the south, fighting hundreds of battles and annexing many tribes in one go. In the next 6 years, Wubatai swept across the steppe, conquered the east and the west, and completely unified the Western Desert. Since Wubatai became the king of Xiangnu, in just 6 years, he became the master of the whole Western Desert. After the unification of the Western Desert, Wubatai set his eyes on the Central Plains in the east. This lord of the Western Desert led his army to break the border of Yuzhou and drove straight into the Central Plains. At that time, the Central Plains was still a 3-part world situation, and the Taihe dynasty only occupied the northern states of Fengzhou, Yuzhou, and Liangzhou, while the Liang kingdom occupied the central states of Shuzhou and Taizhou. Wubatai led his army to enter the country and broke through, breaking down the Yuzhou and setting foot on the Fengfangshu. This Western Desert overlord plundered Yuzhou, and the people were in dire straits wherever he went. At that time, almost all the heavy troops of Taihe dynasty were put aside in the south to confront Liang. Wubatai entered the Central Plains from Yuzhou, and Taihe was taken by surprise, and in just half a month, it lost Yuzhou. By the time Taihe's heavy troops were slowly redeployed back to the west from the south, Wubatai had already set foot in the name of Fengzhou. This Western Desert overlord momentum is rapid, the hands of the cavalry invincible, hoofs all over the name of the state. At that time, the emperor of Taihe had to beg Liang to send troops to support him at the cost of half of Liangzhou. Liang sent troops to assist Taiha, and only then the grassland cavalry of Wubuitai was stopped in Fengfeng Prefecture. Wubuitai was ambitious and tried to unify the Central Plains. The war lasted for 3 years, and both Liang and Taiha were really angry, and directly moved 200,000 heavy troops to meet Wubuitai. It is said that dozens of martial arts masters in the Central Plains also committed themselves to the battlefield at that time. The emperor of Taiha dynasty died in the battlefield, and 2 of the 4 generals of Liang were defeated and killed themselves. In the end, it took an extremely painful price to beat Wubuitai back to the western desert. Wubuitai was forced to retreat to the western desert, and this talented and brilliant ruler of the western desert used only 2 years to reorganize and try to make a comeback. However, it was fate that Wubuitai died of wind and cold on his way to the east. With the death of this lord of the western desert, this group of western desert army was leaderless, and was broken by the Taiha dynasty with a single blow. As soon as Wubuitai died, each of the 8 grassland tribes was not convinced, and they were internally divided, and then they were defeated by the Taiha dynasty, and completely collapsed. The original unification of the western desert, redisintegration, divided into 8 grassland, each occupying an oasis. Because of the Great War 60 years ago, almost hit the grassland tribes' family base, the grassland 8 tribes and their own scattered, unable to invade the Central Plains again. Rumor has it that the genius of the western desert overlord Wubuitai exhausted the western desert's fortune for 200 years. Lin Xiao thought back to these histories and pressed down on his bucket hat. Lin Rong gently pursed his lips. The climate of the western desert is arid, less rain, more gobi. The thin horse at his hip was still swaying forward. Lin Rong removed the side of the water bag. Drink a mouthful of water. Lin Rong did not hold the reins. Just let this thin horse walk. Just like this walked for a day. About 100 miles away from Yuzhou, scattered bazaars appeared. Lin frowned slightly, looking at the bazaar not far away, as well as the hidden residence. At the forefront was a tea store, casually propping up a large cloth with a few poles, then setting up a few benches, a few tables, and hanging a flag. In the tea store, there were a few people drinking tea and resting, each chatting idly. Lin Rong gently shook the water bag, and then led the thin horse to one side, and then walked towards the middle of the tea store. A middle-aged man was sitting behind a table in the tea store, with rough skin, no eyebrows, and gleaming eyes. In front of the middle-aged man, there are 2 big buckets of tea. Said tea, more like white water, a big bucket of hot water, only a few handfuls of tea leaves. Lin Rong walked in front of him, smiled slightly, and asked, "How do you sell tea?" The middle-aged man just gave Lin a faint look and spoke, 6 cents a bowl. Lin Rong was slightly stunned, knowing that elsewhere tea, the price was only 3 cents a bowl, and it was quite tea-flavored. After that middle-aged man threw down a sentence, he no longer paid attention to Lin. Lin. After the middle-aged man received it, he poured a bowl of tea with a ladle and handed it to Lin. Lin smiled and nodded, accepting the bowl of tea. Lin sat on the side of the rest of the tea drinkers and slowly drank the tea. He could barely taste the tea, the flavor was bland. This place was nearly 100 miles away from Yuzhou, and 70 to 80 miles away from Zhongqiu Mountain, in the middle. Most of the people gathered here are not very simple. After all, it is in a 2 regardless of the zone, no law to speak of. Lin Rong raised his head and scanned the surrounding area, just a casual look. It is not good. There were as many as 4 black stores in plain sight. Lin nodded his head gently, not surprised. In this place, what can be trusted is probably only the knife in one's own hand.